Shen Hao, while running, stumbled and unexpectedly found himself transported to the era of World War II, where he became a comrade of Captain America. However, to his astonishment, after taking a nap that very day, he was once again transported, this time becoming the younger brother of the illustrious Luo Feng from the realm of swallowing the starry sky. Shen Hao, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, "Is there any other time traveler more reckless than I?" Chapter 001, 2 Identities. Is your name truly Steve Rogers? Shen Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the short and unassuming young man before him. He never could have anticipated that a mere fall while running would lead him inexplicably to a military camp reminiscent of a Western setting. Even more perplexingly, he had transformed into a soldier clad in military attire, effortlessly articulating a string of American English phrases. "Gary, you've asked that question 10 times already," the young man Steve replied with a hint of exasperation. Shen Hao snapped back to reality, feeling sheepish as he muttered, "I apologize, I may have become a bit dazed from training." Training can indeed be exhausting. You might try to redirect your focus. It could help, Steve offered in consolation. "Thank you. Get some rest. We have training again tomorrow," Steve said before lying down on his bed. Shen Hao took a deep breath. It was evident that he had traversed to another world and reincarnated as a soldier of similar age to his former life. "I never imagined I would be fortunate enough to join the ranks of countless time travelers, but it seems the Marvel Universe is fraught with peril. Although it is World War II and I need not constantly worry about alien invasions or the battles involving Iron Man and the Hulk, this soldier's identity appears even more treacherous." As a reader thoroughly influenced by numerous web novels, Shen Hao quickly acclimated to the reality of his new existence. However, considering his surroundings and the dangers that lay ahead, he resolved to summon his hidden potential. "System, are you there?" he called out mentally, yet received no response. "Well then, it seems this isn't a system-based scenario." Shen Hao remained unfazed and continued his summons. "Grandfather, are you awake?" Still no reaction. "Even my portable grandfather is absent. Could this be a traversing of worlds?" With this thought, Shen Hao closed his eyes, attempting to sense the bronze token and other chaotic portals in his mind. Unfortunately, he detected nothing. "Perhaps my posture is incorrect," Shen Hao murmured, quickly experimenting with several positions for his summons. 5 minutes passed. Shen Hao began to panic. "Golden finger, if you don't appear soon, I might as well end it all." 1 second, 2 seconds. Another 5 minutes elapsed, and still, there was no sign of a response. Shen Hao felt tears welling up. He lamented that without his golden finger, he would have to apply for discharge and lead a life of obscurity. "Perhaps my golden finger lacks energy and requires something to activate it. Yes, that must be it." With renewed hope, Shen Hao began to fantasize about whether he should apply electrical stimulation or simply wait until Steve fell asleep to seize the cosmic cube. After some contemplation, he lay down and drifted into slumber. Xiao Hua, do not frighten your mother. You must wake up." On a hospital bed, Shen Hao slowly opened his eyes to see a middle-aged woman beside him, anxiously calling out, "He's awake! He's awake!" The woman cried tears of joy, urgently shouting, "Doctor! Doctor! Xiao Hua has awakened." Soon, hurried footsteps entered the room, and a man in a white coat approached the bedside, using instruments to examine the patient. Once he confirmed that the patient was out of danger, he sighed in relief and remarked, "Ms. Gong, your son is fine. However, since he has just awakened, his emotions may be a bit unstable, so it would be best to allow him some quiet." The middle-aged woman and the man beside her nodded vigorously. "Xiao Hua, your father and I will be right outside. If you need anything, call for us," the middle-aged woman said before she and the man exited the ward. Shen Hao, however, was in a state of confusion. What on earth is happening? Did I not traverse into the Marvel Universe? How did I suddenly end up in a hospital bed? At that moment, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Having experienced this once before, Shen Hao quickly assimilated the memories. "My name is Luo Hua. My father is Luo Hongwa. My mother is Gong Xinlan, and my brother is Luo Feng." After sorting through the memories, Shen Hao's mouth fell agape. "Good heavens, I have traversed once more, and this time I find myself in the world of swallowing the starry sky, and I am a younger brother of the illustrious Luo Feng." Shen Hao felt his mind racing. Traversing one world was already overwhelming, but to traverse two consecutively was beyond comprehension. "Stay calm. I must remain composed. It's merely a matter of having traversed two worlds, just like many protagonists of multiverse stories who have navigated countless realms. Taking several deep breaths, Shen Hao managed to regain his composure. Xiao Feng, your brother. Your brother is in trouble. Just as Shen Hao was beginning to calm down, he heard Gong Xinlan's voice from outside the hospital room, tinged with tears. The door had not been securely shut, so Shen Hao could hear clearly. According to the plot of the Swallowing the Starry Sky world, Luo Feng should currently be in Kyoto Bay City selling dragon eggs. It must be said that Luo Feng treats his younger brother quite well. Lying in a hospital bed, Shen Hao reflected on the storyline he had read multiple times. He was very familiar with the plot of Swallowing the Starry Sky. However, the most crucial matter for me now is to ascertain whether I can traverse back and forth between these two worlds. If I recall correctly, I must have fallen asleep and then crossed over. With this thought in mind, Shen Hao closed his eyes, and as soon as he did, he immediately sensed John Gary lying in the military camp. With a mere thought, he returned to John Gary's body. Upon opening his eyes, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He swiftly returned to Luo Hua's form. After several back-and-forth experiments, Shen Hao finally confirmed that he could indeed traverse freely between the two worlds. This means I now possess two identities. One as John Gary from the Marvel Universe, and the other as Luo Hua from the Swallowing the Starry Sky world, with the ability to switch between them without any temporal delay. The only distinction is that the two worlds seem to be 12 hours apart, much like China and the United States on Earth. Lying on the hospital bed, Shen Hao pondered. He felt remarkably akin to a character from a film he had watched, Avatar, where the protagonist could switch between two identities. In truth, he preferred the identity of Luo Hua, for he was of Huaxia descent, and his elder brother Luo Feng provided ample protection, allowing him to worry little about his safety. In contrast, the identity of John Gary was fraught with danger, lacking the shield of a powerful figure and constantly facing the threat of frontline combat. In other words, if given the chance, Shen Hao would not hesitate to abandon the identity of John Gary in the Marvel Universe. But the pressing question remained. Would the death of one identity affect the other? Such matters can be tested later. The immediate priority is to find ways to enhance John Gary's strength, for the Marvel Universe is indeed a perilous pit. Shen Hao rubbed his temples with a sigh. A short while later, the doctor entered to conduct a thorough examination. How is it, Dr. Wang? Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua, who followed him, inquired anxiously. The patient's vital signs are all normal. He can be discharged. Dr. Wang replied with a smile. At that moment, Shen Hao chimed in, Mom, Dad, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Upon hearing this, Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua finally relaxed. Knowing their son could speak indicated his emotions had stabilized. Thank you, Dr. Wang. It is my duty, he responded. Soon, Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua completed the discharge procedures, pushing the wheelchair-bound Luo Hua back to their home in the community. Xiao Hua, promise your mother that you will never do anything foolish again, no matter what happens. Gong Xinlan said earnestly, gazing at her son. According to the original plot, Luo Hua should still be emotionally unstable at this moment. However, Shen Hao did not share this issue. He nodded and reassured. Rest assured, Mother, I will not act foolishly again. By the way, when will my brother return? Your brother will be back tomorrow, Gong Xinlan replied with a smile. Rolling into his room in the wheelchair, Shen Hao observed the simplistic furnishings, a bed, a computer desk and chair, and a bookshelf filled with numerous investment and stock trading books, which were the original Luo Hua's favorites. Chapter 002. The Fundamentals of Cultivation. Hey, Gary, rise and shine. Everyone else is gathered, and if we delay any longer, Instructor Roland will surely take pleasure in punishing us. The moment Gary opened his eyes, Steve's voice resonated beside him. Damn, I nearly overslept. Shaking his head, he feigned an expletive, swiftly got out of bed, hastily arranged his clothes, and followed Steve out of the dormitory at a brisk pace. Once assembled, their instructor, Roland, stood before them, blowing his whistle and commanding loudly, Attention, stand straight. With a sharp salute, over a dozen elite soldiers, including John Gary, straightened up. 5 kilometers with weighted running, go. With those words from Instructor Roland, the soldiers immediately began to circle the military camp. Not long into the run, Steve fell behind. Steve, can you hold on? Observing Captain America's slight frame, Gary grew concerned that he might suddenly collapse. Steve Rogers gasped for breath, waving his hand dismissively. Gary, don't worry about me. I can manage. Just hurry. Roland urged from the side. After the running session concluded, the soldiers hastily consumed breakfast, scarcely resting before commencing 100 ascents and descents on the rope ladder. followed by 100 traverses over the barbed wire. Although John Gary's physical prowess shielded him from exhaustion, the rigorous nature of the training truly tested their resolve. Consequently, after completing these exercises, both Gary and Steve bore expressions that suggested their vitality had been thoroughly drained. Around 10 o'clock, Agent Carter took over the training regimen. Next came a series of exercises, including push-ups, while Agent Carter meticulously recorded everyone's performance. After lunch, seizing a moment of respite, Gary found a secluded spot to begin refining his body according to the fundamentals of cultivation. The basic cultivation method from the Devouring the Starry Sky world, in essence, involves accelerating the flow of vital energy to promote cellular energy absorption and optimize genetic composition, thereby enhancing physical strength. However, this process is gradual. Only when one's genes have been optimized to a certain extent, akin to the strength of a budding warrior, can one practice gene primordial energy, at which point cultivation will accelerate. Gary was untroubled by the differing laws of the two worlds, for the Marvel Universe is notably inclusive, a fact corroborated by countless fellow travelers. Taking a deep breath, Gary approached his first session of cultivating according to the vital energy chart with utmost caution. Online resources specifically cautioned that the inaugural practice of circulating vital energy is the most challenging and prone to errors. As the energy began to coalesce, Gary swiftly felt a tingling pain coursing through some of his upper body meridians, with noticeable bulges appearing in certain areas. Endure it, you must persevere. Gary gritted his teeth. 5 minutes passed, and the pain intensified, akin to ants gnawing at his flesh. Perhaps due to the resilience gained from traversing two worlds, Gary's endurance had significantly improved compared to his previous life, compelling him to continue. After another 10 minutes, the sharp sensations gradually dissipated. Success. As the pronounced bulges in his meridians began to recede, an expression of exhilaration spread across Gary's face. Although his body felt no different than before, he knew he had successfully completed his first cultivation of the vital energy circulation chart. From here on, by dedicating time each day to cultivation and engaging in boxing and stance training, he could continually fortify his physique through energy absorption. Training reconvened at 1:30 in the afternoon, concluding at 5:30 in the evening. Exhausted from the day's exertions, Gary had dinner, took a shower, and collapsed into bed, his consciousness transitioning to Luo Hua in the Devouring the Starry Sky world. Upon waking, Luo Hua dressed and braced himself against his bed, slowly maneuvering to the edge. Although the original owner had long since adapted to this routine, Luo Hua struggled with the residual discomfort from his disability after having recently inhabited this body. "Xiao Hua, are you awake?" came the voice of Gong Xinlan from outside the door. "I'm awake, Mom." Creaking open the door, Gong Xinlan rushed over to assist him. "Breakfast has gone cold. Wash up and come eat. Your brother called this morning. The train at 7 should be arriving soon," she gently informed him. Luo Hua nodded, smiling. "Mom, I realized last night that I was impulsive. I shouldn't have let a few words from others get to me." "It's good that you've come to terms with it," Gong Xinlan replied joyfully. After breakfast, Luo Hua returned to his room and opened his computer to review the stocks managed by the original owner. Despite his prior ignorance of stock trading, the memories he inherited made him relatively familiar with the stocks now. There were 8 in total, but since the original owner had last made a profit, these stocks had shown no significant fluctuations. Patience is key in stock trading. The original owner exhibited remarkable talent in this regard, and having absorbed his memories, Luo Hua's personality had also been influenced. "Dad, Mom, where's Xiao Hua?" Suddenly, a steady voice resonated from the living room. "He's in his room," Gong Xinlan promptly responded. Shortly after, footsteps approached. Luo Hua turned to see a lean and resolute young man standing in the doorway. Without needing to guess, he recognized this young man as Luo Feng, the protagonist of the Devouring the Starry Sky world. "Brother, I'm sorry to have worried you." Taking a deep breath, Luo Hua spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. Upon hearing this, the young man seemed to relax, a hint of a smile breaking across his previously worried expression. "Luo Hua, it seems you're doing much better than I imagined. I acted impulsively yesterday, but now I realize how foolish my actions were." "You were indeed foolish. Regardless of what happens, you should never seek death. Promise me, brother, you won't do something like that again," Luo Feng said solemnly. Luo Hua nodded. "Brother, I promise. Here, this is a letter from your girlfriend. Take a look," Luo Feng said, handing the letter to Luo Hua. After reading it, perhaps influenced by the original owner's emotions, Luo Hua couldn't help but shed tears. "Xiao Nan is a wonderful girl. Being with her is something I've always dreamed of. But how can I be with her in this state?" Luo Feng shook his head. "Follow me." He then pushed the wheelchair toward the audiovisual room on the second floor. "Watch the screen." As Luo Feng issued the command, he activated it. While Luo Hua understood, he was about to view a post about the water of life. He feigned astonishment, asking, "What is this?" "Watch it," Luo Feng urged. As he browsed, Luo Hua pretended to be astounded. The essence of the Earth Dragon King. An SS-level king-level monster. Is the primary material? Do you see? Your legs are broken, but with a dose of the water of life, they can grow back. Then you can stand confidently before Xiao Nan, before her parents. Luo Feng spoke in a hushed tone. Luo Hua shook his head, but it costs 30 billion. Luo Feng retrieved his phone, accessed his account, and handed it to Luo Hua. After more than 10 minutes, the two returned to the living room. Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua had left to avoid disturbing them. "Brother, if I recover my legs, can I become a warrior like you?" Compared to stock trading, Luo Hua yearned to become a warrior, especially since John Gary in the other world needed to acquire some cultivation secrets to enhance his strength. Clearly, becoming a warrior would provide him with more reasons to seek this information. Luo Hua, being a warrior is perilous, Luo Feng cautioned, not wanting his brother to risk his life as he had. Seeing this, Luo Hua quickly replied, "Brother, I just want to strengthen my body. I have no intention of hunting monsters in the wilderness." Only then did Luo Feng relax, smiling. "Of course you can. By the way, brother, I noticed there are no cultivation methods above the warrior level online. Is it true that once one becomes a warrior, the training methods differ from those of the academy students? It seems you've done quite a bit of research." Luo Feng chuckled softly, contemplating that his younger brother must have been stimulated by recent events. Now, with the hope of standing again, he had suddenly developed an interest in martial artists. Indeed, martial artists hold a transcendent status. If his brother were to become one, then Xiaonan's parents would undoubtedly not oppose their union. With this thought in mind, he replied, "Indeed. Martial artists practice the guiding technique, which enables them to rapidly absorb cosmic energy and enhance their physical prowess." Guiding technique? Luo Hua's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Observing his brother's expression, Luo Feng shook his head and wheeled him into his own room, where he powered on his computer. The guiding technique is typically accessible only to those who join various martial arts academies or underground factions like the HR Alliance. Thus, I cannot provide you with a demonstration for now. However, you may familiarize yourself with this article on gene origin energy cultivation. This form of cultivation can only be sensed once one's genes have been optimized to a certain extent. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive cosmic energy at all. So Luo Feng was not concerned about his brother attempting to cultivate. Chapter 003, Enhancement. This must be the 5 hearts towards heaven cultivation method. While Luo Hua immersed himself in the article, Luo Feng quietly exited the room, feeling a sense of relief now that his brother had freed himself from psychological burdens. According to the Marvel Universe's lore, humanity on Earth was shaped by the celestial race 5 million years ago, embedding parts of their genetic structure within human DNA. Thus, it stands to reason that the degree of genetic optimization among Earth's inhabitants is not negligible. Otherwise, beings like the Hulk would not possess such extraordinary abilities. After finishing the article, Luo Hua pondered that combining basic cultivation techniques with stances, without any training resources, would render rapid enhancement of strength an impossible feat. Even if John Gary possessed a dark golden thought sphere like Luo Feng's, he would still require at least 3 instances of fainting to reach the level of a quasi-martial artist. Hence, he contemplated the possibility of genes. Perhaps it was worth a try. Even if it failed, it would bear no consequence. But if my hypothesis proves correct, I could directly cultivate gene origin energy to swiftly bolster my strength. With this thought, Luo Hua maneuvered his wheelchair back to his room. Shutting the door, he closed his eyes and directed his consciousness towards John Gary. It was already past 8 in the evening, and the military dormitory was enveloped in darkness. Over a dozen soldiers, exhausted from a full day of training, were sound asleep. Gary, too, felt fatigued. The act of consciousness traversing also brought physical exhaustion. However, in order to experiment with the cultivation of gene origin energy, he persevered through his fatigue, following the 5 hearts towards heaven cultivation method to perform a series of movements. The 5 hearts refer to the palms of the hands, the soles of the feet, and the Bai-Wei acupoint on the crown of the head. Inhale, exhale. Like Luo Feng, Gary gradually adjusted his breathing, allowing his heart to calm. His body needed to relax, and the 5 hearts towards heaven must flow naturally. The mind must achieve tranquility, like a placid lake without any ripples. These were the key points emphasized in the article. However, achieving this state proved challenging. Gary struggled through several attempts before barely succeeding. The military dormitory remained silent. Initially, Gary could hear his own breathing, but soon it faded to a barely audible whisper. How delightful! Merely half an hour had passed. and the weary Gary was on the brink of slumber when he vaguely sensed a faint energy flowing through his palms, soles, and the bi-wee acupoint, gradually entering his body. Could it be? Have I truly sensed cosmic energy so quickly? Gary jolted awake, his eyes wide with astonishment. According to the information in Swallowing the Starry Sky, even a genius would require a full day to perceive cosmic energy, while a prodigy like Luo Feng needed 3 hours. Yet here he was, having accomplished it in just half an hour. What does this imply? It was simply extraordinary. Perhaps it was related to the genetics of this body or the unique nature of Earth in the Marvel Universe. Regardless, my hypothesis is validated. Humanity's genes indeed contain elements of the celestial race's structure, allowing for the direct cultivation of 5 hearts towards heaven. Gary took several deep breaths to quell his rising excitement. Initially, he had feared dying on the front lines, but now such worries had dissipated entirely. The ability to cultivate gene origin energy signifies that he could rapidly enhance his strength. Continuing, the text indicated that the first absorption of cosmic energy yields the greatest quantity and the fastest increase in strength. I must not squander this opportunity. Gary inhaled slowly, focusing his mind to achieve tranquility. His consciousness centered on the 5 hearts, emanating thoughts of absorbing cosmic energy. In this state, his absorption rate began to accelerate. The cosmic energy from the external environment surged into Gary's body like a torrent. Much like when Luo Feng first absorbed cosmic energy, Gary soon felt a tremor emanating from deep within his marrow, causing his entire being to shudder. Within his cells, as if shackles had been released, strange energies began to radiate. In no time, Gary's skin, muscles, and bones were undergoing transformations. If one were to observe under a microscope, they would notice that Gary's cells were shrinking in size while their quantity increased, his bone density enhancing, and his muscles becoming more defined. Resembling Captain America immediately after receiving the super soldier serum, exuding an explosive sense of power. Had 4 hours truly elapsed? This means I have been absorbing cosmic energy for nearly 4 hours. Upon sensing cellular saturation, Gary's consciousness swiftly returned to Luo Hua, who checked the time and realized it was nearing 1 in the afternoon. Fortunately, it had only lasted 4 hours. Any longer would have been difficult to explain. Luo Hua sighed with relief. 4 hours could easily be attributed to a brief nap, but if it had extended to 10, his parents would certainly worry. After all, sleeping for such an extended period during the day would appear quite unusual. Just as he prepared to glide his wheelchair outside, Luo Hua noticed a coat draped over him, igniting a warm feeling within. Upon entering the living room, he found his parents seated on the sofa, engrossed in television. He sheepishly scratched his head and said, "I fell asleep while on the computer. Don't exhaust yourself like this in the future. I'll have Qin Ma heat up some food for you," Gong Xinlan gently remarked, aware that both her sons were preoccupied with their own affairs. Luo Hua nodded, inquiring, "What about my brother?" "Oh, he went to the martial arts academy after dinner," Gong Xinlan replied, calling for Qin Ma. After the meal, Luo Hua returned to his room. The remainder of his afternoon was dedicated to memorizing the movements and steps of basic boxing and kicking techniques. Although John Gary would experience a rapid surge in strength through the 5 hearts towards heaven cultivation method, without foundational training, he would likely struggle to fully grasp his newfound power. In the evening, his consciousness once again inhabited John Gary. Opening his eyes, he noticed that most of the other soldiers in the dormitory had left, with only Steve sitting by the bedside, engrossed in a book. Crack. As he sat up, the bed sagged beneath him. "Gary, it seems the training has been quite effective for you these past few days," Steve teased. "I think so too," Gary shrugged, standing up to dress, then changing the subject. "It's been nearly a week of training. I wonder who will succeed in the super soldier program." Steve shook his head. "Well, it certainly won't be me. Not necessarily." With that, the two exited the dormitory together. "Gary, Rogers, you two are practically inseparable. Should I be your wedding officiant?" Roland chided. Before calling out, "Hurry up and assemble." After a weighted running session, they proceeded with the net climbing and barbed wire training. By 10 o'clock, Agent Carter took over the training. "Hurry up, ladies. Even my grandmother is stronger than you. God bless her. Move it." However, during this session of push-ups, Agent Carter was provocatively commenting from the sidelines. Observing this, Gary realized that what followed would be a test of courage, pivotal in determining the candidates. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erskine approached side by side. Leaning against a military supply truck, they engaged in conversation for a moment, after which Colonel Phillips produced a grenade and tossed it beside Hodges. "There's a grenade," he shouted. Although Gary was aware that the grenade was inert, he instinctively ran away, as did the other soldiers, who swiftly sought cover. Only Steve Rogers did not flee. Instead, He threw himself atop the grenade, shielding it with his body. Get back. Take cover, Steve shouted while clutching the grenade. Witnessing this, Colonel Phillips was taken aback, while a smile crept onto Dr. Erskine's face. Agent Carter, rushing over, regarded Steve as if seeing him anew. After a brief moment, the grenade failed to detonate. It's a dummy grenade, all clear. Steve stood up, bewildered, and asked Colonel Phillips. Was this a test? He was still too frail. Colonel Phillips shook his head and departed. The training resumed. Gary whispered to Steve, "Your dive on that grenade was incredibly heroic. It seems, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are likely the chosen one for the super soldier program." "Hodges is far superior to me," Steve replied, shaking his head. After days of training, his performance had been the poorest. Gary chuckled, but chose not to press further, as he was well aware that Colonel Phillips would ultimately consent to Steve being the first to receive the serum. As evening training concluded, Agent Carter called Steve over to inform him of the test results. Chapter 004, The First Move. In the makeshift bathing area, Hodges slammed his fist against the steel support, cursing, "Damn it, how could that weakling Steve steal my chance? He simply got lucky. Dr. Erskine has high hopes for him," a soldier nearby remarked. Hodges scoffed, "Lucky boy or not, even if he succeeds, I could still knock him out with one punch. Steve isn't just lucky. You all witnessed his act of diving onto the grenade this morning," Gary interjected as he entered, having overheard their conversation. The others fell silent, for indeed, Steve's courageous act had left them astounded and altered some of their perceptions. "Gary, so you are throwing your support behind that weakling Steve?" Hodges glared at John Gary, clearly displeased that anyone would speak favorably of Steve in his presence, despite the outcome being decided. "What do you think?" Gary shrugged. "I was just looking for a sparring partner to test my newfound strength, and here comes Hodges." Hodges narrowed his eyes and approached Gary. "Very well." With that, he clenched his fist and swung it forcefully at Gary's nose. Thud. To everyone's astonishment, Gary effortlessly caught Hodges' punch between his fingers. "You." Hodges' eyes widened as he felt the immense power radiating from Gary's grip. With a firm squeeze, Gary retaliated. "Ah!" Hodges yelped in pain, releasing his grip. Gary sent a punch flying, propelling Hodges several meters away. "Next time you throw a punch, you might want to consider your own strength," Gary remarked coolly. The other soldiers gazed at Gary in shock, as if he were a creature of myth. Struggling to rise, Hodges, humiliated, clutched his chest and fled the bathing area. While showering, Gary reflected on the earlier incident. "My reflexes are significantly sharper than before, and with one punch, I sent Hodges flying several meters. My strength must be around 600 to 700 kilograms. Given my rigorous training, I typically produce nearly 200 kilograms of force with a single punch, meaning my initial absorption of cosmic energy has increased my power by approximately 400 to 500 kilograms. Without precise data testing, Gary could only estimate. But he felt that he was not far from the prowess of a true warrior. Back in the dormitory, after a day of training, Gary had managed to control his strength adequately, thus avoiding the earlier embarrassment when sitting on the edge of the bed. "Gary, you shouldn't be so impulsive," Steve said quietly, clearly aware of the altercation that had transpired in the bathing area. Gary smiled and replied, "The outcome was favorable, was it not?" "Gary, I may not understand what has happened to you, but I truly appreciate your support," Steve said earnestly, acknowledging that besides Bucky, John Gary was the first person to stand up for him. "Don't dwell on it. Just keep working hard. I'm looking forward to fighting alongside you on the battlefield." Gary gently patted Steve's shoulder, thinking that it seemed he hadn't managed to keep his transformation a secret from Steve. After all, the events of the morning were not easily explained by mere training, and fortunately, Steve was not one to pry. Steve's shoulders slumped as he grimaced. "Gary, you really should consider shedding some weight." In Yangzhou City, at the Mingwe community, in a two-story villa, as usual, after breakfast, Luo Hua returned to his room, while his brother Luo Feng was exercising on the second floor. Opening his computer, he scanned several stocks, which remained stagnant. On John Gary's side, after practicing the 5 hearts to heaven technique, his strength had significantly increased, granting him a modicum of self-defense. However, the unpredictability of battle loomed large, especially considering the enemy was the formidable Schmidt's Hydra forces. Thus, the focus would remain on the Marvel Universe. As for matters here, even acquiring the life water would only occur after Luo Feng became the invincible war god, a timeline still over half a year away. Although Luo Hua longed to remain in the safe confines of the devouring starry sky world, he understood that the Marvel side demanded immediate attention. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a new number. "Hello? Xiaohua. It's me," came a melodious female voice. "Who are you?" Luo Hua momentarily failed to recognize. The voice on the other end soon trembled with a suppressed sob. "It's Zhen Nan. I'm sorry, Xiaohua. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua was at a loss for words, as he was not the real Luo Hua. Xiao Hua, are you still resentful towards me? I never anticipated my parents would. The silence on the line was soon broken by Zhun Nan's tears. Xiao Nan, trust me, I'm a bit overwhelmed right now. Could you grant me some time? Luo Hua replied slowly. After a brief pause, Zhun Nan acquiesced. Okay. Beep. The call ended, and Luo Hua rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat troubled. In the past few days of back and forth, he had almost forgotten about Luo Hua's girlfriend. To accept or reject, this was indeed a dilemma. Sighing, Luo Hua realized that accepting Zhun Nan would undoubtedly expose him to the danger of revealing his true self. However, rejecting her could genuinely hurt her feelings. After all, according to the original plot, the relationship between Luo Hua and Zhun Nan was quite strong, and she was indeed a good girl. Forget it. I won't dwell on it for now. I'll wait and see how things unfold. Perhaps with time, Zhun Nan might choose to let go, he thought, shaking his head as he resumed browsing basic boxing and kicking techniques. In the military camp, early in the morning, Agent Carter drove to pick up Steve Rogers. Unavoidably, Steve was likely headed to receive the serum injection. Meanwhile, Gary and the others continued their grueling training as reserve candidates, for should the serum injection prove successful, each of them would have the opportunity to become super soldiers. Regrettably, Gary, well versed in the unfolding narrative, was acutely aware that an unforeseen calamity awaited. Dr. Erskine would meet his demise at the hands of Hydra agents, and the soul serum sample would shatter into irretrievable fragments. Had Gary chosen to inform Agent Carter, regardless of her belief, she would have taken precautions. Yet, setting aside the fact that when Agent Carter was retrieving Steve, they were still undergoing training, leaving Gary no opportunity to speak. Even if he had, he would have refrained. For once spoken, the aftermath would likely subject him to exhaustive scrutiny by Agent Carter, stripping him of any semblance of freedom. By noon, Gary carved out a moment to practice his stance and punches. After a day and a half of rigorous training, he was nearing mastery of his surging strength. The subsequent afternoon's training sessions felt remarkably effortless to him. The following morning, as all the soldiers assembled, Instructor Roland abruptly announced the conclusion of the Super Soldier program. They were to be assigned to the 102nd Battalion and deployed to the front lines. This revelation incited a flurry of astonishment among the recruits, including Hodgkins, who clamored for explanations. Obey the orders, was all Instructor Roland replied. Gary remained silent, realizing that the storyline had not deviated due to his presence. Dr. Erskine would still perish, and Steve Rogers would soon emerge as the first artificially created superhero. Chapter 005, Into Battle. That afternoon, a military aircraft transported all recruits of the 102nd Battalion to London, including Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter, with Howard Stark at the helm. As dusk fell, they disembarked from a military truck, arriving at the frontline encampment where the sounds of battle raged fiercely. The air was thick with a gruesome mixture of blood and antiseptic. Upon alighting, Gary glimpsed numerous wounded soldiers, some missing limbs, being carried into hastily erected medical tents. Many new recruits, witnessing such a harrowing scene for the first time, were unable to suppress their nausea and retreated to vomit. Gary, too, struggled to maintain his composure as he trailed behind Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter. Lieutenant Colonel Bright, the situation appears dire, he observed as they approached the command tent. Gary and the others assembled outside, while Phillips and Carter entered, only to emerge shortly with an officer of the same rank. Those damned fools are utterly reckless, disregarding the lives of the soldiers. Our defensive line is continually being compromised, Lieutenant Colonel Bright lamented, casting a disapproving glance at the new recruits. Colonel Phillips, is there no one else in the rear? Have they sent us a battalion of greenhorns? Do those senatorial imbeciles wish for us to surrender? Colonel Phillips shook his head. The veterans were once new recruits themselves. They will be of use once they have tasted combat. Furthermore, Senator Brad is actively recruiting from the rear. It seemed the rear truly lacked reinforcements, and Lieutenant Colonel Bright sighed, recognizing the severity of the situation, where even retired soldiers were being redeployed to the front lines. Colonel Phillips placed a reassuring hand on Bright's shoulder. Allow them some time. It must be so. May God bless them with survival, Bright replied. That evening, every soldier was issued a combat uniform and steel helmet, with orders from the commanding officer to prepare for frontline reinforcement the following day and to rest well that night. Hey, Hodgkins, we're going into battle tomorrow. What else on your mind? One soldier jovially inquired. What else is there to think about but how to send those brutes back home? The other replied, laughter erupting among the soldiers to dispel their anxiety and fear. Gary lay in bed, briefly returning to Roa, eating a bit before hastily shutting the door and returning to his own body. In the frontline barracks, he dared not afford any negligence. The distant rumble of artillery had lessened considerably, yet the gunfire remained fierce. The next morning, Agent Carter, where is Steve? Gary inquired during breakfast. Although he knew Steve was busy assisting Senator Brad with mobilization efforts, as Steve's friend, he felt compelled to ask. Steve has another assignment. Agent Carter said, offering a glance of reassurance. You'll be heading to the front soon. I wish you luck. Thank you. In the frontline trenches. The air was thick with smoke, permeated by the acrid stench of gunpowder, mingling with the odor of charred corpses. Upon their arrival, the Allied forces were re-engaged in combat with the Germans after a brief ceasefire. The deafening roar of artillery shells echoed ominously, stirring clouds of dust in their wake. The Maxim machine guns spat fire, unleashing a metallic storm that suppressed wave after wave of German assaults. Yet, despite the relentless toll on German lives, they charged forward recklessly. Emboldened by their own artillery's cover, these bastards are utterly insane. Has war consumed every fragment of their sanity? Gary and his comrades remarked as they approached the third trench line, where a sergeant, a man of African descent, was cursing vehemently. Our ammunition is running low. If we continue like this, we will be overrun at the first trench line. Where are the reinforcements? They've just arrived, shouted some officers amidst the chaos. Sergeant Fry, take these reinforcements and flank the first trench line. Suppress those deranged Germans. I'll arrange for artillery cover. A lieutenant commanded. What? Are you jesting? These reinforcements are clearly fresh recruits. Look at them. Some can barely stand. And you expect me to lead them into the fray? Sergeant Fry bellowed. The lieutenant paid no heed to Fry's protests and issued the artillery strike. Hey, why are you all just standing there? Follow me. Fry shouted at Gary and the others, swiftly moving along the trench line toward the flank. As they advanced, he called out, those machine gunners, fire with more intensity. I don't want to die halfway through. With the cacophony of artillery and gunfire roaring around them, Fry recognized the urgency of the moment. He turned to the new recruits, bellowing, charge with me, and remember, do not stop. With that, he sprinted towards the first trench line. The bullets screamed through the air, raining down on the flanks of their position. The sounds of bullets striking flesh mingled with the anguished cries of the wounded. As those following Fry began to fall one by one. Do not stop, Fry urged, scarcely daring to glance back. Drawing a deep breath, Gary propelled himself forward, harnessing his energy to surge ahead, reaching the first trench line within mere seconds. He immediately seized a Maxim machine gun positioned at the trench's edge and opened fire. The horde of German soldiers advancing just 10 meters away was quickly reduced to chaos under the relentless hail of gunfire. Seizing the moment, Gary embraced the heavy machine gun, sweeping it along the trench with precision. The German soldiers, now suppressed, were forced to retreat. The pressure on Frey's side diminished as they began to converge on Gary's position. Boom. Several shells landed perilously close to Gary. Watch out, Fry shouted. Having absorbed cosmic energy, Gary's reflexes surpassed those of ordinary men. He swiftly dove into the trench as dust cascaded down, enveloping him. Hey, kid, are you trying to get yourself killed? Fury approached the trench, pulling Gary up from the earth. Though his words were filled with reproach, his eyes reflected a sense of astonished admiration. Gary brushed off the dirt from his shoulders and grinned. Those won't take my life. Nick Fury, the African-American sergeant, extended his hand. John Gary. Their handshake marked the beginning of their acquaintance. You hardly resemble a rookie, Fury remarked, studying Gary. Shaking his head, Gary replied, now is not the time for such talk. Faced with the legendary director of S.H.I.E.L.D. on the battlefield, Gary felt no excitement. After all, this was the front line, a veritable meat grinder, where he had no time for reverie. Boom. After another wave of assaults was repelled, the German firepower intensified, shells raining mercilessly upon the positions of the American and British forces. Gary and his comrades remained huddled in the trench, too frightened to expose themselves. Damn them. Do they not run out of ammunition? Fury cursed, and once the bombardment subsided, he shouted, suppress their fire. Hit them hard. The first trench line was crucial. Although the 102nd Regiment was composed entirely of rookies, the trench provided them with cover, enabling them to withstand the Germans' relentless counterattacks. As the soldiers in the second and third trenches regained their composure, they organized a charge to the first trench to suppress the German onslaught. The fierce gunfire continued from morning until night. With the onset of darkness, the cannon fire finally ceased, and it seemed the Germans, unable to breach the defenses, retreated like a receding tide. Sighs of relief escaped many soldiers who, utterly exhausted, collapsed in the trench to rest, disregarding their appearances. Gary leaned against the trench wall, motionless, feeling as though he were dead. Experiencing such a brutal, high-stakes war for the first time, He felt an unprecedented fatigue, particularly in his mental state, which had plummeted to its nadir. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he gazed at the severed limbs and dismembered bodies strewn about the trench. Don't force yourself. You'll feel better if you let it out, Sergeant Fury advised gently. Unable to hold back any longer, Gary retched, grateful that he had not eaten all day, as only bile emerged. Fury shook his head, incredulous at Gary's state, realizing it was indeed his first experience of war. Have a sip of water, Fury offered, handing him a canteen. Gary accepted without hesitation and drank deeply. After quenching his thirst, he felt significantly better. You've performed remarkably for your first time on the front lines, especially in such a large-scale conflict. Without you, many of these rookies would likely not have survived. I shall recommend you for commendation to the commander, Fury praised. Thank you. Just being alive feels like a stroke of luck, Gary replied. Chapter 006, The Raid Mission. Minghui Community. During a brief respite, Gary's consciousness returned to Luo Hua. Instantly, his wearied spirit felt a sense of relief. This was indeed a commendable method for alleviating stress. Luo Hua splashed some water on his face and managed a wry smile. The battlefield was far more brutal than the scenes portrayed in films, beyond physical pain. It relentlessly shattered and tormented one's mental fortitude. Xiaohua, don't overexert yourself. If you're well, let Qin Ma take you out for a stroll. Gong Xinlan softly suggested at mealtime. Since leaving the hospital, Luo Hua had remained cooped up in his room, and she worried that this could lead to problems, especially since he used to occasionally venture out. Luo Hua lifted his head and smiled. Mom, I'm fine, just a bit busy these days. Luo Feng, aware of his brother's knack for stock trading, speculated that he might have been preoccupied with investments lately and didn't think much of it. After finishing dinner, Luo Hua returned to his room. He had managed to justify his actions thus far, but this could not continue indefinitely. His fingers tapped lightly on the computer. There were still 2 years until the end of World War II in the Marvel timeline, and clearly, he could not remain on the battlefield forever. He needed to devise a way to extricate himself swiftly. According to the film's narrative, Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter would be arriving at the front lines, primarily to combat the Hydra faction within the German forces, which was largely comprised of agents. Before Schmidt and Dr. Zola developed the Tesseract weapon, Hydra's focus was primarily on intelligence gathering and sabotage. With this in mind, Luo Hua felt he needed to elevate his profile. At the very least, he must demonstrate his value to gain the attention of Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter. Frontline battlefield. Utilizing his progressively enhanced physical prowess, Gary wielded a Maxim machine gun, harvesting the lives of German soldiers like a harbinger of death. He resembled a mobile war machine, running toward the greatest points of pressure. Following closely behind was Sergeant Fury, acting as a bulletproof aide, continuously reloading the machine gun. Gary, the number of German soldiers you've taken down these past few days surpasses that of many seasoned veterans over several years. You're practically a monster, Fury exclaimed, having expressed such disbelief numerous times. Before enlisting, I spent some time at a martial arts school in Chinatown, where I learned a form of combat that strengthens the body. Gary would explain each time. Fury, filled with envy, remarked, no wonder. Chinese martial arts are indeed formidable. I'd love to learn from you when you have the time. Fury was genuinely delighted and ceased his complaints about the heavy ammunition. Over the course of several days, the whole camp became aware of Gary's prowess. Many officers sang his praises, for he had saved numerous lives. Temporary command post at the frontline camp. Brett perused John Gary's profile, and after a moment, looked up to say, Gary, Colonel Phillips once told me that among this batch of rookies, Hodges was the standout performer, advising me to keep an eye on him. But it seems Phillips' judgment may not be as keen as I thought. Sir, within the rookie training camp, Hodges did indeed achieve the highest scores. Gary replied, standing tall. The battlefield is not a training camp. Here, there are no scores, only military merit. Brett shook his head and continued, under normal circumstances, I would retain such a fine soldier, but the pressure from Phillips is greater, and the task is more critical. Therefore, after careful consideration, I have decided to assign you to Phillips, where you will bear more significant responsibilities. At another temporary camp outside the frontline combat zone. Carter, have we cleared out those intelligence operatives infiltrating our ranks? Colonel Phillips inquired as he walked. Agent Carter, clad in a military coat, replied, Yes, sir. They have all been neutralized. Additionally, we have gained intelligence on several key military encampments deployed by Hydra at the front. At this, Colonel Phillips halted, turning to ask, Where's the map? Carter promptly retrieved and handed over the map. After reviewing it, Colonel Phillips instructed, Notify all unit commanders to convene an emergency meeting at the command post. Meanwhile, as Colonel Phillips called the meeting, Gary arrived at the temporary camp via vehicle. accompanied by 6 other soldiers who had also distinguished themselves on the battlefield, including Nick Fury. Just as they disembarked, Agent Carter approached them. "Gary, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Congratulations on surviving the battlefield," Carter said with a smile. "Agent Carter, it's too early for congratulations," Gary replied, shaking her hand. The other soldiers stepped forward to greet Carter in turn. "You've arrived just in time. The camp is in need of personnel, and I suspect you will soon receive your orders." Indeed, by evening, Colonel Phillips issued a mission to raid the Hydra military encampment stationed at the front. The current mission holds paramount importance. Not only must we dismantle the military encampment, but we must also seize the latest weaponry plans crafted by Hydra. Thus, I shall personally lead the team during this operation, Agent Carter stated slowly after gathering Gary and the others. Nick Fury cast a glance over their numbers, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. "Captain Carter, you cannot be serious. Are we merely a handful set to raid multiple military outposts?" "Certainly not," she replied. "The task of storming the encampments will be undertaken by other units. Our small group's primary objective is to intercept Hydra's latest weapon plans." Agent Carter surveyed Gary and the other 6, continuing, "You are all elite soldiers who have excelled on the front lines. I trust that this mission will not lead to disappointment. We vow to fulfill the mission," Gary and the others declared in unison. Satisfied, Agent Carter nodded. "Excellent. Let us proceed." Under the cloak of night, their fully armed team swiftly boarded military vehicles, arriving soon at a forested area. "Once we cross this hill, we shall reach the rear of the encampment. When the frontline forces initiate a large-scale assault, we will receive a signal," she instructed. Abandoning their vehicles, Carter led Gary and the others through the wooded terrain, maneuvering to the rear of the military camp established by the German Hydra division. Compared to the front, the defenses at the rear were alarmingly lax. Apart from a few soldiers stationed at lookout towers, occasionally scanning the surroundings with searchlights, there was hardly any patrolling. As for the perimeter, there were no defensive turrets whatsoever. After all, the camp's rear was situated at the foot of a mountain. They had little reason to suspect that a significant enemy force could scale the heights to launch an attack from behind. Even if a small group managed to circumvent their defenses, it posed little threat. These fools are indeed overconfident. Such an important encampment, and their defenses are so feeble. Fury remarked disdainfully as he observed the camp below. Gary squinted, assessing the situation beneath him. His enhanced physique granted him superior eyesight, enabling him to discern distant details even in the darkness. He noted that behind the lookout towers, artillery pieces were stationed every 10 meters, each manned by a soldier. They are not merely arrogant. This apparent laxity in defense is but a facade, Gary stated. His words caught Fury and the others off guard. Even Agent Carter, the temporary team leader, turned to Gary, contemplating how this newcomer to the battlefield had deduced such a possibility. The intelligence maps indicated that this military encampment served as a secret stronghold for Hydra, through which many of their latest weapon developments were funneled to frontline conflict zones. "Gary, are you suggesting they have hidden sentries?" Fury, being a seasoned veteran, quickly connected the dots. Just as Gary was about to respond, the sky above the encampment suddenly erupted with the illumination of a flare. An urgent alarm blared from within the camp, followed by the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Quickly, enemy attack. A multitude of German soldiers surged forth from the armory and barracks. Witnessing this, Agent Carter signaled her team, and as the searchlight of the watchtower swung towards the front of the camp, they swiftly advanced to the rear fence. "There is no time to investigate the positions of their hidden artillery. We must draw their fire," she urged, cutting a hole in the wire fence. Almost immediately, shots rang out, and the soldiers atop the watchtower tumbled down. "There's someone here," several German soldiers shouted in their native tongue. In the blink of an eye, 2 artillery pieces adjacent to a row of vehicles shifted their targeting. Boom, boom. 2 shells landed squarely in the vicinity of the fence. Gary and his team had already taken cover beneath the watchtower. "The presence of artillery behind us complicates matters." Agent Carter's expression grew serious. Fury and the others realized that to reach the armory, they would have to cross the exposed artillery. "You provide cover fire while I rush in and neutralize those 2 artillery pieces," Gary suggested after gauging the distance between the watchtower and the artillery, estimating it to be nearly 100 meters. With his current capabilities, he could sprint at a speed of over 20 meters per second, meaning he would reach the artillery in a mere 4 or 5 seconds. Fury's eyes widened as he stared at Gary. "Are you insane? Those artillery pieces could obliterate you in an instant." "Whether I survive depends on your support," Gary quipped, shrugging nonchalantly. The other soldiers fell silent, fully aware that this was a nearly impossible task. "Carter, how confident are you in this plan?" Fury pressed urgently. Before she could respond, Carter interrupted. Gary, you must understand that this is not a training exercise. Boom, boom. The artillery continued to rain down, oblivious to Gary and his team's position. Captain, if we hesitate any longer, we may find ourselves dining in an enemy POW camp, Gary remarked, noticing a squad of German soldiers advancing toward them. Upon hearing this, a glint of determination crossed Carter's typically stern face. Cover him, she commanded. Fury shook his head. Hey, Gary, good luck. Take care. Those artillery pieces are not blind. Gary replied with a smirk. Agent Carter opened fire, revealing their position, then quickly repositioned. The shells soon struck the watchtower. Seizing the moment, Gary burst forth. Moving like a cheetah in full sprint, covering the distance between the watchtower and the artillery in mere seconds. Before the soldiers manning the artillery could react, Gary pulled the pin from a grenade and hurled it over the artillery. Boom. The closest artillery piece was instantly rendered useless. The soldiers at the other artillery, realizing the danger too late, found themselves unable to respond in time. Boom. Another artillery piece was destroyed. Stop him! Stop him! The approaching German soldiers shouted frantically. Gunfire erupted, but their shots only struck Gary's shadow. Leaping to the side of a military truck, Gary used its cover to return fire. With his enhanced physical abilities, his marksmanship had improved significantly, akin to that of a sharpshooter. In less than 10 seconds, the entire squad of German soldiers lay lifeless. Agent Carter and the others stared at Gary, eyes wide in astonishment as if witnessing a marvel. Fury's mouth hung agape, while he was aware of Gary's strength. Capable of effortlessly wielding a Maxim machine gun, he had not anticipated such incredible speed. Hey, Captain, Fury, if you keep standing there in shock, the enemy will escape. Gary called out, breaking their stupor. Hearing his words, Carter and the others snapped back to reality and rushed over from the watchtower. Gary, you are even stronger than Steve, Carter remarked, her gaze appraising him intently. Having witnessed Steve post serum, she felt Gary's recent display of strength surpassed even that. Gary, you must teach me how to fight, Fury exclaimed excitedly. Fight? What do you mean? Carter and the others looked at Fury in confusion. Gary shook his head. Now is not the time for such discussions. Our priority is to complete the mission. Meanwhile, the main force's assault on the front of the camp had achieved success. The retreating German soldiers hurriedly returned. Among them, several men, clearly distinguishable from the soldiers, swiftly made their way back to the warehouse entrance and declared, blow this place up, destroy all supplies, and leave nothing for the enemy. Hearing this order, the German-speaking Agent Carter's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, they intend to blow up the warehouse. We must stop them. Upon hearing this, Fury and the others immediately dashed out from the cover of the truck and opened fire. As seasoned veterans of the battlefield, their marksmanship was precise. And in the sudden ambush, the men at the warehouse entrance were caught off guard and swiftly eliminated. However, one of them managed to slip into the warehouse. As the sound of gunfire echoed, the retreating German soldiers surged towards the scene. I'll hold them off. Captain, Fury, you and the others handle that guy in the warehouse. Gary shouted urgently. Leave two to assist Gary. The rest, follow me inside, Carter decisively commanded. Boom. As a horde of German soldiers advanced, Gary hurled 2 grenades. And amidst the ensuing explosions, he quickly dashed to a nearby machine gun nest and set it up to unleash a barrage of fire. The hail of bullets poured down upon the German soldiers like a torrent. Though many fell, they retaliated swiftly. Gary, however, executed a roll and took cover behind another barricade. At that moment, the assault team surged forward, and with their overwhelming numbers, the skirmish swiftly came to an end. Sighing with relief, Gary made his way to the warehouse. Not long after entering, he spotted Carter and Fury, beside whom lay a corpse, clearly the individual who had initially fled to the warehouse. However, only Carter and Fury remained of the 4 who had entered. As Gary approached them, he noticed a crate filled with blue, cube-shaped energy crystals, while another crate brimmed with futuristic weaponry. Chapter 008. Gary's speculation, this must be the latest weapon developed by Hydra, Carter remarked, his usually composed face now etched with seriousness. Nick Fury's tone turned somber as he added, it was this kind of weapon that turned Oni to dust. As he spoke, a flicker of fear gleamed in his eyes. Gary's eyes widened in shock, not at Fury's revelation, for he was already aware of the energy weapon's formidable power, but rather by the peculiar sensation he felt emanating from the pale blue energy cubes. This peculiar wave was reminiscent of something he had sensed during his consciousness traversing between 2 worlds, albeit in a vague and indistinct manner. Yet now, the energy cubes radiated an unusually clear and potent vibration. Taking a deep breath, Gary's mind raced. These energy cubes must have been extracted by Dr. Zola from the cosmic cube, which essentially is a space gem. Consequently, the waves they emitted likely represented spatial energy fluctuations. If one were to apply the terminology from the swallowing stars universe, these fluctuations could be interpreted as the vibrations of spatial laws. Logically, though I have absorbed cosmic energy, my strength is barely on par with a martial artist, and I shouldn't be capable of sensing the vibrations of spatial laws. However, my consciousness can traverse two worlds, and perhaps my soul has undergone a transformation, enabling me to perceive the spatial law fluctuations emanating from the energy cubes with such clarity. Upon this realization, his eyes lit up. Yes, it must be so. It is the only explanation that makes sense. As a seasoned reader of countless web novels and a time traveler, Gary's imagination was quite expansive, leading him to this conclusion almost instantaneously. However, for now, it remained mere speculation. Only by elevating his power to a certain level or obtaining a secret technique to cultivate space could he validate it. Other than these two crates, everything else must be destroyed. We need to evacuate immediately. The German forces will react swiftly to this large-scale assault. Carter's voice jolted Gary from his thoughts. Fury could not help but interject, "Captain, these supplies are significant. Do we really have to obliterate everything?" Carter turned, not sparing a glance, and replied, "If you wish to linger here and transport them slowly, I assure you, by tomorrow, you'll find yourself in an enemy POW camp." "I was merely jesting," Fury quickly retorted. At the temporary frontline camp, Colonel Phillips regarded the two crates brought from the enemy warehouse in silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "We must destroy the factories producing these weapons. Otherwise, the situation on the battlefield will shift rapidly. Carter, this task falls to you. Is that acceptable?" "I assure you, the mission will be accomplished." Colonel Phillips nodded approvingly. "Excellent. I shall dispatch the finest soldiers to assist you." "Sir, the team accompanying me on this operation, Gary, Fury, and the others, are quite capable, especially Gary. Without him, we would not have intercepted these two crucial crates," Carter remarked. "Gary? That name sounds familiar." Colonel Phillips directed his gaze towards Carter. "He is a candidate for the Super Soldier program," Carter replied hastily. "What about Hodge? Wasn't he performing the best?" Colonel Phillips inquired, puzzled. According to Colonel Bright, Gary has exhibited exceptional performance on the front lines, having eliminated many enemy combatants, and is already worthy of a promotion, Carter conveyed Bright's assessment. Colonel Phillips raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Bright seldom praises anyone. Have him deliver Gary's record of achievements to me." "Yes, sir." Early the next morning, Carter approached Gary with news that Colonel Phillips wished to see him. Upon entering the makeshift command tent, Gary saw Colonel Phillips holding a stack of documents. Without lifting his gaze, Colonel Phillips began. "John Gary, born in 1922, passed the physical examination in the recruiting department at this year's World Expo, joined the Strategic Scientific Department, and during basic training, performed adequately. Subsequently assigned to the 102nd Regiment, within just 4 or 5 days, he killed over 300 enemy soldiers, saved more than 100 comrades, and assisted in reclaiming numerous positions. His military achievements are exceptional." Having concluded, he finally looked up at Gary and continued, "John Gary, I am very curious to know how you accomplished this. Of course, you have the right to choose not to answer. Alternatively, you may fabricate a compelling reason." Gary offered a wry smile, pondering before responding, "I once trained in martial arts under an Eastern master." "Chinese Kung Fu?" Colonel Phillips asked, astonished. "Yes." Colonel Phillips could not contain his curiosity. "Is it feasible to promote this within the military?" "Quite difficult, and it requires a long accumulation of practice." "Then never mind." "Chinese Kung Fu remains quite remarkable," Colonel Phillips mused, then added, "You must have also seen those weapons last night. Should Hydra produce them in large quantities, the dynamics of war will undergo a complete transformation. Therefore, Gary, I would like you to collaborate with Agent Carter on a critical mission. I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Gary stood tall, his expression resolute. "I have faith that you will excel," Colonel Phillips said, a hint of a smile creasing his weathered face. "However, prior to that, your rank should be elevated." As he exited the command tent, Gary found himself in possession of a private first-class insignia. This was, indeed, unexpected. After all, he had only recently joined the military, and even with exceptional achievements, it seemed improbable to leapfrog directly to a non-commissioned officer rank. Infiltrating the headquarters of the German Hydra Division to obtain intelligence on the weapon factories, then destroying those factories. This was no small task and exceedingly perilous. Perhaps this private first-class insignia served as a consolation prize. Upon returning to the military dormitory, Gary toyed with the badge in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely what he desired, after all. Compared to the brutal warfare at the front lines, operating behind enemy lines afforded him a degree of temporal freedom. Gary, it seems you have accepted the mission assigned to you by Colonel Phillips, remarked Agent Carter as she entered. She cast a glance at the badge in Gary's hand and continued with a smile. When do we depart? Gary nodded and inquired. When do we set off? Leaning against the door frame, Carter replied. If all goes according to plan, we can leave tomorrow once our pilot arrives. That means you have one more day to rest. Sounds rather splendid, Gary chuckled. According to the film's narrative, the mission was initially to be executed by Steve and his assembled Howling Commandos, following the acquisition of intelligence regarding the weapons factory's layout. However, circumstances had evidently shifted. His appearance the previous night had prevented Hydra agents from destroying the weapons depot, allowing Colonel Phillips to learn of Hydra's latest armaments. Thus, this crucial task emerged. The morning after the raid on the frontline military encampment, Schmidt received the news. He entered the laboratory, observing the bustling Dr. Zola, and inquired, Zola, how is the stability of the energy cube progressing? It is still undergoing testing. I estimate it will stabilize within 2 months, Dr. Zola responded. 2 months? Schmidt squinted, slowly declaring, our adversaries will not afford us such time. I intend to deploy it on the battlefield tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? Dr. Zola was taken aback, quickly expressing concern. The energy cube is not yet stable. Large-scale usage could be perilous. Schmidt waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Progress in this world always demands a cost. Chapter 009. Persuading Fury to practice stances in Yangzhou City. In the Mingyue community, having enjoyed a day of rest, Gary's consciousness directly shifted to Luo Hua. You two brothers are busier than ever. I've called for you several times with no reply, remarked Gong Xinlan during mealtime. They are grown-ups now, with their own affairs. Spare them the complaints, Luo Hongwa interjected. Gong Xinlan shot him a glare. Even so, they must eat. Luo Hongwa fell silent, focusing on his meal. Luo Feng and Luo Hua exchanged awkward glances before returning to their food. Eat more, Gong Xinlan urged, adding a piece of meat to each of their plates. Qinma, please bring over the fish soup. After dinner, Luo Feng suddenly suggested, Luo Hua, let us go for a walk. All right. With that, Luo Feng pushed the wheelchair out of the villa. Crazy man, it's rare to see you out. Take my brother for a stroll. Greeted several martial artists along the way, as the title Crazy Man still held some renown in Mingyue community. Upon reaching a bench by the park, Luo Feng halted. Sitting down and saying, Luo Hua, have you not contacted Zhen Nen in quite some time? Brother, Luo Hua began to ask how he knew, but Luo Feng interrupted him. Gazing earnestly at him, Zhen Nen has visited the community several times. I initially thought you had come to terms, but it seems you still fear confronting her. Brother, my relationship with Xiaonan is not as you perceive. Luo Hua faltered, unsure how to explain. For he could not confess that he was not the real Luo Hua. Actually, I shouldn't intrude on your personal matters, but Xiaonan is genuinely a good girl. I can see she sincerely cares for you, Luo Feng said softly. Luo Hua fell silent. These past days, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Gary and had scarcely pondered these feelings, but now he was compelled to confront them. I will handle it properly. I believe in you, Luo Feng responded, rising to continue pushing Luo Hua along. Returning to his room after 9 o'clock that evening, Luo Hua contemplated and ultimately decided to call Zhen Nan. However, she immediately hung up the call, soon sending a video request. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Hua accepted. The screen revealed a delicate girl with slightly swollen eyes, clearly fatigued and showing signs of sleeplessness, perhaps influenced by remnants of the original's emotions. Luo Hua felt a pang in his heart. Xiaohua, are you still angry with me? No, I was just in a dark place. Xiaonan, I'm sorry for troubling you these past days, Luo Hua said, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Zhen Nin could no longer contain her tears, which flowed freely. After Luo Hua offered several comforting words, she gradually ceased her weeping, a smile returning to her face. Xiaonan, since I left the hospital, I have been rather drowsy, sometimes. When you call, I may not hear it. Preparing for the acceptance of Zhen Nan, Luo Hua made sure to alleviate any worries or doubts she might harbor. Why don't you go get checked at the hospital? Zhen Nan urged. It's nothing serious, just a bit of fatigue, he reassured her. Really nothing? Really, I'm quite well. By the way, I have good news. My brother told me he can heal my legs, allowing me to stand again. Luo Hua quickly shifted the topic. Zhen Nan was momentarily stunned, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Xiaohua, is that true? Can your brother really make you stand again? My brother has never lied to me, and as a martial artist, he knows of precious remedies that can restore severed limbs, Luo Hua replied with a smile. That is fantastic. If you can stand again, my parents will absolutely not oppose us, and we can be together openly. Zhen Nan was even more thrilled than when Luo Hua initially received the news. Noticing her joy, Luo Hua cautioned, Xiaonan, let us keep this matter to ourselves for now. Don't worry, I want to say a word. Zhen Nan nodded earnestly. As they reconciled, the conversation gradually flowed more freely. Initially focused on Luo Hua, he eventually steered the discussion towards Zhen Nan's university life. Having absorbed the original's memories, Luo Hua was aware that he had always yearned for the experiences of Zhen Nan's campus life. Thus, their chats often revolved around such topics. They conversed until midnight, when Zhen Nan reluctantly ended the video call. Xiaonan, let us keep a low profile for now. We mustn't let your parents find out. Once I can stand again, I will personally take your hand and walk up to them. Luo Hua stated earnestly. I will wait for that day, she replied. Having resolved matters with Zhen Nan, Luo Hua exhaled deeply. This chapter was finally coming to a close. To become a martial artist, he would have to wait until Luo Feng achieved the status of an invincible warrior. At the temporary frontline camp, as Gary's consciousness returned, he felt his stomach rumble. Here, there's some food left, Nick Fury said, passing a military ration box to Gary as he awoke. Thank you, Gary said, not hesitating to devour the contents ravenously. Leaning against the head of the bed with his arms crossed, Fury smirked. You sleep like the dead. I suspect even if a shell fell beside you, you wouldn't wake. If a shell were to fall while I was sleeping, I'd rather remain asleep than wake up, Gary chuckled. Fury was momentarily at a loss for words. Fury, don't tell me you're also participating in the mission, Gary remarked after finishing his meal with a burp. Fury shrugged nonchalantly. Someone has to replenish your ammunition, right? Fury, you must understand the dangers of this mission. Gary couldn't help but exclaim. So, you'd better teach me how to fight soon, Fury quipped half-jokingly. Gary shook his head, setting down the ration box and standing up. Let us go. Go where? Fury was taken aback. Aren't you eager to learn to fight? No way, Gary, we're departing tomorrow. Fury rolled his eyes, realizing he had merely jested. However, Gary did not cease his steps, continuing as he remarked. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, sharpening the spear just before battle is still effective. Dante dawdle, hasten your pace. Very well. I hope it instills a modicum of courage within me. In the woods outside the military camp, Gary assumed a horse stance, demonstrating basic boxing techniques to Nick Fury. This is the horse stance, a fundamental posture, the very bedrock of all martial arts. Fury, with a skeptical expression, inquired, Gary, is this truly beneficial? Boom. No sooner had Fury spoken than Gary's fist struck a tree with a resounding thud. Instantly, the tree began to topple. Witnessing this spectacle, Fury's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my God, that's incredible, he exclaimed, then eagerly asked, if I were to practice, how long would it take for me to reach such proficiency? At least 3 to 5 years to start, Gary replied nonchalantly. What, 3 to 5 years? Fury's excitement was promptly doused with cold water. He shook his head vigorously, saying, forget it, I lack that kind of patience. Gary glanced at Fury. Are you truly giving up? Boom. Another tree succumbed to Gary's powerful blow. Well, I shall contemplate it further, Fury said, staring in disbelief. Chapter 010. Farewell to Steve. After an afternoon spent honing the horse stance and basic boxing techniques, Gary commenced his evening practice of the 5 hearts towards heaven. With ample time at his disposal, he was determined not to squander it. However, in contrast to his initial experience, his rate of absorbing cosmic energy had slowed. After 10 minutes of absorption, his cells reached saturation. The guiding technique is considerably more potent than the gene primordial cultivation method, yet regrettably, it can only be acquired by joining various martial arts schools or underground alliances. After completing his training, Gary lay on his bed in contemplation. Although Luo Feng practiced the guiding technique, the principles of the latter would undoubtedly remain undisclosed, even to me, as his brother. Thus, Gary had never contemplated this avenue. There's no rush. My physical fitness should now closely approximate that of a martial artist, and according to the Marvel Universe's parameters, it seems that Steve's strength, post-serum injection, also aligns with this caliber. Consequently, the forthcoming circumstances shall be sufficiently manageable for me, perhaps influenced by the original character Luo Hua's demeanor. Gary had grown increasingly composed compared to his past life, approaching problems with patience and calmness. The following morning, upon regaining consciousness from Luo Hua's body, Gary exited the barracks. Just then, Fury approached, his expression unusually grave. What's the matter? Has something occurred? Gary inquired. Gary, the situation has changed, Fury replied in a somber tone. Those damned Hydra operatives have dispatched a unit fully equipped with energy weapons. Within just an hour, we lost the majority of our frontline positions. and the coalition soldiers suffered significant casualties, many of whom were captured. One squad is heading directly for our camp. Commander Phillips has dispatched over 200 soldiers to resist, but only 50 have returned alive. Upon hearing this, Gary gasped. When did this happen? At 5 in the morning. Those wretched foes possessed such formidable weaponry and executed a lightning assault, catching our coalition forces completely off guard. Had it not been for that, we wouldn't have lost so much ground in such a short span. Fury seethed, his expression reflecting a fervent desire to confront the enemy. At that moment, Carter hurried over. Gary, Fury, the infiltration mission has been temporarily shelved. The troops must retreat to the rear for regrouping. With that, Carter swiftly departed. Gary stood momentarily stunned, while Fury patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Come on, let us tidy up. We'll strike back eventually." Shortly thereafter, the temporary frontline camp began its withdrawal. Gary and Fury sat in a military truck, enveloped in silence, as did the other soldiers, their spirits evidently dampened, stunned by the onslaught. After all, conventional firearms and energy weapons are not of the same caliber. Moreover, the sudden attack left many units unprepared, especially upon witnessing comrades obliterated by energy blasts, which naturally instilled fear. In such circumstances, morale invariably plummeted, prompting the higher-ups to order a retreat for reorganization. A week later, outside the temporary camp, Gary resumed his horse stance, delivering punch after punch. Nearby, Nick Fury mimicked him, though he appeared considerably less adept, his body swaying considerably while punching. Do not rush. The essence of boxing lies in its foundation. If your base is unstable, the punches you deliver will lack power, Gary remarked with measured calmness, as Fury had begun training alongside him after their retreat. Over the past few days, Fury had indeed managed to imitate Gary's stance. You two seem to have ample leisure. A voice interjected, and soon Carter, clad in military attire, approached. Fury promptly ceased his training, asking, "Captain Carter, do we have a mission?" "Not at present," Carter replied. Shaking her head, Fury's face fell, disappointment washing over him as he self-deprecatingly remarked, "The commander hasn't forgotten about us, has she?" "You're overthinking," Carter replied blandly. "Every soldier has his duty." "What's our duty?" "Eating and sleeping." "Oh, were it not for this uniform, I might almost forget I'm a soldier," Fury retorted. Carter regarded Fury seriously, stating, "Sergeant, mind your attitude. While others are out there risking their lives, I'm here sleeping and eating. And you expect me to maintain my demeanor?" Fury snapped, his frustration palpable. After days of idleness, he had indeed grown weary of it. After all, he had enlisted not to lounge at the rear. "Fury," Gary interjected. But Carter waved her hand, continuing, "In the past few days, our intelligence division in the rear has incurred substantial costs to ascertain Hydra's weapons factory headquarters, and the hostages they have captured have been relocated there as well." Pausing briefly, she turned to Fury and added, "So, you may continue to defy me, but once a mission arises, I believe you will find yourself better suited to sleeping and eating." Upon hearing this, Fury's demeanor shifted dramatically. He immediately transformed his anger into joviality, grinning. "Captain, I was merely joking." "I hope so," Carter replied, rolling her eyes. She then moved beside Gary, saying, "Tomorrow, new recruits will arrive at the camp, and Steve, responsible for morale, will deliver a speech." "You mean, Steve will be here tomorrow?" Gary exclaimed joyfully. Carter nodded. "Indeed, but his time is limited. He'll only stay for an hour. It's been a while since I last saw him. I wonder how he is faring." Gary expressed, though inwardly he mused, "Tomorrow marks the beginning of Steve's journey to becoming Captain America." Carter smiled, upon seeing him. "I suspect you will be quite taken aback." "Is that so?" "I eagerly anticipate it." The next day, with the arrival of new recruits, the camp buzzed with activity once more. However, as intelligence operatives assigned to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Gary and Fury remained relatively idle. After practicing their punches, they made their way to the makeshift podium. "Gary, you're not telling me that the fellow with stars on his chest, wielding a shield, is your training camp comrade Steve, are you?" Gary chuckled. "That would be him." At that moment, Steve stood upon the platform, addressing the assembly. "Are you ready to join me in taking down Hitler?" As his words echoed, the throng of new recruits remained unresponsive. "Well then, are there any volunteers?" Steve asked awkwardly. "If there are no volunteers, what are we here for?" Someone shouted. Laughter erupted among the new recruits. "We want to see the ladies." Another voice chimed in. Soon, the new recruits collectively began chanting, "We want to see dancing girls. I suspect they'll only sing one song, but let us see what I can do." Steve appeared flustered. "Go on, sweetheart. Nice boots." "Fairy," some soldiers jeered. "Captain, please sign here." Suddenly, a soldier stood up, removing his trousers. Steve wore an expression of exasperation. "Get out of here. A group of soldiers began to jeer and throw objects. Observing this scene, Fury shrugged and remarked, "It seems your friend is not particularly well-liked. Go on, he could use some comfort right now." As Steve made his way backstage, Fury continued. Chapter 011, Departure. Gary did not rush over until a light rain began to fall, slowly making his way along the corridor of the podium to stand behind Steve. "Hey, Steve." Hearing the familiar voice, Steve turned his head. "Gary?" he exclaimed, rising in surprise. Gary smiled, extending his arms as he approached for a brief embrace. "What are you doing here?" Steve asked, genuinely astonished. "I've been accompanying the troops in the rear these past few days. Instructor Carter informed me that you would be here for the promotion today." With a shrug, Gary added, "So, I came over, but I almost didn't recognize you." Steve chuckled. "I suppose that could be a side effect of the serum." "That side effect is indeed enviable," Gary said with a shrug, before adding, "Your performance just now was quite impressive." Steve shook his head in resignation. "Gary, even you are teasing me now." "Steve, you should know that I don't mean it that way." Gary waved his hand dismissively. "I know," Steve sighed, gazing out at the drizzling rain before sitting back down at the edge of the stage. "My long-held dream was to serve my country on foreign battlefields. At the front lines. Now that wish has come true, yet here I am, clad in a tight suit, performing like a circus rat." Gary squatted down, patting Steve's shoulder in consolation. "Steve, I know you are capable of so much more than this." "Gary, you don't need to comfort me. General Phillips has never been optimistic about me. Even after my successful serum injection, he still wants to confine me to the laboratory." Just then, an ambulance truck screeched to a halt nearby, with several soldiers shouting, "Quick, save them, save them." It seemed they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Gary's gaze shifted for a moment, but he quickly returned to focus on Steve, asking earnestly, "Do you remember what I said the night before you entered the Super Soldier program?" "I remember. You expressed your eagerness to join me on the battlefield." Steve nodded, though his spirits soon dampened. "But now Gary interrupted. "Schmidt has dispatched a unit armed with powerful energy weapons. The losses among the frontline soldiers have been catastrophic. They are either killed or captured, including the 107th Infantry." 107th Infantry? Steve couldn't help but inquire. "Yes. You once mentioned that your childhood friend Bucky is in the 107th Infantry, so I paid extra attention," Gary stated solemnly. "What about Bucky? How is he now?" Steve pressed urgently. "I'm not sure. General Phillips is handling that aspect," Gary replied, though he was aware that Bucky was imprisoned at the Hydra headquarters factory. Knowledge he should not possess, given his current status. Steve sprang to his feet. "Let us go find Colonel Phillips." Before long, the two arrived at the command tent of the camp. "Oh, if it isn't the ambitious man with stars on his chest. What do you plan to do today?" Colonel Phillips sneered upon seeing Steve Rogers. "Colonel Phillips, I want the casualty list from the Battle of Bolzano," Steve said anxiously. Phillips coldly replied, "You have no right to command me, kid." Steve took a breath. "I just want to know about Sergeant James Barnes from the 107th Infantry." Upon hearing this, Phillips glanced at Gary, stating, "I'll settle accounts with you later. Please tell me he's still alive, Bar. I know how to fight." Phillips shot a chilling glare at Steve. Rising from his seat, "I've signed many condolence letters today. I can't recall all the names, but that one, I'm afraid I remember it." Steve's face paled slightly, and he fought back tears. "What about the others? Are you planning to rescue them?" "Of course, but we must prioritize the bigger picture. If you know where they are." "Then why?" Phillips interrupted coldly. "They are 30 miles behind enemy lines, in the most heavily fortified area in Europe. To rescue them would mean risking even more lives." He looked at Steve with derision. "I don't expect you to understand this, as you are merely a dancing clown." "I believe I can understand," Steve replied earnestly. "Then go understand elsewhere. If I recall correctly, you need to be somewhere else in 30 minutes. Suddenly, Steve's gaze flicked to the map. "Yes, sir." With that, he turned and exited the command tent. Gary quickly followed. "Steve, if we want to rescue them, we'd better find some help." "Gary, wait." Steve halted, fully grasping the implication of Gary's words. "Steve, we agreed to fight side by side. Are you really planning to leave me behind?" Gary smiled. Steve felt a surge of gratitude, but he still said, "Gary, I don't want you to take this risk with me. If I were you, I wouldn't waste time here." Gary shook his head. "Let us go find Instructor Carter. I'm sure she will help us." When Carter heard their intentions, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you both insane? That's the most heavily guarded area of the enemy." "Captain, if we want to obtain the intelligence map of the weapons factory, we must take this risk at least once," Gary interjected. "This is an opportunity. With Steve, me, and Fury, we can infiltrate the rear and surely accomplish the mission." Carter was somewhat swayed. She knew that Steve, having received the serum, far exceeded ordinary men, and she had witnessed Gary's capabilities firsthand. "What is your plan? Go through Austria?" "If possible, Gary and Steve sighed in relief, knowing that Carter had agreed to their rescue mission. Carter took a deep breath and frowned. Plans need time. To succeed in infiltrating, everything must be meticulously arranged. If we wait until the plan is ready, it will be too late. But Colonel, we must act quickly, Steve insisted. Carter paused, not understanding why Steve was so anxious. Gary explained, Sergeant Barnes, Steve's best friend, is over there. Carter understood now. All right, but we at least need a pilot. Moments later, in a military jeep, Nick Fury excitedly said, Gary, your friend's plan is quite appealing to me, haha. Fury, we're going to rescue people, not attend a banquet, Gary retorted, exasperated. I know, I'm just bored out of my mind. Finally, I can stretch my legs, and this time I'll make sure to send those bastards straight to hell. Steve looked at Fury, unable to suppress a whisper. Gary, are you sure he is a good ally? Well, I'm beginning to have my doubts too. Chapter 012. Infiltrating the Valkyrie factory. The four of them sat in the vehicle, and before long, they arrived at the makeshift military airfield near the Italian battlefront. This is Howard Stark. Our ability to safely fly over Hydra's headquarters depends on him. Carter quickly found Stark at the airfield and introduced him to Gary and the others. Gary extended his hand. Mr. Stark, I'm John Gary. I saw you at the World Expo. You were the pilot during the last transport for the 102nd. Ever since joining the Strategic Science Division, I've taken on some labor. Stark quipped, shaking Gary's hand. Nick Fury and Stark also exchanged greetings. When can we take off? Steve was familiar with Stark, so there was no need for introductions. He simply inquired. Before Stark could respond, Carter interjected, we must fly over the heavily guarded European battlefield, so we can only take off at night. Unless you wish to be turned into a sieve mid-air. Very well, let it be night then. I hope we can make it in time, Steve sighed in resignation. Steve, trust me, Bucky is definitely still alive. Gary stepped forward to offer comfort. Steve nodded, I firmly believe that. That evening, inside the aircraft, Carter studied the map intently, stating, Hydra's headquarters is located at Klausberg, nestled between two mountain ranges. It resembles a massive factory. At that moment, Stark, seated at the controls, remarked, I will deliver you to the doorstep, as close to the target as possible. You will face considerable trouble upon landing. Steve furrowed his brow. Aren't you also? Carter shook her head. Gary chuckled and chimed in, we will handle trouble with our guns. They will also resolve matters with their weapons. Carter retorted, exasperated. Fury, positioned next to Steve, patted the shield intended for Steve's use and joked, let us hope it proves somewhat useful. Agent Carter, if you're not in a hurry, I believe we could share a delightful cheese fondue later. Stark smiled. Oh, for heaven's sake, you really know how to enjoy yourselves. Fury couldn't help but comment. Gary glanced at Steve, teasingly adding, I hope we can join you for that fondue. Carter shot daggers at both men, asserting, Stark is the best pilot I've ever seen. Only he would dare to fly in such weather. With him aboard, we are fortunate. Steve paused before continuing. So, are we truly going for fondue? Carter's face twitched. And she ignored him, producing an object and handing it to Gary. This is a transmitter. Activate it when ready, and we will locate you based on the signal. Are you certain this contraption is effective? Steve inquired. He has tested it more times than you've used it. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the aircraft jolted violently as flashes of fire appeared around them. Steve, we must jump now. Gary, already equipped with his parachute, exclaimed. The three of them synchronously approached the aircraft door. Return. We must escort you to the entrance, Carter shouted, bracing herself. Captain Carter, you should turn back quickly. Or you'll miss the fondue, haha? Fury laughed heartily before jumping first. Steve glanced back at Carter and followed suit. Gary. Carter called out just as it was Gary's turn. He turned back. Bring them back safely. Rest assured, not a single one will be lost. Gary grinned before leaping. Boom. Boom. The ground was relentlessly bombarded by energy cannons, while Gary and the others deployed their parachutes, swiftly descending into the nearby jungle. After regrouping, Fury asked, what is the plan? Steve looked to Gary, who, despite being the face of Captain America, had little experience in battle. The factory holds numerous prisoners of war. Fury, you and Steve go rescue them while I search for the map. Additionally, try to avoid gunfire, Gary stated calmly. Steve glanced at his shield. I'm fine with that. This plan is far from ideal, Fury remarked, yet he nodded in agreement. The trio quickly traversed the jungle, arriving at a central road just as several trucks approached. Get on the last one, move quickly. Understood. As the last truck passed before them, they hastened their pace and leaped into the vehicle. In a scene reminiscent of a cinematic moment, the two soldiers inside the truck exchanged bewildered glances at the intruding trio. Hey, fellas, are you getting out yourselves? Or do we need to handle it? Before Fury could finish his sentence, Gary and Steve rushed forward, knocking the two soldiers unconscious and tossing them out of the truck. You two are far too brutal, Fury remarked as Steve positioned his shield behind the vehicle. One soldier lifted the truck's curtain, only to be met with the sight of a star-patterned shield. Bam! Steve knocked him out with the shield, and the trio seized the opportunity to disembark, swiftly moving along the vehicles to a cluster of adjacent low buildings. Climbing onto the buildings, they approached the towering Valkyrie factory, and through the window, Gary spotted the prison cells on the left side. Let us go. The three hurriedly entered through the door. After dispatching the guard at the entrance, they entered the factory. So many energy blocks. If they are transported to the front lines, who knows how many soldiers will suffer? Fury's expression darkened as he observed the array of energy machines surrounding them. Gary kept vigilant, speaking rapidly. Now is not the time for reflection. The holding cells are on the left. Steve, Fury, it's up to you. Okay. Steve and Fury immediately moved left, while Gary ventured right, knowing from the narrative that there was an experimental room on the right side where the intelligence map of the weapons factory could be found. However, compared to the left side, the right was heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible to conceal himself behind the surrounding machinery. Gary boldly revealed himself. Who are you? The sudden appearance of Gary startled the guards, one of whom shouted, Bam! Gary lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent the guard flying. As the nearby guard reacted, he immediately opened fire. Seeing this, Gary quickly rolled aside, evading the energy blast, then retaliated, shooting him down. The gunfire attracted the attention of all the surrounding guards. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gary charged forward while firing, the bullets claiming the lives of the encroaching guards like a harbinger of death. Beep beep. Inside the Valkyrie factory, the piercing alarm blared. The sound of numerous guards' footsteps echoed from outside, but soon thereafter, the sound of gunfire rang out. Steve and Fury are quick on their feet. Gary smiled as he quickened his pace down the hallway. Rat-a-tat-tat. The incoming guards had barely registered the situation when the bullets struck them down. After emptying a magazine, Gary discarded the firearm, picked up an energy gun that had fallen to the ground, and pressed on. The blinding blue energy beams erupted continuously. And with reflexes that surpassed those of ordinary humans, Gary afforded the guards no time to retaliate, obliterating them with the energy laser gun until nothing remained. Chapter 013, Red Skull Schmidt. Inside the central hub of the Valkyrie factory, Red Skull Schmidt, clad in military attire, observed the images displayed on the surveillance screen. His eyes narrowing, particularly when he saw the American captain from the propaganda film effortlessly dispatching the German guards, he murmured, Is this the super soldier created by Dr. Erskine? It's known that these guards are elite soldiers of Hydra, each capable of standing alone, yet now they are unable to withstand a single individual. Apart from a super soldier who has received the serum, I can conceive of no other explanation. However, when his gaze shifted to another screen, a flicker of surprise crossed his faux visage. Such rapid reflexes. Yet another super soldier? Dr. Erskine, I didn't expect you to continue to trouble me even in death. He muttered, activating all the factory's self-destruct mechanisms. Dr. Zola, who had just entered, was taken aback by the scene, exclaiming, No, what are you doing? Schmidt merely gestured toward the surveillance screen, stating, Our soldiers are no match. Zola hurriedly glanced at the screen, his eyes widening in shock after a mere glance. All right, gather your things, it's time to leave. After initiating the self-destruct sequence, Schmidt hurried to his office to retrieve the Tesseract. Meanwhile, Zola rushed back to the experimental room, hastily packing important documents into a briefcase. However, just as he stepped outside, he spotted a figure rushing toward him from down the corridor. Gary also spotted Dr. Zola. Yet he refrained from hastily drawing his weapon. Instead, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Dr. Zola a chance to escape. Once Zola fled, he pursued him fervently. Not long into the chase, Gary observed Zola rendezvousing with a German officer, undoubtedly the leader of Hydra, Red Skull, Johann Schmidt. Red Skull, too, had noticed Gary. Without a moment's hesitation, both men fired simultaneously, swiftly taking cover. Their blue energy beams missed their targets entirely. Schmidt chose not to continue the assault. For him, the paramount objective was to abscond with the Tesseract. Thus, after his initial shot went astray, he cast a fleeting glance at Gary before ascending the staircase. Gary hurriedly followed suit, firing his energy weapon, but due to the angle, he failed to hit the fleeing Schmidt. At that moment, Steve arrived on the scene, accompanied by a somewhat frail-looking sergeant who was determinedly keeping pace. Gary, Steve exclaimed upon seeing him. That must be your good friend Bucky, right? Steve quickly approached Gary and nodded. I rescued him from a lab. By the way, there's a map inside that room. It details Hydra's weapon factories scattered across various locations. Did you memorize it? Gary inquired. He had refrained from entering, knowing that Steve would retain the map in his mind. It's all here, Steve indicated, tapping his head. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted from below the factory. The flames surged upward, nearly knocking the three off their feet. Watch out. Gary reacted swiftly, throwing himself over Steve and Bucky. The blue beam soared overhead, crashing into the adjacent iron railing. Captain America, what a pleasure to see you. Schmidt shouted as he and Dr. Zola reached the elevator. I'm quite the fan of your films. Does this mean Dr. Erskine's plan was a success? Disappointing you? I see, Steve replied coldly, glaring at Schmidt. However, Schmidt shook his head. No, I'm not disappointed. It brings me joy that Dr. Erskine could succeed. Though it seems he hasn't made much progress, despite your impressive appearance. Just as Steve was about to respond, Gary interjected, no time for chit-chat. We must push forward. The factory has exploded, and there's only one way ahead. With that, he fired at Schmidt, but Schmidt merely sidestepped the shot. Captain America, your friend is quite unfriendly. Well, farewell. With those words, he activated the mechanism on the railing, causing the central passage to split in two. Simultaneously, Schmidt raised his gun and fired at Steve. Boom. The shot missed, and Schmidt wasn't too surprised. After all, his aim was merely to obstruct their advance. Gary, too, was hesitant to charge forward, knowing their singular route left them vulnerable to Schmidt's fire. Good luck to you, Schmidt said coolly as the elevator doors began to close. Without hesitation, Gary seized Steve and dashed upward. Bucky, you go first, he urged as they reached the steel framework above. Boom, boom. The explosions below intensified. Don't hesitate, Gary pressed. Steve nodded at Bucky, who took a deep breath and cautiously advanced along the iron beams. Yet, true to the film's narrative, the framework broke as Bucky reached the other side. Damn it, Gary cursed, taking a deep breath. Jump. Steve hesitated. Gary, there's no other choice. Gary insisted urgently. He pushed against the horizontal iron bar, stepped back a few paces, and then launched himself forward. Bucky's eyes widened in shock. Thud. Upon landing, Gary grasped the iron railing, exhaling in relief. Although the distance appeared daunting, his incredible acceleration had allowed him to make the leap. With a firm grip, Gary hoisted himself up. Brilliant, Bucky exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Steve, it's your turn. Steve gazed at the flames and explosions below, taking a deep breath. Believe in yourself, you can make it, Gary encouraged, while Bucky cheered him on. Steve retreated, then charged forward, propelled by the blast wave, but as he neared the edge, he began to plummet. Bucky panicked. Gary extended his hand, catching Steve's falling body and pulling him up. Nice job, Bucky shouted excitedly. Now is not the time for celebration, Gary replied with a smile. The three of them hastily traversed the corridor, reaching the rooftop of the factory. At that moment, Schmidt was already piloting an aircraft to escape, while Dr. Zola sped away in a vehicle down the factory slope. Damn it, they got away. Steve fumed. Gary shook his head. Don't worry, we will catch them eventually. Having accomplished their mission of infiltrating the enemy's rear, he felt no anger at Schmidt's escape. The only regret being their failure to seize the Tesseract. As the trio descended the slope, they encountered Fury, who was accompanied by a sizable contingent. You're finally back. If you'd been any later, I might have had to charge in to retrieve your bodies. Gary remained silent, stepping forward to embrace Fury. Recognizing the genuine concern in his eyes, Steve also shared a brief embrace with Fury. Let us go home. Chapter 014. Triumph in the temporary command center behind the Italian front. Colonel Phillips stared at the telegraph machine. Congressman Brand, I regret to inform you that Captain Steve Rogers has gone missing in the enemy's 3rd Theater, and the reconnaissance team has yielded no results. I must declare Captain Rogers deceased in action. The last reconnaissance aircraft had just returned. Agent Carter entered, handing Phillips a photograph. No signs of life. Go grab a cup of coffee, Private, Phillips instructed the telegraph operator, then grimly remarked, we can't touch Stark. He's a wealthy man and the military's largest weapon sponsor. Turning to Carter, he glared. But you're nothing. Yet Carter replied earnestly, with all due respect, sir. I do not regret my actions. I believe Gary, Fury, and Captain Rogers would not either. Do you think I care about your opinions? Phillips retorted coldly. Because of you. We not only lost 2 exceptional soldiers, but also America's golden boy, along with many other fine troops. After a pause, he fixed his gaze on Carter. I gave you a chance, Carter. Does your fondness for him justify disregarding the greater good? No, I stand firm in my convictions. Carter asserted, her tone resolute. Well then, when this department is disbanded, I hope your convictions provide you some solace, Phillips said, his expression filled with disappointment. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the command tent. Oh my God, they're back. I can hardly believe it. As the commotion grew, nearly all the soldiers in the camp rushed toward a single direction. Phillips furrowed his brow. What on earth are they doing? He stepped out of the tent. At the camp entrance, a throng of soldiers had gathered, watching as a large contingent of soldiers approached. Leading the charge were Gary, Fury, and Steve, along with Bucky, followed by hundreds of soldiers wielding energy weapons and commandeering enemy tanks and military trucks. Although each soldier appeared exhausted, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They had finally returned home at last. It was utterly unbelievable. Indeed, emerging alive from the enemy's rear in the 3rd Theater of Operations and rescuing so many Allied prisoners of war is nothing short of remarkable. The gathered soldiers buzzed with excitement and cheers. Meanwhile, Colonel Phillips stood rooted to the spot, utterly astonished that Gary and his companions could break free from the heavily guarded 3rd Theater. Gary, leading the way, approached Colonel Phillips and said slowly, "Many of them are injured and require urgent medical attention. Also, sir, I am willing to accept any punishment. There's no need for that." Colonel Phillips replied expressionlessly before turning to leave. However, as he passed by Carter, a faint smile flickered across his face, a glimmer of belief. Carter smiled slightly, and then, moving towards Gary and Steve, remarked, "You're late. This situation isn't as good as it seems." Gary retrieved the signal transmitter, shrugged, and said, "It breaks quite easily." Carter rolled his eyes and shifted his gaze to Steve, softly commenting, "It seems you did not disappoint Dr. Erskine." "Hey!" At that moment, Bucky suddenly shouted, "Let us cheer for Gary and Captain America." "Oh, Gary, Captain America." Many soldiers erupted in cheers. Later that evening, at the temporary base of the U.S. Military Scientific Strategic Department, Steve annotated the distribution of weapon factories on the battlefield map. According to Sergeant Barnes, Hydra had transported all its armaments to a secret location that was not marked on the map. Colonel Phillips frowned and then instructed, "Carter, later you should negotiate with MI6 and have them inform all Allied intelligence departments to search for Hydra's headquarters with utmost urgency." "And what about us?" Carter inquired. "We will give Schmidt a taste of our might." He then turned to Steve and Gary, asking, "Can you two handle Hydra?" Both Gary and Steve nodded in unison. "Of course. However, we need a team," Steve added. Colonel Phillips glanced at Gary. "You already have an outstanding partner. Relying solely on the two of us is far from sufficient to dismantle these weapon factories," Gary replied. "Very well, I grant you permission to assemble a team. But the mission must be accomplished." Colonel Phillips hesitated for a moment before stating. Upon hearing this, Gary and Steve responded in unison, "Yes, sir. We will ensure the mission is completed." "Carter, you will be responsible for their armaments," Colonel Phillips directed. "Understood," Carter nodded. After leaving the base, Carter smiled and said, "Stark is preparing a small celebration dinner. You two must not be absent tomorrow. Actually, I am more eager to try the cheese fondue than to attend the dinner," Gary remarked, glancing at Steve. "What about you?" Steve, however, looked at Carter and replied, "Me too." "You two are hopeless," Carter shook her head, turning to leave. "Don't forget to change into something nice for tomorrow. And by the way, there will be plenty of ladies at the dinner. You both should consider how to strike up a conversation." The two watched as Carter departed. "Carter is quite beautiful. You like her, don't you?" Gary said, hands tucked in his military pants pockets. Just as Steve was about to respond, Gary interrupted, "Don't deny it. Your gaze towards her is distinctly different from how you look at others. Come on, I support you." In Yangzhou City, at the Minghui community, Luo Hua awkwardly maneuvered his wheelchair to the villa's exterior. During this period, he had devoted all his energy to Gary, barely stepping outside except for meals. Although his mother, Gong Xinlan, had not voiced her concerns, the worry etched on her face grew ever more pronounced. After all, compared to Luo Feng, Gong Xinlan was even more apprehensive about Luo Hua. "Xiaohua, it's so cold outside, and you didn't even think to wear a jacket." As the spring festival approached, the temperature in Jiangnan gradually dropped. Despite being rare to see Luo Hua venture out, Gong Xinlan couldn't help but express her concern. Before long, she fetched a jacket and came behind the wheelchair to drape it over Luo Hua. "Mom, the air outside is quite refreshing. Staying in the room feels stifling." "You should have thought of this sooner." Gong Xinlan shook her head. "You must be hungry. I'll ask Qin Ma to prepare breakfast and call your brother down to eat." Luo Hua was taken aback. "My brother is up too?" "He has been up for ages, exercising on the 2nd floor." "What a maniac." Luo Hua mused internally. "Such hard work explains his rapid rise. Compared to the formidable Luo Feng, I indeed feel inferior. It seems once Gary's matters conclude, my focus should shift here." Chapter 015, The Extraordinary Steve. In the underground training ground, the sound of dull thuds echoed from the punching bags. Gary, seemingly tireless, maintained a horse stance, delivering powerful blows to the heavy bags. Sitting nearby to rest, Fury observed Gary with admiration and remarked, "Gary, you've been training for hours since you woke up. If it weren't for those heavy bags still swaying, I'd suspect you would collapse any moment now. You must sweat more in training to avoid bleeding on the battlefield, Gary replied, catching his breath. Your words always leave me speechless. Fury shook his head, rising to join the training. At that moment, Steve entered and, seeing their unusual boxing technique, asked, Gary, Fury, what are you doing? Practicing punches, Fury replied while throwing punches. Practicing punches? Steve looked puzzled. Gary withdrew his fists, wiped the sweat from his face and body with a towel, took a sip of water, and explained. Practicing punches in a stance allows the body to unleash greater power. Looking at Steve, he continued, You've injected the serum. Your physical attributes exceed those of ordinary individuals by over 4 times. If you practice in this stance, you could become even stronger. Really? Steve said, surprised and intrigued. You won't know until you try, Gary laughed. In the Marvel Universe, Captain America Steve's strength is not particularly formidable, according to official data. Steve is merely on par with a skilled fighter. Among the multitude of superheroes, he ranks at a moderate level, but his mental strength and willpower far surpass others. Which is why in the cinematic universe, he can withstand a punch from Thanos wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. Thus, Gary believed Steve was the most suitable candidate for this practice, as it fundamentally tests one's willpower. Gary proceeded to demonstrate the movements to Steve, who began to mimic them. Feet shoulder-width apart, lower your waist into a half squat. Gary instructed. Once Steve settled into position, he looked to Gary as if asking what to do next. Just maintain this stance and extend your hands. As Steve extended both hands, Gary placed 2 prepared bricks flat on his arms. Steve, I bet you can last no more than 5 minutes. Fury laughed from the side, recalling how he could barely manage 3 minutes the first time he tried this stance. Not necessarily, Gary smirked, excited to see how long Steve could endure, given his serum-enhanced capabilities. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Soon, 5 minutes had passed, and Steve remained steady, his arms unwavering. Oh, damn, another person stronger than me, Fury thought, realizing how exceptionally challenging it is to maintain a horse stance for 5 minutes, especially for a first-timer. As 10 minutes passed, beads of sweat appeared on Steve's forehead, yet he remained stable. Gary understood that the serum's effects were kicking in, metabolizing the lactic acid produced in his leg muscles. Time flowed slowly. A half-hour slipped by. Gary, what kind of monster is this? Fury was thoroughly impressed. To endure such a long duration on the first attempt was truly extraordinary. He is indeed a super soldier. Standing in place poses no challenge for him. Gary murmured that the fatigue associated with standing still primarily arises from the lactic acid and other fatigue-inducing substances produced by the muscles, which make it difficult for one to persist. However, Steve is not burdened by such concerns, as he does not experience fatigue. After another half hour, Gary remarked, All right, Steve, you may stop now. Gary, I found this position quite comfortable despite the prolonged duration, Steve replied after ceasing his stance. You have been injected with the serum. While you may not feel fatigued, standing still enhances your cellular metabolism and fortifies your muscles and skeleton, which is why you feel at ease. Gary pondered for a moment before continuing. Henceforth, dedicate an hour each day to this practice, and you will grow progressively stronger. Of course, you must also train in both fist and leg techniques to enhance your agility and explosive power. Although Steve had learned some combat skills, it was evident that he lacked the finesse of Eastern martial arts. Very well, Steve nodded in agreement. That evening, after Gary donned a newly purchased outfit and tidied himself up, he exited his room. As the banquet was hosted at a hotel nearby, it took him little time to arrive at the entrance. Gary, a melodious voice called out as he approached the door. Turning around, he beheld a beautiful woman in a strapless gown, her figure gracefully accentuated as she sauntered toward him. Carter, you look stunning tonight, Gary could not help but exclaim. Although his aesthetic leaned more toward Eastern beauty, Carter's red gown truly complemented her poise and physique. Thank you for the compliment, Carter replied with a smile. The two walked side by side into the hotel lobby, which was already bustling with a number of attendees, predominantly employees from the Strategic Science Department, including many elegantly dressed women. I won't intrude on your good fortune, Carter said, gesturing toward a nearby blonde woman and then smiling as she departed. As soon as Carter left, the blonde beauty in a low-cut mini dress approached. Would you mind sharing a drink? She inquired, picking up 2 glasses from a passing server's tray. Of course, I don't mind, Gary replied with a slight smile, accepting one of the glasses, clinking it gently with hers before taking a sip. The blonde gazed at Gary and introduced herself. I'm Benny. I know you. You are associated with Captain Steve. Quite the celebrity. It's hard to imagine how you both made it out from behind enemy lines in the third war zone, Benny said, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she leaned closer to Gary. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of the alluring curves before him. If you wish, I can share the tale with you slowly, Gary whispered. Since arriving in this world, he had not relaxed for a moment. Thus, he was not inclined to refuse the signals Benny was sending. A hint of shyness crossed Benny's face as she responded, I would certainly like that. Just then, Steve and Fury entered the lobby, scanning the crowd for Gary's presence, which led them to Carter, who was conversing with Stark. If I'm not mistaken, Gary has already found his companion for the evening, Carter remarked with a knowing smile. Steve and Fury exchanged glances. Damn, this guy moves too quickly, Fury said, his gaze sweeping the vicinity in search of Gary. Clearing his throat, Steve looked toward Carter and Stark, asking, what about you two? Will you be joining us tonight? Stark, gently swirling his drink, replied, it would be a tremendous honor to spend the evening with Miss Carter. I have many matters to attend to tomorrow. Carter declined with a smile before rising and walking toward the dance floor. Stark observed Steve standing still and shook his head. Steve, aren't you going to follow her? She likely has something to discuss with you. Realizing this, Steve hastily pursued her. Chapter 16. Selecting equipment the following morning. As Gary returned to consciousness from the body of Roa, he opened his eyes to find a chaotic bed and a sleeping form beside him. It appeared that the tension had truly built up for far too long. Recalling the wild events of the previous night, Gary shook his head slightly. The brutal battlegrounds exerted immense psychological pressure, and even though he could temporarily alleviate it through Roa, complete release remained elusive, which explained last night's spectacle. After all, the best way to relieve stress is to engage in physical activity with a partner. After getting up and washing up, Gary pulled the covers over Benny's voluptuous body, dressed, and made his way to the underground training facility. Thump, thump. Fury and Steve were already working out, and Buck was also present. Hey, Gary, how was your night? Fury asked, raising an eyebrow upon seeing him. Buck, seemingly aware of Gary's escapades, teased, compared to Steve, you were far more decisive, Gary. The pinnacle of flirting is discussing life while in bed. In this regard, Buck, you certainly have considerable experience. Gary stretched lazily before approaching the punching bag to practice his stance. Steve, we're departing tomorrow. Have you gathered your teammates? Fury inquired while practicing. Steve, maintaining his unwavering stance, replied, yes, I have. Those we rescued last time, along with Buck, total 16. Oh, I certainly don't wish to be comrades with those arrogant individuals, Fury remarked half-jokingly. Yet, they are reliable allies, Steve replied with a smile. Fury shrugged. Very well, I'll take your word for it. In the afternoon, Carter led Gary and Steve to the department's weapons laboratory. Stark, take them to select their weapons, Carter instructed before turning to leave. Observing this, Gary questioned, Steve, did you offend her? I suppose I might have slightly, Steve replied sheepishly, scratching his head. You're in for it then, Gary said, patting Steve on the shoulder before following Stark into the weapons lab. Passing through 3 doors, they entered a room replete with a variety of weapons. Stark, you have quite an impressive array of items here, Gary remarked as he surveyed the arsenal. Of course, this is my primary occupation and passion, far more than flying. Stark replied with a grin. He approached a table on the right and continued, you two are soldiers with physical capabilities that far exceed others. So I have a few weapons for you to choose from. This is a carbon polymer that can withstand German bayonets, though I doubt Hydra will resort to mere knives against you. As Gary moved closer, his gaze fell upon a smooth metallic round shield beneath the table. If he was correct, this was the very shield used by Captain America, made of vibranium and other chemical compositions. It could be said that possessing this shield was what transformed Steve into the true Captain America. As Gary lifted the shield, Steve's attention was immediately drawn to it. What material is this made from? Stark explained. It's an acoustic metal, stronger than steel, yet only 1/3 the weight. More importantly, it can nullify attacks. Although it remains an unfinished prototype, why isn't it issued to the entire army? Steve inquired, puzzled. This metal is exceedingly rare. This shield is a unique piece, Stark replied, shaking his head as he regarded them. It is indeed remarkable, but it's just for the two of you. With a smile, Gary handed the shield to Steve, saying, you should use it. I actually prefer firearms. Gary, you are more suited to wield such a weapon, Steve countered. I prefer taking the initiative over merely defending. Gary waved his hand dismissively before inquiring of Stark, are there any other effective weapons available? Just as Stark was about to respond, Carter returned, asking, have you made your selections? However, Steve turned to look at Carter, raising his shield and inquiring, what do you think? Carter, with an impassive expression, picked up a handgun from a nearby table and fired several shots at the shield. Bang, bang. The bullets struck the shield, leaving not a mark. Excellent. It will serve its purpose, Carter replied coolly, you'd best hurry. After Carter departed, Gary approached Steve, unable to restrain himself. Are you certain you've merely offended her a little? It's best not to cross a woman. Stark chimed in. I find myself inclined to agree. Steve, with a look of exasperation, gazed at Carter's retreating figure. Gary turned to Stark and asked, do you have a portable heavy machine gun? Indeed, Stark replied, moving to another table where a newly developed multi-barrel machine gun lay. The material was infused with alloys, granting excellent heat resistance. So there was no concern of it jamming after a burst of fire. Perfect, this suits me well. Gary nodded and lifted the machine gun, assessing its weight. It's manageable, he stated. Stark raised an eyebrow. This multi-barrel machine gun is heavier than a Maxim gun. How is it that in your hands it seems like a toy? Gary chuckled. I'm different from Steve. Gary, you far surpass me. I'm merely a product of experimentation, while you have honed your skills through sheer effort, Steve countered, shaking his head. All right, you too, enough with the flattery. What are your thoughts on the attire? Upon hearing Stark's words, Steve retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. This is my design. No problem. Stark glanced at it and replied. Gary leaned in for a closer look at the outfit Steve had designed, which retained its signature blue base tone. Adorned with a conspicuous star-spangled stripe across the chest, complemented by a blue headpiece. Steve, are you certain you wish to don this outfit? It's rather eye-catching. However, with this shield, I can draw more enemies towards me, alleviating pressure on the rest of you, Steve stated earnestly. Gary was momentarily speechless. Steve's reasoning was quite in character. I think Fury would greatly appreciate having a teammate like you. The next day, as they set out, Fury observed Steve's striking appearance and exclaimed dramatically, Oh, Steve, are we truly going to destroy Hydra's weapon factory, or are we filming a movie? Bucky couldn't help but add, you ought to tone it down a bit. Steve's intention is to attract more enemies, so the pressure on us will be lessened, Gary explained. Indeed, upon hearing this, Fury's eyes widened. Goodness, Steve. I adore having a teammate like you. Charge ahead with confidence. I'll handle those snipers from the rear. Laughter erupted among the others. Steve, your attire will certainly draw more fire. Steve's face flushed with embarrassment. Observing this, Gary waved his hand. All right, let us move. We've already lingered long enough. Chapter 17, Propaganda. In the third combat zone behind enemy lines, within a heavily fortified military encampment, military trucks slowly entered through the gates. Surrounded by Hydra patrols armed with energy weapons. Gary, given the stringent defenses here, this must be Hydra's weapon factory, Steve whispered. Gary nodded, then turned to sketch a rough plan in the dirt. Addressing Fury, Bucky, and the others, he said, Steve, you will utilize the motorcycle's maneuverability to burst through the gates first, drawing the enemy's attention and primary fire. Looking at Steve, he asked, is that acceptable? Rest assured, I've got this, Steve replied confidently, patting his shield. Next, Fury. You and 8 soldiers will swiftly maneuver around the left side to neutralize the guards around the tanks. Bucky and I will lead the remaining team to charge through the front gates, Gary instructed solemnly. Do not let your guard down. Their weapons are quite formidable. Although Gary held a modest rank, Colonel Phillips had appointed him as the leader for this operation, thus his words were largely unchallenged. All right, it's currently 9:10. You have 5 minutes to position yourselves. Move out in 5 minutes. Yes, Captain, Fury and the others replied in unison. The 5 minutes passed swiftly. Gary observed Steve atop the motorcycle and took a deep breath. It's your turn, Steve. Steve nodded firmly, accelerating the motorcycle as it sped forward. Enemy alert, enemy alert. The guards at the entrance reacted instantly, shouting, boom, boom. A multitude of guards surged to the entrance, opening fire. Blinding blue energy surged like a tide towards Steve. Yet all was deflected by his shield. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle burst through the gates, and Steve tossed 2 specially designed grenades. Boom. The guards on either side of the entrance were obliterated. Well done. Gary couldn't help but praise, then gestured. It's our turn. The group swiftly drove forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. Upon reaching the entrance, Gary leaped from the vehicle, brandishing the heavy machine gun, and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the advancing German guards. The machine gun spat a metallic storm, akin to the Grim Reaper, relentlessly claiming lives. Bucky and the others quickly reached the warehouse entrance, firing to eliminate enemies approaching from other directions. Meanwhile, with Steve and Gary drawing the main fire, Fury led 8 soldiers around the flank, swiftly reaching the vicinity of several tanks. They neutralized the nearby soldiers and boarded the tanks, driving toward the warehouse. Boom. Seizing the tanks, Fury and his team relentlessly bombarded the supporting soldiers. Steve, blow up the warehouse. I'll cover you from outside. As a wave of German soldiers continued to pour from the rear of the camp, Gary shouted to Steve. Steve shielded himself with his shield, beckoning Bucky and the others. then kicked open the warehouse door and charged inside. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gary, stationed outside, relied on his formidable physique, moving and shooting simultaneously. Fury's team quickly maneuvered the tanks around Gary, shielding him from the advancing German soldiers. Retreat. Before long, Bucky and the others emerged from the warehouse. Seeing this, Gary and Fury acted decisively, driving the tanks out of the encampment. Boom. Suddenly, the warehouse exploded, sending flames soaring into the sky. Steve, on his motorcycle, soared over the blast wave, racing out of the camp. A fortnight later, at the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve in New York, Carter, clad in a heavy military coat, hurried into Colonel Phillips' office. Smack. A sharp sound echoed. "Colonel, explain this to me." Carter pointed at the newspaper that had just been slapped onto the desk, her tone icy. Colonel Phillips glanced up briefly. The latest New York Times, Captain America, Steve, along with his howling commandos, has once again obliterated a German fortress base, forcing a full German retreat. Europe's battlefield is poised for a massive counteroffensive, and victory is on the horizon. Any issues? Phillips replied nonchalantly. "Colonel, Gary was clearly the one leading this mission. Why is there not a single mention of him in the major newspapers?" Carter rebuked. "Is this not precisely what you wish to see?" Phillips scoffed. "Don't tell me you and Steve maintain a perfectly normal superior-subordinate relationship. I'm not yet blind." At this, Carter's face flushed, her chest rising and falling as she retorted, "This has nothing to do with that." Phillips, expressionless, continued to write, and after a moment, he spoke. "This was orchestrated by Senator Brandt. Steve is the ideal figure for propaganda, and you should have noticed the effects, at the very least. Our department's funding has significantly increased recently. Oh, and that coat you're wearing was also purchased from the budget. However, this is unfair to Gary." Carter took a deep breath and continued, "Steve knows about this, and he would absolutely never permit it. No one would heed Steve's words. And I doubt even Congressman Brandt would." Colonel Phillips paused his writing and looked at Carter, saying, "I share your frustration. While I prefer Gary over Steve, does that even matter?" After speaking, he stood up and added, "All right, attend to your matters. I still need to seek out Congressman Brandt. I must ensure some compensation for my soldiers." Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Carter's face. In the glacial mountains of the Polish coastline, Gary, Steve, Fury, and others stood halfway up a snowy peak. Two members of the Howling Commando were fiddling with listening devices. The team leader confirmed. "It has been determined that the train passing through is laden with energy weapons manufactured by Hydra, freshly transported from the weapons factory. They are likely en route to Hydra's secret headquarters. Moreover, the crucial Hydra weapons scientist, Dr. Zola, is aboard the train." Soon, a team member, having received the intelligence, spoke up. "Oh, Dr. Zola?" Gary expressed surprise, recognizing him as a significant figure within Hydra, highly regarded by Schmidt. Steve chimed in. "Is he the same doctor we encountered at the Valkyrie factory?" "Indeed, that's him," Gary nodded, then continued. "In that case, this operation will primarily focus on capturing Dr. Zola. Steve, Bucky, Fury, you three will accompany me down. The rest will stay back." "Understood, Captain." At that moment, a team member observing through binoculars exclaimed urgently, "They're moving faster than we anticipated. We must act quickly." Gary swiftly secured the zip line to the steel cable, his tone serious as he addressed the team. "Everyone, we have only a 10-second window. If we miss it, we risk being struck by the train. Watch your footing. Prepare yourselves, brothers." The other team members echoed their readiness. Chapter 018, The Fall of Bucky. Whoosh. Gary was the first to leap from the slope of the snowy peak, gliding swiftly along the cable towards the oncoming train. The cold wind mingled with snowflakes framing his stern visage. Steve, Bucky, and Fury followed closely, descending the snowy slope in succession. Thud. Upon reaching the top of the train, Gary promptly released the zip line, landing effortlessly on the train's roof, with Steve and the others following suit, all safely situated atop the train. The high-speed train screeched against the tracks, producing an overwhelming cacophony, compounded by the howling wind. Even as Fury approached Gary, he could only shout, "Gary, do you have a plan?" "Fury, you and I will infiltrate the middle of the train first to draw the guards' attention," Gary instructed, then turned to Steve and Bucky, adding, "You two head towards the front to capture Dr. Zola." "Yes, Captain." As Steve and Bucky prepared to advance, Gary instinctively grasped Steve's arm, his expression grave. "Be careful. Bucky is just an ordinary soldier. Look after him. Don't worry, he has been my lifelong friend. I won't let him come to harm," Steve assured, nodding. Watching their retreating figures, Gary sighed inwardly, wishing Bucky hadn't come along. After all, according to the narrative, Bucky would fall from the cliff here and subsequently become the Winter Soldier. Yet, if he acted on that, not only would Bucky be displeased, but Steve would also feel a rift. They both aspired to fight on the battlefield, serving their country. Gary, we need to make our move. Fury's voice pulled Gary from his reverie. Taking a deep breath, Gary and Fury jumped to the junction between the train cars, kicking open the door. Oh, so many energy blocks and weapons. Upon entering the car, Fury gasped at the nearly overflowing crates. Envisioning the catastrophic impact these materials would have if they reached the front lines in Europe. Hiss. As they entered another car, Hydra guards inside reacted swiftly, opening fire on Gary and Fury. Watch out, Gary shouted, quickly pulling Fury to another corner by the door. Boom. A blinding blue energy blast struck where Fury had just stood. Clack, clack. Fury, shaken, quickly raised his weapon and retaliated, taking down the guards before them. Gary, you saved my life again, Fury remarked, still trembling from the near miss. What is the point of such talk? Gary waved dismissively, proceeding down the car. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Gary exchanged a glance with Fury, who understood and quickly concealed himself behind the door's corner. Bang! As the door swung open, several guards spotted Gary and unleashed a hail of bullets. Gary crouched behind a crate while Fury dashed out, firing back. Caught off guard, the guards were swiftly eliminated. Clack! 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 Hearing footsteps approaching from the rear, Gary spun around and fired. Instantly, a tall guard, emerging from the back car, fell victim to Gary's shot. Nice shot, Fury complimented. After dispatching the guards, the duo continued forward through the train car. Meanwhile, in the train's cockpit, Dr. Zola, observing through the surveillance screens, saw the four intruders advancing and became alarmed. Quickly, command everyone to support the cockpit immediately. They must be eliminated at all costs. Yes, doctor. An officer nearby promptly relayed the orders. Guards from the front cars all converged towards the cockpit. Bang! After surrounding Steve and Bucky, who had broken into the third car, Dr. Zola pressed the electronic button to separate them. Bang bang. Steve immediately turned to fire, but the guard that appeared was fully armored, rendering standard bullets ineffective. ZZ. The guard, wielding two massive energy guns, unleashed a barrage at Steve. He quickly raised his shield. Boom. The blinding blue energy, with its tremendous explosive force, sent Steve hurtling back several meters, crashing against the passage door. Boom. Another blinding blue beam shot forth. Steve rolled to evade, retreating behind a crate, glancing at the guard's position and then up at the overhead rail. With determination, he sprinted forward, leaping to grab the rail and charge at the guard. Boom. As he neared the guard, a blue beam fired. Steve blocked it with his shield and then leapt down heavily, slamming his shield onto the guard's head. After neutralizing the guard, Steve spotted Bucky cornered behind a crate in another car and felt a surge of urgency. He aimed his energy gun at the button for the passage door, then dashed over. At that moment, Bucky, separated by a door from Steve, had exhausted his ammunition. As Steve's elbow pressed against the dented button, the passage door opened immediately. Bucky, Steve called, tossing his handgun to Bucky before rushing inside and smashing his shield against the metal racks of supplies. The guards hiding behind the racks were forced to retreat to the other side. Seizing the opportunity, Bucky quickly stood and shot the guard in the head, taking him down. I was just about to defeat him, Bucky shrugged. I know, Steve replied, just as a guard brandishing two massive energy guns appeared at the open passage door behind them. Watch out. Steve's face paled as he yanked Bucky behind him, simultaneously raising his shield. Boom. The blinding blue light unleashed with immense force propelled Steve and Bucky to the far end of the carriage, creating a massive breach in the adjacent compartment. Observing this scene on the surveillance screen, Dr. Zola urgently commanded, continue the assault. The guards advanced a few steps before gathering energy for another strike. Struggling to rise, Bucky grasped the shield on the ground and, with a swift roll, positioned himself protectively in front of Steve. The overwhelming impact sent Bucky hurtling through the breach, causing the shield to tumble within the carriage. Bucky, Steve exclaimed, snapping back to reality, before hurling the shield at the guard, knocking him unconscious and rushing towards the opening. Hold on, Steve called out. Desperation etched across his face as he gripped the carriage wall extending from the breach. Reaching out, grab my hand. Just then, the iron ring Bucky clutched snapped. No. Steve's heart shattered as he witnessed Bucky's anguished fall into the abyss. Hearing the commotion, Gary and Fury swiftly dispatched the remaining guards and hurried through the carriage corridor, only to be confronted by this tragic sight. Steve, Bucky, Steve lamented. It's my fault. I failed to protect him. Gripping his head in distress, he wallowed in self-reproach. Gary shook his head and urged Fury, head to the cockpit. Once Fury departed, Gary reassured Steve, this isn't your fault. Accidents are inevitable on the battlefield, and now isn't the time to wallow in sorrow. You need to pull yourself together. I'm sorry, Gary, I'm so useless. Steve stifled his anguish and stood resolutely. The true architect of this calamity was Schmidt. Capturing him was the only way to avenge Bucky. Chapter 019. Interrogation Yangzhou City, Mingyue Community. 3 days had elapsed since the train incident involving Dr. Zola. During this period, the interrogation department had relentlessly questioned Zola around the clock, seeking to unearth the precise location of Hydra's headquarters. Regrettably, Zola remained obstinately silent, refusing to divulge even a hint. Since Bucky's fall, Steve had sequestered himself in his room, avoiding all company, claiming he needed solitude. Gary, recognizing the futility in forcing platitudes upon Steve, allowed him his space, knowing that unless Steve found clarity on his own, any attempts at consolation would be in vain. Thus, during these 3 days, apart from exercising, Gary's thoughts were predominantly occupied with Luo Hua. Xiaohua, with the spring festival approaching, what festivities does your family have planned? A charming girl clad in a pink down jacket, her hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, inquired brightly from the laptop screen. Luo Hua replied with a hint of exasperation. What else? Just spending time with my parents and brother, watching the spring festival gala, and enjoying a reunion dinner while watching fireworks. It can't compare to your experience at school. I used to do the same, but this year, I'm participating in a performance for the school club, so I've stayed back. Hee hee, there will be many beautiful girls performing. If you were here, you would be dazzled, the girl, Zhen Nan, said, her face lighting up. Luo Hua felt warmth in his heart, knowing that Zhen Nan was avoiding her parents by video calling him, a consequence of their secret relationship. Just looking at you makes me dizzy, he teased. When did you become so smooth-tongued, Xiaohua? Zhen Nan pouted playfully. Luo Hua hurriedly defended. I'm merely speaking the truth. Oh, really? Fine, I'll let you off this time, Zhen Nan said, her gaze drifting to the wheelchair beneath Luo Hua. She couldn't help but ask, when will your brother let you stand up? What's wrong? Can't wait? Luo Hua teased. Zhen Nan's cheeks flushed as she retorted. I don't want you to hold my hand. Really? If my memory serves me right, ever since I mentioned wanting to hold your hand in front of your parents. You've asked about it at least a dozen times. Luo Hua chuckled. I can't talk to you anymore. My roommate is calling me, Zhen Nan said, her face turning crimson as she abruptly ended the video call. Luo Hua shook his head, accustomed to this routine. Through their video chats, their bond had deepened, often exchanging sweet nothings, although Zhen Nan always shyly ended the conversation, only continuing via phone or text. With nearly half a year remaining until his brother Luo Feng became the invincible warrior, Luo Hua sighed, aware that Zhen Nan yearned for a public relationship. But such matters could not be rushed. He understood that if he broached the subject, Luo Feng would undoubtedly seek to acquire the elixir of life at any cost. Yet he did not wish to hinder his brother's normal progress. After all, standing was merely a matter of time. It was not urgent. Moreover, with Gary's situation, the end of the war was also on the horizon. Once it concluded, he would have ample time to manage affairs here. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Colonel Phillips scrutinized Dr. Zola, seated in a chair, his brow furrowed. Is he still unwilling to surrender? Sir, even our top interrogators cannot pry open his lips, came the response. Colonel Phillips shook his head. You still don't understand him, nor Hydra. Prepare a dinner for me. After a while, Colonel Phillips entered the interrogation room, carrying a meal. Sit down. As Zola was brought back into the room, Phillips placed the tray on the table and gestured for Zola to take a seat opposite him. Zola glanced at the contents of the tray and inquired, What is this? Steak, Phillips replied. What is inside? Beef, he stated, sitting down and locking eyes with Zola. Do you know how difficult it is to acquire such high-quality beef here? I don't eat meat, Zola replied, his expression unyielding. Why not? Phillips pressed. Zola scoffed. It's not to my taste. What about cyanide? Does that upset your stomach as well? Phillips retorted sarcastically, turning the tray around and picking up a knife and fork. Every time we attempt to capture Hydra's agents alive, they poison themselves before we can intervene. He sliced a piece of beef, fixing his gaze on Zola. Yet you haven tea, which indicates you don't wish to die. You're threatening me. Colonel, Zola narrowed his eyes. I brought you dinner, Phillips said, handing Zola a document. Zola scanned it quickly. Due to the valuable information he could provide and the conditions of his cooperation, he would be returned to Switzerland. Phillips sprinkled seasoning over the hot potatoes on the tray, continuing to eat. This morning, I sent word to Washington. Of course, it was encrypted. Your people haven't cracked it yet, have they? Otherwise, that would be quite embarrassing. Schmidt won't believe it. Regardless, he will kill you, Doctor. Phillips chuckled coldly. You've become a liability to him, and you know his most significant secrets. The last person you betrayed was Captain Rogers' closest friend. I can't guarantee a favorable outcome for you. Self-preservation or betraying Schmidt? The choice is yours. Zola hesitated, knowing Schmidt was convinced he was following in the footsteps of gods. Only by obtaining the entire world would he be satisfied. You realize he is mad, don't you? Phillips mocked. Of course, but madness no longer matters. Why? Zola's voice rose. Because he can achieve it. What is his objective? Phillips inquired, his expression growing serious. Zola replied slowly. His goal is the entire world. Huh. Everyone can boast. What right does Schmidt have to claim the world? Colonel Phillips scoffed. It is imperative that you are aware that all weaponry has been transported to the headquarters of Hydra, where instruments of annihilation capable of eradicating the entire world reside. Colonel Phillips was momentarily taken aback, yet his countenance betrayed no hint of his inner turmoil. Taking a sip of milk, he inquired, I trust you wouldn't mind divulging the location of Hydra's headquarters? Of course, Dr. Zola replied with a smile. Even if you were not to conduct the interrogation yourself today, I would still provide you with the location. Oh, and why is that? Dr. Zola, with a hint of pride, responded, because time is not on your side. Chapter 020. The final showdown on the Italian front, within the command center of the American Strategic Scientific Department's temporary underground base. Colonel Phillips, upon returning from the interrogation room, urgently instructed Carter to notify Gary, Steve, and Fury, along with other members of the Howling Commandos. It appears we have good news, Gary remarked softly as he arrived, taking in the European theater map spread across the table along with his comrades. Colonel Phillips surveyed the room and announced, Now that everyone is present, let us commence. Carter nodded, placing a flag marker on the map at the location of the Alps. Dr. Zola had disclosed the final position of Hydra's headquarters, which lay not far from the front lines. However, the situation was dire. According to Zola, the base was armed with a plethora of energy weapons, and Schmidt's ultimate aim was to bring about the destruction of the world. He is truly a madman, Steve remarked coldly. Indeed, Gary concurred emphatically. Fury interjected, which is precisely why we must eliminate him. Regardless of whether Schmidt was insane, the foremost concern was that he intended to execute his final plan the following day, leaving us with scant time. Carter paused briefly before continuing. Based on our reconnaissance, this Hydra base is fortified with formidable defenses and is entrenched within the mountains, making a frontal or flanking assault exceedingly challenging. At that moment, Colonel Phillips interjected, to dismantle this base and capture Schmidt, we must coordinate an internal and external assault. This is our sole opportunity for a decisive confrontation. So we require a decoy? Gary quipped. I shall be the bait. I am most suited for the role. Steve asserted earnestly. Colonel Phillips regarded Steve seriously, replying, We need someone composed. You have just lost a valued comrade, and this is not the optimal choice. Sir, Steve interrupted. Schmidt and I were both shaped by Dr. Erskine. I believe he would not execute me outright. If Gary serves as the decoy, Schmidt would not show him any mercy. Colonel Phillips furrowed his brow. Sir, Steve makes a valid point. Schmidt is an ambitious individual, and in such a critical moment, I doubt he would engage in idle chatter with anyone else. Carter added, glancing at Steve. Very well. Let us hope Schmidt will indulge you in conversation out of respect for Erskine, Colonel Phillips conceded after deliberation. Half an hour later, everyone was fully armed and assembled. Colonel Phillips personally led the team, scanning Gary, Steve, and the others, and declared, Prepare yourselves, we depart. In the expansive underground base of Hydra nestled within the Alps, nearly 10,000 elite guards stood in formation, awaiting their leader, Schmidt. Shortly, Schmidt strode forward, surveying the assembly with a commanding presence. Tomorrow, Hydra shall reign supreme over the world, securing victory under the aegis of the Valkyrie. The enemy's weaponry is no match for us, should one aircraft be downed. Hundreds more will retaliate with ferocity. His voice swelled with fervor as he declared, Cut off one head, and 2 more shall take its place. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! Hours later at the foot of the Alps, within the snowy woods, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle engine reverberated through the air as Steve, adorned with the blue star insignia on his chest and wielding a circular shield, sped through the snowy trails. He twisted the throttle, accelerating towards the Hydra base, leaving deep tracks in the snow. Before long, a convoy of motorcycles emerged behind him. Hot on his trail, concealed nearby, Colonel Phillips gestured discreetly. Seizing the opportunity, Gary and the others navigated through the snowy woods to the base's periphery. Gary, you and the Howling Commandos ascend the mountain and stand by. The rest will remain here, Colonel Phillips instructed calmly. Yes, sir. Gary swiftly led the Howling Commandos up the incline to a vantage point. By the heavens, so many guards! Fury exclaimed as he surveyed the base below, relieved they hadn't attempted a direct assault. The other team members exchanged anxious glances, Could Steve breach the defenses alone? They hoped for no unforeseen complications. Hearing the murmurs around him, Gary's gaze hardened. Everyone, be prepared. Do you see that row of windows across? Once Steve infiltrates, we shall burst through the windows to divert the enemy's attention. Yes, Captain, the team responded in unison. Gary then noticed the pursuers gaining on Steve, relaying through the earpiece. Steve, be cautious. They are closing in on you. Fear not. They cannot match my speed, Steve replied, glancing back before activating a mechanism on his motorcycle. With a swift motion, a steel cable shot forth, spanning between two trees. The Hydra guards on the motorcycles ducked to avoid the cable. But the last two were ensnared, tumbling from their bikes into the snow. The remaining 4 motorcycles continued their pursuit, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that were deflected by Steve's shield. With determination, Steve pressed a button that unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting the closest 2 motorcycles. Their riders engulfed in flames as they writhed in agony upon the snow. The final 2 motorcycles veered to circumvent the flames, racing up a slope to position themselves ahead of Steve. With a cold smile, Steve accelerated, maneuvering between the 2 bikes, swiftly removing one of their fuel caps before he sent them careening off course. Boom! The explosion resonated behind him, but Steve remained unfazed, fixating on the tank that had now appeared at the entrance. He positioned his shield before him as the tank fired several rounds, all of which were thwarted by the shield. With a full throttle, Steve activated the attack button on his motorcycle, launching a projectile that obliterated the tank at the base's entrance, propelling him into the depths of Hydra's stronghold. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the steel door ahead. Without hesitation, he pressed the self-destruct mechanism that Stark had equipped him with, grabbing his shield mid-stride as he leaped from the motorcycle. The speeding motorcycle crashed headlong into the steel door. Boom! The force of the explosion created a gaping breach in the steel door, obliterating the nearby guards in a shower of debris. Chapter 021. The chase in the underground passage. Leaping from the motorcycle, Steve charged fearlessly into the throng of encircling Hydra guards. He hurled his shield with precision, incapacitating several guards before executing a roll to retrieve his shield, which he raised defensively before him. Bang! 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 As the Hydra guards encircled him, a barrage of blinding blue beams erupted, all striking the shield that stood before Steve. Meanwhile, on the snowy mountaintop, Fury, observing through his binoculars, couldn't help but remark, Steve is practically dancing with death. He's almost rivaling Gary in audacity. Steve is merely venting. He knows his limits, Gary replied calmly. Moments later, Steve found himself surrounded by the relentless Hydra guards, their flames intertwining and rendering him unable to retaliate. Before long, he was escorted through the steel gates by 2 heavily armed Hydra sentinels. Gary, who had been watching intently, spoke in a low voice, prepared to execute the plan. After a brief while, Steve was led into the grand hall on the 2nd floor. Arrogance does not appear to be an exclusive trait of Americans. In comparison, you surpass them in that regard, Red Skull Schmidt sneered as he approached Steve, standing by the window. Even you have limitations, Captain, or do you disagree with Erskine's assessment? Steve gazed at the disfigured Red Skull Schmidt, responding coldly. He told me you've gone mad. You envy my extraordinary gifts and seek to deny what is rightfully mine. Yet he bestowed everything upon you. Schmidt's skeletal eyes flared with anger, followed by a derisive retort. So, what makes you so special? At this, a smirk crossed Steve's face. Nothing. I'm merely a short guy from Brooklyn. Unable to contain his jealousy and rage any longer, Schmidt struck Steve with a punch, followed by several more, knocking him to the ground. I could spend all day with you. Blood trickled from Steve's mouth, yet he stared at Schmidt, unafraid. You may think so, but unfortunately, I have matters to attend to, Schmidt coldly replied, drawing his energy pistol. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds pierced through the air, echoing outside the window. Schmidt turned to see several soldiers swiftly sliding down the cable, realizing he had been deceived, and hurriedly opened fire. However, Steve reacted swiftly, breaking free from his restraints and yanking one of the guards in front of him. The gunshot from Schmidt obliterated the guard in an instant. With the sound of shattering glass, Gary, Fury, and others burst into the hall. Upon seeing this, Schmidt quickly turned to flee. As Gary landed, he wielded his machine gun, mowing down 2 or 3 guards instantly. Meanwhile, Steve swiftly incapacitated another guard holding him captive. Gary, if you were any later, you wouldn't have seen me. Steve sighed in relief. Gary chuckled, picking up a fallen shield and handing it to Steve. Just in time, wouldn't you say? Fury, you and the others clear the surrounding guards. Steve and I will pursue Schmidt. We cannot let him escape. Yes, Captain. With that, Gary and Steve hurried down the corridor in pursuit. Simultaneously, outside the base, Colonel Phillips received word. They VE entered, commenced the attack. The sounds of gunfire erupted fiercely. A multitude of American soldiers charged into the base, undeterred by the terrifying blue energy beams. Under such a ferocious assault, the Hydra soldiers outside began to falter. In the corridor, Gary and Steve pressed on, with Steve's shield providing cover for Gary to fire freely. They swiftly dispatched the Hydra guards obstructing their path. PS ahead. Upon reaching a junction, Gary spotted Schmidt retreating from another direction and sprinting towards the left passage. Steve immediately hurled his circular shield. The shield ricocheted along the arched corridor, wedging itself into the closing door at the end. As they advanced a few steps, a burst of flames erupted towards them. Gary quickly opened fire, taking down the guard wielding the flamethrower. Cease fire. Cease fire. Colonel Phillips' voice resonated from the other side of the corridor. Gary and Steve rushed over, finding Carter and other soldiers already breaching the entrance. You're late, Steve greeted Carter with a smile, but Carter, her chest heaving slightly, replied. Hey, this isn't the time to celebrate. Gary, approaching with a teasing tone, added, You're not going to. All right, Schmidt, Steve exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he and Gary entered the expansive underground base. Gunfire echoed as numerous American soldiers surged from another passage into the vast underground hall. After a brief chase, they spotted a massive transport aircraft gliding down the underground runway, while thousands of Hydra guards surged from the opposite side. The hall was awash with blinding blue beams. Gary, I have my shield for protection. I'm going after him, Steve declared, and without waiting for Gary's approval, he sprinted ahead. Gary sighed, fully aware that Steve's urgency stemmed from a desire for vengeance for Bucky. As blue beams shot towards him, Gary swiftly took cover behind a supply crate, seizing an energy gun to retaliate. Shortly thereafter, Phillips and Carter arrived with reinforcements. Where's Steve? Carter asked anxiously. He went after the plane. Gary replied helplessly. I think he really needs a car. Otherwise, he won't catch up? Phillips shook his head, scanning the surroundings. Come on. Follow me. There are vehicles that way. Before long, the trio spotted Schmidt's customized stretch limousine. After hopping into the vehicle, Colonel Phillips revved the engine, accelerating rapidly. After half a minute, they spotted Steve gradually slowing down. Get in, Gary shouted. Steve glanced back and quickly jumped into the passenger seat. We're running out of time, Steve said anxiously as they fell behind the transport aircraft. Colonel Phillips, keeping his composure, noticed a red button and pressed it. With a roar, the tailpipe erupted with blue flames, propelling the car forward with astonishing speed. As the corridor brightened, the vehicle closed the distance to the enormous transport plane. Steve, get me up there. Gary prepared to leap from the car. Steady now. Steve vacated the driver's seat, positioning himself at the edge of the door. Pushing his shield forward, looking at Gary. Go. Carter watched, her heart racing, fully aware that if Gary missed his jump, the outcome would be grim. Without hesitation, Gary stomped on the circular shield, using Steve's push and his own leg power to leap into the air. He grasped the edge of the aircraft's cargo hold with relative ease, pulling himself inside. Nice one, Carter praised. At that moment, the transport plane surged toward the mouth of the tunnel, ready for takeoff, while the car positioned itself beneath the aircraft. Wait, just as Steve was about to jump, Carter called out to him. He turned around, receiving a swift kiss from her. Go kill him, Carter urged earnestly. Steve nodded, casting a glance at the driving Colonel Phillips. What are you waiting for? I'm not going to kiss you, Phillips barked. Steve leaped onto the landing gear of the transport plane. Seeing this, Phillips hastily turned the steering wheel and applied the brakes. The transport aircraft, with wings spanning 20 to 30 meters, surged off the runway, initiating its ascent. Gary entered the rear cargo hold and soon beheld a hatch. Upon opening it, he discovered several bombers positioned on either side of the landing gear. As he ventured further in, Steve coincidentally passed through the landing gear into the same space. Gary, shoo, someone is approaching, Gary whispered, placing a finger to his lips. Soon, four Hydra pilots emerged swiftly from within. Gary gestured towards the two in front, indicating that they were his responsibility. Steve nodded in understanding. Bang, bang. As the four pilots walked past them, Gary instantly dashed out, delivering a swift kick that sent one flying, followed by a powerful punch that knocked another pilot unconscious. Steve, equally in sync, used his shield to topple the two pilots at the rear. However, one of them landed on a bomber and struggled to access the cockpit. Realizing the latter was about to board the bomber and take off, Steve rushed to the central control panel and activated the hatch beneath the bomber. The aircraft plummeted, and the pilot clinging to the top quickly lost his grip, being sucked down by the external pressure. Steve exhaled a sigh of relief. Let us go. It's time to reunite with our old friend, Gary remarked with a grin. I look forward to it, Steve replied, shrugging as he followed. The two navigated through the cabin until they arrived at the cockpit. Where's Schmidt? Steve frowned, noticing the pilot's seat was vacant. He must be hiding, Gary began. But his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the center of the cockpit. There, a square blue energy cube resided. The Tesseract. Gary's breath quickened. This was a super artifact from the Marvel Universe, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Space Stone. The intense spatial fluctuations felt as vast as the ocean. Having traversed between 2 worlds, Gary was acutely sensitive to such unique spatial waves. Gary, be careful, Steve warned, raising his shield protectively in front of Gary as he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Boom. A blinding blue beam struck the shield, unleashing a tempest of airwaves. You just refuse to give up, do you? Schmidt shouted, brandishing his energy weapon. Of course not, Steve retorted, charging at Schmidt. Boom, boom. Schmidt fired twice. But both shots were deflected by Steve's shield. With a powerful lunge, Steve knocked the energy weapon from Schmidt's grasp and delivered a punch to his skull. Gary, breaking free from the immersion of spatial fluctuations, turned and executed a roll, retrieving the energy weapon Schmidt had discarded. However, with Steve and Schmidt already locked in combat, Gary hesitated to fire, fearing friendly fire. Bang bang. The two exchanged blows, soon entangled at the controls, crashing against the yoke. The transport aircraft began to plummet. Gary swiftly grasped the metal floor to steady himself. Steve and Schmidt collided against the ceiling before rapidly descending back towards the cockpit. Schmidt kicked Steve away and swiftly manipulated the controls, restoring the aircraft to normal flight. Once stabilized, Gary squeezed the trigger, firing at Schmidt. Schmidt reacted quickly, diving to the left and narrowly avoiding Gary's sudden attack. However, the energy beam struck the control panel, creating a massive gash. Captain America, you had the power to become a god, Schmidt exclaimed, drawing an energy pistol and firing at Gary. Gary rolled to evade the shot. Do you think that just because you bear the star-spangled emblem on your chest, you can fight for your country? I have seen the future, and it bears no flags, Schmidt bellowed, firing twice more at Gary. Gary evaded one shot, but the other he could not dodge, forcing him to block with the energy weapon. Boom. The weapon shattered into fragments. That is not my future. Steve leaped down beside Gary, seizing the shield from the ground and swinging it forcefully at Schmidt. Thud. The shield sent Schmidt flying and crashed against the device holding the Tesseract, halting its operation and ejecting the cube. Schmidt struggled to rise, gazing at the Tesseract, bewildered. What have you done? He exclaimed, grasping the Tesseract, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of immense energy coursing through him. The Tesseract unleashed torrents of blue energy, revealing a vast expanse of starry sky. No, Schmidt screamed as he transformed into a mass of energy and was teleported away. Witnessing this, Gary could not help but reflect that Schmidt had indeed been transported by the Space Stone to a desolate planet, guarding the Soul Stone for over 70 years. Meanwhile, the Tesseract fell onto the metal mesh, burning a hole through it before continuing its descent. Gary, seeing this, was powerless to intervene. Gary. Schmidt. Steve stood frozen in shock. Schmidt is dead. Gary inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. Hearing this, Steve finally regained his composure. Oh no. This aircraft seems to have realized something. Gary and Steve hurried to the cockpit. The destination is New York. Gary scanned the radar display, his voice grave. Steve, seated at the controls, manipulated several buttons, but his expression quickly darkened. What's wrong? Gary's heart sank. Though aware of the plot, he still hoped for a miracle. But now, Gary, the situation is dire. The autopilot cannot be disengaged, and as you can see, this thing has just been blasted with a hole, rendering manual control impossible. It cannot cancel the destination. Steve inhaled deeply, as if making a decision, his gaze serious as he looked at Gary. There are parachutes in the back of the cabin. You need to hurry and jump. Are you out of your mind? Gary protested angrily. The only way is to steer the plane into the ocean. There must be another way. We have a communicator, right? Let us contact Carter and have her notify Stark. He's the best pilot. Gary urged desperately. Steve shook his head. There's no time. Someone has to make the sacrifice. Don't forget, I am Captain America. Gary fell silent, recognizing the resolve in Steve's words. Gary, hurry. If you wait any longer, it will be too late. Steve shouted. Remember, take care of Carter for me. I owe her a date. Chapter 023, Life on the Deserted Island. The biting, frigid wind incessantly lashed against Gary's face. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the transport aircraft hurtling away and plummeting into the distance. Steve, see you in 70 years. Perhaps it was the chill in the air that caused his eyes to well with hot tears, his mind recalling the moment when Steve had leaped onto the grenade. Back then, Steve was still weak, yet he selflessly sacrificed himself for others. Now, He had become a super soldier, stronger than ever, but still chose to sacrifice himself for his country and its people. Captain America, I cannot measure up to you, Gary sighed, reflecting that he would never be capable of such selflessness. Boom. As icy seawater soaked him entirely, Gary realized he had parachuted into the North Atlantic. All around him was an expanse of desolate ocean. This is a disaster. The Hydra organization, which wreaked havoc across the European battlegrounds, has finally been annihilated in the majestic Alps. Its leader, the Red Skull, Schmidt, was decisively vanquished by Captain America, Steve Rogers, and John Gary in a formidable alliance. Upon the announcement of this news, all member nations of the Allies erupted into jubilant celebrations. This momentous day has since been dubbed Victory in Europe Day, a toast to Captain Gary and Captain Steve. On the front lines of the Italian battlefield, members of the Howling Commandos, returning from the Alps, raised their glasses in a local tavern, yet their expressions were laden with solemnity. Fury, I refuse to believe that the captain and Steve have perished. They are super soldiers. One member slurred, having consumed several drinks. Fury, belching slightly, replied, I too refuse to accept it. Damn it, if I weren't so inept at swimming, I would have plunged into the Atlantic to search for them myself. Meanwhile, in the underground temporary base of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Colonel Phillips handed a dossier to Carter. The words retirement inscribed upon it. Sir, have there been any updates from the search teams? Carter inquired, her voice quivering with suppressed tears. Regrettably, Colonel Phillips replied heavily. Stark has relayed that they have scoured the area for 2 weeks without a trace of Gary or Steve. However, they remain undeterred, clinging to hope for good news. Carter clenched the dossier tightly, her heart racing. What about Gary's file? She pressed. According to the last transmission from Steve, Gary successfully parachuted before the plane's descent. Given his exceptional physical prowess, the likelihood of his survival is considerable. Therefore, Headquarters has opted to place his records on hold until his death is confirmed, Colonel Phillips sighed. As for Steve, with the plane's crash, Headquarters has assessed his chances of survival as minimal. At this, Phillips placed a reassuring hand on Carter's shoulder. We have but 1 day left. I hope you can muster your spirits and return to New York. We have much work ahead. Once Colonel Phillips departed, Carter opened the dossier. Upon glimpsing a photograph of Steve during his enlistment, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. In the northern Atlantic, on a modestly sized deserted isle, Gary, his visage adorned with stubble, devoured the half-raw fish voraciously. Had it not been for his extraordinary constitution, he would have succumbed to the frigid embrace of the endless Atlantic long ago. Fortuitously, on the 5th day of his drifting, he had spotted this small island peeking above the waves, sustaining himself with the fish he had caught. Will Stark ever find me? Gary pondered, gazing out at the ocean. His brow furrowed. Although he could transcend into Luo Hua's consciousness to alleviate the monotony of the isle, subsisting solely on fish was hardly a sustainable solution. As dusk fell, not a single vessel appeared on the horizon. Gary shook his head and retreated to his modest cave dwelling. Resources on the island were scarce, and he could not afford the luxury of a fire, relying solely on his physique to withstand the cold. In Yangzhou City, Minghua Community, as Luo Hua regained consciousness from Luo Hua's body, he heard Gong Xinlan's voice calling for dinner. Your brother has ventured into the wilderness. I hope he remains safe. She fretted during the meal. Fear not. Xiaofeng has been there several times. He knows what he is doing. Besides, he is not alone. He has teammates to look out for each other. Worry not, Luo Hongwa interjected. Gong Xinlan shot back. The wilderness is perilous. Even with a team, safety is not guaranteed. I've heard. Stop, dinner. Luo Hong was swiftly interrupted. Luo Hua chuckled. Mom, my brother will be fine. He might return soon. What nonsense. Xiaofeng usually stays in the wilderness for 1 or 2 months before returning, Gong Xinlan retorted, her tone exasperated. Luo Hua smiled, refraining from elaborating. He knew Xiaofeng wouldn't linger long in the wilderness, especially with the latter soon to join the Victory training camp. Mom, I'm back. Indeed, in the afternoon. A Hummer rolled into Minghua Community, and shortly thereafter, Luo Feng appeared at the villa's entrance. Xiaofeng, you really returned. Gong Xinlan exclaimed, eyes wide. Luo Feng was equally taken aback, muttering in confusion. Did the martial arts school supervisor inform my family ahead of time? That makes no sense. At that moment, Luo Hua, gliding in on his wheelchair, overheard Luo Feng's musings and clarified, brother, don't jump to conclusions. During breakfast, Mom was worried about you. So I reassured her that you might return today. Oh, I see. Luo Feng chuckled. Xiaohua, you were spot on. Brother, you're back for what reason? Gong Xinlan inquired, turning her attention to Luo Feng. I've left the Firehammer team and will soon head to the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters for training, Luo Feng explained succinctly. Xiaofeng, you're leaving China for such a long time, 5 years? Gong Xinlan exclaimed in alarm. I have no choice. It's the headquarters directive. Training elite warriors requires time. Luo Feng replied with resignation. Mom, this is good news. My brother is going for training, which is far better than risking his life in the wilderness. Who knows? He might become a god of war halfway through. Luo Hua joked lightly. Becoming a god of war so quickly? No way. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. Yet according to his plans, he intended to ascend to godhood before the training concluded, though such aspirations rarely unfolded as envisioned. In the ensuing days, Luo Feng surprisingly refrained from training on the second floor and instead spent time shopping with his parents, while Luo Hua endeavored to focus his awareness and energy on family companionship. After nearly 20 days on the deserted isle, vessels finally appeared on the horizon. Chapter 024, Promotion. Gary was beside himself with excitement. He dashed back to the cave, hauling the prepared firewood to the beach and igniting it. Soon, a thick plume of smoke billowed into the air. Simultaneously, in the command cabin of the naval vessel, Sir, a small island has been sighted ahead, an officer reported. Howard Stark, weary in demeanor, replied, Hand me the binoculars. Through them, Stark immediately spotted the distant isle, dense smoke rising from it, and he exclaimed with exhilaration, Hurry. Draw closer. Gary, Steve, it must be you. As the ship approached, Stark continuously murmured in anticipation. Gary, unable to contain his eagerness, leapt into the sea and swiftly swam towards the approaching vessel. 5 minutes later, Gary, it's wonderful. You're alive. Stark exclaimed, embracing him fervently. Stark, thank you. Thank you for finding me, Gary replied, his voice thick with emotion. Stark, gazing at Gary's stubbled face, felt tears welling in his eyes. As long as you're alive. That's what matters. Quickly, prepare food and clothing. Stark commanded busily. Gary followed Stark into the cabin, and after a refreshing shower and shaving, he indulged in a hearty meal. How is it? Tastes good, doesn't he? Stark inquired with a smile as they sat across from each other at the table. Delicious. Gary replied, savoring the drink. After eating fish for over 20 days, I almost forgot the taste of other foods. Stark sighed, the Atlantic is vast. If it weren't for the energy signals along the way, we'd likely have wasted another month. Energy signals? You mean the infinite energy source that Schmidt was using to create weapons? You and Steve must have encountered it on the plane, Gary nodded. Indeed, we saw it. After killing Schmidt, that thing fell from the aircraft. By the way, what about Steve? Stark asked, looking at Gary with a glimmer of hope. Only for that hope to dim as Gary shook his head. The aircraft was unable to alter its course, and manual controls had failed. Steve plummeted alongside the plane. Gary spoke solemnly. However, I hope we can search for another month. We must at least locate the wreckage. Stark nodded gravely, hoping for a miracle. In the ensuing month, several naval vessels continued their search in the North Atlantic, yet no remnants of the aircraft were discovered. Gary, we must return, Stark sighed in resignation. In New York, at the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Colonel Phillips greeted Gary with a broad smile, embracing him warmly. Carter wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and said to Gary, I knew you wouldn't go down easily. I'm sorry, Steve, Gary began. But Carter silenced him with a finger. Let us not dwell on sorrow. Steve did what he had to. After a fervent welcome ceremony, Colonel Phillips summoned Gary to his office. Sir, Gary saluted as he entered. Gary, as the hero who vanquished the Red Skull, you should have received a grander reception. However, given the critical state of the European front and the desire of Congressman Brandt to preserve Captain America's image, we must keep things simple, Phillips explained, looking at Gary. If you have any concerns, feel free to share. Gary's expression turned serious. Sir, I have no issues. You and Steve are exemplary soldiers. I regret what has happened to Steve, but the war is far from over. I hope you will continue to serve our nation. Phillips spoke slowly. I will follow your orders, sir. Phillips smiled. Excellent. I am pleased with your attitude. He then retrieved a badge from his drawer and tossed it to Gary. You have 10 days of rest, after which you will be assigned to the 107th Infantry Regiment as a battalion executive officer. Gary caught the badge, his eyes widening at the golden oak leaves. Sir, this is a Major S rank. Is there a mistake? John Gary. Phillips' expression turned serious. In light of your significant contributions to the defeat of Hydra, Headquarters has approved your promotion to Major. I hope you will continue to fight for our country. Yes, sir. Emerging from the office, Gary felt somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated such a swift elevation from sergeant to major, though he had indeed made considerable contributions. Such rapid advancement was likely unprecedented in American history. Major Gary, how does it feel to have that title? Carter appeared from nowhere, smiling. A bit surprising, he admitted. Carter shook her head. Hydra has inflicted immense damage on the European front. Your success in dismantling them has altered the battlefield dynamics significantly. Thus, both you and Steve deserve immense credit. In fact, your promotion to Major may even be considered modest. Modest? Gary exclaimed, wide-eyed. Certainly, she replied. Gary chuckled ruefully. Well, I suppose I have much to learn. Rest well, you'll need it for the battles ahead. I hope your luck continues, Carter said, her face beaming, though a hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes. By the way, Carter, where is the unlimited energy source that Stark brought back? Gary inquired thoughtfully. Carter paused. It's in the underground lab. Stark's main focus now is researching this unlimited energy. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. This unlimited energy is crucial and immensely powerful. If it falls into the hands of other nations, we may witness the rise of another Schmidt, Gary said gravely. You're right. I will remind Colonel Phillips, Carter nodded. Upon returning to his quarters, Gary fell into deep contemplation. Undoubtedly, the Tesseract contained the Space Stone, which not only harbored immense energy, but also concealed the fundamental laws of space. If he could acquire spatial secret techniques akin to the 10,000-line flow, he could swiftly grasp the laws of space. After all, the Tesseract was essentially a vast ocean of the primordial laws of space. Training and understanding in such an environment would enable even the dimmest individual to flourish remarkably. Once the war concluded, the esteemed Master Luo Feng would likely have obtained the inheritance of the Mo family by then. As his brother, he should be able to receive some form of training. Consequently, he must ensure a transfer back to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, allowing him regular access to the Tesseract. Gary's gaze reflected determination. Whether he could grow strong enough before Thanos snapped his fingers depended on these Infinity Stones. Of course, there also existed methods of cultivation on Earth, such as the arcane texts found in the temple where Ancient One resided, which also harbored the Time Stone. However, Gary had no intentions of pursuing this path at present. Firstly, as a soldier, he could not abandon his unit. Secondly, should Ancient One perceive any anomalies, his plight would be dire. Thus, he resolved to refrain from such pursuits until he possessed adequate means of self-preservation. Chapter 025. The Normandy Landings on the European Front. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke and chaos, particularly after Hydra was utterly annihilated, losing its overwhelming dominance. The Anglo-American coalition launched several large-scale counterattacks. And with the pressure from the Italian rear and the Soviet Eastern Front, the German forces were compelled to adopt a comprehensive defensive posture. Faced with the Germans' heavily fortified defenses, the Allies ultimately devised the Normandy landing plan, albeit postponing it until June. At the 107th Infantry Regiment's camp, after resting in New York for 10 days, Gary arrived in London by plane and subsequently reached the frontline military encampment. Fury had been waiting at the camp entrance, and upon spotting Gary in the military vehicle, he burst into laughter and approached him eagerly. Fury. After disembarking, Gary embraced Fury heartily. Damn it, I knew God wouldn't take you. Fury exclaimed, exhilarated. Gary chuckled and teased, I've always had good luck. Once they embraced, Fury noticed the badge on Gary's chest, his eyes widening. Oh my God. I can't believe it. You've been promoted to Major. Yes, Colonel Phillips helped me with the application, Gary confirmed with a nod. You rascal. When you first enlisted, your rank was lower than mine, and now, in the blink of an eye, you've become my superior. Fury playfully punched Gary, filled with envy. Gary shrugged and glanced at Fury's badge. You've been promoted to lieutenant as well, Haven to you? I had a standard promotion. Unlike you, your rate of advancement is as extraordinary as your physique. Fury retorted, exasperated. Gary laughed heartily. So, during my absence, have you kept up with your training? There's no time to train on the battlefield, but whenever I have a moment, I practice my horse stance. I can now hold it for half an hour. Fury replied, shaking his head. Half an hour? Impressive. Gary commended, giving him a thumbs up. As the two walked side by side into the barracks, Gary asked, what about the others? Fury understood Gary was inquiring about the Howling Commandos and sighed. After we annihilated Hydra, the other members of the Howling Commandos returned to their respective countries, and some were reassigned to other units, so we can no longer fight together. Regardless of where we are, our objective remains the same, Gary said, patting Fury on the shoulder. Indeed. It's a pity that those weapons are unusable due to the instability of the energy cores. Otherwise, we could certainly show those damn Germans what they've created. As they conversed, a middle-aged officer approached. Gary, long time no see. Colonel Blades. Gary and Fury immediately rendered a salute. You're a major now, Gary. I'm merely one rank above you. Colonel Blades waved his hand dismissively. Huh. When I assigned you to Colonel Phillips's command, I knew you would stand out. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly, Colonel Blades remarked, extending his hand earnestly. Let us reacquaint ourselves. Blades Joseph. John Gary. The two shook hands. Gary, I eagerly anticipate fighting alongside you. Brad exclaimed with a smile. I feel the same way. Due to the formidable barrier posed by the majestic Alps and the neutral territory of Switzerland, the Italian front could not penetrate into the rear of the German forces. Consequently, a significant number of British and American troops began to steadily transfer to the front lines in the UK, preparing for the Normandy landings in early June to establish a second front. However, the 107th Infantry Regiment suffered considerable losses during the engagement with the Hydra organization. Thus, throughout Gary's nearly month-long arrival, aside from continuously receiving and reorganizing soldiers, there were scarcely any military operations. Bang! With the sound of a tree crashing down, Gary retracted his fist. Gary, you've grown stronger again. Fury marveled. It's merely a slight enhancement. Gary shrugged. Over the past 3 to 4 months, through the practice of the 5 hearts to heaven cultivation method, his physical prowess had been steadily increasing. Perhaps due to his genetic predisposition, his rate of improvement was notably rapid, and he estimated that he had reached the level of a mid-tier warrior. Fury struck a tree with his fist, but it merely swayed slightly. Gary, when will I ever reach your level? Do not rush. First, solidify your fundamentals. The essence of Chinese martial arts lies in diligent practice, Gary advised gently. In truth, he could teach the 5 hearts to heaven to Fury. But considering Fury's current tendency to chatter, he decided it best to let him find his calm first. In the evening, Brad arrived with orders from headquarters. Gary, Fury. Headquarters has commanded our 107th Infantry Regiment to depart tomorrow for the coastal landing vessels. Are we really crossing the sea on warships? Damn it, I detest such perilous crossings. Fury grumbled. Brad chuckled. Fear not. This time, our naval operation will be secure. On June 6th and 7th, 1944, under the cover of extensive aerial bombardments, the Anglo-American coalition successfully landed on the beaches, establishing a solid foothold. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Amidst the relentless artillery fire, although individual strength was pushed to its limits, Gary, relying on his formidable physical conditioning, led the reorganized 107th Infantry Regiment to successively seize multiple frontline positions from the enemy, making a substantial contribution to the main force's advance in capturing the first stronghold. Gary, headquarters has expressed high praise for our 107th Infantry Regiment's combat capabilities. Colonel Brad had not ceased smiling over the past few days, as their regiment shone brilliantly during this landing operation, earning the envy of other regiments. The only lament was that Fury had sustained an eye injury from shrapnel during an offensive and was currently recuperating at a rear hospital. On June 14th, the American flank was unexpectedly assaulted by a German armored division, resulting in heavy losses. Headquarters promptly dispatched the highly capable 107th Infantry Regiment for reinforcement. That afternoon, Gary spearheaded an advance into the German armored division's positions, destroying over a dozen tanks, and successfully defeated the enemy division, following up with a pursuit that captured their defensive lines. Well done. Truly deserving of the title of hero who vanquished the Hydra leader, Gary is simply outstanding. Many high-ranking officers at American headquarters praised him. Chief of Staff, I propose we assign the 107th Infantry Regiment directly to the front lines to undertake the most critical assault plan. Wouldn't that place too much pressure on them? The Germans have not yet lost their will to fight. We must advance swiftly to seize advantageous strongholds. I concur. I agree as well. Very well, it's settled, but given the substantial pressure we are placing on them, shouldn't we offer some form of compensation? At the 107th Infantry Regiment's command post, Brad beamed with delight. Gary, due to your courageous performance and remarkable achievements during this landing operation, Headquarters has bestowed upon you the rank of Major. As he spoke, Brad handed the insignia to Gary. I appreciate the trust of Headquarters. Gary solemnly saluted. Thanks to you, I've been promoted to Colonel as well. Chapter 026. Rest and Recuperation. Time flew by swiftly. After over a month of grueling beach landing operations, the Allied forces officially concluded the full-scale landing on July 20th. In this campaign, the 107th Infantry Regiment suffered the heaviest losses, yet their accomplishments were equally extraordinary, having breached numerous enemy positions and, in the most critical battles, thwarted the Germans' most stubborn counterattacks. Simultaneously, the 107th Infantry Regiment attracted significant enemy fire, laying a solid foundation for the Allied forces' full landing and establishment of a beachhead. Colonel Gary, Headquarters has issued orders for the 107th Infantry Regiment to rest for half a month in the rear, awaiting the reorganization of the other infantry regiments before participating in further operations, reported a communications soldier. Upon returning to headquarters, The 107th Infantry Regiment will strictly comply with orders and remain combat-ready at all times, Gary declared solemnly within the command tent. The communications soldier promptly transmitted the message. Meanwhile, Fury, having recovered from his eye injury, expressed his frustration. What is headquarters thinking? At such a critical juncture, they have ordered our 107th Infantry Regiment to remain in place for rest. Headquarters has its considerations. Our 107th Infantry Regiment performed excellently during the landing operations, and I have been promoted 2 ranks in succession. Most of our significant contributions have been recognized. The Allied forces have firmly established their foothold. Victory is merely a matter of time. Under these circumstances, we ought to allow the other brother units to benefit somewhat. Gary replied with a smile. Humph. Someone must have reported on us. Fury gritted his teeth. Gary waved his hand. All right, let's refrain from such talk. Our 107th Infantry Regiment has suffered considerable losses. This is a good opportunity to recuperate. In Yangzhou City, Minghua Community. Taking advantage of the downtime, Gary finally had ample time to focus his thoughts on Luo Hua. Xiaohua, your brother just called. He'll be back in 5 days. Rolling into the living room in a wheelchair, Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua shared the news with beaming faces. Luo Hua was taken aback. What? My brother is coming back. Yes. We initially thought he would be away for at least a year before he could take leave to return, but he is back in less than 6 months. Gong Xinlan replied with a smile. Luo Hua pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that he had been so preoccupied with the beach landing that he almost lost track of time. Indeed, according to the original storyline, his brother Luo Feng would return to the Jiangnan Bay City on August 1st as a supervisor. It seems I will soon be able to stand up. A hint of excitement flickered in Luo Hua's eyes, as both the original owner and he were eager to stand again. After all, anyone confined to a wheelchair for an extended period would feel discomfort. 5 days swiftly passed. On the morning of August 1st, Luo Hua, accompanied by his parents, arrived at the entrance of the Extreme Limit Club, where many people from the community had gathered. The path of a martial artist is perilous, and since most residents were families of martial artists, they understood this well. Thus, whenever a martial artist returned from the wilderness, the community would generally come together to welcome them. Old Luo, didn't your son go to the martial arts headquarters? I heard the rules there are quite strict. He wouldn't be home until the new year. Indeed, old Luo, is your son really coming back today? Many inquired in succession. Luo Honghua, radiant with joy, responded with a grin. Why would I lie to you? My son has already called me and said he would be back in half an hour. After a while, Luo Honghua's phone rang. Are you almost here? 5 minutes. Good, good. The family is all waiting here for you. Your brother? Luo Hua is here too. Upon hearing this, a nearby woman chuckled. Luo Feng is something else. He could have told old Shun he was coming back. He often mentions him, and if he had known, he wouldn't have gone to class today. At the entrance, he should be arriving soon, Gong Xinlan remarked with a smile. However, sitting in his wheelchair, Luo Hua gazed at the sky. Whoosh. Soon, a deep blue triangular fighter jet appeared overhead. Many gazes were filled with uncertainty as they turned towards the descending butterfly-shaped aircraft. As it slowly touched down, a flurry of conversations erupted among the crowd, questioning how this military aircraft had found its way to their location. Towering over 20 meters, the aircraft landed, and its hatch swung open to reveal Luo Feng, dressed casually in denim attire. Luo Feng, it's really him, gasped numerous onlookers in astonishment. Bro, you've certainly made a grand entrance this time. Luo Hua, gliding up in his wheelchair, surveyed the deep blue aircraft with a grin, saying, Don't tell me this is your plane. Luo Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaohua, you guessed quite accurately. Bro, is it truly yours? Luo Hua feigned shock, his words intended for the others present. Indeed, the families of the warriors nearby gasped in disbelief. Even Wu Tong, the head of the association, appeared bewildered. Xiao Feng, is this aircraft genuinely yours? Luo Honghua initially intended to have Luo Feng express his gratitude to those who had traveled so far to bring him back, only to discover that this very aircraft belonged to his son. The contrast left even the usually loquacious Gong Xinlan at a loss for words. Uncle Wu, I'll treat you all to a meal later. Luo Feng smiled, then turned to push the wheelchair, saying, Dad, Mom, let's head home. Yes, home it is. Thus, the 4 of them returned to their villa amidst the astonished gazes of the warrior families. Qinma, is breakfast ready? Upon entering the house, Gong Xinlan called out. It's ready. As she spoke, Qinma cheerfully brought out the morning feast. Luo Feng hurried to assist. Once seated, Luo Hua couldn't help but inquire, Bro, that aircraft must be worth at least 100 billion, and it's likely one that can't be easily purchased. Upon hearing this, Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua's jaws dropped. 100 billion? What does that even mean? Xiaohua, it seems you've been keeping a close eye on these matters. Luo Feng chuckled as he explained. In truth, I won't be leaving anytime soon. Not leaving? Bro, are you implying? Luo Feng nodded. I've been appointed as the inspector for the Jiangnan base city by the global headquarters, so I'll be residing here permanently. Following the narrative. Once they learned about the significance of the inspector's position, Gong Xinlan expressed her heartfelt wish for Luo Feng to help find their long-lost relatives. To which Luo Feng readily agreed. In the afternoon, the three leaders of the Jiangnan Extreme Association paid a visit, creating quite a stir throughout the Mingyue community. They too learned of Luo Feng's impending role as the new inspector, and as the news spread, many warriors brought gifts to establish rapport with him after the departure of the three heads of the association. It wasn't until after 11 o'clock that the villa, which had been bustling all day, began to quiet down. The next day, after breakfast, Luo Feng took Luo Hua for a stroll in the community park. Luo Feng. Inspector Luo. The residents greeted him enthusiastically. Luo Feng acknowledged each one with a nod. Bro, you've become quite the celebrity now, Luo Hua laughed. Celebrity? I'm merely an inspector, Luo Feng replied as he pushed the wheelchair to a bench beneath a tree, sitting down and saying, there's an auction on the 15th. And by then, you'll be able to stand. Although Luo Hua was already aware, he still expressed his excitement. Really? When have I ever deceived you? Luo Hua exclaimed, clenching his fists in exhilaration. Once I stand, I can become a warrior like you. Mid-sentence, Luo Hua suddenly fell silent. Luo Feng furrowed his brow and looked at him intently. Xiaohua, tell me, do you truly wish to pursue the path of a warrior? I just want to strengthen my body, Luo Hua stammered. Speak the truth. Luo Feng's expression darkened. It was only then that Luo Hua confessed candidly. After a lengthy pause, Luo Feng sighed. Xiaohua, despite my current status as an inspector, basking in glory, the dangers I've faced are beyond your imagination. Hence, I do not wish for you to tread this perilous path. Chapter 027. Persuading Luo Feng. Luo Hua understood well. If he couldn't persuade his brother Luo Feng, then convincing their parents would be an even greater challenge, jeopardizing all his future plans. Bro, I know the path of a warrior is fraught with danger, but I genuinely aspire to be a warrior like you. Luo Hua refrained from delivering grandiloquent speeches, simply pleading, bro, please agree. I promise I won't venture into the wilderness without absolute certainty. Luo Feng's face was filled with hesitation. Seeing this, Luo Hua continued, bro, I've been in a wheelchair since childhood, and every time I saw others attending school, I longed to be like a normal person. However, I understood that this was an unrealistic dream, which is why I pushed myself to study and learn other things, to keep myself occupied and not dwell on unattainable aspirations. Now that I have a chance to stand again, I truly wish to become the admired warrior that everyone looks up to. Luo Feng inhaled deeply. He had anticipated his brother's fervent desire to become a warrior. It seemed the incident at the lake had profoundly altered him. All right, I agree. Luo Hua was momentarily stunned. Bro, you've agreed? Luo Feng nodded, feeling helpless. After being confined to a wheelchair for so long, his brother's psyche was quite sensitive and fragile. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attempted suicide by jumping into the lake last time. If he continued to refuse, it could potentially harm his brother. Such a thing was beyond his capability. Xiaohua, I can agree to this, but on the condition that you adhere to the training plan I devised for you. Luo Feng spoke earnestly. Only then can I persuade mom and dad. Luo Hua felt an immediate sense of relief, his expression brimming with excitement. Bro, I promise. A smile broke across Luo Feng's face. He knew his brother's character well. Once he made a promise, he wouldn't easily go back on it. As the invincible war god, even if his brother refrained from venturing into the wilderness, he was confident in guiding him swiftly to become a warrior. In a coastal town in France, since the Allied forces liberated this small town, the 107th Infantry Regiment had been stationed there. Gary, it's been half a month of rest, and the troops are fully restructured. Why hasn't headquarters issued any combat orders yet? Fury had been increasingly irritable these past couple of days. Meanwhile, Gary remained quite relaxed, for he had joined this war merely to earn merit for promotion. Now a colonel, he had nearly broken the record for the youngest officer to achieve that rank. Even if he accrued more military accomplishments, he wouldn't be able to rise in rank in the near future. Fury, if you're bored, why not train those veterans? Gary said with a smile. While resting in the rear, he had ample time to strategize regarding Luo Hua, especially since Luo Feng had agreed to let him become a warrior. Once he obtained the legacy of the Yuma lineage, he would surely allocate some resources towards him. Therefore, he just needed to patiently wait. Damn it, I guess I'll have to find these veterans to stretch their legs. Fury cursed under his breath before heading off to train the recently restructured veterans. A few days later, the 107th Infantry Regiment finally received new combat orders, directing them to the front lines for the total assault on the Paris defense. Finally going to the front, one exasperated soldier remarked, "I came to the 107th to earn merit, and I didn't expect to have been resting for over half a month. This is frustrating. But now I finally have my chance." As the troops assembled, some veterans from other regiments began to chatter among themselves. "Silence," Fury barked. At that moment, Gary stepped to the front of the formation, checked his watch, and stated, "It's 8 in the morning. Headquarters requires us to arrive at the Paris front by 6 this evening. Can you all manage that?" "Yes," came the resounding response. Louder. "Can you all manage that?" "Yes." The deafening roar echoed throughout the town. "Excellent. It seems you haven't been distracted by those lovely nurses these past few days," Gary remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a wave of laughter swept through the soldiers. "Now let us move out." At a little past 4 in the afternoon, the 107th Infantry Regiment, to which Gary belonged, arrived at the front lines of Paris. "What? The Chief of Staff wants to see me?" Gary's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Bright's words. This was the Chief of Staff of the Allied forces. It was rare for someone of his rank, let alone a mere colonel, to have an audience. "Hurry. Don't keep the chief waiting," Bright urged. Nodding, Gary quickly straightened his uniform and rushed to the headquarters. Upon reaching the command post, and after announcing himself, Gary was finally permitted entry. "Look, our American hero has arrived." A teasing voice rang out, drawing several gazes toward the entrance. Gary immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. Reporting to the Chief of Staff, Colonel John Gary of the 107th Regiment has arrived. "Excellent, full of spirit. It seems the recent rest has done wonders," Smith remarked with a smile, prompting laughter from the other senior officers. "Colonel Gary, the reason for your 107th Regiment's deployment here is to undertake a critical mission." As Smith spoke, a soldier unfurled a map. "The German forces have heavily fortified their defenses in Paris, and our troops are responsible for the left flank, which is densely occupied by German tanks and armor. It will be challenging to breach their lines, so the first assault is crucial for morale. I hope your 107th can take on this task." Gary's expression hardened as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, Chief of Staff, the 107th will accomplish the mission." "Such confidence," Smith replied, a smile gracing his face. Returning from the command headquarters, Fry eagerly inquired, "So, how did it go?" "Gary, do we have a mission?" Gary rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, the task is significant. Tomorrow, the first assault will be led by the 107th. "Fantastic. Finally, we can give those bastards a good thrashing," Fry exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Gary sighed. Fry was indeed a war fanatic. "Fry, go inform the others to rest well tonight. They need to be in top shape for tomorrow's tough battle." "Understood." After Fry departed, Gary rubbed his temples. Not expecting such a daunting task to be assigned to the 107th Infantry Regiment, the casualties could be severe. With a sigh, he shook his head and returned to his tent. That evening, his consciousness shifted to Luo Hua. If all went according to plan, today would mark the day he finally stood up again. After quickly washing up, Luo Hua wheeled himself into the courtyard of the villa. "Where's my brother?" He went out for a walk. Just as Gong Xinlan finished speaking, Luo Feng appeared at the entrance. "Xiao Feng, you're back so early?" Gong Xinlan exclaimed in surprise. Luo Feng nodded, carrying 2 metallic boxes, and slowly approached Luo Hua. "Brother, what's in the boxes?" Luo Hua felt a slight tightening in his chest. "Let us go inside. From today onward, you won't need your wheelchair anymore." A smile broke on Luo Feng's face. Luo Hua was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. Chapter 028, Rebirth from a Broken Leg. The life water was, in fact, an incredibly viscous dark red liquid, yet it exuded a faint fragrance. "Here are the precautions. Take a look," Luo Feng said as he opened the metallic box and retrieved the life water along with a small booklet, handing them to Luo Hua. Suppressing his inner excitement, Luo Hua urged, "Brother, you can step outside. I can handle this myself." Luo Feng nodded and left for the martial arts training hall on the 2nd floor. At that moment, Gong Xinlan and Luo Hongguo approached. "Xiao Hua, what is this?" "Mom, this is the life water my brother bought. It can regenerate my broken leg," Luo Hua replied enthusiastically. Gong Xinlan's eyes widened in excitement. "Regenerate a broken leg? Really?" "Of course. Don't you believe in my brother's capabilities?" Luo Hua chuckled before quickly adding, "Mom, you and Dad should go outside. I need to apply the medicine." "No. I must witness this myself." Gong Xinlan shook her head. How could she not be present for such a monumental occasion? Luo Hua was at a loss for words. "All right, let us step outside. Our son is grown now, and it's inappropriate for you to hover," Luo Hongguo said, gently pushing Gong Xinlan out of the room. I'm just worried he might mess it up, Gong Xinlan muttered as the door closed. With a sigh of relief, Luo Hua began to remove his clothing, then carefully applied the special cotton swab to the site of his broken leg with the medicinal liquid. Soon, he felt a warm sensation spreading through the area. Miraculously, at the site of the scab, openings began to form, and blood flowed forth. Ouch, that hurts. Luo Hua gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on his leg. As the openings widened, the broken leg seemed to blossom anew, rapidly sprouting flesh. 1 minute, 2 minutes, half an hour passed, and his leg had already grown to knee height. Realizing the effect of the medicine was waning, he hurriedly applied more. After completing the application, his leg continued to regenerate, albeit at a slower pace. An hour later, Luo Hua gazed at his fully restored legs, tears of joy streaming down his face. Xiao Feng. It's been almost 2 hours. Is Xiao Hua all right? Gong Xinlan's worried voice came from outside. Mom, don't worry, everything is fine, Luo Feng reassured her. Luo Hua put on his clothes, took a deep breath, and slowly stood up. As his feet made contact with the floor, he felt a chilling sensation. Click. Opening the door, he beheld his anxious mother, father, and brother Luo Feng waiting outside, and exclaimed with joy, Mom, Dad, I'm standing. Seeing Luo Hua at the door, Gong Xinlan was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Wonderful. You're standing, my son can stand. Luo Honghua's eyes moistened as well, and he turned away to discreetly wipe his tears. Luo Feng stepped forward and embraced Luo Hua, declaring, from now on, my brother is no longer a disabled person. Thank you, brother. Luo Feng replied, we're family, no need for thanks. On the front lines of Paris, Europe, the sound of explosions echoed. Having just finished breakfast, the Air Force commenced its bombardment. Fall in. As the whistle blew, all soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment quickly assembled, clad in military uniform. Gary stood at the forefront of the formation, surveying the battle-hardened veterans who had survived the brutal battlefield. He spoke solemnly, at 8:10. We will begin the first probing attack, comprising 10 regiments. Our 107th will face an even denser firepower defense. Do we have confidence in breaching the enemy lines? Yes, we do. The soldiers chorused in unison. Excellent. We, the 107th, are the most elite infantry regiment. Although this is a probing attack, we must charge forward and break through the enemy's positions. Gary amplified his voice. Now let us move out. Upon reaching the forward positions, Fry scanned the area with binoculars. Gasping, Gary, the enemy's fire points are extremely close-knit and occupy higher ground. It will be difficult for us to advance. He then pulled out a map and continued. Moreover, the enemy's tank division is nearby, posing significant pressure on our flanks. If it were easy, headquarters wouldn't have assigned this task to us. Gary remarked nonchalantly while holding the binoculars. All right, Gary, what do you plan to do? Fry asked with a wry smile. Gary lowered the binoculars and replied. You must have noticed the row of fortified turrets behind the enemy trenches. Indeed, Fry nodded. You will hold them back with firepower from the front while I maneuver around the flank to take out those turrets. At that moment, the enemy trench line will surely be thrown into disarray, and you can exploit the opportunity to charge in and conduct a pincer attack. Gary explained slowly. After a moment's contemplation, Fry acknowledged, that plan is indeed feasible, but the pressure will fall heavily on you. They can't impose any pressure on me. Gary responded with a calm smile. All right, you're impressive. Fury shook his head in resignation, yet he emphasized the need for caution, stating, I certainly do not wish to collect your remains. Gary patted Fury on the shoulder, replying, the same goes for you. Boom, boom, boom. Following a relentless aerial bombardment, the enemy's trench lines were shrouded in smoke, with all German soldiers retreating into their trenches, too fearful to show themselves. Headquarters promptly issued orders for all prepared troops to commence the first round of probing attacks. Before long, 10 regiments surged forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the troops approached the trench defenses, the German forces emerged, unleashing a torrent of concentrated fire upon the Allied forces. Whoosh! The piercing sound of bullets whistled past. Fury, they are in your hands now, Gary declared, raising the heavy shield he had procured from Stark and swiftly charged from the flank. Boom! The turret's assault immediately targeted Gary. Unfortunately, his speed was too great, and the shells fell harmlessly to the ground. Block him! Block him! The German commander shouted incessantly. Rat-a-tat-tat. A portion of the firepower quickly shifted to Gary's position. Clang! The bullets struck his shield, producing a series of ringing sounds. Within mere minutes, Gary had reached the turret behind the German trenches. He tore the pin from a grenade and hurled it directly into the turret. Boom! 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 In less than half a minute, A row of turrets behind the trench was rendered inoperative. Charge! Fury bellowed upon witnessing this spectacle. Rat-a-tat-tat. A dozen machine guns unleashed their fury. And as comrades fell around Fury, the 107th Infantry Regiment continued its relentless advance. After neutralizing the turret, Gary ascended onto one of the remaining turrets, grasping the Maxim machine gun, and commenced a sweeping fire towards the enemy's rear. Pop, pop, pop. Instantly, the German formation descended into chaos. Paralyzed by the onslaught of Gary's machine gun, too intimidated to retaliate. Block him! Block him! The officers in the trench screamed, but their cries fell on deaf ears. Gary, akin to the Grim Reaper, continued to reap the lives of the German soldiers within the trench, constantly shifting his direction, rendering the Germans unable to counterattack. In a desperate measure, the Germans on the front trench line were compelled to redirect half their firepower to target Gary. Chapter 029, Genetic Serums. Paris Frontline Command Center. Report. The 107th Regiment has breached the Germans' first trench line. A group of staff officers, who were deliberating on attack strategies, fell into stunned silence upon receiving this news. What? Surely, I must have misheard. The Germans' first trench line has fallen? This is inconceivable. Our initial wave was merely a probing attack. They exclaimed in astonishment. Chief of Staff Smith squinted and inquired, "Is this information accurate?" Ordinarily, such a question would not arise from a Chief of Staff, as frontline updates are typically instantaneous and devoid of inaccuracies. However, this news was profoundly shocking. The Germans had heavily fortified their defenses in Paris. It was known that not even a full day of assault could guarantee the breaching of the first line. Report, Chief of Staff, the information is accurate. Smith hurried to the map, asking, "Where is the position of the 107th Regiment?" One officer stepped forward, stating, "They are positioned on the far left, near a German armored division. Prepare the artillery division. Unleash a heavy bombardment on the German tank regiment. Do not allow them any opportunity to emerge," Smith commanded swiftly. Also notifying the 2nd Reserve Force, "Advance immediately." One staff officer could not restrain himself, questioning, "Chief, is it not premature to deploy the 2nd Reserve Force now?" Smith replied coolly, "The rapid breach of the German defensive line by the 107th Regiment will undoubtedly disrupt their formation. Opportunities like this are fleeting, and we must seize this moment." "Understood. I will notify them at once." On the front line, rat-a-tat-tat, boom, boom. The cacophony of gunfire echoed as the 107th Regiment broke through the Germans' first trench line. Other regiments were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the ferocity displayed by their brother troops. Charge! Charge! All forces advance. What had initially been a mere probing attack from the other 9 regiments transformed into a full-on assault, as they recognized the invaluable opportunity presented. After all, the 107th Regiment had thoroughly shattered the German formation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Following the breach of the trench line, the pressure on the 107th Regiment intensified dramatically, as the remaining German fire points instantaneously redirected their fire towards their position. Had it not been for the trench's protective barriers, they would have faced annihilation. "Gary, this is untenable. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. Without the support of our brother regiments, we will soon be obliterated." Fury shouted from his position within the trench. "Hold on for another 10 minutes. If the other regiments do not arrive by then, we will retreat." Gary responded, taking cover as the German forces unleashed their wrath. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of fierce artillery shells detonated, sending the Germans, who were preparing to deploy their tanks, into retreat. "Commander, the other regiments are also advancing." A disheveled officer ran along the trench towards them. "Excellent. Inform everyone. We must hold this position." Gary rejoiced. The swift loss of the first trench line had severely disrupted the Germans' defensive arrangements, and as the second wave of American troops surged forward, the outcome became increasingly inevitable. After a day of fierce combat, the American forces successfully secured the outer defenses of Paris, forcing the retreat of the German forces in the left flank into the city. Following a night of rest, the Americans pressed forward once more. With the loss of their fortified outer defenses, the German forces on the left flank could not withstand the American assault, quickly retreating in disarray, leading to a rapid collapse of the German right flank as well. Under the combined pressure of the Allied forces, Paris was captured in just 3 days. After the fall of Paris, the entire 107th Regiment received commendations from headquarters, with Fury being promoted from captain to major, while Gary, due to his consecutive promotions, could not be elevated further at that moment, accumulating his accolades for future advancement. Yangzhou City, Minghui Community. Ever since he regained the ability to stand, Luo Hua devoted most of his time and energy to personal training. Aside from occasional strolls in the Lotus Pond Park with Zhen Nan, Luo Feng personally guided Luo Hua and even procured a set of top-tier A-grade genetic serums. Extreme Gym. Luo Hua tested his current abilities, recording a speed of 22 seconds, strength of 850 kilograms, and satisfactory neural reaction speed. Once fully absorbed, the A-grade genetic serum can elevate an ordinary individual's physical attributes to that of a battle general. Little Hua, you have only managed to absorb a mere tenth thus far. While initial absorption leads to rapid improvement, subsequent enhancements will decelerate. Continuous training is essential to fully realize the serum's effects, Luo Feng instructed nearby. Luo Hua nodded, smiling. Brother, rest assured, I possess the patience for this. Generally, the injection of genetic serums limits growth potential, which is why many battle god-level powers refrain from purchasing them for their descendants or relatives. However, due to Luo Hua's delay in his prime training period, Luo Feng decided to invest in the A-grade genetic serum. Yes, first enhance your physical attributes. Once you attain the status of a battle general, I will arrange for practical assessments through the martial arts school, Luo Feng said, a smile gracing his face, clearly pleased with his brother's composed demeanor. All right, brother, I will follow your guidance. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Hua changed out of his training gear, took a refreshing cold shower, and exited his room. Little Hua. Just as he stepped into the living room, a melodious voice called from outside the door. Luo Hua opened the door to find Zhen Nan standing there. Come in. The two entered the living room side by side. Descending from the second floor, Luo Feng spotted Zhen Nan and greeted her with a smile. Ah, little Nan has arrived? Yes, Zhen Nan responded somewhat shyly, aware that Luo Feng now held the esteemed position of an inspector general, a significant figure within the entire Jiangnan-based city. Brother, I took little Nan out for some shopping, Luo Hua remarked, before retreating to his room to retrieve a stack of photographs, which he placed on the coffee table in the living room. These are from others who asked little Nan to bring them to you. Be sure to take a look when you have the time. There are quite a few beauties among them. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. With a chuckle, Luo Hua pulled Zhen Nan away. Xiao Hua, every time I come to your house, I feel too intimidated to look at your brother. Once outside the villa, Zhen Nan relaxed. My brother is a formidable war god. Even when he tries to conceal his aura, he exudes an immense pressure. Luo Hua shook his head. I suppose I've just grown accustomed to it from spending so much time with him. Zhen Nan nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with his sentiment. By the way, little Nan, I have some splendid news to share with you. What news? Zhen Nan's bright, curious eyes sparkled. Luo Hua beamed. I am on the verge of becoming a martial artist. Really? Zhen Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. I just tested my strength at the club. I am not far from reaching the martial artist level. After only about 10 days of training, I believe in a few more days, I will fully meet the criteria. Luo Hua declared, clenching his fists. Zhen Nan exclaimed with excitement. That's fantastic. My boyfriend is going to become a martial artist too. Previously, when she was with Luo Hua, even her parents would scorn her choice, questioning how she could be with someone perceived as disabled. However, once Luo Hua stood up, others began to change their opinions and envied her. Yet, Zhen Nan was acutely aware that their envy stemmed primarily from the fact that Luo Hua's brother was an inspector general. Thus, when Luo Hua expressed his desire to train, she wholeheartedly supported him, determined to showcase that her boyfriend would also become a revered martial artist. Chapter 30, Death Notification. On the European battlefield, after breaching Paris, the German forces contracted their lines while the Allied forces surged forward, liberating the entirety of France. As the intensity of the conflict diminished, Gary redirected his focus onto Luo Hua, spending the next month primarily on his training, alongside his usual regimen. Under the guidance of Luo Feng, coupled with additional resources, Luo Hua's strength escalated rapidly, achieving the standards of a martial artist in just a month. Brother, when will you bring your sister-in-law along? In the evening, as Luo Feng's butterfly-shaped aircraft landed in the community, Luo Hua teasingly approached, fully aware of the rapid progression in Luo Feng's relationship with Su Exine. Despite Luo Feng never explicitly mentioning a girlfriend, Luo Feng sniffed at his own attire. He had indeed shared a passionate kiss with Su Exine, but the fragrance should have faded by now. Brother, you needn't sniff. There's no scent on you. I'm merely guessing, haha. You've been out every afternoon. Aside from spending time with your sister-in-law, I can't think of any other reason, Luo Hua said with a grin. Luo Feng shook his head in silent exasperation. You are quite perceptive, but let us keep this matter from mom and dad for now. Why not, brother? If they know you have a girlfriend, they won't inundate you with introductions to countless girls. Luo Hua winked. Coughing, Luo Hua's eyes twinkled. Oh, I see. Is it that your sister-in-law hasn't agreed yet? I'm not entirely sure. Su Exine should have agreed, right? Luo Feng hesitated. Brother, you ought to take the initiative. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. You're hardly more knowledgeable than I am. Enough about this. Let us head home for dinner. During dinner, Luo Feng mentioned his impending trip. For how long? Gong Xinlan inquired. Luo Feng pondered briefly before answering. Approximately 3 months, I suppose. 3 months. That's quite lengthy. Gong Xinlan frowned. However, Luo Hongwa interjected. Don't worry about Xiao Feng's affairs. Given his status, he has many matters to attend to. 3 months away is nothing. Luo Hua frowned. Recalling that according to the storyline, Luo Feng was supposed to venture into ancient civilization ruins, and this trip would last over a year. He felt compelled to dissuade Luo Feng from going, but found himself unable to voice such concerns, as Luo Feng had never confided in him about the ancient ruins. The following morning, as Luo Feng prepared to leave, Luo Hua rushed forward. Brother, my eyelid has been twitching. I can't shake the feeling that your trip might be unsafe. Luo Feng chuckled softly. Xiao Hua, worry not. Nothing will go awry. Initially, upon seeing the email indicating a mortality rate exceeding 70%, he too had hesitated. However, after experiencing the beast tide, his spirit had been rejuvenated, and he no longer hesitated or feared. After all, on the path of pursuing life's extremes, one must press forward against the current, regardless of the challenges faced. Brother, if something were to happen to you, your enemies would not spare me or our parents. Luo Hua asserted, steeling himself. A chill ran through Luo Feng as he recalled Li Yao. Should he encounter misfortune within the ancient ruins, Li Yao would undoubtedly seek retribution against his family. Xiao Hua, I am indeed going to the ancient civilization ruins. I had promised the curator, so I must go. But rest assured, I will make all necessary arrangements before my return. Luo Feng explained. Luo Hua let out a sigh of relief, reassured by Luo Feng's words. Brother, I'm just concerned, that's all. Yes, I understand, Luo Feng smiled. Indeed, I do have enemies, and had you not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten. Trust that your brother will handle it well. Luo Hua nodded. Yes, brother. I believe in you. At the American camp of the 107th Regiment on the European front, as winter approached, the weather grew increasingly harsh, compelling the Allied forces to temporarily cease their offensive and enter a period of rest. Thud, thud. In the icy, snow-covered woods, Gary trained bare-chested, maintaining a steady horse stance as he threw punch after punch. Since receiving guidance from the Martial Arts Academy, his strength had surged once more, and his physical condition had now reached that of a high-level warrior. It had been nearly 3 months, barring unforeseen events. Luo Hua would soon receive the news of Luo Feng's death from the Martial Arts Academy. He pondered whether Luo Feng had made adequate preparations before entering the ancient civilization ruins. Gary retracted his fists, letting out a long breath of warm air. In truth, even if Luo Feng had teammate arrangements, there would be no significant issues. After all, Luo Hua could easily contact a prominent figure through Commander Li Dawei, as depicted in the storyline, and sell the 1,000-year-old Blackroot to become one of the 8 major shareholders of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, thereby utilizing the nation's special powers to safeguard himself and his family. However, this would leave Luo Hua little time to train himself, which was the primary concern for Gary. Gary, you are becoming increasingly extraordinary. In such frigid weather, you don't even wear a shirt. Fury approached, speaking with exaggerated disbelief. Gary shrugged. I'm just not wearing a top. I'm still fully clothed. Isn't that essentially the same? Fury sighed, gazing at Gary with envy. When will I ever be as formidable as you? Training requires perseverance. If you continue to slack off, I can assure you, 10 years from now, you'll still be mediocre, Gary retorted, rolling his eyes. Ever since his promotion to major, Fury had not taken his training seriously for even a single day. Fury chuckled awkwardly. There's a mountain of work at the regiment, and you don't care about it, leaving me to bear the brunt. That's no excuse. Countless others could take your place. Gary shook his head, silently acknowledging Fury's potential as a future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., becoming increasingly engrossed in political affairs, showing early signs of it. Feeling outmatched in their debate, Fury quickly changed the subject. Gary, headquarters has sent orders for our 107th Regiment to head to the docks tomorrow to board a warship back to the homeland. After a half-month rest, we will proceed to the Pacific battlefield. Gary raised an eyebrow. So, does this mean we have no further business here in Europe? The defeat of the German forces has become inevitable, with the Soviet offensive on the Eastern Front advancing fiercely, nearly reaching German soil. Consequently, headquarters has decided to allocate a portion of troops to support the Pacific theater, Fury stated slowly. It has been some time since I last contacted Carter. I wonder how she is faring. This presents a perfect opportunity to pay her a visit. Gary nodded and declared, Respond to headquarters. Our 107th Regiment will depart immediately. In Yangzhou City, at the Mingyue community, on a serene morning, Luo Hua had just returned from his run when he noticed a gathering of people at his doorstep, including several formidable warriors. President Zhou, what brings you here? Luo Hua inquired, taking a deep breath as he approached. Mr. Luo Hua, we have come to deliver some unfortunate news, one of them began. Inspector Luo Feng has likely perished due to exceeding 3 months within the ancient civilization ruins, as confirmed by various assessments from the Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 031, The End of War. Upon hearing this, Gong Xinlan fainted, and Luo Hongwa trembled, quickly supporting her. Yet tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Dad, Mom. Seeing this, Luo Hua rushed over to assist his parents, helping them sit on the sofa while reassuring them. Dad, Mom, my brother cannot be dead. He is merely trapped for the time being. Yes, Xiaofeng cannot be in danger. He will be fine. Gong Xinlan opened her eyes, her voice trembling, her complexion pale as a ghost. Nearby, Luo Feng's teacher, Jiang Feng, hurriedly comforted her. It is only a suspicion. His death has not been confirmed. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Gong Xinlan's eyes. Teacher Jiang, my son will be all right, won't he? Indeed. Luo Feng is my student. He is an invincible warrior, and I believe he is still alive, Jiang Feng replied. Also unconvinced that Luo Feng would fall within the ancient civilization ruins. President Zhou added, the academy merely harbors doubts. Nothing has been definitively established. With the continuous reassurances from Jiang Feng and President Zhou, Gong Xinlan managed to regain some composure. Rest assured, as soon as we have news of Luo Feng, we will immediately inform you, President Zhou stated solemnly as he took his leave. Oh, Xiaofeng, you must be safe. After President Zhou and the others departed, Gong Xinlan could no longer contain her sorrow and began to weep uncontrollably, fearing that the Martial Arts Academy's direct notification meant her son, Luo Feng, was highly likely in peril. This thought shattered her heart. Meanwhile, Luo Hua continued to console her. Mom, please don't cry. My brother will not die. As Teacher Jiang and President Zhou mentioned, it is merely a suspicion, not a certainty. Why be so sorrowful when Xiaofeng is still alive? Luo Hongwa urged. Gong Xinlan eventually halted her tears, clinging to the notion that as long as no corpse was found, her son must still be alive. Days turned into weeks. Aside from Luo Hua, both Gong Xinlan and Luo Hongwa anxiously awaited news, yet the Martial Arts Academy remained silent. In New York, at the headquarters of the Strategic Science Department, Colonel Gary, I never imagined that in just a few months, you would rise from major to colonel. If I were not so burdened by my inability to carry a weapon, I might have joined the battlefield myself. Perhaps my insignia would have seen some movement. Colonel Phillips remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Just a year ago, Gary had been an unranked recruit in basic training, and now he stood shoulder to shoulder with Phillips. Such a terrifying rate of promotion could only be birthed from the crucible of a brutal battlefield. I'm merely fortunate, Gary replied with a smile, shaking Colonel Phillips' hand. Meanwhile, Carter scrutinized Gary for a moment before saying slowly, Gary, congratulations. Gary opened his arms and embraced Carter. You look quite worn since our last meeting. I am deeply saddened by Steve's fate, but I believe he would not wish to see you like this. As they embraced, Gary whispered into Carter's ear. All of that is behind me. I will regain my strength, Carter replied, glancing at Gary's colonel insignia. If Steve were still alive, he would surely be proud of you. Gary shook his head, redirecting the conversation. What of Stark? Oh, he is still engrossed in researching that piece of infinite energy, but regrettably, there has been no progress thus far, Phillips responded. I recall that a weapon researcher was captured. What became of him? Gary inquired, puzzled. Phillips sighed. He is but one man. All of his former assistants were eliminated by Schmidt, and we are sorely lacking in talent in this area. This was decidedly unwelcome news. After conversing for a while, Gary returned to his quarters in Brooklyn. Over the following half-month, he dedicated himself to training in the underground facility of the Strategic Science Department. Notably, during this time, he reconnected with Benny, with whom he had shared a brief romance, and he welcomed her company, as having an additional companion was certainly agreeable. As time meandered on in Yangzhou City, at the Mingyue community, 3 months had passed since the announcement of Luo Feng's supposed demise. Throughout these months, aside from accompanying his parents and girlfriend, Zhen Nan, Luo Hua spent all his time training on the second floor. The effects of the A-grade gene serum gradually waned, stabilizing his physical prowess at the level of a junior warrior. Without the serum's enhancement, his rate of improvement slowed considerably for in martial arts talent. He paled in comparison to Luo Feng. The war on Gary's front should be nearing its conclusion. The accumulated merits would likely elevate him to the rank of brigadier general. With the war's end, such a rank would suffice for him to assume the position of minister within the Strategic Science Department. Luo Hua pondered, recalling that during his time fighting in the Pacific, Gary had communicated with the Chief of Staff. From their conversation, it was evident that Chief Smith held great admiration for him. Thus, following the war's conclusion, leveraging Smith's connections to secure a position in the Strategic Science Department should not pose a challenge. Descending from his training on the second floor, Zhun Nan approached. Initially, Gong Xinlan had wished for Luo Hua and Zhun Nan to marry sooner, but the incident involving Luo Feng had delayed those plans. Xiao Nan is here, Gong Xinlan said, managing a faint smile upon seeing Zhun Nan, who had been caring for them as if she were their daughter-in-law during this difficult time. Auntie, allow me to help. Zhun Nan offered as she entered, noticing Gong Xinlan tidying up. Gong Xinlan handed the broom to Zhun Nan and rubbed her waist. Xiaohua, please peel an apple for Xiao Nan. As they sat down, Gong Xinlan observed Zhun Nan's diligent efforts and remarked, what a wonderful girl. Xiaohua, don't just focus on your training. You should spend time with Xiao Nan, go shopping, watch movies. Those are the things young people ought to do. Mom, I understand. Luo Hua replied after washing his face. Shortly thereafter, Su Xian arrived, carrying some health supplements. Ever since learning of Luo Feng's misfortune last month, she had been visiting frequently on weekends, keeping Gong Xinlan company to alleviate her sorrow. Gong Xinlan felt grateful for the companionship. However, every mention of Luo Feng brought her immense grief. Yet, with Zhun Nan and Su Xian by her side, her spirits had improved significantly compared to when she first received the news. In the afternoon, Luo Hua took Zhun Nan out shopping. Along the way, they greeted several residents of the community who offered sympathetic smiles. After all, there is no secret that remains undisclosed. It had been over 5 months since Luo Feng's disappearance, and many families of warriors within the community were now aware of the situation. What a remarkable individual Luo Feng was, with boundless potential. Who could have anticipated this fate? I had even intended to introduce my daughter to Luo Feng. Alas, how unpredictable life can be. Such is the life of a warrior, fraught with uncertainty and peril. Upon learning of the news, many residents in the community expressed their astonishment. Members of the former Hammer Squad, such as Zhang Ku, occasionally visited to offer consolation to Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua. Chapter 032, The End of War, August 1945. The American military dropped 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. In the same month, the Soviet Union, having concluded its campaigns in Europe, declared war on Japan. By mid-August, Japan announced its unconditional surrender, marking the end of World War II. On a U.S. Navy warship in the Pacific, amidst jubilant cheers of victory, Gary was officially promoted to the rank of Brigadier General. Gary, Gary, the veterans of the 107th Regiment chanted in unison. Colonel Gary, in light of your illustrious contributions on both the European and Pacific fronts, the headquarters has conferred upon you the rank of Brigadier General, and we hope you will continue your service to the nation. General Smith, the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army, smiled as he personally pinned the insignia of Brigadier General onto Gary's chest. With a grave expression, Gary expressed his gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him, stating, I shall strive to meet your expectations. After the promotion ceremony, Smith leaned against the railing, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, and inquired, Gary, now that the war is over, what are your plans? Chief of Staff, I hope to continue serving under your leadership. Gary replied earnestly, Are you certain? I might not remain in the military, Smith chuckled. Without hesitation, Gary responded, It would be my honor to follow you, Chief of Staff. Oh, flattering me is not a wise approach, Smith shook his head, continuing, Now, speak your true thoughts. Chief of Staff, I wish to remain in the Strategic Science Division. Although Hydra has been eradicated, there remain numerous residual forces worldwide, still plotting their resurgence. Moreover, during the extermination of Hydra, various nations have covertly acquired a wealth of technology and even recruited a cadre of scientific talents, secretly preparing for a super soldier program, Gary elaborated. Smith listened intently, nodding in agreement as Gary finished. You make a valid point. The war may have concluded, but the competition among nations has only just begun. The United States indeed lags behind in this regard and requires a fresh influx of talent. On the deck of the warship, Gary engaged in extensive conversation with Smith. Though Smith did not provide a definitive response, his demeanor clearly indicated his approval for Gary's transition to the Strategic Science Division. As anticipated, a month later, in mid-September, orders regarding Gary's reassignment were issued. Strategic Science Headquarters Gary, I never anticipated you would be assigned here. With your qualifications, you could have easily continued your career in the military. Colonel Phillips remarked, puzzled. Ever since the dissolution of Hydra, the status of the Strategic Science Division had waned significantly. Aside from a few veteran agents, most personnel sought transfers to other departments. Yet here was Gary, who had a promising future, willingly choosing to come here. Gary smiled. I tend to be nostalgic and reluctant to part ways with you, Colonel Phillips. Oh, Gary, spare me the jest. I should be addressing you as Sir now. Who would have thought I would reach a point where I am addressing my subordinate with such respect? Phillips's expression was a complex mix of emotions as he looked at Gary and added, You truly should not have come here. The Strategic Science Division is merely a shell of its former self. As they walked further inside, Gary observed the sparse number of staff in the corridor and questioned, Isn't Stark still in the department? Hasn't he provided any funding? Without Stark, I would likely be retired by now, Colonel Phillips replied with resignation. Compared to aspirations, the headquarters favors tangible benefits. Gary was indeed taken aback by the dismal state of the Strategic Science Division. It seemed the United States also had its share of hidden troubles. Colonel Phillips, do not be so pessimistic. At least my reassignment has brought in a substantial support fund, and we will soon be able to recruit staff again. Let us hope someone will come, Phillips shrugged. The two men entered the underground research facility. Carter and Stark were engrossed in studying a piece of infinite energy. Since Gary had arrived early, they did not come out to greet him. Ahem. Allow me to introduce you. This is the new head of the Strategic Science Division, John Gary, Phillips announced with a slight cough. Carter was taken aback and exclaimed, Gary, you are the new head? Stark was equally startled, but upon recovering, he teased, It seems we won't have to mind Colonel Phillips's moods anymore. Upon hearing this, Phillips's expression darkened. Gary, you should not be here, Carter approached. I am here now, Gary smiled, diverting the topic. So, what have you discovered? As soon as work was mentioned, Stark's interest peaked, but he shook his head. Currently, we have made no progress. The energy from this infinite source is immense, and utilizing it requires highly sophisticated equipment. If Dr. Erskine were still here, he would surely be able to construct it. Do not rush. We shall surely reap rewards in time, Gary responded, sensing the intense spatial fluctuations around him, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Yangzhou City. Minghui community. After successfully transitioning to the Strategic Science Division, Gary focused his efforts on Luo Hua, as he would likely face various nefarious schemes from Luo Feng's adversary, Li Yao. It had been a year since Xiao Feng's departure. In the living room, Gong Xinlan sighed repeatedly, though a flicker of hope remained in her heart. It dimmed with the passage of time. Mom, my brother Luo Feng will surely return, and it will be soon, Luo Hua reassured her. A faint smile emerged on Gong Xinlan's face, knowing Luo Hua was merely comforting her. It had been a year. If he could return, he would have done so by now. In the afternoon, the official website of the Extreme Martial Arts School released an announcement. Due to Luo Feng's prolonged absence of over a year within the ancient civilization ruins, his survival probability was deemed 0, and the school declared him deceased. A memorial service would be held the following afternoon. Upon the news's release, the last remnants of hope collapsed, and Gong Xinlan and Luo Hong was succumbed to the shock, fainting. Luo Hua hurriedly took his parents to the hospital, and they regained consciousness only that evening, though their spirits were severely dampened. Yaofeng Mountain Villa, Zhang and Shanshui Community. Haha. I am truly elated. Extreme Martial Arts School has finally confirmed Luo Feng's death. Ha ha ha. Li Yao laughed joyfully. Vanina also appeared quite pleased, narrowing her eyes as she said, Though we did not kill Luo Feng ourselves, he has family. I intend to make them wish they were never born. Indeed, let them suffer. Li Yao's gaze turned cold. I have been waiting for such an opportunity, and it has finally arrived. Clenching his fists, Li Yao looked at Vanina and proposed, This time, I will mobilize the HR Alliance's forces. Surely there will be no one to obstruct us. Who would care? The man is dead. Vanina scoffed. Then let us commence. We will begin by psychologically dismantling them, Li Yao declared with malice. Vanina nodded. But just as she was about to make a phone call, her phone rang. What? The Extreme Martial Arts School intervenes, preventing us from retaliating? After hanging up, Vanina's expression darkened. Chapter 033. The Return. Vanina, what is the matter? Noticing her demeanor, Li Yao quickly inquired. Vanina gritted her teeth, enraged. The HR Alliance refuses to assist us in avenging Luo Feng's family. Li Yao's expression shifted. How is that possible? Your family holds a dominant position in the HR Alliance. How dare they reject your request? It was Hong who personally called the HR Alliance. Vanina clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Hong actually made the call himself? How could someone of his stature concern himself with such trivial matters? Li Yao exclaimed in anger. Vanina hissed, Yao? Do you still not comprehend? It must be Luo Feng. Before entering the ancient civilization ruins, he undoubtedly sought Hong's protection for his family. Damn it, Li Yao. in a fit of rage, smashed the wine glass onto the floor, shouting, "Why? Why meddle in my affairs?" After venting his fury, madness and malice filled his eyes. "If the HR Alliance refuses to assist, we shall take matters into our own hands. I refuse to believe that Hong can oversee Luo Feng's family at all times." Taking a deep breath, Vanina cautioned, "Yao, since Hong has interfered, we must handle this matter discreetly and without excessive aggression. We must proceed with caution. Rest assured, I understand the importance of restraint." A month after the Extreme Pavilion officially announced Luo Feng's death. "What? My mother was arguing with someone at the Lotus Pool Park and got beaten?" Luo Hua was incredulous upon hearing the news. After the announcement of Luo Feng's death by the Extreme Pavilion, he had remained vigilant against Li Yao's tactics, yet a month had passed with no signs of action. He had initially assumed that Luo Feng had made prior arrangements, which deterred Li Yao from acting. Just as he began to relax his guard, Li Yao's schemes emerged. "Good, I was worried he wouldn't act." Luo Hua took a deep breath, calming his emotions. A hidden viper is the most lethal, now that it has revealed itself. I shall counter its strikes as they come. With that thought, he dialed a number. "Is this Director Shen?" "Yes, I asked Commander Li Dawei to contact you. I am Luo Hua, Luo Feng's younger brother. The details are unclear over the phone. Shall we arrange a meeting place?" "Very well, you suggest a time." After ending the call, he dialed another number. "Manager Huang, I require 6 elite warrior bodyguards. Can you manage that?" "6? That is a bit challenging." "I will offer double the market rate," Luo Hua stated solemnly. "However, I have one condition. The 6 bodyguards must arrive here by tomorrow." "Double? No problem. Just provide the address." After hanging up, a cold smile curled at the corners of Luo Hua's lips. He had not been idle during this time. Being well-versed in the unfolding narrative, he was fully aware of Li Yao's treacherous nature. Although a month of calm had lulled him into a false sense of security regarding Li Yao's desire for revenge, he had not relaxed his preparations. 2 days later, after trading a millennium-old Blackroot, Luo Hua successfully purchased shares of Huaxia Industrial Bank through Director Shen's connections, officially becoming one of the 8 major shareholders. That very afternoon, he summoned members of a national special department to protect his family. At the Mingyue Villa, Gong Xinlan observed the unfamiliar faces in her home and inquired, "Xiaohua, who are these people?" "Mom, Dad, these individuals are my hired bodyguards, specifically tasked with ensuring your safety," Luo Hua replied softly. "Xiaohua, isn't this a bit excessive?" "I merely had a few arguments. It's not a significant issue." Gong Xinlan frowned. Meanwhile, Luo Hongwa contemplated deeply. "Xiaohua, is that so?" Luo Hua nodded. "Dad, Mom, my brother is a martial artist. It's normal for him to offend some people. While he was around, they dared not retaliate. But now that he has been missing for so long, their patience has worn thin." He then turned to Gong Xinlan. "Mom, those who argued with you were actually instigated by my brother's enemies." Gong Xinlan's expression shifted. "No wonder I always feel like a harbinger of misfortune, constantly embroiled in conflicts despite not having wronged anyone." "Xiaohua, you are right," Luo Hong was stated gravely. "In that case, your mother and I will minimize our outings. I refuse to believe they will dare confront us directly." Hearing this, Luo Hua sighed in relief. "Dad, Mom, as long as you understand, my brother will surely return alive." At the mention of Luo Feng, Gong Xinlan couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Luo Hua, resigned, joined Luo Hongwa in offering comforting words. During the following 2 months, aside from occasionally stepping out to handle matters, Luo Hua spent the remainder of his time exercising on the 2nd floor. Gong Xinlan and Luo Hongwo adhered to Luo Hua's arrangements, seldom venturing out, even employing others for grocery shopping. Within the Shanshui Villa, Li Yao and Vinina wore grim expressions. "Luo Hua, I underestimated him. He is far more formidable than I imagined. What shall we do, Yao?" Now that Luo Hua has become one of the 8 shareholders of the industrial bank and employed elite warriors as bodyguards, unless we can incite the war god to intervene, we cannot harm Luo Feng's family. What's worse, they are holed up in the villa, rendering other tactics ineffective. Vanina ground her teeth in frustration. Li Yao clenched his fists, furiously smashing everything in the villa, shouting, "The shares of the industrial bank are not easy to acquire. Luo Hua is just an ordinary person. Even if he inherits Luo Feng's assets, who would sell him such a significant number of stocks?" Vanina looked at the rampaging Li Yao and admonished, "Yao, calm down." After wreaking havoc for a while, he gradually regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "I refuse to believe he can keep his parents confined indefinitely. Patience is key. We shall play this game slowly. I have all the time in the world." Days turned into weeks. On December 26th, approximately 1 year and 3 months since Luo Feng had been trapped in the ancient civilization ruins, he finally completed the Ruin S mission. breaking through the crystalline barriers that had confined him for over a year. At the Mingyue Villa, Luo Hua, along with Jin Nan, sat on the living room sofa with Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua, watching television. Luo Hua occasionally glanced at the phone resting on the coffee table, recalling that the first call Luo Feng made upon exiting the ancient civilization ruins was to Luo Honghua. As noon approached, the phone on the table finally rang. It was Luo Feng's call, the ringtone resonating. Gong Xinlan, who had been peeling an orange, dropped it in shock. Almost instantly, both Luo Honghua and Jun Nan's gazes shifted to the phone on the table. Chapter 034, Wrath. It's my brother. It's my brother's call. Even knowing Luo Feng was alive and would emerge today, Luo Hua couldn't help but shout in excitement. What are you waiting for? Quickly answer it. Gong Xinlan urged. Too anxious to pick up the phone herself for fear it would not be Luo Feng. Luo Honghua grasped the phone, staring at the caller ID. Is it really Xiao Feng's number? Who else could it be? They were aware that the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had definitively declared Luo Feng dead. They had attended the memorial service and held a funeral. Thus, even though Luo Hua insisted Luo Feng was alive, they had internally accepted his death. Quickly answer. Gong Xinlan urged repeatedly. Taking a deep breath, Luo Honghua finally pressed the answer button. Hello? His voice trembled. Dad, it's me. The vibrant and powerful voice that emerged made Luo Honghua's eyes widen in astonishment. Xiao Feng, is that really you? The voice on the phone soon echoed. It's me, Dad. Quick, turn on the speaker. Gong Xinlan exclaimed in excitement. Luo Honghua complied, activating the speaker. Xiao Feng, is it truly you? Gong Xinlan's voice quivered with emotion. Mom, it's me, I'm Xiao Feng. Upon hearing this confirmation, Gong Xinlan burst into tears. Mom, why are you crying? Luo Feng asked anxiously. Your mother is just overwhelmed with joy, Luo Honghua replied, trying to hold back his own tears. Xiao Feng, quickly turn on the video. Let us see you. Dad, I'm currently showering. My face is all scruffy, Luo Feng replied somewhat sheepishly. Nevertheless, he activated the video. Soon, a rugged-faced Luo Feng appeared on the phone screen. Jun Nan's gaze drifted elsewhere while Luo Honghua, Gong Xinlan, and Luo Hua remained fixated on the screen. Indeed, it is Xiao Feng. How wonderful. Xiao Feng is alive. Xiao Feng is alive. Gong Xinlan exclaimed ecstatically, her words tumbling over one another. While Luo Honghua could no longer hold back his tears, brother Luo Hua was equally overwhelmed with emotion. Luo Feng had finally returned. During this period, he had endured immense pressure. Although their parents had tried their best to stay indoors, Luo Hua was still worried that Li Yao would resort to extreme measures. After all, Li Yao was a formidable opponent, and if he took matters into his own hands, there would be no way to stop him. Dad, Mom, Xiao Hua, I'm sorry. I was trapped in a place and just managed to get out. I'm currently in South America, and I'll be home in a few hours. Luo Feng could easily imagine the anxiety that had plagued his family during his year-long absence. Yes, your safety is of utmost importance, Luo Honghua quickly replied. After exchanging a few words with Gong Xinlan and Luo Hua, Luo Feng ended the call. Mom, please don't cry. My brother will be back soon. Seeing Gong Xinlan in tears, Luo Hua consoled her. Yes, Xiao Feng will be back shortly. I should be happy, Gong Xinlan repeated, wiping away her tears. After several hours of anxious waiting, a deep blue triangular fighter jet descended onto the community's lawn around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As the hatch opened, a young man clad in jeans and a black casual shirt, carrying an oversized backpack, swiftly emerged. The residents of the community, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief. Luo Feng? Is this real? Didn't the Extreme Martial Arts Hall announce his death? Indeed. They even held a memorial service in the base city, and I attended. Many were utterly flabbergasted. After greeting a few acquaintances, Luo Feng hurried back to his family's villa. Xiao Feng, brother. Upon hearing the sound of the jet, Luo Hua and Gong Xinlan rushed to the villa's entrance, calling out in a chorus of excitement as they spotted Luo Feng. Mom, Dad, Xiao Hua, Xiao Nan, Luo Feng smiled as he approached. However, he soon noticed the bodyguards within the villa and asked in confusion, Dad, who are these people? They are the bodyguards Xiao Hua hired, Luo Honghua replied. Bodyguards? Why would you hire bodyguards? Luo Feng looked at Luo Hua, perplexed. Luo Hua spoke solemnly. Brother, ever since the Extreme Martial Arts Hall announced your death nearly 2 months ago, our family has been in turmoil. Various tactics have been employed against us, and even some residents of the community have inexplicably quarreled with Mom, even resorting to violence. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's expression darkened. Is it Li Yao? Yes, it is. He has spent vast sums of money employing various methods to target our family, manipulating some residents of the community to utter vile words, disturbing our peace daily. I had no choice but to hire bodyguards and, using the black Wugan you left behind, contacted Commander Li Dawei to purchase shares in the Industrial and Commercial Bank, thus becoming one of its 8 major shareholders, which granted us the authority to call upon members of special national departments, Luo Hua explained slowly. Our parents have been too afraid to leave the house. Last time, Dad almost had a car accident while jogging outside the community. Ever since then, they have not stepped foot outside the villa. Luo Feng's face grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated Li Yao's audacity. Before heading to the ancient civilization ruins, he had requested the curator to look after them, but it seemed that Li Yao had completely disregarded all boundaries. This bastard, I will not let him off easily. Luo Feng seethed. Xiao Feng, if it becomes too troublesome, perhaps it's best not to. Luo Honghua attempted to dissuade him. Neither your mother nor I have been harmed. You must not act recklessly. Luo Feng took a deep breath and replied softly, Dad, rest assured, I will not act impulsively. Let us head back inside. Upon entering the living room, Luo Feng conversed briefly with Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua before ascending to the second floor. Shortly after, he set off toward the intelligent fighter jet with determination. The aircraft transformed into a sleek arc and sped toward the Jiangnan base city. An hour later, as dinner was being served, Luo Feng descended from the martial arts training hall on the second floor. Luo Hua, noticing the expression on Luo Feng's face, inferred that his brother had made a trip to Jiangnan base city within that hour. Luo Hua, Luo Feng called out. Brother, what is it? Luo Feng approached directly. Which special national department did you hire to protect our parents? Notify them immediately and ask their leader to come to our home as soon as possible. Understood. Luo Hua promptly made the call. In less than 15 minutes, a flying saucer landed in Mingyue community, and 3 leaders from the Special National Department arrived in the living room. Director Lu Yan, Luo Feng recognized the 3 leaders before him. The elderly man with graying hair smiled and remarked, Mr. Luo Feng, your memory is remarkable. We have only met once. After shaking hands with Luo Feng, he inquired, May I ask why Mr. Luo Feng has summoned us? It is as follows, Luo Feng said, his demeanor serious. Recently, Li Yao has employed various means to retaliate against my family. My brother is the one who requested your department's members for protection. This is indeed the case. Director Lu Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Feng continued. Then you should possess sufficient evidence to prove that it was Li Yao and his wife orchestrating the attacks against my family, correct? Chapter 035, The Red House. While Luo Feng conversed with Director Lu Yan, Luo Hua escorted Zhen Nan to a standalone villa in Lianhua community. Afterward, he returned to his room, where his consciousness shifted to Gary, New York, USA, headquarters of the Strategic Science Department. During this time, Gary had been residing in the minister's lounge at headquarters. Upon awakening, after enjoying breakfast prepared by the cafeteria, he made his way to the underground training facility to exercise. He had maintained this routine for several months. Through diligent effort, Gary's strength had steadily increased, elevating him from a high-level soldier to the rank of junior war general. Now, he could unleash a punch with a force of 10,000 kilograms, equivalent to 10 tons. To put this into perspective, a truck typically weighs only a few tons, illustrating the sheer power behind his strikes. As for his speed, he had tested it half a month prior, achieving a remarkable time of 112 seconds, nearly 1/3 the speed of sound. His neural reaction speed, however, lacked concrete measurement tools for assessment, yet he believed he could likely evade ordinary bullets. Of course, with his current muscle strength, typical bullets posed little threat. Before long, Fury arrived. Gary, that foundational training method of yours is fantastic. Combined with horse stance training, the results have been remarkable. I can now hold it for an hour. Fury exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. Excellent. Keep up the good work, Gary replied with a smile. After the war, Fury had become more composed, especially after being transferred to the CIA, where he handled matters with greater prudence. Consequently, Gary had shared his foundational training method with Fury, and the results had proven fruitful. After all, being able to maintain the horse stance for an hour indicated that Fury was nearing the level of an advanced student, not far from becoming a martial artist. Gary, thank you for trusting me so much, Fury expressed sincerely. Through months of training, he had come to appreciate the significance of the foundational training method, recognizing it as a potential turning point in his life. Each day, he felt invigorated, and his old injuries gradually healed. If this continued, he believed he could almost fend off aging itself. Feigning annoyance, Gary shook his head. Why say such things? We are brothers who fought together on the battlefield. Initially, he had been drawn to Fury solely because of his reputation as the director of SHIELD. But now he genuinely regarded him as a good friend and brother who could look out for one another. Indeed, brother, Fury chuckled lightly before promptly shifting the conversation to his grievances. The operations of the Intelligence Bureau are exceedingly tedious. Were it not for the modest efficiency of my subordinates, I would likely find myself buried beneath a mountain of paperwork. At this juncture, he let out a sigh, lamenting, had I known then, I would have requested a transfer alongside you. Gary rolled his eyes and retorted, if you had transferred to my department, you would be lamenting the idleness that breeds lice by now. Changing the subject to more pressing matters, he inquired, by the way, have you received any intelligence regarding the Soviet Red Room agents? Noticing Gary's serious tone, Fury straightened his posture and shook his head after a moment of contemplation. No, I haven't received any information on that front. Really? Gary asked, a frown creasing his brow. Although the Intelligence Bureau mandates confidentiality, I shall not withhold anything from you. Fury replied earnestly. Gary, unimpressed, scoffed, do not try to deceive me. If you lack principles, you are unworthy of being my friend. Ah, you understand me well, Fury said with a broad smile. However, concerning the Red Room, I genuinely have no information. Perhaps the classification level is particularly high. Please inquire on my behalf. And should you find anything, do let me know. I will personally pursue it, Gary urged slowly. Fury nodded, of course, no problem. After Fury departed, Gary spent some time training in the underground facility before returning to the minister's office. Come in, he called. Shortly, Carter entered, clutching a stack of documents. Since Gary's arrival, she had gradually emerged from her sorrow, stepping out from the shadow of Steve's sacrifice. Any news? Gary asked. Recently, among the new agents recruited in our department, we discovered a spy who nearly absconded with the cosmic cube from the research lab. Had you not arrived in time, we might have suffered a significant loss, she recounted. He has confessed to being a remnant member of Hydra. Carter continued, I specifically inquired with Dr. Zola, who remained in the lab, but unfortunately, his response was contrary. Gary raised an eyebrow. Oh, what are your thoughts? I strongly suspect that this spy is indeed a remnant of Hydra. Only they would possess such an interest in limitless energy, and I harbor considerable distrust towards Dr. Zola, Carter stated with a serious tone. Gary pondered for a moment. Well aware of Zola's unreliability, the subsequent infiltration of SHIELD by Hydra was largely facilitated by Zola's earlier groundwork. What does Phillips think? He disagrees with my assessment, believing that since Schmidt is dead, any remaining members would pose little threat. The war is over now, and Phillips suspects that the spy is likely from another nation, she explained. What nation? Gary inquired, to which she replied, the Soviet Union. Nodding in agreement, Gary shared her suspicion that the spy was indeed sent by the Soviet intelligence agency, the Red Room, which prompted his earlier inquiries. Continue the interrogation, he instructed. Yes, Carter affirmed, but did not leave immediately. Is there anything else? Gary asked, glancing up at her. Gary Stark. Carter hesitated. What about him? Gary queried, perplexed. Stark wishes to extract some of your blood for research. Extract my blood? Gary's expression turned peculiar before he retorted. Tell Stark that the serum matter has reached a conclusion. He should focus on researching limitless energy. Oh, and by the way, the chairs in the department need replacing. Have Stark send someone to procure a new set. And perhaps arrange for Colonel Phillips to receive a vehicle, as he often complains about the inconvenience of travel. Carter replied dryly, Gary, Stark is not a philanthropist. I am well aware that capitalists are parasitic, but he should not have designs on me. Furthermore, I trust Stark does not wish to lose his position in the lab. Gary chuckled. Stark was immensely interested in the cosmic cube and believed that the feasibility of developing anti-gravity technology hinged entirely on that limitless energy source. Thus, in the short term, Stark was unlikely to abandon the strategic scientific reserve. Following the resolution of the spy incident, Gary redirected his focus and time towards Luo Hua, as harnessing the power of the cosmic cube necessitated acquiring the secrets of spatial cultivation. In Yangzhou City, within the martial arts dojo on the second floor of Minghua Community, Luo Hua wielded the blood shadow blade, relentlessly practicing his strikes, his forehead glistening with sweat, his attire drenched. Xiaohua, your movements are excessively rigid. It is evident that you have yet to fully comprehend the techniques of the ninefold Thunderblade. Your physical condition is already that of a junior warrior, and you ought to grasp the fundamentals of the first level with relative ease. Yet you have not even mastered the basic accompanying footwork, Luo Feng chastised. Having settled into a mindset of serious study after personally slaying the breakthrough candidate Li Yao, he occasionally provided guidance to his younger brother, Luo Hua. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Luo Hua replied with a smile, Brother, take it easy, there's no rush. After all, I've only been practicing martial arts for a little over a year. Luo Feng paused, then nodded. Yes, I may have been a bit hasty. Your training time is still early, and although the A-grade gene serum has enhanced your physical attributes, the foundation remains unestablished. Brother, when will you take me to the wilderness area? I feel that to master the foundational sword techniques, I need practical experience, Luo Hua inquired. Luo Feng frowned, reluctant to allow his brother to venture into the wilderness. Noticing Luo Feng's expression, Luo Hua quickly added, Brother, I'll be right under your watchful eye, since you're going to the wilderness area anyway. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Feng finally agreed. Very well. But you must adhere to my instructions and never wander off alone. All right. Luo Hua's face lit up with joy as he eagerly affirmed. Having longed to test his skills against the beasts of the wilderness, given his meager combat experience. After lunch, Luo Feng accompanied Luo Hua aboard a smart warplane to a nearby wilderness zone. Xiao Hua, ahead is an iron-furred wild boar. You should take it down, Luo Feng instructed softly. While the iron-furred wild boar possessed formidable defenses, it was relatively manageable for a budding warrior. In fact, the first beast he had slain was of the same classification. Given that Luo Hua's physical condition was significantly superior to Luo Feng's at that time, he should find tackling the iron-furred wild boar quite effortless. However, due to Luo Hua's limited experience, Luo Feng allocated a portion of his consciousness to the flying dagger, ready to strike down the wild boar should Luo Hua find himself in peril. As Luo Hua approached, the iron-furred wild boar noticed the human wielding a shield and a blade. It emitted a peculiar low growl, then stomped the ground forcefully with its sturdy hooves before charging at Luo Hua with its long, sharp tusks. Most novice warriors encountering such a scene would likely succumb to panic, but Luo Hua remained composed. Having endured over a year of brutal warfare in the Marvel Universe, he had made significant strides in his mental fortitude. Just as the boar was about to collide with him, Luo Hua swiftly evaded, sidestepping the boar's ferocious assault and positioning himself to its side. The charging boar, unable to alter its course in time, presented an opportunity. Focusing his strength in his arm, Luo Hua summoned all his might and struck decisively at the boar's neck. With a resounding thud, the iron-furred wild boar's head flew off like a severed kite, its body continuing to run several meters due to inertia before collapsing, twitching briefly before falling still. As he gazed at the blood splattered across the ground, Luo Hua exhibited no sign of emotional upheaval. As Luo Feng observed his younger brother, he was secretly astonished. Luo Hua's first act of killing was met with an astonishing calmness. He displayed no signs of panic upon witnessing blood, and his heartbeat remained steady, as if he had already undergone this experience countless times before. He exhibited a level of composure far superior to that of my own initial encounter. Could it be that Xiao Hua possesses a natural aptitude for this? It is well known that ordinary novice fighters typically experience a tremor of fear when they first encounter blood, and only after such an experience do they gradually adapt. Yet, his brother Luo Hua showed no signs of such trepidation. Xiao Hua, please be honest with me. During the year and more that I was trapped in the ancient civilization ruins, did you ever venture into the wild zone? Luo Feng approached Luo Hua, his tone serious. After all, the composure displayed by Luo Hua was so remarkable that it warranted suspicion. Luo Hua shook his head, replying, Brother, I have never been to the wild zone, nor have I participated in the practical assessment for prospective warriors. During the year Luo Feng was trapped, Luo Hua spent most of his time at home, and even when he did go out, it was with Zhun Nan, thus his words were completely truthful. Of course, fabricating a lie about venturing into the wild zone would have been simple enough, but Luo Hua chose not to do so. A touch of modesty could instill greater confidence in Luo Feng, and potentially lead to more resources being allocated to him. Luo Feng's mental acuity was extraordinarily powerful, allowing him to discern that Luo Hua was indeed speaking the truth, and his brother had never lied to him before. It appears that my brother truly possesses a talent in this regard, Luo Feng mused, though a sigh of concern escaped his heart. He had always been adamantly opposed to allowing his brother Luo Hua to traverse the perilous path of a warrior, yet now, witnessing his brother's innate talent, he found himself in a quandary. Brother, was there anything I could improve upon in my movements when I killed the iron-furred wild boar? As Luo Feng contemplated whether to intensify his brother's training, Luo Hua inquired. Snapping back to reality, Luo Feng smiled and said, Your evasion was commendable. You remained remarkably calm. I was not nearly as composed during my first encounter. However, your strike on the wild boar was somewhat wasteful in terms of energy. When hunting beasts in the wild zone, it is imperative to utilize minimal force to swiftly dispatch the iron-furred wild boar. As he spoke, his gaze swept the surroundings, landing on another beast soldier-level monster not far away. Allow me to demonstrate. Pay close attention. With that, he approached the beast soldier. In an instant, As the tiger hound charged towards him, Luo Feng deftly sidestepped, effortlessly positioning himself beside the creature, delivering a precise strike to its weak point. Witnessing this display, Luo Hua's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Brother, your movements are so fluid. My agility has reached a level of perfection," Luo Feng continued, allowing my actions to flow seamlessly during the hunt, almost instinctively. Luo Feng added, "Agility is of utmost importance for a warrior, as it can save your life in critical moments. The ninefold Thunderblade also demands a certain level of agility, so be sure to focus on agility training during your practice." Luo Hua nodded earnestly. He recognized Luo Feng's expertise in hunting beasts, as his reputation as a maniac was well earned. Thus, Luo Hua began diligently seeking out beast soldier-level monsters to hone his skills. While Luo Feng practiced his sky shuttle techniques nearby, the two brothers immersed themselves in their training, nearly losing track of time. Days passed, and under the guidance of Luo Feng and with ample practice against beast soldier-level monsters, Luo Hua's foundational swordsmanship advanced remarkably, and his agility exhibited significant improvement, appearing far less rigid and contrived. As evening approached, Luo Feng and Luo Hua swiftly returned to the Mingwe community's lawn aboard a Class A intelligent warplane. Upon disembarking, the families of warriors within the community greeted them warmly, to which Luo Feng responded with cordial smiles. "Brother, tomorrow marks your inauguration as the Inspector General. It will surely be a grand affair," Luo Hua remarked upon returning to the villa. "Indeed," Luo Feng nodded, then teasingly inquired, "Would you like to witness it firsthand?" Luo Hua was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, brother, can I really go?" Luo Feng patted his shoulder, affirming, "Of course, you are my brother, and now a warrior. How could you not attend?" He had already allowed Luo Hua to participate in the practical assessment for warriors, which he passed with ease given his capabilities. "With so many dignitaries present, I am just a mere warrior," Luo Hua began, but was interrupted by Luo Feng. "Do not overthink it. Prepare a new outfit for tomorrow, and accompany me to the inauguration ceremony. Such an important day would lose its significance without the presence of family." Luo Feng smiled before ascending to the second floor. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Luo Hua felt a surge of joy. It seemed his recent efforts had earned Luo Feng's acceptance of his chosen path as a warrior. Although this was merely a minor shift, Luo Hua understood its profound implications. According to the original plot, after the conclusion of the battle against the golden-horned behemoth, Luo Feng had persuaded the intelligent life form, the demon Barbata, to impart the martial secrets of the Yuma star lineage to Hong and Thor. As Luo Feng's brother, now embarking on the path of a warrior, he knew Luo Feng would naturally consider his future. If I recall correctly, after assuming the role of Inspector General, Luo Feng encountered the opportunity that would irrevocably alter his fate on Mist Island. Luo Hua clenched his fist eagerly, his eyes shining brighter. Once Luo Feng acquired the legacy of the Yuma star lineage, he would have the chance to learn the secrets of space. The following morning, upon returning from his consciousness journey in Galena, Luo Hua awoke early. "Brother, how does this suit look?" he asked, having purchased it during a shopping trip with his girlfriend, Jinan, the previous evening. "Quite fitting," Luo Feng praised. After having lunch, the two boarded the intelligent warplane and arrived at the conference hall of the Extreme Martial Arts School by 1 o'clock. "Councilman Luo, welcome." Councilman Luo. The conference hall was already filled with numerous war gods who greeted them as they arrived. "Councilman Luo, is this your brother? Impressive, he's already a general-level warrior." Upon seeing Luo Feng accompany his brother, these formidable warriors momentarily paused before showering him with compliments. It was a rare opportunity to pay homage. Luo Feng responded with a smile, while Luo Hua felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he had endured brutal warfare in the Marvel Universe and met several prominent figures, these individuals were different. Each was a war god-level powerhouse, capable of crushing him effortlessly. It was only with Luo Feng by his side that these strong figures moderated their presence. Otherwise, the sheer aura of so many war gods would have made it difficult for Luo Hua to stand firm. As the clock approached 2 o'clock, delegates from major global bases began to arrive. When the world's foremost powerhouse, Hong, and the second strongest, Thor, entered, nearly all eyes shifted towards them, including Luo Hua's. So this is what an invincible planetary-level powerhouse looks like. Witnessing Hong, who seemed to embody the very essence of existence, Luo Hua felt a wave of awe wash over him. Others, including the war god-level warriors, were similarly struck by Hong's imposing presence. For a moment, he appeared as a deity amidst mortals. As the crowd marveled, Hong and Thor made their way to the front seats, with Hong casting a slight nod in Luo Feng's direction, to which Luo Feng responded with a warm smile. At the stroke of 2, the host took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inauguration ceremony for the Global Extreme Martial Arts School's Inspector General. Today, we are honored to have with us the Supreme Leader of the Global Extreme Martial Arts School, Hong, the Supreme Leader of the Lightning Martial Arts School, Thor, and the Third Councilman, Henderson. As the host's booming introduction echoed, a multitude of cameras focused on Hong, the central figure seated prominently in the front row, alongside the Thunder God of the Thunder Martial Arts School and the Third Counselor, Henderson. Observing this spectacle from the back row, Luo Hua couldn't help but marvel quietly. Although the council members on Earth in the devouring starry sky world appeared numerous, the majority were merely at the first-tier planetary level, possessing rather ordinary combat capabilities. Only Hong and the Thunder God held the capacity to truly command the scene. The inauguration ceremony continued for over 2 hours, during which the image of Luo Feng as the epitome of genius was meticulously crafted. Even Luo Hua, upon witnessing the event, felt a tinge of admiration for his brother. After the ceremony concluded, Luo Feng approached the back row, addressing Luo Hua. "Xiao Hua, I've arranged for an intelligent combat aircraft to take you home. I have some matters to attend to." "That's fine, brother. You focus on your own business. I can manage," Luo Hua replied, fully aware that Luo Feng was likely to accompany Hong to Mist Island. For the next 3 to 4 days, Luo Hua dedicated himself to training in the martial arts hall on the second floor of their villa. Initially, he had intended to venture into the wilderness zone, but Luo Feng had specifically called to advise him against going alone while he was away. Reluctantly, Luo Hua acquiesced. In New York, at the Strategic Science Headquarters, Gary enjoyed a period of tranquility, with his days filled solely with exercise and sleep, while Carter had yielded no substantial results during the interrogations. However, Gary felt no disappointment. For him, the cosmic cube was of paramount importance, rendering everything else inconsequential. Carter informed Phillips to upgrade the laboratory's defenses over the next couple of days. Implementing the highest level of security, Gary instructed solemnly, as the cosmic cube directly impacted his power, and losing it during this period would be quite troublesome. "Understood," Carter nodded. With the assistance of Stark Industries, the modifications to the research laboratory proceeded smoothly, completing in just 2 days. During lunch, Gary visited the laboratory. "Gary, the only entrance to the laboratory now connects to the underground training base," Carter explained, shrugging. "So, unless you fall asleep, I doubt anyone could pilfer the infinite energy." "Indeed. I hope to maintain my vitality," Gary quipped, feeling reassured by the stringent security measures, particularly as they were under his vigilant watch. He believed that even if Hydra's leader, Schmidt, were to resurrect, he would be utterly incapable of seizing the cosmic cube. Chapter 38, Power Enhancement. On January 9th, Luo Feng returned from Mist Island. "Brother, you look radiant. You must have acquired some treasure during these past few days," Luo Hua remarked playfully at breakfast, fully aware of what Luo Feng had experienced. Startled by his brother's observation, Luo Feng replied, "Luo Hua, I believe you possess a knack for prophecy." Luo Hongwa chuckled. "Little Feng, did Xiao Hua guess correctly? Did you indeed acquire something valuable?" "I did obtain some good items," Luo Feng admitted, smiling without hesitation in front of his family. "Regardless of what it is. What matters is that you returned safely," Gong Xinlan interjected, having been alarmed by Luo Feng's previous prolonged absence, leading her to worry each time he ventured out. "Yes. Safety is paramount," Luo Hongwa concurred. "By the way, brother, when will you head to the wilderness zone?" Luo Hua redirected the conversation. "Not today. I need to visit Hongning Base City shortly," Luo Feng responded. Upon hearing this, Gong Xinlan grew anxious. "Ah, you're leaving again right after returning?" "I should be back in time for lunch," Luo Feng assured her. "That's a relief," Gong Xinlan said, finally at ease. After breakfast, Luo Hua and the others accompanied Luo Feng as he departed. "Little Feng, remember to return early. Mom will personally buy ingredients to prepare a delicious meal for you," Gong Xinlan cautioned. "Mom, make sure to prepare something I like as well," Luo Hua chimed in. Gong Xinlan shot him a glare. "I make you delicious meals daily. Have you not had enough?" Luo Hua chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Luo Feng observed this warm scene, a smile adorning his face. "Mom, Dad, Luo Hua, I'm off now. I'll bring you a surprise for lunch." With a grin, he made his way toward the intelligent combat aircraft. "Oh, this child is becoming increasingly busy. I don't need any surprises. It would suffice to have time to chat at home," Gong Xinlan sighed as she watched the deep blue aircraft vanish into the sky. "My brother is a commissioner now. It's only natural for him to be busy," Luo Hua remarked. Luo Hongwa nodded in agreement. Xiao Hua is right. Little Feng is now an important figure, dealing with numerous matters and meeting many people daily, so it's only expected that he is busy. Gong Xinlan huffed. glaring at Luo Hua. I still need to address you regarding your conduct. What conduct, Mom? Luo Hua feigned ignorance. What else? Encouraging your brother to teach you martial arts. Are you not aware of the dangers faced by martial artists? Your brother went missing for over a year last time. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua realized Gong Xinlan was beginning her lecture again. Mom, I understand. I promise it's just for strengthening my body. Don't just focus on martial arts. Spend time with Zhen Nan as well. I know. At Hongning Base City, within the colossal spaceship structure, Master Luo Feng entered the quiet chamber, bowing slightly. Luo Feng, sit, Hong instructed, seated cross-legged on a mat, clad in black attire. Hong regarded Luo Feng and inquired, what brings you here this time? I wish to exchange for some items using the Muya crystal. Haha, splendid. Hong couldn't suppress his smile. Ever since the incident at Mist Island, the value of the Muya crystal had become widely known, leading both individuals and major factions to seek its procurement. However, few, like Luo Feng, utilized it for exchanging treasures. Here is the exchange list. It's even more detailed than what you saw last time. With a wave of his hand, Hong conjured a massive projection screen within the chamber, showcasing an array of items and their prices. Luo Feng studied the screen, silently contemplating. The spirit of flora would be for my parents, and since my brother Luo Hua is now a warrior at the general level, his potential is relatively low. Thus, I need to acquire some valuable items for him. As noon approached, Luo Feng returned home, carrying 2 alloy boxes. After lunch, he called his parents and Luo Hua to the second floor. As Luo Hua watched Luo Feng open the alloy boxes, a sense of anticipation stirred within him. He knew Luo Feng had gone to Hongning Base City to exchange for treasures, but was uncertain if the items had changed since then. Father, mother, swallow these. Luo Feng instructed, dividing the spirit of flora before handing portions to Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua, then produced a grayish-brown spirit of flora for Luo Hua. Luo Hua consumed this entirely. One spirit of flora could elevate a high-ranking general-level warrior directly to an intermediate or even high-ranking god of war, while an ordinary person could merely become a warrior general upon consumption. It's quite sweet, reminiscent of carrots, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan remarked in succession. Luo Hua, however, grimaced, brother, this one you gave me is a bit bitter and somewhat astringent. After swallowing it, he distinctly felt his cellular genes rejoicing. Yet the bitter taste was somewhat unbearable. Luo Feng chuckled, explaining, the spirit of flora your parents consumed has milder effects, given that they are ordinary individuals. As for you, I specifically purchased this variant to enhance your physique and gradually alter the activity within your cellular genes, thereby increasing your growth potential. While Luo Feng elaborated, the intelligent life form Babata within his spatial wrist scoffed, what a waste. Gong Xinlan inquired in astonishment, little Feng, what is the price of this spirit of flora? Marginally more expensive than the Millennium Black Wuging. What? More expensive than the Millennium Black Wuging? Both Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan gasped, fully aware of the price of the Millennium Black Wuging. Thus, do we just consume several hundred billion in one bite? Luo Hua feigned astonishment and exclaimed, brother, have I really consumed this plant? The price of the plant you consumed is twice that of the Millennium Blackroot, Luo Feng replied. Luo Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. This is simply too much. Luo Feng, however, shook his head, such matters are trivial. Mom, Dad, Luo Hua, do not measure worth in monetary terms. Some treasures on earth cannot be purchased even with vast sums of money. As he spoke, he handed the alloy safe to Luo Hua, which contained 8 spirit herbs and 2 vials of dragon blood. These shall be entrusted to your care. After you have fully absorbed the effects of the spirit herbs over the course of a month, consuming a vial of dragon blood should elevate you to the rank of a high battle god. Brother, are you saying that my strength will reach that of a high battle god in just a month? Luo Hua, already aware of the precious nature of the spirit herbs, could not contain his excitement upon hearing this. Indeed, Luo Feng smiled at his brother. He had a cultivation plan for Luo Hua. Once Luo Hua's strength reached that of a high battle god, he intended for him to consume the wood essence crystal, enabling a direct breakthrough to the first tier of planetary level. Only when his brother reached planetary level would he feel completely at ease, allowing him to venture into the wilderness. As for the notion of wastefulness, Luo Feng had never entertained such thoughts, for Luo Hua was his beloved younger brother. A little waste of treasures was of no consequence. Following the original narrative, Luo Feng then shared the delightful news that a relative of theirs was still alive. Upon hearing this, Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua were filled with excitement and eagerly inquired about which relatives were still living. After Luo Feng revealed their names, Gong Xinlan and Luo Honghua could hardly wait for him to take them to meet their relatives, with Luo Hua naturally accompanying them. Chapter 39, Rise in Power. Half a month later, in the martial arts training hall of the Mingyue Villa's second floor, Luo Hua, this is the gravity chamber. Training in here will accelerate your body's absorption of the spirit herbs effects, hastening your ascension to battle god level. Luo Feng explained as he instructed Babata to set the gravity to 50 times that of Earth. Boom. Luo Hua suddenly felt as though a 1,000-pound weight bore down upon his shoulders, nearly forcing him to the ground. Seeing this, Babata let out a dissatisfied roar. Luo Feng, your brother's potential is mediocre. Even with the genetic-enhancing spirit herbs you provided him, he will likely only reach stellar level in his lifetime, which is merely a foot soldier in the grand scheme of cosmic civilization. Such warriors are plentiful, and there is no need to squander resources on him. Babata, Luo Hua is my younger brother. If I do not cultivate him, who will? Luo Feng shook his head repeatedly. He was someone who valued familial bonds deeply. It was one thing to lack the means to nurture his brother in the past, but now that he had the capacity, failing to cultivate him would weigh heavily on his conscience. I will not guide your brother. You may cultivate him and use the wood essence crystal. But I must remind you of one thing. Do not neglect your own training, Babata advised sternly. Luo Feng nodded, assuring, do not worry, I will manage my own time. While the two exchanged thoughts, Luo Hua gritted his teeth, enduring the strain. Within just a few minutes, he was drenched in sweat, droplets cascading down his forehead. After several more minutes, he began to adapt to the 50-fold gravity of Earth and commenced practicing basic sword techniques. Under such immense pressure, each swing accelerated the absorption of the residual effects of the spirit herbs within his cells, resulting in a rapid increase in his strength. Luo Hua, given your current muscle and bone density, you can only withstand this gravity for 1 hour. Exceeding that will impose undue strain on your body, Luo Feng cautioned. Brother, I understand. Luo Hua nodded, then with a hint of concern, added, will I be hindering your training? He was well aware that the gravity chamber had been designed for Luo Feng's own cultivation. Luo Feng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. You will not be a hindrance. Focus on your training here. With that, he exited the gravity chamber. Babata let out an exasperated huff. Luo Feng, a call has come in from Jia Yi. Upon connecting, Jia Yi's laughter echoed through the line. Luo Feng, I have sent the spaceship wreckage over. Please remember to receive it. Thank you, Luo Feng replied. Jia Yi shook his head, saying, I should be the one thanking you. 2 wood essence crystals, I know I have taken advantage of you. Luo Feng, should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. For the moment, that will suffice. If anything arises, I will call you, he concluded before hanging up. Babata urged, come on, let us see if the wreckage is sufficient to assemble a spaceship. Days passed, and Luo Hua's power surged rapidly. Initially, he would have required at least another half-month to fully absorb the effects of the spirit herbs and break through to battle god level. But with the gravity chamber's influence, this time was drastically reduced. Boom. Luo Hua struck the metallic wall of the gravity chamber with his sword, producing a resounding echo. Indeed, the absorption rate is exceeding my expectations. At that moment, Luo Feng entered. Luo Hua, it appears you have broken through to battle god level. Brother, I have just achieved this breakthrough. Luo Hua exclaimed eagerly. Luo Feng nodded. Since the effects of the spirit herbs are manifesting, train for another hour today. And tomorrow consume the dragon blood to elevate your physical prowess to that of a high battle god. Understood, brother, Luo Hua responded. His training in the gravity chamber over the past few days, albeit limited to less than an hour each time, had yielded excellent results. Upon departing the gravity chamber, Luo Feng sighed. Although my brother's physical attributes are rapidly improving, other aspects remain at a foundational level. Luo Feng, you would do well to refrain from coveting the secret techniques. These are the essence of my lineage from the fallen ink star, not to be shared lightly, Babata warned. Babata, are there no other collected martial arts secrets? Luo Feng frowned, noting that Babata was particularly uncooperative whenever Luo Hua was involved, often outright opposing him. Babata scoffed, shaking its fist. There are other martial arts secrets, but they too belong to my fallen ink star lineage. Continuing, it added, Luo Feng, your focus should be solely on your own cultivation. I have previously stated that your brother's potential is limited. Expending energy and resources on him is an unwise course of action. I understand. How is the assembly of the spaceship progressing? Luo Feng redirected the conversation. Babata replied with resignation, we are still far from completion. It will take at least 5 to 6 years to finish. That long. Aren't you the most advanced intelligent life form? Building a spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos is not the same as creating a model. It requires numerous precise tools. You Earthlings have nothing, and it's as if I am starting from scratch. 5 to 6 years is quite rapid in this context, Babata exclaimed in frustration. Luo Feng shrugged. All right then, I am not in a hurry. In New York, USA, at the headquarters of the Strategic Science Department, a series of muffled punches echoed through the underground training facility. Gary, shirtless, relentlessly pounded the metal sandbags modified for him by Stark, appearing tireless. However, upon closer inspection, he showed no signs of sweat, as if he had only just begun his workout. My strength is nearing that of a mid-level battle general. Ordinary training is of no use to me now. As Gary continued to strike, he contemplated the lack of martial arts resources in the Marvel Universe, unlike Luo Hua's side, where numerous treasures could be consumed for rapid enhancement. In recent days, Luo Hua had already ingested dragon blood, elevating his physical prowess to that of a high battle god, far surpassing Gary. It was noteworthy that Luo Hua's initial physique had been that of an ordinary person. However, with the training resources provided by the formidable Luo Feng, he had ascended to high battle god level in less than 2 years. Such a rate of advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Oh, if only I could transport the training resources from Luo Hua to this place, Gary sighed. In truth, during his forays into consciousness traversal, he had attempted to envelop small objects like paper and pens with his thoughts, yet to no avail. Perhaps his power was simply too feeble. This was the excuse Gary offered himself. After all, possessing the extraordinary ability to traverse 2 distinct universes, he believed that bringing along a few trivial items should pose no challenge. Nonetheless, Gary remained unperturbed, for there were no pressing matters in the Marvel realm at present. And even if an issue arose, his strength was more than sufficient to handle it. Chapter 040. Breakthrough to Planetary Grade. Time passed swiftly. A month had elapsed since Luo Hua last consumed dragon blood, and during this period, his prowess as a high-ranking war god had solidified. The daily 2-hour training sessions in the gravity chamber had fortified his foundation, ensuring that his continuous consumption of the spirit of flora and dragon blood did not destabilize his core. In the wilderness zone, Luo Hua wielded the Blood Shadow battle blade, deftly evading the assaults of the high-ranking lord-level beast, the Black Cloud Tiger. With a sudden forceful stomp, he swiftly pursued the beast. Boom! With all his might unleashed, Luo Hua struck fiercely against the Black Cloud Tiger's armor. The impact resembled 2 heavy trucks colliding at high speed, sending both Luo Hua and the Black Cloud Tiger hurtling backward. The beast crashed heavily into a nearby skyscraper, causing it to cave in, while Luo Hua, in the process of being thrown back, utilized the elasticity of his black god suit to grasp the surrounding structures, stabilizing himself. With a resounding crash, the colossal Black Cloud Tiger erupted from the rubble of the collapsed skyscraper. Just then, a burst of golden light pierced through the head of the Black Cloud Tiger, slaying it instantly. Witnessing this, Luo Hua turned to his side with a hint of exasperation. Brother, didn't we agree you wouldn't intervene? While the Black Cloud Tiger's defenses were not particularly high among high-ranking lords, its offensive capabilities were formidable. That last desperate charge could have inflicted significant damage. Even with the force-dissipating properties of the Black God suit, you would have sustained injuries, Luo Feng replied, shaking his head. Luo Hua could not help but let out a wry smile. Brother, what warrior escapes unscathed? Besides, I could have evaded that attack. However, Luo Feng frowned. Your physical prowess may have reached the level of a high-ranking war god, but your other faculties remain rather lacking, especially your agility. You have only recently achieved a rudimentary mastery. There is still a considerable distance to the perfect realm. You simply cannot dodge such swift attacks. Luo Hua rubbed his nose, refraining from retorting, fully aware that Luo Feng was correct. After all, in terms of combat experience against beasts, he was far inferior to his brother. Luo Hua, do not resent me for my excessive interference. When you expressed your desire to train, I promised our mother that I would ensure you never fall into danger. Your progress has been rapid, yet honing your skills alone in the wilderness remains perilous, Luo Feng stated with a serious demeanor. Understood, brother. I appreciate your concern. Luo Hua nodded earnestly, recognizing the care Luo Feng had for him. A smile finally graced Luo Feng's face. Luo Hua, the effects of the spirit of flora and dragon blood within you have nearly run their course. It is time for another enhancement. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua's eyes sparkled. Brother, are you suggesting I consume the Woodya crystal? Since his elevation to the high-ranking war god, he had joined the war god palace. Thus, he was well aware that various factions worldwide had been clamoring to procure Woodya crystals, with 10 warriors having already used it to break through to the first tier of planetary grade. Yes, once you ascend to the level of an envoy, I will permit you to venture into the wilderness zone alone, Luo Feng affirmed. Brother, you promised. Luo Hua exclaimed with excitement. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. I knew from the beginning that your martial pursuits were not solely for physical enhancement. Now, let us return home. The two then boarded a smart warplane back to their villa. Upon reaching the training hall on the second floor, Luo Feng instructed Babata to set the gravity chamber to 100 times normal gravity. Luo Hua immediately felt a weight settle upon his shoulders, but his current strength allowed him to acclimate swiftly. Observing this, Luo Feng prompted Babata to gradually increase the gravity. 200 times. 300 times. It was not until the gravity reached 500 times that beads of sweat began to form on Luo Hua's forehead. All right, now let us attract the woodya crystal under this gravity, Luo Feng declared, retrieving a woodya crystal. Almost instantaneously, the gravity chamber was suffused with an intoxicating aroma of rice. Luo Hua promptly crossed his legs in meditation, accepting the woodya crystal, which, under the inducement of the genetic primal energy, released pure energy that surged into his limbs, causing his body to grow rapidly, akin to a nurtured sapling. Meanwhile, Luo Feng quietly exited the gravity chamber. I wonder what unique ability my brother Luo Hua will gain from this breakthrough, Luo Feng mused softly. Babata scoffed. What else could it be? Given your brother's potential, I estimate he'll merely acquire a common fire ability, or at best, a light-based power. Why couldn't he possess something as formidable as my indestructible form? Luo Feng, however, rejected Babata's conjecture, for he knew that he and Luo Hua shared nearly identical genetics. Sensing Luo Feng's thoughts, Babata spoke with arrogance. Although your genes are similar, as the saying goes, no two leaves are alike. Thus, your genetic primal energies differ. The special abilities of warriors stem from their genetic primal energies, and your lineage is quite ordinary. It is merely your expansive cerebral capacity, coupled with good fortune, that resulted in your indestructible form. Most others possess only mundane powers. Luo Feng fell silent. As much as he wished for his brother to possess an extraordinary ability, he understood that Babata's words held truth. Inside the gravity chamber, as torrents of pure energy continued to flow in, every cell in Luo Hua's body hungrily absorbed it, causing his strength to surge rapidly. In a mere half hour, he reached the pinnacle of the war god level and continued to ascend. 10 minutes later, the genetic primal energy within his cells began to coalesce like droplets of water, forming beads, then streams, and ultimately intertwining within his blood vessels to create a small brook that flowed into his dantian. Boom! As a vast amount of thermal energy converged in his dantian, it erupted as if the heavens were being torn asunder, revealing a dantian that had previously been non-existent. The swirling genetic primal energy accelerated its rotation, simultaneously expanding and contracting. With each cycle of expansion and contraction, its volume diminished. After an hour, the process gradually ceased, forming a minuscule planet. At that moment, Luo Hua felt a jolt of awareness as a potent and expansive energy surged into the tiny planet within his dantian. The once pale yellow mini-planet transformed into a dark gray hue. Instinctively, Luo Hua moved, and a stream of gray-black primal energy shot forth from his dantian, coursing through his body. Crack, crack. In an instant, Luo Hua's body emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds, as his marrow, bones, skin, and meridians underwent violent transformations. Eventually, fine gray lines emerged deep within his skin. Hiss! Luo Hua couldn't help but inhale sharply, feeling as if his bones were being shattered and then painfully reconstituted. Outside the gravity chamber, Babata remarked, Luo Feng, your brother has successfully broken through. Luo Feng was elated and quickly inquired, Babata, what is my brother's special ability? Oh, let me see, Babata replied nonchalantly. However, it soon exclaimed in shock, goodness, how is this possible? Chapter 041, a rare special ability. Babata, what has happened to my brother? Luo Feng felt a tightening in his chest, fearing something had gone awry with Luo Hua. Babata, in a fit of agitation, waved his fists wildly, leaping about in the wristwatch space, his mouth incessantly muttering, impossible, absolutely impossible. What on earth is happening? Luo Feng, taken aback by this rare display of emotion from Babata, urgently inquired, what is going on? After a moment, Babata finally paused. Yet his demonic visage still bore an expression of disbelief. Luo Feng, your brother Luo Hua has struck it rich, he exclaimed. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. Struck it rich? Babata, are you referring to the special ability my brother acquired upon his breakthrough? Is it the spatial phantom? The spatial phantom? Babata's voice turned somber. In the universe, special abilities are primarily categorized into 8 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. However, there exist exceedingly rare abilities, such as those pertaining to space and time. Your brother Luo Hua's spatial phantom falls under the category of space. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's excitement bubbled forth. Babada, does that mean my brother's special ability surpasses my diamond body? Babada shook his head while biting his own fist. The spatial phantom and diamond body are merely special abilities bestowed by genetic primal energy. It is not a matter of superiority. If one were to compare, your diamond body is somewhat stronger, as its explosive power and defense are remarkable, making it well suited for combat, while the spatial phantom is primarily an extraordinary life-preserving ability. Of course, even among the pinnacle bloodline races in the universe, the spatial phantom is exceedingly rare. Given the lowly bloodlines on Earth, it is virtually impossible for such a spatial ability to manifest, let alone the spatial phantom, which means your brother has indeed struck it rich. Unable to contain his curiosity, Luo Feng asked, Babada, you mentioned the life-preserving ability of the spatial phantom is extraordinary. Just how extraordinary is it? In simple terms, if you were to unleash a heavenly escape attack on your brother, it would normally be quite easy to kill him. However, your brother can entirely utilize his special ability to transform his body into a phantom, thereby evading your attack. Simultaneously, his true form would enter a spatial interlayer, making it nearly impossible for anyone lacking profound spatial mastery to detect him. At this point, Babada sighed wistfully. Moreover, the true purpose of the spatial phantom is to cultivate spatial secret arts. Had my master, Huyen Bo, possessed this special ability, he might have cultivated mastering space to the pinnacle of teleportation, allowing for a swift escape even when faced with adversaries. As their minds conversed, Luo Hua emerged from the gravity chamber, blood seeping from his body and appearing quite disheveled. Brother, I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes, he said hurriedly before dashing to the bathroom on the second floor. Watching Luo Hua's retreating figure, Luo Feng excitedly remarked, Babada, since the spatial phantom is suited for cultivating spatial secret arts, why not teach mastering space to my brother? Babada shot him a glare. Mastering space is a flight secret art for mentalists. Your brother is a warrior. Although he will possess mental power after breaking through to planetary level, it will only be at a rudimentary level, far from comparable to yours. At most, he could cultivate the 10,000 threads flow spatial secret art. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but tease, Babada, didn't you previously prevent my brother from cultivating the secret arts of the meteor star lineage? Why the sudden change of heart? I recall you stating that the meteor star lineage's secret arts are not to be disseminated. That was then. The circumstances are different now, Babada replied with a cheeky grin. I never anticipated your brother would possess the spatial phantom. While it is indeed challenging to cultivate spatial secret arts to fruition even with the spatial phantom, there is at least a 1 in 10 chance. Thus, your brother's potential now surpasses yours. Surpass mine? That makes me even happier. Luo Feng laughed heartily. Inside the bathroom, streams of water cascaded down as Luo Hua meticulously felt the changes within his body. Once his body had been entirely transformed by the genetic primal energy, he understood his special ability. When faced with danger, he could activate the tiny gray patterns deep within his skin to create a phantom or mirror clone to take his place. This ability was quite suitable for preserving his life, and he thought to himself, not bad, I like it. Unbeknownst to him, his special ability was exceedingly rare, yet he vaguely suspected it was influenced by consciousness. After finishing his shower, he suddenly remembered he had rushed in without bringing any clothes, and reluctantly called out, Brother, could you bring me a piece of clothing? It's ready for you. Right on the shelf next to the door came Luo Feng's voice. Thanks, brother. After receiving the clothes, Luo Hua dried himself off and changed before stepping out. Luo Hua, how does it feel to break through to planetary level? Luo Feng asked with a smile. Luo Hua, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists and replied, Brother, I feel completely invigorated, bursting with power. I want to find a beast to battle. Luo Feng chuckled in astonishment, but nodded in agreement. All right, let us head to the wilderness area now. Let me witness your explosive power. Okay, brother. The two swiftly boarded an intelligent battle aircraft and soon arrived at the wilderness area. Luo Hua, beneath that tall building ahead, there is an ironclad dragon. Go and give it a try, Luo Feng instructed as he stood atop the heavenly escape, observing Luo Hua, who was also hovering in midair. Once a warrior ascends to planetary level, a miniature star forms within their dantian, emanating a peculiar force, or magnetic field, that counteracts Earth's gravity, allowing for levitation. However, compared to mentalists, warrior's flight speed is relatively slower. Luo Hua nodded, and with a thought, he propelled himself rapidly using the magnetic field, swiftly arriving above the ironclad dragon. Hey there, big guy? I'm coming. Gripping his blood shadow battle blade, Luo Hua transformed into a shadow, charging directly at the ironclad dragon. The ironclad dragon, noticing the small figure before it, let out a tremendous roar, rising on shaky limbs to meet the charge. With a resounding crash, Luo Hua unleashed his full power, delivering a devastating blow to the ironclad dragon's armor. The tremendous impact shattered its internal organs, causing the massive beast to stagger and collapse like a towering building. After defeating the ironclad dragon, Luo Hua spotted Luo Feng soaring towards him on the heavenly escape. He grinned and asked, "Brother, how did I perform just now?" "Impressive and efficient," Luo Feng replied, his face alight with a relaxed smile. "Your full power reached over 130,000 kilograms. While this explosive force is only average among first-tier planetary warriors, considering you primarily relied on treasures for your breakthrough, with continued rigorous training, you can elevate your explosive power to the next level." Luo Hua nodded, understanding that his rapid ascent to first-tier planetary level was largely due to the continuous consumption of spirit of grass and wood, dragon blood, and precious wood jogging. Without these, achieving the rank of a battle general would have been quite commendable for someone of his ordinary aptitude. All of this, he felt, was thanks to Luo Feng. And deep down, he had come to regard Luo Feng as his true brother. Luo Feng suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "Brother, what's wrong?" Luo Hua asked. Bewildered, Luo Feng used his mental power to shield the surroundings before earnestly stating, "I once obtained a lineage secret transmission containing methods for both mentalists and warriors. However, this lineage strictly prohibits the dissemination of its secrets, and I cannot go against it. Thus, I ask you, are you willing to join me in cultivating this lineage?" In the wristwatch space, Babata anxiously urged, hurry and agree. Had it been in the past, he wouldn't have wished to squander even a modicum of resources on Luo Hua. However, the situation has changed. Luo Hua now possesses a rare talent for spatial illusion. As long as he does not act recklessly, he is unlikely to face demise easily. More importantly, with ample resources for cultivation, there exists a glimmer of hope for Luo Hua to attain the ability of spatial teleportation. Thus, Babata was apprehensive that Luo Hua might decline the invitation to join. "Brother, I am willing," Luo Hua replied without a moment's hesitation. His pursuit of martial arts was primarily motivated by the spatial secrets of the Yunma star lineage. And with Luo Feng personally extending the invitation, he had no reason to hesitate. Moreover, given Luo Feng's exceptional care for him, refusal would be unwarranted. Luo Feng chuckled. "Luo Hua, do you not wish to inquire about the sect's influence? Is your trust in your brother so absolute?" With a playful grin, Luo Hua feigned curiosity. "Brother, what sect is it?" "The Yunma star lineage, and presently, I am the sole member," Luo Feng responded. "Brother, just you alone?" Luo Hua blinked in feigned astonishment. Nodding, Luo Feng affirmed, "Indeed, it is just me. Henceforth, do not spread tales of the Yunma star lineage, as the entire Yunma star has been obliterated by enemies. To disclose such information would be tantamount to courting death." "Brother, this is splendid. The sect's base has been destroyed, so joining it will impose no constraints upon me," Luo Hua exclaimed with excitement. "Brat, showing such disrespect for the sect is deserving of punishment." Babata roared, brandishing his fists, though his face was alight with enthusiasm. Even with a living master, it was rare to find a disciple with the talent for spatial illusion. Luo Feng promptly transmitted the martial arts secrets of the Yunma star lineage to the communication device on Luo Hua's wrist. These are the martial arts cultivation secrets collected by the Yunma star lineage. However, the special abilities you will acquire upon breaking through to planetary level are rather extraordinary, making you well suited for the study of spatial techniques. In addition to these, Babata will provide dedicated instruction on spatial methods. As he spoke, Luo Feng called out, "Babata, step forward." With a flash, a holographic projection from Luo Feng's wristwatch materialized, revealing a child clad in black robes, with two horns atop his head and blood-red eyes. Luo Hua was momentarily startled but quickly realized. This must be the ancient intelligent life form, the demon Babata, who had existed for countless millennia. "Greetings, Luo Hua. I am Babata. You may refer to me as the demon Babata," Babata proclaimed with an air of pride. Following their formal introduction, Luo Hua received a comprehensive array of guidance and training arrangements from Babata, including an extensive assortment of foundational martial arts secrets that he was required to comprehend. Additionally, Babata extracted a particularly valuable section titled Detailed Overview of Spatial Fundamentals from the Yunma star lineage's secrets, instructing Luo Hua to finish it within a few months. In New York, at the headquarters of the Strategic Science Department, Gary had been waking up rather late these days, typically arriving at the underground training facility around 11 in the morning. This pattern had caused Carter to regard him with a sullen expression, as if he had wronged her. It wasn't until Phillips patted him on the shoulder, advising him to take care of his health and not to overexert himself at night, that Gary grasped the situation. Clearly, Carter had misconstrued his late rising as a result of romantic entanglements. Gary felt helpless about this misconception, as his late start stemmed from his intense focus on Luo Hua's training, a fact he could not explain. Thus, he resigned himself to Carter's misunderstanding. Upon entering the research laboratory, Gary promptly sensed the profound waves of spatial laws surrounding him, if he had merely speculated before. After absorbing a wealth of knowledge on spatial concepts, he had now fully validated his assumptions. Stark, how has the research progressed recently? Gary inquired with a smile as he approached Stark, who was engrossed in studying the cosmic cube. If we count the equipment supplying power to the entirety of Stark Industries, I believe there has been some progress, Stark replied with self-deprecation. Gary patted Stark's shoulder. No rush, take your time. At least you can now harness some of the energy. That's a positive start. After spending some time in the laboratory, Gary left. He had yet to formally begin his training in spatial techniques. Once he had thoroughly grasped the knowledge of spatial concepts, Babata would instruct him in the 10,000 threads flow spatial technique, at which point he could contemplate the laws of spatial origin within the laboratory. Upon returning to his office, Carter knocked and entered. Director Gary, we have confirmed the identity of that agent. He is indeed a covert operative cultivated by the Soviet Red House, she stated. Her expression frosty as she handed the agent's dossier to Gary. Raising an eyebrow, Gary replied, "Oh, you uncovered that rather quickly." Previously, he had visited the CIA to retrieve some information regarding the Red House and had handed it to Carter, after which he had not followed up on the matter. Carter, hearing Gary's words, let out a cold laugh. Director Gary, if we were unable to ascertain an agent's hidden identity after all this time, the entire department might as well disband. Furthermore, I suggest you wear a watch when engaging in nighttime escapades. That way, you won't lose track of time. Gary's expression darkened as he glared at Carter. I am not involved in any romantic entanglements. Whether you are or not is irrelevant to me, Carter huffed. I merely remind you not to neglect your work. With that, she turned and exited the office. Watching Carter's retreating figure, Gary could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 043, 10,000 Threads Flow. 5 months later, in Yangzhou City, within the martial arts training hall on the second floor of the Minghui community, Luo Hua emerged from the gravity chamber, his torso bare. Compared to 5 months ago when he had just broken through to the first level of planetary rank, he appeared a few centimeters shorter, yet his physique was more robust and powerful, standing like a kingly beast, instilling a sense of awe. He had reached the second level of planetary rank. While showering, Luo Hua felt the explosive power coursing through his body, his eyes glimmering with excitement. In just 5 months, he had advanced from the first to the second level of planetary rank, a rate that could only be deemed terrifying on a global scale. Moreover, this was the result of his deliberate suppression. What is there to be excited about? Your brother Luo Feng has already transcended to the third level of mental prowess, and his martial rank has been at the third level of planetary rank for over 4 months. You still fall far behind him. Babata's voice echoed in Luo Hua's consciousness. A smile crept across Luo Hua's face. It's only natural that my brother is stronger than I. Babata, upon hearing this, became somewhat exasperated. Luo Hua, can you not aspire for greater heights? Yes, your aptitude may be relatively ordinary compared to your brother, but you possess the talent for spatial illusion, destined to become a formidable master capable of teleportation. Babata, did you not say that I have only a minuscule chance of mastering the spatial technique to the point of teleportation? Indeed, the possibility is slim, but it is not entirely absent. Moreover, you are currently training under the esteemed guidance of the great demon Babata. The odds are considerably favorable, Babata declared with habitual fervor, his expression filled with pride. Luo Hua rolled his eyes and shifted the topic. Where's my brother? Your brother has gone out with Su Xin, Babata replied. Luo Hua immediately realized that Luo Feng was enjoying a romantic outing with Su Xin. He felt a twinge of guilt, as, according to the original plot, Luo Feng and Su Xin often spent time together in their villa. However, due to his daily training in the gravity chamber, Luo Feng and Su Xin were compelled to venture out instead. Luo Hua, how far have you progressed with the detailed overview of spatial fundamentals? Babata redirected the conversation back to training. Well, I finished reading it, though there are still some aspects I do not fully comprehend. As Luo Hua spoke, he expressed the aspects he found perplexing. Babata pondered for a moment before responding. These matters cannot be comprehended solely through the annotations of a few powerful individuals. It is only through personal experience and insight that one can truly understand. Now, review this material once more today, for starting tomorrow. I shall formally instruct you in the mystical technique of 10,000 threads flow. Alas, it is a pity that you are not a mentalist. Otherwise, you would have been able to directly learn the essence of control space, a flight technique from the lineage of the falling ink star. While 10,000 threads flow is commendable in its own right, it is ultimately not as precious as control space, and importantly, 10,000 threads flow cannot be cultivated to achieve teleportation. From now on, you will have to rely on your own understanding or seek out cultivation techniques related to teleportation. However, Luo Hua felt no sense of loss. After all, what mattered most to him at this moment was to swiftly cultivate the spatial secret arts and test whether he could leverage the spatial gemstones to quickly grasp the fundamental laws of space. Should this trial prove successful, he would then need to contemplate how to usurp Thanos' position. The following afternoon, in the martial arts hall on the second floor, Luo Hua sat cross-legged, his countenance serene, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of excitement. For today marked the commencement of his training in the spatial secret arts. It could be said that all his endeavors within the vast cosmos had been in preparation for this very day, since he first sensed the spatial law emanating from the spatial gemstones. Luo Hua, I shall directly guide your consciousness into the private virtual space I have meticulously constructed for you. Babata's voice resonated within Luo Hua's mind. I will maintain vigilance over a radius of 1 kilometer around you, allowing you to remain at ease within the virtual realm. Luo Hua nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, his figure materialized atop a towering mountain peak. Gazing at the surrounding expanse of glistening white snow and the colossal celestial body that occupied nearly a third of the sky, Luo Hua's face reflected astonishment. Startled are we? Babata, with his 2 prominent horns and blood-red pupils, floated in mid-air, garbed in a black robe. Your expression is quite akin to that of you and your brother, Luo Feng, upon your first encounter with such a scene. No wonder, considering the civilization level of your Earth is far too primitive to engage with cosmic civilizations. While you may synthesize such scenes through video, experiencing them firsthand is simply impossible. Follow me, he instructed, drifting towards a castle not far off. Much like when Luo Feng first entered the private virtual space, 18 colossal rock-carved giants stood sentinel outside the castle. Upon seeing Babata and Luo Hua, they bowed respectfully. Babata elaborated. These 18 titans were once the loyal companions of my master, Hu Yanbo. However, they perished alongside the destruction of falling ink star. I have summoned them in this virtual form to help you and your brother comprehend the value of your current circumstances. Luo Hua regarded the 18 giants, nodding slowly. It was indeed a hard-won journey. Babata had awaited 50,000 years for Luo Feng to arrive, for the inheritor of the falling ink star lineage. Upon entering the grand chamber on the second floor of the castle, Babata declared, "This shall be your training room." With a gesture, rows of bookshelves materialized along the walls. These shelves contain the cultivation texts collected by my master from various martial lineages, spanning planetary, stellar, cosmic, dominion, and realm master levels. This will be essential for your future studies. Babata approached one of the shelves and retrieved an ancient tome inscribed with the universal language of the cosmos, titled 10,000 Threads Flow. Luo Hua's gaze shifted to the book, his breath momentarily tightening. Typically, martial artists only access such precious techniques capable of comprehending and harnessing the fundamental laws of the universe upon reaching the stellar level. As only with the intensity of a stellar consciousness can one perceive the primordial laws in the cosmos. Yet you are different. You possess the rare talent of spatial phantasm. By the way, you should have a pattern beneath your skin, correct? Yes, there is a pattern, Luo Hua confirmed with a nod. Babata explained, that pattern is, in fact, the lines of the spatial law. When you practice 10,000 threads flow, you will be able to connect with the lines on your skin through your thoughts, allowing you to sense the spatial laws within and gradually comprehend the fundamental laws of space. Luo Hua was struck with clarity. Babata handed him the ancient tome, then solemnly instructed, in the coming months, diligently follow the explanations in 10,000 threads flow and slowly connect with the spatial lines on your skin using your thoughts. Once you sense the fluctuations of the spatial laws, you may begin your training. Babata, is it difficult to sense the spatial laws? Luo Hua inquired, blinking. Chapter 044, The Laws. What do you mean by difficult? It is exceedingly challenging, Babata remarked, biting into an apple with a look of disdain as if regarding a country bumpkin. The primordial essence of space is one of the most challenging laws to comprehend in the universe, ranking alongside the primordial essence of time as two of the most profound and unfathomable laws. Normally, one only begins to grasp it upon reaching the realm master level. Even some of the super geniuses in the cosmos may catch a faint glimpse at the stellar level, but true understanding demands at least a cosmic level of cultivation. Of course, among the myriad races of the universe, there may be one or two who can perceive the primordial laws of space at the stellar level. But such supergeniuses are born only once in a billion years. Therefore, Luo Hua, do not grow complacent. Although you possess the rare talent of spatial phantasm, sensing the spatial laws at the planetary level is extraordinarily difficult. However, the earlier you grasp it, the greater your future achievements will be. That is why I have allowed you to explore the spatial secret arts portion of 10,000 Threads Flow ahead of time. Luo Hua was momentarily speechless. Babada, so you're merely letting me try my hand at it? Ahem, trying is not without merit. Of course, do not lose heart. Your spatial phantasm talent is quite suitable for cultivating the spatial secret arts. Take your time, no need to rush. If a few months yield no results, then a few years. If years yield no results, then perhaps decades. Babada reassured him, eager to mitigate any discouragement he may have caused. Luo Hua rolled his eyes. If it were to take decades to grasp the primordial laws of space, he might as well wait for Thanos to snap his fingers. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. Focus on your training here, Babada said, turning and vanishing from sight. Luo Hua then began to peruse the detailed introductory explanations on the spatial secret arts within 10,000 Threads Flow. In New York, within the headquarters of the Strategic Science Department's research laboratory, Gary contemplated Babada's assertion that sensing the primordial laws of space was exceedingly difficult. The fluctuations he had previously sensed were indeed spatial in nature, but more accurately, they were a form of spatial energy, which was relatively easier to perceive. As Gary observed the cosmic cube at the center of a plethora of instruments, his mind raced. Having studied the detailed overview of spatial fundamentals and the introductory explanations on the spatial secret arts within 10,000 Threads Flow, he had gained a more profound understanding of spatial knowledge. Consequently, he quickly deduced that the fluctuations he had sensed earlier were merely fluctuations of spatial energy. However, the denser the spatial energy, the more potent the primordial laws of space present. The spatial energy fluctuations within this laboratory approached a thickness akin to that of a sea. Patience, he thought. First, I must thoroughly digest the introductory details of 10,000 Threads Flow, then I can attempt to sense the laws. Gazing intently at the cosmic cube, Gary took several deep breaths to quell the urgency surging within him. Upon returning to his office, Gary summoned Carter. Carter, please notify Phillips to construct a soundproof chamber in the research lab over the next few days. I will be resting there in the evenings. As Carter entered, Gary stated directly, sensing the primordial laws of space requires complete mental tranquility, and during the day, Stark's tinkering with instruments creates noise that renders it impossible for me to cultivate. Thus, I must reserve this for the night. Carter blinked in surprise. Gary, you plan to sleep in the lab? Though the cosmic cube is indeed of paramount importance, to the extent that even the Soviet intelligence agency, the Red Room, has covertly dispatched operatives to steal it, such diligent vigilance may be unwarranted. Gary nodded, a smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Carter, saying, the laboratory strictly forbids the entry of unauthorized personnel. I do spend my nights within, so one would hope that certain individuals can rest assured. I only concern myself with my work, Carter replied, her cheeks flushing. Your dedication has not gone unnoticed by me, within the entire department. I doubt anyone is more committed to their duties than you, Gary teased with a chuckle. Carter, feeling somewhat flustered, quickly responded, Commander Gary, I shall inform Colonel Phillips. With that, she swiftly turned on her heel and departed. Half a month later, within the break room of the research laboratory, Gary sat cross-legged. Originally, he had intended to dedicate his evenings to exploring the intrinsic laws of spatial origins, yet Stark, due to the burgeoning demands of his company, had gradually shifted the research schedule for the cosmic cube to the twilight hours, resulting in the laboratory being closed during the day. This circumstance conveniently afforded Gary the opportunity to refine his skills. As for the department's affairs, he had entrusted them entirely to Phillips, a situation the colonel had long since acclimated to, as Gary had previously operated in this manner. Babata was correct. Sensing the laws of spatial origins was indeed a formidable challenge. Even with Luo Hua's talent for spatial phantoms, days of effort had yielded no progress. This was hardly surprising. After all, even supergeniuses could not hope to grasp such concepts in mere days. Thoughts flitted through Gary's mind, and he took a slow, deep breath, beginning to cultivate a state of tranquility. The introductory guide to the 10,000 Threads had emphasized that to sense the laws of origins, one must unify heart and mind, achieving a state akin to celestial attunement, in order to perceive the peculiar vibrations within the cosmic essence. As time flowed gently by, Gary's breathing became increasingly subtle. reminiscent of his initial absorption of cosmic energy. His mind soon settled into a profound stillness, placing him in an extraordinary state. Hours slipped away, and Gary's consciousness was entirely emptied. As this state persisted, the laws of spatial origins emanating from the cosmic cube enveloped him like ants discovering honey, the viscous essence of power flowing into his consciousness. Half an hour later, Gary faintly sensed a peculiar vibration, yet this anomaly felt obscured by layers of gauze, making it exceedingly arduous to grasp. Had Babata been present, he would likely have been astonished, for typically, even the most common elemental laws, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light, demanded at least the 8th or 9th tier of mastery for even a vague perception of such vibrations. The more elusive laws of space and time required even stricter conditions for discernment. It was only due to Luo Hua's spatial phantom talent that Baba Ta believed he had a glimmer of hope, yet here was Gary, with not even a single tier of mastery, managing to pick up on these vibrations. This was all attributable to the space gem, whose emanating laws of spatial origins resembled an ocean of cosmic essence, facilitating Gary's sensing process and even drawing the laws into his consciousness voluntarily. In such conditions, not even Luo Feng would struggle to perceive them as effortlessly. As time quietly passed, Gary's mind and spirit grew increasingly relaxed, immersing himself in this state of celestial attunement. In this condition, the peculiar vibrations he sensed became clearer, although the layers of gauze-like obscurity still rendered perception laborious. 2 hours later, a rumble of hunger from his stomach shattered Gary's reverie, abruptly severing the extraordinary connection. Slowly, he opened his eyes, rubbing his protesting belly with a look of resignation. Indeed, sensing the laws of spatial origins was profoundly taxing on one's physical energy. According to the guide in the 10,000 threads, only those of stellar rank could continuously comprehend the laws, as upon reaching that level, their bodies would naturally absorb cosmic energy to replenish the energy expended. With this thought, a spark of realization flickered in Gary's eyes. No wonder Baba Ta had stated that martial artists and mentalists below the stellar rank, even with domain mastery, could not sense the laws of origins. Firstly, their consciousness lacked the requisite strength, and secondly, they could not maintain the specific state due to energy depletion. However, I am different. The laws of spatial origins emitted by the space gem are akin to an ocean of essence. In this environment, I can swiftly sense that peculiar vibration of cosmic origins. Although I cannot sustain it indefinitely, being able to sense it at all is sufficient. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the look of resignation on Gary's face transformed into one of exhilaration. He clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with newfound intensity. It seems my hypothesis was correct. The space gem indeed enables me to rapidly sense the laws of origins, which implies that other infinity stones may possess similar properties. Baba Ta once remarked that the laws of origins represent the true path. Rising to his feet, Gary's gaze hardened with determination. Thanos, I regret to inform you, but your position is now in jeopardy. 3 months later, in Yangzhou City, within the gravity chamber of the martial arts training hall on the 2nd floor of Mingwei Community, Luo Hua sat cross-legged. His consciousness penetrated through his skin, attuning to the peculiar gray-black secret patterns. During this period, aside from meals and occasionally accompanying Zhen Nan on shopping excursions, he devoted all his time and energy to sensing the laws of spatial origins. Regrettably, as Baba Ta had indicated, the laws of spatial origins were exceedingly difficult to grasp. Even with the talent for spatial phantoms, he had achieved nothing over the past 3 months, not even scratching the surface. Outside the gravity chamber, Luo Feng inquired with a smile, Baba Ta, how has my brother's training progressed recently? He was aware of Luo Hua's focus on the secrets of spatial techniques. No progress at all. The laws of origins are not so easily comprehended. Your brother, while possessing the requisite talent, will find it exceedingly difficult to grasp them in just a few months. Baba Ta replied dismissively, having never expected Luo Hua to achieve comprehension so swiftly. However, your brother remains patient and composed, which is commendable, Baba Ta praised. Recognizing that many geniuses tend to be arrogant and easily discouraged by setbacks, but Luo Hua exhibited none of these traits, further solidifying Baba Ta's confidence in him. Luo Feng nodded. My brother indeed possesses a remarkable level of patience. I cannot compare. Enough about your brother. You must accelerate your own training. After all, you are the heir to the Yuma star lineage, and my master, Huyen Bo, has left you ample resources. You cannot allow your brother to surpass you. Rest assured, I shall not relax in the slightest, Luo Feng declared with conviction. Observing this, Baba Ta chose not to press further. He was already aware of Luo Feng's diligence. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, as Luo Hua prepared to lie down for some rest, a phone call interrupted him. "Hello, Luo Hua," a deep voice resonated. "Oh, Henderson," Luo Hua replied, a hint of surprise gracing his features. "What brings you to call?" The Ice Emperor, Henderson, had developed a slight grudge against Luo Feng during the incident on Mist Island, hence Luo Hua's surprise. "This is a matter of utmost importance, pertaining to the survival of all humanity on Earth. You must hurry to the War God Palace. I have already informed your brother. All global representatives, leaders, and high-ranking officials will be present," Henderson urged, his tone urgent. "I cannot disclose the details at this moment. You must enter the War God Palace swiftly. I still have others to notify." Having spoken, he hung up the phone. Knock, knock, knock. It was Luo Feng's voice echoing from outside the door. Luo Hua rose to open it. "Brother, that was a call from Henderson." "Yes, did he inform you as well?" Luo Hua inquired. Luo Feng nodded, his brow furrowing as he said, "I can't fathom what significant event has occurred that necessitated Henderson to contact us personally. Brother, it must be something urgent. Let us head to the War God Palace together and find out," Luo Hua thought to himself, already aware of the situation. For a while, he had been engrossed in his training, nearly forgetting the impending crisis posed by the golden-horned giant beast. "Babata, connect us to the virtual War God Palace," Luo Feng instructed, utilizing his mental power to link his wristwatch with Babata. Babata, clad in shorts and reclining comfortably in a rocking chair while being pampered by a servant, chuckled upon hearing Luo Feng's voice. "No problem." In a flash, Luo Feng and Luo Hua entered their respective rooms within the War God Palace. "Counselor Luo Hua, please report to the top-floor conference room immediately," an electronic voice resonated through the space. Luo Hua hastily departed, making his way to the conference hall. On the spiral staircase, he encountered other counselors, their faces etched with confusion, evidently unaware of the unfolding events. Upon reaching the top-floor conference hall, over 50 counselors had already assembled, along with several individuals in white robes, leaders from the 5 great powers who had been granted special authorization to attend. "Brother," Luo Hua called out as he saw Luo Feng approaching. At that moment, Jia Yi also approached, shaking hands with both Luo Feng and Luo Hua. "Jia Yi, do you have any idea what is going on?" Luo Feng inquired, knowing that as a commander within the National Military District, Jia Yi would be more in the loop. "It seems something significant has transpired in America, but the details are unclear," Jia Yi replied, shaking his head slightly. "However, according to the American president's words to us, the situation is extremely grave, catastrophic, in fact." He did not elaborate further and promptly notified others. Luo Feng felt a weight in his heart. Catastrophic? Although Luo Hua was aware of the circumstances, he could only remain silent. "Come on, we have many leaders from Huaxia you are unfamiliar with. Let us go meet them," Jia Yi urged, pulling Luo Feng and Luo Hua towards several senior officials. As more people gathered in the conference hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In less than 5 minutes, all counselors had arrived, including leaders from the 5 great powers, the HR Alliance chairman, and representatives from various underground factions. The conference hall quickly amassed the pinnacle of Earth's ruling elite. As everyone settled in, the gravity of the situation became palpable. Chapter 046, The Golden-Horned Giant Beast. Nightmare. Catastrophe. Apocalypse. After more than 10 minutes, just as the plot unfolded, the American president played a video depicting the golden-horned giant beast devouring a war base, plunging the conference hall into silence. They could scarcely comprehend the horror of the creature on the screen, which could lift a war base over 500 meters and consume it whole. Such a sight transcended the limits of human understanding. The sea monsters, led by this mysterious beast, are advancing relentlessly. We are utterly defenseless. Every moment, lives are being lost, the American president lamented from the podium, his voice fraught with urgency. Where did this mysterious monster come from? It has never been seen before. How could it possibly swallow a war base whole? What manner of creature is this? The counselors murmured among themselves, anxiety etched across their faces as they grasped the creature's terror. Even the planet's strongest, Hong and Thor, wore unusually serious expressions. Meanwhile, Luo Hua gazed at the golden-horned giant beast, towering at 180 meters, feeling a chill of fear. Indeed, it was a behemoth standing at the pinnacle of cosmic creatures. Even through the screen, one could sense the ferocity and brutality emanating from its eyes. No wonder Luo Feng's character was affected after seizing control of this beast. Such a level of savagery would be impossible for anyone to suppress. Before long, a bald, elderly white man responsible for ancient civilization relics revealed the origins of the creature, estimating its strength to be around planetary level 8 or 9. Subsequently, All present took their seats around the conference table to deliberate on how to combat the golden-horned giant beast. Fu Babata. Luo Feng gleaned specific details about the beast's power and other pertinent information, which only served to agitate many counselors further. Hong and Thor were particularly troubled by the fact that the golden-horned giant beast was at the stellar level, while they themselves were merely planetary level. Even at their utmost effort, it was unlikely they could inflict harm on such a formidable adversary. Brother, do you have any plans? Luo Hua feigned anxiety as he asked. Babata informed me that perhaps we could use some weapons from the ancient civilization relics to kill it, Luo Feng replied, regarding his anxious brother with renewed determination to slay the golden-horned giant beast. Having said that, Luo Feng approached Hong for a quiet conversation. Luo Hua, go fetch our parents. And also bring Zhen Nan and her parents along. I will search for information on the ancient civilization relics, Luo Feng instructed after obtaining the list of relics from Hong. Luo Hua nodded earnestly. The two quickly vanished within the virtual war god palace, their consciousness retreating. Luo Hua, use my intelligent fighter to bring our parents back. Understood. Luo Hua replied, swiftly leaving the villa to reach the intelligent fighter parked on the community lawn. Babata had already modified the permissions for the intelligent fighter, so upon Luo Hua's arrival, the cabin door opened automatically. In an instant, the intelligent fighter ignited and soared into the sky, on the way to the northeastern base city. Luo Hua called Zhen Nan. Xiaonan, you must take your parents and come to my house immediately. Luo Hua, what is happening? Zhen Nan asked. Puzzled by the urgency in his tone, Luo Hua shook his head. I can't explain everything over the phone. Hurry and bring your parents to my house. Su Xian is there, and she will explain. By 9 o'clock that evening, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, Su Xian, Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, and Zhen Nan along with her parents gathered in the living room. Luo Hua, stay here to protect our parents. If anything dangerous arises, retreat to the gravity chamber. I've instructed Babata to set it to 1 times Earth gravity, Luo Feng said seriously. Luo Hua frowned. Brother, I want to go with you to the No. 12 ancient civilization relic. Luo Feng waved him off. I can manage alone. If anything unforeseen happens, you'll be here to care for them. Brother, Luo Hua exclaimed anxiously. Luo Hua, this time, listen to me. Luo Feng's voice was low and firm, understanding the genuine urgency in Luo Feng's heart. Luo Hua refrained from adding to his brother's burden and slowly nodded. All right, brother, I will heed your words. A semblance of a smile flickered across Luo Feng's face. Take good care of our parents. With that, Luo Feng shot into the air. This night was destined to be one of frantic urgency for humanity. As Luo Feng made his way to the number 12 ancient civilization relic in the Pacific, all global leaders commenced the hydrogen bomb bombardment plan. This initiative involved a Honghuang-class intelligent fighter carrying 15 billion tons of hydrogen bombs to strike the golden-horned giant beast. Prior to this, all extreme models of intelligent fighters would deploy atomic bombs to create confusion and disorient the golden-horned giant beast, allowing the Honghuang-class intelligent fighter to approach it. Although Luo Hua was aware that this plan would likely fail, he still watched the live video feed on the computer screen. Boom. When the Honghuang-class intelligent fighter detonated the 15 billion tons of hydrogen bombs, the entire screen was engulfed in a blinding white light. In the northern hemisphere, an extraordinarily radiant sun has emerged, while communication has abruptly ceased across most regions of the globe. Alas, however, when the injured golden-horned behemoth unleashed a series of furious roars, all present were rendered speechless. Some national leaders even spat blood and collapsed, while the remaining leaders turned pale, trembling in disbelief at the outcome. Defeat. Gazing at the computer screen, Luo Hua let out a heavy sigh. This was the golden-horned behemoth, possessing the strongest lineage among the cosmic monsters. Even after suffering a devastating blow from AB6, level laser cannon wielded by Luo Feng, its head shattered, it still survived, let alone the hydrogen bomb bombardment. Just then, 12 beams of golden light descended from the heavens, landing within the city of Yangzhou. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a cacophony of violent explosions erupted, and 12 massive craters formed throughout Yangzhou, claiming the lives of millions in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, major global-based cities endured the frenzied assaults of the golden-horned behemoth. At this moment, the world was engulfed in catastrophe, with smoke and flames rising everywhere. Luo Hua hurriedly instructed Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, and the others to enter the gravity chamber. After a while, 3 soldiers entered. Counselor Luo Hua, the ground is no longer safe. The commander has ordered us to evacuate your family to a safe zone immediately, one soldier stated solemnly. No, I am secure here, Luo Hua replied, shaking his head. The soldier frowned, prepared to speak, but Luo Hua had already dialed Jia Yi's number. Shortly thereafter, the three soldiers departed hastily. Moments later, a streak of light appeared above Mingyue community, and Luo Feng landed in the villa's courtyard. Luo Hua, what is the situation? Chapter 047, Luo Hua's Strength. The casualties are severe, Luo Hua said gravely, turning the computer screen toward his brother. Brother, see for yourself. The screen displayed a plethora of videos and photographs. The hydrogen bomb explosion merely injured the Golden Horn behemoth. Enraged, it began to wreak havoc upon global base cities. Initially rampaging through Asia, it had now moved to Africa. And at its current speed, it would soon unleash its fury upon Europe. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's face darkened ominously. Damn it, how many have perished in our homeland? Luo Hua responded slowly. From the photos and videos, it is conservatively estimated that over 5 million have died across our 6 major base cities. 5 million. Luo Feng's heart sank. Luo Hua continued in a somber tone. The Golden Horn behemoth primarily targeted the main urban areas, where the population density is high. Despite most of its onslaught falling upon deserted commercial districts at night, some attacks struck residential areas. Bang! Luo Feng slammed his fist onto the coffee table, shattering it instantly. Golden Horn behemoth. He growled, his expression darkening. Brother, did you find anything at the number 12 ancient civilization ruins? Luo Hua asked eagerly. Hearing this, Luo Feng's expression brightened slightly as he waved his hand, and 3 sleek, pure black metal robots materialized in the living room. These are intelligent robots I acquired from the ruins of the ancient civilization. They are vastly superior to intelligent combat aircraft and can accept numerous commands, Luo Feng explained, issuing a series of commands in the universal language of the cosmos. Baba Ta had also taught Luo Hua this universal language, allowing him to comprehend the instructions clearly. To protect Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, Su Xian, Zhen Nan, and Zhen Nan's parents. In addition to these, I found some weapons in the ruins, but Baba Ta is still repairing them, so I am unsure of their efficacy, Luo Feng said, shaking his head. At that moment, both Luo Feng's and Luo Hua's wristwatches chimed simultaneously. It's Jia Yi, Luo Feng nodded, indicating it must be an urgent matter. He swiftly answered the call. Luo Feng. In the eastern part of Yangzhou City, 12 sea domain king-level monsters have just emerged from the ocean, 6 of which are heading toward the southeastern military district. Please come to assist immediately. Jia Yi's anxious voice came through. Understood. After hanging up, Luo Feng intended to tell Luo Hua to stay home, but Luo Hua interjected, Brother, Chairman Jia Yi has also requested my assistance. Those are 6 king-level monsters, Luo Feng frowned. Luo Hua interrupted directly. Brother, I am now a second-tier planetary-level warrior. No longer the frail youth confined to a wheelchair. With the world plunged into crisis and disaster, I cannot remain at home. Brother, I wish to fight alongside you. To battle for survival and for our family. Just then, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan emerged from the gravity chamber, overhearing Luo Hua's declaration. Xiao Feng. Xiao Hua has grown up, Gong Xinlan sighed. Luo Honghua added 3 words. Be careful. Observing this, Luo Feng took a deep breath, placing a hand on Luo Hua's shoulder, and said earnestly, Very well, let us fight together as brothers. Southeastern Military District. When Luo Feng and Luo Hua arrived, they beheld 6 king-level monsters assaulting the southeastern military district from the sky. 1. A serpentine creature with a dark greenish-black hue and a purple underbelly. Stretched nearly 200 meters in length, comparable to a 17-story building. It was the king-level monster known as the Quake Whale King. To its right was a long dragon with eerily red eyes, renowned as the Qinghai Dragon King. The remaining 4 beasts, though equally fearsome, did not possess the same notoriety. Brother, I leave the Quake Whale King and the Qinghai Dragon King to you. I cannot handle them, Luo Hua stated, aware that even planetary-level warriors could fall in combat against king-level monsters. Although he was ranked moderately among the Council's powerful, his experience in battle was limited, and facing the Quake Whale King and the Qinghai Dragon King posed a significant risk. Luo Feng nodded, reassured that his brother was not acting recklessly. Kill. With a low growl, the two swiftly erupted into action, transforming into streaks of light as they pursued their respective king-level monsters. Luo Hua's speed was noticeably slower than Luo Feng's. However, the 2 king-level monsters he faced were of a sluggish marine invertebrate variety, allowing him to catch up quickly. Faced with the colossal beasts, Luo Hua exhibited no trace of anxiety. Instead, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes, for this was his first battle against king-level monsters. Without hesitation, Luo Hua unleashed his full strength, wielding the Blood Shadow battle blade as he struck down upon one of the king-level monsters with the force of a sharp longsword. With a swift motion, The blade appeared to cleave through space itself, effortlessly bisecting the towering creature before him. The spatial primal law indeed wielded immense power. Excitement flooded Luo Hua's eyes. Though he had not sensed the spatial primal law in recent days, his other identity, Gary, had been attuned to it daily. While he had yet to truly grasp a fragment of it, he was intimately familiar with the peculiar cosmic fluctuations. The recent strike had instinctively channeled that extraordinary energy. Roar! The other king-level monster glared at him with a savage expression, its long tentacles lunging toward Luo Hua. Die! Luo Hua scoffed, swiftly withdrawing the blood shadow battle blade. The blade shimmered with light, causing the very air around it to tremble. The massive king-level beast could not react in time before Luo Hua's blade cleaved through it. In less than half a minute, both king-level monsters lay lifeless on the ground. Such prowess left all planetary-level warriors watching the global live broadcast in shock. It is worth noting that Luo Hua was a planetary-level warrior forged through the accumulation of treasures, and typically, such warriors ranked at the bottom. Thus, many council members had harbored a degree of disdain for him. However, the recent display compelled them to re-evaluate their perceptions of Luo Hua. Meanwhile, Luo Feng skillfully wielded his arc blade, efficiently reducing the 4 king-level monsters to mere piles of flesh, matching Luo Hua's speed without falter. We won. We won. The monsters have been slain. The over 100,000 soldiers of the southeast military region erupted in joyous tears and cheers. Luo Feng swiftly maneuvered his Duantian shuttle towards Luo Hua, and upon gazing at the colossal corpses of the 2 monstrous beasts, he felt an astonished admiration. He never anticipated that his brother, confronting a king-level monster for the first time, could achieve such a feat clearly under Babata's tutelage. His strength had indeed skyrocketed. Brother, how are you holding up? Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Remarkable. Your prowess exceeds my expectations by far. Suddenly, Babata's voice resonated from the wristwatch space. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Luo Feng quickly replied, what is it? I have successfully dismantled the most formidable single-target weapon, the laser cannon. From the Black Dragon Mountain 81 spacecraft, Babata declared with pride. How powerful is it? Luo Feng inquired eagerly. Babata chuckled. It can eliminate a 6th-tier stellar-level human warrior. That golden-horn giant beast is merely a 1st-tier stellar beast. It will absolutely be unable to withstand the onslaught of the laser cannon. Upon hearing the assurance of invincibility, Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement. Luo Feng, don't get too worked up just yet. I am currently repairing this weapon, Babata cautioned. Luo Feng could not restrain his curiosity. How long will it take? 2,830 hours, came the response. One day? Luo Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. One day should be manageable. Observing the fervor on Luo Feng's face, Luo Hua guessed that the laser cannon had indeed been dismantled, yet he feigned ignorance and asked, Brother, has Babata delivered good news? Indeed, Luo Feng promptly shared the details about the laser cannon. Fantastic. Humanity is finally saved. Chapter 048, Luo Feng and the Beast Emperor. New York, USA. Within the Strategic Science Department's headquarters research laboratory, Gary sat cross-legged in a meditative state. Ever since he faintly sensed a peculiar wave of cosmic origin, he dedicated all his time to perceiving the laws of spatial origin, aside from eating and practicing guidance techniques to replenish his physical energy. Despite his efforts, the results were not as fruitful as he had hoped. Half an hour later, a rumbling noise erupted from his stomach, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. This body strength is still rather inadequate. Gary frowned. His current power merely equated to that of a high-ranking battle commander. Such strength could not sustain him for long while he attempted to sense the laws of spatial origin. On average, he required replenishment every hour. With such intermittent attempts, it would likely take him over a decade to truly comprehend even a fragment of the spatial origin laws. Moreover, the critical issue was that Luo Hua was currently amidst a crisis on Earth. He had to focus his energy on Luo Hua, consequently diminishing his training time. Fortunately, the Earth's crisis storyline was set to last only a few days, after which he would have more time to cultivate his understanding of the laws. However, Gary recognized this as an inherent risk. Perhaps once Luo Hua broke through to the stellar level, there would be a transformation. Gary pondered that after such a breakthrough, not only would his mental awareness experience a significant enhancement, but his physical form would also undergo a qualitative leap. At that point, even if his consciousness remained with Gary, there would be no issues for Luo Hua, as a stellar body could naturally absorb cosmic energy without the concerns of hunger and other mundane problems. In Yangzhou City, Mingwei community, as dawn broke, Luo Hua and Luo Feng hurried towards the major bases of Huaxia to slay the invading king-level monsters. January 14th was destined to be a day of frenzy, due to the distance of the marine monsters from the base cities. They had to traverse the rivers to reach their destinations, while the king-level monsters could swiftly fly directly to each base city to launch their attacks. Thus, before the outbreak of war between humanity and the monsters, the planetary-level strongmen of humanity and the king-level monsters commenced their peak confrontation. This battle captivated countless hearts. Across the globe, major base cities broadcasted the event live. In such circumstances, the fervor ignited the blood of nearly all the members of parliament and warriors, prompting them to step forth. At 3 in the afternoon, in the skies above the Huaxia Kyoto base city, Luo Hua and Luo Feng flew rapidly, their bodies exuding a palpable bloodthirsty aura, a testament to the 20 slain king-level monsters they had already accumulated. "Brother, how many have you killed?" Luo Hua inquired. 37. Luo Feng replied, his presence akin to a drawn sword, instilling a sense of awe. "That many?" Luo Hua expressed his astonishment. "Brother, you are killing them too swiftly." Luo Feng shook his head. As a mental energy master with a telekinetic weapon, eliminating king-level monsters is inherently quicker. At this point, a rare smile graced his face. "Luo Hua, you must have slain over 20 as well, right?" "Brother, I've only taken down the weaker king-level monsters. I cannot compare to you," Luo Hua humbly responded. "Your strength surpasses my expectations. Let us strive together. There are plenty of king-level monsters. Although we have slain many, it is still not enough," Luo Feng was saying when suddenly, his communication wristwatch vibrated. Seeing it was a call from Jia Yi, Luo Feng quickly accepted. "Luo Feng, you and your brother must be extremely cautious. The octopus beast emperor is flying towards you." Jia Yi's anxious voice echoed. Luo Feng was taken aback. "What? The octopus beast emperor?" "Yes, you and your brother have slain too many king-level monsters, inciting the wrath of the octopus beast emperor," Jia Yi urged. "You must be careful. If you cannot defeat it, do not force yourselves. Surviving is the hope." After terminating the communication, Luo Feng's expression turned grim. "Brother, it's the octopus beast emperor?" Luo Hua asked. "Yes," Luo Feng nodded, looking at Luo Hua. "Are you afraid?" Luo Hua chuckled. "Brother, I've got your back." "Haha, excellent. Let me show you the true strength of your brother." Confidence gleamed in Luo Feng's eyes. Under Babata's guidance, his true power had already surpassed that of Earth's second strongest. The Thunder God, a roar, akin to thunder, reverberated through the air 10 minutes after Jia Yi's warning. Then, like a colossal floating island, the octopus beast emperor appeared before Luo Hua and Luo Feng. "Luo Hua, do not get too close. The intelligence of the octopus beast emperor is not to be underestimated," Luo Feng advised before transforming into a streak of light, dashing toward the octopus beast emperor. At that moment, all viewers of the global broadcast watched with bated breath. Luo Feng is moving at an incredible speed. He is actually flying towards the octopus beast emperor. This is far too dangerous. The commentators from various nations exclaimed anxiously. Luo Feng halted a kilometer away from the octopus beast emperor. With a flick of his wrist, a golden arc of light, several meters long, sliced through the air towards the gargantuan beast. Watching from afar, Luo Hua's eyes brightened. This weapon must be the arc blade disc. Yet the octopus beast emperor's defense was formidable, and a single strike would likely not suffice. As Luo Hua anticipated, after his initial attack failed, Luo Feng swiftly altered his assault strategy, manipulating the arc blade disc to condense a 1-meter-long golden curved blade, which he sent slicing towards the octopus beast emperor's head with lightning speed. A pained roar erupted from the octopus beast emperor as it released a torrent of black venom from its maw, engulfing Luo Feng in an instant. At that moment, the entire nation felt a pang of anxiety. Though Luo Hua was confident that Luo Feng would be unharmed, he could not help but feel a surge of tension. Moments later, the octopus beast emperor howled in agony, its head gradually splitting open, crimson and white substances erupting from the wound. Soon, its massive form lost its balance and plummeted heavily to the ground. The octopus beast emperor, one of the 2 great beast emperors of Earth, had fallen. Upon witnessing this, Luo Hua swiftly soared towards the scene. As Luo Feng emerged from the enveloping toxic mist, his feet firmly planted on the corpse of the octopus beast monarch, he began his descent towards the ground. "Brother, you're incredible. You've even slain the octopus beast monarch," Luo Hua couldn't help but exclaim. However, Babata's voice interjected. That octopus beast monarch was courting death. It ventured out of the sea, not even a match for Hong or Thunder God. Now that they are hiding, it thinks itself invincible? Huh. Your brother's strength surpasses that of Thunder God. Killing it is merely child's play, Luo Feng chuckled. I merely rely on the might of my weapon. Weapons are indeed a facet of one's strength, Babata remarked dismissively. Now, Babata, how is the repair of the laser cannon progressing? Luo Feng inquired, as this was of utmost importance. After all, if the golden horned behemoth remained alive, slaying any number of beast monarchs would be futile. Do not fret, it will be fixed, and we will undoubtedly slay that golden horned behemoth, Babata replied leisurely. Chapter 49, Despair? The following day, at 5 in the morning, within the virtual war god palace, summoned by the mightiest of earth, Hong, all human representatives, including leaders from various nations, gathered in the conference hall atop the virtual space. Luo Feng and Luo Hua were present as well. As they entered the hall, many representatives approached to greet Luo Feng and Luo Hua. In former times, they would have never acknowledged Luo Hua, but due to the current crisis facing Earth, they now regarded his strength with newfound respect, thus altering their demeanor. Esteemed colleagues, Hong's deep voice resonated, drawing the attention of all human representatives, including Luo Hua and Luo Feng. In this critical moment, I have gathered you all to announce an important matter. The devouring beast has plunged humanity into an unprecedented predicament. If we do not eradicate it, human existence on Earth shall face extinction. At this point, Hong's aura shifted to one of fierce intensity. It must die? It absolutely must. Thundered Thunder God beside him, his tone frigid. First speaker, we all understand the necessity of slaying the devouring beast. Yet even the explosion of a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 1.5 billion tons fails to vanquish it. Not even the most formidable laser cannon leaves a mark upon it. We truly cannot conceive of any alternative. Other representatives chimed in, one after another. Hong stood, surveying everyone present. I have a son and a daughter, yet I am not a good father. All my energy has been devoted to the martial arts. As Hong and Thunder God declared their willingness to risk their lives to defeat the devouring beast, a hush fell over the conference hall. Everyone stared in shock at Hong and Thunder God, including Luo Hua, who could not help but glance at them. In such an atmosphere, he found himself admiring the duo. After all, this was a decision that could lead to their demise. Just as Luo Hua felt this admiration swell within him, Luo Feng, having communicated with Babata, spoke up. Everyone, I am confident that we can slay the devouring beast. Whoosh. The moment Luo Feng's words fell, all eyes turned to him. Luo Feng. Hong's gaze locked onto him with intensity. What did you just say? Luo Feng, I did not catch that, Thunder God echoed, fixated on him. Jia Yi, trembling with excitement, grasped Luo Feng's arm, exclaiming, Luo Feng, what do you mean? Luo Feng. The other representatives and national leaders directed their attention towards him, their expressions akin to passengers aboard a sinking vessel, desperately awaiting a glimmer of hope. I said, I am confident that we can slay the devouring beast. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, articulating each word clearly. Are you truly confident? Luo Feng, are you deceiving us? Luo Feng, how do you intend to kill the devouring beast? Numerous human representatives clamored, their faces trembling with anxiety, fearing the shattering of this newfound hope. As the narrative unfolded, when Luo Feng mentioned possessing a B6 grade laser cannon, the conference hall erupted into chaos. Haha, we are saved. We want to have to die, and we want to lose so many lives, roared the crowd. In that moment, all human representatives were swept away by excitement. Even Hong and Thunder God could not contain their exhilaration. After all, they would not have to sacrifice themselves. Luo Hua, witnessing this scene, found himself unintentionally swept up in the collective joy. By noon, Hong, Thunder God, Jia Yi, Mo Henderson, along with Luo Feng, Luo Hua, and 10 others gathered on the rooftop of the Luo family villa. Why hasn't the devouring beast emerged from the depths? No need to rush. It would be best if the devouring beast never surfaced. Hong remarked with a relaxed chuckle, feeling the weight of pressure lift with the presence of the laser cannon. Can the laser cannon truly kill the devouring beast in one shot? Mo Henderson inquired anxiously. Fear not, Luo Feng responded confidently. The devouring beast's head is merely about 20 meters in diameter. A shot from the laser cannon, which has a 5-meter diameter, will surely obliterate it. Mo Henderson laughed heartily. Yes, let us blow its head off. The group awaited in anticipation. By 5 in the afternoon, Hong received the news. The devouring beast had emerged. Action. Luo Feng immediately commanded the metallic robot. Instantly, the red crystalline eyes of the robot gleamed brightly as it hoisted the crystal-carved laser cannon and soared into the sky, vanishing above the Luo family villa. Let us go, we'll monitor the satellite feed. The 13 swiftly made their way to the martial arts training hall on the 2nd floor. The metallic robot moved with incredible speed, soon hovering above the Pacific Ocean. stopping over 2,000 kilometers away from the Golden Horned Behemoth. The atmosphere in the training hall grew tense and heavy as everyone focused intently on the screen. Initiate the laser cannon. Moments later, a dazzling and brilliant white beam erupted from the cannon's muzzle, racing towards the Golden Horned Behemoth's head in the blink of an eye. Boom. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The head of the Golden Horned Behemoth, save for its mouth, was instantly reduced to nothingness. The white beam continued unabated, shooting into the cosmos. Ha ha, we did it. Come, let us drink and celebrate, cheered Luo Feng, Hong, and the others, their excitement spilling over as they watched the satellite feed. In the realm of consciousness, Babata shouted in exhilaration, Ha, Luo Feng, I told you I was brilliant. This stellar-grade B6 laser cannon can undoubtedly obliterate the Golden Horned Behemoth in one shot. Luo Feng was equally elated. Yet, Luo Hua sighed inwardly. The Golden Horned Behemoth would not be so easily defeated. Indeed, the next moment, silence enveloped the room as all eyes remained glued to the screen. They beheld the Golden Horned Behemoth, now with only its mouth intact, suddenly radiating a golden glow that swiftly spread to its wings. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of golden light and dove into the ocean. Crash, crash, crash. Hong, Thunder God, Jia Yi, and the others dropped their glasses in disbelief. Failed. Except for Luo Hua, the other 12, including Luo Feng, were unable to hold back their tears, standing frozen like statues, as if bereft of life. How could this happen? How could we fail? Luo Feng lamented in anguish. Babata, equally shocked in the realm of consciousness, shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Whether human or beast, the soul resides in the sea of consciousness, located in the head. The head of the Golden Horned Behemoth was obliterated. How could it not perish? At that moment, Luo Hua could no longer contain himself. Brother, the laser cannon. Quickly, instruct the metallic robot to retrieve the laser cannon. The laser cannon. Jia Yi, regaining his senses, shouted, Yes, Luo Feng. Hurry, command the metallic robot to bring back the laser cannon. It was only then that Luo Feng snapped back to reality from his anguish and regret, urgently relaying commands to the metallic robot through Babata. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Thunder God urged, his eyes glued to the screen. It's too late. Hong's complexion turned pale as he beheld the immense shadow lurking beneath the ocean's surface. In comparison to the Golden Horned Behemoth, the metallic robot stood no chance of escape. Half an hour later, the metallic robot, along with its laser cannon, was obliterated by the Golden Horned Beast. The audiovisual room in the martial arts training hall was enveloped in a profound silence. As dusk descended outside, both Hong and Thunder God, after sharing a cigarette, simultaneously wore a peculiar smile that seemed to resonate with their very souls. Luo Feng, the Golden Horned Beast must be gravely injured now, and both Thunder God and I possess domains. If we go all out, our chances are substantial. Yes, while it is weak, we must strike decisively. Chapter 050, The Fall of Luo Feng. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Luo Hua and Luo Feng witnessed a fleet of warplanes departing. Hong, Thunder God, you must succeed, Luo Feng murmured. Luo Hua remained silent, fully aware that both Hong and Thunder God would ultimately face defeat. Meanwhile, within the confines of the wristwatch space, Babata lamented. Domains, two unparalleled geniuses endowed with such power, driven to the brink of soul-burning in a futile struggle against the Golden Horned Beast. What a waste. If only they were in the cosmos, they would not have to fight for their lives. Upon returning to the villa's living room, Gong Xinlan, Ro Honghua, Su Xian, and others sat on the sofa, awaiting their arrival. Luo Feng, what is the situation? Has the devourer been slain? Su Xian was the first to inquire. Not yet. Luo Feng shook his head, then solemnly stated, but there is still hope. There must be. With that, he ascended to the second floor. Mom, Dad, Su Xian, Xiao Nan. Do not worry. This calamity shall pass, Luo Hua reassured them. Gong Xinlan sighed. Alas, Xiao Feng is under immense pressure. Su Xian, why not go upstairs and keep him company? All right, Su Xian replied, promptly heading up the stairs. Xiao Hua, do not burden yourself too much. Gong Xinlan gently advised Luo Hua. Luo Hua nodded and returned to his room with Zhen Nan. Inside his chamber, after conversing with Zhen Nan for a while, he closed his eyes to rest, allowing his consciousness to traverse back to Jiali. Zhen Nan, respecting Luo Hua's need for solitude, softly draped a coat over him and quietly exited the room. The following day at noon, within the martial arts training hall of Mingyue community, nearly 1,000 individuals, including the Ro family, silently observed the large screen displaying the figures of Hong and Thunder God, clad in tight-fitting black and white suits, respectively. as they soared towards the Pacific Ocean. It is about to commence, someone in the crowd exclaimed as the devourer emerged from the sea. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, with everyone holding their breath, fixated on the screen. Above the dark waters, the colossal form of the golden-horned beast loomed over the diminutive figures of Hong and Thunder God, who were scarcely a kilometer apart. Suddenly, both Hong and Thunder God erupted in a radiant glow that sent chills through onlookers. In an instant, they had ignited their very souls. The ocean, cloaked in night, roared with tumultuous waves, and the howling winds echoed the ferocity of life itself. Amidst this chaos, two beams of light, one black, one azure, arced skyward, hurtling towards the golden-horned beast. They were fighting with all their might. Babata's voice resonated within Rohua and Luo Feng's minds, revealing that Hong and Thunder God had harnessed their domains to ignite their souls, significantly augmenting their combat prowess. However, this state could only be sustained for a fleeting minute. Should they fail to vanquish the golden-horned beast within that time frame, all would be lost. After conversing with Babata for a moment, Luo Feng inquired, "Have the Silver Guards been dispatched?" "They were sent long ago, but their mission is tantamount to suicide. The Silver Guards cannot provide protection," Babata replied, shaking his head. "We shall do our utmost, and leave the rest to fate." 1 minute later, in a desperate bid, Hong and Thunder God pierced through the golden-horned beast's scales, burrowing into its very being. Boom, boom, boom. The creature's exterior began to shatter under the relentless assault, issuing pained roars as blood seeped from its wounds. Moments later, its cries began to wane, its dark golden eyes dimming, and its massive wings drooped before plummeting into the depths of the Pacific. The creature's life force was waning. 70%, 60%, 50%, 2%. Exhilarated voices erupted from the screen. "We have won. Victory. Ha ha." As its life force finally extinguished, countless individuals erupted in jubilant cheers, some weeping in ecstatic relief. Luo Feng, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced both Rohua and Su Xian. However, not long after, the screen displayed the descending corpse of the golden-horned beast, which abruptly halted, hovering above the ocean's surface. In that moment, billions of humans around the globe were rendered motionless. What? How can this be? Luo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. After such sacrifices, they had failed to slay the golden-horned beast. Just how formidable was it to kill? Meanwhile, Rohua inhaled slowly, his expression tranquil as he watched the screen, observing the Silver Guards grappling with the recovering golden-horned beast for its lifeless body. He understood that this was the pivotal moment for his brother Luo Feng to leap into greatness. Indeed, later in the afternoon, after a heated exchange with Babata, Luo Feng descended the stairs with a beaming smile, entering the living room. "Xiaohua, take good care of Mom and Dad. Brother, is there truly no other method than sacrificing souls to unleash Six-Pointed Star?" Rohua, having received the mass message sent to all planetary-level powerhouses, asked. "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to ponder alternatives. The golden-horned beast is at its most vulnerable now. We must act swiftly to eliminate it, or we shall lose our chance entirely." With that, he fixed a serious gaze upon Rohua. "Xiaohua, I am grateful to have taught you martial arts. Now I can depart with peace of mind. Brother, stay here and wait. Perhaps I will return," Luo Feng declared before stepping out of the living room. Rohua called after him. "Brother, you will surely return." With a rush, Luo Feng activated his spatial movement technique, swiftly transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. Xiao Feng, Luo Feng, Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, and Su Xian rushed out, watching Luo Feng's disappearance with tears streaming down their faces. They knew that this time, Luo Feng might not return. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after sacrificing their souls, the planetary-level powerhouses Mohan Desan, East, Tripati, Jia-E, and Sokolov perished one after another. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, invigorated by the surge of life force, plunged into the ocean, hastening towards the location of the devourer. Rohua's heart raced as he watched the screen, while Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, and others, their eyes reddened, focused intently on the display, repeatedly whispering, "He must return alive." On the screen, Luo Feng's life force soon intertwined with that of the golden-horned beast, indicating that a confrontation had commenced. Boom. In mere seconds, the combined energies surged explosively, akin to a supernova's detonation. The life force was diminishing rapidly. The screen echoed with tense voices, and not just Luo Honghua, Gong Xinlan, and Su Xian, but humanity as a whole held its breath in anxious anticipation. 2 seconds later, the once diminishing life force abruptly vanished into nothingness. The spectral representation of life faded completely, leaving neither Luo Feng nor the Devourer behind. Chapter 051, The Invitation. At 6:10 in the evening, after a planetary-level powerhouse infiltrated the deep sea and discovered the colossal corpse of the golden-horned beast, humanity worldwide finally confirmed that the Devourer, which had plunged them into chaos and terror, was utterly defeated. As the news spread, countless individuals erupted into jubilant celebrations. In the household of Luo Hua, despair had completely engulfed them. Both Gong Xinlan and Su Xian could not help but weep uncontrollably. After several futile attempts to console them, Luo Hua eventually resigned himself to their sorrowful outpouring. In New York, at the headquarters of the Strategic Science Department, Gary had just finished breakfast and was returning to his research cubicle when he noticed Fury, glistening with sweat, exercising bare-chested. Fury, your supervisor must have stumbled upon a fortune today, granting you such rare time off. Gary approached with a teasing smile, fully aware that since Fury joined the CIA, his workload had become increasingly demanding, often leaving them weeks without a glimpse of each other. With a resounding thud, Fury struck the specially modified metal punching bag, taking a moment to catch his breath before replying. Gary, you are mistaken. It is not that my supervisor has found money, but rather he is about to be reassigned. Oh, who is the new director? Gary raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Heh, someone you know? Fury teased, urging him to guess. Could it be Chief Smith? Gary swiftly deduced. Could you not grant me a chance to show off my knowledge? Fury shook his head in exasperation. I hardly know many superiors. It was an easy guess, Gary chuckled, playfully punching Fury's chest. You should feel relieved now. Chief Smith is quite commendable. Fury nodded, then couldn't help but remark, Gary, your punches are quite heavy. I've been mindful of my strength, Gary shrugged, now a senior combatant with a punch power nearing 60,000 kilograms. Even that seemingly gentle jab bore a weight of several hundred kilograms, a force only Fury could withstand. Anyone else would have been sent staggering back several meters. Unbelievable. Fury sighed, having rapidly enhanced his abilities after Gary imparted foundational training methods. However, due to work commitments, he was unable to maintain a consistent training regimen. Otherwise, he would have already ascended to the ranks of a martial artist. I envy you. Gary, you have the luxury of training every day, while I am pressed for time. Gary rolled his eyes. Fury, I believe you are more passionate about your work than your physical fitness. Speaking of which, I would like to recommend you for a position in the department. You know Phillips is advancing in years and may retire soon. With that, he patted Fury on the shoulder. I need a reliable assistant. Fury hesitated before responding. Gary, let me think it over. Of course, there is no rush. Colonel Phillips will require some time to adjust. Gary was unperturbed. Even without Fury, he could promote Carter into the position. After a brief period of training together, Gary returned to the lounge to contemplate the fundamental laws of space, recognizing that understanding these laws was a gradual process demanding patience and the ability to endure solitude. In a villa on the second floor of Mingyue Community in Yangzhou City, Su Xian lay pale on the bed, surrounded by family. Su Gang continuously offered comfort. Sister, do not be so sorrowful. Luo Feng's sacrifice was monumental and worthy. Your primary concern should be your health. Do not endanger the child within you. Okay, brother, I understand. Please step outside for a moment, Su Xian replied softly. With a sigh, Su Gang left, only to be confronted by Luo Hua, who inquired, how is Su Xian faring? Su Gang shook his head. My sister seems unable to heed my words. The blow from Luo Feng's death has been too severe. Meanwhile, Gong Xinlan asked the doctor about Su Xian's condition. The physician candidly replied that if Su Xian's emotional state remained despondent, it could lead to miscarriage, which deeply troubled Gong Xinlan. Doctor, regardless of the circumstances, please ensure the safety of her child, Gong Xinlan asserted solemnly. My son Luo Feng died for humanity. My sole focus now is to preserve his bloodline. Old Hua nodded. I understand. I will do everything in my power to safeguard Mr. Luo Feng's lineage. I will apply for herbal remedies and additional medicinal aids from the state. I have herbal remedies at home, Luo Hua interjected. That would be even better. The properties of herbal remedies can greatly aid in recovery. However, you must also ensure to communicate with the patient frequently, preventing her from dwelling too deeply in sorrow. Old Hua advised. Both Luo Hua and Gong Xinlan nodded in agreement. In the month that followed, Luo Hua made every effort to console Su Xian, tirelessly feeding her news that Luo Feng was still alive. Initially, Su Xian was skeptical. After all, the entire world had witnessed the extinguishing of Luo Feng's life force. How could there be any doubt? Yet, Luo Hua patted his chest and confidently reassured her. Su Xian, trust me, my brother is absolutely alive. The last time he went missing for over a year, I had an inkling he was still out there, and he indeed returned. This time will be no different. Through these repeated reassurances, Su Xian gradually began to believe, taking the initiative to care for her health. 2 months after Luo Feng's demise. Within Luo Hua's private virtual space castle, a shadow cloaked in black, reminiscent of a demon, suddenly appeared. Babata? Luo Hua, who had been sensing the loss, opened his eyes in surprise upon seeing Babata. Luo Hua, your brother is not dead. He has merely sustained grave injuries and cannot emerge. Thus, he has sent me to inform you, Babata explained. This virtual space was constructed by Babata for Luo Hua, allowing him to enter at will. Luo Hua had long suspected that Luo Feng was alive and had even taken over the golden-horned giant beast. However, upon hearing Babata's words, he feigned astonishment. Babata, my brother. Is he truly alive? Indeed, your brother is fortunate, Babata affirmed. Wonderful news. Babata, when will my brother return? Luo Hua inquired eagerly, though inwardly. He scoffed at the notion of mere luck. His brother's fortune was extraordinary, having seized the opportunity to possess the golden-horned giant beast, thereby catapulting Luo Feng into the ranks of cosmic prodigies. Without such an opportunity, relying solely on the qualifications of humanity on Earth, it would be remarkable for him to attain cosmic-level status in millennia. Babata replied, it will take some time, at least over 6 months. During this period, I must focus all my efforts on helping your brother recover. I cannot oversee your training. It will depend on your self-discipline. Rest assured, I will train diligently. Luo Hua replied earnestly. After Luo Feng's possession of the golden-horned giant beast, his rate of power enhancement was akin to being on a cheat mode, to avoid falling behind. Luo Hua knew he had to work even harder. Not long after Babata departed, Luo Hua exited the virtual private space, preparing to begin sensing the spatial lines deep within his skin. Just then, a voice resonated from outside. Luo Hua, I am Senator Vino. Chapter 052, Refusal. Moments later. In the first-floor reception room, Luo Hua sat across from a blond man. Senator Vino, what brings you here this time? Luo Hua smiled, recognizing that this Senator Vino had originally belonged to the HR Alliance, but after the Devourer Beast catastrophe, he had allied himself with the ambitious fifth speaker, Akin. In the past 2 months, they had employed various means, including threats and assassinations, to gain control over the HR Alliance. Vino smiled, Senator Luo Hua, I have great admiration for your brother Luo Feng. He sacrificed himself for the sake of humanity, a feat I cannot compare to. However, the threat to humanity has not dissipated. The marine monsters could strike again at any moment. Therefore, I hope Senator Luo Hua will join us in resisting these beasts. Oh, join you? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Senator Vino, may I ask who you represent? In truth, during this period, various global powers had extended olive branches to him, eager to recruit him, as his displayed prowess during the Devourer Beast incident had placed him among the upper echelons of the powerful senators. Such strength was indeed enough to capture the attention of all factions, especially in the aftermath of the demise of the 8 formidable warriors. Should we successfully entice him to our side, he would swiftly gain substantial influence on a global scale. Congressman Luo Hua, I trust you comprehend the identity I represent. With an unwavering smile, Congressman Vino replied, currently, Congressman Akin is the strongest individual in the world. Should you choose to join us, we assure you that we will advocate for your ascension to the position of the Grand Master of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Given your prowess, Congressman Luo Hua, such a title would undoubtedly be well-deserved. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Luo Hua's lips. Congressman Vino, it has been merely 2 months since the cataclysm of the devouring beasts, and you are already vying for power. If Hong and the Thunder God were to awaken, Vino's expression shifted. Congressman Luo Hua, do not misconstrue our intentions. Our actions are motivated solely by the welfare of humanity. There is an ancient Chinese saying, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day. The world is engulfed in chaos, and without a unified force to guide us, humanity may not only stagnate, but regress. Should the monstrous entities from the seas strike again, we would find ourselves in peril once more. Luo Hua scoffed. Do not presume that your machinations go unnoticed. He coolly remarked, Congressman Vino, if there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Vino's countenance darkened. Despite his authority, he dared not threaten Luo Hua, hastily retreating instead. You would do well to refrain from provoking me. I would not hesitate to demonstrate my capabilities. Observing Vino's departing figure, a look of disdain crossed Luo Hua's face. Though he was merely a second-tier planetary, the secret techniques of the Yuma lineage, combined with his comprehension of spatial laws and the teachings of Babata, rendered his true combat prowess second only to the likes of Luo Feng, Hong, and the Thunder God. As time flowed slowly by, ever since Luo Hua had explicitly declared his disinterest in any factional strife, the major global powers ceased their attempts to woo him, allowing him to relish in a period of tranquil cultivation. Half a year later, within the gravity chamber of the martial arts training hall on the second floor of his villa, Luo Hua sat cross-legged, emanating a formidable aura, which soon began to dissipate. He had reached the third tier of planetary. Upon slowly opening his eyes, his expression remained remarkably calm, unfazed by his newfound strength. After all, with the guidance of the Yuma lineage's secret techniques and the assistance of resources like the Muya crystal, even the most ordinary of talents could ascend a tier within a year. Yet it felt too slow. Rising to his feet, Luo Hua let out a soft sigh. To advance merely one tier in a year, and with each subsequent tier becoming increasingly arduous, he realized that breaking through to the stellar level would require at least 2 decades of effort, a span that felt interminable to him. Determined to make another attempt, Luo Hua retreated to his room, closed the door, and placed a spirit of the wood on the table. He enveloped the spirit with his consciousness and began to traverse through dimensions. In a flash, his awareness shifted to the sleeping form of Gary. Upon slowly opening his eyes, Gary, with his current strength, felt invigorated, hardly fatigued by ordinary energy expenditure. Thus his mind remained remarkably clear. Noticing the absence of the spirit of the wood, Gary shook his head in disappointment. Another failure. Ever since breaking through to the planetary tier, he had attempted such a traversal with each ascension. But the results had been consistent. It appeared he would have to wait until Luo Hua achieved the stellar tier. Gary pondered silently. A breakthrough to the planetary tier did not enhance the strength of consciousness. Only a transition to the stellar tier would bring about a qualitative change in life. Perhaps then, he could traverse with objects. Of course, if stellar was insufficient, there was always the cosmic tier, or even the domain lord tier. He could not fathom that while consciousness could traverse, it would be impossible to carry something along. Returning to Luo Hua, he departed the villa and made his way to Jiangnan First Hospital. Today marked Su Xian's delivery, a fact that Gong Xinlan had reminded him of days prior, urging him not to neglect it in his training. Ladies and gentlemen, behind me stands Jiangnan First Hospital, the place where Su Xian, the wife of our pride from Yangzhou, Luo Feng, is currently in labor. Upon his arrival, many reporters had already gathered at the hospital entrance, and upon spotting Luo Hua, they rushed towards him. Congressman Luo, what are your thoughts on the potential talents of Luo Feng's child? Congressman Luo, Su Xian has previously experienced emotional distress. What methods did you employ to aid her recovery? While he occasionally responded to formal inquiries, the more peculiar questions were met with silence. Upon entering the hospital, he swiftly made his way to the corridor outside the delivery room. Dad, Mom, how is my sister-in-law? Gong Xinlan paced nervously, and upon seeing Luo Hua, shot him a glare. Why did you arrive so late? Su Xian's emotional state is relatively stable. The doctor believes she should deliver without complications. That's good to hear. Luo Hua sighed in relief, then sat on a bench beside Jun Nan, awaiting the outcome. Around 10 o'clock, the sound of a newborn's cries echoed from the delivery room. It's happening, it's happening. 2 healthy boys. The doctor's jubilant exclamations followed swiftly. Gong Xinlan and Luo Hongwa hurried into the delivery room. Though Luo Hua longed to see his 2 nephews, he refrained from entering, respecting the privacy of the moment. Chapter 053, The Heist of Treasures. In the wilderness near Yangzhou Base City, Luo Hua, clad in a black suit, hovered in midair, wielding the Blood Shadow battle blade, executing various movements that resembled a simple set of sword techniques, easily replicable even by ordinary individuals. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that each movement caused the surrounding space to warp subtly. After approximately half an hour, beads of sweat began to form on Luo Hua's forehead, his actions becoming increasingly slow and laborious. Phew. 10 minutes later, Luo Hua descended to the ground, exhaling heavily. Though the 7 styles of space-rending secret technique appeared exceedingly simple, consisting of straightforward slashes and cuts, each maneuver necessitated the application of spatial law comprehension, coupled with a set of body techniques. Presently, his grasp of spatial laws was but a superficial understanding. To unleash its true power remained a distant goal. Sheathing his blade, Luo Hua stood still. The 7 styles of space rending was a martial cultivation secret technique collected by the Yuma lineage, handpicked by Babata for him. Regrettably, after nearly 2 years of training, he had only barely grasped the first 2 styles. As for the remaining 5, he was currently incapable of executing them. No need for haste. With the space gem and the spatial phantom talent, I shall eventually comprehend a fragment of the fundamental laws of space. At that point, I will fully unleash the true power of the 7 styles of space rending. Buzz. The vibration of his communication wristwatch jolted Luo Hua from his thoughts. Mom, what is it? Upon recognizing Gong Xinlan's call, he answered with a smile. Since Su Xian had given birth to Ping Ping and Xiao Hai, he had relocated to another villa, as it felt inappropriate to remain in his previous room, given Su Xian's status as Luo Feng's legitimate wife, despite their lack of formal marriage. Xiao Hua, hurry back. There has been an incident at home. Gong Xinlan's anxious voice rang through. A chill ran down Luo Hua's spine. He feared the worst, wondering if Su Xian had taken drastic measures, as she had frequently inquired about Luo Feng's return. Mom, don't panic. I'll be back immediately. After ending the call, Luo Hua shot into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the villa in Mingyue community. Upon landing, he quickly spotted Gong Xinlan and Luo Hong was seated in the living room, and Su Xian was also present. With a slight sigh of relief, he pushed open the door to the living room and inquired, Mother, what has transpired? It was Sigoni, Neru, and Vino. They seized all the wood spirit crystals and plant spirits from the basement. Su Xian replied anxiously. What? Luo Hua exclaimed in shock, quickly adding, Sister-in-law. Are you saying Neru and Vino have been here? Su Xian nodded vigorously. Yes, the moment they entered, they took control of my parents and the nanny. I was utterly powerless to resist, and could only watch as they made off with the treasures. Damn it. Luo Hua seethed with fury, never having anticipated that Vino and Neru would act so shamelessly, taking advantage of his absence to steal the wood spirit crystals. This incident indeed occurred in the original storyline. But now he was a planetary-level counselor of great power. He had assumed that no matter how arrogant Neru was, he would at least show some restraint. But it seemed he was mistaken. Akin Neru. Luo Hua gritted his teeth in anger as murderous intent surged within him. Very well, if you wish to court death, I shall oblige. In the past 6 months since Su Xian had become a mother, competition and infighting among the global powers had intensified. Aside from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, which still managed to band together, factions like the Thunder Martial Arts Academy and the 5 major nations had plunged into endless struggles for power, even resorting to openly assassinating the families of martial artists, inciting great fury among many powerful individuals. Yet, despite the anger, no one dared to speak out, for the mastermind behind it all was the 5th speaker, Akin. Although Luo Hua possessed strength, he found it beneath him to intervene, knowing that once his brother Luo Feng returned, this group would meet their demise. But how long have they been gone? Suppressing his inner fury, Luo Hua asked calmly. About 10 minutes, Su Xian replied. Luo Hua coldly remarked. They truly timed their departure perfectly. Xiao Hua, please do not act impulsively. Gong Xinlan and Luo Hong were urged with concern. We can afford to lose the treasures, but we cannot bear to lose another son. Mother, father, do not worry, I will remain calm. Luo Hua reassured them, and then turned to Su Xian, saying, Sister-in-law, my brother's intelligence has informed me that he will recover in 3 months and return. Upon hearing this, the anxiety on Su Xian's face transformed into excitement, and she couldn't help but grasp Luo Hua's arm tightly. Is this truly the case? Previously, Luo Hua had only told her that Luo Feng was alive and recuperating somewhere, and though she had been skeptical, she clung to that slim hope to survive. Now, with Luo Hua's precise assurance that Luo Feng would return in 3 months, it indicated that he was indeed alive. Otherwise, Luo Hua would not speak with such certainty. Xiao Hua, will Xiao Feng really be back in 3 months? Gong Xinlan and Luo Hong was stood up, filled with excitement. Luo Hua smiled and said, Indeed, if I were to deceive you, I could simply say it would take a year, or even longer. Wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Feng is alive. I knew he wouldn't perish so easily. Successfully shifting the topic, Luo Hua quietly left the villa amidst the excitement of Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, and Su Xian. Akin, Neru, since you are so eager to seek your demise, I shall grant your wish. Luo Hua's expression turned icy as he unleashed his full speed, soaring directly towards the HR Alliance headquarters. In North America, within the Washington-based city of the United States, since Akin had become the new speaker of the HR Alliance, he had relocated its headquarters here. Haha, splendid, splendid. I never imagined the legacy left by Luo Feng would be so abundant. 60 wood spirit crystals and several plant spirits. This is a windfall, Akin exclaimed joyously, having anticipated the presence of wood spirit crystals among Luo Feng's inheritance, which was why he had sent Vino to accompany Neru to retrieve them. As for Luo Hua, Akin had dismissed him entirely. After all, he was the 5th speaker, the strongest on Earth. Surely, he had no reason to fear the retaliation of a mere planetary-level powerhouse. Neru wore an excited smile. Akin, as per our prior agreement. It will be a 4-2 split, correct? Of course, Akin replied, glancing at Counselor Vino and adding coolly, however, Vino, your strength is still lacking. You won't require so many with spirit crystals. This time, I shall allocate you 3. Upon hearing this, Vino's expression soured. Akin, wasn't he agreed upon beforehand? Who would ever say no to more with spirit crystals? Counselor Vino, 3 with spirit crystals should suffice for you, Akin said, narrowing his eyes. A faint smile on his lips that concealed a deadly intent. Vino's face stiffened, a chill running down his spine. He swallowed hard, casting a furtive glance at Neru for help, but received no response. It was then he realized that true power was the foundation of everything. Just as he was about to speak and concede, a streak of light suddenly streaked across the distant horizon, soaring swiftly above them. It's Counselor Luo Hua. I can't believe he actually followed us here. Neru, as a planetary-level psychic, immediately sensed Luo Hua's presence. Akin's lips curled into a cold smile. The audacity of Luo Hua was remarkable, daring to approach the HR Alliance's stronghold. Neru, Vino, it seems your actions have thoroughly provoked him. Hee, 60 with spirit crystals. Who wouldn't he go mad? Neru chuckled, his tone dismissive, confident in his superiority as a planetary-level psychic, second only to Luo Feng. Despite being only a first-tier planetary level, his strength ranked among the upper echelon of counselors, and he had no fear of Luo Hua. After all, even if he couldn't defeat him, Luo Hua could never catch him, especially with Akin by his side. Akin, Neru, Vino. Luo Hua hovered in midair, observing the trio dividing the spoils, and couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. Counselor Luo Hua, why are you not at home taking care of your sister-in-law and family, but instead have come here? Akin stepped forward, swiftly leaping from the balcony to hover opposite Luo Hua. Neru and Vino followed suit, forming a triangular formation that subtly surrounded him. Akin, Neru, Vino. You 3 are doomed. Luo Hua, uninterested in banter, coldly admonished before launching his attack. With a swift motion, Luo Hua unleashed his most potent secret technique, the Sky Rift 7 styles. Instantly, a flash of blade light erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble and warp. Feeling the sharp, cutting aura emanating from the blade light, Akin's previously mocking expression shifted dramatically. With a thought, he activated his Black God armor, encasing himself completely. Yet, in the next moment, a gash appeared on the armor, followed by blood seeping through the wound, forming a vivid streak of crimson. No. Akin's eyes widened with unfathomable terror and regret. With a sound reminiscent of fabric tearing, Akin was cleaved in half, plummeting downward. The 5th speaker, now hailed as the strongest on Earth, Akin, was dead. How is this possible? Neru and Vino, suspended in the air, watched in disbelief as their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. A single strike had slain Akin. They had been prepared to watch the spectacle, believing Luo Hua was no match for the 5th speaker. Hence they stood with their arms crossed, waiting for a farce. But now run. In the next instant, shaken from their shock, the 2 fled in opposite directions. To kill Akin with a single blow was a clear indication that Luo Hua's power far surpassed theirs, perhaps even rivaling that of Hong. Unattainable, insurmountable. This was the singular thought racing through Neru and Vino's minds. Only now do you think to flee? Too late. Luo Hua let out a cold sneer, disregarding Vino entirely as he pursued Neru. Sensing the ominous presence closing in behind him, Neru hastily communicated telepathically, Congressman Luo, I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have attempted to seize your Muya crystal and the spirit of Flora. If you spare me, I promise to return everything and willingly serve as your subordinate. Regretting now, are we? It's too late. Luo Hua retorted with a furious laugh. As he reflected on the situation, a wave of fear washed over him. If Neru had even the slightest intent to kill Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, and Su Xin would likely be corpses by now. How could he explain that to his brother, Luo Feng? Thus, Neru had to perish. Luo Hua, do not forget that I am a psychic. You cannot catch me. Rather than waste time chasing, we should consider reconciliation. Neru fumed, simultaneously channeling all his mental energy as he sped towards the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. In his view, only the academy could reign in the frenzied Luo Hua. Catch you? How naive. A smirk of sarcasm danced on Luo Hua's lips as his speed surged dramatically, closing the distance to Neru in the blink of an eye. As he sensed the ever-approaching presence, Neru felt his heart race in terror. How is this possible? Luo Hua is merely a martial artist. How could he suddenly unleash such speed? Could it be that he awakened a flight capability when he broke through to planetary level? Panic surged through Neru as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Congressman Luo, please spare me. I truly regret my actions. I am willing to be your servant for 10 years. No, 100 years. In that moment, Neru exhausted every plea for mercy. But Luo Hua remained indifferent. Luo Hua, you leave me no choice, die? As Luo Hua closed in relentlessly, Neru, realizing his escape was futile, abruptly halted. 9 daggers levitated beside him, swirling into a tempest aimed directly at Luo Hua. This storm of daggers created a fierce vortex, devouring everything in its path, clearly indicating that Neru had activated his unique ability, spatial illusion. Luo Hua wasted no time activating his own innate talent. In a flash, his true form mysteriously shifted into another dimension, leaving behind an image of himself as if reflected in a mirror. The dagger storm rapidly engulfed the spot where Luo Hua had stood, shredding it to pieces. Neru was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Luo Hua would be so easily vanquished. After all, while his own offensive capabilities were formidable, Luo Hua wielded the Black God set. His desperate strike had merely been a last resort. How could he have known that Luo Hua was truly dead? What if he hadn't been wearing the Black God set? With this thought, Neru's excitement surged. However, just then, a flash of blinding light erupted from the air. Neru's eyes widened in horror. In the next instant, he met the same fate as the previous Akin, becoming 2 severed corpses plummeting to the ground. The last remaining planetary-level psychic on Earth, Sigoni Neru, had perished. Chapter 055, A Sensation. With a gentle exhale, Luo Hua gazed at the lifeless form of Neru as it descended, reflecting on the advantages of aerial mobility for psychics. Had he been an ordinary planetary-level martial artist, he would have stood no chance against Neru. Only formidable 6- or 7-tier warriors like Hong and Thor, who possessed domains, could have pursued and killed Neru. However, Luo Hua was different. He practiced the secret arts of the meteorite star lineage, inherently honing his agility. Moreover, Babata had emphasized the importance of agility training to him, warning that without it, a martial artist would merely be victimized by those in control. Thus, while training in the Rift Void 7 forms, Luo Hua had dedicated extra time to enhancing his mobility, which allowed him to unleash incredible speed while chasing Neru. Nevertheless, such bursts of speed were not sustainable for long. Had Neru focused entirely on fleeing, Luo Hua might not have been able to keep pace. Unfortunately, Neru, stunned by his speed, made the gravest error by resorting to desperation. Shaking his head, Luo Hua dismissed any lingering thoughts and turned to return to the Huafu base city. Upon reaching the balcony where Akin and the others had been, he retrieved the box containing the Muya crystal and the spirit of Flora, then set off in pursuit of Vino, who was fleeing in the opposite direction. At this moment, Vino's face was ashen, and he felt no relief at Luo Hua's focus on Neru. He knew that once Luo Hua eliminated Neru, he would undoubtedly be next. I hope Neru can hold out a little longer. As he fled, Vino ground his teeth in regret, realizing that had he known Luo Hua's strength was so monstrous, he would never have dared to agree to Akin's plan to raid Luo Hua's home. I must save myself. Recalling the terrifying blade that Luo Hua had unleashed, Vino feared Neru would not last much longer. He quickly reached out to all the other Congress members, calling for assistance, especially the 3 elite guards and 5 inspectors from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, contacting each one in turn. What? Are you saying Luo Hua killed the 5th speaker, Akin? Vino, are you sure you're not joking? How could that be? Akin was clad in the Black God set. Who could kill a Congress member in the Black God set aside from Hong and Thor? Every Congress member's first reaction upon receiving the news was skepticism. I speak the truth. Luo Hua has gone to kill Neru. Yes, we did wrong before, but for the sake of our past cooperation against the Devourers, please help me and call Luo Hua for leniency. Vino continued to frantically dial, struggling for survival. Meanwhile, Luo Hua soon began receiving calls from other Congress members. Congressman Luo, did you really kill Akin? Congressman Luo, Vino says you're pursuing Neru. Is that true? Congressman Luo, what on earth happened? The incessant ringing of calls from various Congress members prompted Luo Hua to respond initially, but eventually, he simply turned off the communication. Attempting to seek mercy through other Congress members? How laughable. Luo Hua scoffed, maintaining his relentless pace. He had expended little time in hunting Neru, and it would be nearly impossible for Vino to escape in such a short span. When Luo Hua spotted Vino desperately fleeing, the latter was on the line with Inspector Liu. Inspector Liu, you have a good relationship with Luo Feng and Luo Hua. I beg you to help me and plead for leniency on my behalf. Just as he was speaking, Vino sensed Luo Hua's presence and shuddered, nearly losing his balance. Inspector Liu, Luo Hua. He's already caught up to me. Please, I beg you. All right, I'll see what I can do. But you need to put me on the line with Luo Hua. Vino's face lit up with hope. He quickly halted his flight, turned around, and shouted, "Congressman Luo, I was wrong. Please spare me. This is the phone of Inspector Liu from your Extreme Martial Arts Academy." However, before Vino could finish his plea, a flash of blade light descended upon him in an instant. His expression of desperation froze on his face. "Hello? Hello?" The voice of Inspector Liu echoed through Vino's communication device incessantly. Luo Hua did not even glance at Vino's corpse as he turned and departed. Simultaneously, a sensation rippled through the global powers as all Congress members were thrown into an uproar. No one is answering Speaker Akin's call. Neru's as well. What? A body clad in the Black God set has been discovered near the headquarters of Huafu Base City. At that moment, every Congress member was frantically making calls and utilizing satellites to pinpoint Vino's location. Soon after, the news of the deaths of Akin, Neru, and Vino was confirmed. It was indeed true. Could it be that Luo Hua's strength had become so terrifying? Killing a Congress member clad in the Black God set, the fifth speaker, no less, his power was comparable to that of Hong in his prime. Was yet another formidable warrior about to emerge? Upon the confirmation of the news, all the powerful members of the parliament were left in utter shock. They could never have anticipated that amidst the chaos of the 8 formidable figures either unconscious or deceased, and the world plunged into turmoil, Luo Feng's younger brother, Luo Hua, would suddenly unleash his prowess. Deep within the abyss of the Pacific Ocean, amidst the surging dark currents, a colossal golden-horned beast, measuring over 300 meters in length, lay ensconced within a whirlpool of shadows, its cold, dark golden eyes glimmering with excitement. "Ha ha, splendid slay!" Luo Feng bellowed with laughter, having been informed by Babata of the incident involving the theft of Muya crystal and the spirit of the grass and wood. Although he felt a surge of anger, he was powerless to act. Subsequently, Babata informed him that Luo Hua had pursued the matter. Initially, Luo Feng was quite apprehensive, but when Luo Hua decisively killed Akin, he was left utterly astonished. However, once the shock subsided, he erupted into joyous laughter. "To think my brother, Luo Hua, has unwittingly matured. Excellent, splendid." Babata, however, was astounded. "Luo Feng, the sword technique your brother employed to slay Akin and the others is the 7 styles of the rift. This arcane art requires an understanding of the laws of spatial origin to wield. While the initial 2 styles have modest requirements, one must at least sense the spatial laws. And it is evident that your brother, Luo Hua, has accomplished this. Now that you have seized the golden-horned beast, you should be acutely aware of how challenging it is to sense the laws of planetary origins. I had thought you would lead in this aspect of comprehension. Given the noble lineage of the golden-horned beast, especially in relation to the laws of gold, which are inherently gifted, it appears, however, that your brother's talent surpasses even that. Yet, upon hearing this, Luo Feng felt a surge of elation. "Ha ha ha, truly, my brother is remarkable. The more extraordinary his talent, the better." Chapter 056, That Slice. In the quaint villa of Mingwei, after personally seeing off a visiting inspector from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Luo Hua shook his head with a hint of resignation. Ever since he had revealed his strength by slaying Akin and Neru, his residence had become a bustling hub, with several members of parliament visiting almost daily. If they were unfamiliar faces, he could manage to send them away with a few polite words. But with the prominent figures from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he had to receive them with utmost seriousness, which hindered his training in the past few days. Sigh. Fame indeed comes with its own set of troubles, Luo Hua mused. His previous reluctance to take action stemmed partly from this very reason. Thankfully, there weren't too many powerful members of parliament globally. Otherwise, merely hosting them would consume a considerable amount of his time. Buzz. The wrist communicator vibrated. Upon connecting, he inquired, "Councilman Liu, what is it?" "Councilman Luo Hua, the matter you asked me to keep an eye on has yielded results." Liu's voice rang out. Luo Hua's heart skipped a beat. "Councilman Liu, have you discovered Yan Hai's whereabouts?" After the deaths of Akin and Neru, Yan Hai, who had colluded with them, had vanished without a trace. Luo Hua could not let this potential threat slip away, so when Liu Ha visited, he had requested his assistance in secretly searching for Yan Hai's south hiding place. After all, Liu Ha was quite adept in matters of connections and knew many influential figures. Within just a few days, news had surfaced. Liu Ha's voice came through again. "Indeed, Councilman Luo Hua. Yan Hai is hiding in a humble residence within the European Paris-based city. Cunning indeed. The most dangerous places often serve as the safest havens. He hasn't even fled, choosing to remain in his old lair." Luo Hua sneered. "Haha, he is clinging to power, unwilling to forsake it all." Liu Ha chuckled. Luo Hua nodded, agreeing with this assessment. "Councilman Liu, please ensure he is detained. Do not allow him to escape." Yen Hai was sly. The moment he sensed any movement, he would likely attempt to relocate. Rest assured, Councilman Luo, he won't get away. The Ice Mountain Enchantress and her team have already moved in, Luo He replied confidently. After ending the call, a smile graced Luo Hua's lips. The Ice Mountain Enchantress and her allies were eager to witness his true capabilities. After all, Yen Hai's strength was comparable to Akin's, and both possessed the Black God set. Even the former strongest on Earth, Hong, would require effort to defeat them. Yet, he had dispatched Akin with a single stroke. The terror was not limited to the Ice Mountain Enchantress. All powerful members of Parliament were eager to validate the rumors that had spread from Vino's lips. Very well, let them witness the true might of spatial laws. In Europe, within the Paris-based city, when the 3 elite guardians of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, along with 5 inspectors, arrived, all members of Parliament worldwide, including Yen Hai, who was hiding within the base city, became aware of the unfolding events. Thus, nearly simultaneously with Luo Hua's departure from the villa, the representatives of the 5 major powers and numerous factions like the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy rushed to the Paris-based city. Upon receiving the news, Yen Hai instinctively soared into the sky, desperate to escape the confines of the base city. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Yen Hai revealed himself, the Ice Mountain Enchantress and her companions blocked his path from various angles. Ice Mountain. Luha, do you Extreme Martial Arts Academy wish to wage war against the HR Alliance? Yen Hai bellowed, panic seeping into his heart. The Ice Mountain Enchantress ignored him entirely. While Luha responded with a smile, Councilman Yen Hai, surrender peacefully. You are well aware of your own transgressions, and Councilman Luo Hua is on his way. Your time has come. Yen Hai's complexion fluctuated between green and white as he retorted angrily. Luha, those were the actions of Akin and Neru. I had no knowledge of them. Ha ha, Councilman Yen Hai, you do better to convey that to Councilman Luo Hua, Luha replied, arms crossed, hovering in midair. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, numerous members of Parliament, including some from the HR Alliance, began to arrive at the Paris-based city. Seeing this, Yen Hai hastily pleaded for their help. Unfortunately, none responded, even those he had previously courted, their expressions betraying no emotion. At that moment, Yen Hai appeared to age a decade in an instant. When Luo Hua arrived at the Paris-based city, even with mental preparation, he was taken aback by the sight of dozens of hovering members of Parliament. Councilman Luo Hua has arrived. Someone shouted, causing all eyes to converge upon him. For a being of war god caliber, being scrutinized by so many planetary-level powerhouses might have proven suffocating. Yet, Luo Hua maintained a stern visage, slowly descending before Yen Hai as the members of Parliament cleared a wide path for him. Luo Hua, who would have thought you would rise after your brother's demise? Yen Hai fixed his gaze on Luo Hua, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! I truly loathe. Had I aided the little bald eagle and ruthlessly slain your brother back then, we wouldn't be facing this scene today. Luo Hua replied coldly, Yen Hai, everything that transpires today is of your own making. You deserve death. Very well. I, Yen Hai, have had enough of life as well. To hell with you. As he spoke, Yen Hai's visage contorted into a snarl as he ignited his soul, unleashing his unique abilities. The watching members of Parliament paled. A planetary-level powerhouse burning their soul was a terrifying sight. During the Battle of the Devourer, both Hong and the Thunder God had burned their souls to grievously wound the stellar-level golden-horned beast. Yet, in that instant, a streak of blade light suddenly flickered into existence, causing the surrounding space to tremble and warp, as if only this blade light remained in the world. Yen Hai's pupils constricted in horror. Before he could even launch a counterattack, a horrific gash appeared at his dantian, the violent aura within it ruthlessly obliterating the miniature star within his core. With a sickening thud, a drop of blood oozed from the wound, and the once defiant Yen Hai plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground of the base city, creating a grotesque splash of blood and flesh. In the high sky, a deathly silence ensued. All the esteemed members of the assembly were utterly taken aback by the outcome. They had anticipated that Luo Hua would need to endure some hardship to vanquish Yen Hai. However, with a single, swift stroke, he cleanly dispatched Yen Hai, whose strength was nearly on par with that of the fifth speaker, Akin. From this day forth, I do not wish to witness any more members of the assembly, like Akin and Yen Hai, wreaking havoc upon the families of heroes and seizing their inheritances. Casting a glance around, Luo Hua uttered a parting remark before transforming into a fleeting glimmer and vanishing. As soon as Luo Hua departed, the surrounding assembly members seemed to have taken a breath of fresh air, collectively gasping in disbelief. It was terrifying. That single strike could only be described by one word: Swift, so swift it sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 057, The Assault on the Red House. Following Luo Hua's display of unparalleled prowess to all the assembly members, along with his bold pronouncement, the tumultuous global situation came to an abrupt halt. Ambitious schemers ceased their furtive endeavors, and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy and the Extreme Martial Arts Academy resumed their normal operations. The world seemed to regain the unity it had during the battle against the Devourers. No one dared to act maliciously anymore. Such was the deterrent power of strength. New York, USA. Headquarters of the Strategic Science Department. While Luo Hua continued his dedicated training, he began devoting a substantial amount of time to Gary. For the comprehension of laws within the spatial gem environment far exceeded the insights he could glean from his own innate talents. In the lounge, Gary sat cross-legged, enveloped by the viscous essence of spatial laws, losing track of time until a rumble from his stomach brought him back to reality. He had long grown accustomed to such interruptions caused by hunger. Rising to his feet, Gary swiftly left the research laboratory and made his way to the cafeteria. The staff had grown aware of Gary's substantial appetite and routinely set aside food for him, especially after he had praised their efforts, which only encouraged them further. As he replenished his energy with food, Gary quietly practiced his guiding technique to absorb cosmic energy, swiftly countering his own depletion. "Gary, I knew you would be here." A voice called from behind, and soon Fury, muscular and imposing, plopped down across from Gary. Observing Gary devouring his meal, he chuckled. "You really can eat." "I've heard some rather unflattering remarks." "Oh, what remarks?" Gary asked without lifting his gaze. Fury shrugged and replied. "They say they see the shadow of a demon in you. Only a demon could survive on such a brutal battlefield and ascend so rapidly. Only a demon would consume so much." "Fury, it seems you've truly been idle lately," Gary replied nonchalantly. "Hey, don't you have any reaction to that?" Gary cast a sidelong glance at Fury, who seemed eager for amusement, and retorted, "If you're truly bored, you could come help clean the cafeteria. I'm sure the logistics department would be most grateful." Fury cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. "I actually came to discuss something important with you." "What's that?" "Last week, Director Smith was attacked by covert agents from the Red House." Fury's tone grew serious. Gary raised his head, surprised. Has the Soviet intelligence organization grown so brazen? "Huh. They are not brazen. They are desperate," Fury scoffed. "With you guarding this place, they would find it more challenging to steal infinite energy than to eliminate the Red Skull." "Oh, you mean they were targeting me?" Gary queried, puzzled. "What connection could an attack on Director Smith have with me?" Fury nodded. "Through our interrogations and other leads, we learned that their sudden assault aimed to abduct Smith and subsequently have you reassigned. That's a clever plan. Only Smith could orchestrate my transfer," Gary said, wiping the grease from his mouth after finishing his meal. "He was a brigadier general. Only his highest-ranking officer could reassign him. Fortunately, they failed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here conversing with you." Fury chuckled, teasingly. Gary downed his milk and asked, "What did Director Smith have to say?" "Actually, Director Smith was somewhat disappointed in you. After all, the Strategic Science Department has seen little progress these past few years. However, this attack made him realize the significance of infinite energy and altered his perspective on you," Fury explained slowly. "So, I've turned misfortune into fortune? The agents of the Red House did something beneficial after all," Gary laughed. Fury shrugged. "I doubt the Red House anticipated such a result." He shook his head and added, "So, once Colonel Phillips retires, it's likely we'll be partnering up again." "Welcome," Gary responded, extending his hand with a half-joking tone. "You know, I really need a partner to help dispel negative rumors." Upon hearing this, Fury fell silent. "I'm not fond of dealing with those who talk behind others' backs." After training together in the underground base for a while, Gary guided Fury through some fundamental movements before returning to the lounge to continue his training. The time spent comprehending the laws always seemed to pass swiftly. Before he knew it, 3 months had elapsed. Yangzhou City, Minghui Villa, Luo Hua's family, along with Su Xin and Zhun Nan, anxiously awaited in the courtyard. "Xiao Hua, is your brother really coming back today?" Gong Xinlan could not help but inquire. "Mom, you've asked that question 100 times since breakfast," Luo Hua replied, though he understood his mother's anxiety. Just yesterday, Babata had informed him that Luo Feng would return this morning, and after sharing the news at breakfast, Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, and Su Xin had been so excited that they could hardly eat, standing outside long before the designated time. Gong Xinlan glared. "I just want to confirm." "Confirmation doesn't require you to ask so many times," Luo Hua mumbled under his breath. "Mom, since Luo Hua said Luo Feng would be back today, he will definitely return," Su Xian said, suppressing her excitement. Gong Xinlan nodded solemnly, murmuring, "Xiao Feng, You will be fine. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Shortly after, a young man clad in military trousers and a black tank top, with short black hair, descended gracefully from the heavens, riding a celestial shuttle. Xiao Feng, Luo Feng, brother. Upon seeing this figure, Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, and Su Xian were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Luo Hua beamed at Luo Feng. Compared to before, Luo Feng's aura was markedly colder, especially evident in his eyes, which suppressed a trace of bloodthirst. He recognized this as a side effect of Luo Feng seizing the golden horned giant beast. Dad, Mom, Luo Hua, Su Xian. Luo Feng looked at his familiar family, his heart swelling with emotion. After 2 years, he could finally reunite with them. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward to embrace Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, Luo Hua, and Su Xian one by one, softly saying, "I'm back." Chapter 058, The Four Strongest on Earth. The news that Luo Feng, the unparalleled genius and one of the 8 heroes, was alive and had returned spread like wildfire across the globe within a single day. Countless news outlets and online platforms rushed to Minghui community from every corner of the world, eager to verify the accuracy of this astonishing revelation. When Luo Feng finally appeared before their eyes, the crowd erupted into fervor. "Oh my God, Luo Feng is truly alive." At that moment, viewers across the globe watching on their computers and phones were ecstatic. "Luo Feng, Luo Feng, Luo Feng," as the collective voices of the crowd surged forth in exultation. Some even audaciously proclaiming in public, "Luo Feng is alive. He still lives." The high-ranking officials of various nations were left in a state of shock. Desperate ambition stirred within some leaders. The mere existence of Luo Hua had already given them considerable headaches, and now, the revelation that Luo Feng was still among the living was overwhelming. News of this development prompted other formidable figures to pay visits once more. Thus, for an entire fortnight, the Minghui community was abuzz with activity. However, as time wore on, the fervor surrounding Luo Feng's return gradually waned, and the once lively community began to settle into tranquility. "Luo Hua, you were right. Those scoundrels truly deserve their fate," Luo Feng declared, clenching his fist as he paid tribute to his fallen comrades. "Even if you do not take vengeance upon them, I shall return and deal with them one by one." Sensing the icy, murderous intent emanating from Luo Feng, Luo Hua felt an involuntary chill. The influence of the golden-horned beast on Luo Feng was indeed profound. "Brother, I previously chose to ignore them, but I never anticipated their audacity would escalate to openly attempting to seize the Muya crystal. It is infuriating. I regret not having thwarted them from the beginning," Luo Hua admitted earnestly. Luo Feng nodded. "If it were you, you would have done the same. Do not blame yourself. Come, let us visit the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. I wonder how Hong and the Thunder God are faring," sighed Luo Feng. Upon their arrival at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, they found Hong and the Thunder God still in a state of slumber. Baba Ta interjected, "Fortunately, they possessed their domains and managed to severely wound the golden-horned beast while burning their souls. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to brain death by now. Let us return. I hope they awaken soon," Luo Feng spoke quietly. Subsequently, Luo Feng dedicated a portion of his time to remarrying Su Xian, while Luo Hua held his wedding with Zhen Nen on the same day. The simultaneous marriages of the Luo brothers became a momentous occasion, drawing attendance from numerous esteemed figures and leaders from various nations. Afterward, tranquility resumed, with both Luo Hua and Luo Feng immersing themselves in diligent cultivation. Baba Ta also devoted considerable effort to instructing Luo Hua comprehensively, particularly after discovering that Luo Hua could sense even the faintest aspects of spatial laws at the planetary level. Baba Ta recognized Luo Hua's boundless potential, akin to Luo Feng, who had usurped the power of the golden-horned beast. Half a year swiftly passed, and in the spring of 2062, within the opulent living room of their villa, the Luo family gathered, as Gong Xinlan personally prepared dumplings, inviting Luo Hua and Zhen Nan to partake in the meal. "Ping Ping, come here to your uncle," Luo Hua beckoned with a smile. Witnessing this scene, Luo Feng remarked, "Luo Hua, you and Zhen Nan must also make an effort. Indeed, it has been over 6 months since your marriage, yet there has been no movement. Mother often speaks of it," Su Xian chimed in. Zhen Nan's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet Luo Hua quickly replied, "Brother, sister-in-law, there is no need to rush." Their married life had been harmonious, even if his frequent cultivation limited their time together to once or twice a week. Regrettably, it had not borne fruit. "What do you mean, no need to rush? Ping Ping and the child are nearly 2 years old. Luo Hua, do not solely focus on cultivation. Make time to accompany Zhun Nan out for a stroll, Gong Xinlan interjected, overhearing the conversation. Reluctantly, Luo Huan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Luo Feng's phone vibrated. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted. What is it, brother? It is a call from Master Hong, Luo Feng replied, furrowing his brow in confusion. Su Xian gasped. Who would dare use Hong's number? Before long, Luo Feng connected the call. Half a minute later, he ended the conversation. Brother, Master Hong has awakened? Luo Hua feigned surprise. Su Xian could not help but glance at Luo Feng. Indeed, Luo Feng affirmed. Both Hong and the Thunder God have regained consciousness. Luo Hua. Let us go visit them now. Very well. The two of them then soared towards Hongning Bay City with great haste. Outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, warplanes filled the airspace, creating a bustling scene. Senator Luo Feng. Senator Luo Hua. As the two brothers approached, the headquarters guards greeted them with utmost respect. They quickly made their way to the reception room. Luo Feng. Luo Hua. Two men, one clad in black and the other in white, greeted them with smiles. Master. Thunder God. The two brothers called in unison. As in the original narrative, after exchanging pleasantries, Hong and the Thunder God personally raised a toast to express their gratitude for Luo Feng's life-saving heroics. After the three of them downed their drinks, Hong looked at Luo Hua with a sense of nostalgia, saying, Luo Hua, thank you for dealing with that group of miscreants from Akin. Had they been allowed to run rampant, who knows what chaos they would have caused. Humph. That Neru dares to covet the position of master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. What a deluded fool. To target the families of those who sacrificed for humanity is truly despicable. Thunder God scoffed. Luo Hua, you acted decisively. Luo Hua waved his hand dismissively. They were merely three troublemakers. It is but a trifling matter. Next, Hong and Thunder God voiced their concerns regarding Earth. Given their knowledge of ancient civilizations, they understood that there were other civilizations in the universe that were far more powerful than their own. If Earth were to be discovered, they could face threats far more perilous than the Devourers. Familiar with the plot, Luo Hua knew that the cosmic adventurers had already arrived. However, such matters were not something he could disclose. Luo Feng, Luo Hua, let us cultivate together from now on. We four are the strongest on Earth, and we must unite. Only by doing so can we strategize and resist against formidable civilizations, Thunder God stated earnestly. Luo Feng and Luo Hua exchanged knowing glances before smiling and nodding in agreement. Haha, splendid. Hong laughed heartily. Luo Feng, you and Luo Hua are both young. From now on, you shall be the third brother, and you, the fourth brother. Thunder God added with a playful grin, little third, little fourth, I am fatigued. Hurry back to the palace. The light-hearted banter elicited hearty laughter from both Luo Hua and Luo Feng. Subsequently, after persuading Baba Ta, Luo Feng formally invited Hong and Thunder God to join the Yunma lineage. Upon learning that the entire sect consisted solely of Luo Feng and Luo Hua, their reaction mirrored that of Luo Hua's initial response. Join us. Such an opportunity is rare. Baba Ta roared. These two rascals are just like your brother. They show no respect for their master and should be severely punished. Chapter 059. The Anomaly of the Law Genius. Within a private virtual space. In the Blood Red Castle's training chamber, after devising a future training plan for Luo Feng, Baba Ta approached Luo Hua. Luo Hua, both Hong and Thunder God possess remarkable comprehension, having attained their domains at the planetary level, while you have just barely crossed the foundational stage. This is inadequate. Although you possess extraordinary talent in spatial laws, you must also emphasize mental perception as it pertains to your future potential. With a wave of his hand, a tome flew from the shelf into his grasp. This book contains insights on mental perception from the miscellaneous writings. Dedicate 2 hours each day to its study. Afterward, Baba Ta picked up an apple, took a bite, and continued. Allocate 40 of your remaining time to sensing the laws and another 40 for foundational training. Remember, the more solid your foundation, the greater your potential for breakthroughs in the future. As for the final 20, I will personally instruct you in the 10,000 threads flow technique. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua furrowed his brow in confusion. Baba Ta, won't the time allocated for sensing the laws be a bit insufficient? Baba chuckled, gazing earnestly at Luo Hua. Luo Hua, you are ensnared in a misconception. While comprehending the laws is indeed paramount, during the initial phases, especially in times of weakness, it offers no assistance to the evolution of life. At this stage, the fundamentals hold the utmost significance. It is akin to constructing a house on Earth. The foundation determines how many stories your edifice can support, while insights into laws and combat techniques are merely the embellishments within. Do you grasp the essence of what I am conveying? I understand. Luo Huan nodded in response. From that moment onward, Luo Hua and Luo Feng diligently adhered to the training regimen devised by Babata, immersing themselves in their practice each day. Occasionally, they engaged in sparring sessions with Hong and Thunder God, whose battlefield experience was exceptionally rich, having emerged as warriors during the Great Nirvana era. Thus, these encounters proved immensely beneficial for both Luo Feng and Luo Hua. In the summer of 2062, amidst the vast Pacific Ocean, four figures suddenly breached the surface, sending waves crashing around them. Luo Feng, you are truly stealing the limelight. Even your brother isn't given a chance. Now you've slain both the Octopus Beast King and the Thunder Dragon King, leaving us without even a sip of soup, Thunder God's resentful voice echoed. Luo Feng laughed heartily. Huh, who told you to be so slow? Brother, you are a mentalist. There's no way we could possibly outrun you. Luo Hua could not help but interject. Yet Hong chimed in with a teasing smile. See, even your brother can't stand it. Luo Feng, come, receive a blow from me. Thunder God shouted, launching into action. Huh, I fear you not, come at me. Luo Feng laughed, and the sky-soaring shuttle beneath his feet erupted, transforming into 32 blades that swiftly advanced toward Thunder God. Under the relentless assault of the 32 blades, Thunder God soon found himself at a disadvantage. With a furious roar, he unleashed his full power. A torrent of immense lightning illuminating the surroundings and scattering the blades apart. Seeing this, Luo Feng remained unfazed, promptly executing the swordfish formation of the sky-soaring shuttle. Thunder God quickly conceded, stop. No more fighting. Last time, I was thoroughly bested by your swordfish formation, and I have no desire to endure that again. He muttered under his breath, you two brothers are simply monstrous. I am at planetary level 9 and possess a domain, yet I cannot compete with you. It's infuriating. While he held the highest rank, his combat prowess had dwindled to the lowest. Luo Feng may be an exception, being a mentalist with many tricks up his sleeve. But Luo Hua, you are truly a phenomenon. Those two sword techniques are utterly uncounterable. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, my brother's sword techniques are exceptionally formidable. My swordfish formation integrates offense and defense, and even our elder brother Hong struggles against it. Yet Luo Hua can shatter my swordfish formation with a single strike. Such prowess is exaggerated. I merely rely on secret techniques. In terms of other abilities, I fall far short of you. Luo Hua humbly replied, speaking the truth. Without employing the 7 styles of the rift, his strength would undoubtedly rank lowest among the 4. Secret techniques are inherently a component of strength, Luo Hua. There is no need for your modesty, Hong interjected. Having sparred with Luo Hua and found himself unable to withstand the latter's second sword technique even while utilizing his domain, Babata's voice echoed from the wrist communicator. Luo Feng, a genius in comprehending laws, is indeed an invincible presence among equals. I have previously mentioned that your brother possesses astonishing talent. Unless you, as the golden-horned beast, grasp the foundational laws of gold, you will be hard-pressed to subdue your brother. Even if you were to cultivate the sky-soaring shuttle to its 3rd form, you might not surpass your brother in a desperate clash. As for Hong and Thunder God, while possessing domains is indeed extraordinary, they pale in comparison to the super geniuses who comprehend the foundational laws. Across the cosmos, the probability of encountering such prodigies at the planetary and stellar levels is nearly 1 in a billion. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, my brother is formidable. After engaging in combat with Luo Hua, he truly understood the extent of Babata's description of geniuses who grasp the foundational laws. Thus, Luo Feng, you must hasten your understanding. The golden horned beast's talent in the foundational laws of gold is remarkable, Babata encouraged. After conversing for a while longer, Hong and Thunder God had matters to attend to and departed. Luo Hua and Luo Feng then returned to the Minghua community. On the way back, Babata shared good news with Luo Feng. The propulsion system of the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft had been repaired and was ready for interstellar travel at any moment. Elated, Luo Feng contemplated whether to take his brother, Luo Hua, along on this cosmic journey. A month later, after the golden-horned beast ascended to stellar level 4, Luo Feng prepared to venture into the cosmos with Babata. What, brother, you are leaving for a month? Luo Hua feigned surprise, fully aware that Luo Feng intended to visit Xiao Longstar. Luo Feng nodded, internally wrestling with the decision of whether to bring Luo Hua along. Brother, where are you headed? Luo Hua inquired. I am going to a secret place to enter seclusion for training. Upon my return in a month, I will share the details. Luo Feng ultimately resolved not to take his brother with him. After all, he could not predict the dangers that might await them in the cosmos. Should any misfortune befall them, what would become of their parents, Su Xian and Jun Nan? Though Luo Hua felt a twinge of disappointment, familiar with the plot. He still yearned for first-hand experience of the other civilizations in the universe. Nevertheless, he masked his disappointment with feigned concern. Brother, please be careful. Fear not. There is nothing in this world that can threaten me now. This retreat is crucial, and the environment demands strict conditions, so I must venture forth, Luo Feng assured him. While I am away, the household will be entrusted to you. Additionally, if Hong and Thunder God inquire, simply tell them I am in seclusion. Understood. Soon, Luo Feng departed the villa, boarding the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft as it soared into the vastness of space. Watching his brother's figure vanish, Luo Hua realized that from this day forward, Earth was poised to connect with cosmic civilizations. Chapter 60, Precious Treasures. During the month that Luo Feng traveled to Qiulong Star, Luo Hua continued to diligently pursue his training according to Babada's regimen. However, when contemplating the laws of space, he primarily focused his consciousness on Gary. In New York, USA, at the headquarters of the Strategic Science Department, after replenishing his energy in the cafeteria, Gary did not return to the lounge, but instead visited the office of Deputy Director Colonel Phillips. Observing Phillips as he slowly packed his belongings, Gary spoke softly. Have you made your decision? Though it pains me to leave, my body has begun to rebel. If I wish to avoid aging prematurely, retiring and enjoying life is a commendable option, Phillips sighed, continuing. This department has been my labor of love, akin to a child. I now entrust it to you, hoping you will treat it well. Gary shook his head. Colonel Phillips, you know I am not a suitable director. Phillips smiled. While you may not be ideal, I am confident that under your stewardship, the department will flourish. Believe in yourself, and remember, Carter is an excellent assistant. With that, Phillips departed. Gary felt a tinge of sadness, having shared much time together, though this melancholy dissipated with Fury's arrival. Gary, your department is rather shabby. Not even a welcome party? Fury complained. Gary shrugged. If you're willing to finance it, we could host welcome parties every day. Isn't Stark a billionaire? Fury exclaimed. Gary casually replied, oh, Stark's investments are all directed toward upgrading the laboratory. Otherwise, how do you think we fend off those Red Room agents' infiltrations? All right then, Fury said, somewhat speechless. So, the department has no funds now. Rest assured, the cafeteria still provides meals, Gary shrugged. Of course, if you could secure some funding, that would be even better. Fury looked at Gary with a hint of resentment. I feel like I've been deceived. Get used to it. Gary patted Fury on the shoulder, offering comfort. With the arrival of Fury, Gary felt a profound sense of ease. Previously, although he was detached from affairs, Carter would occasionally brief him on various matters. However, with Fury's energetic presence, he promptly assumed responsibility for all tasks. Gary harbored no concerns about being sidelined. After all, he had merely intended to hold a nominal position in the strategic department. While Rohua's side was already aligning with the cosmos, he was uncertain when his own endeavors would reach that point. Murmuring to himself, Gary settled into a meditative pose, seeking to comprehend the fundamental laws of spatial origins. To gather the 6 Infinity Stones and usurp Thanos' position, he recognized the necessity of formidable strength. Thus he remained composed, unhurried. A month swiftly elapsed. In Yangzhou City, within the Mingyue community, as Rohua dined with Zhen Nan, a call from Luo Feng interrupted their meal. Brother, have you returned? Yes. Bring our parents and Su Xin to the Westlake Villa, Luo Feng instructed before hanging up. Rohua understood while the purpose of their visit to the villa, especially considering Luo Feng's recent shopping spree on Qiulong Star. Upon their arrival at the Westlake Villa, Rohua beheld a majestic castle towering 60 meters high and sprawling across an area of 1 kilometer, situated atop the previously modest 12 villas of the community. Even more astonishing, the castle appeared as though it had endured the passage of countless years, its walls adorned with climbing vines, resembling the fabled abodes of elves. Although Rohua was aware of Luo Feng's acquisition of a castle, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Su Xian and Zhen Nan were equally mesmerized. Daddy! Luo Ping and Luo Hai, the 2 children, exclaimed with innocent voices upon seeing Luo Feng approach. Ping Ping, Xiao Hai. Luo Feng chuckled as he lifted the children one by one. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Xian inquired, Luo Feng, what is this castle? Our family will be moving entirely into the castle, Luo Feng replied with a hearty laugh, then called out to the grand entrance, open the door. With a resounding boom, the castle doors swung wide, revealing a multitude of impeccably uniformed servants emerging from within. Nearly 1,000 formidable individuals collectively shouted, Master. Su Xian and the others were left in a state of shock. Rohua sensed the powerful auras radiating from these individuals. His heart racing. Was this the oppressive force of a 7th-tier stellar mentalist? Luo Feng, What on earth is happening? Su Xin and the others asked, bewildered. These are our servants. And also our guard, Luo Feng smiled. Come, let us enter. I will explain everything shortly. First, let us explore. After touring the castle, Rohua and Su Xin were left in awe of its advanced technology. Rohua, you must know that I previously visited the ancient civilization ruins designated as number 12, where Babata discovered a black spaceship. The vessel was relatively undamaged, and after some repairs, Babata was able to pilot it into space. Luo Feng elaborated. Over the past month, I have been aboard this black spaceship, traveling to a life-sustaining planet, Qiulong Star, located 320,000 light-years from Earth. Following this, Luo Feng elaborated further. Rohua, this is the colorful moon essence, a precious auxiliary treasure purchased specifically for you by Babata, even more valuable than the Muyu crystal. It can enhance your genes to a significant degree. As he spoke, he presented Rohua with a box made of a special metal. For me? Rohua was taken aback. Luo Feng nodded. You began your training later than others. Relying solely on the Muyu crystal would limit your potential, whereas the colorful moon essence has virtually no adverse effects. Brother, thank you. Rohua expressed his gratitude, realizing that Luo Feng had intentionally mentioned Babata's involvement. No need for thanks. We are family. Moreover, this was also Babata's suggestion. Luo Feng replied with a smile. In truth, the colorful moon essence was quite costly. While Babata wished to cultivate Rohua, he felt it unnecessary to purchase it at this time, suggesting instead that they wait until Luo Feng attained stellar status and inherited a portion of the wealth left by the master of Yuma Star before proceeding with the acquisition. However, Luo Feng was unwilling to delay his brother's invaluable training time and chose to invest in the colorful moon essence rather than spend on the metallic combinations meant for his own cultivation. The following morning, two streaks of light swept across the sky, Hong and Thunder God. Upon witnessing the exquisite castle of the West Lake Villa, both were taken aback. It seems our youngest has returned with substantial gains, they declared. We must ensure he knows the value of this success. Subsequently, Luo Feng shared details of his journey to Qiulong Star with Hong and Thunder God, including the matter of the purple light dew. Luo Feng, you have made the right decision. Our Earth is far too weak. In the realm of cosmic civilizations, we are but a drop in the ocean. It is imperative that we rely on the ascendance of our entire race, they concurred. Chapter 061, Cosmic Adventurers. Within the castle of West Lake Villa, after discussions with Hong, Thunder God, and Rohua, Luo Feng resolved to initially conceal the existence of the slave guard, given their overwhelming strength. The mere presence of a seventh-tier stellar mentalist among them could obliterate the devouring beast, dominating the entirety of Earth. Thus, Hong and Thunder God unanimously agreed that the revelation of such a powerful guard protecting Earth would extinguish any sense of urgency among the higher echelons of various nations. On October 29th, at 8:30 a.m. in Huaxia, leaders from various nations, prominent figures from major base cities, and high-ranking officials from the 5 great powers convened in the conference hall on the first floor of the castle's main building. This day marked an important meeting convened by Luo Feng, one of Earth's 4 strongest, and although many were puzzled, they arrived well in advance. At 9:30 a.m., the meeting commenced. The significance of this gathering was akin to the Great Nirvana and the battle against the devouring beasts. As the session opened, Luo Feng dropped a bombshell. Look, he exclaimed, pointing at the starry projection above the round table. This is the universe, the vast cosmos. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours. Luo Feng not only discussed the purple light dew, but also distributed 6 consciousness-sensing helmets among the leaders of the 5 great powers and various base cities, allowing them to take turns experiencing the virtual universe. The high-ranking officials were filled with fervor, witnessing the burgeoning hope for humanity's rise. More than half a month later, as nations and major base cities around the globe marveled at the miraculous effects of the purple light dew, the 4 strongest of Earth gathered on the balcony of the castle's top floor. Luo Feng instructed the servants to bring forth fine wine and fruits. Brother, this wine is truly exquisite. It relaxes the entire body, Rohua remarked contentedly while reclining in a plush chair, savoring the drink. Hong and Thunder God felt similarly. Having just completed their training, they needed to unwind, for balance was essential in cultivation. This wine is one of the specialties of Qiulong Star. Even I hesitate to indulge, as a single bottle costs 100 black dragon coins. Luo Feng chuckled. What? 100 black dragon coins? That's exorbitant. Thunder God exclaimed, his eyes widening. During this time, Luo Feng had also enlightened them about the basic knowledge of the universe, including the hierarchy of currency. Rohua gasped. 100 black dragon coins is equivalent to 100,000 silver blue coins, and the silver blue empire is a civilization at a nascent stage. If we were to convert this into Earth currency, it would be at least over 1 billion, and even then, they might not accept it. Hong murmured. Luo Feng smiled, acknowledging the truth. Earth had yet to venture beyond its own planet, remaining at the dawn of civilization, rendering its currency relatively worthless. Why dwell on such matters? This bottle of wine is meant for enjoyment. Come, let us raise our glasses once more, Luo Feng declared. As they grasped the true value of the wine, Hong, Rohua, and Thunder God no longer gulped it down, but sipped delicately, relishing the nuanced flavors within. You all. Luo Feng shook his head. At that moment, Babata's urgent voice echoed through the wristwatch space. Luo Feng, a spaceship has intruded into the alert zone. What? Startled, Luo Feng dropped the wine glass in his hand, shattering it on the ground. Luo Hua, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged puzzled glances with Luo Feng. Brother, what is happening? Luo Hua quickly inquired. A spaceship has entered. Luo Feng replied hastily. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua and the others stood up in shock, their faces paling. Soon, 7 figures materialized high above them. They've arrived. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God hurriedly checked the screens on their arms, which Babata had procured for them, capable of detecting each other's strength. One was a 6th-tier stellar level, one a 2nd tier, one a 1st tier, and 4 were 9th-tier planetary levels. The expressions of the 4 darkened as they exchanged glances. This is serious trouble. The arrival of these 7 indicated that Earth had been discovered by cosmic adventurers and was no longer safe. Luo Hua, understanding the gravity of the situation, recognized that these individuals belonged to the Norlon Mountain family, and they were merely one exploration team among many. A family fleet was lurking behind them. As the 7 prepared to strike, Luo Feng commanded his slave guard to encircle them, subsequently ordering the 7th-tier stellar being Meng Air to hypnotize them, while Babata directly infiltrated their spaceship. Damn it, they have a family fleet backing them. Luo Feng's face darkened with fury. Meng Air, kill them. Brother, wait. Let Meng Air incapacitate them first, and we can slowly interrogate them for information regarding the Norlon Mountain family, Luo Hua urged. Hong nodded in agreement. Recognizing the wisdom in Luo Hua's suggestion to extract detailed information about the Norlon Mountain family. Before long, they learned that the Norlon Mountain family fleet boasted over 40 Norlon guards, each at 9th-tier stellar level. In addition to more than 1,000 stellar-level powerhouses and over 10,000 planetary crew members, all of whom would arrive on Earth in 3 months. This was an overwhelming disparity. Luo Feng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Hong, utilizing the virtual universe, accessed the information on the Norlon Mountain family. Such data was readily available on the official website of the Carlo Empire, and once he clarified the details, he conveyed them with a sense of helplessness. Luo Feng and Thunder God immediately grew anxious. Brother, didn't you say that once you ascended to stellar level, you could become the Earth Lord? And by becoming the Earth Lord, you would receive the protection of the Empire. Luo Hua reminded him. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, I almost forgot. This matter had been mentioned during the explanation of the foundational knowledge of cosmic civilization. Hong and Thunder God were aware of it as well, but in their anxiety, they hadn't thought of it until Luo Hua brought it up, and suddenly, hope blossomed. Luo Feng, with only 3 months left, it all hinges on you. Hong and Thunder God turned their gazes towards Luo Feng, realizing that they could only rely on him in this dire moment. Given the overwhelming power of the Norlon Mountain family, which included several cosmic-level beings, not to mention the over 7,000 9th-tier Norlon guards, Luo Feng nodded solemnly. He had only mentioned that reaching stellar level could make him the Earth Lord, without detailing the account left by the master of the meteorite star, Huyen Bo. With the combination of Bai Pai Sui and Mu Yijing, I still have a chance to reach stellar level within 3 months. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, contemplating that if he failed to attain stellar level by then, he could gather Earth's data and submit it to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, thus transferring Earth's ownership to them. A dual strategy. Success would see him crowned as Earth Lord, while failure would allow the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to take over Earth. Chapter 062, Purchasing a Planet. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, following the original plot, Luo Feng, Luo Hua, Hong, and Thunder God departed Earth after discussions with the high-level leaders of various countries and boarded the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship number 81, journeying to the planet Bylon, located 118 light-years from Earth. Upon arriving on Bylon, Luo Feng felt that their previous plan was somewhat reckless, prompting him to decide to purchase a survival base to withstand the Norlon Mountain family fleet. Lacking sufficient funds, he sold the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship No. 81 to a friend who had a penchant for collecting spaceships, through a connection he had made on Qiu Longstar. The sale netted him 12.8 billion Black Dragon coins, enabling him to purchase a survival base capable of withstanding cosmic-level assaults. After acquiring the survival bases, the four returned to Earth, establishing these bases within major city hubs. Subsequently, they boarded a spaceship and arrived at another life-sustaining planet, Baiyin Star. 3 months swiftly elapsed. On Baiyin Star, within a seaside hotel, Luo Hua, Hong, and Thunder God stood on the balcony, gazing out at the vast ocean. They had been waiting here for Luo Feng to break through to stellar level and subsequently retrieve the assets left by Huyin Bo, the master of the meteorite star, from the nearby cosmic star riverbank. The Norlon Mountain family fleet's arrival at Earth was imminent, and with Luo Feng yet to achieve stellar level. Would they truly run out of time? Thunder God furrowed his brow, glancing at Hong and Luo Hua. Endure, there is still hope. Hong replied solemnly. Luo Hua added reassuringly. Don't worry, my brother will definitely break through to stellar level. I believe in him. Among the four, he felt the most at ease, as he was aware of the plot and knew today was the day Luo Feng would attain stellar level. Thus, he felt no urgency. Hong and Thunder God were mentally resilient, yet they too felt the rising anxiety. Hold on. Thunder God took several deep breaths, feeling the oppressive weight intensifying as the Norlon Mountain family fleet drew closer to Earth. Not only Thunder God, but even Hong began to frown, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences should Luo Feng fail to break through. Suddenly, Luo Feng opened his eyes. Noticing Luo Feng's movement, Hong's eyes brightened. Could it be that he had broken through? The three hurriedly entered the room. However, Luo Feng shook his head. I haven't broken through. It's a video request from Earth. From Earth? Could it be that the Norlon Mountain family fleet has arrived? Hong and Thunder God's expressions turned grave. I'll check the virtual universe. Luo Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the virtual universe where video calls and meetings could occur effortlessly, even across vast distances of light years. Before long, Luo Feng's expression turned grim. The Norlon Mountain family fleet had indeed arrived. Hong and Thunder God exclaimed anxiously, Luo Feng, they really have arrived? Yes. Luo Feng took a deep breath. There is still a little time left. I will go into seclusion once more. If I cannot break through, then I will proceed with the second plan. All right, Luo Feng, give it your all. Brothers, let us go. Luo Hua, Hong, and Thunder God all encouraged him. Luo Feng swiftly vanished into his tranquil chamber, assuming a meditative posture. Meanwhile, Hong and the others waited quietly on the beach. I've already broken through to stellar level. Yet the three brothers still haven tea, Thunder God sighed. Luo Feng is under too much pressure. The more he feels it, the harder it becomes for him to break through, Hong remarked with a calm tone, though a hint of urgency flickered in his eyes. Luo Hua, observing the two, spoke resolutely. Brother, second brother, my brother Luo Feng will definitely break through. He had lost count of how many times he had said this. Half an hour later, a peculiar energy suddenly emanated from the chamber. Luo Hua, Hong, and Thunder God turned to look at Luo Feng inside. Brother, second brother. Luo Feng stood up, a rare and relaxed smile gracing his face. Let us go to the cosmic star riverbank. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua and the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. Bailan Star, a life-sustaining planet under the direct control of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, serves as a crucial hub for its 6 vassal states, holding more significance than the capitals of many primitive cosmic civilizations. Here, naturally, there exist branches of both the cosmic star riverbank and the universe's first bank. In a swift manner, Luo Feng and his companions arrived before a breathtaking edifice located in a bustling district. Passers-by, upon witnessing the four enter, displayed expressions of envy. For this was none other than the cosmic star riverbank. As per the original narrative, when Luo Feng announced the account of the master of the falling star, Huyin Bo, the astonishment on the bank staff's face was palpable. He even interrupted the president who was attending to 3 second-tier cosmic mercenaries, ushering him into a confidential chamber to disclose the account's level. Upon learning that it was a 5-star account, the president broke out in a cold sweat, for such accounts could only be possessed by immortal powerhouses. Subsequently, a metallic robot from the branch personally attended to Luo Feng, as even the branch president lacked the qualifications to do so for a 5-star account. In a short while, Luo Feng withdrew the sum of 10 billion Shenwu coins, equivalent to 100 trillion Black Dragon coins, which had been left to him by Huyin Bo, the master of Falling Star. After departing from the cosmic star riverbank, Thunder God could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, Luo Feng, is the money sufficient? Is it enough? Hong also inquired anxiously. Luo Hua, however, merely blinked, for he was aware that Luo Feng had acquired a substantial fortune. A mere trifle, let us proceed to the Imperial office to purchase Earth. The four boarded the exclusive aircraft within the city and swiftly arrived at the administrative office of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng submitted some data regarding Earth to a staff member and expressed his desire to purchase the unclaimed planet. Purchase a living planet? The staff member could not help but ask. Living planets are exceedingly costly. Indeed. Please, follow me upstairs, the staff member replied. Luo Feng and his companions accompanied him to the 34th floor. After conducting data analysis, the staff determined that Earth was classified as a top-tier living planet, necessitating a sum of 30 trillion Black Dragon coins for purchase. If Mr. Luo is determined to proceed with the acquisition, an application must first be submitted, and the various departments of the Empire must verify the authenticity of this data before we can formally engage in a transaction, the staff member stated with utmost seriousness. Damn. It's just like dealing with the Earth government. Everything requires a process. Thunder God muttered. Luo Hua, fluent in the universal language of the cosmos, interjected. We require the swiftest possible acquisition of this living planet. How much will it take to expedite the connections? Name your price. Luo Feng's eyes brightened as he nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, we need it done as quickly as possible. This isn't merely a financial issue. I am just a minor official from a remote planet of the Empire. With a forceful motion, Luo Feng leaned across the table, his gaze locking onto the official as he intoned, have it resolved within 7 days, and I shall provide you with 10 million Black Dragon coins. The official's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bulging from their sockets. 10 million Black Dragon coins were a fortune he could never hope to amass in a lifetime. Such wealth could only belong to the richest of the planetary elite. To finalize everything within a day, I will provide 500 million Black Dragon coins. If it is done within an hour, I will offer 1 billion Black Dragon coins. Upon uttering these words, the attending official gasped heavily. His demeanor invigorated as if he had been electrified. Mr. Luo, please provide me with 100 million Black Dragon coins up front. I must use this to engage with officials from 12 departments of the Empire. Rest assured, I guarantee that you will become the Lord of Earth within a day. The official spoke, his neck bulging with determination. Luo Hua and Luo Feng both chuckled. Previously, this official had stated that the process would take at least 30 days. Yet now he was asserting that it could be accomplished within a day. Brother, money truly has the power to move mountains. Luo Hua exclaimed, filled with admiration. Luo Feng, laughing heartily, promptly transferred 200 million Black Dragon coins to the official. After the official departed, Thunder God impatiently inquired about the earlier exchange. As he and Hong were unfamiliar with the universal language, Luo Hua recounted the discussion. Upon hearing the details, Thunder God exclaimed incredulously. To accomplish it within an hour for 1 billion Black Dragon coins, that official would surely go to any lengths to make it happen. The allure of wealth was equally potent within the realms of cosmic civilization, Hong reflected with a sense of wonder. While waiting on the 32nd floor of the Imperial office, Luo Hua asked, Brother, inquire with Babata about how to intimidate the Norland Mountain family's fleet into vacating Earth once you become its lord. This prompted Hong and Thunder God to chime in. Yes, Luo Feng, you must ask quickly. The Norland Mountain family's fleet is likely commencing their invasion of Earth as we speak. All right, I will ask, Luo Feng replied, calling forth Babata, who was engrossed in a game. Babata responded, once you become the Lord of Earth, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire will issue you a declaration of territorial ownership. You will then enter the virtual universe, broadcast it to Earth, allowing all nations to witness, while ensuring the segments of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's constitution concerning territorial protection are aired multiple times. After all, the Norland Mountain family is merely a small clan and would not dare defy the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. This is an excellent strategy. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and their companions nodded in agreement. 3.5 hours later, the official returned, drenched in sweat, breathless yet triumphant, declaring, everything is settled, just as Mr. Luo desired. After Luo Feng transferred the remaining funds to the official, he, along with Luo Hua, Hong, and Thunder God, hastened to the planetary docking port, boarding a spaceship to depart from Bayan Star. Atop the White Orchid Star Castle, as per the original narrative, although the Norland Mountain family's fleet had retreated from Earth, they had not vacated entirely. Instead, they stealthily infiltrated back to Earth, capturing the high-ranking officials of various nations, as well as the families of Luo Feng and Luo Hua. Following negotiations with the leader of the Norland Mountain family, Luo Feng prepared to return to Earth with the 8 ninth-tier stellar slaves he had purchased, intent on rescuing those imprisoned. Brother, are you truly planning to return alone? Not taking us with you? Luo Hua asked anxiously. Although he had confidence in Luo Feng's ability to rescue Su Xian and others, he was deeply concerned about Zhen, Nan, and their parents. As he had come to accept Luo Hua's identity and had grown fond of Luo Feng and his family, especially since Zhen Nan was his wife, Hong and Thunder God also looked at Luo Feng expectantly. Luo Hua, elder brother, second brother. This battle upon returning to Earth relies predominantly on the 9th-tier stellar servants I have procured. We would be of little assistance. My return is simply to command these servants more effectively, Luo Feng explained. He then turned specifically to Luo Hua, reassuring him, rest assured. I will rescue our parents and Zhen Nan, as well as Su Xian. Brother, I believe in you, but do exercise caution. Luo Hua understood that accompanying Luo Feng would be of little use. Thunder God could not help but add, third brother, be careful. Don't overestimate your abilities. Hong cautioned as well. Luo Feng soon departed from White Orchid Star. Alas, we cannot assist in any way. Everything depends on Luo Feng. This feeling is truly frustrating. Thunder God clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting helplessness. Although he was a first-tier stellar being, he felt utterly powerless against the Norland Mountain family. Such thoughts were futile. Their strength was simply inadequate. Hong felt equally despondent. He and Thunder God were the strongest on Earth, capable of fighting during the cataclysmic events of the past and the Devourer incident. Yet now, in the face of the Norland Mountain family's fleet, they found themselves utterly impotent. Indeed, our strength is too feeble, Thunder God concurred. Not only is our power lacking, but the third brother's strength is also insufficient. We can only rely on the power of wealth. To the virtual universe, Luo Hua declared somberly. Only there can we discover a path suitable for our rapid enhancement. Hong nodded, affirming, yes, the virtual universe is a vast expanse where countless powerful beings converge. I am confident we will find a path that suits us. I know of a place that is exceptionally conducive to martial cultivation. Luo Hua spoke softly, though it comes at a steep price, and the stronger one is, the higher the cost. Thunder God interjected, third brother, we each received 500 million Qianwu coins. That should suffice, right? Hong inquired curiously, Luo Hua, what is this place? The killing field. In a state of excitement, Luo Hua remarked, here, you can set the kind of opponent you desire. This place is entirely constructed for the purpose of combat. Upon hearing this, Hong and Thunder God's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is it truly that remarkable? The ability to customize opponents? Let us go see for ourselves. I discovered this place earlier, but I refrained from mentioning it due to its exorbitant costs, Luo Hua whispered. Is this the arena of slaughter? The trio stepped into the virtual universe, arriving in a vast hall that was reminiscent of a grand city, though it was sparsely populated. This was Luo Hua's first visit, and he curiously surveyed the opulent architectural decor. How magnificent! Thunder God exclaimed. Fixated on the enormous backdrop of blood droplets within the hall, Hong checked the fees, his lips twitching in disbelief. How could it not be grand? The expenses here are astronomical. As a 9th-tier planetary-level fighter, I must pay 1 million Black Dragon coins daily, or 700 Qianwu coins. Such costs are not feasible for the average individual. That exorbitant? Thunder God exclaimed, his eyes widening. The ability to set diverse opponents for battle, and even to alter the scenery, allowing your adversary to wield the same techniques and secret arts as you. This is akin to having a mentor guiding you directly. How could such a place not be pricey? Luo Hua explained quietly. Hong and Thunder God's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. What a remarkable venue. Let us hasten to the counter and inquire about the process. Thunder God urged eagerly. The trio approached the counter, quickly learning that the arena of slaughter contained numerous corridors, each divided into countless rooms. By linking their bank accounts, they could enter these rooms, with the bank automatically deducting the requisite fees. Quite straightforward, Thunder God remarked. The simpler, the better. After binding their bank cards, each of them entered a separate corridor, stepping into their individual arenas of slaughter. Chapter 064, The Wanderer. Within the arena of slaughter, Luo Hua stood atop a rugged asteroid amidst the vast expanse of stars. A golden tome materialized in his hands, and with a mere glance, he comprehended the foundational rules of this combat space. The arena serves two primary purposes. Firstly, to select a desired opponent for combat, such as Luo Feng, Hong, or Thunder God. Secondly, to configure an adversary with identical physical attributes, consciousness, ultimate techniques, and weaponry, yet with an extensive wealth of combat experience. After reviewing the rules, Luo Hua shook his head subtly, aware as he was of the narrative that the arena's most significant function was not merely these two, but rather the mentorship it provided. With this thought in mind, he instructed, Lightbring, Configure a fourth-tier planetary-level warrior who has grasped a fragment of the laws of spatial origin, capable of flawlessly executing the first two techniques of the Rending Void 7 styles. As for the setting, let it be an arena. Understood, Master. The auxiliary light brain promptly processed the request. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hua reflected on his recent progress. Having nearly grasped a fragment of the laws of spatial origin thanks to the space gem from the Marvel Universe. Yet, he needed a pivotal opportunity to fully transcend that threshold. In an instant, the surrounding environment transformed, revealing an expansive circular arena. Before Luo Hua stood a warrior adorned with Blood Shadow series blades, who gradually approached. Come forth. Let me witness the prowess of a planetary-level warrior who has truly comprehended a fragment of the laws of spatial origin. Luo Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a swift motion, the two engaged, their forms a blur as their blades clashed. In a heartbeat, Luo Hua found himself struck, a wound etched across his chest. He turned to face his unscathed opponent, astonishment flooding his gaze. Thud. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground. Again. Swish. Once more. After nearly 100 exchanges, Luo Hua gradually understood the reason for his overwhelming defeat. I was mistaken. The essence of Rending Void 7 styles lies not in the blade techniques, but in the footwork. His eyes shone brighter, realizing that while previously practicing Rending Void 7 styles, he had sensed a discordance with the laws of spatial origin. Yet without a mentor to guide him, he had adhered rigidly to the prescribed techniques. Now, however, clarity dawned upon him. Indeed, the greatest advantage of the laws of spatial origin is the ability to create phantoms nearly indistinguishable from oneself, akin to the legendary warrior, Grim Reaper Bran, who could summon thousands of illusions in battle, effectively pitting one against a myriad of foes. How foolish I was. I should have realized this long ago. Luo Hua murmured in exhilaration. Previously, he had relied solely on self-discovery, devoid of a mentor's guidance. Babada's experience was limited in this regard, merely introducing him to suitable techniques for cultivation, nearly leading him astray. This exemplifies the pitfalls of lacking a mentor. One is easily misled, straying from the proper path. Onward! Luo Hua exclaimed, invigorated, as he continued his rigorous training within the arena of slaughter. Unlike Hong and Thunder God, Luo Hua dedicated a portion of his time daily to meditation, for his consciousness could not remain indefinitely within his own body. While short-term immersion was feasible, prolonged periods could jeopardize Gary's stability in the Marvel world. After more than half a month, as Luo Feng concluded his dealings with the Norlon Mountain family fleet and subsequent matters on Earth, he summoned Luo Hua and the others to gather at a bar within the virtual universe. Brother, 3 sons. Upon entering the bar, the trio greeted Luo Feng, who was sipping alone. You 3 seem somewhat transformed, Luo Feng noted, taken aback by their appearances. Thunder God chuckled heartily. See? I told you. 3 sons possesses a keen sensitivity, surely capable of noticing the change. I thought I was mistaken, Luo Feng replied curiously. Where have you all been during this time? Hong smiled mysteriously. We ventured to a remarkable place. Luo Feng rolled his eyes and turned to Luo Hua. Hurry, tell me where you went. The arena of slaughter. Luo Hua replied with a grin. The arena of slaughter? Luo Feng queried, perplexed. However, Babada on his shoulder promptly clarified. The arena of slaughter is a specialized training ground for warriors and mentalists. Here, you can select any opponent you desire, be it for group battles or one-on-one duels. Even against domain lords, all your needs can be accommodated, though the expenses are steep. After Luo Feng grasped the concept, he eagerly joined Luo Hua and the others in the arena of slaughter. Subsequently, upon understanding the arena's potential, Luo Feng commenced his own intense training regimen. Notably, during their training in the arena, they encountered Norlon Mountain and engaged in a bout, though the formidable warrior, renowned for his colossal axe, decisively bested Luo Feng and the others. Brother, there exists another area within the arena known as the dual space, which costs only 1/10 of the arena's fees, yet allows for genuine battles against other warriors. Do you wish to partake? Upon exiting the slaughter space, Luo Hua approached Luo Feng, who was conversing with Thunder God. Luo Feng replied with a grin. Previously, our acquaintances, Blem and the others, informed me about this dual space. I intended to share this with you and Hong once you emerged, but it seems you are already aware. I only just discovered it, Luo Hua admitted, scratching his head. At that moment, Hong also emerged from the slaughter space, prompting Luo Feng to inform him about the dual space. To engage in true combat against other warriors? That sounds intriguing. Once the 4 comprehended the rules of the dual space, they eagerly began the application process. The rating system for the dual space ranged from none, 1 star, 2 stars, to 9 stars. The higher the rating, the easier it became to receive battle requests and even engage in cross-tier confrontations. Luo Feng expressed his frustration, stating, I just applied to challenge a first-tier stellar-level psychic master rated at 7 stars, yet the individual completely ignored my request. Thunder God interjected with a glare. I can relate. I challenged a 6-star warrior and received no response whatsoever. Hong scratched his nose and shook his head. I challenged a 9th-tier planetary-level warrior rated at 9 stars, but they set restrictions, allowing only 7-star challengers to engage. Turning to Luo Hua, Luo Feng inquired, what about you? With a grin, Luo Hua replied, Bro, big brother, second brother, your opponents are all highly rated, making rejection inevitable. I applied to face a 3-star, 4th-tier planetary-level opponent, and they have already responded. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng and the others fell silent. Indeed, your little brother is quite clever. Hong chuckled. Let us start from nothing. Once our ratings improve, we 1T struggle to find opponents. Thunder God sighed in resignation. Both Luo Feng and Hong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was their only course of action for now. By the way, what names did you all choose? The battle realm allows for free naming. I am Madman. Luo Feng replied. Hong casually stated, Assassin. Thunder God, with a mischievous grin, declared, I chose War God. Shameless. Both Luo Feng and Hong scoffed, then turned to Luo Hua. Fourth brother, what about you? I am Wanderer. Chapter 065, Invincible Among Peers. Wanderer? The trio of Luo Feng paused in surprise. Thunder God pondered for a moment. Wanderer. Such a name carries profound meaning. In truth, we are all wanderers of the universe, Earth included. Only by truly rising and gaining recognition from cosmic civilizations can we claim our rightful place. Hong spoke solemnly. Luo Feng nodded gravely. Let us strive together. The four exchanged encouraging glances and unified their voices. Let us go. Bro, big brother, second brother, my opponent in the battle realm is urging me. I shall commence. Luo Hua announced before stepping into the battle realm. Within the vast expanse of the battle realm, an immense metallic arena, approximately 10 kilometers in length and width, lay upon an endless grassy plain. Upon his arrival on the arena, Luo Hua beheld a youth with 4 arms and brown skin, standing with his eyes closed. A long blade strapped to his back. Greetings, Luo Hua offered politely. The brown-skinned youth opened his eyes and coldly retorted, after a day of defeats. It seems fitting to vent my frustrations on you, a newcomer. Is that so? As my first opponent, I assure you, your demise will not be overly painful. Luo Hua replied with a calm smile. Humph, quite the bravado. The brown-skinned youth sneered, then, with a swift motion of his toes, surged towards Luo Hua at a speed exceeding dozens of times the sound barrier. Luo Hua's expression remained serene. As the youth approached within 10 meters, he slowly drew his blade. With a swift motion, a flash of light erupted from the blade. The air around Luo Hua distorted as though another shadow were to emerge. Before the brown-skinned youth could react, a gash appeared upon his body, and in a moment, he was cleaved in two, propelled forward by inertia, landing off the arena onto the grassy ground. Victory for Luo Hua in the first battle. Eliminating a 3-star rated planetary-level warrior proved effortless. In truth, even without employing the first form of the Sky Rift 7 styles, victory would have been assured. After exiting the battle realm, Luo Hua contemplated, reflecting on his intense training in the slaughter space. Although his power level had not increased, his combat experience and understanding of the laws had surged significantly, especially after clarifying his direction, allowing him to grasp a thread of the foundational laws of space. It could be said that he now genuinely rivaled the exceptional talents within the universe. A smile crept across Luo Hua's lips as he thought. To comprehend the foundational laws at the planetary level, while I may not yet match the likes of the Grim Reaper brand, I can undoubtedly surpass the majority of other exceptional talents. In the realm of geniuses, the Grim Reaper brand could manifest thousands of illusory forms in an instant, indicating his profound understanding of the foundational laws of space, rivaling even those of domain masters. Yet, Luo Hua could not yet produce a single illusion, highlighting the evident disparity. Master, there is a challenge request. The voice of the auxiliary AI jolted Luo Hua from his thoughts. Surprised, he scanned the details. A challenge from a 9th-tier planetary-level warrior rated at 6 stars? Upon further reflection, he realized that the system could detect each individual's battle power during combat within the battle realm. If a domain or other talents were present, they would be automatically displayed in personal profiles. Except, with an invitation to battle, Luo Hua had no reason to decline. Upon re-entering the battle arena, he found himself facing a youth clad in a tight black robe, adorned with 2 pointed horns upon his forehead. How is it possible you are merely a fourth-tier planetary-level warrior? The black-robed youth frowned, having not thoroughly reviewed the data prior to issuing the challenge, only noticing the mention of a strong domain. However, now facing an opponent who was merely a fourth-tier planetary-level warrior, possessing a domain was already impressive. How could it be deemed exceedingly strong? Luo Hua was also taken aback. Had this opponent issued a challenge without reviewing the data? I see your profile states a strong domain. Show me what a fourth-tier planetary-level domain master can achieve. The black-robed youth said dismissively, eager to engage in a contest of domains with this opponent. Me? Strong domain? Luo Hua chuckled ruefully, realizing that the system had indeed misjudged him. After all, a truly strong domain warrior could dominate opponents of the same tier, even without activating their domain. Previously, while employing the Sky Rift 7 styles, the air's distortion had led the system to mistakenly believe he possessed a domain. Impatient with Luo Hua's hesitation, the black-robed youth urged, "Hurry up. Since you're so eager to battle, I shall oblige." Luo Hua retorted, propelling himself forward at an incredible speed. "Is that all you've got?" The black-robed youth scoffed. Yet, in the next instant, a blinding flash of light from Luo Hua's blade appeared, reaching him in the blink of an eye. The black-robed youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively raised his blade in defense, but the light pierced through his weapon, obliterating his body. Victory for Luo Hua in the second battle. Within the battle realm, combat was swift. It was common to engage in hundreds of battles daily. If one were to lose, most would pause to reflect. However, Luo Hua found each battle to be a breeze, for as a genius of the laws, he was practically invincible among his peers. In the realm of planetary warriors, possessing a domain was already a rarity, let alone someone like Luo Hua, who had grasped the foundational laws. Thus, with each successive battle, Luo Hua's rating soared rapidly, and within just a few dozen encounters, he ascended to 7 stars. His challengers ranged from 9th-tier planetary warriors to 9th-tier psychic masters, all rated at 9 stars. Yet, regardless of the opponent, a single strike from Luo Hua sufficed. No one had forced him to draw a second blade. Consequently, even the system could not determine whether Luo Hua was a warrior with a strong domain or a genius who had comprehended the foundational laws. In less than half an hour, Luo Hua's rating elevated to 8 stars. This meteoric rise caught the attention of some true masters. However, even warriors with domains at the 9th tier could not withstand the might of Luo Hua's strike. 2 hours later, Luo Hua rested in the slaughter hall when soon after, Hong and Thunder God appeared in succession. "Fourth brother, why are you back so early?" they inquired upon seeing Luo Hua. "No one challenged me." Luo Hua replied with a hint of resignation. Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances, astonished. "No one challenged you? That can't be right. With your strength, it should be impossible." They both assumed Luo Hua's low rating was the reason for the lack of challengers. "Here, check my profile." Quickly, Hong and Thunder God scanned the details. Luo Hua, a 4th-tier planetary-level warrior, 30 wins and 0 losses, rated at 9 stars, possessing a strong domain, and invincible among peers. "What? Luo Hua, you are invincible among your peers." Thunder God's eyes nearly bulged from his head. Hong was utterly astonished as he gazed at Luo Hua, unable to restrain himself from inquiring, "Luo Hua, have you attained a domain?" "The system has made an erroneous judgment. I am still in the realm of intent, far from achieving a domain." Luo Hua hastily shook his head in response. "That cannot be. The system of the killing space possesses intelligence." Thunder God swiftly accessed Luo Hua's battle records and, upon glancing at them, exclaimed, "Goodness, Luo Hua, you have even vanquished a planetary-level 9th-tier mentalist who possesses a domain?" Luo Hua blinked innocently and shrugged, saying, "Thus, no one dares to challenge me now." Chapter 066, Baba Ta's exclamation. A moment later, Luo Feng emerged from the decisive battle space, looking dissatisfied at Thunder God. "Second brother, I haven't had my fill of fighting yet, and you've summoned me out?" However, he soon noticed the expressions on Hong and Thunder God's faces and inquired, "What is the matter with you? Ask your younger brother." Thunder God couldn't help but reply, "Luo Feng, your younger brother is quite formidable." Hong remarked with admiration. Luo Feng turned his gaze towards Luo Hua. "Brother, the system has given me an evaluation of invincibility at the same tier. I do not know how this has come to pass." Luo Hua expressed helplessly, "Invincible at the same tier?" Luo Feng was taken aback. Baba Ta, having reviewed Luo Hua's personal data, excitedly waved his fists, exclaiming, "Luo Hua, have you comprehended the laws of spatial origin?" Upon hearing this, Luo Feng quickly checked Luo Hua's battle video and soon discovered that Luo Hua's technique with the blade was unlike before. Not only was it swift, but it seemed to merge perfectly with the surrounding space, rendering it irresistible. At this moment, Luo Hua humbly stated. I have only grasped a hint of the laws of spatial origin for a short while. Good. Excellent. Luo Hua, splendid work. Luo Feng exclaimed with exhilaration. Baba Ta had previously informed him of the immense difficulty associated with comprehending spatial laws at the planetary level. Moreover, even after seizing the golden horned giant beast, he had yet to sense the laws of gold's origin, despite the fact that the golden horned giant was exceptionally gifted in this regard. Not to mention it was a stellar-level entity. Meanwhile, Hong and Thunder God appeared puzzled. Luo Feng, what are the laws of origin? Baba Ta promptly explained. Wait. Under normal circumstances, one must reach the 9th level of a domain to sense the laws? After hearing the explanation, Thunder God widened his eyes. Luo Hua. This is too monstrous. Indeed monstrous. Hong could not help but agree, as both he and Thunder God understood the formidable challenges associated with advancing a level within a domain. Not merely monstrous, but among the countless races in the universe, very few can comprehend the laws of origin at the planetary level. Baba Ta gazed at Luo Hua with deep admiration. I initially thought your ability to sense the laws of space was remarkable, but to think you have grasped even a fragment of it. Sensing the laws signifies touching upon that door, while comprehending the laws indicates having crossed the threshold. The disparity between the two is vast. Just as Luo Hua was about to speak, someone applied for a challenge, a stellar-level first-tier mentalist, rated at 9 stars. What is the matter? Luo Feng noticed Luo Hua's reaction. Luo Hua hurriedly said, Brother, someone has issued a challenge. It is a stellar-level first-tier mentalist, and I am contemplating whether to accept. Before Luo Feng could respond, Baba Ta exclaimed, Accept it. Why not? You are already invincible at the same tier. Fighting these individuals will not aid your growth. Only by facing opponents above your level can you progress. Yes, Baba Ta is correct. Go ahead and accept, Luo Feng concurred. Luo Hua nodded and was soon transported to the decisive battle arena. As soon as Luo Hua departed, Baba Ta remarked wistfully, Luo Feng, your brother is likely to be snatched away soon. What do you mean? Luo Feng queried, puzzled, while Hong and Thunder God also turned to listen. A super genius who can comprehend the laws of space at the planetary level will undoubtedly attract the attention of the 5 great powers. Just watch. Your brother has already caught the notice of those major factions. Baba Ta's tone was somber. Previously, he had felt a surge of excitement and pride for having taken on such a super genius, but now, witnessing Luo Hua's astonishing performance, he realized he must let go. Luo Feng's eyes brightened. This is a good thing. Indeed, a good thing. Thunder God nodded in agreement. Hong quietly remarked, If Luo Hua can be favored by a major power, then Earth will gain an additional layer of protection. Norlon Mountain will no longer dare to be arrogant. Luo Feng and Thunder God both nodded. Indeed, seeking protection during times of weakness is quite natural, including the prior purchase of Earth, which was aided by the might of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. In an inconspicuous corner of the killing hall, a green-skinned elder inquired, Is everything arranged? Sir, everything is in order, and Luo Hua has accepted the challenge, a robust man replied respectfully. The green-skinned elder was none other than Man Luo, the head of the killing hall on Black Dragon Mountain Island. When the system's intelligent evaluation deemed Luo Hua invincible at the same tier, he had taken notice of him. After reviewing the battle videos, a storm of emotions surged within him. Luo Hua's battles were incredibly swift, and each was executed with remarkable ease, leading the system's intelligence to fail to accurately assess that Luo Hua was a genius who had comprehended the laws of origin. Yet, Man Luo could see it at a glance. However, the fact that someone could grasp the laws of space at the planetary level was astonishing, especially in such a remote star domain as Black Dragon Mountain, where such occurrences were virtually impossible. Therefore, he had specifically arranged for a stellar-level elite to challenge Luo Hua. I hope I am not mistaken. A flicker of anticipation, even tinged with trepidation, danced in Man Luo's murky eyes. After all, a genius of laws at the planetary level is even rarer than one at the stellar level, leaving him no choice but to take it seriously. In the decisive battle space, upon the metallic arena, the white-clad youth remarked, Achieving an invincible evaluation at the same tier as a 4th-tier planetary level is quite impressive. His gaze was cold, and internally he mused, Lord Man Luo has personally sent me to test this opponent. It seems he holds this individual in utmost regard. One must understand that he was among the elite, typically not required to take action when probing opponents. Thank you. Luo Hua responded with a polite smile. The white-robed youth revealed a hint of a smile. You are quite courteous. Very well. I will show you some leniency in our match. I am a mentalist. Should I engage, you will have no chance, so make your move. Let me see if the evaluation of invincibility at the same tier is truly deserved. Without hesitation, as soon as the white-robed youth finished speaking, Luo Hua sprang into action. With a resounding boom, propelled by supersonic speed, he rapidly charged toward the white-robed youth. Explosive sounds of sonic booms trailing behind him. Too slow. The white-robed youth shook his head repeatedly, dismissing Luo Hua's speed as insufficient to close the distance. However, since his intent was to probe, he refrained from countering. At a distance of several dozen meters from the white-robed youth, Luo Hua unleashed his blade. In an instant, a flash of blinding light appeared, almost reaching the white-robed youth in the blink of an eye. Interesting. The white-robed youth's eyes brightened, and his body erupted with a wave of earthy yellow energy, which enveloped him, causing the blade's light to slow down. Simultaneously, the circular platform beneath his feet rapidly launched a barrage of smooth, sharp blades, coalescing into a serrated edge that shattered the blade light and hurtled towards Luo Hua. It's blocked. Luo Hua's pupils contracted. It was the first time someone had managed to intercept and shatter his initial blade technique. Boom. The speed of the serrated blades was astonishing, leaving Luo Hua no time to evade. Suppressing the thoughts racing through his mind, he quickly raised his blade to execute the first form of the Le Kong Chi Shu, sky-splitting 7 styles, once more. Boom. The clash between the blade light and the serrated edge reverberated, and Luo Hua felt an immense gravitational force akin to a mountain bearing down on his arm, causing his body to stagger back several meters before he could regain his footing. If this is all the strength you possess, then I am truly disappointed, the white-robed youth remarked coolly. Whoosh. The serrated blades transformed into a streak of light and charged at him once again. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 successive impacts, Luo Hua felt as though his entire arm was on the verge of giving out. Ah, splendid. You are the first to compel me to draw upon my second blade. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hua's aura shifted dramatically. Chapter 067. The Contest for Supremacy. As Luo Hua executed his second strike, the distortion of the surrounding space became increasingly pronounced, a phantom seemingly on the verge of materialization, resembling 2 figures intricately overlapping. The previously calm and composed young man in white robes suddenly changed countenance. He hastily commanded his psychic weapon to bombard Luo Hua. However, in the next moment, a figure darted along the curvature of space, appearing beside the young man in white with terrifying speed in the blink of an eye. With a swift flash of the blade, the astonished expression on the young man's face froze in place. The serrated psychic weapon clattered to the ground as a blood-stained gash appeared on his body. Luo Hua emerged victorious. In a corner of the slaughter hall, the green-skinned elder, Man Luo, abruptly stood up, his murky gaze brimming with uncontrollable excitement. He had never anticipated that in this remote star domain of Black Dragon Mountain, he would discover a super genius who comprehended the laws of space at the planetary level. Ha! Man Luo was elated. As the overseer of the slaughter arena, he bore the responsibility of unearthing talents, and a super genius far surpassing a B-level elite was bound to earn him substantial rewards from the Virtual Universe Company. More importantly, if he could forge a connection with such a super genius at an early stage, the benefits upon the latter's rise to greatness would be unimaginable. Just the thought of it filled Man Luo with fervor. Inu. With a summons, a burly man immediately appeared before Man Luo. My lord, what are your orders? The robust man inquired respectfully. That Luo Hua has had a grievance with Nuo Lanshan of the Giant Axe Martial Arena. Go and annihilate the Nuo Lanshan family. Man Luo instructed casually. The burly man nodded vigorously. Yes, my lord. Simultaneously, various powerful factions monitoring Luo Hua's battle sprang into action. Fully aware that a super genius who grasped the laws of space at the planetary level was destined for limitless achievements, provided he did not fall midway. Quick! Hurry to invite Luo Hua and his friends to the meditation chamber. We must act swiftly and not allow the martial arena to seize him first. Ha! Our cosmic first galaxy bank is affluent. We shall not be outdone in securing this super genius. In a flurry, the major powers dispatched envoys to invite Luo Hua and Luo Feng, among others. Other factions, such as the Qianwu Dojo, White Tiger Tower, and 3X Mountain, could only lament their fate, fully aware that they could not compete with the 5 great powers. Unbeknownst to Luo Hua, his recent battle had stirred a tremendous uproar. He remained in the slaughter hall, meticulously reflecting on the encounter. That young man in white was undoubtedly at the 5th level of the domain. Even during my sparring with my elder brother Hong, I could not sense such oppressive power. Yet, though the 5th domain level is formidable, it regrettably pales in comparison to the genius of the source laws. Luo Hua pondered earnestly. Babata's words rang true. Engaging in battles beyond one's level indeed illuminated many of his shortcomings. For instance, Had the opponent not deliberately shown mercy, he would have never had the opportunity to unleash his second strike. Conversely, if he had been more experienced and executed his second strike at the very onset, the young man in white would have had no means to retaliate, for the second strike had already summoned forth all the space laws he comprehended. Of course, had he attempted the second strike before entering the slaughter arena, he might not have even stood a chance against the young man in white, as he would have been unable to close the distance. However, after gaining insights within the slaughter arena, he had placed greater emphasis on his movement techniques, allowing the second strike to erupt with such unfathomable speed. Nevertheless, this battle would surely attract the attention of several factions, Luo Feng mused with a faint smile. Being well-versed in the unfolding narrative, he understood that many powers within the slaughter arena sought to discover talents. During his initial confrontation, he had deliberately showcased his capabilities to capture the attention of these great forces, for only in doing so could he rapidly augment his strength. After all, possessing something as invaluable as the infinite gem, he faced no issues with comprehension. His only constraint lay in his physical lineage. At that moment, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God suddenly emerged from the decisive battle space. "Brother, why are you all out so soon?" Luo Hua inquired in astonishment. Luo Feng, equally puzzled, asked Babada, "Why did you call us out?" Both Hong and Thunder God wore expressions of confusion. "You shall soon find out," Babada responded, gazing at Luo Hua. Shortly thereafter, a green-skinned elder approached them. Luo Feng and the others felt a rush of apprehension. This elder had a modest reputation within the slaughter arena, and when Luo Feng first arrived, Hong and Thunder God had even discussed him, only for the elder to overhear. "Greetings, are you all from Earth?" Man Luo approached with a smile, striving to appear amiable. Luo Feng's heart sank. "And you are?" "Hee. I am aware of your grievances with the Nuo Lanshan family, so I have already dispatched someone to eradicate them," Man Luo replied with a grin. "Eradicate the Nuo Lanshan family?" Luo Feng and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Man Luo continued, "I have been observing you since you entered the slaughter arena." At this point, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he quickly added, "Dear friends, it's not convenient to converse here. Let us proceed to the meditation chamber." The four, still somewhat dazed, followed Man Luo toward the meditation chamber. As they departed the slaughter hall, numerous envoys from various factions surged forward, their eyes scanning the vicinity, drawing the attention of many onlookers. "Where are they? Didn't they say they often rest in the hall? Could they still be in the decisive battle arena? Their profiles indicate they are resting." Many murmured among themselves. But they swiftly received word that Luo Feng and his companions had accompanied Man Luo to the meditation chamber. Damn, the virtual universe company has once again taken the lead. Man Luo's swift actions provoked frustration among the major powers leaders at the Black Dragon Mountain slaughter arena. This super genius cannot be allowed to slip through Man Luo's fingers. After a moment of gritting their teeth, the heads of the five great powers shamelessly made their way to the meditation chamber. However, Man Luo had already instructed his subordinates to stand guard outside the meditation chamber, effectively barring the entrance to the arriving leaders. Inside the meditation chamber, isolated from all external clamor, one could peacefully engage in introspection and cultivation. However, due to the exorbitant costs, typically only significant figures could afford a meditation chamber. Luo Feng and his companions felt somewhat dazed. While Luo Hua had his suspicions, he had not anticipated that Man Luo would personally invite them. After all, Man Luo was an immortal powerhouse. To receive an invitation from such a prominent figure was an honor indeed. "Greetings, my lord. I apologize for any previous disrespect. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Upon Babada's transmission regarding Man Luo's status as an immortal powerhouse, Luo Feng quickly snapped to attention, bowing respectfully. Luo Hua Hong and Thunder God followed suit, hastily offering their salutations. Man Luo waved his hand with a smile, saying, "I have come for Luo Hua." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng and the others immediately grasped the situation. Previously, Babada had mentioned that Luo Hua's remarkable talent would attract the attention of major powers. Little did they expect it to happen so swiftly. "My lord, should we step aside?" Luo Feng inquired respectfully. In the presence of a strong individual, respect was the most fundamental courtesy in the universe. "No need," Man Luo replied with a benevolent smile. "Luo Hua's talent is truly astonishing. I presume you, as his friends, are somewhat aware of it as well. Of course, you three are not without merit, especially you, Hong. If I am not mistaken, you have recently entered the third level of the domain." Hong felt a jolt of surprise. He had only just recently achieved the third level. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Man Luo, the head of the Qianwu division of the virtual universe company stationed at Black Dragon Mountain." You may refer to me as Lord Man Luo, the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng and his companions were utterly astonished, realizing they were in the presence of one of the 5 great powers of the universe. Luo Hua had long suspected that Man Luo was affiliated with the Virtual Universe Company, yet he feigned shock on his face. Subsequently, Man Luo tirelessly elucidated the hierarchy of bloodlines and articulated the generous benefits that the virtual universe offers to prodigies. Originally, this exposition was meant to be delivered by Ming Yu, but due to Luo Hua's demeanor, Man Luo took it upon himself to elaborate. You should contemplate this matter. However, I personally fervently hope that you, Luo Hua, will join the Virtual Universe Company. With your astonishing talent, you would undoubtedly receive exceptional training. Although Man Luo was quite eager, he managed to remain composed, for this was a super genius. Should his impatience lead to a missed opportunity, he would deeply regret it. By the way, it would be best for you to exit directly through consciousness. If I am not mistaken, there are likely many waiting outside, and I do not wish for them to disturb you. Upon hearing Man Luo's words, Luo Feng and the others did not hesitate and promptly exited the virtual universe. On Earth, at the Westlake Castle in Yangzhou City, Luo Feng and his companions swiftly gathered on the rooftop. After resolving the situation with the Nuo Shanlan's main fleet, Luo Hua and the others had returned to Earth, spending the past few days cultivating within the castle. I never expected our bloodline rank to be the lowest tier, the 9th, Hong lamented. Indeed, yet we can still break through, Thunder God replied, shaking his head. What intrigues me, however, is whether the bloodline evolution agent is truly as miraculous as claimed. Suddenly, Babata projected himself from the wristwatch space, observing Thunder God with an expression of incredulity. Foolishness. That is the Virtual Universe Company, and Man Luo is an immortal powerhouse. Would he deceive you mere children? The only reason he granted you time to ponder was out of respect for Luo Hua. Luo Hua coughed. My brother and the others are quite remarkable too. Luo Hua, there's no need for explanation. We understand, Hong said solemnly. Brother, what have you decided? Luo Hua shifted the topic, inquiring whether they intended to join. Babata raised his fist and exclaimed, Join? Of course we must. The Virtual Universe Company is one of the 5 great powers, and countless individuals are eager to join. Luo Feng exchanged glances with Hong and Thunder God, then smiled. Joining is a certainty, but we plan to be external members for a bit more freedom. Luo Hua had anticipated this choice from them and quickly added, Brother, I want to be an external member too. Luo Hua, have you lost your mind? Babata snapped, somewhat exasperated. Yes, external members enjoy more freedom, but the resources and training are minimal. Even the exceedingly precious bloodline evolution agent must be purchased at your own expense. With your extraordinary talent, once you become an internal member, you could swiftly ascend to the core ranks, the very heart of the virtual universe. Even my master was not qualified to enter back in the day. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's expression turned serious. Luo Hua, Babata is correct, you're not like us. Since your talent is so exceptional, it should not be squandered. Hong and Thunder God urged him as well. All right, brother, I will heed your advice, Luo Hua acquiesced, inwardly resolved to join the internal ranks, aware of the extreme nurturing that the Virtual Universe Company provides for geniuses. After their discussion, the 4 wasted no time and re-entered the slaughter arena. Upon learning of Luo Hua's agreement, Man Luo was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. After all, this was a super genius he had discovered himself. Once the Virtual Universe headquarters confirmed his status, he would truly be considered Luo Hua's guide. Upon receiving this news, other factions could only sigh in resignation. In the northern region of the Bailan Star, in the extreme cold zone, Man Luo acted swiftly, notifying the Qianwu branch on the same day to send the bloodline evolution agents to Bailan Star. The process would require 3 days, during which Luo Feng and his companions took a spaceship, departing Earth for Bailan Star. 3 days later, in the evening, a spaceship adorned with the Virtual Universe Company's emblem bypassed the docking bay and landed at the warehouse base, where Luo Feng and Luo Hua resided. 4 individuals clad in black combat attire emerged, each carrying different metallic cases. After confirming the identities of Luo Feng and his companions, they handed over the cases. Let us head to the quiet room, Luo Feng whispered. Haha, I can hardly contain myself. Thunder God exclaimed with excitement. Luo Hua too felt a sense of impatience. His was the highest grade bloodline evolution agent, which, according to Man Luo, could undoubtedly propel him to the stellar level, a milestone he had eagerly anticipated. Upon entering the training quiet room, Luo Hua took a deep breath and opened the metallic case to reveal a syringe-like vial of colorful evolution agent. Removing the cap from the syringe, he swiftly injected it into his skin. The vibrant liquid surged into his cellular structure, voraciously consuming every cell in his body. And an immense pain radiated through his mind. Hiss! Luo Hua gasped, hastily stuffing a nearby towel into his mouth, gritting his teeth tightly. This is excruciating. He curled up, his body trembling. An hour later, the effects of the evolution agent gradually subsided, and Luo Hua lay on the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. His hair damp as if freshly washed. So exhausting. My entire body feels like it's falling apart. At that moment, he wished to think of nothing else. Luo Hua, quickly use the Muya crystal. The absorption effect is optimal now. A voice of mental energy resonated. Regaining his focus, Luo Hua sat up, retrieved the Muya crystal, and began to absorb its energy. As he did, an immense surge of life energy flooded into his cells, which were in a state of hunger after the recent ordeal. 1 hour passed. 2 hours. A day went by, and Luo Hua consumed the Muya crystal entirely before taking out another to continue his absorption. As a substantial amount of life energy flowed in, tiny planets began to coalesce within his dantian, each rotating swiftly and absorbing vast quantities of energy. Another day passed, and the miniature planets in Luo Hua's dantian had multiplied to 9. Boom. It felt as if his very soul trembled. And a wave of energy surged from the depths of his cells into the dantian, causing the 9 miniature planets to collide violently. The following day, Luo Hua slowly opened his eyes, excitement glimmering in the depths of his pupils. At last, I have reached the stellar level. When the 9 miniature planets in his dantian fused into a singular star, Luo Hua had already made the breakthrough. However, a peculiar energy enveloped him from his consciousness, inducing subtle changes to the surface of the newly formed microstar and deepening the gray patterns in his skin, adding a faint black line as well. This transformation took half a day. The leap from planetary to stellar level signifies a fundamental transformation in life essence. Not only had his genes undergone a transition, and his body grown stronger, but the strength of his consciousness had also significantly increased. After attuning to his newfound changes, Luo Hua took a deep breath and retrieved the spirit of plant and wood from his wristwatch space. Now that I am at the stellar level, I hope it brings me some surprises. After murmuring this, Luo Hua enveloped the spirit of plant and wood with his mental energy and traversed through dimensions. In the Marvel Universe, at the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve in New York, within the research laboratory, as an unseen energy descended, the surrounding space began to warp slightly. Gary, seated in a meditative position, suddenly found a brown object resembling tree roots materializing before him. Almost simultaneously, Gary's tightly shut eyes sprang open, and a tremendous aura emanated from him, though it quickly dissipated. However, when his gaze fell upon the spirit of plant and wood before him, excitement and joy sparkled in his eyes. Ha! I knew it. I must have brought something back with me. At that moment, Gary could no longer contain his exuberant laughter. The ability to traverse and carry objects from the devouring world meant he could forego the sluggish practice of guiding techniques to enhance his strength. The only lingering question was how much and how large of an object he could transport. Contemplating this, Gary once again traversed back. After several back-and-forth trips, his complexion began to pale, and he appeared increasingly lethargic. He had not anticipated that a stellar-level consciousness could only bear the weight of a single spirit of flora. Any more would severely deplete his mental energy. Gazing at a wood essence crystal and 3 spirits of flora before him, he gasped for breath, realizing that merely bringing back an additional spirit had nearly exhausted his mental reserves. After resting for a while, Gary regained some of his mental strength. Regardless, this experiment was undoubtedly excellent news for him. With the training resources from the devouring world, he could expedite his ascent to stellar level, ensuring that when he comprehended the laws, he would not frequently be interrupted by energy depletion. Gary mused quietly. Moreover, during his previous traversals, he had discovered that he could multitask by controlling another identity to perform simple actions, such as eating and sleeping, without significantly affecting his energy. It felt as though he had issued straightforward commands to this other self. This newfound ability would allow him to allocate his time more effectively on both fronts. After resting in the compartment for a while longer and fully recovering his mental strength, he finally rose and exited the research laboratory. Bang, bang, bang. As he passed the underground training facility, Gary heard the muffled sounds of heavy impacts. Fury, are you not busy today? He greeted, spotting Fury, drenched in sweat and bare-chested. Since Fury had joined the department, he had begun to reorganize all the agent members, even scrutinizing the cafeteria staff from head to toe, ensuring the integrity of each individual before updating their records. In addition to this, he actively collaborated with the CIA, dispatching covert agents to the Soviet Union to infiltrate the Red Room's espionage organization, hoping to uncover the reasons behind their theft of the Infinity Stones. One could say that since Fury's arrival, the Strategic Science Department finally resembled an intelligence agency. Gary, even if you don't greet me, I want to overlook the fact that there's another minister in the department. Fury retorted with a hint of annoyance. After becoming the deputy minister, he realized why the department members seemed so idle, which was purely due to the presence of a laid-back minister. Gary, unfazed, approached him, saying, "Fury, I'm grateful for your assistance. It proves that my initial invitation was indeed prudent." Fury scoffed before addressing the main topic. "Gary, our infiltration into the Soviet Red Room has begun to show results. According to reports from our undercover agents, Hydra has not been entirely eradicated. After Schmidt's demise, they began covert collaboration with the Soviets to manufacture a mysterious serum for cultivating super soldiers." "Oh, do we have a detailed plan?" Gary inquired, raising an eyebrow. He was well aware that Hydra had not been completely eliminated, especially considering that Dr. Zola within their department was a key figure. He refrained from mentioning this to Fury to avoid alarming him. Fury shook his head, stating, "Our undercover agents have just completed their infiltration. We cannot afford to make any major moves. The information we've obtained isn't much of a secret within the Red Room. My only concern is that once they successfully cultivate super soldiers, we will be entirely on the defensive." "What do you intend to do?" Gary asked. Fury glanced at him and smiled. "Gary, you know me well. From the moment we met, I realized you are not one to be passive." Gary shrugged. It was evident from Fury's ability to galvanize the Avengers that he preferred to take the offensive. Fury laughed heartily, patting Gary on the shoulder. "I plan to take a trip to the Soviet Union. As an ancient Chinese saying goes, without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? Since the Soviets are secretly collaborating with Hydra, they are bound to expose something." "You're going in person?" Gary frowned. "Rest assured, I will leave matters here to Carter. She is more adept at handling intelligence than I am," Fury replied with a smile. Gary pondered, "Given your current strength, you should be capable of dealing with enemies, but do exercise caution. Although Schmidt is gone, he left behind plenty of valuable assets." "All right, I understand," Fury nodded, then added, "Even if I find myself in danger, I trust you would come to my rescue, right?" Gary rolled his eyes. "That is hardly guaranteed." After exchanging a few more words, Gary parted ways with Fury, who had been training in the underground facility, merely waiting for him to emerge. After replenishing his energy in the cafeteria, Gary returned to the resting compartment. Soon, he was once again immersed in the laws of spatial origins. With a significant enhancement in consciousness strength, Gary distinctly felt that comprehending the laws of spatial origin had become considerably easier. If previously his perception had been passive, now his consciousness was actively engaging in the understanding. Chapter 070, Conducting Assessments. Devouring World. On Blandstar, within the training chamber, Luo Hua slowly opened his eyes. He could now distinctly sense the situation concerning Gary and could simultaneously manipulate Gary's cultivation and comprehension of spatial laws, akin to possessing the ability to create a doppelganger. Similar to Luo Feng, breaking through to the stellar level had resolved a significant dilemma, but he wondered if there would be further changes upon reaching the cosmic level. Luo Hua contemplated quietly. In the past, during his consciousness traversals, he had always been concerned about the safety of his other identity, which forced him to frequently shuttle back and forth. However, now he had no such worries. Should he encounter an attack or danger, he could immediately sense it and instantaneously traverse to the other identity. Of course, if faced with an insurmountable threat, he could also choose to abandon one identity. At present, there were two pressing priorities. The first was to swiftly elevate Gary's strength, at least to the stellar level. The second was to amass a substantial fortune. With this thought, Luo Hua rose from the training chamber. Since he could transport items while traversing, having training resources was indispensable, and to purchase these resources, he needed a significant amount of money. Currently, his funds and training resources were provided by Luo Feng, but he felt guilty about continuously utilizing them for free. Moreover, as his strength grew, the required resources would only increase, and he could not indefinitely rely on Luo Feng's training resources. Thus, earning money was of utmost necessity. Fourth brother. As he exited the training chamber, the voices of Hong and Thor echoed from a distance. Coming. Luo Hua stepped forward, his body soaring like a flash of light. Swiftly arriving beside Hong and Thor, who were already present. Luo Hua, we've been waiting for you, Luo Feng greeted with a smile. Indeed. You've also broken through to the stellar level. Impressive. The SS-level bloodline evolution agent is indeed remarkable. You've transitioned from below the 4th tier of planetary level to the 1st tier of stellar level. Haven to you? Thor inquired. Luo Hua nodded, recalling that initially, Manlo had intended to apply for the SSS-level bloodline evolution agent, but the process required confirmation from headquarters, which could take 2 to 3 months just to ascertain whether he was a super genius. Consequently, Luo Hua opted for the SS level instead. As a super genius, it's only natural to receive some preferential treatment, Hong teased with a smile. Luo Hua was left speechless. Big brother, when did you learn to jest? It's all because I've spent too much time with second brother. I've been influenced. Luo Feng retorted, having recently endured much teasing from Hong, who insisted he needed to work harder, otherwise his younger brothers would surpass him. The four of them chatted cheerfully for a while, when Thor suddenly spoke with seriousness. Sanzi, fourth brother, both I and big brother are contemplating applying for the Cosmic Internship Mercenary Assessment. What do you think? Manluo had previously mentioned to them that remaining in the slaughter arena would not foster improvement. Only through life and death trials could one accelerate their evolution. When are you planning to set off? Luo Feng felt an overwhelming desire for adventure, and thus, without hesitation, he agreed. The sooner, the better, Thor exclaimed, turning his gaze towards Luo Hua. And you, fourth brother? Luo Hua shrugged. Naturally, I will join as well. Luo Feng frowned. Luo Hua, Manluo has already said that your talent is extraordinary. You could undoubtedly join the core team of the Virtual Universe Company. There is no need to accompany us into such perilous adventures. Indeed, the core team of the Virtual Universe Company must have specialized programs for nurturing talents. Luo Hua, you shouldn't partake in the Cosmic Internship Mercenary Assessment. It's far too dangerous, Hong and Thor also urged. Luo Hua smiled lightly. Master Manluo mentioned that it would take at least 2 to 3 months for the headquarters to send someone for assessment and verification. That duration is ample for me to engage in life and death adventures with you. Furthermore, I am currently at the first level of the stellar rank. You should all know that a genius of the laws is invincible at the same rank. Hence, the Cosmic Internship Mercenary Assessment poses no pressure or danger for me. The trio was momentarily taken aback. A law genius of the stellar rank is indeed unparalleled at the same level. However, they felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Let us first check the virtual universe for any precautions regarding the Cosmic Internship Mercenary Assessment. If it truly seems overly perilous, Luo Hua, it would be best if you refrain from going. Thor couldn't help but suggest. All right, Luo Hua nodded, well aware of the narrative. Knowing that this assessment would yield a significant fortune for Luo Feng and the others, which was precisely his objective. In the virtual universe, at the Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay. After inquiring about the precautions for the Cosmic Internship Mercenary Assessment, Luo Feng and the others realized that the most dangerous aspect of the assessment was, in fact, the other participants. Human nature is the hardest to gauge, Hong murmured. Fortunately, we have 2 servants. Luo Feng had purchased numerous servants during their journey, including 2 outstanding stellar-level 9th-tier warriors and a psychic master. Thor chuckled heartily. We have 2 formidable helpers, plus Luo Hua, who is an invincible genius at the same rank. With such double insurance, we should face no issues on this expedition. Indeed, with Luo Hua alongside us, we certainly need not form teams with others, Hong also remarked with a smile. Yet, Luo Feng cautiously inquired, Luo Hua, do you feel confident in confronting a stellar-level 9th-tier psychic master? After all, Luo Hua had just recently broken through. Rest assured, brother, even if faced with a 9th-tier psychic master possessing a domain, I can manage unless the latter's domain level is exceedingly high, Luo Hua confidently replied. Although he had merely begun to grasp the principles of spatial origins and couldn't yet unleash his illusionary form, the explosive power of a law genius was indeed formidable, rendering him more than capable of overpowering opponents of the same rank. Those with high domains generally wouldn't participate in such internship assessments. Both Hong and Thor felt reassured after hearing this. However, Luo Feng still harbored concerns for Luo Hua's safety. Yet Babata communicated telepathically, Luo Feng, do not forget your brother's spatial illusionary form talent. In the face of danger, he is even safer than you. Luo Feng's eyes brightened, allowing him to finally relax. 10 days later, the group of 6 arrived at the station of the Cholong Star Universe Mercenary Alliance, a location comparable in size to a city. So many people, Thor remarked, somewhat speechless, as they observed the bustling crowd. Most were there to register as cosmic adventurers, and the actual participants in the internship mercenary assessment were relatively few. Hong commented slowly, having researched the information beforehand. Luo Feng and Luo Hua nodded in agreement. Upon entering, the 6 of them queued to register. They needed to enter the realm of Kanglan Star, obtain 3 wind hornstones and a single horn from a unihorn iron rhino, and submit these to the Cosmic Alliance staff at the exit to complete the task and become qualified internship cosmic mercenaries. After reading the task details, the six boarded a spaceship and departed Chilong Star, heading towards Kanglan Star. Kanglan Star was a water-blue planet, appearing as beautiful as Earth, and their mission world was the Thunder World. The Thunder World was situated within a villa in Thunder City. When the six arrived, they encountered other factions participating in the assessment, but since they were unfamiliar, they exchanged no greetings and proceeded to the second floor of the villa. A woman in charge of the entrance saw Luo Feng and the others and coldly opened a door, saying, "Go in, this is the Thunder World." Luo Hua gazed at the shimmering light resembling bubbles within the door, excitement gleaming in his eyes. For he was aware that the Thunder World concealed many treasures left behind by the Thunder Realm Master. Chapter 071, Carter's Expectations. In the Thunder World, time shifted. It was daylight before they entered, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned to night. As soon as they stepped into the Thunder World, Luo Feng, Luo Hua, Hong, Thor, and the two servants, Iron Manha and Ao Gu, plummeted at an astonishing speed. By the time they attempted to control their internal miniature stars to alter their gravitational pull, it was already too late. Thud, thud, thud. With six muffled sounds, the six crashed onto the ground. The gravity here was approximately 3,900 times that of Earth. The fall was indeed painful. Luo Hua stood up and surveyed the surroundings. With his keen sight, he could naturally see clearly in the dark. It really hurts. The others managed to stand as well. Thor brushed the sand off his clothes, noting the desert surrounding them. When we fell, we only created a small pit. Hong stated gravely, the entire world is forged from cosmic origin energy by the Realm Masters. The foundation of this Realm Master world is cosmic crystal. The soil, sand, rocks, and mountains are influenced by cosmic origin energy, making them somewhat special compared to external matter. Luo Hua nodded. Indeed rather unique. Each grain of sand is quite heavy. By the way, brother, do you think there are cosmic crystals underground here? Hong chuckled while shaking his head. This Thunder World has existed for countless years. If there were cosmic crystals, the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance would have already excavated them. They wouldn't be left for us. Haha, Luo Hua, why not try digging? You might just find a cosmic crystal. Thor jested. Luo Hua replied with a grin. If there truly are cosmic crystals, wouldn't you dig, second brother? Of course I would. Thor replied without a hint of shame. A single cosmic crystal could yield 1,000 cosmic coins, and one cosmic coin could be exchanged for over 3,000 Qianwu coins, a substantial fortune. Why wouldn't you dig? Luo Feng interjected. All right, enough with the wild thoughts. The chances of finding cosmic crystals here are slim. Let us focus on completing our task first. With that, the six proceeded towards the nearest Yaiwa Lake, following the directions marked on their map. On their journey, apart from encountering a deadly sandstorm once, they faced no other dangers. Thanks to Babata's probe from the ship on Yuma Star, they successfully avoided many ferocious beasts and other teams, easily reaching the vicinity of Yaiwa Lake. Yaiwa Lake frequently attracted gatherings of unicorn iron rhinos, and the horn from the unicorn iron rhino was one of their task objectives. The six patiently waited for 6 days before finally spotting a herd of unicorn iron rhinos. However, as per the original narrative, a team from the 9th Prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire soon appeared near the herd. Damn it, after waiting so long, it ends up benefiting a spoiled brat. Thor cursed, who wouldn't he be a spoiled child with 9 stellar level 9th tier guardians? Luo Hua chuckled, it may not be a bad thing. That herd consists of 21 unicorn iron rhinos. We certainly cannot handle them alone. If they engage first, it's likely to attract an even larger herd, allowing us to take advantage of the situation. Indeed, that's a splendid plan. Thor laughed heartily. Luo Feng and Hong nodded in agreement. As expected, after the 9th Princess team eliminated the 21 unicorn iron rhinos, they inadvertently attracted even more of them, leaving them no time to collect the horns as they fled in a panic. Haha, what a bargain for us. We never expected it to be this easy. The 6 of them, led by Luo Feng, burst into laughter as they hurriedly flew over to collect the unicorn horns. After gathering the horns, they swiftly set off for another task location, the Thunderstorm Canyon. Notably, as they departed from the Demon Moon Lake, they were encircled by a squad from the White Tiger Tower. However, just as in the original storyline, Luo Feng's purchased servant, the 9th tier stellar level mentalist Ao Gu, unleashed his power with the Crimson Chaos Copper Mother, swiftly eliminating several stellar level 9th tier mentalists from the White Tiger Tower, compelling the enemy to flee in disarray. The Thunder Realm is vast. Traveling from the Demon Moon Lake to the Thunderstorm Canyon would take at least over a month. As the journey was fraught with many ferocious beasts, Luo Feng and his companions dared not fly and had to cautiously navigate around one perilous area after another. They traveled during the day and engaged in quiet meditation at night. During these nocturnal meditations, Luo Hua's consciousness predominantly traversed to Gary's form. In the Marvel Universe, within the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, inside a research laboratory, a sudden surge of energy erupted from Gary, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, slowly opening them. Sensing the miniature celestial body within his dantian, Gary realized that he had officially become a planetary-level powerhouse. With ample resources for cultivation at his disposal, his strength had indeed skyrocketed like a rocket. Gary murmured with a sense of wonder that during this time, aside from comprehending the laws of spatial origin, he had also made time to consume treasures such as the spirit of flora and dragon's blood, and even absorbed woodyu crystals. This indulgence had allowed his strength to elevate from the god of war level to the planetary level in just over a month. At this point, my power is likely comparable to that of the Hulk. A smile crept across Gary's lips. Indeed, the destructive capability of the transformed Hulk was equivalent to that of a planetary-level powerhouse, easily capable of leaping several dozen meters high and exerting over 100 tons of force. Of course, Hulk's strength was largely contingent upon his rage, yet there were limits. After all, Thanos had once pummeled Hulk into a state of despondency in a matter of blows. Rising to his feet, Gary exited the compartment. Transitioning from the planetary to the stellar level ordinarily required at least a decade. However, since his consciousness had long surpassed the stellar level, his body could undergo a rapid enhancement process, reaching the stellar level swiftly, albeit this would still take a minimum of a year. Thus, he would only need to allocate half an hour each day to absorb the woodyu crystals, allowing the rest of his time to be devoted entirely to comprehending the laws of spatial origin. Carter, have there been any updates from Fury recently? Gary inquired as he entered the office and called Carter over. Minister Gary, Fury sent a message 2 weeks ago saying everything is going smoothly, and he has already discovered traces of the remnants of Hydra. He may be out of contact for a while, so we shouldn't worry about him, Carter replied calmly. Gary nodded, instructing, if there are any new developments, inform me immediately. Carter glanced at Gary, saying apologetically, I've heard that you dislike being disturbed during your rest. So cough, you can reach me at specific times and places, Gary awkwardly added. Like the cafeteria? Carter replied expressionlessly. Gary's expression hardened. Carter, any location within the department is an office. Remember, during our battle against Hydra, we endured in far more rudimentary conditions. Carter replied coolly. This is not a time of war, and you are no longer that low-ranking officer. All right, if it's urgent, you can come find me in the laboratory, Gary conceded, sensing Carter's underlying grievances. After all, since Fury's arrival, his presence had indeed diminished significantly. Gary, I hope you can return to that state of eliminating Schmidt, Carter stated before turning to leave, not waiting for Gary's response. Watching Carter's retreating figure, Gary sighed, I can find that state again, but I fear you may no longer be around. Additionally, I would like to mention that after a slight improvement in performance, there have inexplicably appeared individuals intent on disrupting the author's mood. Any opinions or suggestions are welcome, but I will not entertain baseless criticisms. Chapter 072, The Realm Within the Realm. Devouring Worlds. In the Thunder Realm Master World, 6 streams of light halted. It was Luo Feng and Luo Hua, who had been traveling for over 50 days. Before them stood a mountain range, shrouded in darkness, with thick clouds swirling above, where electric serpents meandered, occasionally cleaving the sky and illuminating the entire mountain range. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, according to the map, we should be approaching the Thunderstorm Canyon, Thunder God exclaimed, glancing at the map with bated breath. Luo Hua and the others nodded in unison. Within the entire Master Realm, only the Thunderstorm Canyon was perpetually enveloped in thunder and storm clouds. The second task item for the Cosmic Apprentice Mercenary Assessment, the Windhorn Stone, could only be obtained from the Thunderstorm Canyon. Furthermore, the Thunderstorm Canyon was the very center of the Thunder Realm. Let us go, Luo Feng said softly. The 5 of them ceased flying and quickly made their way into the Thunderstorm Canyon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon entering the Thunderstorm Canyon, they were met with gusts stronger than a Category 12 typhoon. Even with their stellar-level prowess, they struggled to maintain their footing. Brother, the wind is too strong. Luo Hua couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it is fierce. I've heard that the closer one gets to the center of the Thunderstorm Canyon, the winds become as sharp as blades, infused with cosmic energy. Even cosmic-level powerhouses could be shredded to pieces, Hong murmured. Luo Feng replied earnestly. The most dangerous aspect remains the lightning above. A single strike could obliterate even a domain lord-level powerhouse. We must exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua and the others gazed upward at the storm clouds, their hearts chilled. This was lightning that even domain lord-level powerhouses could not withstand. Next, following the map, the six found a cave within a mountain wall where they decided to lie in wait, as the outside world was too perilous. Remaining within the cave was comparatively safer. While collecting the wind horn stones carried by the gusts relied on luck, it was still better than risking their lives outside. Thus, they stayed there for an entire month. In the virtual universe, within the slaughter arena, after receiving an email from Man Luo, Luo Hua arrived at the venue. Luo Hua. The personnel sent by the headquarters of the virtual universe to confirm your level have arrived at the Imperial Star of Black Dragon Mountain. Please send me your precise location, and I will personally come to fetch you, Man Luo said with a warm smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luo Hua scratched his head and replied, Lord Man Luo, I am currently undergoing the Cosmic Apprentice Mercenary Assessment. What? Man Luo's smile faltered, and he frowned. Why have you suddenly decided to undertake a mercenary assessment? With your talent, it is entirely unnecessary. Once you enter the core ranks, the headquarters will have a dedicated plan to cultivate geniuses like you. Luo Hua lowered his head, not daring to speak, for this individual before him was an immortal powerhouse. Man Luo glanced at Luo Hua, shaking his head. In which master realm are you conducting the assessment? In the thunder realm of the Kanglan Star, Luo Hua hurriedly replied. Very well, I shall come to fetch you, Man Luo said softly. Had Luo Hua been a first-tier elite, he would have scolded him, but since Luo Hua was a planetary-level genius who had comprehended the laws of origin, he refrained from reprimanding him. It is worth noting that geniuses tend to be quite proud, especially super geniuses. Thank you, Lord Man Luo, Luo Hua said respectfully. A smile flickered across Man Luo's face. He was quite pleased with Luo Hua's demeanor. As a member of the outer circle of the Virtual Universe Company, he had encountered far too many arrogant courtier geniuses. After exiting the virtual universe, Luo Hua observed Hong, Thunder God, and others who were immersed in their cultivation, choosing not to mention this matter, as the opening of the realm within the realm was only a few days away. On the 32nd day of their stay in the Thunderstorm Canyon, Luo Feng and his companions ventured out to rescue a friend they had met in the slaughter arena, when suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed, shaking the entire Thunder Realm. What is happening? Luo Feng and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Look over there. The other teams within the canyon erupted into shouts. In the distance, a dark void that appeared as if it had been torn open suddenly emerged from the mountains. This abyss, half suspended in the mountains and half engulfed within them, caused the surrounding space to distort subtly, creating an eerie spectacle. What could that be? The Thunder God widened his eyes, staring at the distant void. Meanwhile, Luo Feng communicated telepathically with Babata. The inner realm. This black hole may very well be a gateway to the inner realm world. Ha ha ha, charge forth. Many teams within the canyon, upon seeing the black hole, were filled with delight, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed into the abyss. Luo Feng and his companions, however, were filled with confusion. After Babata explained what the inner realm entailed, astonishment flickered in their eyes. Brother, there must be countless treasures within the inner realm. Perhaps this is the entirety of the realm Lord's wealth that created this world. Luo Hua spoke up at that moment. The Thunder God and Hong's breaths grew heavy. The entire wealth of a realm lord. It's very likely, Babata replied excitedly. Generally, realm lords do not expend resources to construct an inner realm unless they wish to conceal treasures. You are indeed fortunate, Luo Feng. Quick, let us hurry in before others seize everything. The Thunder God urged, as thousands of stellar-level beings had already entered the black hole. Without further hesitation, Luo Feng and his companions bolted into the abyss. The inner realm was shrouded in darkness, yet strands of light cascaded down from the sky. Ha ha ha, second brother. We're about to unearth some cosmic crystals. After entering the inner realm, the six of them halted in a secluded area. The Thunder God laughed excitedly. Luo Hua, you were indeed correct. I never imagined there would be another world within the Thunder Realm. Such newly discovered worlds surely harbor abundant cosmic crystals underground. My brother truly possesses the potential of a seer. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Cosmic crystals signify immense wealth, and after usurping the golden-horned beast, he required a substantial amount of money to procure precious metal combinations, far exceeding what the master of the fallen ink star had bequeathed him. Hong, somewhat impatient, inquired, where are the cosmic crystals? TSK, even the eldest brother is anxious. The Thunder God teased. Luo Feng smiled. Let us fly while searching. Babata has a detector that can locate cosmic crystals. Hong and the Thunder God's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Brother, let us hasten. Time is money, Luo Hua urged. For he had come to earn during this assessment as an apprentice mercenary. Ha ha. The three laughed in unison. Thus, the six began to soar swiftly. Stop! There are cosmic crystals below. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, Luo Feng suddenly called out sharply. The thunder god was startled. Luo Feng, lower your voice. Wait, what did you just say? There are cosmic crystals below. Luo Feng reiterated, descending to the ground. Luo Hua, Hong, the thunder god, and the two servants, Ao Gu, also landed. Where are the cosmic crystals? Upon touching down, the thunder god began scanning the surroundings. They are beneath the ground, Luo Feng replied with a smile. The thunder god's eyes widened. What? We really have to dig down. Chapter 073, A Greeting Gift. Within the Black Dragon Mountain Imperial Capital Star, a man resembling a human but adorned with peculiar patterns on his face sat calmly on a chair crafted from a unique material. He observed the battle videos sent from the headquarters of the killing field, his eyes narrowing slightly. This little fellow is employing the Sky Rift 7 techniques, and judging by the circumstances, he has already mastered the second technique. Impressive. To execute the second technique of the sword art, one must indeed grasp the fundamentals of spatial laws. Is that movement 10,000 threads flowing? What a pity, the understanding is far too rudimentary, as he has yet to reach the basics of a singular thread. The explosive finale of the last battle was entirely reliant on forcefully overpowering the opponent through the laws. As a core member of the Virtual Universe Company, a king of immortality, the man could discern Luo Hua's comprehension of the spatial primal laws with just a glance at his battle video. However, one cannot be overly critical. After all, this little one is merely at the planetary level. For someone at that level to grasp the spatial primal laws is indicative of substantial talent in understanding the laws. With careful guidance and refinement, he might one day achieve a prowess akin to mine. The man mused, stroking his chin, and then called out, Hong Luo. Soon, a coldly elegant woman entered the hall. My lord, she greeted respectfully. Notify the head of the killing field to expedite the transfer of this young talent. The man stated nonchalantly. The woman nodded in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the hall, a hint of surprise crossed her face, for she had not anticipated that her lord would personally meet the genius. It was known that her lord's visit was merely a casual one, with the procedural confirmations to be handled by her subordinates. Perhaps her lord would soon acquire another disciple, she speculated. Meanwhile, Man Luo, upon receiving the news, was en route to Kanglin's star aboard a spaceship. What? That esteemed individual wishes to meet Luo Hua personally? A smile of delight illuminated Man Luo's face upon hearing the announcement. Excellent. I will ensure that I bring Luo Hua here promptly. Exiting the virtual universe, Man Luo burst into laughter, astonished that the esteemed individual would personally meet Luo Hua. This indicated an intention to take on a disciple, indeed a stroke of fortune. However, isn't this precisely what I wish to see? The powerful king of immortality resides high above. Even the most extraordinary geniuses struggle to catch their attention, often garnering little more than a passing glance. Such a personal meeting typically signifies the desire to accept a disciple, otherwise, they would not be so leisurely. Within the inner realm, Luo Hua remained oblivious to the attention he had drawn from a significant figure. At that moment, he was diligently excavating cosmic crystals alongside Luo Feng, Hong, the thunder god, Tai Nanha, and Ao Gu. Brother, how many cosmic crystals have we gathered in these 3 days? Luo Hua inquired. In total, we've amassed 40,000 cubic units, Luo Feng replied, a smile gracing his face. The thunder god's eyes sparkled with excitement. 40,000 cubic units of cosmic crystals were equivalent to over 40 million cosmic coins, translating to more than 1,000 billion Qianwu coins. Ha, that is quite a sum. Luo Feng nodded, equally elated. It is worth noting that the entirety of the wealth left to him by the master of the fallen ink star was a mere 10 billion Qianwu coins. Logically speaking, news of the inner realm's emergence in the thunder realm should have spread by now. Our friend informed their higher-ups immediately, and several days have passed. Where are the cosmic-level beings? Hong furrowed his brow, puzzled by the absence of any news. It is indeed strange, Luo Feng concurred, equally perplexed. Luo Hua, however, understood the reason. Those cosmic-level, domain lord-level, and even realm lord-level powerhouses were being obstructed by the Qinya woman guarding the exit. Why worry about it? Since they haven't entered, we should continue mining cosmic crystals. Missed this opportunity, and there won't be another. The thunder god chuckled. Ha, well said. In the universe, wealth can procure numerous training resources, and thus the 4 of them were motivated to toil diligently for cosmic crystals. Onward. Ha, let us continue excavating cosmic crystals. The 6 of them transformed into streaks of light, aided by their detection devices, as they continued their search for cosmic crystals. On Kanglin's star, at the entrance to the Thunder Realm, within a villa, Several Realm Lord-level powerhouses from the 4 major organizations of the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield and 2 sacred grounds found themselves barred from entry. Some were furious, while others remained placid, watching the Chinya at the entrance. You may enter if you wish. I cannot stop you. However, I have recorded everything happening here through the virtual universe. I will relay it to my master. Should you violate the Alliance laws, I will report it to the Alliance, and you will face the sole annihilation of the enforcement team, turning into nothingness. The Chinya declared coldly. Your strength pales in comparison to your master. Yet your temperament mirrors theirs closely. A Realm Lord from the 3-Axe Mountain scoffed. The Chinya disregarded the Realm Lord's remarks, fully prepared to confront these individuals. However, just as Tianshan was preparing to convene a meeting of the Realm Masters to discuss matters concerning the inner realm, a mechanical vessel emblazoned with the unmistakable insignia of the virtual universe company swiftly descended upon the skies above Thunder City. Simultaneously, the high-ranking powers of the major organizations within the Black Dragon Mountain Star Domain took note of the ship above. It was a vessel belonging to the Virtual Universe Company. How could this be? Were they truly interested in the inner realm? Surely not. The Virtual Universe Company is immensely affluent, and even if the inner realm harbored treasures, it would hardly catch their attention. The Realm Masters exchanged hushed whispers amongst themselves. Mingyu, have you informed your Virtual Universe Company? Inquired a Dominator-level power via telepathy. Mingyu, equally perplexed, replied, No, I rushed here as soon as I heard the news about the inner realm. Besides, the Virtual Universe Company, being one of the 5 great titans, would hardly be interested in such a trivial treasure as the inner realm. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura enveloped the area, and a green-skinned elder materialized within the villa. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he exuded an authoritative presence that evoked a sense of dread in those around him. An immortal powerhouse. The 3 Realm Masters standing in the villa felt a tumultuous wave of emotions surging within them. An immortal. Such an entity was one that even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would not dare to offend lightly. Upon seeing the green-skinned elder, Mingyu promptly stepped forward from the crowd, exclaiming, My lord, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Luo, who cast a glance at Mingyu and smiled, saying, I have come to retrieve someone. Lord Luo. The 3 Realm Masters, along with other dominators and numerous cosmic-level powers, bowed respectfully upon recognizing the identity of this immortal powerhouse. Luo nodded gently. What brings you all here? To which Mingyu succinctly responded, reporting to Lord Luo, a new inner realm has emerged in Thunder World, prompting our swift arrival upon receiving the news. Generally, an immortal might not warrant such deference, but this was the commander of the slaughterhouse stationed at Black Dragon Island, affiliated with the Virtual Universe Company. Not only would he be respected, but even an immortal from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would bow in his presence. Oh, an inner realm? With treasures? Luo's eyes sparkled with interest. At this moment, Mingyu stepped forward and stated, My lord. The Thunder World was left behind by the Realm Master Cab, who perished in a self-detonation. The treasures are likely hidden within the inner realm. Haha, indeed. That could serve as a fitting gift for our meeting, Luo remarked. Upon hearing this, Mingyu instantly understood whom Luo had come to fetch. He turned to Kinya and admonished. Step aside. Kinya had not anticipated the arrival of an immortal, particularly one from the Virtual Universe Company. Yet, she resolutely retorted, Lord Luo, this is the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. You are the disciple of the 3rd Army Master of the Qinwu Kingdom, are you not? Luo interjected. Commendably maintaining her stance before an immortal required considerable courage. I am in a good mood today, so I will overlook this, he added. Now, please make way. Taking a deep breath, Kinya recognized that leveraging the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance and her mentor's influence might intimidate the 4 major organizations of the Black Dragon Mountain Star Domain. But it held no sway against an immortal from the Virtual Universe Company. Lord Luo, I shall report this matter to the Mercenary Alliance, she said as she stepped aside. Luo replied dismissively, as you wish. Had it been any other day, he would have swiftly dispatched her with a mere flick of his hand. With Kinya yielding, Luo strode into the Thunder World. The reputation of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance is quite something. A Realm Master who had been obstructed scoffed. Kinya's expression darkened, and with a huff, she exited the villa. Let us proceed inside. Although this trip may seem fruitless, witnessing the treasures of the inner realm is not without merit. Several Realm Masters and Dominators entered the Thunder World. As they flew towards the entrance of the inner realm, they exchanged telepathic messages. Mingyu, who exactly is Lord Luo here to retrieve? Could it be a descendant of his? Mingyu shook his head. I am afraid I cannot divulge that. Several Realm Masters ceased their inquiries. Within the inner realm, Luo Hua and his companions wore expressions of exhilaration. Haha. We have nearly excavated around 100,000 cubic meters of cosmic crystals over these past days. Hong exclaimed, rarely showing such delight. Thunder God, counting on his fingers, added. Not just that. Over the first 8 days, we extracted a total of 96,000 cubic meters of cosmic crystals. During our journey, we also acquired an additional 52,000 cubic meters from those who attempted to ambush us, plus over 6,000 cubic meters from various small encounters. Altogether, that amounts to 150,000 cubic meters. Second brother, you are a stellar-level powerhouse. Surely you can deduce such figures without counting on your fingers? Luo Hua quipped. What do you know? Counting on my fingers provides peace of mind. Thunder God retorted, prompting laughter from Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and Hong. 150,000 cubic meters of cosmic crystals. This constitutes a staggering fortune, even for the Nolan Mountain family. Suddenly, a voice resonated, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, Luo Hua. And the others halted their activities, turning to see a green-skinned elder slowly approaching. Lord Manluo. They were taken aback, and upon regaining their composure, they quickly bowed in reverence. Manluo smiled. No need for excessive formalities. Luo Hua, you are fortunate. Your first cosmic mercenary examination has led you to such a remarkable opportunity in the inner realm. He glanced at the cosmic crystals beneath their feet and shook his head. However, mining this amount of cosmic crystals will not yield substantial profits. 150,000 cubic meters of cosmic crystals equates to over 40 billion Xianwu coins. That is not considered a small sum? Luo Feng and the others blinked in realization, acknowledging that indeed, higher strength often correlates with a broader perspective. This inner realm was constructed by the Realm Master Cab, and the treasures he left behind are most likely located in the core region. With a sweeping gesture, Manluo declared, let us proceed. Before Luo Hua and the others could fully comprehend the situation, they found themselves propelled by an invisible force, swiftly moving toward the core area. Luo Hua, what is happening? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God could not help but inquire telepathically. Big brother, second brother, it appears that the Virtual Universe Company has sent someone to confirm matters. And Lord Manluo inquired about my whereabouts before coming to retrieve me, Luo Hua explained. Understanding dawned on Luo Feng and the others. It became clear that Lord Manluo had come specifically for Luo Hua, though they remained uncertain about what awaited them in the core area. Encased in the might of an immortal, the group soon arrived at the heart of the realm. Heavens! How many lives must have been lost here? Upon landing, Luo Feng and the others beheld a grim sight. Within a 100-meter radius, numerous corpses lay strewn about, displaying various gruesome states. Some reduced to mere bones with remnants of flesh, creating a terrifying spectacle. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Such is the nature of existence, Hong lamented. Quite true, Manluo replied with a smile. Even among cosmic civilizations, there is often conflict over their respective interests. With that, he waved his hand, and an immense, immortal force enveloped the entire inner realm. With the conclusion of this cosmic mercenary examination, all may depart. In a flurry, thousands of stellar-level powerhouses found themselves expelled from the inner realm by the immortal force. What just transpired? I distinctly recall mining cosmic crystals. How did I suddenly appear at the entrance? I was in the midst of a battle, and now I find myself here. The bewildered stellar-level individuals exchanged confused glances. At that moment, several realm masters, along with a cadre of dominators and cosmic-level powers, swiftly approached. Your examination has concluded. Depart at once. Tianxian bellowed as he joined the other realm masters in entering the inner realm. The ninth prince furrowed his brow. He had originally been resolute in claiming the treasure. Yet this unexpected turn of events left him in a state of profound perplexity. However, after utilizing his connections to ascertain the situation, he let out a resigned sigh. The intervention of an immortal being rendered any attempts to halt the proceedings utterly futile. As several realm lords and domain masters arrived at the core area, the Thunder Castle had already been activated. Could this truly be the treasure left behind by Lord Kabu? It seemed so. Constructing a castle within a realm was certainly indicative of hidden riches. Alas, it was no longer of any concern to us. The realm lords exchanged thoughts telepathically. Haha. Welcome to the inner realm. I have awaited this day for millions of years. A resounding voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Soon, beams of light coalesced above the castle, forming the figure of a rotund old man who squinted downwards. However, upon detecting the power of those surrounding him, his eyes widened in shock. What is happening? Not only are realm lords vying for the treasure, but there is also an immortal present? The old man with the white beard was utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Manluo chuckled. Ah, There is even an intelligent life form as a guardian. Splendid. It appears there are indeed numerous treasures here. Little one, gather all the treasures within the castle. Naturally, the Immortal's command was not to be defied by the old man, for the castle posed a threat only to realm lords, while an immortal could easily obliterate it. In no time, the old man had collected all the treasures from the castle into a spatial ring and presented it before Manluo. Manluo glanced over it and exclaimed, "Wow! Over 300 items. No wonder Lord Kabu went to the trouble of constructing this inner realm. Over 300 treasures?" The realm lords and domain masters nearby were envious. Yet they could only covet the riches, as facing an immortal rendered them too intimidated to act. Meanwhile, Luo Hua, Hong, and Thunder God were filled with awe. This was the might of an immortal, whose mere utterance compelled a sentient being that had existed for millions of years to obediently relinquish treasures. Luo Hua, that Norlon mountain has taken flight early. I must admit it was my oversight. Consider the treasures left behind by Lord Kabu as compensation. Chapter 075, A Thread of Flow. The entire fortune left behind by Lord Kabu, a gift to me? Luo Hua was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a turn of events from Manluo. This was the entire wealth of a peak realm lord, equivalent to that of a somewhat impoverished immortal, for which many would go mad with desire. In the original narrative, the realm lord Hagref had even expended his entire fortune for the top-ranking treasure, the crystal ball of space secret method. Yet now, these incredibly precious treasures were being offered to him as a gesture of goodwill by Lord Manluo. Luo Hua gazed at the spatial ring being handed to him, feeling as if he had been struck senseless by astonishment. Luo Hua, this trifling matter holds no significance for me, but it is of great importance to you and your friends. I trust you won't refuse the humble intention of this old man, will you? Manluo's demeanor was warm and amiable, devoid of any trace of the gravitas typically associated with immortals. The surrounding realm lords and domain masters were left speechless. What was happening? Lord Manluo was an immortal. How could he be so congenial in the presence of a mere stellar-level youngster? Mingyu, just who is this Luo Hua? Mingyu, is Luo Hua a descendant of some grand figure? In a flurry, all the realm lords and domain masters began to inquire telepathically. Mingyu could only smile bitterly. Luo Hua was a super genius discovered by Lord Manluo, destined to ascend to the core echelon of the virtual universe. Though this was not a closely guarded secret, he chose to refrain from revealing too much until the matter was conclusively settled, lest unforeseen complications arise. Thus, when faced with the inquiries of the realm lords and friends, Mingyu could only shake his head in resignation. Ultimately, Luo Hua accepted the spatial ring. After all, he lacked the courage to refuse such a benevolent immortal. Haha, let us return. Manluo laughed heartily, and the power of the immortal surged forth, enveloping Luo Hua and the others as they swiftly departed from the inner realm. The remaining realm lords and domain masters lamented that their journey had been in vain. Upon returning to Kanglan Star, Luo Hua parted ways with Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and the others, for he was to accompany Manluo to the Black Dragon Mountain Imperial Star to undergo verification from the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. Babada, do you think there is some ulterior motive behind Manluo so readily gifting treasures to Luo Hua? On the spaceship, Luo Feng furrowed his brow in concern. The entirety of a peak realm lord's wealth would surely tempt even an immortal. Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances with Babada, recognizing their own lack of experience and knowledge compared to him. Luo Feng, fear not. Lord Manluo merely seeks to befriend your brother. You must understand that while immortals are indeed significant figures, even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, a civilization of moderate standing in the universe, must treat them with deference. Yet, countless beings have arisen as immortals across the cosmos, and your brother, Luo Hua, has grasped the fundamental laws at the planetary level. Such a super genius is far rarer than an immortal. As long as he does not fall midway, he is destined to become a powerful immortal. Thus, what seems like a mere gesture of goodwill from Lord Manluo is, in essence, a favor extended in advance. Babada remarked, biting into an apple with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng and the others felt reassured. At the Black Dragon Mountain Imperial Star, after Manluo led Luo Hua into an extraordinarily spacious residence, he stood quietly in the corridor, awaiting further developments. Luo Hua, when you meet that esteemed figure, remember to be respectful and humble. Do not speak out of turn. Manluo cautioned repeatedly. Luo Hua blinked. Lord Manluo, weren't we supposed to have someone from headquarters come to go through the procedures? Why is it suddenly that a prominent figure wishes to meet me? Manluo smiled slightly. That esteemed figure just happens to be visiting the Qianwu division and has taken the opportunity to come see you. He has watched your battle videos and may have developed a bit of interest. Luo Hua suddenly understood. Shortly after, a cold, composed woman approached, her steps appearing leisurely, yet each stride covered several meters. "You must be Luo Hua," she stated, her gaze fixed on him. Luo Hua nodded. "Follow me." Without sparing a glance at Man Luo, the woman turned and left. Man Luo did not find this awkward. In fact, he respectfully bowed to the woman. The icy woman led Luo Hua into a seemingly unadorned yet ancient-looking parlor, instructing him to wait there before departing. Standing still, Luo Hua surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. "Demonstrate the first two forms of the rending void 7 styles for me." A gentle, yet steady voice suddenly resonated in Luo Hua's ear. In the blink of an eye, a man covered in peculiar patterns appeared in the center seat of the parlor, calmly observing Luo Hua. Realizing this must be the esteemed figure who was to meet him, Luo Hua wasted no time and promptly demonstrated the initial two forms of the rending void 7 styles. After he finished, the man shook his head slightly and stepped beside Luo Hua, saying, "Now, allow me to demonstrate the rending void 7 styles for you. Whether you can grasp it depends on your own fortune." With that, the man began to move. Instantly, Luo Hua felt as if everything around him had vanished, leaving only the man in his sight. The man's movements were exceedingly simple: a downward slash, an upward thrust, and a diagonal cut. Yet, each action he executed sent ripples through the surrounding space, and Luo Hua sensed the man's presence in every corner around him. This is the 10,000 line flow. Luo Hua's eyes brightened. Memories of the footwork training from the 10,000 line flow began to resurface in his mind, prompting him to follow suit and commence his own demonstration of the rending void 7 styles. Upon noticing Luo Hua's movements, the man paused, his gaze fixed intently on him. Luo Hua continued to repeat the actions of the first two forms, albeit with his steps tracing an oddly curved trajectory. At the same time, the surrounding space subtly warped, and a shadow identical to Luo Hua seemed to yearn to break free from its confinement. With a sudden thud, after what felt like 2 or 3 hours, it appeared as though it had shed its shackles, and two Luo Huas manifested in the living room, mirroring each other's actions. "Cease," the man said softly. Yet a faint smile graced his lips. His voice bore a peculiar enchantment that instantly liberated Luo Hua from his contemplative state. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord." Luo Hua suppressed the exhilaration bubbling within him and bowed respectfully. Though he had been immersed in profound insights moments ago, his consciousness remained remarkably lucid, and he instinctively understood that he had transcended a barrier, achieving a thread within the realm of myriad threads flow. The man replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for thanks. You merely experienced a natural progression, with only a spark of inspiration lacking." Luo Hua nodded, realizing that he had previously failed to connect Rift Void 7 styles with myriad threads flow. It was only after the man had shattered that veil of ignorance that enlightenment dawned upon him. "Luo Hua, would you be willing to become my named disciple?" Chapter 76, Dividing the Spoils. Named disciple? Luo Hua was taken aback, but he quickly inclined his head in respectful affirmation. "My lord, I am willing." "Still not addressing me properly?" The man smiled. "Teacher," Luo Hua promptly responded. Regardless of the circumstances, this esteemed individual had imparted wisdom to him, and thus, it was only fitting to acknowledge him as a teacher. The man nodded. Then with a flick of his wrist, an ancient long knife materialized unexpectedly. He caressed the faintly blue, intricate patterns on the blade, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. "Luo Hua, this is the Rift Void Blade, a weapon I wielded before achieving immortality. It is exceptionally suited for employing the Rift Void 7 style's secret technique. Today, I bestow it upon you, hoping it will accompany you until you attain immortality." Luo Hua received the Rift Void Blade with solemnity, exclaiming, "Thank you, teacher, for this divine weapon. Well, I shall not disclose my name for the time being. You will naturally learn it after you participate in the upcoming genius battle hosted by the virtual universe." The man chuckled. "Genius battle?" Luo Hua was momentarily stunned. The man, noticing Luo Hua's expression, remarked with curiosity, "You are unaware?" To cultivate both Rift Void 7 styles and myriad threads flow, the man instinctively believed that Luo Hua's background must be significant. After all, those of the latter's lineage would undoubtedly mention the impending genius battle. Yet, it appeared that Luo Hua was oblivious. "Teacher, my hometown has only just begun to engage with cosmic civilization, so..." The man understood, realizing that Luo Hua must have received some form of inheritance. However, he had little interest in probing further. After all, as an immortal who had lived for countless years, he had witnessed far too many such occurrences. The Cosmic Humanities Peak Genius Battle is a grand event for the entire human race, held once every 10,000 years. This time, It is organized by our virtual universe company in conjunction with all cosmic nations. There are still over 2 years until the event, and all stellar-level geniuses will participate. Since you have now become my named disciple, I hope you will achieve commendable results. At the very least, do not bring shame upon me. Therefore, strive diligently. As the man's words fell, Luo Hua felt a gentle force envelop him, and in the next moment, he found himself beside Man Luo. Luo Hua, how did it go? Upon seeing Luo Hua, Man Luo eagerly inquired. Luo Hua, still somewhat dazed, shook his head and replied with a wry smile, "My lord, the teacher has only accepted me as a named disciple." "Haha, that's wonderful news," Man Luo exclaimed with glee. Luo Hua blinked. Was being a named disciple truly a good thing? Man Luo glanced around and said, "Come, let us discuss this aboard the spacecraft." With that, she led Luo Hua away from the mansion. Once back on the spacecraft, Man Luo elaborated, "Generally, for such prominent figures, merely having the opportunity to meet them is already quite fortunate. Being accepted as a named disciple signifies that they hold great expectations for your future. If you continue to perform excellently, it is only natural that you will become a direct disciple. However, if your performance falters, you will remain merely a named disciple, and your teacher will not pay you much attention thereafter." At this point, Man Luo sighed and continued, "Immortal beings often live for extended periods, over the long years. They have encountered countless talents, yet only a select few truly flourish. Luo Hua, you currently represent potential, which is why your teacher accepted you as a named disciple. Do you understand?" Luo Hua nodded, realizing that ultimately, it was his own performance that fell short of extraordinary. Had he shown as brilliantly as the likes of Death God Bran, he would undoubtedly have been taken on as a direct disciple by such a figure. A month later, upon returning to Bailan Star, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God had remained behind, awaiting Luo Hua's return. "Luo Hua, how did it go? Did you pass?" Luo Feng and the others could not contain their curiosity, for if Luo Hua were to join the core of the virtual universe company, it would grant temporary protection to their Earth. At the very least, Earth would remain safe until they had matured. Luo Hua chuckled wryly. "I am uncertain if it can be deemed a success." "What do you mean?" Luo Feng inquired, puzzled. Luo Hua then recounted the tale of being accepted as a disciple by the esteemed figure. Named disciple? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God frowned, sharing Luo Hua's belief that a named disciple was merely a title without significance. Just as Luo Hua was about to clarify, Babata interjected. "Being accepted as a named disciple is already quite impressive. The fact that Man Luo holds you in such high regard indicates that you are undoubtedly a strong figure among the immortals, perhaps even surpassing my master, Hu Yanba, as he hails from the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. Phew, that is a relief." The trio finally exhaled in relief. "All right, brother, enough of this topic. We should discuss dividing the spoils." Luo Hua exclaimed excitedly, eager to examine the treasures that awaited them, which numbered over 300. Luo Feng paused. "Are you referring to the treasures of Lord Kabu?" "Indeed. Thanks to Lord Man Luo, we would have struggled to claim them all on our own." Luo Hua laughed. "Fourth brother, those treasures were a gift from Man Luo. You should keep them for yourself. Let us not forget, we have amassed quite a bit of cosmic crystal from this endeavor. At most, I, along with eldest brother and third son, will just share your portion of the cosmic crystals." Thunder God chuckled. Yet a smile crept upon Luo Hua's lips as he gazed at Luo Feng and the others. "Are you certain you truly do not wish to partake? Allow me to reveal that among these 300 treasures, the least valuable is a 5th-tier energy weapon." As he spoke, he did not wait for their reactions, but instead displayed the treasure list on his wristwatch one by one. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God could hardly contain their astonishment as they examined the treasure list. An entire set of spatial secret technique inheritance crystal balls, Lord Kabu's bank account, domain Lord level bloodline potion, 3 life fruits of the stellar heart, 6 sets of thunder method 5th-tier energy weapons, and an ice soul blade 5th-tier energy weapon. My goodness. After perusing these treasures, Luo Feng and the others felt their breath catch in their throats. They were utterly astounded by the sheer wealth. Babata's eyes widened in shock. "This is absolutely insane. Lord Kabu must have inherited some immortal's entire legacy. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such an abundance of treasures. Not to mention, the third item, the domain Lord level bloodline potion, signifies a lineage that can achieve domain Lord status upon maturity. The SS level bloodline potion Luo Hua acquired previously pales in comparison. With so many treasures, it was nearly equivalent to the wealth of a less affluent immortal." Babata exclaimed, his tone filled with excitement. Luo Hua laughed heartily, looking at Luo Feng and the others, and asked once more, "Eldest brother, second brother, do you still intend to forego dividing the spoils?" Chapter 77, Trouble for Fry. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God stared wide-eyed, with Thunder God exaggeratingly agape. They had anticipated that the treasures left behind by a domain lord would be astonishing, but they never expected them to be so immensely wealthy. Lord Man Luo has truly bestowed a magnificent gift. After a long pause, Luo Feng finally regained his composure and marveled. Indeed, he is quite generous, Hong remarked solemnly. The Thunder God chuckled. This indicates that in Lord Manluo's eyes, your fourth brother holds greater value than this offering. Luo Feng and Hong exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before nodding in agreement. Babata added, indeed, I never anticipated that the Lord of the Kaboo would leave behind such a plethora of treasures. However, should Luo Hua truly develop in the future, even a mere glimpse of his potential could yield immeasurable benefits for Manluo. It is likely that Manluo understands this as well, hence his generosity. Suddenly, Luo Feng, Hong, and the Thunder God exchanged knowing looks, after which Luo Feng spoke. Luo Hua, we reiterate our previous sentiment. This is a gift from Lord Manluo to you, akin to a personal favor, and therefore we cannot accept it. Moreover, you will be entering the core of the virtual universe, where financial resources will be even more crucial for you than for us. Brother, you all. Luo Hua began, but Luo Feng interjected, Luo Hua, your strength is directly tied to the development of Earth. The stronger you become, the more stable our cultivation will be. Exactly. Luo Hua, swiftly put away that list of treasures. If you linger any longer, I fear I shall lose my composure. The Thunder God exclaimed, his eyes wide. Luo Hua sighed in resignation. Very well, but let it be known, should I find anything suitable for you, you shall not refuse. In the original narrative, his brother Luo Feng had acquired 48 treasures, and by selling them, he secured a spot at the Qinwu auction, enabling him to purchase one of the 9 divine weapons, the Yin divine weapon and the skin of the demon-killing clan. It was these 2 artifacts that allowed Luo Feng to emerge victorious from the battle of peak geniuses. All right, the trio did not refuse. Luo Hua smiled slyly, as if his scheme had succeeded, and retrieved a secret technique of thunder, presenting it to the Thunder God. Second brother, this thunder technique is perfectly suited for you. I have no need for it, and remember our earlier agreement. You cannot refuse. The Thunder God was momentarily at a loss for words. Subsequently, Luo Hua handed out 2 life fruits to Luo Feng and Hong, stating, eldest brother, my brother, I know you both possess the Mo Yun vine. These life fruits are particularly beneficial for nurturing it, so do not refuse. Luo Feng and Hong exchanged speechless glances. All right, for now, we shall leave it at that. Luo Hua wisely withdrew, aware that any further offerings would surely be declined by the trio. Meanwhile, Babata cursed the stubbornness of Luo Feng and his companions, lamenting the opportunity to share such a wealth of treasures, especially given Luo Feng's recent acquisition of the golden horned giant beast, which necessitated the purchase of numerous precious metals, a time when he was in dire need of funds. Babata was utterly exasperated. Thus, he urged, Luo Feng, Luo Hua means well, so please accept his gifts. Besides, he possesses over 300 items. Very well. The trio sighed, finally acquiescing. As they needed to organize the treasures, the 4 remained on Bailing Star, utilizing the 5-star account left by Luo Feng's mentor, the master of Yuma Star. Huyan Bo, Luo Hua gradually sold off more than 300 treasures, yielding an impressive sum of over 200 trillion cosmic coins, equivalent to over 200 units of Hunyuan wealth. Consequently, Luo Hua's account was automatically upgraded to a 3-star status at the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. In the Marvel Universe, within the Strategic Science Department's research laboratory, Gary slowly opened his eyes, a vial containing a colorful liquid resembling a syringe appearing in his hand. A domain Lord-level bloodline potion. Gary's face paled slightly, as the effort to transport this vial had drained much of his mental energy, yet his eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. After all, this was tantamount to an SSS-level bloodline potion. Over the past 6 months, through the absorption of Muyu crystals, he had gradually enhanced his physical capabilities to the 6th tier of planetary level. One could not deny that Gary's genetic lineage here was significantly superior to that of Luo Hua on the devouring side. If he were to inject this bloodline potion, it should elevate him to stellar level. With this thought, Gary took a deep breath, then removed the cap from the syringe and plunged it into his arm. In an instant, the colorful liquid surged into Gary's body, ravenously consuming his cells. The pain was akin to being brutally tortured, and Gary curled up on the ground, gritting his teeth. However, this agony lasted only an hour before subsiding. Quickly, Gary retrieved the Muyu crystals he had saved up, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began the absorption process. Boom. As torrents of immense life energy flooded in, Gary's strength steadily escalated. Planetary level 7, 8, 9. Boom. The 9 miniature planets within his Dantian collided and fused rapidly, eventually coalescing into a single star. Stellar level 1. After 2 full days, Gary finally opened his eyes. He had reached stellar level. Having previously experienced a promotion, Gary remained relatively composed, though his pale blue eyes still sparkled with excitement. After all, reaching stellar level not only meant he could contemplate the laws without being interrupted by energy depletion, but it also signified that he could now traverse the cosmos. This meant that his body was now nearly on par with that of the Asgardian royal family. Rising to his feet, Gary casually threw a punch, producing a sonic boom that echoed effortlessly, even warping the surrounding space. With his current understanding of spatial laws, any casual attack would carry the effects of spatial manipulation. At last, he possessed a modicum of self-preservation capability. Gary murmured in satisfaction. Although stellar level was not considered top tier within the Marvel Universe, it nonetheless marked him as a formidable force, sufficient for self-defense, though he would still be swiftly defeated by Thanos. Thus, to seize opportunities, Gary knew he must strive to enhance his own abilities. Shortly after stepping out of the laboratory, Carter hurriedly approached him, and upon seeing Gary, she coldly remarked, "Gary, I thought you wouldn't emerge at all. What's the matter?" Gary inquired, noticing the urgency in Carter's eyes. Carter, too impatient to engage in pleasantries, replied, "Yesterday, we received a message from the Soviet Union stating that Fury has been captured by the remnants of Hydra and the Red Room. Since it wasn't transmitted by our agents, I immediately contacted our undercover operative, but as of now, I have yet to receive a reply. Could it be that responding is inconvenient?" Gary speculated, recalling that Fury had previously gone silent for a time due to environmental conditions. Carter shook her head. This operative was specifically designated for communication, so there should be no issue with replying. Moreover, when sending this operative undercover, Fury made it clear that if this operative failed to respond in a timely manner, it would signify trouble. Chapter 078, The Clownish Buffoon. In the office of the director. After listening to Carter's urgent intelligence, Gary did not rush into action. Instead, he retreated to his office, took a shower in the inner bathroom, and changed into a fresh military uniform before calmly re-emerging. Carter stood at the desk, her cold gaze sending shivers down one's spine as she fixed her eyes on Gary as he stepped out. Had she not been aware of the deep bond of life and death between Gary and Fury, she might have thought Gary was ready to abandon Fury. "Peggy Carter, your personal file states that you joined the Strategic Science Department in 1940, which means you have been a field agent for a decade now. Am I correct?" Gary leaned back in his office chair, casually tapping the documents he had retrieved from the drawer. Carter retorted icily, "Indeed, Director Gary, your calculating skills are quite impressive." Gary paid no heed to the sarcasm in Carter's tone, replying coolly, "With your decade of experience, do you believe that Fury would fall into peril?" Carter hesitated. "What do the remnants of Hydra and the Red Room desire? You surely do not lack understanding of this," Gary continued. "Now that they have captured Fury, what do you think their next move will be?" Carter instinctively answered, "They will likely threaten us to surrender the infinite energy." "Precisely." Gary snapped his fingers, casting a glance at Carter, and remarked with a faint smile, "It appears you still possess a modicum of rationality." At that moment, Carter realized she had been somewhat emotional. She cleared her throat, her expression returning to its customary calm demeanor. "Gary, if they intend to exchange Fury for the unlimited energy, what should we do? What do you suggest?" Gary smiled at her. "I have no idea." Carter hesitated and shook her head. She genuinely did not know how to respond. After all, it was evident that Gary placed immense value on the unlimited energy to the point of obsession. Moreover, Fury was a comrade who had survived the brutal battlefield alongside Gary. Thus, Carter believed that Gary was equally uncertain about the decision at hand. However, in the next moment, Carter was taken aback. Of course. We should hand over the unlimited energy," Gary replied nonchalantly. Gary interrupted with a grin. "Stark has been researching the unlimited energy for several years without yielding any results. Rather than letting it languish in the research lab, we might as well put it to use. But, Gary, the unlimited energy must not fall into the hands of Hydra. What if? Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Gary waved his hand dismissively. "If there's nothing else, you should return and await news. If I'm correct, the Red Room will soon make a move." Carter took a deep breath, as if seeing Gary anew, and said earnestly, "Gary, I apologize for my earlier attitude. You are still the beloved Captain Gary we all admire." With that, she swiftly turned and departed. Gary watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. Carter's experience as an agent is still insufficient. Does she truly not see what I am planning? In the depths of the Soviet Red Room's secret base, Terez looked at Fury, bound by iron chains, and remarked with a cold sneer, "Fury, you are truly overestimating yourself, daring to intrude alone into our Soviet territory. Do not think that defeating Schmidt grants you the right to belittle all intelligence organizations. Terez, are you colluding with the remnants of Hydra in hopes of reigniting a great war?" Fury's chains clanked as he spoke. His physical prowess was now comparable to Captain America. Steve Rogers. He had initially thought he could easily uncover evidence of the Red Room's collusion with Hydra, but he had been careless and was captured by a few super soldiers secretly trained by the enemy. A great war? Only that foolish Schmidt would dream of unifying the globe, Terez scoffed, then turned his back on the raging Fury and exited the holding chamber. Returning to the main hall of the base's second floor, he addressed a research doctor, asking, "Dr. Hall, do you have confidence in deriving a stable serum formula from the unlimited energy?" "Trust me, Terez, and my experimental results have already brought you significant benefits." Dr. Hall replied with a confident smile. Terez nodded. Since collaborating with the remnants of Hydra, his status within the Red Room had soared, and he now wielded considerable influence, particularly since he commanded several super soldiers cultivated from serum. These super soldiers were his leverage for ascending to even greater heights. "Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed. I am eager to see if those arrogant Americans are willing to exchange their minister for the unlimited energy." Terez narrowed his eyes. Almost simultaneously, Carter received intelligence from the Red Room. She promptly entered the office. "Gary, there has been movement from the Red Room. They indeed demand the unlimited energy in exchange for Fury." Gary nodded and inquired, "What is the location?" After a moment's hesitation, Carter replied, "They have chosen an island near careless for the exchange." "Careless? Where is that?" Gary was taken aback. Carter quickly retrieved a map, laid it on the desk, and pointed to a location in northern Russia, saying, "It's here. The Careless Sea is at the edge of the Arctic Ocean. If we fly there, we must disembark early. They certainly know how to choose a location." Gary smiled faintly. In truth, the venue for the exchange mattered little to him, with his current strength. It was merely a matter of landing a few punches. After all, in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is mere folly. Carter's expression turned grave as she said, "The Careless Sea is the Red Room's territory. They will undoubtedly lay an ambush with a plethora of weapons at the exchange site. If we bring the unlimited energy, we may not return." If you were in the upper echelons of the Red Room, would you lack a contingency plan?" Gary shook his head. "Agree to their terms, but require them to specify the exact time. Additionally, we must first confirm that Fury is still alive." "But, obey the order." Carter glanced at Gary's calm demeanor and slowly nodded. "Understood." After Carter departed, Gary examined the map, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The Red Room and Hydra certainly know how to stir the pot. Very well, let us wipe them out this time as well." Both the Red Room and Hydra were mere clowns in the grand scheme. With his current might, eradicating them was as simple as squashing a few ants. Hardly worthy of concern, for his true target was Thanos. Chapter 079, Careless. In the research laboratory's compartment, while Carter was negotiating terms with the Red Room, Gary returned to the lounge. After ascending to the stellar level, he had yet to fully appreciate the nuances of his new abilities in understanding the fundamental laws. After sitting cross-legged for a while, Gary's heart calmed. Soon, his consciousness began to perceive the surrounding, viscous ocean of fundamental laws. Akin to a cat catching the scent of fish, Gary's awareness immersed itself fervently within the sea of fundamental laws. An hour passed. 2 hours. It was only when Carter's voice echoed from outside that Gary slowly opened his eyes. "I can't believe 5 hours have slipped by unnoticed." Checking the time, a satisfied smile graced Gary's face. Had it been prior to his breakthrough, he would have needed to progress in energy every hour or two, but now, he faced no such issues. "At this pace, in 2 years, I should be able to comprehend the spatial fundamental laws to the 100-line flow level." Gary murmured. The 100-line flow level was quite impressive, though not on par with that scythe-wielding Grim Reaper. It certainly surpassed the comprehension of many other law prodigies. However, he understood that merely grasping the fundamental laws was insufficient. He must also carve out time to practice the secret arts. It was akin to martial arts. Understanding the fundamentals is the internal skill, while the secret arts are the techniques. Only through mastering the complementary techniques can one fully unleash the power of the internal skills. Outside, Carter continued to call out, "Gary, Gary." Gary gathered his thoughts and rose to exit the lounge. "Gary, I truly don't understand what you've been doing in there," Carter said somewhat petulantly. Gary shrugged. "As I told you, you wouldn't comprehend." With that, he shifted the topic, asking, "How did the negotiations go?" "They agreed to our terms." But they set the time for noon tomorrow, insisting we must be prepared to arrive. Otherwise, they will personally deliver a portion of Fury's belongings. Carter replied in a measured tone. Let us prepare the plane. We'll depart tonight. Gary nodded. In the evening, Howard Stark arrived at the department from the company. Gary, I wholeheartedly support your decision. Although the unlimited energy is vital, I am currently powerless to assist with it. Alas, in research, I cannot compete with Dr. Erskine. Stark expressed with a hint of regret, clearly aware of Fury's capture. Gary shook his head. Stark, do not be disheartened. You must believe in yourself. Besides, you didn't come all this way just to say that, did you? Of course not. You all need to fly to the Careless Sea. And you can't do so without a pilot. Stark replied with a smile. Gary scrutinized Stark attentively. Stark, it's not that I doubt your expertise. But if memory serves, you haven't piloted a plane in 5 or 6 years since the war concluded, have you? Well, to be precise, it has been 5 years and 7 months. Stark acknowledged, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Nevertheless, he soon added earnestly, but Minister Gary, rest assured, I am undoubtedly a proficient pilot. Gary sighed. All right then, let us hope you were not once the finest. Around 7 o'clock in the evening. After securing the limitless energy within a specially designed metal case, the trio boarded an aircraft and swiftly made their way to the Soviet Union. Simultaneously, within the clandestine underground base of the Red House located in the Ural Mountains, Taras received word that Gary and his team had embarked on their journey. So, Gary is indeed just a young lad. He has actually brought the limitless energy with him. This way, we can avoid resorting to other measures. Taras remarked with a cold smirk. Dr. Hall, with a hint of disdain on his lips, responded that Gary spends all his time in the experimental lab, supposedly even sleeping there every night. It's a pity that limitless energy isn't something everyone can utilize. Hearing this, Taras chuckled. Dr. Hall, you contributed significantly to the machine that Dr. Zola developed. If all the materials were at hand, do you think you could reconstruct it? Dr. Hall narrowed his eyes at Taras. What are you aiming at? World domination? Or perhaps following in the footsteps of a god? No. I harbor no ambitions like Schmidt's. I merely wish to create some defensive weapons. You know how some experiments can be unruly and rebellious, Taras replied, nodding. The energy blocks that Zola had forcibly created had all detonated spontaneously, and that apparatus was constructed by mere chance. Had Dr. Zola been with me, perhaps we could have rebuilt it, but he is currently detained in America, leaving me at a loss. Hall sighed before continuing. General Taras, I believe it would be prudent for you to concentrate on how to deal with Gary. He, much like Captain America, is a formidable opponent. Schmidt met his downfall at the hands of both. Taras, exuding confidence, declared, Fear not, I have already prepared everything. No matter how great Gary's abilities may be, he shall never return alive. Above the islands near the Careless Sea, within the aircraft, Carter looked at Gary with a hint of disbelief. Gary, are you certain you want to jump here? Otherwise, the Red House would hardly welcome an American plane landing on their territory. Gary replied with an expression of indifference. Carter frowned. The environment here is frigid. It could kill a person at night. We have a secret base in a nearby city. We could easily jump into the suburbs. Carter, you ought to know how resilient my body is, Gary asserted, moving towards the door of the aircraft. Stark turned around, casting a rather suggestive glance at Carter. Carter, is Minister Gary's physique truly remarkable? Carter's face flushed as she shot Stark a glare. Focus on flying the plane. This time, the enemy has no means of retaliation. I'll jump with you, Gary. Gary turned his head. No need. Your body cannot withstand the cold. Now, follow orders. You and Stark return immediately and await news. If anything happens to me, remember to deal with Dr. Zola swiftly. Saying this, he merely assigned a task to Carter to ensure her return. Just as Carter began to speak, Gary opened the hatch and leapt out. She shook her head, suddenly noticing the parachute on Gary's seat. Her face turned pale with fright as she rushed to the door, shouting, Gary, you forgot to take your parachute. Stark, equally startled, stammered, Carter, I think you might have spoken a tad too late. At that moment, a voice echoed from the air below, I don't need a parachute. Chapter 080, The Gift on the rugged coastline by the Careless Sea. A solitary figure descended slowly from a high ridge. It was Gary, who had just leaped from the plane. With his stellar physique, even a direct fall would pose no issue. As he stepped onto the somewhat chilly rocks, Gary scanned the surrounding darkness and remarked with a faint smile, Since you have come to greet me, why hide in the shadows? With a series of clicks, lights abruptly illuminated the area. Ah, who do we have here? Taras emerged from behind the array of lights, addressing Gary in an exaggerated tone. The hero who vanquished Hydra's leader, the youngest brigadier general in America, John Gary. It is truly an honor to meet you here. Gary offered a subtle smile and descended the slope, replying, "If it is such an honor, why not come a bit closer?" "No. Many believe Captain America to be the most formidable hero, yet I know you, Gary, are the true powerhouse. Thus, for my own safety, I think it prudent to keep my distance." Terez shook his head. "You are quite cautious," Gary remarked before stating directly, "Where is Fury? Bring him out. I have brought the limitless energy. Since we have met ahead of schedule, let us proceed with the exchange." Terez nodded in approval. "Minister Gary, while you have not adhered to the agreement, I appreciate your forthrightness." With a round of applause, two super soldiers marched forward, escorting Fury, who was shackled in chains. "Gary, you shouldn't have come," Fury lamented, gazing at the armed vehicles surrounding him, regretting his earlier decision to venture into the Soviet Union alone, which had now jeopardized Gary's safety. Yet Gary chuckled. "Fury, you previously stated that if you were in trouble, I would certainly come to your rescue. And here I am." With that, he placed the metal case on the ground and kicked it 10 meters away. "Terez, that is your name, isn't it?" Gary called out. "Indeed, I am Terez," he replied, narrowing his eyes, surprised by Gary's willingness to cooperate so readily. Gary continued, "Inside the case is the limitless energy. I trust that the Red House will honor its promise." "Minister Gary, I find myself rather fond of you," Terez laughed heartily, gesturing for the super soldiers to bring Fury closer to the metal case. One of the super soldiers picked up the case and returned. After taking a deep breath, Terez opened the metal case, revealing an enchanting azure glow. Indeed, it is the Tesseract. Terez's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Very well, Minister Gary. Since you have been so forthright, I shall naturally uphold my end of the bargain and release him." Closing the metal case, Terez commanded, "Release him." The super soldier holding Fury forcefully shoved him towards Gary. "Gary, you truly shouldn't have come." Terez 1T let us go. "This is one of their secret bases, surrounded by weapons," Fury warned in a low voice. Gary shrugged nonchalantly. "I have already arrived. And do you believe I came unprepared?" Fury's face brightened. "Ah, Gary, I knew you wouldn't be so impulsive. When is our backup arriving? If we need to stall for time, I can talk to them for a while." "There is no backup," Gary shook his head. "Well, all right then. Stark must have developed some new weapon. Don't forget to share one with me later. I've been itching to take them down," Fury replied. Gary smiled. "Stark hasn't developed any new weapon. My preparation is, in fact, myself." "Yourself?" Fury was taken aback. "Gary, that joke is not amusing." While the two conversed, Terez whispered a few words to an officer beside him, then turned to Gary, proclaiming loudly, "Minister Gary, while I admire your commitment to the agreement, regrettably, your presence poses a threat to our nation. Thus, I must apologize." "Oh, Terez, what are you planning?" A glimmer of mockery danced in Gary's eyes. "I merely prepared a little gift for the two of you," he remarked nonchalantly. After Terez uttered those words, he indifferently commanded, "Launch." "Yes." As the command echoed, the ground trembled with a series of thunderous roars. Suddenly, shells erupted from the surrounding hills, mercilessly raining down upon the area where Gary and Fury stood. "Gary, if you wish to prevent us from being reduced to mere meat paste, now would be the time to utilize any preparations you have," Fury urged, though his gaze already reflected a resigned acceptance of death. Gary, unfazed, chuckled. "Fury, when you step on an ant, does it bite you?" Fury paused, then helplessly replied, "I don't like to step on ants. I prefer to drown them." "But evidently, they don't wish to drown us." "No, in fact, they are the truly deluded ants in this scenario." As Gary spoke, the shells began to descend. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted like blooming flowers of flame, illuminating the surrounding landscape in an instant. Following the bombardment, a thick cloud of dust enveloped the area. "It's a pity that the youngest Brigadier General of America met his demise on this desolate hillside," Terez lamented. "Well, General, to die amidst such a barrage. He has at least found a worthy end." A nearby officer concurred. "Let's go," Terez began, but was interrupted by a sudden voice emerging from the dust. "Terez, why the rush? I have yet to express my gratitude for the gift you bestowed." The voice, calm yet chilling, froze all nearby officers and soldiers in their tracks, their breaths caught in their throats. Terez's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on the dissipating smoke. Two figures gradually materialized from the haze. "How is this possible?" Terez stammered, his mind reeling. "My God, this is the range of a fierce bombardment. At such close quarters, not even the sturdiest fortress would withstand it. How are Gary and Fury still alive?" If he weren't utterly convinced of his own clarity, Terez might have believed he was hallucinating. "Terez, in gratitude for your gift, allow me to return the favor," Gary said with a subtle smile. Pop, pop, pop. As if to punctuate his words, the sound of heads being pierced resonated around them. Even the officer beside Tara's suddenly sported a gaping wound, blood and brain matter splattering across Tara's face. Tara's, are you satisfied with my token of appreciation? Gary inquired, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Tara's stood in a daze, finally regaining his composure after a prolonged silence. He glanced at Gary, his voice tinged with hysteria. You are not human. You are a devil. A devil. Gary shook his head, pondering whether the man had been driven mad by fear. Casting a sideways glance at Fury, who appeared equally dazed, he sighed. Killing a bunch of ants is truly dull. Fury, Fury, he called several times before finally rousing the dazed Fury. Gary. Just now, Fury stared at Gary, lost for words. He had presumed that both he and Gary were doomed, yet here they stood, unscathed. Gary chuckled. This is what I refer to as preparation. Fury took several deep breaths to steady himself, having experienced the brutality of battle. He offered a wry smile. Gary, your preparations are utterly terrifying. Huh. If you consistently train well, you could become like me. Gary replied. Fury's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gary, are you implying that the technique you just employed was from Chinese martial arts? Indeed, China is an ancient and mysterious nation, and their martial arts are exceptionally formidable. Gary nodded with a smile. Fury seemed to hit an exhilarating stride, clenching his fists. So, I too can become as powerful as you? Of course. So put in the effort. Gary clapped Fury on the shoulder, then redirected the conversation. Let us not dwell on that. This fellow appears to have lost his mind. I initially intended to extract some information from him. Fury turned to Terrace, who was still muttering about devils. Terrace, stop pretending. Others may lose their minds. But I refuse to believe someone like you could. You are a devil. You are a devil. Terrace continued his mantra. Fury scoffed dismissively. You're quite the actor, Terrace. Rest assured, we won't kill you. You are far more useful alive. Seeing Terrace persist in his delirium, Gary shook his head. Let us just return and contact Carter. Fury, can I entrust the remaining matters here to you? Certainly. I was merely careless and fell into their trap. Besides, you've just eliminated half of the Red House's accumulated power. If I can't handle this, that would be quite pathetic, Fury confidently replied. Is that so? I would prefer not to make another trip. It is rather chilly here, Gary teased as he, Fury, Terrace, and the metallic box made their way back to a secret base established by Fury in the Soviet Union. Using the base's equipment, they contacted Carter. Upon learning that Gary had successfully rescued Fury, the tension that had been weighing on Carter was finally lifted. Gary, Fury, do you need me to come for you? Carter quickly inquired. No need. Fury and I will be here for a few more days. All right. Shortly after, as Fury was about to employ coercive tactics to awaken Terrace, the latter abruptly ceased his act of madness and cooperatively divulged the remaining Hydra members in the Soviet Union. You certainly sold them out thoroughly, Fury jeered. Terrace, however, remained unfazed, replying, we merely utilized one another. There was never any real cooperation. Terrace, aside from Hydra, I am also quite interested in another matter. Gary interjected as he entered the room. Terrace instinctively revealed a flicker of fear in his eyes, attempting to steady his trembling voice as he asked. What is it that Minister Gary speaks of? The infinite formula. Gary enunciated each word deliberately. Terrace's heart raced. The infinite formula was a closely guarded secret, known to very few, and there was no way it could have been leaked. How could Gary possibly know of it? Though astonished, Terrace's expression feigned confusion. Minister Gary, I am unaware of what you are referring to. Ah, it appears you are not afraid of death. Gary's smile grew increasingly frigid. I remember now. There is indeed such a formula, developed by a certain Dr. Beithold, Terrace hurriedly replied. Beithold? Fury blinked in surprise. What? You know him? Gary turned his gaze toward Fury. Fury nodded. When I injured my eyes, I encountered this doctor during my treatment at a rear hospital. He injected me with something due to a lack of medication. It must have been the infinite formula. Understanding dawned on Gary. He was not well versed in this area. Terrace quickly added, Minister Gary, Fury, I can hand over the infinite formula to you, but you must honor your promise to release me. Terrace, I am a man of my word. You should know this best, Gary replied coolly. I believe that. Terrace responded with a forced laugh, still grappling with the incredibility of Gary's survival amidst the bombardment. Gary shrugged, then suddenly swept his telekinetic energy over Terrace's body, lingering for a moment at his heart. Terrace felt as though his heart was being gripped by an unseen force, his face contorting in pain as he collapsed onto the table, wailing in agony. Terrace, I have left something within you. I hope you cooperate with us. I trust you value your own life more than we do. After Gary finished speaking, he withdrew his telekinetic power, having uttered those words solely to intimidate Terrace. Once a martial artist ascends to the stellar level, they inevitably acquire telekinesis, albeit at a relatively modest level. With the telekinesis dispelled, Terrace gasped for breath, his complexion paling as he gazed at Gary. "I will cooperate fully," he stammered. "Excellent. A pleasant collaboration awaits." Gary extended his hand, offering a benign smile. Terrace managed a strained grin and shook Gary's hand. "Fury, I entrust this matter to you. With Terrace's assistance, I trust you will handle it more effectively," Gary stated, his expression finally relaxing. Fury nodded in acknowledgement. After resolving the issues with the Red House and the Hydra, Gary swiftly returned to the Strategic Science Department. For him, grasping the fundamental laws of space to enhance his strength remained the utmost priority. Placing the cosmic cube back on the research laboratory's apparatus, Gary looked at Stark and remarked, "This piece of limitless energy seems best suited for our facility. Alas, my capabilities are limited, and I cannot extract more insights from it." Stark sighed in resignation. Having spent years without yielding any significant breakthroughs, a source of considerable frustration for him, given his unparalleled confidence in innovation. "Do not lose heart. When Fury returns, he may bring something of great interest," Gary reassured. Stark could not suppress his curiosity. "What might that be?" "You shall find out in due time," Gary teased, leaving Stark in suspense. In the ensuing hours, Gary continued his usual practice of comprehending the laws, although the majority of his consciousness remained tethered to the Marvel realm. Compared to Roa's spatial avatar talent, his understanding of the space gem was exponentially quicker, enhancing his comprehension speed manifold. Chapter 082, The 100-Line Flow, Devouring Worlds. In the tranquil confines of the castle's meditation room at Shihu Courtyard, Yangzhou City, Roa slowly opened his eyes as an invisible energy enveloped him. 2 years have passed, and I am nearing the 100-line flow level in understanding the laws of space's essence. However, it appears I have hit a bottleneck, Roa mused, furrowing his brow, a flicker of frustration crossing his eyes. Recently, his comprehension speed had noticeably diminished, but lacking a mentor's guidance, he could only speculate this was indicative of a barrier. "It seems I must find time to visit Lord Honglu in the virtual universe," he resolved, taking a deep breath before leaving the meditation room. Although that esteemed figure had only accepted him as a nominal disciple, he had later sent an email encouraging Roa to seek him out if needed. Upon reaching the castle entrance, Roa spotted 2 figures sparring on a metal arena constructed on the lawn, his uncles, Ro Ping and Ro Hai. "Uncle! Uncle!" the 6 or 7-year-old boys exclaimed as they noticed Roa approaching. Nearby, the bald servant Daifan turned to greet him. "Mr. Roa." Roa nodded, smiling as he affectionately ruffled the hair of Ro Ping and Ro Hai, praising, "Well done. Your swordplay fundamentals are quite solid." "Daifan, I appreciate your efforts," Roa added. Daifan responded promptly, "It is my duty, and both young masters are exceedingly diligent." "Uncle, who performed better just now?" Ro Hai asked, his voice still carrying a hint of childishness, while Ro Ping blinked eagerly, looking to Roa for approval. "Both of you did admirably," Roa replied with a smile. Ro Hai, somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, "But I did even better." "Nonsense, it was clearly me," Ro Ping interjected. Roa shook his head. "Enough of this rivalry. Go and play with Shen Hao." 2 years prior, he and Jun Nen had welcomed a son, whom Roa named Ro Hao, as a tribute to his former identity. Just as Ro Ping and Ro Hai departed, a streak of light raced toward them. "Master, brother." Clad in alloy battle armor, Luo Feng landed on the arena, and Roa and Daifan approached him. "Roa, it is rare to see you out and about," Luo Feng remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I have been feeling somewhat restless with my training, so I decided to take a stroll," Roa replied. Over the past 2 years, he had devoted most of his time to comprehending the laws of space and had seldom ventured outside, even when occasionally practicing the 7 styles of the Void Blade within the slaughter space. Luo Feng nodded. "Do not confine yourself solely to quiet contemplation. One must also find time to relax." "I understand, brother." Roa quickly changed the subject. "In half a month, the triannual Qianwu auction will take place. Is there anything you wish to acquire?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng answered, "If possible, I would like to purchase 2 units of Lanka fruit. Babata insists that using life fruits to cultivate the Mo Yun vine is overly wasteful, so neither I nor Big Brother have any use for the life fruits you provided." "Agreed," Roa replied. He still had more than 200 mixed origin units from the last treasure of the Kabuk realm that he had yet to use, so he was well positioned to purchase either the Yenshin weapon or the Mo Sha clan's hide, as well as the Lanka fruit, for his own cultivation needs. The wooden crystal was sufficient for the time being, as he did not possess a financial black hole like Luo Feng's golden-horned giant beast. "By the way, Roa, if you're uncertain about what to buy at the auction, you might consider bringing Babata along. His extensive experience will guide you toward what is suitable for you," Luo Feng suggested, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face. as it was Babata who had insisted on this arrangement. Roa's eyes lit up. Excellent. With Babata's assistance, I shall not miss out on any treasures. He had been pondering how to procure what Luo Feng needed, so it was a pleasant surprise that his brother had taken the initiative to mention it. Following this, Roa and Luo Feng exchanged updates on Hong and Lei Shen before parting ways. In the virtual universe, within a spacious villa located at the center of Heilong Mountain Island, Roa produced a token and was granted entry by the guards at the door. Upon reaching the living room, he awaited a brief moment before a woman of icy demeanor entered. Lord Honglu, Roa greeted with respect. Honglu acknowledged with a slight nod, directly inquiring, "What brings you to me?" "Lord Honglu, I have encountered some challenges in my recent training," Roa explained. A flicker of surprise crossed Honglu's features. "Oh, please elaborate." "It is as follows." Roa proceeded to outline the difficulties he faced regarding the laws of space's essence. Honglu narrowed her eyes. "Demonstrate the 7 styles of the Void Blade using the Void Blade." Without hesitation, Roa began to perform the technique. Compared to 2 years prior, his execution of the 7 styles of the Void Blade was markedly more fluid and proficient, and as he unleashed the technique, the surrounding space instantly manifested a dozen phantoms, resembling mirror images of himself, mirroring his every movement. "Indeed, you are nearing the 100-line flow." Honglu's eyes widened in astonishment. She distinctly recalled that 2 years ago, Roa had yet to reach even the 1-line flow stage, having only achieved that with her guidance. It had been estimated that if Roa could break through to the 9-line flow level within 2 years, it would be a remarkable feat, yet here he was, surpassing those expectations. Taking a deep breath, Honglu reined in the surprise welling within her. "Lord Honglu," Roa concluded his demonstration respectfully, "your comprehension of the laws is indeed commendable. However, your execution of the secret technique appears somewhat awkward. Moreover, judging by your movements, it seems you have not spent much time familiarizing yourself with the Void Blade over the past 2 years, Honglu remarked, her tone softening considerably. Roa did not notice the shift in her tone, pausing momentarily. "Familiarizing myself with the Void Blade? Indeed, the Void Blade is one of the divine weapons, inherently imbued with sentience. Having been in the presence of the Lord for many years, it has absorbed your essence, which is why you find it somewhat clumsy and disjointed in your execution, thereby affecting your understanding," Honglu explained slowly. "For the time being, cease your comprehension of the laws and dedicate yourself wholly to familiarizing yourself with this blade. Once it truly recognizes you as its master, your execution of the 7 styles of the Void Blade will become effortless, and your issues will be resolved." Upon hearing this, Luo Hua was completely enlightened. It turned out that the blade bestowed upon him by that esteemed teacher, the sky-rending blade, was indeed a divine weapon. No wonder he had felt so out of sorts and even a twinge of irritation while employing secret techniques with it recently. The source of his discomfort was now clear. "Thank you, Lord Hong Luo, for your guidance." Luo Hua expressed his gratitude sincerely. "There's no need for thanks. Return now. The genius battle is imminent, and I hope you achieve commendable results," came the reply. With those words, Luo Hua found himself outside the villa. He bowed respectfully towards the villa before departing, realizing that without Hong Luo's timely advice, he might have remained stagnated at a bottleneck for quite some time. Chapter 083. Luo Feng's Gratitude. Half a month later, in the desolate wilderness outside Jiangnan Bay City, a streak of light pierced the sky, gently descending amidst the overgrown ruins. This figure was none other than Luo Hua. Compared to half a month ago, he now exuded an air of calm composure. The earlier signs of irritation in his eyes completely faded, his black irises serene and clear like tranquil waters. For the past half-month, he had kept the sky-rending blade close, immersing his mind within its essence, uncertain of the effects it had wrought. As he caressed the intricate patterns on the blade, he sensed a faint yet palpable connection between his spirit and the weapon, though it was but a tenuous bond. In the next moment, Luo Hua drew the blade with a swift motion, slicing downward. The surrounding space began to warp, and phantoms identical to Luo Hua emerged. 1, 2, 3, 30, 40. In a single breath, he unleashed 40 phantoms before commencing the second style of the sky-rending 7 techniques. Although his movements were deceptively simple, once the blade was drawn, a fierce intent of spatial cutting erupted from the blade's glow. The surfaces of the nearby buildings were marred by deep gashes, which subsequently crumbled with a thunderous roar. Amidst the billowing dust, the number of phantoms around Luo Hua surged once more, 40, 50, 80. It was not until 90 phantoms had materialized that beads of perspiration began to form on Luo Hua's forehead. "Is this my limit?" he murmured softly before sheathing the blade. As he did so, the surrounding phantoms shattered like glass, dissipating into the air. Luo Hua exhaled softly, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed. After establishing even a slight connection with the sky-rending blade, it no longer obstructed him. Just then, his communication wristwatch vibrated. Luo Hua. Don't forget what day it is. Upon answering, he heard Babada's impatient voice. Rest assured, I am well aware today marks the commencement of the Qinwu auction. Luo Hua replied, slightly exasperated, for Babada had reminded him incessantly these past few days. Quickly, Luo Hua, enter the virtual universe. The auction has already begun, Babada urged. I'm in the wilderness. I'll return to the castle shortly, and then enter the virtual universe, Luo Hua responded. Hurry. In no time, Luo Hua soared into the sky, vanishing in a flash of light. In the virtual universe, at the 9-star Bay Villa community on Black Dragon Mountain Island, as soon as Luo Hua appeared, Babada eagerly bound himself to Luo Hua as his auxiliary intelligence. Where's my brother? Luo Hua inquired. Your brother is aware that today is the grandest event of the Qinwu universe. Hence he went directly to the slaughterhouse with Hong and the Thunder God to avoid disturbing you, Babada explained before urging, let us go. Without hesitation, Luo Hua departed from the 9-star Bay community, boarding a Pegasus to the teleportation point. After retrieving his invitation to the Qinwu auction, he vanished in an instant, reappearing above the suspended city in the Qinwu continent. The invitation emitted a glimmering light, prompting the city's defenses to automatically open a passage. Once inside, Luo Hua quickly found himself at the entrance of the auction hall. After queuing for nearly half an hour, he finally entered the hall. Observing the diverse array of individuals entering, he couldn't help but marvel. These are all realm master-level powerhouses. Each one could effortlessly dominate a star domain. Upon reaching his designated seat, Luo Hua patiently awaited the proceedings. 3 hours later, the seats, resembling a football field, were filled to capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, a clear voice rang out, silencing the crowd. Following the familiar narrative, the elder in a tortoise shell, responsible for the auction, began to introduce the highlights of the event. Moments later, the auction officially commenced. The first item up for bid was a star domain tower from the Tana star domain. Subsequently, various items worth hundreds or even thousands of mixed essence units were auctioned off, leaving Luo Hua speechless. He had thought his 200-plus mixed essence units were considerable. Yet now he found himself unable to afford even a single item. However, during the third batch of items, prices began to drop, and among them appeared the Lanku fruit. Luo Hua spent nearly 4 trillion cosmic coins to acquire 2 units of the Lanku fruit. Towards the end of the fourth batch, the Yin Divine Weapon was presented. Luo Hua, this Yin Divine Weapon is one of the 9 divine weapons for controllers. Perfectly suited for your brother. Of course, if you find it too expensive, you needn't purchase it, Babada remarked, his tone anxious yet casual. Of course I must buy it. Luo Hua rolled his eyes. His primary purpose for attending the auction was indeed to procure the Yin Divine Weapon and the Mo Sha clan skin for his brother. Luo Feng. Babada smiled broadly. Excellent. It's only right that your brother treats you so well. Thus, Luo Hua spent 3 mixed essence units to acquire the Yin Divine Weapon. Then, during the 5th batch, when the Mo Sha clan skin was up for bidding, Babada added, Luo Hua, this Mo Sha clan skin is impressive. Your brother might glean insights into spatial laws from it. However, it may be pricier than the Yin Divine Weapon. Consider carefully, it's entirely up to you. Luo Hua chuckled. Babada, are you here to help me select treasures, or are you merely picking for my brother? Of course, I'm helping you, but I'm also picking for your brother. I trust you won't mind that. Babada replied with a mischievous grin. Seems like you haven't actually suggested a single item for me yet, Luo Hua retorted, pouting. Babada shook his head, explaining that most of the items in the 5 batches were required by realm masters, while those Luo Hua needed were beyond his means. For instance, the mechanical race spaceship would have been ideal for him, yet it was valued at 1,000 mixed essence units, far too costly for him. As for the life fruits, he already possessed them, and he had no shortage of weapons. The only thing he truly needed were plant-based life forms like the Mo Yun vine, but unfortunately, none were available at this auction. Luo Hua nodded, understanding that it was unlikely for the auction to feature items he needed, as most participants were realm masters, some even immortal. As the two conversed, the price of the Mo Sha clan skin continued to climb. However, Luo Hua remained unperturbed. His finances were more than adequate. Eventually, the price stabilized around 4 mixed essence units, and many ceased to place bids. Luo Hua easily secured the Mo Sha clan skin on White Orchid Star. After completing the exchange of items with the Virtual Universe Company, Luo Feng expressed a twinge of guilt. Luo Hua, Babada has been quite reckless, making you buy such expensive things while you acquired nothing for yourself. Brother, There's no need for formality. These are all things you require. I simply haven't encountered anything I need. Also, don't blame Babata. It was my decision to purchase these items. Luo Hua chuckled, then shifted the topic. Brother, go take a look at that Yin divine weapon. It's one of the 9 divine weapons for controllers, perfectly suited for you. Luo Feng patted Luo Hua's shoulder, choosing not to say more, but he buried this gratitude deep within his heart. Approaching, he opened the box and was immediately captivated by the dark golden staff inside. Indeed, it is splendid. Luo Feng gently caressed the intricate patterns, unable to suppress his admiration. Luo Hua approached, opening another box, and continued, Brother, inside this one are the skins of the demon-killing clan. Babata mentioned that you might glean insights into the laws of space from them. So I decided to purchase them. Demon-killing clan skins? Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting towards the box. And soon his eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement, clearly indicating that Babata had informed him of their potential utility. Thank you, Luo Hua. These demon-killing clan skins will be immensely beneficial to me, Luo Feng remarked earnestly. Luo Hua smiled faintly. As long as they help you, that's all that matters. The other box contains Lanku fruit. Now, let us return to Earth. In 3 months, the once-in-a-millennium cosmic human genius battle hosted by the Virtual Universe Company will commence. We must make the most of our time to prepare. Upon hearing this, anticipation flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. Haha, excellent. Let us strive together and see what achievements we can attain in this upcoming battle of geniuses. Chapter 084. The commencement of the genius battle in the virtual universe. Within the slaughter space, Luo Hua donned a sleek black alloy combat suit, his expression tranquil as he stood amidst an expansive, verdant prairie, surrounded by thousands of young men clad in white robes. Each of these youths possessed a stellar-level 9th rank strength and wielded a singular domain. Let us begin, Luo Hua murmured as he caressed the rift blade inscribed with faint blue runes in his hand. Kill! Kill! The battle cries of the thousands of white-robed youths erupted, transforming into a flurry of afterimages as they surged towards Luo Hua like lightning. Boom! 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 Fields of azure wind blades, violet lightning, and ochre air currents erupted almost simultaneously, unleashing an overwhelming momentum that stirred the surrounding air and whipped up waves of wind. Yet Luo Hua maintained a smile. As the foremost group of white-robed youths closed in, he effortlessly swung his blade. Swish, swish, swish. As the surrounding space warped, numerous duplicates of himself materialized. Sizzle. Nearly 100 figures brandished their blades in unison, the glimmering arcs of light intertwining in a dazzling display. Puff, puff, puff. The domains of the hundreds of white-robed youths drew nigh, but they were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the blade lights, their heads severed in an instant. Blood and brain matter splattering forth. Luo Hua stepped lightly, his form moving swiftly along the arc of space, flickering amidst the thousands of white-robed youths. While his phantoms mirrored his every motion, each flicker igniting a blade light, creating a curious and intricate rhythm between them. Puff, puff, puff. The nearby white-robed youths fell one after another. In merely half a minute, the thousands of stellar-level 9th rank white-robed youths, each possessing a singular domain, lay lifeless on the ground. Luo Hua surveyed the fallen bodies, sheathing his blade as a smile crept upon his lips. Finally, I have attained the combat prowess of the 100-line flow. I should now be worthy of competing alongside those super geniuses. During the past 3 months, apart from eating, he had devoted nearly all his energy to mastering the Rift Blade. Through relentless effort, a month prior, the Rift Blade had recognized him as its second master. Concurrently, his comprehension of the laws of space had successfully advanced to the 100-line flow level, allowing him to instantaneously manifest over 100 phantoms. However, merely manifesting phantoms indicated that he had reached a certain level of understanding of the laws. It did not denote that he possessed true combat prowess at the 100-line flow level. Thus, in the following month, he had diligently honed his skills within the slaughter space. Now, he finally possessed the combat capability of the 100-line flow, with each of his over 100 phantoms wielding nearly 80% of his strength. In other words, he could now single-handedly vanquish over 100 geniuses of the same rank. This level of power was still somewhat lacking, for the Reaper brand could unleash over 1,000 phantoms, so he must not become complacent. Luo Hua often assessed himself in this manner, for only through such introspection could he maintain humility and diligence. As he exited the slaughter space, Luo Hua was preparing to return to the 9-star Bay Villa complex when he noticed those around him gazing skyward. He instinctively looked up. There, in the heavens, was a colossal proclamation, resembling a celestial tapestry that enveloped the sky. The cosmic human genius battle is about to commence. For details, please visit the Virtual Universe Company's official website. Upon reading the proclamation, Luo Hua swiftly gestured, causing a screen to materialize before him. Are you a genius? Unable to find a worthy opponent among your peers? Then come and participate in the Cosmic Human Genius Battle. This year's Genius Battle is a grand event held once every millennium by the Virtual Universe Company, open to all stellar-level humans. As long as you are stellar level, you may register to participate. The Genius Battle comprises the Cosmic Nation Selection Battle and the Peak Finals. The first round will filter participants within various cosmic nations, and the elites selected will compete in the ultimate battle for the entire human race. Those who rank in the top 1,000 of the finals will receive 3 grand rewards. First, a monetary prize of 100,000 mixed yuan units, based on their ranking. Second, an opportunity to enter the primordial universe. Third, the chance to become a core member of the virtual universe. After perusing the information, Luo Hua took a deep breath. Although he was already aware of this content, witnessing it firsthand still ignited a fervor within him. It is essential to note that this competition involves the genius confrontation of countless humans across the entire universe, drawing the attention and scrutiny of numerous influential figures. Let us return and register. Inside a resplendent palace, a man adorned with peculiar patterns sat at the center of the grand hall, while a coldly elegant woman stood respectfully below. Red Luo, the genius battle is about to commence, correct? The man spoke casually. Yes, my lord. Today is indeed the day, Red Luo replied. The man nodded gently. And how has my disciple Luo Hua been preparing for his training? My lord. Luo Hua has now attained the 100-line flow level in comprehending the laws of space, Red Luo responded promptly. 100-line flow? A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes as he turned to Red Luo. Are you saying that he has progressed from the 1-line flow to the 100-line flow level in just 2 years? Indeed, my lord. The man fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. 100-line flow, 100-line flow. Ha ha ha. It has been many years since I, Tachio, have received a disciple of such talent. Now, let us see how that Rainbow Sword King can flaunt himself before me. Congratulations, my lord, Red Luo said with a smile. The man's laughter did not wane, echoing beyond the palace, astonishing the guards at the entrance. They had lost count of how many years it had been since their lord had laughed so heartily. When the floating proclamation appeared, the entire human cosmic nations erupted in fervor, with countless factions and divine nations simultaneously summoning their elite disciples. The Divine Lord is personally summoning us. This is the genius battle. As long as we can pass the selection battle, the Divine Lord will directly grant us a star system. How outrageous. A group of stellar-level youths, just emerging from the Fire God Nation, exchanged excited discussions. Within the Black Dragon Mountain Divine Nation, thousands of stellar-level youths gazed reverently at the great divine being before them, kneeling in respect. I must pass the preliminary round and bring glory to Black Dragon Mountain. If I can succeed, I shall inherit the legacy of Black Dragon Mountain, and then who will dare to look down upon me? As they listened to the great divine being's encouragement, the hearts of the thousands of stellar-level youths surged with emotion. In the Qianwu universe, over 100 million stellar-level geniuses who had just exited the divine nation still resonated with the soul-stirring voice of the Qianwu nation's ruler. To think we could encounter the legendary figure who established the Qianwu universe. Many immortals have never even seen the ruler's face. This time, I must secure first place in the selection battle. Only then can I gain recognition and perhaps become the ruler's personal disciple. The genius battle is destined to be my moment to shine in the universe. Chapter 085, the preliminary round. In the virtual universe, within the Black Dragon Mountain Island's 9-star Bay Villa. In the Grand Hall, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God gathered, intently observing the rapidly fluctuating numbers on the registration webpage before them. Goodness, it's barely been 2 hours since the announcement, and nearly 2 billion individuals have already registered. This is simply outrageous, Thunder God exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Luo Hua chuckled. Brother, that's merely the registration count from our Qianwu universe. It's quite normal. Just within our realm, we possess over 100 million star systems, teeming with countless stellar-level powerhouses. Moreover, those bold enough to register are typically confident in their abilities, meaning that nearly every one of these 2 billion participants is formidable. Luo Feng sighed. Luo Hua, feeling the pressure? Hong inquired with a hint of concern. Fully aware of their teacher's expectations, Thunder God and Luo Feng turned their gazes towards Luo Hua. Not in the slightest, Luo Hua replied, shrugging with an air of nonchalance. Thunder God was left speechless. Fourth brother, you and your brother are both freaks. Brother, you've misconstrued my words. I'm not a freak. Compared to Luo Hua, I am indeed lacking, Luo Feng admitted candidly. In recent times, he had been honing his skills in the slaughter arena, consistently setting Luo Hua as his opponent. But the outcome was invariably a defeat. Even when utilizing the first form of the divine weapon, he could barely withstand Luo Hua's initial strike, and against the second, which was as swift as lightning, he stood no chance. Even Babata had to concede that unless Luo Feng comprehended the laws of space, defeating Luo Hua would be exceedingly difficult. All right, let us register. The four promptly began inputting their information on the official website to enroll in the upcoming Genius Selection Battle. With a month remaining until the registration deadline, they seized every moment to continue their training in the slaughter arena, for as the four strongest from Earth, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all proud and unwilling to face early elimination. During this month leading up to registration, the number of participants in the slaughter space surged, with geniuses continuously emerging. Almost all stellar-level powerhouses competing were diligently striving to enhance their skills. On a vast expanse of desert, Luo Feng wielded a golden sword, swiftly launching assaults against the hundreds of approaching peers of equal rank. With a series of sharp sounds, the golden sword transformed into beams of light, piercing through the heads of these youths in the blink of an eye. Babata, clad in a black robe and exuding a demonic presence, munched on an apple, clearly dissatisfied. Luo Feng, your speed is far too sluggish. If these opponents were your brother, you'd already be a corpse by now. Luo Feng could only smile wryly. Babata. Each of these golden swords from the divine weapon is incredibly heavy. Given my current telekinetic prowess, merely managing to control them is commendable. Accelerating my attack speed is currently beyond my capability. Perhaps my expectations of you are too high, Babata sighed in response. Your brother Luo Hua has reached at least a 9-line level of comprehension of the laws of space, meaning he can instantaneously manifest 9 phantoms. To defeat him, you would need to manipulate 9 golden swords to simultaneously strike at his phantoms. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult. Luo Feng couldn't help but interject. Babata, can I not control a single golden sword to attack my brother's true form? Babata rolled his eyes. Do you think the phantoms produced by the laws of space are mere afterimages? Each phantom is a reflection of the true body refracted through the laws of space. Even with telekinetic scanning, one cannot distinguish them. Only those equally versed in the laws of space can discern the location of the true body. Now keep striving. While Babata trained Luo Feng, the intelligent being Mist was simultaneously instructing Thunder God. Another defeat. Arg, you are truly infuriating. I'm not asking you to defeat Luo Hua, but at the very least, can you not overcome Luo Feng? The white-bearded elder exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Thunder God wore a helpless expression. Mist, I can't even surpass Brother Hong. Setting the third brother as my opponent is just asking for punishment. What do you know? You are currently training under my guidance, Mist. You cannot compare to your former self. The elder retorted, his frustration evident. Continue, do not slack off. Meanwhile, both Hong and Luo Hua lacked a teacher or intelligent being to guide them, and were left to their own devices in the slaughter arena. As time flowed steadily, the registration deadline swiftly approached. On this day, Luo Hua, Hong, Luo Feng, and Thunder God simultaneously received an email from the Virtual Universe Company. We welcome you to participate in the Cosmic Human Pinnacle Genius Selection Battle. The number of registrants from the Qianwu universe has reached 82.25 billion. The Virtual Universe Company assures that all proceedings in this selection battle will be conducted under conditions of absolute fairness. Luo Hua had a general understanding of the content, but chose to peruse it once more. In summary, the Pinnacle Genius Selection Battle primarily assessed experience in the realm of will and comprehension of laws, with all external conditions being equal for all participants. The selection rules, as per the original plot, would identify the top 1,000 from the Cosmic Nation, followed by a final showdown among the top 1,000 from various cosmic nations to determine the overall top 1,000 in the universe. Overall, the Genius Selection Battle was exceptionally ruthless, particularly the initial round of eliminations within the Cosmic Nation, which was frenzied beyond measure. With my strength, passing the selection should be effortless. Even in the ultimate battle, I should be able to secure a position within the top 20, but to contend for an even higher rank, a stroke of luck will be necessary. Luo Hua contemplated inwardly. He felt no pressure regarding the selection battle, but if he were to encounter the Grim Reaper Berlan in the final showdown, that would indeed spell disaster. After all, Berlan was also a genius of the laws of space, and his comprehension far exceeded Luo Hua's. Unless he could grasp the laws of time before the finals, defeat was inevitable. Sighing slightly, Luo Hua rubbed his temples, pondering the time stone. which remained firmly in the grasp of the Ancient One. Securing it would prove exceedingly challenging. He had considered approaching Camartage under the guise of seeking apprenticeship to get closer to the Time Stone, but the Ancient One could perceive both past and future. He was uncertain if his advantages would hold up. Should he be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he was unwilling to gamble on such uncertainties. After the registration period concluded, the Virtual Universe Company commenced various preparations. On May 16, 2066, the preparations were fully completed, and the preliminary rounds of the Qianwu universe officially commenced. On this day, over 8 billion contestants gathered from all corners to converge upon the Qianwu continent. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were no exceptions, having arrived early via teleportation from the Black Dragon Island to the Qianwu continent. This preliminary round is divided into 100 world zones, and I have been assigned to Zone 72, Hong murmured, glancing at Luo Hua and the others. What about you? Haha, I'm in Zone 88, quite a fortunate number. Third brother, fourth brother, which zones are you in? Luo Feng replied with a grin. Zone 1, Zone 1. A good omen. Hong and Thunder God chimed in. The three soon turned their attention to Luo Hua. I'm in Zone 66. 66 is quite auspicious. A very propitious number, Thunder God remarked, smiling at Luo Hua. It seems you should have a smooth journey in this preliminary round. Hong couldn't resist teasing. Luo Hua is a distinguished disciple of a major figure. He faces no pressure in the preliminary round at all. Indeed, among the four of us, only Luo Hua is at ease. Luo Feng laughed. Brother, even you are jesting at my expense, Luo Hua replied, somewhat exasperated. While the four conversed, the surrounding area was bustling with figures of varying heights, much like Luo Hua and his companions, gathering in groups, engaging in conversation as they awaited the commencement of the event. Attention all participants, the preliminary round is about to commence with a collective teleportation. You will be transported to your respective allocated world zones. Please take this time to inspect your gear. Once the teleportation begins, requests for weapons will not be entertained. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the continent, reaching the ears of every contestant. Luo Hua donned a simple black second-tier force combat suit, with a skybreaker blade adorned with faint blue patterns slung across his back, and nothing else to speak of. In stark contrast, figures like Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were exceptionally well prepared, particularly Luo Feng, who bore multiple items including shields, battle blades, divine weapons, and teleportation devices, far exceeding those of Hong and Thunder God. Approximately 5 minutes later, the voice resonated again. The teleportation is about to begin. Countdown. 60, 59, 10, 9, 2, 1. Let's go. Together we shall pass the preliminaries. The four of them encouraged one another. Boom. In an instant, over 8 trillion stellar-level participants vanished from the continent. At the same moment, over 2 billion contestants appeared across the 100 world zones opened by the virtual universe. The pinnacle battle of cosmic humanity begins. The preliminaries are underway. In the 66th world zone, after a brief moment of visual blurriness, the surroundings gradually came into focus. Luo Hua found himself standing in front of an office desk by a tall building's window, beside which were 2 pots of unfamiliar potted plants. Feeling the gravitational pull of this world zone, Luo Hua glanced down at the screen on his wrist guard. The screen displayed his information, along with the scoring rules and background introduction of the world zone. Contestant, Luo Hua. Score, 0. Current ranking, none. Location, World Zone 66. Time. The preliminary elimination rounds will last for 30 days. Once the time is up, rankings will be determined based on scores. Below this was the background information of the world zone, as well as the scoring and ranking rules. Luo Hua merely skimmed through it, quickly comprehending the essentials. Generally speaking, during the early phases, the sheer number of participants necessitates that even the skilled remain low profile to avoid being swarmed and eliminated. It is only in the later stages, with accumulated points, that most experts engage in reckless battles, knowing that even if they die and lose half their points, they will not be eliminated. However, for me, this is unnecessary. A confident smile graced Luo Hua's lips. He held the entire world zone, and indeed the whole Qianwu universe, in utter disregard. As for being besieged, a super genius with comprehension of spatial laws at the 100-line flow level has nothing to fear from ambushes. Bang! At that moment, the office door was suddenly kicked open. A youth with 4 arms grinned at Luo Hua, but just as he was about to speak, a swift and astonishing blade of light flashed by. A blood mark instantly appeared on the youth's forehead as he fell, bewildered. Bang! 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 Almost simultaneously, deafening sounds erupted outside the window. As most participants began to engage in combat after a brief period of acclimatization, Luo Hua, having dispatched the four-armed youth, heard the shattering of glass surrounding him, and soon found himself amidst a fierce melee with 4 or 5 differently formed youths, all suspended in midair. Without hesitation, Luo Hua burst through the window. Ha ha! You are all mine. In a fit of laughter, Luo Hua unleashed several phantoms, simultaneously striking with his blade. Amidst the flickering blade light, the youths engaged in battle were caught off guard, swiftly cleaved in half, and plummeting downwards. Get out of my way. After finishing off these youths, Luo Hua concentrated his force into sound, sending it reverberating between the towering buildings. Who the hell is this guy? Has he gone mad? So incredibly arrogant. Accompanied by a chorus of angry shouts, figures began breaking through the windows, forming an onslaught against Luo Hua as if they had reached a silent agreement. Luo Hua laughed heartily, once more erupting with phantoms, shattering their attacks in an instant while maintaining his blade's momentum, delivering lethal strikes that tore their bodies apart with the sharp intent of spatial slicing. Many experts hidden within the buildings witnessed this scene, their pupils constricting in disbelief. In 1 minute, if they do not emerge, they shall never do so again. Luo Hua's gaze swept across the surrounding skyscrapers, and once again, the sound waves he had formed resonated through the structures. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of figures simultaneously crashed through the windows, launching a united assault on Luo Hua. Fully aware that to succeed in this preliminary round, they must first eliminate this monster. Ha ha ha, excellent. Amidst the laughter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 40. 100 phantoms of Luo Hua emerged. Their movements were synchronized as they arced through space, closing in on the assailants with astonishing speed. Swish. A blinding flash of blade light resulted in a significant reduction of the attacking participants. The remaining attackers, seeing Luo Hua's multitude of phantoms, felt their hopes plummet. Flee. Without hesitation, they scattered in all directions, driven solely by the instinct to escape this terrifying place. This is beyond terrifying. An explosive manifestation of over 100 phantoms. What kind of monstrous genius is this? The hidden experts were equally frightened out of their wits, daring not to linger any longer as they surged from the buildings, hastily retreating from the scene. Luo Hua observed the panicked contestants scattering, somewhat bemused. He had not anticipated their cowardice, fleeing without even a fight. As his thoughts shifted, he swiftly pursued a young man adorned with a single horn on his forehead, sensing a semblance of strength within him. I am an elite nurtured by the Qinwu universe, if you are. Before the young man could finish his sentence, a blade of light swept through, severing his head. A nearby expert who had just escaped the building turned back, drenched in cold sweat at the sight, realizing just how formidable Luo Hua was. The comprehension of spatial laws at such a level, none of the strongest geniuses of our Qinwu universe could contend with him. Being allocated to the same world zone as such a freak is truly the epitome of misfortune. After dispatching the horned youth, Luo Hua returned to the building, where the initial population density had been substantial, given the over 820 million participants. Thus, apart from those who had fled, many others remained within the high-rises. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Hua's killing speed was astonishingly rapid. Whether they were mentalists or warriors with domains, he dispatched them with a single stroke. And his fearless approach to ambushes made him even more relentless. As a result of this frenzied slaughter, his ranking soared like a rocket. Chapter 087, Fearsome Reputation. Contestant, Luo Hua. Score, 270-052. Ranking, 7465. Luo Hua strolled between 2 towering buildings, surrounded by the shadows of countless grotesque corpses. He glanced down at the screen on his wrist guard, frowning slightly. In these 3 days, I have been killing almost every moment, and I have only amassed this paltry amount of points? Bang! Suddenly, a window shattered beside him, and a whip-like shadow hurtled towards him with the speed of the wind. Clang! Luo Hua reacted swiftly, drawing his blade to intercept. The pale blue blade light collided with the whip shadow, sparking brilliantly before shattering it in an instant. Come out! Luo Hua's gaze swept towards the window, issuing a cold command. Yet, in response, he was met with a barrage of whip shadows that enveloped him like a tempest in a blink of an eye. Humph, merely a 5th-level domain. In an instant, several phantoms of Luo Hua appeared, and the intertwining blue blade lights erupted, forming a terrifying domain of blades that shattered the myriad whip shadows surrounding him. Swish! A woman, concealed within the confines of a window, suddenly turned and shattered the wall, fleeing into the distance. Still wishing to escape? Leave her be. Luo Hua transformed into a swift arc, almost instantaneously catching up to the woman. A streak of azure light erupted from his blade, accompanied by a fierce spatial slicing force, which instantaneously tore her body apart. Contestant, Luo Hua. Score, 328-047. Ranking, 5, 216. Glancing at his arm guard, a smirk graced Luo Hua's lips as he noted a sudden increase of 50,000 points. This implied that the woman possessed over 100,000 points. Remarkably, despite being merely at the 5th level of the domain, she had amassed such a fortune in just 3 days. Quite impressive indeed. It is worth noting that even he, amid frenzied slaughter over 3 days, had only accumulated slightly over 200,000 points. It seems that hunting skilled opponents yields points at a much swifter pace. Luo Hua reflected, despite his formidable strength and extraordinary speed, enabling him to effortlessly approach even the most adept mentalists, he could only eliminate one adversary at a time, unless besieged, whereupon he could unleash his phantasm to take down many. Yet contestants were not fools. Upon witnessing his burst of power, they would scatter, depriving him of the chance to annihilate them entirely. This elucidates why, despite his overwhelming prowess, it took him 3 days to garner a mere 200,000 points. With a sigh, he resolved to continue, planning to remain in this city for 10 days before venturing to others. Luo Hua dismissed his distractions and swiftly departed from the building, wandering towards other urban districts. In the skies above the First World District, beyond the membrane, Su Xian, Zhen Nan, and others sat within a resting chamber of a spaceship. Zhen Nan, your Luo Hua's strength is astonishing. Within just 5 days of the preliminary rounds, he surged into the top 2,000. Su Xian exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Zhen Nan, cradling Luo Hao, humbly responded, Luo Hua is simply too reckless. With so many competitors at the start, he ought to emulate his brother Luo Feng and maintain a low profile. Otherwise, encountering skilled opponents, he risks being eliminated early. Indeed, young Hua is quite impulsive, Gong Xinlan remarked, shaking her head. However, Su Gang disagreed, asserting, Luo Hua's ascent into the top 2,000 within 5 days indicates his exceptional strength. The Thunder God also soared in points initially, yet even now, he languishes outside the top 10,000, and his ranking continues to decline. Exactly. My uncle is the strongest. No one can rival him. Xiaohai gazed intently at the screen. Su Xian couldn't help but inquire, Xiaohai, who do you think is stronger, your father or your uncle? Xiaohai's eyes twinkled. Of course, my father is stronger. Haha. Laughter erupted among the family. In the 66th World District, Luo Hua treaded upon the corpses strewn across the lawn, his gaze fixed upon a 3-eyed youth hovering in midair, manipulating 2 golden wheels. You are the foremost expert of the East District, the Golden Wheel Eye? After 9 days of preliminary rounds, formidable talents had emerged from each urban district, each one a survivor from brutal battles, renowned as the strongest in the galaxy. This Golden Wheel Eye was indeed the mightiest of the East District. Luo Hua had sought him out directly upon arriving from the South District. The 3-eyed youth, observing the strong scent of blood emanating from Luo Hua, narrowed his 3 pupils slightly. Wanderer, with your strength, passing this preliminary round should be effortless. Is it truly necessary to engage in a fight to the death? Allow me to correct your misconception. It is not a matter of life or death for you, but rather, you are certainly the one who will perish. Luo Hua replied with a calm smile, his voice laced with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, the 3-eyed youth erupted into furious laughter. Very well, Wanderer. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors suggest. Let me see if you possess the merit to be so bold. With a swift motion, the 3-eyed youth unleashed his domain, and the 2 golden wheels at his side surged forth with a life of their own, darting towards Luo Hua like bolts of lightning. Clang! Luo Hua split into 2, his blade descending with precision. The blue light of his sword met the 2 golden rays, resulting in a cacophony of piercing metallic sounds. A 9th-level domain, and one that is gold-based? You truly deserve the title of the strongest in the East District. After repelling the 2 golden rays, Luo Hua felt a tingling in his wrist, silently admiring the ferocity of gold-based attacks. His brother, Luo Feng, had comprehended the essence of the gold principle, crushing peers of the same caliber with ease. Regrettably, the 3-eyed youth before him had not grasped the essence of the gold principle. Nonetheless, even if he had, he would still be no match for Luo Hua. Wanderer, is this all you are capable of? The 3-eyed youth roared. Unleash your full strength. As you wish, Luo Hua declared, and in an instant, phantasms erupted forth, surrounding the 3-eyed youth. Gazing at the multitude of Luo Hua's figures surrounding him, the 3-eyed youth's expression turned to one of shock. You swish. A flash of blades illuminated the scene as the 3-eyed youth's body was shattered into countless pieces, and the 2 golden wheels fell to the ground beside him. As a 9th-level domain genius, you have indeed warranted a display of my prowess. Came the calm voice of Luo Hua, whose figure had already vanished from sight. Nearby, spectators among the competing experts stood dumbfounded. Is this truly the Wanderer's real strength? This is terrifying. Over 100 phantasms. What level of comprehension of spatial principles must one possess to achieve such mastery? The Golden Wheel Eye's defeat is not unjust. To have battled against such an extraordinary talent is a privilege in itself. In the ensuing day, Luo Hua ventured to the North District in the morning, dispatching the top expert, Demon Mark, and in the afternoon, he traversed to the West District to vanquish Blaze. By evening, he arrived in the Central District, where he eliminated the genius Ice Meteor, who was on the verge of comprehending a fragment of the source principle. In a mere 2 days, Luo Hua had systematically eradicated the top-tier experts emerging from each urban district, and his fearsome reputation as the Wanderer spread throughout the city. Upon sighting him, everyone fled in terror. It's the Wanderer. Run. The scent of blood permeated the air as Luo Hua appeared, causing a group of contestants embroiled in battle to cease their skirmish and scatter in a panic. Alas, it seems I can no longer linger in this city. Luo Hua sighed, shaking his head. His notorious reputation had reached such heights that no one dared to remain within a 1,000-meter radius of him. Yet, upon glancing at the arm guard screen, a smile crept onto Luo Hua's face. Chapter 088. Attention. The screen displayed significant changes in the rankings. Contestant, Luo Hua. Score, 7. 350, 286. Ranking, 75. Indeed, hunting skilled adversaries yields points at an astonishing rate. Luo Hua mused, reflecting on the 7 days spent relentlessly slaying experts since departing from the South District. Almost every skilled opponent contributed hundreds of thousands of points, especially on the 10th day, where the 4 top experts from various districts collectively bestowed over 5 million points upon him. It was utterly terrifying. Had he remained in the South District, he would likely not have even reached 1,000,000 points by now. Onward, to see if I can achieve the top rank in the 66th World District. Luo Hua dismissed his distractions, lightly pressing his feet against the ground as he shot into the sky, heading towards another city. To attain the top score in his World District, it was imperative to hunt down superlative experts across various urban districts. Meanwhile, as Luo Hua embarked on his adventures in other cities, Luo Feng, having maintained a low profile for 10 days while nurturing his divine weapon, began to unleash his power. His ranking surged, reminiscent of Luo Hua's earlier meteoric rise. In the resting chamber of a spaceship beyond the membrane in the skies above the First World District, the Luo family gathered together. Look, my dad's ranking has risen again. Wow, he's in the top 60,000. Xiao Hai pointed at the screen, but he quickly bit his finger, shaking his head. But he still can't compare to my uncle. My uncle is just too formidable, ranking at 75. Su Xian smiled and praised. Luo Hua is indeed impressive. A double-digit ranking is not something just any talent can achieve. Indeed, a 2-digit ranking already signifies a level of extraordinary genius. Even if he were to be eliminated now, he would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 1,000. It can be said that Luo Hua has essentially reserved a spot for the preliminary rounds. Su Gang could not help but exclaim. Jin Nan, feeding Xiao Hao some milk, humbly remarked, Luo Hua primarily surged ahead at the outset, thus establishing a significant lead. His brother, Luo Feng, is bound to catch up later. A step ahead leads to further advancements. Luo Hong was smiled and added, glancing at the screen, I hope Luo Feng can also quickly enter the top 1,000. Xiao Hai exclaimed, Daddy will definitely make it. An uncle and second uncle will also break into the top 1,000. Inside the grand hall of another luxurious spacecraft, the atmosphere was charged with awe. Luo Hua is truly terrifying. From the very beginning, his ranking has skyrocketed without pause, which signifies he has been continuously vanquishing adversaries. Indeed, Luo Hua is absurdly powerful, yet he belongs to our Black Dragon Mountain. Laughter erupted, charge forth. The further ahead we go, the better. Let those from the Qianwu universe nations directly governed star regions witness that our Black Dragon Mountain can also produce prodigies. A group of citizens from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was ecstatic. The burgeoning number of geniuses in the competition symbolized the strength of their star region, ensuring that they would be held in higher esteem when visiting other territories. Within a magnificent palace, a man adorned with peculiar patterns on his face turned to the nearby Hong Luo and inquired, The preliminary rounds have been underway for over 10 days. What is Luo Hua standing? My lord, Luo Hua is currently ranked 75th in his respective universe nation, Hong Luo respectfully replied. So low? The man furrowed his brow slightly. Hong Luo continued, My lord, Luo Hua is a martial artist, and in the preliminary rounds, he faces certain disadvantages compared to mentalists. That is true. The man nodded and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Hong Luo pondered to himself, how could a lord of such stature, a king of unyielding might, concern himself with such trivial matters? Clearly, he holds Luo Hua in great regard. Fortunately, the man could not hear these thoughts. Had he done so, he would certainly have rolled his eyes. How could he not take it seriously? After millions of years, this was the first time he had received a disciple of such remarkable talent. Were it not for his status, he would have personally monitored the preliminary rounds long ago. In the 66th World District, on the outskirts of a city built on a mountainside, Luo Hua faced a strikingly handsome young man who stood before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Daring to roam into another city so soon after the preliminary rounds have only just begun, you possess quite the confidence. The handsome youth replied coolly, wielding a massive axe on his back, its head entwined with a double-headed serpent pattern, appearing exceedingly sinister. Luo Hua narrowed his eyes. To intercept a strong opponent on the outskirts of the city, you are also quite confident. Since that is the case, let us forego idle banter and engage in battle. The handsome youth suddenly erupted with a torrent of earthy energy, fixing his gaze on Luo Hua as he drew the giant axe from his back. Ninth realm of the domain. Quite impressive. As Luo Hua felt the heavy aura enveloping him, his eyes lit up, and with a flick of his hand, the void-splitting blade slowly materialized. With a thunderous sound, the two engaged without any superfluous movements, colliding directly. In an instant, they exchanged blows over 10 times. Rarely encountering a martial artist at the ninth realm, Luo Hua refrained from immediately unleashing the 7 styles of void-splitting, instead opting for straightforward and brutal swordplay to clash with him. With a violent impact, both were propelled backwards several meters before regaining their footing. To withstand over 10 strikes without unleashing your domain under my ninth realm's pressure, you are indeed formidable. The handsome youth took a deep breath to steady his surging blood. His eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, and a heavy intent surged into the giant axe he wielded. Instantly, the serpent patterns on the axe seemed to come alive, emitting faint sounds. You have earned my full effort, the handsome youth shouted, leaping forward and closing the distance to Luo Hua in mere moments. Luo Hua's lips curled into a smile. It seemed he too would need to take this seriously. With a swift motion, Luo Hua split into 2, charging forth with his blade. The moment they clashed, Luo Hua felt as though he was ensnared in a quagmire. The surrounding earthy energy transformed into 2 colossal serpents, continuously constricting him and drastically reducing his speed. A super genius who has comprehended the laws of spatial origin. Too bad, you have underestimated me. The handsome youth's pupils constricted as he beheld Luo Hua's illusory form, swiftly shifting to a defensive stance. As Luo Hua's speed was curtailed, the youth shouted, attacking fiercely with the giant axe. Yet in the next instant, 1, 2, 3, 9 illusory forms appeared simultaneously. How many of me can you restrain? Amidst a light-hearted laugh, a flurry of blue sword lights erupted, instantly engulfing the handsome youth. The earthy energy dissipated, revealing the stunned expression on the handsome youth's face, which now bore several cracks. And the giant axe slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. What a pity. Your ninth realm and a hint of comprehension of earth-based origin laws. My elder brothers are far from your level. Even my brother, Luo Feng, would have to expend considerable effort to defeat you. Luo Hua shook his head as he gazed at the handsome youth's lifeless body. Habitually, he glanced at the screen on his arm guard. Contestant, Luo Hua. Points, 11, 735,002. Ranking, 21. With an increase of over 4 million points. It seemed this handsome youth, like him, had accumulated his points by slaying formidable opponents. If he were to proceed further, he likely wouldn't gain much more. Luo Hua murmured to himself before turning away, soaring towards the next city. Chapter 89, Overall Ranking. As the days passed, beginning from the 20th day of the preliminary rounds, the competition for rankings across various world districts intensified. Many unknown masters emerged, including Luo Feng, whose steadily rising rank garnered significant attention from various factions within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Meanwhile, Luo Hua not only attracted the notice of numerous major powers within Qianwu, but also completely ignited the fervor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Charge to the top of the Qianwu Universe Nation rankings. Luo Hua was astonishingly powerful. From the start, he exhibited an overwhelming strength, and his ranking had never faltered, now placing him among the top 10 as the preliminary rounds approached their conclusion. Luo Hua belongs to our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He is our pride. The citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were utterly ecstatic, with countless individuals cheering him on in the virtual universe. Historically, no one from their empire had ever entered the top 1,000 in previous talent battles, and every time they ventured into other star regions, they felt inferior. Yet now, a representative from Black Dragon Mountain had surged into the top 10 of the Qianwu Universe Nation rankings. How could this not ignite their excitement? The direct star region empires under the Qianwu Universe Nation were left in shock. Where did this Luo Hua from Black Dragon Mountain come from? How could he possibly break into the top 10 of the Qianwu Universe Nation rankings? Even in that remote corner of Black Dragon Mountain, a super genius has emerged? They swiftly mobilized to gather information on Luo Hua, realizing that achieving a top 10 ranking indicated he had undoubtedly comprehended the laws of origin. In the 66th World District, on the 27th day of the preliminary rounds, Luo Hua strolled down a street, the vicinity devoid of any other figures. Having spent only half a day in the city, he had already killed a master, and his notorious name had spread like wildfire. After all, the arm guard screen displayed the leaderboard, making it easy to ascertain that he was one of the top 3 super strong individuals in this world district. With only 3 days remaining, traveling to other cities would be futile. Perhaps it was time to rest. After incessant days of slaughter, he felt the need for respite. With a glance at the screen on his arm guard, he noted, contestant, Luo Hua. Points, 84, 563, 702. Ranking, 7. After wandering through the city for over 10 days, Luo Hua had vanquished 7 or 8 extraordinary talents and, in the process, eliminated several formidable opponents that emerged from the urban landscape, amassing a significant amount of points. Yet, he still found himself not at the pinnacle of the 66th World District. There was another individual above him with points nearing 100 million. In contrast to the mental warriors, the martial artists faced considerable disadvantages during the preliminary rounds. If others opted to avoid conflict, the martial artists found it exceedingly challenging to secure numerous kills. Luo Hua could not help but lament the fact that the wild man Rong Jun, renowned for his formidable prowess, had also failed to claim the title of the first in the World District in the original storyline. Now, he too found himself in a similar predicament. It seemed that to attain the coveted first rank in the World District, one required not only strength but also a stroke of luck, such as fortuitously defeating a super strong opponent with a vast number of points. However, it was evident that Luo Hua's fortune was lacking. Despite ranking among the top 10 across 100 world districts in total points, he still faced a super strong adversary with a greater score within the 66th World District. Of course, within the entire Qianwu Universe Nation, there were scarcely any who surpassed Luo Hua in strength. Even Rong Jun, who had comprehended the dual primal laws of earth and space, was no match for him. Thus, he surmised that the individual ranked above him was merely fortunate not to have crossed paths with him. Setting aside his thoughts, Luo Hua chose a random spot to rest. Meanwhile, his peers from other world districts, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, continued their relentless battles. Notably, Luo Feng was engaged in a frenzied slaughter of the powerful in his city. However, as time progressed, it became increasingly arduous to elevate his ranking, causing the pace of his ascent to slow. As for Thunder God, on the 27th day of the preliminary rounds, he encountered the wild man Rong Jun, resulting in an early elimination from the competition. On the 30th day of the preliminary rounds, Luo Hua sat cross-legged atop a skyscraper's rooftop, within a kilometer radius of which no one dared to tread for 3 days, as if his vicinity had transformed into a terrifying forbidden zone, instilling fear in countless competitors. After 3 days of rest, Luo Hua's heart had calmed, and the frenzied killing intent in his gaze had long since dissipated. He awaited the conclusion of the preliminary rounds in serene silence. As time gradually passed, just as the light began to dim, a grand voice resonated across the skies of the World District, announcing the imminent conclusion of the preliminary rounds and commencing the countdown. 603210. Some martial artists and mental warriors with insufficient points to rank within the top 1,000 began to grow anxious, but alas, there was no time left for them to hunt down others. With the countdown's end, all surviving participants vanished, and the world district they had established began to crumble. When Luo Hua appeared above Black Dragon Mountain Island, his auxiliary holographic assistant promptly notified him, "Master, you have a total of 974 emails and 486 call requests. Temporarily shut down the virtual universe reception channel," Luo Hua instructed. "Understood, Master." With a flicker, Luo Hua withdrew his consciousness from the virtual universe and quickly reconnected, reappearing directly in his villa room at 9-Star Bay. As he pushed open the door, he found Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God comfortably seated on the living room sofa. Big brother, second brother, you all arrived quite early. Luo Hua greeted with a smile, plopping down onto the sofa. The one ranked highest, of course, shows up last. Hong teased with a chuckle. Luo Hua rolled his eyes and replied, Big brother, congratulations on passing the preliminary rounds. A smile crept onto Hong's face. He had been fortunate on the last day, managing to eliminate a powerful foe and secure a spot within the top 1,000. Meanwhile, Thunder God complained, You three performed admirably, while I, fourth brother, ranked 7th in the Qianwu Nation overall and 47th in the World District, feel rather unfortunate. I encountered a wild man ranked much higher in our district, whose strength matched that of fourth brother, utterly surpassing the primal laws. I couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Luo Feng and Hong exchanged astonished glances. Such strength. Yes, if it had been fourth brother facing him, there might have been a chance of victory. But I was utterly defenseless, Thunder God lamented, shaking his head. Next comes the arena battles. You must be cautious, especially you, big brother, and third son. You may very well encounter this wild man. Luo Feng and Hong nodded in agreement. Thunder God, also a genius with domain abilities. Defeating him in a single strike indicated that the wild man was indeed on par with Luo Hua. By the way, fourth brother, with your total points ranking 7th. You should be exempt from the arena battles, right? Thunder God inquired. Luo Hua shook his head with a wry smile. I rank 2nd in the World District. Yet there's an individual with points nearing 100 million, leaving me far behind. 100 million points? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting shock in their eyes. How many formidable opponents must he have slain? That's terrifying. Thunder God exclaimed, his eyes wide. Hong murmured. Perhaps it's merely luck. He might have dispatched a few high-point foes. Given fourth brother's prowess, there are few in the entire Qianwu Universe Nation who can rival him. The two, Luo Feng and Thunder God, nodded in agreement, recalling what their intelligent life forms, Babata and Lord Mist, had previously stated. Luo Hua possessed profound insights into the primal laws of space and was a prodigious talent, virtually unmatched at his level in the Qianwu Universe Nation. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, you must strive diligently. The stronger you become, the safer our Earth will be, and our future will be all the brighter. Hong urged earnestly. Thunder God leaned back on the sofa, resting his head on his hand, grinning. Big brother is right. The better you both perform, the safer I and big brother can train in your wake. Hong, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in exasperation. The four continued to converse for a while longer, but refrained from mentioning the potential of encountering each other in the arena battles. As both Luo Feng and Hong harbored an innate pride, if they did meet in the arena, there would be no holding back. Once the preliminary rounds concluded, both Luo Feng and Luo Hua felt the burdens of fame pressing upon them, particularly Luo Hua, with an impressive overall ranking of 7th in the Qianwu Universe Nation. Such a remarkable achievement drew the attention of numerous powerful factions, including some superpowers like the Qianwu Dojo, which even sent representatives to approach him. In response, Luo Hua, like Luo Feng, had to publicly announce that he was in seclusion for training. In the Marvel Universe, within the confines of the Strategic Scientific Reserve's research chamber, an invisible energy descended as Gary slowly opened his eyes while seated in meditation. Rising, he exited the resting chamber and approached the glowing blue space gem. After years of immersion and comprehension, Gary could faintly sense a unique aura belonging to him emanating from the gem, as if it were gradually opening its embrace to him. From the arena battles to the final climactic showdown, a span of 3 to 4 years may indeed allow me to reach the level of insight possessed by the Grim Reaper, Bran, Gary mused. Since his breakthrough to the 100-line flow tier, his speed of comprehending the laws had not only remained constant, but had actually accelerated. If previously grasping the laws was as simple as eating and drinking, then after his breakthrough, it became as effortless as breathing. Gary. A voice from behind pulled him from his reverie. Turning around, he smiled at Carter, who was clad in military attire. Carter, what brings you here? Carter stepped forward, handing Gary a dossier. This was discovered by Fury while purging the remnants of Hydra at one of the Red Room's secret bases. Gary glanced at it, feigning surprise. Sergeant James Barnes. He's not dead? Carter nodded with emphasis. According to the information gleaned from Fury's interrogation, Sergeant Barnes had been discovered by Hydra's search team after plummeting from the cliff and was taken to Hydra's secret base for the purpose of being transformed into a super soldier. Following the demise of Hydra's leader, Red Skull, at the hands of you and Steve, the remnants of Hydra had subsequently relocated this batch of super soldiers. If only Steve knew, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, Gary sighed. A shadow fell across Carter's eyes. Steve would not return. Not necessarily, Gary insisted. I refuse to believe that Steve is dead. He must still be alive and may one day return. Shaking his head, Gary continued, now that we have located Sergeant Barnes, you must inform Fury to ensure he is brought back. Carter nodded and added, Gary, last time Fury sent over a batch of serum, claiming it was the unlimited formula promised by the Red Room. He said this matter requires your personal attention. Very well, have Stark come by shortly, Gary replied. Understood. Carter responded before turning to leave. Before long, Benny and several department members entered the laboratory carrying a metallic case. Gary, this is what Director Carter requested to be delivered, Benny said, her blue eyes filled with melancholy. Gary forced a chuckle, just set it aside. After the department members placed the metallic case down, they departed in succession, while Benny slowly approached Gary, her delicate hand resting on his chest. Gary, when will you be able to come out? I miss your scent. In due time. I promise to spend quality time with you, Gary replied, gently brushing his hand against Benny's slender form, shaking his head. Your training still lacks intensity. I do not wish for you to falter under pressure. Gary, your physique is stronger than a polar bear's. I will strive to train harder, Benny said, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Gary's cheek before reluctantly turning to leave. Just then, Stark walked in and, upon witnessing the scene, remarked in jest, perhaps I should wait outside for a while. Gary rolled his eyes and approached the metallic case, lifting it and opening it. Inside lay 3 vials of serum alongside a document. Gary, this is... Stark was immediately captivated. The unlimited formula, which can alleviate cellular aging, Gary murmured. Stark was taken aback, exclaiming, alleviate cellular aging? Indeed, you must have seen the super soldier serum developed by Dr. Erskine. While this unlimited formula differs, its mechanism is quite similar, and the Red Room has forwarded part of its structure along with detailed instructions, Gary explained, looking at Stark. Thus, I summoned you to entrust this vital task to you. Stark quickly grasped the implication. You want me to analyze the components and then produce it on a large scale? Let us set aside the bulk production for now. First and foremost, we must truly comprehend this substance, Gary chuckled. Understood. I will dedicate all my efforts to this for the time being, Stark replied, his eyes gleaming with keen interest, hopeful for a favorable outcome. As Stark began to delve into the formula's documentation, Gary exited the research laboratory. The unlimited formula was of paramount importance, and he felt assured in trusting it to Stark. Once developed, it would greatly benefit the Scientific Strategic Department. In the following days, Gary journeyed to the Soviet Union, where he met Fury and Sergeant Barnes at a secret base within the Ural Mountains. Gary, Sergeant Barnes, like the others, has been brainwashed by Hydra. Once a specific trigger word is activated, he transforms into a lethal weapon, designed by Hydra to eliminate their enemies, Fury said gravely. Gazing at the indifferent expression on Bucky's face, Gary frowned. Is there a solution? I have interrogated some individuals responsible for training them. They only focus on the training aspect and have not considered ways to reverse this. Fury shook his head. We'll bring him back and gradually influence him. Hopefully, he will revert to his former self. Gary understood that Bucky had been healed in Wakanda, but currently, Wakanda remained closed off, inaccessible to outsiders. Chapter 091, Lord of the Galaxy, Devourer of Worlds. Once Gary had resolved matters concerning the unlimited formula and Bucky, his primary focus shifted back to Roha. In the virtual universe, at the Black Dragon Mountain's 9-star Bay Villa, Thor could not contain his astonishment after witnessing the departure of the envoy sent by the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire is far too generous. They simply gifted an entire galaxy, a star system with over 20,000 habitable planets, just like that to the 3 suns. Hong remarked solemnly. It largely stems from Fourth Brothers connections. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire likely knows of the formidable figure behind Rohua, and even if they are unaware, Man Luo has undoubtedly made arrangements. Luo Feng appeared somewhat bewildered but quickly regained his composure, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I sensed that the envoy regarded Rohua differently. At this, he turned to Rohua and inquired, Rohua, has Man Luo sent you an email? Rohua quickly accessed his personal inbox, having neglected it due to the sheer volume of messages. After browsing through, he soon discovered an email from Man Luo, which read, Focus on your cultivation. Do not concern yourself with other matters. What is it? Yes. He indeed made arrangements. Rohua nodded. Man Luo instructed me to concentrate on my training, which implies he must have spoken to other powers. Notably, the number of major forces seeking to associate with me has significantly diminished during this period. Upon hearing this, Rohua, Luo Feng, and Hong felt a sense of relief. From now on, the 3 of us shall be the lords of the galaxy. And Fourth Brother will undoubtedly become a prominent disciple of a major figure within the virtual universe company. Earth shall remain safe for the foreseeable future, Hong said, smiling. A month swiftly passed. The rules for the arena competition were announced the day before the event commenced. The competition would consist of both chaotic brawls and one-on-one matches. Among the 100,000 participants who passed the preliminary rounds, 90,000 would be eliminated in the chaotic brawl, leaving 10,000 to compete for the remaining 900 spots in the one-on-one battles. Hong remarked with a hint of nostalgia during the preliminaries. I was fortunate to place in the top 1,001, but in this chaotic brawl, my chances of being eliminated are quite high. Brother, the chaotic brawl is complex. As long as you proceed with caution, there is still hope for you, Rohua reassured him. Luo Feng added, exactly, there are 10 spots available in the chaotic brawl. You still have a chance. Rest assured, regardless of the odds, I will give it my all, Hong replied with a grin. Let us head in. Thus, Luo Feng, Rohua, Thor, and their respective families entered the combat arena on Island 01932. The chaotic brawl would span 5 days, with 200 matches held each day. Hong was drawn into Group 161, Luo Feng into Group 382, while Rohua was placed in the later Group 572, meaning it would not be until the third day that Rohua would compete. The Black Dragon Mountain has 4 individuals participating from the preliminaries, aside from myself, the 3 sons. And fourth brother, there is also the upcoming contestant, Nabini, Hong whispered. I have reviewed Nabini's profile. Like us, he is an indigenous individual who, through sheer talent, was noticed by a lord and has thus been granted protection for his homeland. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng and Thor developed a newfound admiration for Nabini. Let us hope Nabini can succeed in the chaotic brawl. As the discussion unfolded, a stunning, brown-haired young woman appeared at the center of the combat arena. Her image projected across the entire island for the billions of spectators to clearly see her beauty and form. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence Group 32 of the arena's chaotic battles. I will now introduce the 100 talented contestants of Group 32. As the beautiful brunette maiden introduced Nabini, an uproar of cheers erupted around Luo Feng and Luo Hua, akin to the roar of a tidal wave. Nabini! Nabini! Millions of spectators from the Black Dragon Mountain fervently shouted, their enthusiasm palpable. In such an electrifying atmosphere, even Luo Hai and Luo Ping raised their small fists, joining in the rhythmic chanting. What madness! Luo Hua shook his head. Hong laughed and remarked, it's entirely normal. The universe is vast, and thus the sense of pride among various star regions is exceedingly strong. Nabini represents the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and will undoubtedly garner immense adoration from its citizens. You'll be in the same boat soon, teased Thunder God with a wink. Once the beautiful maiden completed her introduction, the melee commenced. True to the original storyline, Nabini, ranked lower among the 100 geniuses in the arena, was predictably eliminated. Brother, do your best. Go, go. Luo Feng, Luo Hua, and Thunder God cheered in unison as it was nearly Hong's turn to compete. A slight smile graced Hong's lips as he glanced at the trio, assuring, I will. On Island 10389, as Hong prepared to enter the preliminary zone, Luo Feng, Luo Hua, and the others shifted over. Different groups competed on different islands, and Hong's group, the 161st, was situated on this very island. When the stunning commentator introduced Hong, the audience from Black Dragon Mountain erupted in a chorus of encouragement. Hong! Hong! The deafening cheers resonated, given the sheer number of voices. Hundreds of thousands united in support. However, Luo Feng and Thunder God furrowed their brows, realizing that the wild man was also in this group, which posed a predicament for their elder brother. That wild man's strength is formidable. He wouldn't specifically target our brother, but I fear other geniuses might. Luo Hua lamented. Look, with our brother's capabilities, he should be able to hold his ground until the end. I hope the early melee is intense, Thunder God expressed hopefully. The chaotic battle soon commenced. Initially wielding a silver spear, Hong opted to blend into the ranks of those with lesser strength, a decision that proved astute as he survived the ensuing bloodshed. Yet, as time wore on and the arena shrank, Hong soon caught the attention of a genius who had grasped the laws of the source. Despite Hong's earnest efforts to resist, the gap in strength ultimately led to his elimination. He still lost. Luo Hua sighed. Lack of strength is unavoidable, especially since this group boasts 2 experts who have comprehended the laws of the source. My brother's luck has run out. Thunder God lamented. Luo Hua nodded, then turned to Luo Feng, saying, Brother, it's your turn tomorrow. Thunder God added with a smile, listen, everyone around is discussing you too. Tomorrow, it would be Luo Feng's turn to compete, and he was certain to emerge victorious. He will undoubtedly win. Luo Feng's ranking is quite high, and he will surely sweep through the other geniuses. And Luo Hua too. Indeed, With their names alone, they are recognized as brothers, both being the pride of Black Dragon Mountain, especially Luo Hua, who ranked 7th overall in the preliminaries. Many say that within the entire Qianwu universe, no one can rival Luo Hua. Upon witnessing Hong's elimination, the audience of over 1 million from Black Dragon Mountain sighed in disappointment. Now, only Luo Feng and Luo Hua remained, yet the citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire maintained immense confidence in them, as evidenced by their rankings in the preliminaries. Let us head back. Luo Feng and Luo Hua stood up in unison. Chapter 092, The Fierce Luo Feng. On the second day of the Virtual Universes Arena competition, as they departed the Jiuxing Bay Villa for the Combat Arena Island, Luo Hua and the others observed countless citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, who had failed to secure spectator tickets, gathered beneath the live broadcast screens. Even bars and other venues were packed with eager crowds, all waiting for Luo Feng's battle. Brother, you will surely pass, Luo Hua declared with unwavering conviction. Hong and Thunder God echoed, Go Sanzi. Upon arriving at the Combat Arena Island, Luo Feng took a deep breath and made his way toward the preparation hall. Luo Hua and the others, accompanied by their family, settled into spectator seats numbered 29109. Fourth brother, do you think Sanzi has a good chance of making it through? Thunder God couldn't help but ask as they sat down. Second brother, have no worries. My brother has practiced with me often, and I can sense he has entered the realm of the source laws. Luo Hua replied with a smile. Hong and Thunder God's eyes widened in surprise. He has indeed entered the realm of the source laws. Yes, the law of gold. You must have noticed the dark golden staff he always carries. Luo Hua nodded. Sanzi has indeed been carrying that staff for quite some time. I thought he was switching to a weapon. Hong and Thunder God remarked. Luo Hua whispered, That is one of the 9 divine weapons of the controller, and only those who have comprehended the laws of gold and space can wield it. At this point, he chuckled, So just watch. No one in the arena will be able to rival my brother. Sanzi has been quite secretive. I never heard him mention this. Hong and Thunder God chuckled lightly. Amid their conversation, the beautiful commentator began her introduction. The 5th contestant, hailing from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and ranked 47th in the world region, is Luo Feng. Boom. The audience from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire erupted in fervor, having awaited this moment since the previous day. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. The deafening cheers surged in a tidal wave around Luo Hua. Sanzi, go. Daddy. Daddy. Go. The instant the commentator vanished, all 100 geniuses, including Luo Feng, were teleported to various locations within the combat arena island. The battle begins. As anticipated in the original plot, Luo Feng unleashed his full power from the outset, his divine weapon transforming into streaks of golden light that swiftly eliminated 2 opponents, causing the highest-ranked genius in the melee, Pushkin, to retreat in fear. Meanwhile, the spectator seats fell into a hush. No one expected the relatively low-ranked Luo Feng to be the strongest in this group. Haha, Sanzi is impressive, cheered Hong and Luo Ping, the 2 little ones leaping to their feet in excitement. Watching Luo Feng dominate the arena, Luo Hua could not help but smile. This must be my brother's true strength. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. The crowd from Black Dragon Mountain went wild, many shouting in exhilaration. Although they had confidence in Luo Feng, their spirits had been dampened by the previous eliminations. However, Luo Feng's explosive performance invigorated them with fervor. As the 15-minute mark arrived, the match concluded. The remaining 9 competitors turned their gazes toward Luo Feng, clearly taken aback by his prowess. Brother, congratulations. Sanzi, congratulations. After leaving the combat arena, Luo Hua and the others extended their congratulations. Luo Feng simply smiled in response, remaining silent. Thunder God, however, remarked, Luo Feng, this battle has earned you fame. Many have been captivated by your explosive performance. Truly formidable. Hong chuckled. Gold is the epitome of strength and brightness. Luo Feng, you have harnessed it to its fullest. Had it not been for Luo Hua mentioning your understanding of the laws of gold, both Thunder God and I would have been astonished. Luo Feng shot a surprised glance at Luo Hua. While he had indeed sparred with him, he seldom revealed his true strength. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected that his brother had discerned it, considering the divine weapon was purchased by Luo Hua. Luo Hua, tomorrow it will be your turn. We've been eagerly anticipating your true strength, Luo Feng said with a hint of excitement. Hong and Thunder God also turned to Luo Hua, 4th brother. During the arena competition, do not hold back, let your strength shine. Rest assured, you will certainly witness it tomorrow. Luo Hua smiled, secretly hoping they would not be taken aback by his capabilities. A stellar genius who can comprehend even a fragment of the laws of spatial origin is indeed remarkable. However, attaining insight into the 9-line flow is considered extraordinarily exceptional. As for grasping the 100-line flow, one need only look at the Grim Reaper, Berlan, to understand its significance. As evening approached, a prominent figure sought an audience. It was Lord Luo, the master of time and one of the founders of the Three-Axe Mountain, who wished to take Hong as his disciple. Yet, Hong did not immediately acquiesce. After all, Luo had stated that becoming his disciple would entail accompanying him on a journey of wandering for 2 millennia. Given that Hong had only lived for a little over a century, he hesitated. Foolishness. That is Lord Luo, a luminary who has shone brightly for nearly 10 million years. Numerous immortals have sought his companionship, and you still hesitate. Baba Ta exclaimed in exasperation. I shall ponder it further. Hong replied, uncertain. 2 millennia felt exceedingly long. On the 3rd day of the arena battles, if Luo Feng was formidable, then Luo Hua must be even more impressive. Indeed, Luo Hua was ranked 7th overall. Undoubtedly a super genius who had also stepped into the realm of the laws of origin. It was rumored that he had concealed part of his strength as well. The arena battles posed no challenge. Countless citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire buzzed with excitement, having been pleasantly surprised by Luo Feng's performance yesterday and now. As Luo Hua took the stage, their anticipation only intensified. Simultaneously, both the royal family of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and various powerful factions within the Qianwu universe had begun to closely monitor today's arena contest. For Luo Hua's rank was exceedingly high. Even the Virtual Universe Company had made a special announcement on their official website, although they refrained from releasing footage of the preliminary rounds. Consequently, while many speculated about Luo Hua's strength, few truly understood the depths of his capabilities. At the entrance of the fighting arena island, fourth brother, give it your all, cheered Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God. Their expressions considerably more relaxed compared to the previous 2 rounds, as they were well aware that Luo Hua faced no pressure in the arena melee. Luo Hua smiled and proceeded to the preparation room. Within the preparation room, numerous talented experts from various star domains had gathered, each embodying distinct forms and sizes, yet all exuding an undeniable air of confidence. Upon Luo Hua's arrival, the previously murmuring talents fell silent, their gazes, some veiled, others direct, turning towards him. Although there were others among them ranked quite highly, even within the World District's top 10, they paled in comparison to Luo Hua. Chapter 093, The Eruption of Luo Hua. Luo Hua strolled towards a row of seats. As soon as he sat down, hushed discussions erupted around him. Is that Luo Hua from the remote region of Black Dragon Mountain? Overall ranking 7th. Is it due to luck or genuine prowess? The Qianwu royal clan's 7 or 8 talented experts conversed amongst themselves, their voices deliberately muted, yet their skepticism and arrogance were unmistakable. Luck? Luo Hua smirked coldly. At that moment, the announcer outside the fighting arena began the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming arena group battle is Group 572. Allow me to present the 100 talented experts in this group. The announcer's voice resonated across the island's stands, even reaching the preparation room. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed with fervor, the first contestant from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is Luo Hua, with an overall ranking of 7th and a World District ranking of 2nd. As the announcer's words echoed, a wave of thunderous applause erupted. Luo Hua, Luo Hua, Luo Hua. Millions of spectators from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire rose to their feet, fervently cheering, their voices a testament to their pride in this super genius from their homeland. Each individual, with flushed necks, poured forth their exhilaration, as if declaring the brilliance of their own genius. Within the royal palace of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, thousands gathered along the palace's sides, with an emperor clad in dark golden robes seated at the center. Upon hearing the announcer's voice, he too felt a surge of excitement. At last, it is Luo Hua's turn. Beside him, 2 powerful realm lords could not contain their anticipation, expressing hope that Luo Hua's 7th rank would bring them surprises. Regardless, it's certain he will advance through this arena contest. After all, he is ranked 7th. In the stands of the fighting arena, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged worried glances. This is troubling. Luo Hua's fortune seems to have waned. There are too many members of the Qianwu royal clan in this group. Hong murmured. Thunder God voiced his concern. With the 4th brother's high ranking, those royal talents may choose to besiege him from the outset. Luo Feng's heart sank. Eldest brother, 2nd brother, do not fret. My brother possesses a calm demeanor and a profound understanding of the laws of spatial origin. Even if they surround him, he will deftly evade their attacks. Let us hope so, Hong replied with resignation. What kind of arrangement has the Virtual Universe Company made? Nearly half of them are from the Qianwu royal clan. Thunder God cursed. As their conversation unfolded, the announcer began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. The announcer vanished in an instant, and simultaneously, the 100 talented experts from various star domains were teleported to different locations on the fighting arena island. In our group, Luo Hua poses the greatest threat. Let us eliminate him first. Let us join forces. Agreed. As soon as the top-ranked Qianwu royal clan talents landed, they communicated silently through their powers. Fully aware that only by neutralizing the most significant threat, Luo Hua, could they have a chance at securing one of the 10 coveted spots. Boom, 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 boom. The moment 100 geniuses appeared on the island, a cacophony of vibrant energies erupted, each individual having emerged from the world district, wielding their own domains. Amidst this swirling energy, several powerful currents rapidly converged on a single point. This scene incited outrage among the spectators from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Damn it! These despicable scoundrels. They are clearly intent on surrounding Luo Hua. How infuriating. The arena group battle allows for alliances. This is unjust. Yesterday, Luo Feng had been besieged by 2 Qianwu royal experts, and now Luo Hua faced an onslaught from a dozen of them. How shameless. The expressions of Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God darkened. The worst fears had come to fruition. Hong clenched his fists. Thunder God gritted his teeth. These fiends are truly detestable. They were not foolish. Luo Hua's high ranking made him the most significant threat. If the number of Qianwu royal clan members were fewer, they would not be so aggressive. For there were only 10 spots available. However, with their numbers bolstered, as the arena shrank, each one of them risked elimination at Luo Hua's hands, prompting their immediate assault on him. A cold glint flickered in Luo Feng's eyes as he awaited to see how Luo Hua would respond. Hong and Thunder God stared intently at Luo Hua within the arena, their eyes betraying their concern. They believed in Luo Hua's strength. Yet every genius emerging from the world district was formidable. Perhaps against 7 or 8, he could manage, but facing a dozen at once was another matter altogether. As the powerful currents surrounded Luo Hua, nearly everyone held their breath. Within the fighting arena island, Luo Hua had just teleported to a central position. Yet before he could survey his surroundings or the positions of others, he sensed the approach of numerous formidable energies, rapidly converging upon him. Within mere seconds, he found himself encircled. Luo Hua, emerging from the remote region of Black Dragon Mountain, reaching the arena contest, is already commendable. But this is where your journey ends. Ranked 7th, yet alas, you stand alone. Attack. Boom, boom, boom. The Qianwu royal clan talents wasted no time in launching their assault. In an instant, a myriad of weapons and domains surged towards Luo Hua. Were it any other prodigy, being besieged by a dozen peers of the same rank would likely result in immediate annihilation. Even if it were Luo Feng, perhaps he could take down 3 or 4 foes in a desperate struggle, but he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the simultaneous assault of so many. However, to besiege me? Did you think you had me cornered? Faced with the onslaught of a dozen experts of equal caliber, Luo Hua remained remarkably composed, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Let me show you what true genius looks like. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the space-splitting blade, cleaving through the air. Instantly, the space around him warped and twisted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 100. Accompanied by the appearance of 100 manifestations of Luo Hua. An astonishingly swift azure blade light coalesced, resembling a terrifying domain of blades, shattering the attacks of the besieging talents from the Qianwu royal clan in an instant. And without losing momentum, it pierced through their domains, severing their heads cleanly. In their final moments, the expressions of the Qianwu geniuses were etched with shock. As they fell, their weapons clattered to the ground. The entire sequence, from Luo Hua's strike to the eruption of countless phantoms, culminating in the demise of these Qianwu talents, transpired in less than half a second. At that moment, a deathly silence enveloped the arena. Not only were the countless spectators on the stands surrounding the island left dumbfounded, but even the other geniuses in the combat arena were momentarily rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God stood in astonishment. Fourth brother, Fourth brother, this is just 2. Over 100 phantoms. Over 100 phantoms. My brother, Chapter 094, Dread. The 3 were so astounded that they found themselves at a loss for words. The instantaneous manifestation of over 100 phantoms. What a concept. As disciples of the fallen Ink Star lineage, they were well aware that the ability to unleash such a multitude of phantoms indicated that Luo Hua had reached a profound understanding of the spatial origin laws. The spatial origin laws are among the most enigmatic and unfathomable of the fundamental laws. For Luo Hua to grasp such a level at the stellar rank was nothing short of terrifying, monstrous, especially for Luo Feng, who had possessed the inheritance talent of absolute space after seizing the golden-horned beast. He understood all too well how difficult it is for a stellar-level individual to comprehend and break through to the 100-thread level. Even many realm lord-level experts, who find it easier to comprehend origin laws, may not attain such heights. Luo Hua, Luo Hua, Luo Hua. After a moment of silence, not only did the audience of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire erupt in cheers, but even spectators from other stellar domain empires were swept into a frenzy. Countless individuals rose to their feet, roaring in unison, utterly captivated by Luo Hua's explosive display. Many had anticipated that the highly ranked Luo Hua would be eliminated early. Yet no one expected him to unleash such a dramatic turnaround, annihilating all the geniuses who besieged him in an instant. The visceral imagery of this counter-offensive slaughter ignited a fervor within the spectators. Luo Hua, Luo Hua. The deafening roars cascaded like a tidal wave, with each wave rising higher than the last. Nearly everyone was frantically shouting and bellowing. Within the imperial palace of Black Dragon Mountain, at the moment of Luo Hua's eruption, the emperor clad in dark golden robes could not suppress his excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent, splendid eruption." Beside him, two realm lord-level experts gasped in astonishment. The spatial origin laws, and to have comprehended them at the 100-thread level. Which formidable individual has nurtured such a terrifying genius? The future looks boundless, indeed. The prominent figures from the Qianwu Empire who were watching this competition were equally shocked by Luo Hua's explosion. Over the long years, they had encountered many super geniuses. Yet seldom had they witnessed a prodigy like Luo Hua, who grasped the 100-thread level of spatial laws at the stellar rank. Such talents emerge only once in millions of years. Without a doubt, Luo Hua is the undisputed first in our Qianwu universe. Indeed, without contention, to instantaneously manifest over 100 phantoms, the wild man Rong Jun is no match for Luo Hua. Yes, the comprehension of spatial laws at the 100-thread level is beyond the reach of many realm lords. In a grand and imposing hall, a man with peculiar patterns on his face laughed heartily. "Ha ha, splendid eruption. This is my disciple, Ta Qiu." "Congratulations, my lord, congratulations," said Hong Luo beside him. Both having known previously that Luo Hua had reached the 100-thread level in the spatial origin laws. Thus they remained unperturbed when he was besieged. However, witnessing Luo Hua's eruption firsthand brought them immense joy. "My friend, the Rainbow Sword King, would surely envy me for having such a disciple," the man thought with increasing delight as he exclaimed, "Hong Luo, go fetch my treasured illusion heart fruit wine. Today, I intend to indulge." "Yes, my lord," Hong Luo replied with a smile as he departed. On the island of the combat arena, after dispatching the dozen Qianwu royal clan geniuses, Luo Hua made his way to the central position of the island, crossing his arms and closing his eyes in repose. As the surrounding geniuses regained their senses, rather than seizing the opportunity to ambush Luo Hua, they instinctively distanced themselves from him. Such a terrifying genius left them utterly awestruck. As time passed, the area of the combat arena island rapidly diminished. However, perhaps due to the elimination of the highly ranked Qianwu royal clan talents, the remaining geniuses ceased to retreat and instead engaged in fierce conflict. Soon, only 10 individuals remained on the combat arena. With the conclusion of the 572nd Group S match, 10 individuals advanced successfully, while the rest were eliminated. A voice resonated above the island, signaling the halt of its contraction. "Luo Hua, Luo Hua." Countless voices erupted in a frenzied chorus. Although Luo Hua had not taken further action after his initial explosion, his mere presence commanded an invincible aura, causing all within a radius of several thousand meters to hesitate to approach, which only fueled their excitement. Luo Hua is terrifying, truly invincible. The matches featuring Luo Feng and Luo Hua were exhilarating to behold. Luo Feng embodied violence and dominance, while Luo Hua exuded invincibility and dread, causing other geniuses to shy away from him by 1,000 meters. As the matches concluded, the subsequent phase would shift to one-on-one competitions. With the prowess of Luo Feng and Luo Hua, they would undoubtedly advance with ease, soon to face off against the geniuses from other cosmic nations, all of whom hailed from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Ha ha ha. In this pinnacle battle of geniuses from Black Dragon Mountain, we have not one, but two prodigies poised to break through into the cosmic realm. The citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain, across over 8,000 star systems, erupted in sheer jubilation. expressing their excitement fervently, while media and networks fervently promoted the matches of Luo Feng and Luo Hua. After the competition, on their return to the 9-star Bay Villa, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God each playfully punched Luo Hua on the shoulder. "Fourth brother, you truly startled us," they exclaimed with each playful jab. Luo Hua blinked and replied, "Eldest brother, second brother, did you not say you wanted me to surprise you? That was quite the surprise. Over 100 phantoms. Does that not imply you could eliminate 100 geniuses of the same rank in an instant?" Thunder God exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Pretty much," Luo Hua replied. "My blade is inherently swift. The talents of the same rank are no match for me, and even the three of you could barely withstand the first strike." According to Babata, the phantoms produced from comprehending spatial laws possess about 80% of the true body's strength. Hong could not help but marvel. "So, second brother, Luo Hua truly has the capability to eliminate over 100 of us talented individuals." Thunder God, at a loss for words, remarked, "Fourth brother, you truly make it impossible for others to compete. Youngster, have you noticed the vast disparity? Humph, I shall inform you that from now on. You will double your training regimen each day." At that moment, the venerable figure of the elder with the white beard, Mist, made his grand entrance. Simultaneously, Babata perched himself upon Luo Feng's shoulder, scoffing. "Even if you increase the training to tenfold, it would still pale in comparison to Luo Hua. Humph, under my esteemed guidance, even a mere swine could ascend to the ranks of extraordinary power." Mist proclaimed with an air of superiority. "You're the one who is truly a pervert. If Babata were to instruct, then perhaps there would be a possibility. You? Best keep your distance." Babata retorted disdainfully. The elder's countenance immediately darkened, his eyes narrowing in fury. "You are the true pervert." Luo Feng, Luo Hua, and the others observed this spectacle, rendered speechless. Whenever these two intelligent beings crossed paths, a quarrel was inevitable after just a few exchanges. Chapter 095, The Invitation from Carter. In the virtual universe, at the Luo family villa in 9-star Bay. After bidding farewell to the envoy sent by the sovereign of the Qianwu kingdom, Luo Feng, Luo Hua, and the others returned to the living room and settled onto the sofa. Thunder God took a sip of tea, gazing at Luo Feng with a teasing smile. "Third brother, it seems the immortal sent by the sovereign of Qianwu believes your strength cannot breach the top 1,000 of the cosmic rankings. What do you think? Care to unleash your power and show him otherwise?" Third brother has always preferred to conceal his true strength. I believe with a concerted effort, he could indeed break into the top 1,000 of the cosmic rankings. Hong chuckled. However, Luo Feng responded calmly. "Eldest brother, second brother, there is no need to flatter me. My current strength is indeed insufficient. Luo Hua should be able to secure a place comfortably." Upon hearing this, Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng simultaneously directed their gazes towards Luo Hua, who was sipping tea. Were you not speaking of my brother? Why are you looking at me?" Luo Hua was taken aback. "Fourth brother, who else would we regard when your strength is so extraordinary? Moreover, the immortal spoke to you with such amiability, devoid of any arrogance," Thunder God remarked dismissively. Hong added, "It is certain that someone's South power will undoubtedly place him among the top 1,000 in the cosmic rankings. And according to that immortal, he even has a strong chance of breaking into the top 20. Would his demeanor be the same as when addressing third brother?" Luo Hua felt at a loss for words and quickly interjected as Luo Feng was about to speak. "Brother, please do not join eldest brother and second brother in jesting about me." Luo Feng chuckled before shifting the topic. "Let us discuss the upcoming arena matches." Hong and Thunder God nodded, their expressions turning serious. According to the one-on-one rules of the virtual universe arena, it was likely that in the 4th round, they would encounter 100 geniuses who had comprehended the source laws. Based on their performances, each of them had been sweeping through the group battles, proving to be exceptional talents, thus making third brother's situation rather perilous. "It is indeed quite dangerous for you, third brother," Hong murmured, then turned his attention to Luo Hua. As for fourth brother, due to his overwhelmingly powerful abilities, the virtual universe company has not arranged for him formidable opponents, making the one-on-one arena matches exceedingly effortless. Thunder God couldn't help but chuckle. "Fourth brother, even the virtual universe company deems the challenge posed to you as insignificant." Yet, Luo Hua shook his head. "I actually wish to hone my combat experience in the reincarnation battles. After all, my experience in battle is still far too limited." Luo Hua, your perspective is misguided. When the strength of peers is relatively close, combat experience is indeed beneficial. However, your prowess has already far surpassed that of other geniuses of the same tier. Hence, combat experience may not hold much value for you. In the realm of the strong, strength begets strength. Your innate talent in comprehending the spatial source laws is exceptionally high. Thus, enhancing this aspect is of utmost importance. Luo Feng spoke slowly. Luo Hua was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. He had been dominating throughout his journey, which naturally fostered a sense of inadequacy regarding his combat experience. Yet, Luo Feng's words provided him with clarity. Indeed, when one's strength overwhelms that of their peers, excessive tactics become unnecessary. Brother, thank you, Luo Hua expressed gratefully. It was evident that in the original narrative, the reason the Grim Reaper Berlan fell behind his brother Luo Feng was due to distraction and greed, as he sought to comprehend the laws of time alongside spatial laws, ultimately hindering his talent in the latter. Now, his desire to delve into combat experience was, in essence, a form of distraction. Luo Feng smiled and waved his hand. Even without my counsel, you would gradually come to understand this. Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances, finding relief in each other's eyes. With such an astonishing talent, and the humility to accept advice, they believed that if given time, Luo Hua would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable powerhouse. The following time unfolded as it did in the original narrative, with the virtual universe arranging for the madman Luo Feng and the wild man Rongjun, both of whom performed exceptionally well in the group battles, to clash in the 4th round. In that battle, not only did Rongjun unleash his power, showcasing a first-rate comprehension of the spatial source laws, but Luo Feng also revealed his true strength, executing the second form of the divine weapon, and with a remarkably composed counterattack, severely injuring Rongjun. Though Luo Feng ultimately faced defeat, their duel garnered immense respect from countless spectators, and many prominent figures remarked that it was the highest level of arena combat witnessed in nearly 100 generations of genius battles. As for Luo Hua, just as Hong had surmised, he did not encounter any geniuses who had comprehended the source laws in the 4th round, easily advancing through the one-on-one arena matches. In the Marvel Universe, at the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Department, within a research lab compartment, as an invisible energy descended, Gary slowly opened his eyes. With over 3 years remaining until the showdown against geniuses from other cosmic nations, he had barely achieved a breakthrough to the 100-line level in his comprehension of the spatial source laws. Such strength was sufficient to contend against other super geniuses, yet it was still far from adequate when facing the Grim Reaper Berlan. Gary rose, shaking his head with a sigh. Defeating the Grim Reaper Berlan in the genius battle would indeed be a formidable challenge, as Berlan could instantly manifest 1,000 phantoms and had comprehended the laws of wind, far surpassing him in both attack and agility. For the time being, I shall dedicate my energy to this aspect, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in my comprehension of the laws before the decisive battle. Gary pondered quietly, fully aware that achieving another breakthrough was a daunting task. Even though he currently grasped the laws as effortlessly as breathing, each layer of the 10,000-line flow spatial secret technique was exceedingly difficult to surpass. Especially at the final stages, it required more than mere comprehension. One must dissect the essence of space itself. Breaking through to the stellar level had significantly accelerated his comprehension of the laws. Perhaps upon reaching the cosmic level, other transformations would occur. With this thought, Gary dismissed any distractions, knowing he had ample time to carefully plan his upcoming insights and training. As he exited the lounge and made his way back to the office, he encountered Carter hurrying down the stairs. Gary, I was just about to discuss something with you. Upon seeing Gary, Carter paused and exclaimed. Gary halted. What is it? Fury has nearly wrapped up matters in the Soviet Union and will return the day after tomorrow. Director Smith has relayed a message, instructing you to go with Fury once he returns, Carter explained. Smith wants me to go as well? Gary expressed surprise, since Smith became the director of the CIA. He had yet to meet with him. Carter nodded. Director Smith specifically mentioned it. You must attend. Understood. Please inform me when Fury returns, Gary replied. All right, Carter said, hesitating briefly before adding. Gary, noticing Carter's hesitance, Gary inquired. Carter, is there something else? My birthday is tomorrow, and I plan to host a small birthday party. I hope you can attend. Of course, if you are busy, it's perfectly fine not to come. Carter spoke slowly, as if summoning courage. With a smile, Gary responded. I would certainly attend your birthday celebration. Excellent. It's at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. With that, Carter hurriedly descended the stairs. Chapter 096, Gary's Attitude. Within the research laboratory, muffled sounds of impact echoed faintly from the adjoining lounge. Gary, you are truly formidable. I feel as though my bones are about to disintegrate. Hold on. I am nearing completion. Just then, a resounding cheer erupted, akin to a stampede of wild horses, and the research laboratory returned to a tranquil state. Within the partition, two bare bodies entwined in an embrace, None other than Gary and Benny. Gary, my recent training has indeed borne fruit, has it not? Benny's voice, laced with a hint of languor, carried an undertone of satisfaction and breathlessness. Gary glanced at Benny's alluring physique and replied with a smile. Indeed, continue to double your efforts. And you shall surely feel the benefits. I am far from finished. Oh dear God, spare me, Gary. You are like a polar bear. I have no desire to move at all. Benny, her delicate forehead glistening with perspiration, entwined her arms around Gary's neck, appearing irresistibly enticing. Gary shook his head and deftly shifted the topic. Put on some clothes and take a shower. Our colleagues will be arriving shortly. With that, he rose to his feet. Feeling considerably refreshed after their exertions, a stark contrast to the previous monotony he had endured. This, too, was one of the drawbacks of relentless training. Not just himself, but even some immortal beings would seek solace in the virtual universe to unwind. However, in the Marvel realm, devoid of such an escape, finding a companion for exercise proved to be the most effective means of relaxation. Half an hour later, having changed into a fresh outfit, Gary exited the office. Shortly thereafter, Benny emerged as well. Have you received an invitation to Carter's birthday party tonight? Gary casually inquired while seated in his office chair. Benny pouted. Carter would never send me an invitation. Gary tapped his fingers on the desk and continued, you should accompany me this evening. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Benny responded in surprise. Gary cast a glance at Benny, just dressed nicely for the evening. All right, she replied cheerfully, leaving the office while even humming a little tune. Watching Benny's retreating figure, Gary shook his head gently. He had an inkling of Carter's intentions, albeit regrettably. The day swiftly passed amidst the hustle and bustle. However, by evening, Fury returned from the Soviet Union by plane. Gary. Upon disembarking, Fury hastily approached the car and embraced Gary. Fury, weren't you supposed to return tomorrow? What brings you back early? Gary asked, puzzled. Fury shrugged, explaining with an air of casualness, Carter is hosting a birthday party tonight. As the deputy director, I cannot possibly be absent. Very well, Gary replied, somewhat speechless, internally musing that it felt rather peculiar to return just for Carter's birthday celebration. That evening, at a mid-range hotel in Queens, New York, Gary and Fury, both dressed in formal attire, arrived together. Standing at the hotel entrance was Benny, adorned in a backless evening gown. Upon spotting Gary, she joyfully approached and linked her arm with his, politely addressing Fury. Deputy Director, you are here too? Benny, you look increasingly beautiful, Fury replied with a smile. Thank you. The trio walked into the hotel side by side. Since it was a small birthday gathering, the attendance was limited, and the hotel hall appeared rather spacious, though the decorations unmistakably bore Stark's signature style. Gary, Fury, as anticipated, upon their entrance. The dapperly dressed Stark approached with a glass of wine in hand. Nearby, a server swiftly brought over a tray of drinks. Gary, Fury, and Benny each took a glass, raising it toward Stark before taking a sip. Where's Carter? Gary inquired. She hasn't arrived yet. She just called, saying she was selecting her dress, Stark replied with a grin. Benny murmured softly, it's merely a birthday party. It's not as if we are attending some grand affair. Stark cast a meaningful glance at Gary. Carter simply wishes to look her best. Today is rather special. Benny rolled her eyes, ready to respond, when someone called her from the side. Benny, you made it. Benny turned her head, whispering to Gary, I'll be over there for a moment. Gary nodded. Gary brought me along. Oh, how fortunate you are. As their conversation faded into the distance, Stark remarked, Gary, why did you bring Benny along? Before Gary could respond, Fury queried with intrigue. Benny and Carter aren't just at odds professionally, are they? Benny and Carter have a history beyond mere professional discord, Stark chuckled. You know, ice and fire can never truly coexist. Fury, surprised, remarked, have they reached such a point? It seems I must have a serious talk with Carter. Stark shook his head in disbelief before turning to walk away. Did I say something wrong? Fury asked, bewildered. You are not mistaken, indeed. You should have a word with Carter. It's perfectly acceptable to have professional disagreements, but emotions should not spill into personal relationships, Gary replied with a smile. Fury nodded vigorously. Yes, Gary, you truly understand me. Not long after, as melodious music filled the air, Carter descended the staircase from the second floor, wearing a stunning and alluring evening gown. Her striking appearance immediately captivated her colleagues. Even the servers were drawn to her beauty. Gary, Fury, Carter greeted after acknowledging others. Finally approaching the two. Happy birthday, they exclaimed in unison. Carter smiled. Thank you. Carter, that dress is exquisite. It enhances your beauty even further, Gary complimented. Carter glanced at Benny, who was conversing with Carrie, and replied with a subtle smile. Thank you for the compliment, but I believe Benny looks even more enticing tonight." Just as Gary was about to respond, Carter took Fury by the arm and led him aside. "Fury, you returned early and didn't T even notify me?" "Oh, I simply didn't T have the chance to mention it." Observing their friendly banter, Gary couldn't T help but shake his head. "It seems you've managed to anger Carter. Do you recall Steve's experience during equipment selection?" Stark appeared seemingly from nowhere, standing beside Gary as they both watched Carter converse with Fury. Gary recalled the moment when Carter fired several shots while testing the shield. Her decisive speed in handling the firearm sent a shiver down his spine. "Gary, the days ahead may be challenging for you," Stark remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Gary offered a wry smile. "No worries, I can handle it." Throughout the remainder of the birthday celebration, Carter did not utter a single word to Gary, even at the conclusion of the party. She chose to ignore him in front of Fury. Gary was mentally prepared for this outcome, as his decision to bring Benny was a clear statement of his stance. Chapter 097. Gary 3 years later. CIA headquarters. Outside the director's office, Gary and Fury adjusted their attire before knocking on the door. "Come in," a steady voice called out. As they opened the door, Gary and Fury entered slowly, finding Smith, clad in a suit with a serious expression, seated at his desk. "Reporting to you, Chief Smith. Brigadier General Gary is here for duty." Gary approached the desk and performed a standard military salute. "Lieutenant Colonel Fury reporting for duty." Fury paused for a moment before quickly recovering, also executing a proper salute. A faint smile crept onto Smith's stern face. "If memory serves me correctly, it has been 7 or 8 years since we last met since the war concluded." "Reporting, it has been 7 years and 4 months." Gary replied, his expression earnest. Smith's smile broadened as he waved his hand. "I am no longer the Chief of Staff. Simply call me Director Smith from now on. Please, have a seat and make yourself comfortable." "Yes, Director." Gary and Fury took their seats on the adjacent chairs. "The primary purpose of your visit today is to gain a more concrete understanding of the situation regarding the Soviet Red House, especially considering the significant disturbances you two have caused, which have even prompted protests from the Soviet military," Smith remarked with a smile. "Director, the matter is chiefly being handled by Fury. I am merely providing assistance from the sidelines. Therefore, Fury possesses a clearer grasp of the specifics," Gary responded. Smith then turned his gaze towards Fury, having worked alongside Smith for a period. Fury appeared considerably more relaxed and proceeded to recount the series of events transpiring in the Soviet Union, though he notably withheld information regarding Gary's capabilities. "So, it seems the Soviet Red House is indeed colluding with the remnants of Hydra?" Smith furrowed his brow, continuing, "What about the super soldier program? Is the Soviet Union still pursuing it?" Fury nodded in reply. "Director, I will have the department forward the pertinent evidence shortly. As for the super soldier program, the Soviets have been conducting clandestine research." At this juncture, Gary interjected, "Director, the Soviets will undoubtedly continue their super soldier program. Although we have dealt a severe blow to the Red House and Hydra, we are not on their home turf and thus cannot eradicate them entirely." Smith pondered for a moment before addressing Gary and Fury. "You have both managed this situation well. Since the Soviets remain undeterred and are willing to collaborate with a terrorist organization like Hydra to further their super soldier research, we, on the American side, cannot remain passive." With that, he instructed Gary, "From here on, your department should refrain from other matters and prepare to restart the super soldier program. Additionally, continue efforts to eliminate Hydra. As for the Soviets, we should strive to keep certain actions discreet." "Director, restarting the super soldier program is feasible, but it will require significant investment." Gary hesitated. Smith reassured him with a smile. "Rest assured, I will arrange for the necessary funds and personnel." "Understood, Director." After departing from the Central Intelligence Agency, Gary remarked, "Fury, you must pay close attention to the additional funding from the CIA. It's of utmost importance as it pertains to the livelihoods of every member in our department." As he spoke, he patted the car door and shrugged. "I trust you wouldn't want us to continue driving this old clunker." "Gary, you need not mention it. I've long since had my fill of this dilapidated vehicle." Fury responded dramatically. Indeed, Fury, you've finally come to your senses," Gary chuckled. "Once the funds arrive, remember to procure the latest model car for us. Oh, and do not forget to buy a new set of sofas for my office. It seems the bed in my inner room is also due for replacement, and what else? Ah, yes, the desk must be replaced as well." Fury, upon returning to the department, Gary encountered Carter at the staircase. "Carter, do you have anything in your office that needs replacing? If so, please report it to Fury." Carter replied coldly, "Understood." With that, he turned and walked away. Unable to restrain himself, Gary muttered, "So you understand, yet your attitude is so frosty? I owe you nothing." After changing into a fresh set of clothes in his office, he made his way to the underground research laboratory. The events of the past few days were merely a diversion. For him, the paramount concern remained the enhancement of his abilities. Entering the break room, Gary sat cross-legged. Soon, his consciousness immersed in the viscous essence of the surrounding spatial laws. A profound joy emanating from the core of his soul rendered him nearly oblivious to the passage of time. As moments drifted by in his meditative state, 3 years seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Inside the research laboratory compartment, Gary gradually opened his eyes. 7th tier stellar level. Upon sensing the 7 miniature stars in his dantian stabilizing, a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. After 3 years, bolstered by ample resources, his physical prowess had ascended from the 1st to the 7th tier of stellar level, a remarkably swift progression, though in comparison to those prodigies who utilized nutrient pods, his advancement appeared almost sluggish as that of a snail. Nonetheless, Gary was content. The leap from 7th to 9th tier stellar level would demand an immense amount of cosmic energy, perhaps only achievable post the climactic battle. Rising from the break room, Gary recognized that merely relying on arduous training would be insufficient to reach cosmic level. Thus, he would need to wait until the pinnacle battle with Rohua concluded and he could enter the primordial cosmos for rapid advancement. Upon reaching cosmic level, Gary would truly possess the foundation to seize other infinite gems. However, facing Thanos directly would still be somewhat daunting with only cosmic level power. Stark, how goes the research on the infinite formula? Noticing Stark engrossed in his work, Gary casually inquired. Without lifting his head, Stark replied, I've established a preliminary manufacturing scheme, but actual production will require some time. Take your time. There's no rush, Gary nodded, continuing, additionally, you must expedite the serum for the super soldiers. Rest assured, progress is fairly swift on that front, Stark responded. Only then did Gary leave the laboratory. Over the past 3 years, although he had devoted most of his time to meditation and cultivation, he had occasionally kept abreast of departmental affairs. Currently, the number of members in the Strategic Science Department had increased by nearly half compared to 3 years ago. Many of these were elites drawn from various intelligence organizations by Director Smith, aimed at countering the expanding Soviet intelligence organization, the Red House, as well as the remnants of Hydra. Gary, Director Smith will be stepping down next month. I wonder if the incoming director will continue to support us. Fury remarked as he entered Gary's office unceremoniously and plopped down on the sofa. Gary paused for a moment before asking, who is the next director? News has yet to come through. It could very well be you, Fury replied half-jokingly. Gary rolled his eyes, regardless of who succeeded. It would not hinder their pursuit of research funding. Fury, Chapter 098, The Pinnacle Showdown begins. Devouring the world. In the virtual universe, within the arena of slaughter. Amidst a blazing desert, Rohua stood wielding the rift blade, quietly observing the emergence of thousands of 9th-tier stellar youths clad in white robes. Let it begin. As soon as the words left his lips, Rohua slowly unsheathed his blade. Kill. Instantly, the surrounding 1,000 stellar beings surged towards Rohua, their speed astonishing. Covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye, enveloped by an array of vibrant energy flows. However, at that moment, Rohua stepped forward, the rift blade slicing downward. In a flash, a total of 999 Rohuas manifested. With swishing sounds, over 900 blade lights erupted. And in an instant, the entire throng of 1,000 9th-tier stellar youths was struck down by the fierce blade light. Still unable to break through to 1,000, Rohua sheathed his blade, his brow furrowing. Despite his rapid progress in comprehending the spatial laws over the past 3 years, he seemed to have hit a bottleneck regarding his ability to create clones. Perhaps he had encountered a plateau. Rohua sighed, recognizing that the 10,000 threads flow spatial secret technique was not particularly rare. Its highest level merely reached the 10,000 threads tier, which barely matched the 2nd-tier mastery of his brother Luo Feng's talent secret technique, absolute space. Thus, the analysis of the essence of space within it was evidently not precise. Moreover, lacking a mentor for immediate guidance, encountering a bottleneck was entirely normal. Master, there is a call request, the auxiliary intelligence announced. Rohua withdrew his consciousness from the virtual universe. Seeing it was Luo Feng's call, he accepted. Rohua, the reincarnation battle has concluded. The virtual universe's Qianwu division has relayed that all participants who advanced through the arena competition should promptly gather in preparation room number 00001. Understood, brother. I will be there shortly. Luo Hua's consciousness reconnected to the virtual universe, materializing directly within the opulent confines of the Jiuxing Bay Villa. As he pushed the door open, Luo Feng was already waiting in the grand hall. Brother, where is second brother? Luo Hua inquired with a call. A subtle smile graced Luo Feng's face as he replied, second brother, Thunder God, is still undergoing training under Lord Mist. His progress has been quite remarkable of late. Brother, your advancement must also be significant. Luo Hua responded with a grin. It's going well. Compared to 3 years ago, I have made considerable strides. Luo Feng nodded. What about you? You've rarely ventured out these past 3 years, engrossed in seclusion. How has your comprehension of the laws fared? Luo Hua shook his head. I've made some progress, but recently I've encountered a bottleneck. You've been secluded for 3 years. It's time you took a breather. Perhaps some fresh air will inspire you, Luo Feng suggested. Indeed, I think so too, especially with the peak competition approaching. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. Let us go. It's time to gather, Luo Feng smiled. The two ascended upon their celestial steeds, swiftly arriving at the preparation hall of the combat arena, designated as number 00001. Within the virtual universe. Upon their arrival, the previously animated discussions among the talented elite surrounding them fell abruptly silent. They were none other than Luo Hua and Luo Feng. That Luo Hua is simply monstrous. How has he cultivated to reach such a level in the laws of space, achieving the 100-line flow? I've only just begun to sense the entry. Luo Hua's prowess was to be expected, given his status as a prodigious genius. However, how had Luo Feng progressed so swiftly? Indeed, I once felt confident facing Luo Feng, but in these 3 years, he has advanced remarkably. According to our mentor in the secret realm, Luo Feng's strength ranks 3rd among the many talents of our Qianwu nation. Who knows? Perhaps he has an exceptional teacher. The hushed murmurs of admiration and envy rose in waves. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Luo Hua exchanged knowing smiles. Madman, a powerful and resonant voice interrupted the moment. The two turned to see a disheveled young man, barefoot and wild in appearance, approaching. Savage, Luo Feng called out. The young man reached them and laughed heartily. Luo Feng, you've certainly made strides over these 3 years. With you before me, I dare not slacken. Luo Feng replied with a grin. Rong Jun shook his head, his gaze shifting to Luo Hua, narrowing his eyes. So, this is your brother Luo Hua? I believe you ought to consider him your target. After a pause, he added, Wanderer, I eagerly anticipate a match with you. Wildman, I too am looking forward to it. Their eyes met, and laughter ensued. They then joined the other talented elites as they entered the combat arena, where an immortal officially announced the conclusion of the Qianwu Universe Nation selection. Congratulations. You will represent the Qianwu Universe Nation in the peak duel. However, this competition is far grander than you might imagine. The finals will host the geniuses of 1,008 universe nations. Given the varying circumstances of each nation, the peak duel will officially commence in a year and a half. I hope you seize this time wisely. In September 2070, atop the castle terrace of the West Lake Manor in Yangzhou City, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and Thunder God stood side by side, watching as 3 young figures engaged in sparring on the colossal arena before the castle. It's been over 4 years since Big Brother left. It feels a bit strange without him, Thunder God sighed. Luo Feng shook his head. We 3 can still gather often, but Big Brother Hong is all alone. Luo Hua echoed his sentiments. Fortunately, we can frequently meet within the virtual universe. Enough of that. Tomorrow is the peak duel. You two must give it your all. Remember, you represent not only the Qianwu Universe Nation, but also our Earth. Thunder God encouraged with a smile. Luo Feng, brimming with confidence, remarked, After successfully nurturing the demon-killing clan avatar, my comprehension of the laws of space has accelerated. I believe I will achieve commendable results in the peak duel. Luo Hua, didn't you mention encountering a bottleneck recently? How have things progressed? I've broken through. Luo Hua's face was relaxed, though internally he sighed. Relying on insights gleaned from the spatial gem, he had forcibly shattered his bottleneck, achieving 1,000 manifestations. However, he found the process increasingly strenuous, as the comprehension of the fundamental laws becomes less about mere accumulation and more about profound breakthroughs. The deeper he delved into the essence of space within the 10,000-line flow, the more indistinct it became, presenting numerous obstacles to his understanding. This was indeed a drawback of insufficient foundation. Wow, Luo Hua, you truly are extraordinary. During the arena battles, your comprehension of the laws of space reached the 100-line flow level, and now you've broken through. Could it be that you've attained the supreme realm of the 10,000-line flow? Thunder God exclaimed, eyes wide. Luo Feng turned his gaze towards Luo Hua, feeling a surge of pressure. Although cultivating the demon-killing clan avatar had eased his understanding of the laws of space, compared to his brother, his pace felt akin to that of a snail. Luo Hua hastily shook his head. Second brother, it's not as simple as you suggest. It's merely a minor breakthrough. Well, Regardless, any breakthrough is a good thing. Tomorrow, we will compete against the geniuses of other universe nations. Let us strive together. Luo Feng stated earnestly. Yes, let us do our best together. Chapter 099, Arrival. In the virtual universe, upon the floating island above the Qianwu continent, two figures materialized at the teleportation point. It was none other than Luo Feng and Luo Hua. The staff member overseeing the teleportation promptly approached. Smiling as he gestured toward a nearby path, Mr. Luo Hua, Mr. Luo Feng, please follow this way. Luo Hua and Luo Feng nodded in gratitude and proceeded along the path, arriving at a plaza surrounded by a plethora of exotic flowers and plants. Luo Hua, Luo Feng have arrived. One is a monster, the other a madman. Truly, they are brothers. The plaza had already gathered several hundred aspiring talents, most of whom had been nurtured by the royal family of Qianwu. Upon the entrance of Luo Feng and Luo Hua, hushed discussions erupted, for they were the most dazzling figures of the Qianwu Universe Nation's selection competition. Madman. As the two entered the crowd, several familiar faces greeted Luo Feng. Windwheel. Patra. Luo Feng responded with a smile to each. As for Luo Hua, being a prodigious genius, apart from the wild man Rong Jun, none dared to casually engage him in conversation. As time passed, the 1,000 talented individuals selected from the Qianwu Universe Nation gradually congregated, whispering among themselves in small groups. Suddenly, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire plaza. Both Luo Feng and Luo Hua felt their faces pale, their bodies trembling slightly, as their gazes instinctively turned toward the entrance of the plaza. There, a towering figure clad in scale armor, standing 8 meters tall, strode forward. He emanated an aura of dread, particularly the faintly discernible scent of blood that instilled fear in the hearts of the gathered 1,000 talented elites. The scale-armored giant reached the center of the plaza, his voice booming as he declared, "The 1,000 talents of the Qianwu Universe Nation will be led by me, as per the command of the nation's sovereign." With that, he cast a weighty gaze across the assembly and continued, "You may address me as Lord 13. Understood?" "Yes, Lord 13. Luo Feng, Luo Hua, and the other over 1,000 talents responded in unison. The scale-armored giant nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze to Luo Hua and Rong Jun, speaking slowly. "Luo Hua, Rong Jun, you are the two individuals with the highest assurance of not being eliminated in this Qianwu nation. The sovereign has high hopes for you both. Do not disappoint him." Luo Hua and Rong Jun quickly responded with respectful acknowledgments. As for the others, if they held no hope, they should not be disheartened. According to the intelligence we have received, many talents have emerged from other universe nations. Aside from Luo Hua and Rong Jun, only Luo Feng has a chance to break into the top 5,000. The rest hold little hope. After delivering this, the scale-armored giant turned. "Now, let us proceed." Instantly, the 1,000 talents followed the scale-armored giant as they were simultaneously transported away. Not long after, they arrived at a vast continent specially designated within the virtual universe. The team from the Qianwu Universe Kingdom stood before a stunning array of 1,008 towering edifices, and the attendant respectfully announced, "You have been assigned to Building 0825. The Linjia giant then led Luo Hualuo Feng and 1,000 other prodigies to descend onto a plaza in front of the building, subsequently guiding them along a designated path towards their new abode. "Brother, look over there. Those must be the prodigies from the other universe nations," Luo Hua remarked. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the distant teams. Luo Feng's gaze followed suit, and he mused, "Isn't that the shy young man, Luo Hua? Indeed, he is the most extraordinary genius of the Qianwu nation, having comprehended the laws of spatial essence to the level of 100 fluxes. And that must be Rong Jun, right? He's formidable, though not as despair-inducing as Luo Hua." As Luo Feng and Luo Hua examined their surroundings, the prodigies from other universe nations were also scrutinizing them, with discussions predominantly revolving around Luo Hua and Rong Jun, while mentions of Luo Feng were scant. Upon reaching the front of Building 0825, a terrifying pressure enveloped them once more. The Linjia giant scanned the group, his tone indifferent as he addressed them. "I possess numbered tokens from 1 to 1,000. Each token corresponds to a room, your designated quarters." With a swift motion, 1,000 tokens gracefully descended into the hands of each genius. Luo Hua's token bore the number 1, while Luo Feng's was marked as 3. "Disperse. You are free to come and go as you please. In the evening, specialized personnel from the virtual universe will summon you. No matter where you are, you will hear the call." With that, the Linjia giant turned and departed. After familiarizing himself with his quarters, Luo Hua left and approached room 3, knocking gently on the door. It swung open swiftly. "Brother, Let us go to the plaza and see the other universe nations' prodigies. It would be good to familiarize ourselves. Luo Hua suggested with a smile. Agreed, Luo Feng concurred, sharing the sentiment. As they strolled halfway to the plaza, Luo Hua chuckled. Brother, have you grasped the laws of spatial essence yet? Facing his brother, Luo Feng did not conceal the truth. I have made some progress, though I still have a way to go. Impressive. So, you now comprehend both the laws of gold and space? Luo Hua feigned astonishment. Indeed, Luo Feng smiled. Following the emergence of his demonic avatar, he quickly sensed the laws of spatial essence, and after over a year of rigorous training with Babata, he had reached the level of a single flux, though the path to the 9 fluxes remained distant. Luo Hua refrained from pressing further and instead remarked, the Linjia giant just mentioned that you might break into the top 5,000. If you unleash your potential, it might surprise him. Brother, you must also be concealing some power, right? Luo Feng chuckled. Luo Hua playfully teased, you'll find out in due time. Luo Feng shook his head, his mind racing with speculation. Luo Hua had unleashed over 100 avatars during the arena competition, and considering the 4 years that had passed, he couldn't possibly have reached the pinnacle. Yet, he had broken through another layer. Was it possible he had achieved over 1,000 avatars? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he couldn't help but glance at Luo Hua's retreating figure. After all, the comprehension of the laws of spatial essence becomes exponentially more challenging as one advances. Babata had once mentioned that even a genius at the Realm Master level would require centuries to ascend from the first layer of absolute space to the second layer of transmutation. Yet, Luo Hua had managed to break through in just over 4 years. If he truly had attained over 1,000 avatars, his talent would undoubtedly defy description. Luo Feng couldn't help but marvel at his own progress as well. With the advantages of the Golden Horn Giant Beast and his demonic avatar accelerating his understanding of both the laws of gold and space. Let us forge ahead and see how far my brother and I can ultimately go. Chapter 100, The Beginning. In the expansive plaza formed by the surrounding 1,008 edifices, prodigies from various universe nations gathered in clusters, engaged in discussions about the remarkable talents displayed by others. When Luo Hua and Luo Feng appeared side by side, a momentary silence enveloped the crowd. Is that the wanderer Luo Hua? Indeed, he is a super genius, akin to the horrifyingly gifted death god Bran. How unfortunate for us. Encountering one prodigy is already daunting enough, and now 2 emerge, both possessing the laws of spatial essence. I thrive on formidable opponents. It makes the competition all the more exhilarating. Hearing the hushed whispers around him, Luo Feng chuckled. Luo Hua, it seems you are far more renowned than I am. Standing beside you certainly adds to the pressure. Brother, please refrain from teasing me, Luo Hua replied with a hint of exasperation, before his gaze shifted to the left. Oh, brother, look over there. That girl resembles an angel from our earth. Luo Feng followed his gaze to a stunning young woman clad in white feathers. Her ethereal wings and a radiant crystal on her forehead rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Her name is Ai Chun, a member of the Dream Snail tribe, nicknamed the Light Sword, possessing unparalleled strength capable of vying for the top 10. At that moment, a voice interjected as a figure with vibrant green hair approached. Luo Hua couldn't help but appraise Ai Chun, noting her angelic appearance, though her aura differed slightly. The green-haired figure leaned in to whisper in Luo Feng's ear. Luo Feng, your brother wouldn't be smitten with Ai Chun, would he? The girls from the Dream Snail tribe are indeed captivating. However, given your brother's talent, he might actually stand a chance. Luo Feng was at a loss for words, realizing both he and his brother were already married with children. That poses a dilemma. I've heard that members of the Dream Snail tribe are permitted only one partner, the green-haired figure remarked, shaking his head. Ahem. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unbecoming of a genius, Luo Hua interjected lightly. The figure chuckled awkwardly and redirected the conversation. Have you seen that tall, slender figure in a black robe over there? He is the illusion demon Galaxy, a member of the Howling God tribe, and his strength is formidable. It's said that with just a glance, his opponents fall into an illusion and perish, also possessing the potential to challenge for the top 10. Luo Hua and Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement, having gathered substantial information, although not as detailed as the green-haired figure's insights. Wendell proceeded to introduce other talents from the universe nations capable of contending for the top 10, such as Uka from the Manka Star and Blood Axe Tau. Moments later, an unexpected silence fell over the plaza. All eyes were drawn to the striking young man in white emerging from one of the buildings. He possessed an attractive visage, yet his expression was chillingly cold, a blood-red long sword strapped to his back. Death God Bran. A super genius even more extraordinary than Luo Hua. During the arena competition, he had unleashed hundreds of avatars, and many esteemed figures proclaimed him the undisputed first of this generation. Surely not. The wanderer Luo Hua also unleashed 100 avatars. The distinction between 100 and hundreds of avatars was indeed significant. As the hundreds of thousands of prodigies regained their composure, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Windwell leaned in and remarked, Luo Hua, that Death God brand is also a talent in the laws of spatial essence. Even my teacher has stated he is the indisputable first in this talent battle. You must strive to bring honor to our Qianwu universe kingdom. Luo Hua, do you have confidence? Luo Feng couldn't help but inquire, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Luo Hua squinted, fixing his gaze on the white-clad youth, before shaking his head. It's hard to say. Over the past 4.5 years, his strength has undoubtedly increased significantly. He is likely capable of unleashing more than just hundreds of avatars. Though he spoke otherwise, Luo Hua furrowed his brow inwardly, contemplating, at present, I can unleash over 1,000 phantoms, barely managing to match the formidable Grim Reaper Berlan. However, aside from his mastery of the spatial origin laws, he has also ventured into the laws of wind, enabling him to draw his sword at a speed far surpassing my own. Moreover, his movements are elusive and unpredictable. Should we engage? I fear I would not stand a chance. While the three conversed, Berlan cast a fleeting glance at Luo Hua before entering a restaurant surrounding the plaza. Brother, let us also take a respite in the restaurant, suggested Luo Hua. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, and together with Feng Luan, they proceeded into a nearby establishment on the left. As time leisurely passed, evening descended, and suddenly, a voice resonated within Luo Hua's consciousness. All participants from Universe Country 1008. Assemble at the Central Plaza. As soon as the voice faded, both Luo Hua and Luo Feng lost consciousness. Upon awakening, Luo Hua found himself standing within a colossal formation. What transpired? What on earth happened? I was just resting in the restaurant. Surrounding him were murmurs of bewilderment. Luo Hua's gaze was drawn to a man clad in a cerulean battle robe, adorned with purple scales upon his head, and he mused. This must be the Nine-Sword Sovereign. Boom, boom, boom. The multitude of immortals stationed before the formation suddenly radiated a formidable aura, silencing the previously raucous assembly. Welcome to the peak genius battle organized by our virtual universe company, spoke the azure-robed man in a gentle tone. Although his voice was soft, it resonated clearly with the over 1 million talents within the formation. For this grand duel, we have selected over 1 million geniuses from the 1008 universe countries, and our virtual universe company aims to identify the top 1,000 among you, to be integrated into the core of the virtual universe. As for the selection rules, tomorrow each of you will enter a trial space, which contains 7 trial towers, each with 7 levels. You must conquer them from the first tower until your demise. While we will calculate your scores and rank you accordingly. Luo Hua was already aware of the rules, yet he listened intently. After the Nine-Sword Sovereign announced the regulations, he vanished, and the other immortals departed, leaving the remaining million talents to engage in hushed whispers. To eliminate hundreds of thousands in merely one trial space is exceedingly brutal. Indeed, the scoring within the trial towers is based on the number of kills, granting a significant advantage to mentalism practitioners, which is quite unjust. There is no recourse. This is the decree of the virtual universe company. Feng Luan sighed, shaking his head. Luo Feng, Luo Hua, with such a massive elimination, I fear I shall be among those cast aside. Our Qianwu universe country relies solely on the two of you and Rong Jun. There is still a chance for advancement. Do not lose heart, reassured Luo Hua and Luo Feng in succession. The following morning, the 1,000 geniuses of Qianwu Nation rose early, gathering in the lobby on the first floor. All participants prepare. Collective transmission will commence. As everyone awaited, a voice resonated across the 1008 towers. Feng Luan, give it your all. Wanderer, madman, you too, do your best. Boom. Suddenly, an invisible and peculiar force enveloped the entire dimensional space, causing the millions of participants from various universe countries to vanish in an instant. Chapter 101, Accumulation. In a flash, atop a colossal meteorite floating in the cosmic expanse, a figure materialized. It was none other than Luo Hua, recently transported. He surveyed his surroundings briefly before alighting, transforming into a streak of light, swiftly soaring toward the trial tower that loomed like a mountain upon the meteorite. Upon landing at the entrance of a tower marked as 1, Luo Hua glanced at his wrist. Participant, Luo Hua. Points, 0. Ranking, none. Current trial space, number 0279376. At the bottom of the screen appeared the rules of the trial tower, which Luo Hua was already familiar with, yet he perused them nonetheless. There are 7 trial towers, each divided into 7 levels. The first tower offers a maximum of 10,000 points per level, meaning the total for completing the first tower is capped at 70,000 points. The second tower permits a maximum of 100,000 points per level, totaling 700,000 points upon completion. This pattern continues, culminating in the 7th tower, where full completion yields a staggering 7 billion points. According to the rules, each level of the trial tower allows a duration of 10 days, and collectively, the 7 towers permit over a year of time. In the original narrative, my brother Luo Feng utilized this ample time to attain a mastery of the spatial origin laws at the 9-line flow level, resulting in an explosive emergence. Thus, I need not rush. After all, with the spatial gem in my possession, my understanding of the spatial origin laws progresses swiftly. Perhaps I might achieve a breakthrough within this year. With this resolve, Luo Hua determined that with his current strength, overpowering super talents like Rong Jun and AI Qin would be a trivial matter. However, he remained wary of encountering the Grim Reaper Berlan during the duel, as it could jeopardize his opportunity to enter the primordial secret realm. Step by step, I must maintain my lead, which necessitates striving for superior training resources. Pushing open the door, Luo Hua entered the trial tower. Simultaneously, a message appeared on his wrist screen. First tower, first level, 1,000 ferocious mammoths. Earn 1 point for each kill. Eliminate all to advance to the next level. Failure to complete will result in automatic transmission after 10 days. Retracting his gaze, Luo Hua observed the mammoths roaming the grasslands of the first level, a slight smile gracing his lips. Let us begin. With a flash of his blade, a mammoth was struck down, its skull pierced through. Roar! Roar! The surrounding mammoths bellowed in fury, charging at Luo Hua. Seeing this, Luo Hua smiled slightly, his void-splitting blade shimmering as phantoms manifested around him. This group of approximately 100 ferocious mammoths was swiftly dispatched by Luo Hua. After eliminating the last of them, he leisurely sought out the next group. Meanwhile, in another universe, Gary continued to delve into and research the spatial origin laws, akin to Luo Feng's golden-horned behemoth avatar. Within the expansive central plaza encircled by the 1,008 towers of the virtual universe, thousands of immortals lounged in various corners, each with a virtual screen before them displaying the trial statuses of every participating genius. Berlan's score escalated rapidly, leaving the second place far behind. He was indeed the undisputed frontrunner of this cohort. Berlan's comprehension of the spatial origin laws surpasses that of most realm lords. Hence his swift progression through each level. By the way, isn't there another contender from Qianwu Nation, Luo Hua, who possesses comparable strength to Berlan? Why is his name absent from the rankings? A group of powerful immortals observed the trial competition while engaging in discussions. 13. What is the situation with your Luo Hua from Qianwu Nation? Though his strength may slightly trail Berlan's, he far exceeds other talents, and securing second place should be a certainty. Yet now, he is not even on the leaderboard. Several immortals familiar with 13 from Qianwu Nation inquired. 13 frowned deeply. Both Luo Hua and Rong Jun were under high expectations, not just from him, but also from the Qianwu Nation's leader. Yet, while Rong Jun's score ranked prominently, the more formidable Luo Hua's name was conspicuously absent. He promptly opened Luo Hua's trial livestream. What on earth is this Luo Hua doing so leisurely? With his prowess, does he truly require training? Casting a glance at the live broadcast, Shan could not help but feel a surge of anger. It is well known that the immortals live for an extended period, thus placing great importance on face and honor. Yet, the most outstanding performer from the Qianwu Kingdom, Luo Hua, was unexpectedly at the bottom of the rankings, an embarrassment that weighed heavily on him. Ahem, Luo Hua is merely acclimating to the trial environment. His strength is unquestionable, and he will undoubtedly catch up. As he overheard numerous powerful immortals discussing Berlan, attention gradually shifted away from Luo Hua, prompting Shan to speak up. Several immortals, close to him, nodded in agreement. After all, he was a super genius capable of manifesting over 100 phantoms, and they all acknowledged Luo Hua's prowess. Regarding the trial tower rankings, it was merely a method of elimination, one that they, as immortals, hardly cared about. What they were truly contesting was merely their face. As time flowed slowly, while the majority of geniuses entered the third trial tower, Luo Hua and Luo Feng leisurely passed through the first tower, stepping into the second. However, the ferocity of the beasts within the third trial tower began to exponentially increase, causing many talented experts to be eliminated in the first layer. As numerous geniuses were ousted, The point rankings of Luo Hua and Luo Feng began to soar. In the first layer of the 5th trial tower, as Luo Hua was just transported in, he glanced at the screen on his wrist. Participants, Luo Hua. Points, 77, 770, 000. Ranking, 501. Nearly a year had passed. Although my comprehension of the laws of spatial origin had not diminished, the opportunity for a breakthrough still eluded me. Luo Hua furrowed his brow. The laws of origin he was currently grasping were purely a matter of quantitative accumulation, with no breakthroughs in the analysis of spatial essence, which made him feel a twinge of anxiety. According to the layered secret technique of absolute space, he was currently stuck at the word 1,000 within the 2nd layer of ever-changing. Although he had previously forced a breakthrough to over 1,000 phantoms through sheer accumulation, he had since hit a wall, unable to surpass that threshold for 2 whole years. Continuing to waste time like this seemed futile. After nearly a year, I have already accumulated enough in terms of quantity, and what I now lack is that fleeting opportunity for a breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hua understood that only under pressure could he possibly grasp that elusive opportunity for advancement. The 5th and 6th trial towers posed no pressure for him. Thus, remaining in them would merely squander time. Only the difficulty of the 7th trial tower could provide the pressure he needed. With that thought, Luo Hua ceased to hold back and unleashed hundreds of phantoms into the throng of vastly stronger ferocious beasts. As his strength erupted, his killing speed accelerated, and his points began to soar. Chapter 102, Eruption. In the virtual universe, the central plaza bustled again as eliminated geniuses appeared. The powerful immortals, who had been casually seated, began to enter the dining hall. With their status, they naturally would not jostle with these youngsters to watch the trial live broadcast. Look, Luo Hua and Luo Feng's points have surged again. They have entered the top 100. Luo Hua's strength was already extraordinary. Once he erupted, it was only a matter of time before he ranked highly. But what about Luo Feng? Could it be that his strength also positioned him to challenge the top 10 in the universal rankings? These two brothers are incredibly formidable. Initially, I did not regard Luo Feng highly. Yet now, based on the trial broadcast, it is clear he has also grasped 2 kinds of laws of origin. How enviable. These two brothers entering the core layer of the virtual universe together. Millions of participants gathered in the plaza, fixated on the 5 massive screens above, whispering among themselves. After all, with so many geniuses eliminated, only 5 individuals remained in the trial. The god of death Berlan, the nomad Luo Hua, the madman Luo Feng, the sword of life Yi Feng, and the blood blade Kaidada. Sure-san, your Qinwu kingdom is doing remarkably well this time. Not only producing super geniuses like Luo Hua and Rong Jun, but now another one, Luo Feng. TSK. With this, your cosmic kingdom has 3 representatives in the top 20 of the virtual universe rankings. Indeed, Sure-san, you must treat us to drinks later. It is a must. In the dining hall, powerful immortals exchanged thoughts. The lizard-armored giant Sure-san rarely displayed a smile. However, he believed it was too early to draw conclusions. Luo Hua and Rong Jun should securely place in the top 20, but Luo Feng was still somewhat precarious. He would have to see if he would erupt further. Although he spoke casually, the lizard-armored giant felt a profound delight within. Luo Hua's eruption was somewhat within his expectations. After all, over 4 years had passed, and other geniuses had made progress. It was only natural for Luo Hua to experience some breakthroughs. However, Luo Feng's strength genuinely surprised him. It should be noted that during the arena competition, Luo Feng had not revealed any laws of spatial origin, yet now, through the trial broadcast, it was evident that he was far from a novice in that respect. In the 7th layer of the 6th trial tower, upon his arrival, Luo Hua was met with a massive insect nest towering as high as 40 stories, from which a multitude of green mantises, bred by the queen, surged forth. After 3 successive rounds, over 3,000 of them emerged, sweeping in from both ground and air. Nevertheless, Luo Hua appeared remarkably at ease. While the number of these insects was considerable, each possessed strength akin to a 9th-tier genius with domain abilities, posing no threat to him. With a powerful stomp, Luo Hua propelled himself forward, and as he wielded his rift-cleaving blade, hundreds of phantoms erupted, swiftly dispatching hundreds of the surrounding mantises. Each strike he delivered precisely severed the heads of these insects with remarkable efficiency. The death of hundreds of mantises cleared a radius of several dozen meters around Luo Hua. Yet under the queen's mental control, the remaining insects fearlessly closed in once more. With hundreds of phantoms attacking simultaneously, a flurry of astonishingly swift blade lights erupted, forming a terrifying domain of blades. Each insect that approached was instantly shredded by the fierce spatial cutting waves. In less than 10 minutes, All 3,000 mantises were annihilated. After eliminating these cannon fodder insects, Luo Hua wasted no time allowing the queen to breed more. He instantly flashed before the insect queen's nest, cleaving it open with a powerful strike, targeting the insect queen concealed within. The beautiful and alluring queen exuded an intoxicating aura. Ordinary geniuses would be ensnared by this charm. Yet Luo Hua remained unfazed, delivering a decisive blow to the insect queen. With a swift motion, the lovely insect queen's face contorted into a grotesque visage, emitting piercing and shrill sonic waves. At that moment, Luo Hua felt a barrage of sharp mental energies cleave through his consciousness, causing a brief moment of dizziness. However, the deeper his comprehension of the laws of origin, the stronger his consciousness became. Luo Hua's awareness significantly surpassed that of other geniuses. After just a second of disorientation, he quickly regained his focus and swung the rift-cleaving blade down once more. With a swift slice, the insect queen fell. As Luo Hua progressed through the 7th layer of the 6th trial tower, the god of death Berlan at the 1st layer of the 7th trial tower faced a terrifying onslaught from 10,000 blood-furred mammoths, their strength multiplied several times. In an instant, the entire 1st layer of the trial tower was filled with Berlan's phantoms, and the thousands of sword lights emitted from his phantoms left millions of spectators watching the trial broadcast utterly mesmerized. Defeated again, still defeated. It was terrifying. Over 1,000 phantoms erupting simultaneously was utterly despairing. This god of death Berlan is simply too powerful. Each blood-furred mammoth in the 1st layer of the 7th trial tower is equivalent to a genius ranked within the top 1,000. In a breathtaking display, he single-handedly dispatched over 5,000 foes. Could he not, therefore, eliminate our more than 5,000 prodigies? The millions of participants in the square were rendered breathless, for Berlan's eruption was nothing short of astonishing. A cadre of formidable immortals shook their heads in disbelief. Alas, Berlan ultimately faltered. The 1st layer of the 7th trial tower is a benchmark established by the Virtual Universe Company, a challenge that few can surmount. Indeed, Berlan's ability to slay over 5,000 was remarkable in its own right. Now, within the trial tower, only the brothers Luo Feng and Luo Hua remained. One could only wonder how many blood-haired mammoths Luo Hua might fell on the 1st layer of the 7th trial tower. It seemed precarious, especially considering Luo Feng's unexpected manifestation of 9 illusory bodies, an impressive concealment of strength. As the immortals conversed, Luo Feng suddenly erupted, revealing the profound principles of spatial origin at the level of 9 lines. This eruption left the millions of watching participants in awe, even causing many immortals to express their astonishment. Meanwhile, the giant clad in armor, known as 13, wore a broad smile. Upon entering the 1st layer of the 7th trial tower, Luo Hua's gaze instinctively drifted to his wrist screen. Participant, Luo Hua. Points, 7, 777, 770, 000. Ranking, 2. With Berlan halted at this layer, he pondered whether he could advance further. Taking a deep breath, he knew his ability to manifest illusory bodies was akin to Berlan's. If he could not make a breakthrough here, he feared he might only achieve 2nd place. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Luo Hua gripped his sky-rending blade tightly, his gaze firming as he beheld the thousands of blood-haired mammoths in the space before him. This was it, the culmination of 2 years of preparation, all hinged upon this layer. Chapter 103, Eruption. On an expansive grassland, mere seconds after Luo Hua teleported in, the once leisurely 1,000 blood-haired mammoths began to stir restlessly. Unlike those in the 1st layer of the initial trial tower, these mammoths possessed a heightened sensitivity to aura. Almost instantaneously, their crimson eyes locked onto Luo Hua. With a thunderous roar, the 1,000 blood-haired mammoths surged forth like sharks scenting blood, their massive forms towering 2 stories high, creating a vast, overwhelming tide that shook the very ground beneath them. Luo Hua's expression turned steely as he faced the onslaught of hundreds of blood-haired mammoths, threatening to engulf him. With determination, he unleashed a flurry of illusory bodies accompanied by flashes of his blade. Slicing through the air, blood erupted as hundreds of mammoths fell, their vital points pierced. Yet, the surrounding blood-haired mammoths grew even more frenzied, forming a dense encirclement, systematically trampling towards the hundreds of illusory bodies. The audience in the square, comprising millions of gifted individuals, collectively shook their heads. It seemed inevitable that he would fail. The attacks of these blood-haired mammoths were imbued with fundamental principles. Even Berlan had struggled to withstand but a few blows. Compared to Berlan, Luo Hua's manifestation of hundreds of illusory bodies, while impressive, still paled in comparison. Surviving the first wave of attacks would be a commendable feat. The whispers of the millions of prodigies echoed around. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, having just exited the trial tower, fixated on the screen, murmuring, "Luo Hua, I believe you possess strength beyond this." In a nearby dining hall, a gathering of formidable immortals exchanged thoughts. They speculated that if Luo Hua had not concealed his true strength, he would likely meet the same fate as Berlan. After all, the benchmark set by the Virtual Universe Company was daunting. Berlan had failed, making it unsurprising for Luo Hua to falter as well. Indeed, throughout history, only a select few had successfully navigated through the first layer of the 7th trial tower, each a paragon of genius, and while Berlan and Luo Hua were exceptional, they still fell short when compared to the truly extraordinary. Within the trial tower, as the blood-haired mammoths charged with a synchronized assault, Luo Hua felt the weight of immense pressure. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full extent of his illusory bodies. With a swift flourish, 300, 500, 700, thousands of Luo Huas manifested, each appearing strikingly real, simultaneously wielding their blades. In that instant, the grassland was awash with a heart-stopping display of flashing blades. Blood sprayed forth as mammoths fell, their skulls pierced, transforming the surrounding area into a realm of death. Yet, in less than half a second, the outer layer of blood-haired mammoths surged forward anew, their attacks even more ferocious and their movements impeccably coordinated. Luo Hua reacted with remarkable speed, striking again with his blade. However, the sheer number of mammoths was overwhelming. Despite his rapid strikes, he could only fell 1,000 with each swing. With a piercing thrust, thousands of blood-haired mammoths crashed into the illusory bodies, their sharp tusks penetrating the midsection of each one. Luo Hua could not evade. Blood gushed from his abdomen as the surrounding illusory bodies dissipated in an instant. With a cold gaze, he swung his blade, dispatching a nearby mammoth. Yet, as he did so, another blood-haired mammoth charged swiftly, knocking him off balance before he could deliver a second strike. The remaining thousands of blood-haired mammoths, in perfect unison, rushed towards the spot where Luo Hua landed, their hooves raised high. Beneath the colossal screen in the central square, the crowd gasped. "Ah, he has been wounded. Luo Hua is about to fall." Another terrifying prodigy, mirroring Berlan's path, had unleashed over 1,000 illusory bodies. How had they trained to achieve such mastery of spatial origin principles as if it were as effortless as eating or drinking? As millions of prodigies stood in stunned silence at Luo Hua's display of over 1,000 illusory bodies, Luo Feng's hidden strength was one thing. But no one had anticipated that Luo Hua too had concealed his capabilities. In the dining hall, the gathering of powerful immortals shared their astonishment, their discussions growing animated. "Luo Feng, Luo Hua, these two truly know how to astonish us. Truly, they are brothers." 13. The armored giant smiled broadly, exclaiming, "Congratulations. The Qianwu Universe Nation has certainly made a name for itself this time." Indeed, with the emergence of Rong Jun and two stable prodigies likely to rank in the top 20, they had also unveiled a super genius akin to Berlan. Alas, our Universe Nation had yet to produce any comparable talent. Amidst the chatter of the surrounding immortals, 13 could not suppress his laughter, repeatedly attributing it to luck. "Luck. You, my friend, seldom display such joy." The emergence of a prodigy of such remarkable talent was bound to elate him. 13. The trial tower eliminations are nearing their conclusion. Do not forget to treat us to drinks afterward. While Luo Hua's eruption surprised the powerful immortals, nearly all believed he would meet the same fate as Berlan and falter at this layer. On the vast grassland, as thousands of blood-haired mammoths descended with synchronized hooves, thousands of illusory bodies erupted once more. Kill. In that moment, Luo Hua was resolute. The blade light was piercingly sharp, as if the very fabric of space were being cleaved into 1,000 fragments. With each strike, blood gushed forth as mammoths collapsed beneath the onslaught, yet still, thousands pressed forward, their hooves poised to trample Luo Hua. Was he destined to fail? As he gazed at the impending stampede of blood-haired mammoths, Luo Hua whispered, once more raising his blade. However, at the moment he drew his blade, his gaze swept across the myriad of illusory figures surrounding him. Their movements mirrored that of Luo Hua, yet due to the differing terrain, the myriad of illusions formed a perplexing pattern. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Hua's eyes ignited with a brilliance akin to a bolt of lightning. The myriad flow, so this is how it is. No, I've been mistaken all along. In that instant, a knowing smile graced Luo Hua's lips. Swish, swish, swish. At the very moment Luo Hua smiled, the thousands of illusions abruptly vanished, leaving only two behind. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the illusions erupted once more. 9, 100, 1,000, 3,000. A dense swarm of 3,000 illusions surged forth, accompanied by 3,000 gleaming blades. The blades intertwined, creating a terrifying domain of steel that nearly engulfed the entire plane. Thud, thud, thud. Under the relentless assault of the blades, countless blood-haired mammoths fell, their skulls pierced through. Moments later, 10,000 blood-haired mammoths lay lifeless. Meanwhile, Luo Hua's figure began to fade. The first layer of the 7th trial tower passed. Chapter 104, ranked first. In the central square, a deathly silence ensued, especially as Luo Hua unleashed his devastating attack. Annihilating 10,000 blood-haired mammoths and conquering the first layer of the 7th trial tower, the breaths of the millions of onlooking prodigies were collectively held. Even the Grim Reaper, Berlan, stared blankly at the massive screen in the square. However, amidst the collective shock and astonishment at Luo Hua's terrifying display, Luo Feng's face broke into a joyous smile. When he doesn't erupt, he remains inconspicuous, but when he does, it is astonishing. Who would have thought my younger brother had reached such a level in the laws of spatial origins? Bravo, splendid eruption. In a restaurant on the outskirts of the square, a group of powerful immortals were left astounded. 3,000 stellar-level illusions had comprehended the spatial secret method of myriad flow to the realm of great accomplishment. How many years has it been since such a super genius emerged among the 1,008 human cosmic nations? If my memory serves me right, the last one to shine so brilliantly was Lian Luo. Yes, that Lian Luo also passed the first layer of the 7th trial tower, achieving the perfect realm of myriad flow and capable of instantly manifesting 10,000 illusions, almost conquering the 7th layer. Alas, Lian Luo fell midway in the cosmic secret realm. Otherwise, he would at least be at the king level now, perhaps even achieving the realm of a revered one. Though Luo Hua may not match Lian Luo, his performance is still remarkable. Should he not fall midway, a kingship is within reach. After the initial shock, the powerful immortals could not help but sigh. Throughout the vast eons of the universe, they had witnessed countless super geniuses, even unparalleled prodigies, yet those who ultimately matured were scarce. Within a grand palace, the figure adorned with peculiar patterns, Tower Autumn, was also taken aback by Luo Hua's eruption. Yet, unlike the other immortals, he was more astonished by the speed at which Luo Hua grasped the laws of spatial origins. For he was well aware that Luo Hua had only broken through to the first flow level 7 years ago. In just 7 years, he progressed from the first layer of the first flow to the 4th layer of the great accomplishment in myriad flow. Such a rate of comprehension is simply terrifying. My disciple must have encountered some extraordinary fortuity, achieving such rapid advancement in the laws of spatial origins. But regardless of the fortuity, it matters not. He is my disciple. Tower Autumn S. The thought of having such a brilliant genius as his disciple made Tower Autumn unable to contain his jubilant laughter. Just as Hong Luo stepped into the palace, upon hearing such laughter, he could easily deduce that the elder was watching his disciple Luo Hua's trial tower competition. It seems that before long, the elder would have yet another direct disciple. In the 2nd layer of the 7th trial tower, a vast crimson cave awaited, teeming with numerous pits. As Luo Hua was teleported here, countless 9-headed serpents surged forth from the pits, each possessing intelligence, swiftly surrounding him. Attacks infused with the essence of the laws rained down upon Luo Hua. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Hua reacted with astonishing speed, unleashing 3,000 illusions. The 3,000 illusions struck simultaneously. In an instant, the entire cave transformed into a sea of blades. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, thousands of serpents were torn apart by the blades. However, the remaining 9-headed serpents' attacks crashed down, obliterating Luo Hua's form into fragments. Luo Hua dead. Yet he had failed. Alas, the difficulty of each layer in the trial tower escalates exponentially. Luo Hua's strength was already formidable, but he was not a mentalist. His attacks were singular. Faced with tens of thousands of 9-headed serpents, to have slain thousands was already abnormal. Were we in his place, we would likely have perished in a single encounter. Millions of prodigies murmured amongst themselves, expressing regret, yet inwardly sighed in relief. However, when Luo Hua appeared in the square, the chatter abruptly ceased, and the entire central square fell silent, all eyes converging upon him. Even the super prodigies capable of securing a stable position in the top 20, such as Rong Jun, Ai Chun, Qian Shui, and Wu Ka, were no exception. Even the Grim Reaper, Berlan, was included. Amidst such a multitude of gazes, even with his mental preparations, Luo Hua found himself momentarily taken aback. Brother, congratulations. Overall rank 4th. Clearing his throat, Luo Hua approached the team from the Qinwu Kingdom, where many prodigies instinctively parted to make way. Soon, he stood beside Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled, saying, compared to you, my 4th place is far inferior. Congratulations. Overall rank 1st. Your eruption truly astonished me. Nearby, Feng Lun could not restrain himself from chiming in. Luo Hua, you are a freak. You've even overshadowed the Grim Reaper, Berlan. Many claimed Berlan was the undisputed first, but now they surely think otherwise. Just as Luo Hua was about to respond, a deep voice resonated beside him. Luo Hua, Rongjun, Luo Feng, come with me. Luo Hua and Luo Feng turned to see the armored giant, 13, appearing behind the Qinwu Kingdom team. All return to your quarters. A low command echoed in everyone's ears. Feng Luan and the others promptly headed towards their designated building, while Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and Rongjun followed 13 into a grand chamber. The armored giant, 13, cast a glance at the trio, ultimately settling his gaze on Luo Hua, a rare smile gracing his face. Good. This time you 3 performed admirably, especially you, Luo Hua. Yes, you should be able to contend for the overall 1st rank in the universe. As for you, Luo Feng and Rongjun, you 2 can make it into the top 20, but do not become complacent. The trial tower merely serves to eliminate weaker contestants. It does not indicate the whole picture. For instance, among the top 10 in this trial tower ranking, apart from Berlan and Luo Hua, as well as another martial artist, the rest are all masters of mentalism. Understand? Luo Feng's expression shifted slightly, while Luo Hua and Rongjun, being martial artists, felt less impacted. I say this mainly to remind you not to become overly pleased with temporary achievements and fall into blind arrogance. The armored giant's tone was solemn. All right, all 3 of you have secured a spot for the final battle. Rest well tomorrow and prepare for the final clash. Remember, the higher your rank, the better the treatment you will receive in the core layer of the virtual universe. Strive diligently. As they exited the grand chamber, Rongjun turned to Luo Hua and Luo Feng, saying, Wanderer, madman, your progress is truly terrifying. I hope to cross swords with you in the finals, especially you. Luo Hua, I eagerly anticipate our duel. I too look forward to it. Luo Hua responded with a smile. After Rongjun departed, Luo Feng could not help but exclaim, Luo Hua, I also look forward to battling you. 3,000 illusions. I'm curious if I can withstand your first strike. Hee, brother, at this moment. You may not be my match, yet I firmly believe you will catch up soon. When that time comes, we shall engage in a delightful exchange of skills. Luo Hua winked. Chapter 105, The Pinnacle Showdown. The following morning, in a central square comparable in size to a city, 300 advanced geniuses gathered sparsely. While the remaining millions of participants were teleported away after being eliminated from the trial tower yesterday. Boom. Suddenly, an invisible aura enveloped the entire central square. Among the 300 geniuses, including Luo Hua and Luo Feng, an involuntary sense of submission arose within their hearts, and their gazes instinctively lifted towards the sky, where a figure clad in a cerulean battle robe, adorned with purple scales upon his head, appeared. The revered one. 1008 powerful immortals bowed respectfully. Witnessing this scene, Luo Hua could not help but reflect. This is the true embodiment of strength. Even the mighty immortals must pay their respects. The other 7,000 geniuses shared similar sentiments. As the trial tower concluded, the voice announced, first and foremost, congratulations to the top 100 contestants. You have earned the privilege to join the core of the Virtual Universe Company. Should anyone wish to decline this offer, please step forward. The Virtual Universe Company does not compel anyone. Unsurprisingly, no one spoke up, as all understood the significance of being part of the core of the Virtual Universe Company. The man in the cerulean robe nodded slightly. Well, moving on, the system will automatically arrange 3 matches for the contestants ranked from 101 to 300 based on your performances in the trial tower. Victors shall receive advancement spots, while the defeated will be eliminated. Boom. As the words of the man in the cerulean robe echoed, an invisible energy enveloped all geniuses ranked below 100, transporting them to the arena space for their matches. In an instant, only the top 100 geniuses remained in the central square. Soon, over 3,000 screens materialized in the center of the square, showcasing the matches occurring in each arena space. Brother, let us sit over here. After the man in the cerulean robe departed towards the area reserved for immortals, Luo Hua pulled Luo Feng to a corner of the square. Once seated, Rongjun joined them. Among the 7,000 contestants, the strongest is the illusionist Galaxy. who possesses the capability to break into the top 10, Rongjun whispered. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, Galaxy belongs to the illusionist class of mentalists, and illusionists are exceedingly formidable. Luo Hua intrigued. Just as Luo Feng intended to caution his younger brother, he noticed Luo Hua's gaze wandering elsewhere. Frowning slightly, he called out several times. Brother, what is it? Luo Hua turned his gaze back, puzzled. Luo Feng lowered his voice. Luo Hua, what are you gazing at? Don't tell me you're actually interested in that lightsaber wielder, Aichen. Ah, not at all. The dream spiral race bears a striking resemblance to angels. I'm merely a bit curious, Luo Hua replied, feeling awkward. Luo Hua, I'm not trying to intrude upon your personal matters, but your talent is remarkable. And you should focus your energy on cultivation for now. Consider other pursuits only after achieving success. Luo Feng couldn't resist advising. Luo Hua quickly responded, Brother, I understand. Well then, let us watch the matches, Luo Feng nodded. Relieved, Luo Hua had not lied. His lingering glances at Aichen were purely due to the latter's resemblance to a certain angelic figure. The arena matches progressed swiftly, as the system of the virtual universe company had deliberately arranged for genuinely powerful geniuses to dominate their opponents. Before long, 900 successful contenders emerged, while the remaining 6,000 were teleported away. Congratulations to you all. The voice of the man in the cerulean robe resonated once more in this round of the genius battle. You are the most exceptional 1,000 selected by the virtual universe company. We shall spare no effort in nurturing you. However, you must understand that resources in the universe are finite, and even the virtual universe company cannot afford to waste them. Consequently, resources will be allocated according to your rankings in the upcoming battles. I hereby announce, proceeding as per the original script. The man in the cerulean robe recounted the allocations and rewards from the 4 great secret realms of the virtual universe company: Apocalypse, Primordial, and others. Aside from a few geniuses who understood the significance of these secret realms, the rest appeared bewildered. As the 4 great secret realms were confidential to the core of the virtual universe company, and even some immortals from the outer universe lacked the qualification to know. Luo Hua, the primordial secret realm should be the best, with only 2 spots available. You must strive for it. Luo Feng whispered urgently. Brother, you too, Luo Hua replied. Luo Feng shook his head with a smile. I am well aware of my own strength. I shall forego the primordial realm, but perhaps I can contend for the Taichu realm. As the two conversed, the man in the cerulean robe sent the rules for the upcoming decisive battles to each genius's wrist screens. Upon reviewing the rules, the recently advanced 900 geniuses began to discuss amongst themselves. The rules indicated that the system would select 100 geniuses from the 900 based on their previous performances in the arena, who would then compete against the top 100 from the trial rankings. Such an arbitrary battle format left many newly advanced geniuses feeling disgruntled. Some even publicly voiced their protests. If anyone disagrees with the rules of the final showdown, they may choose not to join the virtual universe company. However, the man in the cerulean robe's casual statement immediately silenced the dissenting geniuses. Meanwhile, a group of powerful immortals at the edge of the square shook their heads disdainfully. How foolish. They dare to question the virtual universe company. What a pack of fools. Geniuses are merely that. Until they have grown, who will genuinely care? They should not hold themselves in such high regard. These comments were not whispered low, and thus the 1,000 geniuses in the square heard them clearly. Many faces soured. Geniuses are inherently proud, and hearing such words naturally left an unpleasant taste. Yet, in the presence of immortals, they dared not voice any grievances. Moreover, the revered one had just stated that anyone unwilling to join the virtual universe company was free to leave. No one would be forced to join. Brother, we are merely a batch of geniuses selected by the virtual universe company from the past battles. No one truly cares. To genuinely safeguard Earth, we must grow rapidly. Luo Hua whispered. Luo Feng nodded thoughtfully. The earlier scene had allowed him to reevaluate his own identity, and the words of the powerful immortals rang true until they matured. All a genius holds is ephemeral. Only by genuinely growing into a powerhouse, like that revered one in the cerulean robe, will they earn the recognition and respect of countless individuals. The next morning, the 1,000 geniuses reconvened in the central square. Soon, the silhouette of the man in the cerulean robe appeared in the sky. After the powerful immortals bowed respectfully, he gazed down at the 1,000 geniuses and stated coolly, the matchups for the arena showdown are displayed on your wrist screens. Today, all rankings will be determined. Let the competition commence. Chapter 106, The Pinnacle Showdown. Boom. As the man in the cerulean robe finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 100 arenas materialized in the central square. Simultaneously, an invisible energy enveloped 200 geniuses, including Luo Hua, transporting them to the respective arenas. Begin. As the command fell, layers of metallic barriers encircled the arenas. Rogue Luo Hua, I am aware that I am not your match, but I hope you will unleash your full prowess. Standing opposite Luo Hua was a tall, slender youth whose eyes resembled serpentine orbs. Let us commence, Luo Hua replied calmly, for with his strength, only the Reaper brand warranted his attention. Swoosh. The tall young man exhibited no hesitation. With a mere lift of his hand, a multitude of daggers materialized around him, coalescing into a small azure sword infused with a swirling azure aura. This ethereal blade flickered momentarily before it suddenly appeared above Luo Hua's head. Die! The lanky young man hissed, his serpent-like eyes gleaming with madness. However, in the next heartbeat, a flash of blinding light erupted, tearing his body asunder into countless fragments. In this first battle, Luo Hua emerged victorious with ease. Upon being teleported from the arena, Luo Hua noticed Berlan standing nearby, who had fortuitously glanced in his direction. The Reaper Berlan, the Wanderer Luo Hua, their gazes intertwined, igniting a fierce battle spirit between them. Both were prodigies of extraordinary caliber, each possessing remarkable talent for comprehending the fundamental laws of space, and thus they eagerly anticipated clashing with one another. Upon my enlightenment, although I could unleash 3,000 phantoms, Berlan had also grasped the fundamental law of wind in addition to the law of space. His sword was not only swift, but also elusive and unpredictable. If we were to confront each other, I might not necessarily prevail. Luo Hua mused, a frown knitting his brow. Against super geniuses like Rongjun, Wu Ka, or Ai Chun, who had comprehended two fundamental laws, he could rely on his absolute advantage in understanding the laws to dominate them. Yet Berlan was different. The latter could also unleash over 1,000 phantoms, making the distinction between 1,000 and 3,000 phantoms negligible in the arena. As Luo Hua contemplated this, the first round of the arena battles concluded. Brother, congratulations. Luo Feng appeared in the victor's area, snapping Luo Hua back to reality with a smile. Luo Feng nodded, quietly expressing, Luo Hua, according to the rules, the Virtual Universe Company's system will select 20 from the 100 winners for the second round. I wonder if I will be chosen. Don't worry, brother. Our universe's immortal has stated that your strength is sufficient to place you in the top 10. Luo Hua reassured him. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle in relief, indeed. At that moment, the voice of the man in azure robes resonated once more. Congratulations on your victories. The Virtual Universe Company's system will now select the 20 most exceptional individuals from your 100. Here are the names of those 20. Luo Hua, Berlan, Rongjun, Wu Ka, Ai Chun. The names were announced, with Luo Feng's being the last. Luo Hua immediately felt a wave of relief, though he had confidently asserted it. He had secretly feared that his presence might alter the outcome. However, it appeared that despite one less participant, his brother Luo Feng still remained on the list. The 20 selected would engage in the second round of decisive battles half an hour later, with their opponents revealed at the time of combat. The words of the man in azure robes prompted the 20 super geniuses, including Luo Hua and Luo Feng, to exchange glances filled with curiosity regarding their upcoming adversaries. Brother, do you think we might face each other? Luo Hua inquired with a playful blink. Luo Feng smiled wryly, looking at his brother earnestly. Luo Hua, if we do meet, do not hold back. Let me experience your true power. Hee, brother, if I unleash all my strength, you might not be able to handle the blow. Luo Hua teased in return. I can take it, brother, Luo Feng laughed, then glanced at the nearby Ai Chun of the Dream Snail tribe, jokingly adding, if you face Ai Chun, don't intentionally lose to her. Luo Hua rolled his eyes, exasperated. Brother, you underestimate me. Besides, I already explained, I was merely curious. But Luo Feng persisted. Ai Chun is indeed quite beautiful and possesses great poise. Unfortunately, the Wind Will has stated that Dream Snail tribe maidens are permitted only one partner. Please, stop teasing me, brother. Luo Hua sighed in exasperation. Amidst their banter, half an hour swiftly passed. The central plaza trembled as the 100 arenas gradually merged into 10 colossal platforms. Luo Feng, Luo Hua, and the other 20 were all teleported onto these grand arenas. Haha, everyone is discussing who the unluckiest is. It seems Lancelot and Blood Axe Tao are the most unfortunate. Indeed, Blood Axe Tao is up against the Reaper Berlan, and Lancelot faces the Wanderer Luo Hua. TSK, these two might find themselves eliminated from the top 20. Of course, the Virtual Universe Company's system wouldn't pit Luo Hua against Berlan. Such statements echoed among the 900 onlookers. many of whom relished the misfortune of others, particularly since most had not even qualified to participate, leaving them feeling quite disgruntled. On the arena, Lancelot frowned deeply, having not anticipated such ill fortune. Let the battle commence. With that command, layers of metallic mesh appeared at the arena's edge. Wanderer Luo Hua, unleash your full strength. Lancelot inhaled deeply, his voice resolute. Very well. Luo Hua nodded. Recognizing that Lancelot was also a super genius who had comprehended two fundamental laws. Had he not faced Luo Hua, he would undoubtedly have secured a place in the top 10. With a swift motion, Luo Hua brought down the Riftbreaker blade. Whoosh! 3,000 phantoms erupted in a dazzling array of blade light. In an instant, Lancelot's form was shredded into countless pieces, his shield clattering to the ground. In the defeat zone, Lancelot's figure coalesced, his face etched with a wry smile. Indeed, he was no match for such a monstrous talent. As even a single fundamental law could crush him, 3,000 phantoms were simply insurmountable. Moments later, the other arenas also concluded their matches, with the victories of Luo Feng and Rong Jun surprising many, particularly Rong Jun, whose swordplay astounded even a gathering of formidable immortals. Berlan, Luo Hua, Qian Shui, Luo Feng, Jiang Mo, Wu Ka, Ai Chun, Long Yun, Opatra, Rong Jun. Congratulations to the 10 of you for advancing to the top 10. The man in azure robes announced with a smile. The subsequent matchups will be determined by the speed of your victories. The fastest, Berlan, will face the slowest, Rong Jun, and so forth. Now, take a half-hour break before the third round commences. In the resting area, Luo Hua and Luo Feng sat side by side. Brother, be cautious. That sword-wielding Ai Chun, in addition to her sword, possesses formidable wings. I have a feeling that her wings are the true source of her sword's power. Luo Hua's expression turned serious, for his presence had inadvertently altered the matchups, resulting in his brother Luo Feng facing Ai Chun. Though he realized that even if Luo Feng triumphed over Ai Chun, he would not gain entry into the primal secret realm. Luo Hua still hoped for his brother to reach the top 5. Luo Feng smiled lightly. Luo Hua, you seem to know more about Ai Chun than I do, despite your claims of not paying much attention. Brother, at this point, you're still teasing me. Luo Hua rolled his eyes. I will be vigilant, Luo Feng replied, setting aside his jesting demeanor, for he had observed Ai Chun's matches and recognized her as a formidable opponent, her speed with the sword rivaling even Berlan's. Half an hour slipped by swiftly. As the plaza quaked, the 10 colossal arenas gradually conjoined into 5. Whoosh! As the 5 grand arenas materialized, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the other participants found themselves positioned on the platforms. Opatra, Luo Hua regarded the rugged man before him, resembling a Western individual yet adorned with white scales around his neck, recalling the information he had gathered. Despite his overwhelming strength, the stakes involving entry into the primal secret realm compelled Luo Hua to exercise utmost caution. Conversely, Opatra scrutinized Luo Hua, fully aware that although Luo Hua had only grasped the fundamental law of space, his comprehension was profound, surpassing even Berlan's. Thus, he recognized that he had little chance of victory in this confrontation. Let the battle begin. As the voice of the man clad in azure armor resonated, a tempest of vibrant energies erupted across the 5 colossal arenas. Among the top 10, apart from Luo Hua, the other 9 had all comprehended 2 fundamental laws of origin, and it was evident that Opatra was no exception. Boom! A surging inferno of flames suddenly ascended upon the stage as Opatra unleashed his full might, swiftly charging towards Luo Hua. In the midst of his sprint, his figure began to split into 2, while flames encircled him ever more tightly. In an instant, half of the arena seemed engulfed in a hellish sea of magma. Hiss! Luo Hua too sprang into action, with a gentle step onto the arena. His form flickered through the air. Just as he was about to confront Opatra, a multitude of phantasmal figures accompanied by shimmering blades appeared. Uft! 3,000 blades of light pierced through the layers of Opatra's fiery domain, landing directly upon his 2 illusory forms. Block it for me. Opatra gritted his teeth. As the fiery domain swiftly contracted, his left hand gripping the shield to fend off the onslaught of blades. Alas, the sheer number of blades proved overwhelming, rendering his defense futile. Half a second later, Opatra fell, and Luo Hua emerged victorious. A group of formidable immortals observing from the edge of the square shook their heads in dismay. Opatra had profound insights into the law of fire, and in terms of domain, he was second only to Long Yun. Regrettably, he had crossed paths with Luo Hua. The same could be said for Rong Jun, who, despite being a star-level genius capable of creating secret techniques, would have undoubtedly claimed the top spot in any other generation. But the caliber of talent in this cohort was truly exceptional. Among the 5 battles, only the clash between Luo Feng and AI Chen held any intrigue. The others were devoid of surprises. After Luo Hua's victory, he turned his attention to the match between Luo Feng and AI Chen. As he had anticipated, AI Chen's pair of wings was indeed her true trump card. With her form flickering, the wings combined with her sword formed a dense web of attacks, relentlessly bombarding Luo Feng. In response, Luo Feng unleashed his most formidable secret technique, the heaven-piercing strike of the transcendent divine weapon, disrupting AI Chen's rhythm and compelling her to defend repeatedly. However, as time progressed and the arena steadily shrank, mirroring the earlier bout with Long Yun, Luo Feng soon found himself ensnared within AI Chen's domain of light swords, ultimately leading to his defeat. After the match concluded, Luo Feng furrowed his brow, clearly still lost in the recent battle. Brother, AI Chen's wings are astonishing. Not only can they coordinate with her sword for offense, but they can also converge to form a protective defense. Had the arena not shrunk at the end, your consecutive heaven-piercing strikes would have undoubtedly defeated her. Luo Hua consoled. This is how arena battles unfold. It is quite disadvantageous for mental energy manipulators, Luo Feng replied, shaking his head. A loss is a loss. It is only fair. AI Chen's wings are indeed formidable. Luo Hua, the spotlight is now on you. Good luck. The top 5 contenders comprised Luo Hua, Bolin, AI Chen, Wuke, and Long Yun. Following the determination of victors and losers, the rules for the 4th round of rankings were promptly announced. The virtual universe company system would adopt a round-robin format, wherein each of the top 5 geniuses would face off against the other 4, culminating in rankings based on the number of victories. While the 5 rested, the powerful immortals engaged in discussions amongst themselves. The outcomes for Luo Hua and Bolin were already beyond doubt. The sole highlight of the upcoming round-robin battles would be the confrontation between Luo Hua and Bolin. Speculation arose about who would emerge superior. I favor Bolin. His swordsmanship is swift and precise, and his movements are unpredictable. Indeed, I too support Bolin. Having comprehended 2 fundamental laws of origin, he holds an advantage in combat. While Luo Hua has predominantly showcased the law of space, most of the immortals leaned towards Bolin, their discerning eyes recognizing that. Once the number of phantasmal forms reached a certain threshold, their impact on the battle was considerably diminished. Moments later, the round-robin battles commenced. The first match pitted Bolin against Wuke. Despite Wuke's formidable strength and deep comprehension of both the laws of earth and space, he was swiftly struck down by Bolin's blade, piercing through his skull. Sitting in the resting area, Luo Hua furrowed his brow. Bolin's speed was indeed remarkable, almost doubling that of his own strikes. In a direct confrontation, should he choose to attack first, he would likely be instantaneously vanquished, for Bolin was also a genius of the law of space, capable of rapidly locating his true form. The second duel featured himself against AI Chen. Suppressing various thoughts, Luo Hua appeared on the arena. Gazing at AI Chen's somewhat familiar visage, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind. Wanderer Luo Hua, have we met before? AI Chen inquired, her clear, luminous eyes fixed upon him. The sensitivity of a star-level being was acute, and after Luo Hua's several glances, she could certainly sense it. No, it's merely that your appearance resembles that of a friend I once knew, Luo Hua replied, shaking his head. AI Chen nodded in realization, her tone steady as she said, Luo Hua, I hope you can give your all. I wish to perceive your true strength. Certainly, Luo Hua responded, propelling himself swiftly into the air. As he surged towards AI Chen, phantasmal forms erupted forth, coalescing into a vague pattern, causing the surrounding space to begin to warp. Hiss! The cleaving blade descended, unleashing fierce waves of spatial cutting energy. In an instant, nearly half of the arena transformed into a terrifying domain of blades. AI Chen's expression grew grave. In her hands, a long sword, as pure as her wings, erupted with blinding radiance. Beneath this brilliance, her wings slowly unfurled and expanded, and as they did, the edges of the wings appeared to morph into sharp blades, enveloping a 100-meter radius around her. Boom! The terrifying domain of blades collided with the radiant sword domain in an instant. Moments later, fragments of pristine white wings rained down upon the arena. Luo Hua victory. Chapter 108. Victory. Time flowed slowly. The round-robin battles comprised a total of 20 matches, and as each unfolded, the over 900 talented individuals seated in the elimination area, along with the powerful immortals at the edge of the square, discerned that among the top 5, apart from Luo Hua and Bolin, Long Yun exhibited the strongest prowess, followed by AI Chen, with Wuke trailing last. After 19 matches, Luo Hua and Bolin had triumphed in all 3 of their encounters, while Long Yun had 2 wins and 2 losses. Ai Chun had 3 losses and 1 win, and Wuka suffered for consecutive defeats. Wuka from Manka Star found himself rather unfortunate. Among the 5, his strength was not lacking. Yet his balance of domain and laws left him unable to secure victories against the others. In terms of domain application, Long Yun could rank first among the 5. Had it not been for the emergence of the super geniuses Bolin and Luo Hua, Long Yun might have ultimately entered the primal secret realm. Ai Chen too was exceptional. The innate talent of the Dream Spiral clan lay in the pair of wings upon their backs, and Ai Chen's mastery over her wings nearly reached the pinnacle of star-level prowess. A group of formidable immortals engaged in casual discussions. As they conversed, the final match between Luo Hua and Bolin officially commenced. This bout garnered significant attention. The over 900 geniuses in the elimination area ceased their chatter, intently fixated on the arena, determined not to miss a single subtle movement of combat. Luo Feng murmured in his heart, "Luo Hua, you will undoubtedly triumph over Bolin." Wanderer, Reaper. On the arena, standing opposite one another, Luo Hua and Bolin each uttered a low exclamation, their voices brimming with fervent battle intent. Since comprehending the law of space, Luo Hua had regarded Bolin as his rival, tirelessly seeking enlightenment and cultivation for the purpose of this very duel. Conversely, Bolin had been the unrivaled champion since his rise. He had never deemed anyone worthy of his attention until the elimination round of the trial tower, when Luo Hua erupted forth and seized the title that belonged to him, prompting Bolin to finally acknowledge Luo Hua. Bolin, Luo Hua. The two locked eyes, their gazes intertwining. Boom. In almost an instant, both launched into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 silhouettes simultaneously darted into the air, their phantoms erupting around them. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped by phantoms of black and white, accompanied by the sanguine brilliance of sword light and the azure gleam of blade light. The sword aura was chilling. The blade aura was fierce. The crimson sword light and the cerulean blade light collided in an explosive clash, unleashing waves of spatial distortion that twisted the arena's surroundings. Under this distortion, the black and white phantoms shattered one after another, only to coalesce once more. However, the white phantoms were more elusive, unpredictable, while the sanguine sword light emerged and vanished from various angles, clearly maintaining an absolute offensive. The black phantoms, though more numerous, formed a strange cohesive mass, steadfastly guarding a section of the arena, while the azure blade light continuously shattered the sanguine sword light's onslaught. A group of formidable immortals at the edge of the square observed this scene, exchanging remarks. Luo Hua is quite astute. He immediately leveraged the numerical advantage of his phantoms for defense, rendering Berlan, who wields a swifter sword and more agile movements, incapable of striking down Luo Hua's true form. A prolonged siege will eventually yield a breach. A steadfast defense will ultimately falter. I still favor Berlan. Talented individuals like Luo Hua and Berlan are inherently proud and self-assured. I initially anticipated Luo Hua would launch an aggressive attack, yet he chose to defend instead. Quite commendable. His composure is impressive, and I hold high hopes for him. The giant in the scaled battle robe, known as 13, concurred. Indeed, in this situation, Luo Hua's ability to maintain his composure is commendable. Although Berlan currently holds the upper hand, the arena is continuously shrinking, and soon Luo Hua's phantoms will gain the upper hand. 13's assertion resonated with many. If the arena hadn't been constricting, Berlan could have perpetually exploited the advantage of the wind law to maintain his offensive. Given enough time, Luo Hua would inevitably be defeated. Yet now, as the arena continually shrank, if Luo Hua could hold his ground, Berlan's wind law would fail to manifest its advantages, ultimately leading to Berlan's defeat at the hands of Luo Hua's superior phantoms. Many immortals nodded in agreement. In the arena, the sanguine sword light and azure blade light continued their relentless clash. However, as time wore on, the spatial confines of the arena diminished, and a flicker of anxiety surfaced in Berlan's once cold gaze. He understood the implications of the shrinking space. First place is forever mine. A flash of madness crossed Berlan's face as the azure currents around him surged, amplifying the attack speed of his sanguine longsword. The white phantoms ceased their erratic movements, coalescing tightly to resemble a colossal sanguine longsword that plunged into the realm of azure blade light. Instantly, the number of black phantoms dwindled drastically. On the spectator seats, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Berlan is growing desperate. Rong Jun echoed with a smile. Congratulations. Your brother is likely to secure first place. Berlan has abandoned his advantage in pursuit of a reckless, all-or-nothing strike. He is overestimating his chances. Indeed, Luo Feng agreed. Had Berlan maintained his offensive advantage, he might have uncovered a flaw in Luo Hua's defense. However, the dynamic of their confrontation is akin to one wielding a sword against another brandishing a shield. The only difference is that Luo Hua, holding the shield, possesses three, while Berlan wields a sword with agility. In a spacious arena, Berlan could initiate attacks, and should Luo Hua exhibit any defensive lapse, he would be defeated. However, as the confines tighten, Luo Hua with his shield gains the upper hand. By forsaking his agility for a desperate strike, Berlan is now vulnerable to defeat. The powerful immortals at the edge of the square shook their heads in unison. Berlan had already lost. From the outset, Luo Hua's defense against Berlan's assaults signaled his defeat. Indeed, none anticipated that Luo Hua would opt for a defensive strategy. 13 added, "Congratulations. The talents from your Qianwu nation are exceptionally impressive. Not only have Luo Feng and Rong Jun entered the top 10 and secured slots in the primordial secret realm, but Luo Hua has also claimed first place in this round of the genius battle." Hearing the congratulations from the surrounding immortals, the giant in the scaled battle robe, 13, smiled broadly, humbly attributing the success to luck. Beneath the immense sanguine longsword, while the number of black phantoms diminished rapidly, the azure blade light realm continued to erode the white phantoms' numbers. "Break through for me." Madness filled Berlan's eyes. Yet Luo Hua remained serene. Even as the sanguine longsword penetrated the blade light realm, his expression betrayed no sign of turmoil. Understanding his disadvantage, he had formulated a decisive plan for this battle, wherein the only concern was whether he could withstand Berlan's assault. Now, it appeared that his gamble had paid off. As the sanguine longsword fully immersed itself within the azure blade light realm, the white phantoms coalescing into the sanguine longsword began to shatter piece by piece. Soon, a torrent of blade light completely engulfed Berlan. When the blade light dissipated, only Luo Hua's silhouette remained on the arena. Chapter 109. The Conclusion and Departure. In the central square, following Luo Hua's victory, over 900 talented individuals expressed their astonishment. Prior to this pinnacle battle, they had heard from their teachers and elders that Berlan was undoubtedly the frontrunner. However, he had succumbed to Luo Hua, whose talent in the laws of spatial origins was even more astounding. The unpredictability of fate. Yet many talents acknowledged Luo Hua's triumph. For it was evident in the final moments that Berlan had lost his composure. His defeat was hardly unjust. Gather. At this moment, the 1,008 formidable immortals at the square's edge swiftly converged onto the arena, their authoritative voices resonating in the ears of the remaining talented individuals from various cosmic nations. The 1,000 qualified talents promptly assembled with these powerful immortals. With a flicker, the figure of a man clad in azure robes materialized in midair. The selections for the 1st and 2nd of the original secret realm, the 3rd to 10th of the primordial secret realm, the 11th to 100th of the heavenly earth secret realm, and the 101st to 1000th of the apocalypse secret realm have now concluded. The cosmic human pinnacle genius battle is officially at an end. The man in azure robes smiled slightly. This session has unveiled numerous exceptional talents. I believe that in several dozen epochs, many among you will become renowned throughout the cosmos. Strive diligently. Your journey has only just begun, in line with the original narrative. After the azure-robed man, the nine-sword sovereign, delivered his inspiring words, he announced the formal conclusion of this genius battle. Following the departure of the nine-sword sovereign and the other 1,008 powerful immortals, a staff member from the Virtual Universe Company named Mana called out to Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the other 1,000 talented individuals. Due to the different locations of each of you, the Virtual Universe Company will arrange specialized spacecraft to retrieve you. Please provide your precise planetary addresses so that we may facilitate your transportation. Upon hearing this, the other talented individuals voiced their concerns about the inconvenience, suggesting it would be simpler to travel by their own spacecraft. Mana elucidated the rationale, and only then did the others come to understand. Luo Hua was well aware of the true reason. After all, their destination was the initial universe, located amid the vast cosmic sea, far removed from the original universe. Even a spacecraft of a high caliber would require considerable time for the journey. Only a technological sanctuary like the Virtual Universe Company could dispatch specially crafted ships made of unique metal, capable of delivering everyone to the headquarters within 3 years. Then, through a special passage, reach the initial universe. Subsequently, Mana addressed several inquiries posed by the talented individuals, and after the meeting concluded, everyone departed from the virtual universe. Luo Hua exited the virtual universe, swiftly reconnected, and soon found himself on the bound island of Black Dragon Mountain, within the luxurious community of 9-Star Bay. On the lawn, Luo Hua and Luo Feng appeared in succession. "Zhen and isn't home?" Luo Feng inquired. "It seems that they must have taken Shen Hao out for a stroll, while our parents are likely engrossed in their online games," Luo Hua remarked. A faint smile spread across Luo Feng's face as he replied, "Indeed, the virtual universe's online games are remarkably immersive. Our parents have certainly become quite captivated by them." Luo Hua chuckled softly, then gazed around at the verdant lawn and the villa, exclaiming, "Brother, we are going to be away for quite a long time this time." "Yes," Luo Feng sighed. "Since we still have some time left, let us cherish these moments and spend more time with our parents and family." He reflected on the 30 years he had spent comprehending the initial universe. In terms of the flow of time, that equated to 100 years in the outside world. Throughout his life, he had never experienced such a prolonged duration, and this did not even account for the 6 years of travel time. Luo Hua nodded solemnly. After more than a decade of living here, he had become deeply integrated into this life, and the thought of departing for such an extended period stirred a sense of reluctant sorrow within him. Within the castle at West Lake's villa, Jinan, adorned with an apron, busily traversed between the kitchen and the living room. Soon, a lavish spread of dishes was laid out on the dining table. "Luo Hua, these are all your favorites. Hurry and eat," Jinan exclaimed with a smile, calling out, "Xiao Hao, stop playing and come eat." "Mom, I'm coming," came the youthful voice of Xiao Hao. Luo Hua surveyed the banquet before him and raised his gaze to Jinan, saying, "Xiao Nan, I will be leaving tomorrow, and once I do, it might be a century before I can savor your home-cooked meals again. But you can still access the virtual universe. If you crave my cooking, I can prepare it for you at the 9-Star Bay Villa," Jinan replied, her eyes shimmering with tears. The thought of Luo Hua's sudden departure for over 100 years truly pained her heart. Luo Hua extended his arms and embraced Jinan. "Don't tease. You're still in your apron, and you'll get it dirty." Jinan turned her face away. "Xiaonan, you've worked hard these years. I've been preoccupied with my cultivation and haven't had the time to be with you. Now, I must leave for so many years." Jinan turned her head and interjected, "Luo Hua, I understand you. No matter what happens in the future, I hope you will not forget that I and Xiao Hao are still here at home." Luo Hua held Jinan tightly, assuring her, "I shall never forget." On the 18th of September, amidst the farewells of Su Exine, Jinan, Gong Xinlan, Luo Honghua, Lei Shun, and others, Luo Hua and Luo Feng soared into the sky, entering the spaceship. In no time, the spacecraft vanished into the horizon. On the planet of White Orchid, after Luo Feng relayed a few instructions to his subordinates, he approached Luo Hua. "Brother, have you completed everything?" Luo Hua inquired. "Yes. With the presence of the cosmic-level powerhouses, Baika and Daifan, on Earth, coupled with the deterrent power of the Virtual Universe Company, there should not be any significant issues," Luo Feng replied. As they conversed, 2 ancient warships, entirely black, slowly descended from the sky. Although Luo Hua and Luo Feng resided on the same planet, the Virtual Universe Company still dispatched 2 ships to receive them. Without hesitation, they each flew towards one of the vessels. "Your Highness," as in the previous narrative, each ship was accompanied by a doomsday secret realm, overseen by a realm lord of the source laws and a group of domain lords, welcoming the cosmic-level team. Luo Hua felt no surprise at this, as he had earned the qualification to enter the primitive secret realm. A member of the primitive secret realm had a status far superior to that of the realm lord of the doomsday secret realm, even the leader of the guard team being immortal. Surrounded by the respectful entourage, Luo Hua stepped into the spaceship. "Your Highness, the ship contains designated resting chambers, where you can connect to the virtual universe," said a realm lord named Guyu, bowing respectfully. "Upon entering the virtual universe, I will guide you to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company." Nodding, Luo Hua made his way to the luxurious and grand resting chamber, subsequently entering the virtual universe. After a brief transportation, he arrived at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. "Your Highness," a figure swiftly approached from the distance. "Mr. Guyu," Luo Hua greeted with a smile. Upon their meeting, Guyu led Luo Hua to the outskirts of the primitive zone in Yuxiang Mountain. "Your Highness, you can access the primitive zone by following the road ahead. There will be dedicated personnel to receive you. My qualifications do not permit me to go further," Guyu said apologetically. "Thank you, Mr. Guyu," Luo Hua acknowledged, fully aware of the situation. "You are too kind, Your Highness," Guyu replied hastily. Afterward, under the guidance of the management receptionist, Ai Ter, Luo Hua arrived at the entrance of his luxurious estate. "Your Highness, we meet again," said Ai Tor. At the entrance of the expansive estate, which spanned over 1,000 kilometers, akin to the size of a province on Earth, thousands of guards led by immortal leaders stood respectfully. Upon Luo Hua and Ai Tuer's arrival, they all shouted in unison, "We greet your highness, my lady, Hong Luo." Seeing the immortal woman standing at the forefront of the guards, a flicker of surprise and astonishment crossed Luo Hua's face, exuding an aura of frosty elegance. Hong Luo smiled and said, "Your highness, it is a pleasure to see you again." Observing this, Ai Tuer remarked, "Since you are acquainted with Hong Luo, I will refrain from further introductions. She is very familiar with this place and will guide you through everything in the primitive zone. I shall take my leave now." "Thank you, Ai Tuer." Luo Hua nodded appreciatively. Ai Tuer smiled lightly before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. "Lady Hong Luo," Luo Hua turned, but was interrupted by Hong Luo. "There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Hong Luo. From now on, I will be responsible for your safety until you mature." Luo Hua chuckled softly. He had not anticipated that Hong Luo would become the leader of his guard. Upon further reflection, he queried, "Hong Luo, was this arrangement made by the teacher?" "Indeed. Upon learning that you had obtained the qualification for the primitive secret realm, the teacher swiftly arranged for me to be your guard captain," Hong Luo responded with a hint of a smile. "As a member of the primitive secret realm, your safety is paramount, hence the need for a trustworthy individual." She paused momentarily before continuing, "Moreover, each member of the primitive secret realm will have a dedicated immortal teacher residing in their estate. The teacher has arranged for you to have a personal disciple of his, Ming, who is nearing monarch-level strength and specializes in the realm of time and space. However, due to the urgency, Ming must return from a distant cosmic secret realm, which is fraught with dangers. Thus, he is unable to divert his attention to the virtual universe at present and is not currently in the estate." Upon hearing this, Luo Hua couldn't help but marvel at the lengths his teacher had gone to, summoning his personal disciple from the cosmic secret realm specifically to instruct him, while also assigning his trusted subordinate Hong Luo as his guard captain. Such meticulous arrangements were truly commendable. Initially, Luo Hua had harbored some grievances towards his teacher, but now a flicker of gratitude emerged within him. After all, he understood that the guards and dedicated teachers within the primitive secret realm were automatically arranged by the virtual universe company. Any attempt to intervene would require the expenditure of personal connections, which were notably precious to the powerful immortals. "Hong Luo, may I meet the teacher now?" Luo Hua could not restrain his curiosity. "I anticipated you would ask that." Hong Luo's smile broadened. "The teacher has stated that once you enter the initial universe and navigate past the third level of the heavenly bridge, you may meet him and formally acknowledge him as your master." Luo Hua's heart surged with realization. However, he feigned confusion and inquired, "Hong Luo, what is the heavenly bridge?" "You will learn about it once you enter the initial universe," Hong Luo replied, shaking her head. "Now, your highness, let me take you to familiarize yourself with the cultivation facilities within the estate, as you will be residing here regularly." Subsequently, Hong Luo guided Luo Hua through the estate, introducing him to each building's purpose, including the training grounds, swimming pool, meditation rooms, and living quarters. Although the estate's architectural structures were limited, their exploration consumed the better part of the day. "Your highness, this 3-story building shall serve as your living quarters, where you may freely alter its interior decor and furnishings." Upon concluding her statement, Hong Luo's expression grew grave. "Your highness, all cultivation resources within the virtual universe company must be procured using points. As you embark on your inaugural journey into the primordial secret realm, you will be granted 100,000 points. These points are of utmost importance, so you must exercise great caution when selecting the cultivation techniques and resources you wish to purchase. Rest assured, the esteemed individual has been closely monitoring your performance in the Genius Battle, and based on your trial combat videos, they have tailored a plan specifically for your cultivation needs, encompassing techniques, weaponry, and resources. However, this is merely a suggestion. The final decision rests entirely with you." In that moment, Luo Hua felt the profound difference between having a mentor and being without one. In the original narrative, his brother, Luo Feng, had squandered a significant amount of points due to the absence of guidance. Now, however, his mentor had meticulously arranged every detail. "Indeed, I shall consider carefully," Luo Hua replied. Hong Luo nodded. "Your Highness, I shall not accompany you inside. Should you require anything, simply call for me." "Very well," Luo Hua responded, stepping into his quarters. Inside the 3-story building, he opened his notebook and accessed the treasury. Instantly, a plethora of dense and intricate cultivation resources unfolded before his eyes, including an array of weapons, techniques, special items, treasures, technological products, and more. Luo Hua was astounded, his heart racing with excitement. Each item displayed was capable of inciting fierce competition among the immortals, yet he could acquire them solely through the expenditure of points. I can even purchase intelligent life forms? Upon glancing at the technological items, Luo Hua noticed intelligent life forms priced at 10 points, all of which had not yet encountered a master. Truly, the treasury of the Virtual Universe Company encompasses nearly all resources available to humanity across the cosmos. Luo Hua could not help but marvel at this. At that moment, the inbox on the screen began to flash. Luo Hua opened it to find 2 emails, one from his mentor and the other from the Virtual Universe Company system. He first opened the system email. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Primordial Secret Realm. The various training programs offered by the Virtual Universe Company commence at the cosmic level. You may utilize your 100,000 points to purchase any items from the treasury list. It is advisable to invest in cultivation techniques, as they will prove most beneficial during your 3-year journey. The content of the email was quite similar to that received by his brother Luo Feng in the original storyline, albeit more detailed, and it included a system-recommended cultivation technique. Having perused the system email, Luo Hua then opened the email from his mentor. Luo Hua, congratulations on becoming a member of the Primordial Secret Realm. I am proud of you. Furthermore, I have reviewed all your trial battle videos, and your comprehension of the spatial laws astonishes me. However, your understanding of the essence of space remains rather rudimentary, and your execution of the 7 styles of space shattering is rather constrained. Therefore, I recommend you acquire the Space Shatter Combat technique, as well as the true interpretation of time and space, which delves into the fundamental nature of time and space. These 2 techniques should suffice for your understanding over the next 3 years. As for my name, there is no need to inquire. Just know that I am known as the King of Space Shattering. Upon reading this, Luo Hua was taken aback. He could not resist entering King of Space Shattering into the search bar of the Virtual Universe homepage, quickly uncovering a detailed account of the esteemed figure. No wonder his mentor had taken him on as a named disciple. It turned out that the 7 styles of space shattering was a technique he had created upon his ascension to kingship. Understanding this, Luo Hua finally grasped why he had attracted the interest of such a formidable figure as his mentor when he first exhibited his remarkable talent. It was due to the 7 styles of space shattering. Naturally, as the first technique created by the King of Space Shattering, it held a special significance. And encountering a genius like him who practiced this technique led to the logical conclusion of being taken as a named disciple. After dispelling his distractions, Luo Hua began to select techniques for purchase. What? The Space Shatter technique costs 8,000 points? That is exorbitant. Upon opening the details for the technique, Luo Hua was shocked. Even the precious soul technique Soul Seal from the Meteorite Star lineage was only valued at around 10,000 points. Purchase. Luo Hua gritted his teeth and confirmed the transaction. After all, this was a recommendation from his mentor, and it was also suggested by the Virtual Universe Company system. Next, he searched for the true interpretation of time and space. After glancing at the total cost, he was nearly brought to tears. Acquiring the complete set required several billion points. Although it could be purchased in parts, the first 2 volumes, which covered the foundational explanations, would cost 50,000 points combined. Purchase. Luo Hua winced at the expenditure. Fortunately, as a member of the Primordial Secret Realm, he had received 100,000 points. Had he been in his brother Luo Feng's position, he would have been left destitute after acquiring the Space Shatter technique. Following the system's recommendations, he also purchased the Shield technique, as well as techniques related to the fundamentals of space, including a sword technique and body technique, which collectively cost him 22,000 points. Still 20,000 points remaining. Luo Hua hesitated briefly before searching for soul techniques. After browsing, he chose the more precious soul technique 7 Tower Sword Soul, which cost him 12,000 points. This 7 Tower Sword Soul not only allowed for the enslavement of souls, but also excelled in soul defense, which was immensely important for Luo Hua, considering he did not possess the inherited soul seal like his brother. With the remaining 8,000 points, he purchased various miscellaneous items, such as intelligent life forms, shields, and auxiliary plant life called Mo Yun Vine, spending a total of 200 points. From this, it was evident that techniques held the highest value within the treasury of the Virtual Universe Company. I will set aside the remaining 7,000 points for future use. Luo Hua murmured, closing his notebook and exiting the 3-story building. Upon seeing Luo Hua emerge, Hong Luo inquired, "Your Highness, have you received the esteemed person's email?" "Indeed. I did not expect that the 7 styles of space shattering was a technique created by my mentor. Luo Hua replied with a wry smile. Hong Luo could not help but chuckle. It was she who had notified the mentor initially, for how could the king of space shattering, a being of such unmatched power, truly spare the time to focus on a genius emerging from the slaughter arena? By the way, Your Highness, regarding the techniques, I have chosen to purchase as per my mentor's advice. Luo Hua responded. Hong Luo sighed in relief, praising, I trust that your choice will undoubtedly be the right one. Luo Hua smiled. After all, Berlan had faltered by ignoring the advice of the immortals and the virtual universe company, stubbornly delving into the laws of time, which resulted in a sluggish pace of advancement, allowing his brother Luo Feng to surpass him swiftly. He would not be so foolish. After all, the recommendations from the virtual universe company and his mentor were a wealth of experience accumulated over countless ages, and during his formative years, being open to guidance would help him avoid many missteps. This was something Luo Hua understood very well. Hong Luo, may I inquire if I can visit the Taichu district? Luo Hua asked, blinking. Certainly, members of the Taichu district do not possess the authority to enter the primordial district, but any member of the primordial district may freely enter other districts. Hong Luo replied with a smile. You wish to see your brother Luo Feng, correct? Luo Hua nodded, reflecting on the exceptional treatment afforded to members of the primordial secret realm. Come, I shall escort you, which will help mitigate any unnecessary troubles, Hong Luo said. I appreciate your assistance. Hong Luo swiftly guided Luo Hua to the Taichu district, where Mrs. Fusey did not obstruct their passage. In no time, they arrived at Manor No. 1136, to the esteemed immortal, to His Highness. At the entrance, the 2 domain lords, upon spotting Luo Hua and Hong Luo, promptly offered their respectful greetings. I shall inform you that His Highness Luo Hua has come to pay a visit, Hong Luo stated with a hint of indifference. Yes. One of the domain lords quickly entered the estate, and soon after, Aodhua arrived, accompanied by Luo Feng, as well as their guests, Wuka and Rongjun Lord Undying. Aodhua and the others hurriedly bowed. Hong Luo nodded. My lord has come for a visit. You need not be overly formal. Understood. Luo Feng. Let us converse at your residence, Luo Hua suggested, aware of the various inconveniences Hong Luo faced within the estate. He swiftly led Luo Feng and the others inside. Luo Feng couldn't help but jest. The treatment of the original members is indeed exceptional, having Lord Undying constantly by your side. Rongjun and Wuka, being less acquainted with Luo Hua, remained silent. Brother, spare me your jests. The original district is far too desolate. It's much livelier here. Luo Hua replied with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, Rongjun and Wuka couldn't help but chuckle. It was said that there were fewer than 120 individuals in the original district, making such a vast space inevitably lonely. I suggest you come over more often to train with us, Luo Hua added with a smile. That sounds wonderful. I do enjoy the liveliness, he replied. The training in the original district was generally comparable to that in the primordial district, with the only distinction being that the original district had dedicated Undying instructors to provide guidance. After exchanging a few playful banters, the 4 quickly grew more at ease with one another, as they were all exceptional talents from the same cohort. Initially, after Luo Hua clinched the first place in the genius battle, both Rongjun and Wuka assumed he would be somewhat aloof. However, after a few exchanges, they discovered that Luo Hua was far more approachable than Berlan. The 4 continued their conversation at Luo Feng's residence for about an hour before parting ways. Brother, have you chosen your secret technique yet? Luo Hua inquired as Rongjun and Wuka departed. Not yet. Why do you ask? Luo Feng responded, puzzled. Luo Hua felt a sense of relief wash over him and cautioned, Brother, points are incredibly important. You mustn't spend them all at once. It would be wise to keep 1,000 in reserve. Did Lord Undying instruct you to say this? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Indeed. My mentor mentioned the same thing. Once we enter the initial universe, we will traverse the celestial bridge, during which some significant figures may take notice of you. They might offer guidance, and if you have exhausted your points by then. Luo Hua refrained from directly suggesting that Luo Feng purchase the Snowfall secret technique, as the effectiveness of Snowfall would be enhanced when combined with the insights left behind in the training residence. Though Luo Feng was unclear about what traversing the celestial bridge entailed, he grasped the general implication of Luo Hua's words. A sudden realization struck him. He had indeed been prepared to expend all his points. However, if he were to squander them entirely, and then a notable figure provided a hint or guidance on suitable secret techniques, he would find himself without the necessary points, leading to severe consequences. Thank you, Luo Hua. Luo Feng exclaimed, taking a deep breath, fully aware that his brother was merely looking out for him. Brother, We are family. There's no need for such formality. Luo Hua replied, glaring playfully. Luo Feng chuckled heartily. Indeed, we are brothers. Chapter 112. The Secrets of the Intelligence Bureau Chief. In the Marvel Universe. Within the confines of the Strategic Scientific Department's research laboratory compartment, a powerful aura emanated as Gary felt the 8 stars within his Dantian accelerate in their rotation, ultimately coalescing into a miniature star. 9th level of stellar grade. Gary restrained his aura, exhaling slowly. Over the past 3 years, he had utilized the cultivation resources acquired from Luo Hua, successfully elevating himself from the 7th to the 9th level of stellar grade. Such a rate of advancement was indeed remarkable compared to ordinary geniuses. However, when juxtaposed against the resources available to super geniuses, it seemed rather trivial. After all, the nutrient pods provided by the Virtual Universe Company alone could elevate a first-level stellar being to the 9th level in no time. To transition from the 9th level of stellar grade to cosmic level required a refinement of one's soul essence. Thus, further arduous training would yield little benefit. Consequently, the forthcoming period could be devoted entirely to comprehending the laws and delving into secret techniques. Gary stood up, contemplating that the most crucial aspect for him remained the deep understanding of laws. The deeper one's comprehension of the laws, the quicker they could grasp all spatial secret techniques. In simpler terms, understanding the laws equated to mastering the foundational formulas. While spatial secret techniques involve complex calculations related to those formulas, only by thoroughly understanding the formulas could one swiftly unravel these intricate calculations. While other geniuses were confined to memorizing formulas during their comprehension of the spatial origin laws, Gary had the advantage of possessing the space gem, akin to having a comprehensive workbook of various applications of the formulas, complete with detailed answers. Stepping out of the compartment, Gary returned to his office. After refreshing himself with a quick cold shower and changing into clean attire, he settled into his office chair. While Luo Hua can divert his attention to comprehending fragmented void and temporal truth, I can also spare time to delve into the 7 Towers soul secret technique. Gary, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Upon regaining his focus, Gary noticed Fury standing at the door, looking somewhat troubled. Fury, your expression suggests you've encountered some rather unpleasant circumstances, he remarked. Fury plopped down in the chair beside Gary's desk, visibly irked. It's all due to the Central Intelligence Agency. What happened? Did you hit a wall? Gary chuckled, recalling that, over the past 3 years, significant breakthroughs had been made in both the super soldier serum and the infinite formula research. However, ever since Smith stepped down as the Intelligence Bureau Chief, funding for the Strategic Scientific Department had drastically dwindled. Although Stark had been assisting with investments, it was still a government intelligence agency, and Stark was not a philanthropist. Thus, Fury had been persistently seeking the annual research funding promised by Smith. Unfortunately, he had been met with rejection at every turn. I had long since given up hope for research funding, but today, the Intelligence Bureau Chief Warren, for reasons unknown, has proposed to abolish the Strategic Scientific Department. Fury exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Gary was taken aback. What? Are you saying Warren actually intends to dissolve the Strategic Scientific Department? Yes, this notion has been brewing for quite some time. Whenever I visited the Intelligence Bureau, he expressed his dissatisfaction. As Fury spoke, a sudden realization struck him, and his demeanor shifted to a grave one. Gary, I suspect he might be a spy secretly cultivated by Hydra. Gary couldn't help but scrutinize Fury. He had his own suspicions as well. Fury, do you have any evidence? Fury shook his head. If I had proof, I wouldn't be sitting here. The research funding for our department is merely a drop in the bucket compared to the Intelligence Bureau's annual budget. Logically, Chief Warren shouldn't be obstructing us. Gary, speaking earnestly, addressed Fury. I believe your suspicion holds a 60% likelihood. Only a Hydra spy would wish to eliminate our department. Fury nodded in agreement. Gary, your thoughts align with mine. He rose from his seat. Leave this matter to me. I still have a lead from the last time we eradicated Hydra in the Soviet Union, which I can utilize. All right, be cautious, Gary advised. Fully aware of the myriad of schemes employed by Hydra and the difficulty in completely eliminating them, given their secretive development over the years. Fury grinned, patting his chest confidently. I am no less than a super soldier now. Not long after, Carter, dressed in professional attire, entered the office. Over the past 3 years, she appeared more mature and charming, though she still maintained a cold demeanor when addressing Gary. Minister Gary, due to insufficient funding for our department, Stark has suggested that we temporarily halt research on the infinite formula and the super soldier serum. Additionally, I propose we reduce the number of department members who contribute nothing to our efforts. After Carter finished speaking, he placed a list on the desk. Gary glanced at it, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He pressed the list under his hand, gazing at the impassive Carter, and inquired, Carter, if my memory serves me right, Benny has been a long-standing member of the department, hasn't she? During the war, she was diligently engaged in logistics. While her contributions may not rival yours, surely she should not fall within the criteria for redundancy? Minister Gary, when I refer to contributions, I mean those made in the past 3 years. Indeed, Benny is a veteran member of the department, but that does not exempt her from being laid off. Of course, if you, Minister Gary, wish to retain a member who merely exercises without contributing, I have no objections. Carter replied coolly. Gary's lips twitched. Benny had indeed been exercising for the past 3 years. But as for the reason, ahem, Carter, the funding issues within the department will be resolved. Let us temporarily set this list aside. As he spoke, he looked at Carter and continued, if not. Before he could finish, Carter turned and departed. Gary shook his head, surprised that after more than 3 years, Carter still held a lingering regard for Benny. However, the financial challenges posed by the department's lack of funds were a matter requiring serious contemplation. The Hydra, an ancient organization, wielded significant power, and the Red Skull Schmidt led only a faction of it. To eradicate the threat entirely, mere force was insufficient. Alternative strategies must be devised. Gary murmured to himself, soon recalling the Seven Towers Soul Technique, a secret method capable of enslaving the souls of others, much like the Soul Mark. It seemed he would need to delve into the Seven Towers Soul Technique in the coming period. His ambition was to compete with Thanos for the Infinity Stones, and he had no time to squander on the petty Hydra. Therefore, soul enslavement presented itself as the simplest and most effective solution. In the ensuing months, Gary dedicated his primary focus to the Seven Towers Soul Technique. Unlike the Soul Mark, this technique emphasized soul defense. Although the methods of soul enslavement were few, they were explained from the most fundamental level, making it quite suitable for Gary's understanding. Chapter 113, An Easy Resolution. Time flowed slowly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Gary largely immersed himself in comprehending the Seven Towers Soul Technique and grasping the fundamental laws of spatial essence. However, the profundity of the soul techniques was immense. After 6 months, he had merely scratched the surface, still far from mastering soul enslavement. Nevertheless, he had managed to employ some minor control techniques using his mental prowess. Stepping out of his alcove, Gary returned to his office and summoned Carter. Minister Gary, what can I do for you? Carter adopted a businesslike demeanor. How have things been in the department lately? Gary inquired casually. Carter frowned slightly. She had been troubled by this matter. Minister Gary, the situation in the department is quite dire. If we do not secure additional funding soon, we may not be able to operate normally. Oh, has it deteriorated to such an extent? Gary raised an eyebrow, realizing that due to his focus on comprehending the secret techniques, he had not been attentive to the department's conditions, which now appeared quite grim. Carter continued without hesitation. Minister Gary, when Smith served as director, the department experienced an expansion. Additionally, due to the need to research the infinite formula and restart the Super Soldier Serum project, the number of researchers increased by over a dozen. Consequently, our operational budget has increased tenfold compared to its initial state. At this point, she expressed her frustration. Stark has provided sustaining funds for 2 consecutive years. Although this is but a drop in the ocean for Stark Industries, it was merely his personal sponsorship. Last month, Fury rejected Stark's continued support, leaving us with enough funds to sustain operations for only another 2 weeks. So, in another 2 weeks, there won't even be food in the cafeteria? Gary remarked incredulously. Minister Gary, you could interpret it that way. Carter nodded, then added, I still maintain my previous stance. We should lay off some excess staff. Perhaps we can endure until Fury changes his mind. Gary shook his head. That was not a viable solution. Carter, remember, we are the Strategic Scientific Reserve, not a personal entity. I concur with Fury's approach on this matter. By the way, where is Fury? Deputy Director Fury has been out on a mission for half a month, Carter replied. Gary was taken aback. A mission? What kind of mission? It's an intelligence assignment given by Director Warren, Carter shrugged. Minister Gary, as you know, we are under the jurisdiction of the Central Intelligence Agency. I am beginning to dislike hearing that name, Gary remarked as he rose. Carter glanced at Gary and coldly stated, Minister Gary, are you heading back to the research lab again? Gary could detect the resentment in Carter's tone. He rolled his eyes and replied, Of course not. I intend to pay a visit to the intelligence agency. Oh, I still need a driver. If you have no other commitments, you could take on that role. To the intelligence agency? Carter was taken aback. Minister Gary, what do you intend to do there? As he changed his clothes, Gary said, The department is on the verge of collapse. As the minister, I ought to secure some funding. I hope someone still remembers me. Without waiting for Carter's response, he quickly made his way downstairs. Minister Gary, wait. Carter called out, quickly following him. Oh, Carter, have you come to your senses? Are you willing to be my driver? Gary inquired with a smile. Carter remained silent, opening the car door and taking the driver's seat. Turning to Gary, she said, let us hope this trip won't be in vain. Gary chuckled. Rest assured, my name still holds some weight. At the Central Intelligence Agency, in the reception area, the secretary smiled and said, Minister Gary, please hold on for a moment. Director Warren is currently attending to an urgent matter. Gary and Carter waited in the reception area for a full hour. Gary, it appears your name isn't as influential as you thought, Carter remarked dryly. Patience, Carter. Perhaps Director Warren truly has pressing matters to attend to, Gary retorted, unfazed by the delay. After all, once today concluded, Warren would have no choice but to heed his words. Carter scoffed. She hardly believed Warren had anything of significance to address. After a brief wait, Warren's secretary finally appeared in the reception area, beckoning Gary to come forward. Gary, I sincerely apologize for the delay. There have been many pressing matters. I hope you don't mind. Warren greeted warmly, gesturing to the chair at his desk. Please, have a seat. As Gary settled into the chair, Warren asked, Gary, it's rare for you to visit the intelligence agency. What brings you here this time? Director Warren, how well acquainted are you with the organization known as Hydra? Gary inquired in a measured tone. Warren paused, smiling as he replied, Gary, my understanding of Hydra cannot compare to yours. Gary narrowed his eyes. Director Warren, that may not necessarily be the case. As a member of Hydra and the director of the CIA, you ought to have a more detailed understanding than I do. Minister Gary, I am unclear about what you are implying. Warren's tone grew cooler. Gary stood up, walked to the desk, placed his hands on it, and stared intently at Warren. Director Warren, while I comprehend your organization's eagerness to acquire the Tesseract, I must assert that you are being rather hasty. What do you intend to do, Minister Gary? This is the Central Intelligence Agency. Warren glared at Gary, his expression darkening. Gary, uninterested in further banter, concentrated his mental energy into an invisible dagger, enveloping Warren and penetrating his mental realm. With his stellar-grade 9th-tier prowess, it was a mere trifle. What have you done to me? Warren stammered in panic, his spirit diminished after Gary withdrew his mental influence. Director Warren, do not panic. I have merely left a trace upon you. As long as you harbor no ill intentions towards me, this trace shall remain dormant. However, before Gary could finish his sentence, Warren let out a harrowing scream. Gary, with an air of resignation, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and remarked, You see, I did warn you not to entertain any negative thoughts about me. Why did you not heed my counsel? Half an hour later, Warren sat pallidly in his office chair, while Gary lounged nonchalantly, crossing his legs in the director's seat. Gary, I have divulged all that I know. I implore you to retract what you have implanted in my mind, Warren uttered weakly. Warren, such naivety is unbecoming of you. You know full well that is impossible. Gary replied with a shrug. He then rose to his feet and added, From now on, you need only to fulfill your duties as director. When it comes to managing the inquiries from the higher echelons of Hydra, you possess far more experience than I do. That will suffice for now. Oh, and do expedite the allocation of research funds for the Strategic Science Division. My department's staff can scarcely afford to eat. As he spoke, Gary approached the door and paused momentarily, warning, Warren, do not entertain any schemes. I trust you would prefer not to endure that previous torment once more. Upon hearing this, Warren shivered involuntarily, and as he watched Gary depart, regret etched itself across his face. Chapter 114, 3 Years of Progress. On the return journey to the department, Carter, the temporary driver, could no longer contain her curiosity and finally inquired, Gary, how did it go? With a half-smile, Gary responded, What do you mean? Carter, vexed by his flippancy, contemplated delivering a punch but thought better of it, considering their hierarchical relationship and Gary's formidable physique. Taking a deep breath, she articulated slowly, Minister Gary, how did your conversation with Director Warren regarding the department's research funding unfold? Oh, that. Gary feigned realization, crossing his arms and leaning back in the passenger seat. As I mentioned before, my name carries considerable weight. The screech of tires echoed sharply as Carter slammed on the brakes. Gary, are you implying that the research funds are forthcoming? She exclaimed, her face a mask of surprise. Drive carefully. Gary rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly. If Director Warren acts swiftly, the funds may very well be awaiting us in the finance department by the time we return. Carter remained skeptical. Upon their return to the department, she rushed straight to the finance office. Jenny, the finance officer, greeted her with palpable excitement. Group leader Carter, I can hardly believe it. The intelligence agency has not only released the overdue research funds from the past 3 years, but has even doubled the amount. After meticulously reviewing the documents, Carter finally accepted the astonishing reality and murmured, "Could it be that Gary's name truly holds such power?" "Carter, the funds have been successfully allocated, correct?" Gary appeared at the entrance of the finance office. Carter nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Gary, what exactly transpired between you and Director Warren?" "Fury has been waiting for 3 years. I genuinely suspect he merely went there for coffee." Gary chuckled. "I simply recounted my contributions during the war to Director Warren. I believe he was quite moved." "Really?" "The evidence was irrefutable." Gary shrugged. "Well, since the funding issue has been resolved, everything in the department can proceed as usual. Please inform Stark that he should continue working on his research project. Moreover, this time the department should be able to support several idle members, yes?" Carter took a deep breath and replied earnestly, "Gary, I did not intend to include Benny in the list. It was purely a matter of official business." "Carter, we have known each other for over a decade. We are old friends, are we not?" Gary smiled. "With you and Fury managing the department, I feel at ease." With that, he turned and made his way toward the underground base, leaving Carter watching his retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Group Leader Carter. "Minister Gary is an exemplary commander," Jenny remarked softly, having approached Carter unnoticed. Carter remained silent, merely letting out a sigh. Back in the research laboratory, Gary sat cross-legged. The soul's secret technique, Seven Towers Sword Soul, was indeed profound and miraculous. Even the most fundamental mental control techniques could resolve many minor inconveniences. However, for Gary, the paramount aspect was soul defense. He whispered to himself, having expended over 10,000 points to acquire the soul's secret technique. Not merely to combat a trifling adversary like Hydra, but to harness the soul defense capabilities of Seven Towers Sword Soul. After all, he was certain that he would soon face assaults from foreign entities, and without soul defense measures, the probability of being enslaved was 100%. The consequences of such enslavement would be unfathomable. For now, there were no pressing issues. Once he broke through to the cosmic level, it would be time to truly prepare for the collection of other gems. With this thought, Gary's heart gradually calmed, and his consciousness slowly sank into the ocean of primal laws. In a luxurious training ground within a grand mansion in the primitive zone of the virtual universe, Luo Hua wielded the rift-cutting blade, gazing at the distant figure of Hong Luo, who stood with her hands clasped behind her back. "Hong Luo, you ought to be cautious," he cautioned. "Ha, Your Highness, unleash your full strength and attack," Hong Luo replied with a smile, for she was a formidable immortal comparable to a nobility-level powerhouse. Not even a star-level individual like Luo Hua could inflict harm upon her, let alone a full-strength immortal. Boom. Without a hint of hesitation, Luo Hua stomped the ground, his figure soaring into the air with remarkable speed. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of clones manifested around him, and as he swung his blade, a terrifying realm of sharp blades formed in the surrounding space. A slight smile graced Hong Luo's lips. Indeed, it had only been a year since the genius battle, and Luo Hua had already increased his clones by 2,000. Clearly, his comprehension of the spatial primal laws had advanced. She spoke with unabashed admiration, for the spatial primal laws were among the most profound. As one progressed, the difficulty of comprehension would multiply, and even many realm lords who found understanding to be as simple as eating and drinking would see their comprehension speed diminish. Yet, Luo Hua showed no signs of slowing down. Boom. Just as the formidable blade domain was about to envelop her, Hong Luo made her move. Her arm subtly transformed into a blade as she gracefully slashed forward. Swish, swish, swish. Like Luo Hua, 5,000 clones materialized around Hong Luo, their blade light densely packed, instantly clashing with Luo Hua's attack. Invisible spatial ripples radiated outward like ripples on water. Crack. In the collision, Luo Hua's clones shattered like glass, disintegrating entirely in an instant. "Hong Luo, I have lost again," Luo Hua lamented with a wry smile. Over the past year, he had taken time to spar with Hong Luo alongside his study of shattering void and temporal and spatial truths. This was indeed a privilege reserved for members of the primitive secret realm, for having an immortal training partner was a luxury not afforded to others. "Your Highness, you have performed admirably," Hong Luo reassured him with a smile. "Your foundation has strengthened significantly compared to a year ago during the genius battle. The combat strength of your clones is nearly equivalent to your true self. This is substantial progress." Luo Hua nodded. Indeed, his improvements were remarkable over the past year, particularly after delving into the analyses of the foundational essence of space within temporal and spatial truths. His understanding of the spatial primal laws had deepened considerably. While he still fell short of talents like Lien Luo, who had completely dissected the essence of space, he had nevertheless grasped a hint of its nature. Hong Luo, why do I sense that your execution of rift-cutting 7 styles appears so effortless, as if you were merging with space itself? Luo Hua finally voiced his lingering question. Hong Luo chuckled. Your Highness, it seems you have finally come to this realization. Luo Hua blinked in confusion. The rift-cutting 7 styles is a secret technique created by the master. The 7 styles are merely spontaneous movements and strikes, Hong Luo elucidated. Luo Hua's eyes brightened. Are you saying? Indeed. The 7 styles of the void should not be overly constrained by specific techniques, yet it cannot exist devoid of them. Hong Luo nodded. For as an immortal comparable to a duke, she had long perceived the issues within Luo Hua's understanding of the 7 styles of the void, akin to the insights of the Void King. However, even if she articulated these concerns, Luo Hua would be none the wiser. Only when he comprehended this layer on his own would her guidance bear fruit. Luo Hua's eyes began to gleam with enlightenment, as flashes of understanding regarding the foundational combat secret of Shattered Void illuminated his mind. I understand now, I understand. The crux of the 7 styles of the void lies in identifying that singular point of spatial eruption, and the techniques themselves serve as manifestations of that eruption. Hong Luo's smile blossomed further, unable to contain her admiration as she remarked, Your insight is remarkable, Your Highness. You grasp the essence with but a hint. Do not flatter me excessively, Hong Luo. I am rather dim-witted, Luo Hua replied, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness. Just as Hong Luo was about to respond, her brow twitched, and she laughed. Luo Hua, Ming has arrived. Chapter 115, 3 Years of Progress. Luo Hua could not suppress the anticipation in his gaze. Over the past year, Hong Luo had frequently mentioned her teacher's 3rd disciple, Ming, and her words were often laced with praise, even asserting that Ming possessed the most potential among all disciples to reach the heights of their teacher, the Void King. Originally, Ming was supposed to arrive over half a year ago, but encountered some troubles along the way, which had delayed his arrival until now. Moments later, a streak of luminescence traversed the sky above the primordial zone, swiftly descending before Luo Hua and Hong Luo. Standing before them was a towering figure, 6 meters tall, his head adorned with azure scales and his face marked by an enigmatic pattern of black and white. His physique bore resemblance to that of a human, yet he possessed 4 arms. Lord Ming, Luo Hua and Hong Luo promptly bowed in respect. The azure-scaled man smiled. Hong Luo, it has been quite some time. Hong Luo nodded, reflecting, indeed, it has been nearly 10,000 years. You have remained within the cosmic secret realm. I presume your strength has grown? Somewhat. I have made some gains, the azure-scaled man replied, his gaze shifting to Luo Hua. You must be Luo Hua? Luo Hua nodded eagerly. From now on, you may call me 3rd senior brother. Given your innate talent and strength, I trust you shall soon formally become a disciple of our teacher upon entering the initial universe. Ming smiled warmly. 3rd senior brother. Luo Hua exclaimed. Ming nodded. As your 3rd senior brother, it is only fitting that I present you with a gift upon our first meeting. However, this is a virtual universe, and the items I have prepared are physical. They will be delivered to you by dedicated personnel once you reach the headquarters of the virtual universe. Thank you, 3rd senior brother. Luo Hua expressed his gratitude. Let us not dwell on pleasantries. First, demonstrate your prowess, and let me see what abilities garner such attention from our teacher. Understood, 3rd senior brother. With that affirmation, Luo Hua commenced the execution of the 7 styles of the void within the training grounds, integrating his year-long insights from Shattered Void and Temporal Truth. 5,000 phantasms. And your grasp of spatial fundamentals has become significantly more solid. Impressive, rapid progress. Ming observed Luo Hua with quiet admiration. No wonder the teacher summoned me from the cosmic secret realm to personally instruct my junior brother. Such a pace of advancement is truly astonishing. Standing aside, Hong Luo communicated telepathically. What do you think, Ming? Our teacher's new disciple is quite impressive, isn't he? Indeed, his potential is remarkable, particularly his understanding of the 7 styles of the void, which seems to have reached a new level. As a pinnacle immortal among the dukes, Ming's discerning eye quickly recognized that Luo Hua's swordsmanship was no longer bound by mere techniques. It had begun to evolve. While the two exchanged thoughts telepathically, Luo Hua completed his demonstration. Junior brother, allow me to showcase a set of sword techniques. Pay close attention. Ming called out and stepped into the training grounds to begin his performance. Luo Hua watched intently, his eyes unblinking. With a resounding strike, Ming unleashed a blade, causing the surrounding space and time to tremble. Even the air seemed to solidify momentarily. Is this shattered void? Luo Hua's eyes widened as he quickly recognized the technique being employed by his third senior brother. It was indeed shattered void. However, the power manifested was capable of momentarily freezing space and time. Albeit for an instant, it was utterly formidable, considering shattered void is fundamentally a combat secret reliant on spatial principles. After concluding his demonstration, Ming turned to Luo Hua. Junior brother, did you catch my movements? Third senior brother, I did see the movements, but as for the other aspects, I completely failed to comprehend, Luo Hua replied candidly. Ming chuckled. It is perfectly fine to admit your lack of understanding. This is commendable. The shattered void technique I executed incorporates not only spatial laws, but also the laws of time, which is why it is entirely normal for you to find it incomprehensible. For the time being, focus your energies on comprehending the fundamentals of temporal truth, and then practice my movements daily. Yes, third senior brother, Luo Hua nodded in agreement. Time passed swiftly in training, and under the direct tutelage of a pinnacle immortal duke, Luo Hua's foundation in the laws of spatial origin grew increasingly robust, deepening his understanding of the essence of space, while his strength surged rapidly. 2 years elapsed unbeknownst to him. Within the vast training arena, Luo Hua, wielding the Void Blade, stood at the center, addressing the childlike intelligent entity perched upon his shoulder. Initiate simulated combat, setting the opponent to Berlan. Understood, Master, the childlike intelligent being replied. In an instant, the environment of the training grounds transformed into a colossal arena reminiscent of a battlefield. A young man clad in white, wielding a blood-red sword, stood across from Luo Hua. Let us begin. As Luo Hua's voice fell, the white-clad swordsman suddenly opened his eyes wide, swiftly traversing the arena towards Luo Hua. While multiple phantasms of the swordsman appeared, with a swift motion, the blood-red sword, accompanied by its phantasms, surged forth, the blade's radiance crackling like lightning. Luo Hua met the onslaught head-on, unleashing a single strike that instantly obliterated all of the swordsman's phantasms, culminating in the demise of Berlan's true form. As Luo Hua sheathed his blade, his expression remained serene. In a peak confrontation, I could only rely on the number of phantasms and the arena's constriction to achieve victory against Berlan. Yet now, with the same number of phantasms, I can defeat him with a single strike. Over the course of 3 years, relentless training and profound insights into secret techniques, combined with the guidance of his dedicated teacher, had propelled Luo Hua's strength to remarkable heights. Nevertheless, he refused to allow himself any semblance of complacency, fully aware that the opponent he had just vanquished was Berlan. A prodigious talent. 3 years have passed, I have progressed, and so has Berlan. Soon, I shall enter the initial universe. I wonder how many levels I could traverse on the celestial bridge with my current strength? Luo Hua mused, withdrawing his consciousness from the virtual universe. Within the confines of the spacecraft, in the opulent rest chamber, Luo Hua stretched lazily before making his way to the ship's grand hall. Your Highness. The group of guards chatting and resting in the hall rose in respectful salutation upon seeing Luo Hua. Although most of them were of cosmic and domain lord rank, their status paled in comparison to that of Luo Hua. Guyu, how far are we from the headquarters of the virtual universe? Luo Hua casually inquired. Your Highness. We shall arrive in 3 days, Guyu promptly replied. Luo Hua nodded slightly. In the following 3 days, he refrained from excessive training and instead spent time leisurely exploring the estate of Luo Feng in the primordial zone. Hong Luo and Ming said nothing against this, recognizing that a balanced approach to cultivation between intensity and relaxation was the true path. Moreover, considering the timeline, Luo Hua was indeed nearing the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. Your Highness Luo Hua, we have arrived at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe. As the spacecraft trembled, it began to transition from the dark universe back to the original universe. Luo Hua withdrew his consciousness from the virtual universe, entering the ship's hull. Gazing at the massive continent floating amidst the starry expanse, he could not help but be awestruck. Though he was aware that the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company was a continent, witnessing it firsthand rendered him speechless, for it spanned dozens of light years in diameter. Truly, the Virtual Universe Company is unparalleled. Luo Hua marveled. Your Highness, when I first arrived at headquarters, it was much like your experience, Guyu remarked in agreement. As the two reflected on this, the spacecraft entered the conduit leading to the mainland. Once it came to a halt, Luo Hua, accompanied by Guyu and a cadre of guardians, exited the vessel through a hatch. At that moment, another spacecraft approached from a distance, gradually coming to rest at the entrance port. Chapter 116, The Primordial Universe. Shortly thereafter, Luo Feng emerged from the spacecraft surrounded by his own entourage. Brother, Luo Hua called out, waving excitedly. As Luo Feng approached, a warm smile graced his face upon seeing his brother. Your Highness Luo Hua, Your Highness Luo Feng. By the directive of the esteemed one, we await your presence. Please follow us, announced a silver-robed, horned man as dozens of uniformed men and women hastened toward them. Luo Hua and Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement, bidding farewell to their accompanying realm master and guardians before following the silver-robed man into a corridor that appeared both beautiful and dreamlike. At the end of the corridor, several men and women awaited them. As Luo Hua and Luo Feng approached, they stepped forward to hand over the items purchased by the duo, as well as gifts sent by Luo Hua's third senior brother. Thank you, everyone, Luo Hua expressed. Your Highness need not be so courteous. It is our duty, they replied. Moments later, the two were escorted into an oval hall. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, the Wanderer, and the Madman have arrived. Upon their entrance, members of the Primordial District greeted them with laughter, particularly Uka, who stepped forward to embrace both Luo Hua and Luo Feng. Haha, Wanderer, Madman. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in reality. Uka boomed, his massive frame dwarfing Luo Hua and Luo Feng, who could only grasp his thigh in their embrace, leaving them momentarily speechless. Others, such as Long Yun, Jiang Mo, Qin Shui, and Ai Chun, had more comparable statures to Luo Hua and Luo Feng, allowing for more comfortable interactions. The group exchanged warm greetings. After all, over the past 3 years, Luo Hua frequently visited Luo Feng's estate for sparring and discussions, prompting other members of the Primordial District to gradually gather there. Though proud, they understood that only through competition with peers of equal caliber could they swiftly identify their shortcomings, especially when faced with the brilliance of Luo Hua. Engaging in such exchanges allowed them to grow familiar with one another. Where's Rongjun? Luo Feng inquired, scanning the room for his absence. He'll be here shortly. Come, let us go over there, Uka replied with a smile. The group settled around a round table in the left corner of the hall, where Berlan was also present. Luo Hua, you've arrived, Berlan greeted them, a rarity for him to initiate conversation. Luo Hua nodded, aware of Berlan's reclusive nature, which typically reserved recognition for those he deemed strong or of similar prowess. Nonetheless, Berlan was cordial and seldom refused sparring requests from others. As more talented individuals from various districts entered the hall, they naturally formed circles of conversation based on their differing statuses. When Rongjun finally arrived, the discussion among Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and their peers shifted to cultivation. Rongjun, I trust your comprehension of the spatial origin laws has reached the 9th line flow? Luo Feng inquired. Rongjun did not deny it, instead responding with a smile. Madman, you're not far behind, nearing the 100th line flow. He then turned his gaze to Luo Hua, asking, and you, Luo Hua? At this question, the attention of others, including Uka, Ai Chun, Jiang Mo, and Qin Shui, shifted to Luo Hua. Berlan, though initially gazing out at the scenic view, redirected his focus as well. Me? Luo Hua chuckled modestly. My progress in understanding the laws isn't remarkable. I'm still stuck at the level of ever-changing transformations. How far have you advanced with your phantoms? Uka inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Luo Hua cleared his throat, about 5,000. An immediate hush fell over the room. Goodness, Luo Hua, your rate of comprehension is astonishing. Uka was the first to break the silence, wide-eyed in disbelief. How are we supposed to keep up? Luo Hua quickly shook his head. I primarily focus on understanding only the spatial origin laws. Each of you engages with multiple laws, hence your pace is naturally slower. The others felt a sense of relief, though they remained astounded, for the difficulty of comprehending spatial origin laws far exceeded that of other foundational laws. As they conversed, the hall filled with 1,000 gifted individuals. Everyone, please follow me, a tall, gaunt man clad in a white robe announced as he appeared at the entrance of the hall, with a wave of his hand. A powerful force enveloped the 1,000 gifted individuals, swiftly transporting them from the hall. Minutes later, streams of light descended upon a peculiar spacecraft resembling a giant fish. What kind of metal is this? It looks almost alive. Many of the gifted exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Hua, however, remained unfazed, fully aware that this vessel was integrated with an immortal life form, classified as a G-level spacecraft. Please enter the ship, the group was instructed, and they complied. Upon stepping into the vessel's hull, they were met with an oppressive, invisible force, compelling all to gaze towards the front, where a violet-scaled figure stood like a projection. The Nine-Sword Sovereign. The assembly of gifted individuals, including accompanying immortal powerhouses, bowed in reverence. The violet-scaled figure nodded, stating calmly, "Let us depart for the primordial universe." With a hum, the spacecraft shuddered and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing above the mainland. Inside the vessel's hull, the 1,000 gifted individuals remained silent, the sovereign's innate pressure instilling a primal sense of submission within them. Such was the might of a superlative immortal. Had the nine-sword sovereign not deliberately restrained his aura, it alone would have left Luo Hua and his peers gasping for breath. Boom. Mere minutes later, the spacecraft navigated into the cosmic passage established between the primordial universe and the original universe, enveloping Luo Hua and the 1,000 gifted individuals in a sensation of temporal disarray. Many, including Luo Hua and Luo Feng, experienced throbbing headaches and struggled to maintain their footing within the vessel's hull. Enduring the pain, Luo Hua closed his eyes, attuning himself to Gary in the Marvel world. Upon connecting, he quickly discerned that time was accelerating on Gary's side. Has the flow of time changed? Luo Hua mused internally, aware that the time-flow ratio between the primordial universe and the original universe was 1:3. He had initially believed his consciousness would traverse unaffected, yet it seemed that influence had indeed manifested. The primordial universe has arrived. The discomfort persisted for 5 to 6 minutes before Luo Hua regained his composure, opening his eyes just as he heard the nine-sword sovereign's declaration. The top is now opening. As the sovereign's words echoed, the metallic top of the spacecraft unlatched. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the 1,000 gifted individuals, along with the other immortals, looked upwards. Outside, a dimly lit expanse stretched before them, with chaotic airstreams floating like bubbles, perpetually forming and bursting. In the far distance, colossal rifts appeared to tear the fabric of the universe asunder. Is this the universe of our progenitors? Luo Hua pondered silently. Chapter 117, The Choice of the Chaos Monument. Stars and planets have lifespans, and the universe itself is no different. As per the original narrative, the nine-sword sovereign elaborated on the origins of the primordial universe. The 1,000 gifted individuals, including Luo Feng, were left in awe, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the peculiar threads of mystery amidst the vast rifts were, in fact, foundational laws. Luo Hua gazed at the peculiar secret patterns within the fissures, contemplating the imprints of such patterns that were etched deep within his own skin. Akin to these enigmatic threads, which should all be manifestations of the primordial laws. The original universe we inhabit is a vast and complete cosmos, where the primordial laws cannot be overtly displayed, rendering comprehension exceedingly arduous. However, the initial universe is markedly different, the nine-sword sovereign continued. Moments later, the metallic ceiling began to close. Luo Feng and the others remained engrossed in the words of the nine-sword sovereign, while Luo Hua silently mused. In the initial universe, the primordial laws can be perceived directly with the naked eye, making the process of understanding far more accessible than in the original universe. During these 30 years in the initial universe, I need not squander my energies on the spatial primordial laws. Perhaps it is time to commence my exploration of other primordial laws. Specializing solely in the domain of space might facilitate rapid growth, potentially far surpassing other prodigies like Bolin and Luo Feng. Yet such achievements would ultimately confine one to the status of a sovereign. To venture further, one must comprehend two, or even multiple, primordial laws. Chaos City has arrived. The nine-sword sovereign observed an ancient and magnificent city in the distance. Speaking slowly, Chaos City is a sacred place for humanity, where many immortal powerhouses reside and contemplate. Once you enter, you must heed the guidance of the guides and refrain from acting recklessly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Upon concluding his words, the spacecraft came to an abrupt halt. Go forth. These 30 years will lay the foundation for your growth. However, Chaos City harbors dangers, and I hope that all of you emerge alive after 30 years. The 1,000 talented individuals, including Luo Feng, were filled with confusion upon hearing this. Yet, they were soon enveloped by an invisible force and found themselves standing outside the spacecraft. In a flash, the fish-like vessel vanished from sight. At that moment, a streak of black light surged towards them. Greetings, I am the guide of Chaos City. The man cloaked in black robes introduced himself with a smile, elaborating on Chaos City before saying, please follow me. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the 1,000 talented individuals hurriedly followed suit. Chaos City has existed for countless ages. As the guide narrated, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the others curiously surveyed the surrounding small edifices. On the rooftops lining the streets, various humans sat cross-legged, either in contemplation, deep thought, or murmuring. They paid no mind to the arrival of Luo Hua and his companions. Approximately half an hour later, after introducing some of the rules of Chaos City, the guide led Luo Hua and the others to the central mansion of Chaos City. Chaos City possesses 3 treasures. The first being the casually etched characters and diagrams you observed on the rooftops moments ago, which are invaluable insights left by past immortal powerhouses during their cultivation. The second treasure consists of the 52 chaos monoliths within the mansion. The guide smiled and explained. The chaos monoliths are an accumulation of insights from super-powerful beings throughout humanity's history, detailed with extensive illustrations and explanations. Each of these 52 monoliths leads directly to the pinnacle path. Should any of you grasp the essence of even one, you could instantly become a superpower in the universe. The guide's words left Luo Feng, Uka, and the other 1,000 prodigies breathless, and Luo Hua was no exception, yearning to comprehend the chaos monoliths immediately. As for the third treasure, it is detailed outside the Chaos City, at the city gate, which you will see upon your departure. By the time the guide reached this point, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the others had already entered the mansion. Subsequently, they traversed the grand entrance of the mansion and arrived at a quaint, dreamlike corridor on the right side of the main gate. The guide pointed to the colossal images adorning the corridor walls, stating, "These illustrations are imprints from the chaos monoliths, each corresponding to a specific monolith. I shall grant you half an hour to observe these 52 images, after which you may select the chaos monolith that best suits you." With that, the guide stepped outside the corridor to await their decision. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the others quickly approached the wall to examine the magnificent illustrations. Each image depicted various forms, some showcasing towering trees, others featuring scars of blades, and still others depicting swirling flames. Luo Hua understood that these 52 imposing images possessed an astonishing allure, making it easy to become entranced. Thus, like the other prodigies, he instructed the intelligent life form to allocate time for viewing each image, enabling them to swiftly complete their observations. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. The guide returned, smiling. "Which chaos monolith have you chosen?" As the other prodigies eagerly announced their selections, Luo Hua and Luo Feng furrowed their brows in hesitation. Should they choose the cosmic chaos monolith or the nine-universe chaos monolith? Luo Hua found himself in a quandary. The cosmic chaos monolith, left by the ruler of Chaos City, encompassed the profoundly intricate primordial laws of time and space, making it exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Bolin had faltered in this regard. In contrast, the nine-universe chaos monolith was comparatively easier to grasp, involving only the primordial laws of space and gold. While the two deliberated, the guide approached them. "Which chaos monolith do you choose?" Luo Feng seemed to have made a resolution, replying, "The nine-universe chaos monolith." After the guide recorded this, he turned to Luo Hua and inquired, "And you?" "I choose the cosmic chaos monolith." Luo Hua inhaled deeply, declaring, unlike Bolin, who had to divide his focus while studying the primordial laws of time, he could allow both Gary and Luo Hua to separately investigate the primordial laws of space and time, thus not delaying either pursuit. Moreover, the Infinity Gem also contained the Time Gem. Once comprehended, his speed would not lag behind that of the spatial law. Undoubtedly, his choice of the cosmic chaos monolith was driven by ambition, for should he fully grasp it, he might very well ascend to the status of the ruler of the universe. After the guide recorded the selections of all the prodigies, he led them down the corridor to an expansive training area. Within the 52 chaos monolith comprehension chambers, 12 were occupied, while the remaining 40 stood empty. Upon announcing these 40 monoliths, the prodigies who had chosen them transformed into streaks of light and flew into the comprehension chambers at the periphery of the training area. The rest should proceed to cultivate in the City Lord's Tower. When it is your turn, I will notify you, the guide concluded before departing. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the others then made their way towards the nearby tower. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, what chaos monolith did you choose? Uka inquired along the way. The nine-universe chaos monolith. The cosmic chaos monolith, the two replied in succession. Uka suddenly chuckled. Luo Hua, Aichen also chose the cosmic chaos monolith. It seems you share quite a bond. Luo Hua glanced at Aichen with surprise. Aichen, resembling an angel with a body as pure as jade, showed no change in expression, though her gaze drifted elsewhere. Ahem, Uka, what chaos monolith did you and Rongjun choose? Luo Hua asked. Naturally, we chose the giant axe chaos monolith. Uka declared proudly. Rongjun added, I too selected the giant axe chaos monolith. Chapter 118, The Nine Images. As the group conversed, they arrived at the tower within the City Lord's mansion. Standing atop the tower, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and over 100 prodigies could only glimpse a portion of Chaos City's outline, the rest concealed within the swirling chaotic energies. During their wait, Luo Hua and the others witnessed a scene reminiscent of the original narrative, a clash between two superpowerful beings. How terrifying. The very fabric of the cosmic space shattered. Is this the true might of an immortal powerhouse? The final act of the Chaos City Lord was even more fearsome. With merely a thought, the entirety of the cosmic space came to a standstill. After the two super-powerful beings were captured by the enforcement team, the 100 prodigies buzzed with excitement, engaging in fervent discussions. Luo Hua and Luo Feng were equally taken aback. Brother, if we could attain such strength, Earth would truly be safe. Luo Hua inhaled deeply. The direct confrontation of superpowers left an indelible impact on his heart, rendering him restless. Luo Feng clenched his fists. Like Luo Hua, he was stirred. Luo Hua, let us strive together. Although even for super geniuses, the probability of ultimately becoming a sovereign of the universe is merely 1 in 10 million. We must fight with all our might for that chance. Luo Feng spoke in a somber tone. Luo Hua nodded emphatically. At that moment, an unprecedented fervor to become a super powerhouse surged within him. The other prodigies, including Bo Lan, Rong Jun, Wu Ka, and Ai Chun, were similarly inspired, each beginning to comprehend the fundamental laws of the rifts in the universe. 2 days later, a robed guide awakened the 12 geniuses, including Luo Feng, who had been engrossed in their reflections. A day later, the guide returned to the city tower. The Chamber of Comprehension for the Cosmic Chaos Tablet is now vacant. Luo Hua, Bo Lan, Ai Chun, you 7, come with me. Luo Hua emerged from his meditative state and, along with Bo Lan, Ai Chun, and the others, followed the black-robed guide to the chamber of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. The chamber was an enormous bronze door, approximately 160 meters long and 120 meters high, adorned with ancient inscriptions of giant axes, the cosmos, heart scars, matriarchs, and the 9 universes. Before the 52 bronze doors stood identical elder guardians. Lord Kendeli, the guide saluted respectfully at the bronze door of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. The three-eyed elder smiled at Luo Hua and the other 7. Ah, a group of little ones from the virtual universe? The guide nodded and promptly introduced. This is Lord Kendeli, the guardian of the chamber of the Chaos Tablet. The guardians at these 52 doors are all manifestations of Lord Kendeli. Lord Kendeli. The 7 bowed respectfully. The three-eyed elder smiled and nodded. You may enter. The chamber of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet awaits. As they stepped into the chamber, Luo Hua beheld a colossal stone tablet enveloped in chaotic streams of energy. Upon closer inspection, he discerned intricate patterns carved upon it, reminiscent of those he had previously observed in the corridor. The first image depicted a snowflake cascading from the sky, and upon closer examination, he realized each snowflake was shaped like a 6-pointed star. The second image illustrated a blizzard, with snowflakes as large as goose feathers blanketing the earth, rendering the world a sea of white. The third image, another blizzard, revealed flickering flames beneath the snow, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The fourth image, still a blizzard, showed a sea of fire beneath the snow, where the colliding snowflakes and flames transformed into droplets of water. The fifth image depicted a star surrounded by countless fragments of a stellar nebula, some beginning to coalesce into planets. The sixth image illustrated a galaxy, its beautiful, resplendent arms mesmerizing, densely populated with stars. The remaining images, 7th, 8th, and 9th, depicted strange colossal beasts sprawling upon the ground, their every breath causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. The first 4 images, Luo Hua could vaguely comprehend as depicting the fundamental laws of space and time. However, the latter 5 eluded his understanding, though he surmised they concerned the fusion of space-time. After all, to become the master of the universe, one must merge the 2 fundamental laws and create a unique temporal and spatial secret. His brother, Luo Feng, was treading the path of the beast-god fusion law. Luo Hua's gaze swiftly returned to the first image. After merely a glance, his consciousness was instantly absorbed within it. Each snowflake transformed in his vision into a blade technique embodying the laws of spatial essence. This technique was ethereal and light. Each stroke could manifest at any location, perfectly illustrating the enigmatic shifts of space. Time flowed slowly. 7 days of contemplation passed in the blink of an eye, yet Luo Hua, Bo Lan, Ai Chun, and the others remained fully immersed in the stone tablet. With a thunderous sound, the bronze doors swung open. Come out. A voice resonated, piercing their minds. Luo Hua and the other 7 opened their eyes, and only upon exiting the bronze door did they realize the experience had concluded. Casting longing glances back at the bronze entrance, their first opportunity for comprehension had come to an end. Luo Hua was no exception at that moment. He finally comprehended the preciousness of the opportunity to understand the Chaos Tablet. Though it had only been 7 days, those days had integrated all his insights regarding the laws of spatial essence accumulated over the years. Lord Kendeli. The 7 regained their composure and bowed respectfully to the three-eyed elder. However, just as they prepared to depart, the elder called them back. As it is your first time comprehending the Chaos Tablet, I advise you to first find a residence within the city, and then enter the virtual universe to apply for access to the Bridge of Heaven. Once you enter the Bridge of Heaven, everything will become clear. With that, Kendeli closed his eyes. Except for Luo Hua, the other 6 were expressions of confusion. After leaving the city lord's manor, Luo Hua parted ways with Bo Lan, Ai Chun, and the others, commencing his search for a place to reside in Chaos City. The vast expanse of Chaos City was sparsely populated by immortal powerhouses, resulting in many residences being unoccupied. After casually selecting a dwelling near the city lord's manor, Luo Hua entered. "Welcome, master." Upon entering, a voice from the auxiliary intelligence greeted him. Luo Hua acknowledged with a nod, quickly reviewing the living guidelines before directly entering the virtual universe. In the original zone, within a luxurious manner, Luo Hua appeared, greeted by a throng of guards and servants bowing respectfully. "Your Highness." Luo Hua nodded, and soon a streak of light descended before him, none other than Hong Luo. "Your Highness, you must have entered Chaos City by now." Hong Luo inquired with a smile. "Yes, I have just comprehended the Chaos Tablet and am preparing to apply for access to the Bridge of Heaven," Luo Hua replied. Hong Luo's eyes brightened. "Which Chaos Tablet did you choose, Your Highness?" "The Cosmic Chaos Tablet." "Excellent choice, Your Highness. With your talent, delving into the path of space alone will suffice," Hong Luo remarked with a smile. Luo Hua gently shook his head. "Hong Luo, I intend to pursue both the laws of space and time." Chapter 119, Advice. Hong Luo's heart sank. Upon hearing Luo Hua select the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, a sense of foreboding crept into her mind, and now it seemed her concerns were justified, as Luo Hua had indeed chosen to pursue both the laws of space and time. "Your Highness, forgive my unsolicited advice, but time and space are the most profound and unfathomable fundamental laws in the universe. Merely mastering one would demand decades from many immortals, and to fully grasp both is beyond even the super strong among the immortals. Your innate talent in the laws of space is remarkable. Even the elders often praise you. Strong beings grow stronger, and I sincerely suggest you focus solely on space." Hong Luo spoke with a hint of urgency. Her anxiety was understandable. As a being comparable to a noble-level immortal, Hong Luo was acutely aware of the challenges posed by comprehending the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, which was arguably the most difficult among the 52 Chaos Tablets, having claimed the ambitions of countless super geniuses. A smile graced Luo Hua's face. He could sense the concern in Hong Luo's tone. "Thank you for your reminder, Hong Luo, but since I have made my choice, I wish to give it a try." Hong Luo sighed. Geniuses are often proud. Although their 3-year acquaintance had revealed more of Luo Hua's humility, it did not negate his stubbornness. "Your Highness, I respect your decision, but I believe it is necessary to seek the opinions of your 3rd senior brother and the elder on this matter," Hong Luo stated earnestly. Luo Hua hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right." Before long, Hong Luo led him to the exclusive residence of Ming within the estate. After learning the reasons behind the visit, Ming smiled and asked, "Junior brother, have you truly made your decision?" Luo Hua nodded firmly. "Yes, I have decided. I must give it a try." "Indeed, one must steadfastly pursue the path they have chosen," Ming affirmed with approval. Hong Luo, feeling anxious, interjected, "Ming, patience, Hong Luo." "I have not finished speaking," Ming replied, turning his gaze to Luo Hua. "It is indeed crucial to be resolute in your chosen path, but it must also be a path suitable for you." With a sigh, he continued, "Junior brother, I was once like you, having chosen the Cosmic Chaos Steel. However, the laws of the origin of time proved exceedingly difficult. The further I progressed, the more energy I expended, and gradually, I was surpassed by contemporaries. Some have fallen, while others have ascended to eternal kingship, and yet others have become revered beings. As for me, I remain on the threshold of kingship." Luo Hua winced. He couldn't shake the feeling that his 3rd senior brother bore a resemblance to Berlan. Ming continued, "After becoming a realm master, I abandoned my research on time and focused on space. Otherwise, I fear I would not even surpass the threshold of immortality by now. Junior brother, do you still insist on your choice?" Luo Hua solemnly nodded. "3rd senior brother, I stand firm. I shall meet with the master." Hong Luo shook her head, unwilling to witness the demise of such a talented individual. "Hong Luo," Ming called out, then added, "there is no need to meet with the master. He is already aware of your choice regarding the cosmic chaos steel. Both Luo Hua and Hong Luo were taken aback. Ming elaborated, junior brother, in this generation's talent battle, you and Berlan have emerged as two prodigious individuals. The Virtual Universe Company naturally places great importance on this. Upon learning of your choice regarding the cosmic chaos steel, they informed our master. Luo Hua understood now. Indeed, in the original storyline, the Virtual Universe Company had sent someone to persuade Berlan, albeit unsuccessfully. He had been puzzled by the company's lack of response, but it turned out they had notified his master, the King of Rift Sky. The master has given you a piece of advice, Ming continued, to acquire the secret combat technique Snow Flame, which pertains to time and space. If you can comprehend the first strike of Snow Flame within 30 years of residing in the Chaos City, then the master will not urge you to reconsider. However, if you cannot grasp it, I hope you will focus on space. Understood, Luo Hua replied respectfully. Third senior brother, please convey my response to the master. If I cannot comprehend the first strike of Snow Flame, I shall reconsider and focus on space. In the initial universe, grasping the laws of origin was the easiest. If he could not make progress within 30 years in the Chaos City, it would be even more challenging in the original universe. Luo Hua was acutely aware that stubbornness would only jeopardize his future. His choice of the cosmic chaos steel was merely an attempt to explore. After all, everyone harbored ambition, just like Rong Jun and Wu Ka, who chose the giant axe chaos steel not only because it suited them, but also with the desire to ascend to the pinnacle of the universe like the giant axe. Ming smiled, reassured by Luo Hua's words. Hong Luo also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, although the 30 years in Chaos City are of utmost importance, given His Highness Luo Hua's astonishing talent, even if he were to waste this time, his prowess would still surpass that of other geniuses. Perhaps this experience of defiance would aid him on his future path. On Thunder Island, a gathering place for many immortals and the epicenter of supreme power. Within a grand palace, the King of Rift Sky, adorned with peculiar patterns on his face, shook his head and sighed. I hope my disciple knows when to retreat. Nearby, a towering giant, 10 meters high, sat with a sharp sword mark on his forehead, exuding an invisible pressure. Rift Sky, you should be content. Who would have thought you silently took in such a talented disciple? Achieving 5,000 phantoms at the stellar level is truly extraordinary. I can't help but wonder what fortune has smiled upon you. Haha, Rainbow Sword, you have no one working for you at the Virtual Universe Company. Rift Sky laughed heartily. He had arranged for Hong Luo and Ming to serve as Luo Hua's guardian and personal teacher, which could not escape the notice of the higher-ups at the Virtual Universe Company, and thus his friend, King Rainbow Sword, was naturally aware. King Rainbow Sword snorted, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. I merely disdain employing subordinates for such matters. Rift Sky shook his head. After a million years, you still can't forget that incident. King Rainbow Sword waved his hand, dismissing the topic. Let us talk about your disciple. To be honest, having him comprehend Snow Flame indicates you truly do not wish for him to pursue the path of time and space. We both know the difficulty of the time and space path. How many years have passed? Even some revered beings cannot fully comprehend it, let alone these young geniuses. Ambition is admirable, but one must not reach too high. Let this disciple of mine face a setback. It may benefit him. Rift Sky sighed. King Rainbow Sword nodded. Many geniuses come to understand what suits them only after experiencing setbacks. Come, let us drink. Bring forth your finest wine. Upon returning to his residence, Luo Hua opened the secret treasure trove of the Virtual Universe Company. Snowflame costs 10,000 points. It is even more expensive than Shattering Void. Luo Hua knew that Shattering Void was a foundational spatial combat technique created by an immortal of kingship. Could it be a time-space foundational technique created by a king? Contemplating this, Luo Hua glanced at the creator of Snow Flame. Upon seeing the name, his eyes widened in astonishment. The creator of Snow Flame is none other than Chapter 120, Crossing the Heavenly Bridge. The creator of Snow Flame, Kadi. Though the name consists of merely 2 characters, it seemed imbued with boundless allure, causing Luo Hua's breath to quicken. If his brother, Luo Feng, were in his position, he might not grasp the significance of the name Kadi, nor would he possess the clearance to inquire. However, being well-versed in the storyline, Luo Hua knew exactly who Kadi was. Kadi, the direct disciple of the Lord of Chaos City, the first talent among humanity in the universe over countless eons. He could slay immortals of kingship at the Realm Master level and instilled fear in other pinnacle races on the battlefield beyond the domain. Although Kadi fell in the cosmic secret realm at the pinnacle of Realm Master, the Great Being, the Lord of Chaos City, still mourned his loss throughout the long ages. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hua exhaled slowly, a bitter smile spreading across his face. He never anticipated that the secret technique Snow Flame, which his master had advised him to purchase, was created by Kadi. Am I to retreat in the face of difficulty? At this moment, Luo Hua finally comprehended his master's intentions. Upon reflection, it made sense. While he had a profound understanding of the laws of spatial origin, being able to manifest 5,000 phantoms at the stellar level made him an extraordinarily talented individual. However, compared to Kadi, it was akin to comparing the top student of a regular class with the top student of an entire grade. Given such circumstances, attempting to comprehend the first strike of Snow Flame within 30 years would be immensely challenging. He knew that his brother, Luo Feng, spent 10 years comprehending the technique Falling Snow created by Lien Luo, and even then, Luo Feng had the advantage of frequently visiting Lien Luo's residence to study the insights left behind. Now, he had only this one technique. Regardless, having chosen the cosmic chaos steel, he must give it a try. With renewed determination in his eyes, Luo Hua resolved. Snow Flame may have been created by Kadi, but it remains a foundational time-space combat technique. He refused to believe that he could not grasp the first strike. After all, he possessed the space gem, granting him a unique advantage in understanding the laws. Initially, he planned to wait until his strength reached the cosmic level before attempting to engage with the time gem, but it seemed he would have to alter his plans. Luo Hua murmured to the childlike intelligent being on his shoulder, "Request entry to the heavenly bridge." "Understood, master." Soon, a voice echoed in Luo Hua's mind. "Identity confirmed, Luo Hua. Congratulations on obtaining the permanent qualification to access the celestial bridge. I hope you strive to reach its end." As the voice faded, Luo Hua vanished from sight. The celestial bridge is a unique spatial dimension within the virtual universe, characterized by a solitary island connected to 52 long bridges. These bridges, suspended above the surrounding ocean, are enveloped by waves and currents, creating a breathtaking sight. With a sudden flash, a figure materialized, none other than Luo Hua. "Luo Hua, you've arrived," greeted the 7 prodigies, including Ai Chun and Bo Lan, who had chosen the Cosmic Chaos Monument. Luo Hua nodded in acknowledgement. "Is this the celestial bridge?" he mused, surveying his surroundings. Ai Chun gently suggested, "Luo Hua, perhaps you should inquire with the Guardian." She pointed towards a man clad in a black robe adorned with star patterns, situated not far from the plaza. "Thank you, Ai Chun," Luo Hua replied, hastening towards the Guardian. Although he was familiar with the celestial bridge, this was his inaugural visit, and seeking further details could prove beneficial. A moment later, Luo Hua comprehended all the regulations of the celestial bridge. "Luo Hua, among your group, only Bo Lan has surpassed 2 levels, the rest have faltered. Now, the only one left is you. Farewell, and good luck." The Guardian, Ba Fun, smiled, well aware of the talents in this batch. Luo Hua nodded and approached the entrance of the celestial bridge. Ai Chun and Bo Lan watched him intently. They had already attempted their passage and were merely waiting to see how far Luo Hua could advance. "Go for it, Luo Hua," Ai Chun encouraged with a smile. With a deep breath, Luo Hua stepped onto the long bridge, gazing at the ancient characters for universe etched on the stone tablet at the entrance. Upon reaching the bridge's terminus, a voice emerged from the mist. "Select your opponent. You may choose any warrior, psychic practitioner, or illusionist. Defeat your adversary to progress to the next level." "Warrior," Luo Hua answered without hesitation. As the voice concluded, a mass of black liquid surged from the mist, coalescing into a shadowy figure wielding a Lir Kong Dao, standing poised and observing Luo Hua. "Let the battle commence," he declared. In an instant, Luo Hua surged forward. Countless illusions materialized around him, racing towards the shadowy figure. As he closed in, Luo Hua drew his blade. With a swift flick, blue light erupted from the blade, slicing through the air with astonishing ferocity, aiming for the shadowy figure. The figure responded in kind, unleashing his own blade, causing 1,000 solid illusions to manifest around him, colliding with Luo Hua's 5,000 illusions. The clash of blades sent ripples of spatial energy reverberating through the air. How is this possible? Luo Hua's pupils narrowed. After mastering the foundational aspects of shattering void and temporal truth, his combat prowess in spatial manipulation had significantly increased, with his illusions possessing 90% of his true strength. Yet, despite the opponent commanding only 1,000 illusions, they effortlessly withstood his assault. Truly, a formidable adversary on the celestial bridge. While silently marveling, Luo Hua shifted his strategy and invoked the second technique of shattering void 7 styles. In a heartbeat, his 5,000 illusions coalesced into an intricate pattern, enveloping all of the shadowy figure's illusions. With a swift strike, the bridge's terminus was engulfed in a brilliant blade light. Under this radiance, over 1,000 shadowy illusions shattered like glass. The first level of the celestial bridge cleared. In the central plaza of the island, two figures radiating an intangible aura gradually materialized, the King of Shattering Void and the King of Rainbow Sword. Guardian Luo Feng quickly bowed in respect, prompting Bo-Lan, Ai-chan, and others to do the same in astonishment. "You are Bo-Lan?" the King of Rainbow Sword inquired, directing his gaze at the young man in white. "Yes, my lord," Bo-Lan replied hurriedly. The King of Rainbow Sword nodded. "Have you conquered the celestial bridge?" "Indeed," Bo-Lan answered. "How many levels?" "2 levels." The King of Rainbow Sword's eyes sparkled, turning to Guardian Luo Feng. "Show me the video of his passage." "Certainly, my lord," Luo Feng responded. Meanwhile, the King of Shattering Void remarked sternly, "You were not summoned to recruit disciples." "Haha, no worries, no worries." The King of Rainbow Sword laughed heartily. Shaking his head, the King of Shattering Void then asked Luo Feng, "Has Luo Hua cleared the first level?" Just as Luo Feng prepared to speak, his expression shifted, and he smiled. "King of Shattering Void, Luo Hua has already passed the second level." "Excellent," the King of Shattering Void exclaimed. "Let me see the video of his passage." "Of course, King of Shattering Void." As the two invincible kings watched the video, at the terminus of the third level of the celestial bridge, the shadowy figure regarded Luo Hua. "A stellar level is sufficient to surpass the first 2 levels. You are quite impressive. However, passing the third level will be exceptionally challenging. Let us begin." Luo Hua replied calmly. Without further ado, the shadowy figure swung his blade lightly. Just as Luo Hua prepared to counter, his body froze, and he felt himself fragmenting, his consciousness fading into obscurity. Chapter 121, Meeting Ancient One. In the Marvel Universe, at the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Department, within the confines of the research laboratory, Gary gradually opened his eyes. The first 2 levels of the Celestial Bridge corresponded to the first snowflake image of the Cosmic Chaos Monument, primarily testing spatial perception, while the third level aligned with the second Blizzard image, delving into the fundamental laws of time. It was only natural for me to be swiftly defeated. Gary shook his head slightly. Having successfully navigated the first 2 levels of the Celestial Bridge and acquired 3,000 points, Luo Hua promptly purchased the Snow Flame secret method, after which his primary consciousness returned to this realm. Understanding the fundamental laws of time is extraordinarily arduous. Even Bo-Lan initially utilized the source law of wind as a stepping stone before beginning to grasp the laws of time. Should I wish to comprehend them swiftly, my only recourse is to journey to Kamar-Taj. With this thought, Gary stood and exited the compartment. Upon returning to the office, Gary summoned Carter. "How is the research on the infinite formulas progressing?" It had been nearly 4 years since he had used telekinesis to control Director Warren, and during this time, Gary had also managed to control several high-ranking Hydra agents embedded within the military and political spheres. Consequently, the department's research funding had become quite ample, and the number of agents and researchers had grown rapidly, nearly reaching half of the CIA's personnel. It could be said that the Strategic Scientific Department had undergone a remarkable transformation. Gary Stark mentioned that in another year, we will successfully identify the components. Carter, dressed in a professional suit, appeared more mature, though age had begun to etch fine lines on her forehead. Gary nodded, glancing at Carter, and said slowly, "Carter, you should take a page from Benny's book and engage in more physical exercise." Carter replied calmly, "I do not wish to cater to certain individuals' whims. If Steve were still alive, I believe he wouldn't want to see you so burdened." Gary's expression darkened as he couldn't help but interject. "I thought you had forgotten about him," Carter remarked, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. Gary sighed, softly admonishing Carter, "I do not wish to hear such words from you again. Is there anything else?" Carter inquired. "I may need to be away for a while," Gary began. Carter interrupted. "Gary, if you are concerned about the department's affairs, you need not worry. Well, with you and Fury around, I indeed have less to fret about. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my tasks." As Carter turned to leave, she paused at the door, asking, "Gary, is Steve truly still alive?" Gary met her gaze earnestly. "He has always been alive, and I believe he will return." "Thank you, I understand." After Carter departed, Gary shook his head. He was unaware of the exact location where Steve was frozen, and although he had once searched within the Arctic region, he had found no trace of him. Regrettably, I am not a telepath, and thus, I cannot utilize psychic powers to penetrate beneath the glaciers in search of answers. With a sigh, Gary bid farewell to Fury and departed from New York. Kamar-Taj, nestled at the foot of the Himalayas, is a rather secluded village, which, after the Ancient One ascended to the role of Sorcerer Supreme, became a sanctuary for many practitioners devoted to the Ancient One's teachings. On that day, a streak of light descended from the heavens. Numerous sorcerers, engrossed in their arduous magical training, lifted their gazes. Yet, the Ancient One, clad in white robes and instructing Mordo, remained undisturbed. A restless mind cannot perceive clearly, he murmured, observing the distracted Mordo. Mordo quickly refocused, dedicating himself to the art of spellcasting. The light gradually descended, revealing Gary. Casting a glance at his surroundings, Gary's attention swiftly settled upon the man in white, sensing the immense energy emanating from him. It was likely that this individual was none other than the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. However, Gary did not rush to speak. He remained still, recognizing that the Ancient One was engaged in teaching. The Ancient One, in turn, paid no heed to Gary, continuing his instruction. As time flowed gradually, the ambient light dimmed. "We shall continue tomorrow," the Ancient One declared. The other diligent sorcerers bowed respectfully and departed, including Mordo, who, as he left, cast a furtive glance at Gary. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Just as the Ancient One prepared to leave, Gary spoke up. The Ancient One paused momentarily, but did not halt. "Sorcerer, I sense darkness within you," Gary continued. Only then did the Ancient One stop. Turning his gaze toward Gary with a measured tone, "You should have perished long ago." Gary exhaled softly, smiling as he replied, "Existence is justified, sorcerer. Might you not invite me in for a brief respite?" The Ancient One remained silent, taking a step forward to depart. Gary hastily followed, pondering how best to approach the Time Stone, having never considered the idea of becoming his apprentice in magic. After all, the magic in Marvel's realm essentially draws power from dimensions, necessitating a price, the continuous sacrifice of oneself to the formidable entities that provide this power, such as Dormammu and the Trinity of Vishani. Gary harbored many secrets and had no desire to be under constant scrutiny by such beings. Upon entering the living room, the Ancient One sat down and softly inquired, "What is your purpose for coming here?" "Sorcerer, I am troubled by the mundane world and seek solitude for a time," Gary replied. He had initially intended to request the use of the Time Stone but thought better of it, realizing that the previous Sorcerer Supreme had left it behind, and he doubted the Ancient One would grant him access. "Very well," the Ancient One responded. Gary was taken aback by the simplicity of the acquiescence. "Do not disturb the other sorcerers during their training," the Ancient One added before rising to leave. "Thank you, Sorcerer," Gary exclaimed, internally marveling at the Ancient One's reputation as the most accommodating Sorcerer Supreme. After all, the Ancient One was originally a kind-hearted farmer who, upon becoming a powerful sorcerer, continued to protect the villagers of Kamar-Taj, aiding them in overcoming illness and poverty. Even as Sorcerer Supreme, he maintained his benevolent nature, never resorting to harshness even when his disciples fell into darkness, choosing instead to guide them gently. Reflecting on this, Gary felt a sense of relief. It had indeed spared him considerable effort. Shaking his head in self-deprecation, he approached a sorcerer to inquire about the arrangements for his solitude and settled into a nearby guest room. In the days that followed, Gary remained dutifully in place until he grew familiar with the others, at which point he ventured into the library. "Do not touch any magical training tomes," the librarian, a thin old man, warned as Gary entered. "Understood," Gary nodded, then asked, "May I peruse the other books in this place?" The thin old man replied, "Yes. You may browse any books except those on magical training." Selecting a hefty volume, Gary seated himself at a table near the Eye of Agamotto, and in an instant, he sensed a profound energy fluctuation, undeniably the resonance of the fundamental laws of time. Chapter 122, Initiation. Gary's face remained serene, yet his heart raced with exhilaration. The fundamental laws of time are deeply esoteric, and in many respects, they are even more challenging to comprehend than the laws of space. However, once grasped, one's strength surpasses that of those who understand other fundamental laws. For example, Hans Minter, the Lord of Time, lingered at the Lord stage for an extended period, striving to master the laws of time, but regrettably, the complexity of these laws eluded him, costing him hundreds of thousands of years without attaining the immortal realm. Whether he could achieve anything now depended on the accumulation of these past decades. Gary took a deep breath, gradually calming his mind. His gaze fell upon the book, while his consciousness began to immerse itself in the ocean of the fundamental laws of time. An hour passed. 2 hours. Gary's awareness was wholly enveloped by the ocean of time's fundamental laws, yet unlike the laws of space, the intricacies of time were too profound, even in active engagement. Gary could not perceive those elusive fluctuations. Over the following half-month, aside from the necessities of eating and drinking, Gary spent all his time in the library. Yet despite his diligence, he still sensed not a hint of fluctuation. Nonetheless, he remained patient, understanding that the laws of time are inherently difficult to perceive. A month slipped by. The practitioners at Careless gradually forgot about Gary, with only the thin old librarian aware that there was a person seated at the table daily, reading. Despite never turning a page, the Ancient One visited a few times, curious about Gary's behavior, but choosing not to interfere, as someone accustomed to traversing the multiverse. He held little interest in Gary, provided the latter did not disturb the magical training of others. Consequently, Gary ceased to disguise his intentions, sitting cross-legged in the library, closing his eyes to contemplate the fundamental laws of time. A month and a half later, a flicker of delight crossed Gary's otherwise impassive features. He had finally sensed the fluctuations of the fundamental laws of time. At last, he could delve into the analyses of the essence of time contained within Snowfire and the true understanding of space-time. Gary sighed in relief. Although the laws of time were obscure and challenging to articulate, throughout the eons, many superlative beings had depicted time in the simplest of illustrations. However, the prerequisite for comprehension was to sense even the slightest fluctuation of the fundamental laws of time. Without it, understanding would merely be akin to gazing at pictures without effect. Having traversed 2 tiers of the celestial bridge, Luo Hua had secured 2 additional opportunities to comprehend the cosmic chaos tablet. Yet he was in no rush. He would wait until he encountered a bottleneck before pursuing that understanding. Gary privately contemplated his plans. After all, he had only just begun to perceive the fluctuations of the laws of time, not yet having entered the threshold. And seeking to understand the chaos tablet at this juncture would be a waste of a precious opportunity. As spring gave way to autumn, 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. At Careless training grounds, Mordo was adeptly manipulating magic, having transformed from a novice into a skilled sorcerer. Gary, are you off to the library again? Mordo greeted upon seeing him. Gary nodded, casting a glance at the spell Mordo was wielding and smiling. Well done. You've mastered the Seraphim Shield. Your progress is commendable. Having spent 3 years in Careless, although most of his time was dedicated to contemplating the fundamental laws of time in the library, Gary occasionally took strolls to unwind, thus gaining some understanding of the magical practices. Among the many disciples of the sorcerer, I consider myself rather dull, Mordo lamented. In 3 years, I've only learned the portal and the Seraphim Shield, along with a few minor spells. The more challenging ones remain beyond my grasp. Take your time, do not rush, Gary advised. Gary offered a word of encouragement, noting that the arcane arts of Careless are notably challenging to master. Before one can even begin to wield such magic, one must first grasp the intricacies of Sanskrit, specifically the most ancient form of Vedic language. This is merely the foundation. To successfully manifest the spells, one must delve into a plethora of foundational tomes, a task that cannot be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Mordo shrugged, acknowledging, I am aware. Master Ancient One has advised me to cultivate a calm mind and learn at a measured pace. At this juncture, he turned to Gary with a curious inquiry. Gary, you have been at Careless for 3 years. Why have you not sought to learn magic from the masters? Gary chuckled, responding, well, in comparison to magic, I find greater pleasure in the pursuit of reading. Very well, Mordo replied. Upon returning to the library, Gary instinctively settled into a meditative position. Over the past 3 years, he had revisited his department a few times. The research on the infinite formula had reached the experimental phase, and the super soldier program had officially commenced. Albeit under Fury's covert supervision, unbeknownst to the upper echelons of the military. With a sigh, Gary reflected on the passage of 3 years, during which he had made significant strides in understanding the fundamental laws of time. Such rapid comprehension was commendable. Murmuring softly, he allowed his consciousness to immerse itself in the ocean of laws. In the primordial universe, atop a terrace in Chaos City, Luo Hua slowly opened his eyes. While 3 years had elapsed on the Marvel side, only a year had passed in Chaos City. This indicated that he had grasped the laws of time within a mere year. Although comprehending laws in the primordial universe is relatively easier, mastering any fundamental laws, including those of time, typically requires more than such a brief period. After all, the initial understanding is the most arduous. It is time to contemplate the cosmic chaos steel. Over the past year, while Gary was engrossed in the laws of time, Luo Hua had been deciphering the secrets of Snow Flame and Temporal Truth. The first strike of the combat secret, Snow Flame, is composed of numerous intricate diagrams and texts, particularly concerning spatial aspects, which he had fully comprehended, while the temporal elements were only just beginning to unfold. After tidying his disheveled hair, Luo Hua leapt from the terrace and swiftly made his way to the bronze gates at the rear of the Lord's mansion. Lord Kindeli. He greeted the three-eyed elder with a respectful bow. You have two opportunities. Will you expend one? The elder inquired with a smile. Luo Hua nodded affirmatively. Very well, proceed. The cosmic chaos steel awaits you, the elder encouraged. Best of luck. Among your group, Berlan has already traversed the third layer. The third layer, you say? Luo Hua's expression shifted slightly, but without hesitation, he quickly stepped through the bronze gates. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the colossal steel, and as he beheld the second image of the blizzard etched upon it, he felt an inexplicable allure, a stark contrast to his initial experience. The flickering flames amidst the snowstorm seemed to come alive before him, transforming into a series of sword techniques, each execution reminiscent of the setting sun, freezing the landscape in time. Come forth, come forth. 7 days slipped away in an instant, and a voice that resonated deeply within the soul echoed throughout the bronze gates. Luo Hua was jolted back to awareness, hastily exiting and gazing at the gates with a palpable sense of longing. The insights he had gleaned compelled him to wish for an eternity of immersion. Chapter 123, Crossing the Celestial Bridge. Upon returning to his residence, Luo Hua connected his consciousness to the virtual universe. With a flash, a figure materialized within a luxurious manner in the rain aspect mountain of the primitive zone. Your Highness. A throng of guards and numerous servants bowed in deference. Luo Hua nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring, Where's Hong Luo? A guardian of the realm promptly replied, Lord Hong Luo is with Lord Ming. Do you need me to inform him? That won't be necessary. Luo Hua waved his hand and proceeded to his three-story abode. Entering his chamber, he settled at his desk, where an array of books, over 230 tomes, were meticulously organized, each inscribed with the golden universal language spelling out cosmic snow flame. This was the secret technique snow flame, crafted by Kadi. The compendium consists of 232 volumes, each filled with extensive texts and illustrations elucidating the foundational principles of the laws of time and space. As the foremost genius of the past eons, Kadi was able to navigate the primitive celestial mountain at the cosmic level, thus possessing profound insights into the laws of time and space. His foundational combat secret, Snow Flame, meticulously dissects the essence of time and space, articulated in the most accessible language and illustrations. Yet, despite its clarity, the entire secret spans over 200 volumes. The first strike of Snow Flame encompasses over 100 combinations of the essence of time and space. To fully comprehend it, one must first grasp the fundamental nature of both time and space, then amalgamate these essences, and finally intertwine the diverse combinations until achieving complete understanding. Luo Hua shook his head, realizing that, in simpler terms, the first strike of Snow Flame resembles a slightly complex mathematical equation. To solve it, one must first master the basics of arithmetic. In the span of a year, Luo Hua had only managed to comprehend the spatial essence of the first strike, which meant he had just begun to learn addition and subtraction, a feat made possible by his already profound understanding of the laws of spatial essence. Given my current insights into the second image of the blizzard on the cosmic chaos steel, I have yet to attain the strength to traverse the third layer of the celestial bridge. Thus, I shall take my time and see if I, Luo Hua, can unravel the first strike of Snow Flame within 30 years. With this thought, Luo Hua set aside distracting notions and commenced his meditation. Time flowed like a gentle stream, slowly passing. Like the immortal powerhouses seated on the terrace contemplating the cosmic origins, Luo Hua remained motionless in deep meditation. Meanwhile, the other prodigies of Chaos City, after an initial year of vibrant activity, also settled upon the terrace, only venturing out to hunt chaotic beasts when troubled or upon making significant breakthroughs in their understanding. His brother, Luo Feng, was no exception. After navigating the first layer of the celestial bridge, he had plunged directly into studying the snowfall secret. On Thunder Island, within the immortal palace, the king of the rift, adorned with peculiar markings, furrowed his brow. It had been 10 years since Luo Hua and his cohort had entered the primordial universe. Logically, he should have already surpassed the third layer of the celestial bridge and sought to pay respects to his master at his estate. Yet, Luo Hua remained silent. Much like his brother Luo Feng, who continued to sit in quietude on his terrace. Rift, the king of Longyu has arrived. Will you not go out to greet him? A towering figure suddenly materialized within the grand hall. It was the Rainbow Sword King. We are not well acquainted with Longyu. What purpose would it serve to meet? The king of the rift replied nonchalantly. The Rainbow Sword King chuckled. Our disciples were both brought into the primordial universe by the esteemed Nine-Sword Master. By convention, they are henceforth affiliated with the Nine-Sword lineage. It is only fitting to meet the first general under Longyu. If you wish to meet him, you may do so. The king of the rift responded, taking a sip of wine. What? Are you still fretting over your disciple? The Rainbow Sword King teased, casting a sidelong glance at the king of the rift. The king of the rift shot him an exasperated glare. Your disciple, Berlan, crossed the 4th layer of the celestial bridge 6 months ago. Naturally, you are in high spirits. After surpassing the 3rd layer of the celestial bridge, Berlan had sought to study under the Rainbow Sword King, and under his guidance, had swiftly mastered the 4th layer within a mere year, a remarkable achievement. Especially since both Berlan and Luo Hua had chosen to pursue the cosmic chaos steel. The Rainbow Sword King shook his head. Berlan is far too proud. I advised him to focus on space while using time as a supplement, yet he chose to disregard my counsel. Although he is currently progressing swiftly, the laws of time become increasingly challenging as one delves deeper. Once he exits the primordial universe, his pace will significantly decelerate. The King of the Void sighed, pondering the plight of his disciple. When he had offered him the choice of the snow flame, it was intended as a deterrent. After 10 years, he should have comprehended the formidable challenge that snow flame posed. Yet here we are. Just as the Rainbow Sword King was about to speak, a flicker of surprise crossed his brow. Luo Feng has actually managed to traverse 2 layers of the celestial bridge in one go. The King of the Void received an email from the Guardian, Barfin, and swiftly perused its contents, exchanging a glance with the Rainbow Sword King. Remarkably, Luo Feng had glimpsed a thread of the fundamental laws of the cosmic space. His movements nearly perfect in their harmony with the spatial fluctuations, something even my disciple Bolin could not achieve. The Rainbow Sword King marveled, contemplating the extraordinary potential Luo Feng could attain if he were to avoid any missteps along the way. The King of the Void nodded. As an invincible sovereign, he understood the critical importance of the fundamental nature of space. To fully grasp the essence of space means one could ascend directly to become a master of space. On a terrace of a residence in Chaos City, the intelligent life forms incessantly alerted, Master, Master, you have mail. The persistent reminders gradually roused Luo Hua from his contemplative state. He frowned. Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing me unless it is urgent? The childlike intelligent life form, sounding rather aggrieved, replied, Master, it concerns your brother, Luo Feng. Luo Hua was taken aback, and his eyes brightened. Are you saying my brother has crossed the celestial bridge? Prior to his meditation on Snow Flame, he had instructed the intelligent life form to suppress all emails except those regarding his brother's progress across the bridge. Indeed, Master, the intelligent life form hurriedly confirmed. Luo Hua quickly scanned the email, a smile spreading across his face. A decade has passed, and my brother has finally comprehended the first set of sword techniques from Snow Flame. It seems it's time for me to attempt the celestial bridge as well. In Chaos City, a decade had passed, equating to 30 years in the Marvel Universe. Luo Hua's understanding of the laws of time had long surpassed mere entry-level comprehension. At the Celestial Bridge's island square, a figure materialized. Luo Hua? The sudden appearance of Luo Hua caught the attention of Bolin, Uka, Rongjun, Ai Chun, and others who had hurried over upon hearing the news of Luo Feng surpassing the 3rd layer of the Celestial Bridge. They were momentarily taken aback. It is noteworthy that, over the past decade, aside from Luo Feng, Luo Hua had not attempted the Celestial Bridge either. Luo Hua, are you here to see your brother? Or to challenge the Celestial Bridge yourself? Uka inquired. With a smile, Luo Hua replied, to see my brother, and also to give it a try. Luo Hua is going to attempt the Celestial Bridge. The trio of Zhenyan Wang, Long Yu Wang, and Tongnan Wang, who were originally preparing to depart upon seeing the gathering of geniuses, halted upon hearing the astonished murmurs around them. After all, Luo Hua was the most illustrious contender in this generation's genius battles. They were keen to discover the extent of Luo Hua's strength after a decade. Chapter 124, Challenging the Celestial Bridge. Mr. Barfin, has my brother Luo Feng passed the 4th layer? Under the watchful eyes of Bolin, Uka, Ai Chun, and many other prodigies, Luo Hua approached the guardian Barfin with his query. Not yet, Barfin replied with a shake of his head. At this revelation, Uka, Ai Chun, and the other prodigies collectively exhaled in relief, then turned their gazes toward Luo Hua. It was Luo Feng's first attempt at the Celestial Bridge in 10 years, and he had already traversed 2 layers. How many layers could the even more brilliant Luo Hua surpass? Even Bolin felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he had succeeded in crossing the 4th layer 6 months prior, he knew in his heart that Luo Hua's talent was not in the least inferior to his own, and in terms of understanding spatial laws, he far surpassed him. Now that Luo Hua was finally attempting the Celestial Bridge, could he, like Luo Feng, manage to traverse 2 layers? Luo Hua, the Celestial Bridge is currently unoccupied. You may proceed if you wish. Barfin smiled. Thank you. Without hesitation, Luo Hua lightly stepped forward and swiftly soared toward the entrance of the celestial bridge. Once Luo Hua stepped onto the bridge, Barfin began sending emails to the notable figures who were monitoring Luo Hua's progress. On Thunder Island, within the Eternal Palace, the King of the Void, engaged in conversation over drinks, suddenly shifted his expression, revealing a smile. My disciple is finally challenging the celestial bridge. Let's go. Wait, I haven't finished my drink. At the island square of the celestial bridge's realm, figures began to coalesce. Haha, King of the Void, I knew you would come. As soon as the King of the Void and the Rainbow Sword King materialized, Zhun Yin Wang burst into laughter. Long Yu teasingly remarked, King of the Void, your disciple, much like Zhun Yan's favored Luo Feng, has been idle for a decade, and now both are attempting the celestial bridge. The King of the Void smiled and replied, Zhun Yan, I find that Luo Feng is quite remarkable. You should be cautious not to let him slip away. He is mine. No one can take him, Zhun Yan declared confidently. The King of the Void chuckled, then turned to Barfin. Barfin, bring forth the footage of Luo Hua challenging the celestial bridge. As you wish. With a wave of his hand, Barfin conjured a vast screen before the King of the Void and his companions, displaying an image of Luo Hua standing before the mist. At the terminus of the third layer of the celestial bridge, Luo Hua gazed at the mist and declared, I choose the warrior. As in the previous two layers, a mass of black liquid emerged from the mist, swiftly coalescing into a black silhouette, wielding the void blade, yet lacking a shield, as Luo Hua seldom employed one. Make your move. The black figure coldly fixated its gaze on Luo Hua, warning, if I strike first, you will have no opportunity to retaliate. Luo Hua smiled, recalling how he had been slain by this figure a decade prior. 10 years later, I have comprehended numerous secret techniques and grasped a single strike. I hope you can withstand it. This strike encompassed 3 realms of understanding. The first, I have named the setting sun over the long river. As he spoke, Luo Hua subtly shifted his stance. In an instant, the entire terminus of the celestial bridge's third layer was filled with phantasms. These illusions all unleashed their blades simultaneously. As the blade light emanated, the black figure's eyes widened in disbelief. As if witnessing a long river with a setting sun casting its final glow, this scene compelled him to immerse himself in its fleeting beauty. Yet, mere seconds later, the black figure broke free from this reverie. However, the blade light had already arrived. Attempting to raise his blade in defense, it was too late. Boom. The resplendent blade light tore through the black figure. The third layer of the celestial bridge, successfully traversed. At the island square, the King of the Void, Zhun Yin Wang, and others stood in stunned silence. They had speculated on various methods by which Luo Hua might surpass the third layer, including leveraging his absolute advantage in the fundamental laws of space to crush the black figure. After all, in terms of spatial mastery, Luo Hua had attained a comprehension level equivalent to the fourth layer of the celestial bridge before even entering the primordial universe. The reason he had not succeeded a decade ago was entirely due to the black figure's attacks being imbued with the laws of time. Yet, 10 years later, they believed Luo Hua would have grasped the laws of time, thus only needing to exploit his advantages. However, they could not have anticipated that Luo Hua had actually surpassed the third layer using the laws of time. This strike was utterly astonishing. It was hard to fathom that. In just 10 years, he not only gained entry-level understanding of the laws of time, but had actually reached such an advanced level. While his talent in the laws of space was remarkable, the ferocity of his understanding of the laws of time was equally daunting. Zhen Yin, the Rainbow Sword King, and others were all profoundly shaken. As invincible sovereigns, their discerning eyes immediately recognized the level of Luo Hua's comprehension of the laws of time embodied in that strike. If a realm master steeped in the laws of time had executed such a strike, they would not have been surprised. Yet here was a mere stellar-level youth, having only meditated on the laws of time for a mere decade, delivering such a blow. How could they not be astonished? In the past decade, Berlan has merely scratched the surface of the fundamental laws of time, and this is largely due to his prior engagement with the laws of time through the laws of the origin of wind before the genius battle. Like On, did your disciple truly not delve into the fundamental laws of time before entering the initial universe? Longyu could not help but inquire. By all accounts, she should not have posed such a question, yet Luo Hua's performance was profoundly astonishing. After all, this pertains to the fundamental laws of time. Lycon found himself questioning internally, closing his eyes to reminisce about the moment he first encountered Luo Hua. That youthful lad had only just reached a nascent understanding of the laws of space. How could he have possibly explored the laws of time? Longyu, I can assure you, My disciple Luo Hua absolutely did not study the fundamental laws of time prior to entering the initial universe. Lai Kong asserted solemnly, adding, moreover, even if Luo Hua had explored them, what of it? Let us not forget, he is merely at the stellar level. Xinyan, Tongnan, Hongjian, and others soon grasped the situation, exclaiming in unison, indeed, Luo Hua is only at the stellar level, and to have reached such a degree in the fundamental laws of time and space. His future is boundless. Let us continue to observe. I suspect that Luo Hua has yet to fully unleash his potential. It is well known that his expertise lies in the fundamental laws of space, Lai Kong stated thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Xinyan Wang and the others were rendered speechless. Such esteemed beings were nearly bewildered by a mere youth. Meanwhile, as Lai Kong and Xinyan were stunned by Luo Hua's display, Wuka, Aichen, and several hundred other prodigies, having witnessed Luo Hua's passage through the third layer, felt little astonishment, as they had subconsciously accepted that Luo Hua would indeed succeed. Only Berlan's pupils gradually constricted, having comprehended the cosmic chaos tablet and begun his study of the fundamental laws of time. He could easily discern the significance of Luo Hua's actions. At the terminus of the fourth layer of the Tongtian Bridge, unlike the previous three layers, the environment had transformed. The end was no longer shrouded in mist, but was instead a swirling vortex. Select your opponent: warrior, mentalist controller, or mentalist illusionist. Defeat any one of them to commence the fifth layer. Luo Hua declared resolutely, I choose the warrior. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the vortex, clad in silver battle attire and boots, wielding dual blades of differing hues. Observing this silver figure, Luo Hua mused. The trial of the fourth layer emphasizes the fundamental laws of space, yet the difficulty is magnitudes greater than that of the third layer. I wonder if my understanding of this strike will suffice. After a decade in Chaos City and 3 decades in the Marvel Universe, Luo Hua had not fully grasped the essence of the first strike of Snow Flame, but he had comprehended the entire combination method. What remained was the fusion of this knowledge. Let us engage. Luo Hua called out to the silver figure. The silver figure, masked save for a pair of eyes, rasped, let me strike first. You possess great confidence. I hope you can withstand my attack. With a roar, the silver figure moved, raising his dual blades, causing a multitude of illusory afterimages to materialize. And in the blink of an eye, his true self lunged toward Luo Hua. Such swift movement. Luo Hua marveled inwardly. The figure seemed to glide along the arc of space. Prepare to receive my blow. The silver figure shouted as he closed in on Luo Hua, bringing his dual blades crashing down. The very fabric of space seemed to press upon Luo Hua, causing the surrounding waves and air currents to momentarily stagnate. Were it 10 years prior, Luo Hua would have been utterly unable to react at this moment. However, now, he wielded the Lai Kong blade, positioning it horizontally before him to directly counter the descending dual blades. Bang! With a single clash, Luo Hua felt his arm grow numb, his thoughts momentarily suspended. Is this the might of the fourth layer? After immersing himself in the fundamental laws of time for 30 years, Luo Hua quickly regained his composure. Understanding the silver figure's strength, a smile crept upon his lips. He exerted force in his arm, sending the silver figure's dual blades flying aside. In an instant, countless illusory figures emerged. Now allow me to strike. With that declaration, 8,000 illusory forms unleashed their blades, a dazzling light erupting forth. In a heartbeat, a river appeared in the silver figure's eyes, beneath a setting sun casting its last rays. However, unlike the third layer, the silver figure swiftly extricated himself from this vision. His dual blades raised defensively, while illusory forms materialized around him. Despite the silver figure's rapid response, it was regrettably too late. The blades of light engulfed both the silver figure and his illusions in an instant. Fourth layer of the Tongtian Bridge, cleared. Chapter 125, Tremor. At the Island Plaza, near the entrance to the cosmic Tongtian Bridge, as Luo Hua completed the fourth layer, the gathered hundreds of prodigies could no longer contain their hushed discussions. That was far too effortless. Indeed, it was as if he felt no pressure at all. Could it be that Luo Hua will continue to challenge the fifth layer? Surely not. While each 3 layers present a challenge, the difficulty escalates with each subsequent layer. Berlan himself only conquered the fourth layer 6 months ago. If Luo Hua surpasses the fifth layer, he would undoubtedly eclipse Berlan. Many prodigies gasped upon hearing this, casting furtive glances at the white-clad youth with the blood-red sword standing at the periphery of the crowd. They all knew that during the peak confrontation of the genius battle, Luo Hua had narrowly triumphed over Berlan due to the rules of the arena. If Luo Hua were to conquer the fifth layer now, it would signify a significant widening of the gap between them over the past decade. Berland's expression remained as cold as ever, yet his heart was tumultuous. Just days ago, he had passed the 5th layer only to be felled by a single strike. If Luo Hua truly... Wuka's gaze fixated on the screen, his fists clenched. The disparity was growing ever larger, and even the madman was becoming difficult to catch. Behind him, Aichen, with her resplendent white wings and exquisite beauty, bit her lip. She too had chosen the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, yet she had only just cleared the 1st layer. Other prodigies from the Primordial District, such as Qian Shui, Long Yun, and Jiang Ma, also felt a disarray in their hearts. Just then, a figure appeared in the island plaza. Luo Feng. Upon seeing this figure, Berland, Wuka, and others were momentarily stunned. Luo Feng scanned the hundreds of prodigies around him, smiling. Are you all watching Luo Hua challenge the Tongtian Bridge? Wuka stepped forward and delivered a playful punch to Luo Feng, exclaiming, You and your brother truly enjoy surprising everyone. After a decade without challenging the Tongtian Bridge, he now conquers 2 layers in one go. Oh, Luo Hua has cleared the 4th layer? A glimmer of joy lit up Luo Feng's eyes. Having recently tackled the 4th layer himself, he understood well the magnitude of its challenge. Indeed, he is currently challenging the 5th layer, and should he succeed, many will undoubtedly be shaken. Wuka remarked in a low voice. Luo Feng nodded absolutely. If passing the 3rd layer signifies an entry into the Chaos Tablet, then conquering the 5th layer represents a complete comprehension of the first image of the Chaos Tablet. The 5th layer begins. Someone in the crowd shouted, and instantly all murmurs ceased, with every gaze riveted upon the enormous screen above. At the terminus of the 5th layer of the Cosmic Tongtian Bridge, Luo Hua's voice rang out. I choose the warrior. Swoosh. A silver figure emerged from the vortex, adorned with a silver mask and wielding dual blades. Unlike the 4th layer, these blades appeared to possess a greater essence, and a mere glance revealed the lines of the laws of time and space. The figure, with only his eyes visible beneath the mask, regarded Luo Hua coolly and stated, A stellar-level challenger at the 5th layer. You are the first in millions of years. Unleash your full strength. Otherwise, if I strike first, you will have no opportunity to resist. Allow me to strike first? A faint smile graced Luo Hua's lips. A silent wish that his opponent would not come to regret this encounter. With a swift step forward, numerous phantasmal figures densely surrounded him, soon mirroring his true form as they darted along the spatial arc towards the silver-clad man. The setting sun over the long river. With a single stroke of his blade, Luo Hua unleashed the essence of his understanding of the techniques snow flame and temporal and spatial truth, manifesting his first realm of comprehension. In an instant, the brilliant blade light, akin to a flowing river, radiated with the afterglow of the setting sun, slicing towards the silver-clad figure. This strike evoked an irresistible desire to immerse oneself in its radiant beauty. Yet, in the silver-clad man's eyes, there was merely a flicker of confusion before he quickly regained his composure. His dual blades swiftly interposed before him, while phantasmal duplicates resembling him appeared in the surrounding space, all adopting a defensive stance with their blades. With a resounding crash, the resplendent blade light descended, colliding violently against the dual blades. The resultant spatial fluctuations, under the influence of the laws of time, expanded outward at a breathtaking speed, only to gradually come to a halt, creating an eerily repetitive impact against the edge of the celestial bridge. Shock flickered in the indifferent eyes of the silver-clad man. To comprehend the fundamental laws of space and time at a stellar level is one thing, but to combine them into an offensive assault? Quite impressive. You are indeed remarkable for being able to withstand my first realm of comprehension. Luo Hua felt little surprise. After all, this was the 5th layer of the celestial bridge, where the Guardian represented a complete understanding of the first image of the cosmic chaos monument and had surpassed the threshold of the laws of time. Now, I hope you can endure the second realm of comprehension that I have attained. As the words fell, Luo Hua's blade intent shifted. Instantly, the brilliant light of the setting sun vanished, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yet, from this darkness, a bright moon rose slowly, casting its pure, silvery light that dispelled the shadows. The beauty of this moment stirred a sense of joy within the silver-clad man. With a swift slice, the moonlight, sharp as a blade, severed the silver-clad man's head, causing all surrounding phantoms to dissipate. The metallic clatter of his dual blades echoed as they fell onto the bridge's surface. Observing the lifeless body of his adversary, Luo Hua shook his head. You understood that the essence of the fundamental laws of space and time could form a combined attack. But unfortunately, you were unaware that this essence could evolve into a multitude of combined assaults. The concept is quite simple. A complex mathematical problem can be solved in numerous ways. The Guardian represented the standard answer, while Luo Hua utilized two distinct methods, leaving the silver-clad man bewildered. On the island plaza, a collective gasp escaped the lips of Uka, Rong Jun, Ai Chun, and several hundred other prodigies. They had never anticipated that Luo Hua would indeed conquer the fifth layer of the celestial bridge. Although they had speculated about his potential to breach the fifth layer after witnessing the fourth layer's success, deep down, they had been reluctant to embrace this possibility. Yet now, the disparity was unfathomable. In the realm of prodigies, while Luo Hua had indeed shone brightly, it seemed conceivable that he could be caught up with, but now, merely a decade had passed, and he had already surpassed the fifth layer. How could they hope to catch up? The fifth layer represented a complete understanding of the first image of the cosmic chaos monument, while many among them had not even reached the threshold. The crushing realization was disheartening. A multitude of prodigies felt despair wash over them. Many had only managed to pass the first layer, whilst Luo Hua had already triumphed over the fifth. This vast chasm of disparity extinguished any lingering thoughts of pursuit. Meanwhile, Berlan, the blood sword in white, fixated intently on the screen. He truly passed the fifth layer. How could this be? How could he progress so rapidly? Uka chuckled wryly, glancing at Luo Feng. You know, your brother is quite the anomaly. You managed to conquer 2 layers, and now he has surpassed 3. You two leave no room for others. Luo Feng replied with a smile. You're not wrong. I too feel the pressure. The fifth layer is astonishing. Just then, a voice from the crowd murmured. Do you think Luo Hua might even breach the sixth layer? As soon as those words were spoken, silence enveloped the surroundings. On the other side of the island plaza, the True Yin King, the Long Jade King, the Rift King, the Eye of Difficulty King, and the Rainbow Sword King exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of astonishment. It was not surprising to comprehend the essence of the laws of space, but Luo Hua had also grasped an essence of the laws of time. In Chaos City for a decade, merely understanding one essence of the laws of space was already an impressive feat, yet Luo Hua was simply incredible. The True Yin and Rainbow Sword duo expressed their admiration. Long Yu's voice suddenly dropped. In the recent 000th Genius Battle organized by my virtual universe company, over 30 years in Chaos City, only 32 individuals have passed the fifth layer, and not a single soul has passed the sixth. Yet Luo Hua, in just 10 years, possesses the strength to breach the sixth layer. His talent is truly terrifying. The Rift King and others nodded in agreement. With their discerning eyes, they could see that Luo Hua had indeed acquired the strength to pass the sixth layer. After all, proficiently wielding the essence of 2 fundamental laws implied that Luo Hua was nearing a complete understanding of the second image of the Cosmic Chaos Monument. The first and second images of the Cosmic Chaos Monument corresponded to the first 6 layers of the Celestial Bridge. Rift King, you have indeed taken on an outstanding disciple. If Luo Hua can maintain this pace of progress, he may very well become another Kota. The True Yin King couldn't help but exclaim. Long Yu shook his head. He still has a long way to go compared to Kota. Kota had already breached the primordial celestial mountain at the cosmic level, and the primordial celestial mountain at that level equates to the 9th layer of the celestial bridge. Currently, Luo Hua can barely surpass the 6th layer. Indeed, transitioning from the 6th to the 7th layer is a significant threshold. To surpass it, one must have entered the 3rd image of the cosmic monument. While the 9th layer approaches the level of the immortal laws, Luo Hua has merely grasped one essence. Even if he maintains this astonishing rate of progress, he still has a long way to go to rival Kota within the remaining 20 years in Chaos City, the Eye of Difficulty King also remarked. Kota is the foremost prodigy in over 1 billion epochs, personally taken as a disciple by the Lord of Chaos City. Luo Hua can at best be considered the unparalleled prodigy of the past few million epochs, and that is under the condition of maintaining his pace of progress. The future remains uncertain. My disciple may yet rival Kota. The Rift King laughed heartily. Now, let us continue watching. The 6th layer is no easy feat. As the Rift King, True Yin, and other sovereigns conversed about the prospects of immortality, Berlan, Luo Feng, and the other prodigies all locked their gazes on the massive screen. The mere fact that Luo Hua had surpassed the 5th layer had already left them feeling despondent. Should he breach the 6th layer? Chapter 126, Tremors. At the brink of the 6th layer of the Celestial Bridge, amidst the howling winds, Luo Hua stood resolutely upon the bridge. He took a deep breath. Truth be told, he felt far from assured. After all, the 6th layer represented the trial of comprehending the second image of the Cosmic Chaos Monument, and while he had grasped the laws, he had yet to truly understand the entirety of the Blizzard image. Choose your opponent: warrior, controller, illusionist. Defeat your opponent to advance to the 7th layer. A voice echoed amidst the whirlwind. Warrior, Luo Hua declared without hesitation. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the vortex, once again revealing the silver-clad man. His cold silver mask in place, twin blades in hand. However, upon seeing Luo Hua, a flicker of astonishment crossed his indifferent gaze. Stellar level? Indeed. Luo Hua replied with a smile. In Chaos City for a decade, talents like Berlan, Uka, and my brother Luo Feng have all ascended to the cosmic level. But due to my lack of hunting chaos beasts outside the city, I remain at the stellar level. A stellar level challenger at the 6th layer? I haven't encountered one in tens of millions of years. The silver-clad man remarked, impressed. Go ahead, unleash your full strength. Even in failure, you will surpass countless prodigies. Then you must be cautious. Before his words had faded, Luo Hua, accompanied by a flurry of afterimages, charged towards the figure clad in silver. The long river meets the setting sun. The glimmer of his blade cascaded like a river, reminiscent of the sun's dying rays, enveloping the silver-clad figure in an instant. Bang! The silver-clad individual remained utterly unfazed, effortlessly blocking Luo Hua's strike with his dual blades crossed before him. The moonlight shines through the pines. Luo Hua's expression remained serene as he swiftly altered his blade's momentum, creating a distortion in the surrounding space, halting time in that fleeting moment. The radiant blade light vanished, plunging the scene into darkness, only for a luminous moon to ascend, its pure and resplendent rays coalescing into blades that assailed the silver-clad figure from all directions. A dual combination attack? A flicker of surprise crossed the silver figure's eyes, and in the next moment, his blades slid with precision, summoning a myriad of afterimages that began to execute various sword techniques. These techniques, once unleashed, began to manipulate the surrounding time and space. Luo Hua instantly sensed his combination attack ensnared within the silver figure's domain. The moonlight-like blade light swiftly shattered. Truly, the guardian of the 6th layer is formidable. A faint smile graced Luo Hua's lips. Within that smile, the number of his afterimages surged once more. In an instant, the entirety of the bridge's end was filled with Luo Hua's afterimages, while the silver figure's illusions were enveloped within. This is the 3rd realm of my comprehension. As his words echoed, 8,000 afterimages simultaneously unleashed their blades, their brilliance flooding the end of the bridge, forming a bizarre and enchanting lotus. As this lotus blossomed, it began to wither, the poignant beauty of its decay freezing time itself. The silver figure's gaze was momentarily captivated by the melancholic withering of the lotus. But in an instant, he regained his composure, hastily crossing his blades before him. Boom! The radiant blades emitted by the 8,000 afterimages collided forcefully against the silver figure's dual blades. At that moment, the advantage of numbers became evident. Puff, puff, puff. The afterimages of the silver figure vanished one by one, leaving only his true form. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he was instantly engulfed by a torrent of blade light. 6th layer of the celestial bridge. Passed. Luo Hua exhaled in relief. His victory over the silver figure was achieved solely by leveraging the advantages of spatial fundamental laws. Had the number of afterimages been equal, the silver figure would have undoubtedly thwarted his attack and countered swiftly upon regaining consciousness. Alas, there are no what-ifs. 7th layer of the celestial bridge. Luo Hua swiftly soared towards the terminus, distinct from the islands of the previous 6 layers. This 7th layer floated amidst the boundless starry sky. As he sped forward, he could feel wisps of nebulaic currents swiftly brushing against his face. An experience both peculiar and dreamlike. At the end of the 7th layer hovered a meteorite several kilometers in size. As Luo Hua approached, the meteorite emitted a voice. Choose your opponent, warrior, controller, or illusionist. Defeat your adversary to pass the 7th layer. Warrior, Luo Hua proclaimed without hesitation. The meteorite abruptly cracked open, revealing a stone that swiftly coalesced into a blue figure clad in azure battle attire and boots, wielding a single blade adorned with intricate patterns. A stellar level can reach the 7th layer. Young man, congratulations. If you can surpass me in this layer, it signifies your mastery of the laws to their utmost extent. The blue-clad figure spoke with calm authority. Make your move. Without a moment's pause, Luo Hua unleashed 8,000 afterimages as he surged towards the blue figure, executing his 3rd realm of comprehension, the most powerful strike he had summoned thus far. The dazzling blade light coalesced into a colossal lotus, gradually wilting under the influence of temporal laws, capturing a moment of ethereal beauty that seemed to freeze time. A commendable strike. The blue figure's eyes glimmered with appreciation beneath his mask, Yet he remained entirely unperturbed by the temporal effects of the blade light. As the blade light descended, the blue figure acted. With a single motion, the surrounding space and time came to a standstill, even the exquisite blade light frozen before his eyes. Luo Hua's pupils constricted. In that instant, all he perceived was a single blade. This blade, unadorned and unassuming, bore the weight of the entire temporal expanse. Soon, Luo Hua's consciousness began to blur. On the island of the plains, failure. It was to be expected. After all, he was merely at the stellar level. Even with comprehension of the laws reaching the level of the sixth layer's guardian, he could not prevail. Indeed, the essence of a cosmic-level soul had already ascended, and the same comprehension of the laws manifested by a cosmic level was infinitely more potent than that of a stellar level. Zhen Yan, Tong Nan, and Long Yu murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, King Laikong and King Hongjian exchanged silent astonishment. Unlike Zhen Yan and his companions, they were acutely aware that Luo Hua had comprehended the secret art of snow flame created by Kadi. From the scene of his passage through the sixth layer, it was evident that Luo Hua had already grasped the essence of the first blade of snow flame. The only aspect remaining was the synthesis of his understanding. Laikong, you must prepare yourself. As long as Luo Hua does not fall, he is destined to reach the pinnacle of the sealed king, with a considerable chance of becoming a revered one. King Hongjian conveyed telepathically. Laikong King understood the implications of his friend's words. He glanced at Long Yu King, who coincidentally met his gaze. Their eyes locked. Laikong, I hope you will not disrupt the rules. Long Yu spoke first. Rest assured, Long Yu, I am not so foolish as to oppose the nine-sword revered. Laikong replied before vanishing instantaneously. Long Yu hurriedly followed suit. The remaining Zhen Yan, Tong Nan, and Hongjian burst into laughter. This is going to be entertaining. They understood well that Laikong and Long Yu were about to compete for disciples. After all, Luo Hua's rate of progress was astonishing. In just a decade in Chaos City, he had transformed from a super genius of several 100,000 epochs to a peerless genius of several million epochs. Such a terrifying advancement had even the ancient revered beings unable to resist the urge to intervene. For in the cosmos, the master-disciple relationship is the most steadfast. A genius destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the sealed king, with a chance of becoming a revered one, is enough to stir the interest of all but the greatest beings of the universe. At the entrance of the celestial bridge, hundreds of talents, including Bolin, Luo Feng, and Wuka, fell into silence. Having passed the fifth layer had already instilled a sense of despair, and now Luo Hua had conquered the sixth layer, leaving them no room to entertain thoughts of pursuit. All that remained was awe. Being in the same cohort as such a prodigious talent is indeed a double-edged sword. Many were left so astounded that words escaped them. After a long pause, Rong Jun finally spoke. To be in the same cohort as Luo Hua is both our misfortune and our fortune. Let us strive onward. With that, he vanished. Rong Jun is right. Perhaps we cannot catch up to Luo Hua, but we must at least keep pace with him. Let us endeavor. Wuka clenched his fists. Luo Feng nodded, feeling immense pressure. There was no denying it. His brother was simply too exceptional. Bolin remained silent, quietly disappearing from the spot. Meanwhile, Ai Chun pursed her lips, gently shook her head, and slowly faded away. After everyone had vanished, the sentinel Baffin took a deep breath, astonished that such an exceptional prodigy had emerged in this cohort. It seemed he would need to inform other prominent figures. Soon, he began discreetly sending out emails. What? That Luo Hua in the genius battle has managed to conquer the sixth layer of the celestial bridge in merely 10 years? In the majestic palace, the purple-scaled man, the nine-sword revered, suddenly rose from his throne, shock evident in his gaze. Long Yu, are you certain? Long Yu quickly replied with utmost respect, my lord. That Luo Hua has consecutively conquered 4 layers of the celestial bridge in his first attempt over the past decade, and has now passed the 6th layer. A cosmic-level individual has passed the 6th layer? This Luo Hua's rate of advancement is astounding. The nine-sword revered's eyes widened in disbelief. Esteemed master, Luo Hua has yet to transcend to the cosmic level. The countenance of the nine-sword sovereign faltered, his gaze fixated on Long Yu. Are you suggesting that Luo Hua, at the stellar level, has traversed the 6th tier of the celestial bridge? A prodigy of unparalleled brilliance emerging after millions of epochs in this year's genius battle? Sovereign, it seems many will be compelled to take action. I have heard that Luo Hua has a favorable relationship with the King of Rift. Should we pay him a visit? No need. I have already sent Luo Hua an email myself. What? You personally sent an email, Sovereign? The Guardian Baffin's mass email swiftly disseminated the news of Luo Hua's passage through the 6th tier of the celestial bridge throughout the upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company. even reaching the elite of other colossal entities that rivaled the virtual universe company in mere moments. In the luxurious estate of the virtual universe Rainfall Mountain, all were instructed to vacate the premises, lest they disturb His Highness. The voice of Hong Luo resonated in the ears of the realm masters and attendants. Understood. Instantly, beams of light darted towards the estate's exterior. The four-armed Azure Lin man, Ming, approached Hong Luo with a wry smile. My junior brother has truly astonished us this time. Breaching 4 tiers, it must be fervent outside right now. Ming, how many emails have you received? Hong Luo inquired with a smile. Many, from significant figures, ordinarily. It is quite challenging to secure an audience with them, Ming remarked, shaking his head as his gaze drifted towards the 3-story building within the estate. Hong Luo nodded, sighing. I am in the same boat. Inside the bedroom of the 3-story building, Luo Hua sat quietly at his desk. The stunning strike from the blue-clad figure still resonating in his mind. In terms of understanding the laws, he had wholly grasped the essence of the first strike of Snow Flame over the past decade. However, he remained utterly perplexed when contemplating the strike corresponding to the 7th tier of the Celestial Bridge. After a prolonged pause, he exhaled slowly. The 7th tier corresponds to the 3rd illustration of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. I have yet to fully comprehend even the 2nd illustration. Pondering the 3rd is far too distant. Luo Hua shook his head, suppressing the distractions in his mind along with the memory of that strike. He then turned to the childlike intelligent life perched on his shoulder and asked, how many emails and call requests have been received? Having breached 4 tiers, Luo Hua was acutely aware that his performance would provoke significant interest. Thus, he had promptly closed his virtual reception channel following his failure at the 7th tier. Master, there are a total of 287 emails and 20 call requests. The intelligent being replied. Luo Hua smiled. That is quite a number. It seems my ascent through the 6th tier has garnered attention from many prominent figures. As he spoke, he began perusing the emails. With his rapid reading speed, he swiftly scanned through 87 emails. 258 sovereigns have personally sent emails. Luo Hua's eyes widened. Although he anticipated some ripple effects, he never imagined such an overwhelming response from so many sovereigns, especially considering he was merely at the stellar level. Not to mention the potential perils of the cosmic level cultivation tasks, where he could easily falter, compounded by the threats of alien assassinations and attacks. Luo Hua chuckled wryly. Having mentally prepared himself, yet he was still taken aback by the magnitude of the response. After all, these were sovereigns, some of whom were ancient rulers of the cosmos. The fact that they had personally sent emails, their tones so amiable, as if addressing their own cherished juniors, was quite astonishing. Had it been someone like his brother, who, as a domain master, breached the 13th tier of the Celestial Bridge, it would not have surprised Luo Hua, given his familiarity with the narrative. But now, he was merely at the stellar level, an immeasurable distance from becoming a superpower. It seems it is time to pay a visit to my master, the King of Rift. Luo Hua inhaled deeply. With so many sovereigns eager to take him as a disciple, he was at a loss as to how to choose. Thus he resolved to seek counsel from his teacher. With that thought, his consciousness withdrew from the virtual universe. The King of Rift, much like the true Yin King, resided within Chaos City, and given his decision to meet, Luo Hua naturally would not remain in the virtual realm. Within Chaos City, Luo Hua leapt from the rooftop and proceeded towards the residence of the King of Rift. Hong Luo had previously informed him of the location, initially suggesting that he visit after breaching the 3rd tier, and now that he had surpassed the 6th tier, it was only fitting that he seek an audience with his master. Moments later, Luo Hua stood before the King of Rift's residence. Since today was not a lecture day, the area was relatively quiet, with few cultivators about aside from some guards. Halt! Just as Luo Hua attempted to step through the entrance, the guards stationed on either side blocked his path. This is the residence of the King of Rift. Aside from lecture days, ordinary cultivators are not permitted entry. The guards cautioned. Seeing this, Luo Hua hastily said, I am Luo Hua, a registered disciple of the King of Rift. Please announce my arrival. A registered disciple? The guards were taken aback, then replied, please wait here. With that, one of the guards entered the residence and soon returned. You may enter. The King of Rift is expecting you. The guard's demeanor had softened considerably. Luo Hua nodded and stepped through the door. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, an invisible force enveloped him, and he was transported to an ancient parlor. Master, coming to his senses, Luo Hua respectfully addressed the man seated at the center of the parlor. Ordinarily, he would have come on a lecture day to formally pay his respects. But given the unique circumstances, he had to arrive earlier. The King of Rift regarded Luo Hua with a smile. Luo Hua, your recent traversal of the Celestial Bridge has astonished many. Even I have been taken aback by your rapid progress. Luo Hua, feeling a bit bashful, responded, Master, you flatter me. I have yet to fully comprehend the first strike of snow flame. Haha, Luo Hua, you need not be modest in my presence. When I initially suggested you delve into the first strike of snow flame, my intention was to dissuade you from pursuing it. Yet, to my surprise, you not only persevered in exploring the fundamental laws of time, but also grasped the essence of the first strike in merely a decade. Such talent is truly astonishing. The King of Rift laughed heartily. Luo Hua felt a touch embarrassed by the praise. You have come regarding the matter of formally becoming my disciple, correct? The King of Rift inquired with a smile. Master, I should have officially come to Banyan Worry. Just as Luo Hua began to speak, the King of Rift raised a hand to interrupt him. Luo Hua, there is no need for you to feel awkward. Your remarkable performance warrants the selection of a superior teacher, just as I did in my time. With that, he turned to Luo Hua and asked, have you decided which sovereign you wish to take as your teacher? Master, there are far too many emails from the cosmic sovereigns, and I am uncertain how to choose. I humbly request your guidance. Luo Hua replied respectfully. The King of Rift chuckled. Although Luo Hua was merely a registered disciple, he still held a certain advantage in recommending teachers. I shall recommend one for you. The King of Rift's smile faded, and he stated, the Lord of the Celestial Eclipses. Luo Hua's expression froze. He had not anticipated that his teacher would recommend the Lord of the Celestial Eclipses. It was worth noting that in the original narrative, his brother, Luo Feng, had aspired to be a disciple of the Lord of the Celestial Eclipses. Master, the emails from the cosmic sovereigns did not include the Lord of the Celestial Eclipses, Luo Hua inquired, feigning confusion despite his astonishment. The King of Rift burst into laughter, causing the surrounding space to tremble and distort. Luo Hua, a being of such immense power as the Lord of the Celestial Eclipses, would hardly take the time to send you an email personally. The reason I recommend you is that the Lord of the Celestial Eclipses is my own master. What? Luo Hua was momentarily stunned. Observing Luo Hua's expression, the King of Rift's smile broadened. Do you find the hierarchy confusing? Luo Hua, you must understand that in the cosmos, strength is paramount. It is everything. And the titles we bear are of little consequence. Luo Hua quickly regained his composure and replied, yes, Master, I understand. Indeed, while I recommend you to take the Master of the Celestial Eclipse Palace as your mentor, for the time being, you can only be an honorary disciple. After all, among the direct disciples of my teacher, the Master of the Celestial Eclipse, the weakest is at the pinnacle of the King realm. You are merely at the stellar level now, so being accepted as an honorary disciple by the Master of the Celestial Eclipse is already quite commendable. The King of the Rift spoke softly. I understand, Master. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the King of the Rift's eyes. Luo Hua, have you made your decision? Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Hua replied, Master, I have decided to take the Master of the Celestial Eclipse as my mentor. The Master of the Celestial Eclipse is a cosmic overlord. Although not as powerful as the Lord of the Universe, he is nonetheless the foremost figure beneath the Lord of the Universe. To be taken as a disciple by such a formidable being, especially at the stellar level, is indeed sufficient. Chapter 127, Challenges and Transformation. In the virtual cosmos, within a palace situated in the exclusive dimensional space of the Nine-Sword Sovereign. After returning from the King of the Rift's residence, Luo Hua linked his consciousness to the virtual universe and immediately arrived here. After all, the Nine-Sword Sovereign is his direct sovereign, and before he seeks mentorship from others, he must first inform him. It is a matter of protocol. Sovereign. Upon entering the palace, Luo Hua saw the purple-scaled man seated on the throne and hurriedly bowed in respect. The Nine-Sword Sovereign smiled warmly and said, Luo Hua, there is no need for such formalities. Understood, Luo Hua replied, internally reflecting on how even the Nine-Sword Sovereign had grown courteous after he traversed the 6th level of the Celestial Bridge. Luo Hua, what brings you here today? The Nine-Sword Sovereign inquired with a smile. Luo Hua quickly responded, Sovereign, the Master of the Celestial Eclipse wishes to accept me as an honorary disciple. The Nine-Sword Sovereign's expression momentarily froze. The Master of the Celestial Eclipse? I see. A sense of helplessness surged within him. He had originally been very confident in his ability to take Luo Hua as his direct disciple and had made numerous preparations. Even when the King of the Rift recommended another sovereign to Luo Hua, he felt assured he could prevail. However, in the face of the Supreme Overlord, the Master of the Celestial Eclipse, he felt no desire to compete. Luo Hua, since the Master of the Celestial Eclipse has taken you as an honorary disciple, you should hurry to meet him. Moreover, remember that the Master of the Celestial Eclipse has made tremendous contributions to our humanity when you meet him. Do not show even the slightest disrespect. Luo Hua promptly affirmed, "Yes, sovereign." With that, he vanished from the palace. Once Luo Hua disappeared, the nine-sword sovereign muttered to himself, "The king of the rift is truly shameless," recommending his own teacher to Luo Hua. In the original zone, within a luxurious estate. After returning to his three-story residence, Luo Hua patiently awaited his arrival. Earlier, the king of the rift had informed him that the master of the celestial eclipse would send someone to fetch him, so there was no need for him to apply formally. Before long, a voice echoed in, "Your Highness, the envoy sent by the master of the celestial eclipse has arrived." Luo Hua nodded, and after leaving his three-story building, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly arriving at the estate's entrance. A figure cloaked in a silver robe, an immortal man, looked at Luo Hua and said, "Luo Hua, the master wishes to see you. Follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hua felt an invisible force envelop him, and soon they soared towards the palace complex of Rain Aspect Mountain. After a brief moment, they landed at the entrance of a magnificent tiered palace. With a wave of the silver-robed man's hand, the space shifted, and when Luo Hua reappeared, he found himself standing within the palace. "Luo Hua." A soft voice, like a gentle breeze, reached his ears. Luo Hua lifted his gaze, captivated by the figure seated in the center of the palace. He wore a silver robe, had flowing brown hair, and a crystalline vertical mark graced his forehead, sitting there as if separated by boundless layers of space, making him inscrutable. "Master." Luo Hua regained his composure and respectfully called out. The master of the celestial eclipse smiled slightly and asked, "Luo Hua, do you wish to become my honorary disciple?" Luo Hua dared not hesitate for even a moment and replied earnestly, "I am willing." "Excellent." The master of the celestial eclipse nodded and then spoke softly. "I have watched the video of your traversal of the celestial bridge. You have now comprehended the essence of one of the fundamental laws of time and space. Have you not?" Luo Hua nodded. The first blade of the Snow Flame's secret technique primarily focuses on comprehending the essence of one of these fundamental laws. And thus, during his 10 years of meditation in the Chaos City, he dedicated all his energy to analyzing the essence. His actual understanding of time was rather limited. Of course, if it weren't for Gary from the Marvel world being able to swiftly grasp the fundamental law of time, he would not have been able to concentrate on dissecting the essence. The master of the celestial eclipse continued, "You still have 20 years in the Chaos City. During this time, devote all your energy to comprehending the Snow Flame. If, after 20 years, you can grasp the third blade of the Snow Flame, I will accept you as my direct disciple." The third blade of the Snow Flame? Luo Hua lamented inwardly. The Snow Flame's secret technique, created by Ko-Ti, consists of 5 blades in total, with the first 3 requiring the comprehension of half the essence of the spatial law and 1/3 of the essence of the time law. This was exceedingly difficult. He was well aware that in just 10 years, he had only comprehended one essence. Although understanding one essence allows for quicker comprehension of others, achieving this in a mere 20 years seemed almost an insurmountable task. However, despite his internal struggles, Luo Hua could only grit his teeth and respond, "Yes, master." The master of the celestial eclipse smiled and said, "During these 20 years, you may consult your 17th senior brother, the king of the rift, at any time. His level is sufficient to guide you." Hearing this, Luo Hua felt a quiet relief. Having the opportunity to consult with the king of the rift indeed provided a glimmer of hope, for he was in existence at the pinnacle of the king level. Upon returning to the estate, Ming noticed Luo Hua and inquired, "Junior apprentice, did you meet the master of the celestial eclipse?" "Yes. The master has accepted me as an honorary disciple." Luo Hua nodded. Ming chuckled wryly. "It seems I shall have to address you as junior uncle from now on." Luo Hua could only respond with a sense of helplessness. No one had anticipated that the king of the rift would recommend his own teacher, the master of the celestial eclipse, in the Chaos City, on the rooftop of his residence. 20 years to comprehend the third blade of the Snow Flame. My teacher has indeed presented me with a formidable challenge. Luo Hua sighed and shook his head. The mere act of comprehending the fundamental laws of time and space was immensely arduous, let alone grasping their essence. If not for his ability to utilize the Infinity Stones for rapid comprehension and research, it would be impossible for anyone else to achieve this, even with tenfold the time. The third blade of the Snow Flame should be comparable to the 8th level of the Celestial Bridge, implying that the master of the Celestial Eclipse desires me to reach the level of Ko-Ti, a genius encountered once in an eon. Upon deeper reflection, Luo Hua realized the gravity of his teacher's expectations. However, understanding the challenge was one thing. Reaching the unparalleled genius level of Ko-Ti was no small feat. Enough of this overthinking, I must take it step by step. Even if I cannot meet the master of the celestial eclipse's expectations, I am still an honorary disciple. With this thought, Luo Hua felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He leaped down from the rooftop and began to walk towards the outskirts of the Chaos City. Having spent 10 years in meditation, he had yet to venture outside the city. Now that he had conquered the 6th level and taken the master of the celestial eclipse as his teacher, it was time for him to break through to the cosmic level. After all, according to the flow of time, he would not remain in the Chaos City for many years. Soon enough, he would have to confront Thanos in the Marvel realm, and he needed to prepare swiftly. Upon arriving outside the Chaos City, Luo Hua noticed a colossal stone monument on the left, inscribed with detailed descriptions of the Chaos Beasts in universally recognized characters. Though familiar with the storyline, Luo Hua still perused the information patiently and earnestly, aware that he was in the real world, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. When hunting Chaos Beasts, one must avoid prolonged entanglements. Otherwise, they risk being surrounded by the beasts, whose speed is astonishing. If caught in such a predicament, even a ship from the mechanical race would find it impossible to escape. Luo Hua remained vigilant in his thoughts, fully aware that nearly hundreds of talented individuals had perished beneath the Chaos Beasts in this generation. After retrieving the shield and the rift blade from the spatial ring, Luo Hua commanded Mo Yun to transform into battle armor that seamlessly adhered to his form. Despite this added layer of protection, an unsettling sense of vulnerability lingered within him. Consequently, he summoned the mechanical race's indestructible flagship, a gift from his 3rd senior brother, ensuring that he would have an immediate refuge should danger arise. Having taken these precautions, Luo Hua felt a slight sense of reassurance and ventured beyond the city limits, making his way to the desolate plains. The vast expanse of the wilderness was overrun with wild grasses. Luo Hua treaded carefully, his senses heightened as he surveyed the surrounding environment. Above him, the mechanical race's flagship concealed itself, trailing his every movement. After approximately 10 minutes of cautious advance, a faint, crackling sound reached his ears. Instantly alert, Luo Hua turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. Before long, a chaotic beast resembling a gigantic rat, towering at 2 meters, burst forth from the underbrush. Its vertical pupils, akin to those of a serpent, locked onto Luo Hua, unleashing a furious roar. In an instant, its barbed tail became a blur as it lashed out towards him. The beast's attack was swift beyond measure, yet Luo Hua's reflexes proved even swifter. He raised his shield defensively and, with a powerful leap, propelled himself towards the beast. With a swift slash, a blade of light, imbued with the principles of time and space, manifested. The surrounding chaotic currents appeared to freeze, and the beast's tail attack slowed to a crawl. The blade struck with unparalleled speed, severing the creature's head cleanly. Upon its demise, the chaotic beast's body and blood rapidly decayed, transforming into chaotic vapor, accompanied by the emergence of a faint emerald light. The chaotic essence. Luo Hua's eyes brightened as he dispatched a strand of psychic energy. Upon contact with the emerald light, the chaotic essence seamlessly merged into his very soul. A wave of profound pleasure surged through him instinctively, signaling the metamorphosis of his essence. Suddenly, the chaotic currents around him began to tremble. Sensing the impending threat, Luo Hua dashed into the mechanical race's flagship overhead. The chaotic beasts surged forth in droves, battering against the ship, yet their cosmic-level strength was insufficient to breach its defenses. In a flash, the silver-hued flagship transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing the area. For the ensuing 2 to 3 months, Luo Hua lingered outside the City of Chaos, employing this method to hunt chaotic beasts. With each fragment of chaotic essence he acquired, his soul underwent a transformative elevation. For months later, amidst the desolate plains, Luo Hua crouched amidst the grass, patiently awaiting the appearance of more chaotic beasts. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face. Was he finally on the verge of a breakthrough? Chapter 128, Transformation. In Chaos City, on the rooftop of his residence, Luo Hua, having just returned, immediately settled into a meditative posture. As the accumulation of his soul's transformation reached a significant threshold, the 9 miniature stars within his dantian began to spin violently, colliding with one another, and from this collision, a minuscule black hole gradually formed. The moment the black hole emerged, it voraciously devoured the surrounding remnants of stars, further accelerating the collisions of the remaining miniature stars. This process persisted for nearly half a day before reaching its conclusion. Cosmic level. Luo Hua exhaled softly as the original 9 miniature stars within his dantian vanished, replaced by a dazzling and beautiful galaxy. This galaxy resembled the Milky Way, featuring spiral arms, with a supermassive black hole at its center. The surrounding nebulae, drawn in by the black hole's gravity, spun rapidly, colliding and forming new stars and planets. At that moment, Luo Hua's consciousness suddenly quivered as a vast surge of energy descended. However, this energy arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When he regained his focus, he realized that the flow of time between his realm and Gary S. in the Marvel Universe had altered. In the library of Kamar-Taj, an intangible energy enveloped Gary, causing him to slowly open his eyes. Is the time flow ratio 101? Gary murmured. After a month of experimental trials, he finally confirmed the time flow ratio between the two realms. This ratio shifted in accordance with his primary consciousness. Simply put, if 10 years passed in the Marvel Universe, only 1 year elapsed for Luo Hua. Conversely, should his primary consciousness reside with Luo Hua, then while a decade passed for him, merely a year would pass in the Marvel Universe. The fluctuation in time flow ratio provided him ample opportunity to delve into the secrets of the Snowflame technique. Given this, spending 20 years in Chaos City, he might indeed grasp the third slash of Snowflame. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Gary's eyes. Initially, he had no confidence, recognizing that comprehending half of the intricacies of space and a third of the essence of time within a mere 20 years was nearly impossible. Yet, the changes brought about by his breakthrough to cosmic level filled him with newfound hope. Rising to his feet, Gary prepared to step outside for a stroll when Mordo entered, cradling several thick tomes. Gary, the contents of these books are incredibly obscure. After a year of study, I remain utterly bewildered. Mordo placed the books on the table, casting an exasperated glance at Gary. Over 30 years, Mordo had matured from a youthful lad into a middle-aged man, though the practice of magic had preserved his youthful appearance. With a smile, Gary replied, Mordo, if you dedicated half the energy you spend on shopping to studying these texts, I believe you would have reached the level of Master Hammer by now. Mordo's expression stiffened as he resembled a child caught misbehaving. He furtively surveyed the surroundings before whispering, Gary, please don't mention this to the master. Rest assured, I want to breathe a word. Gary shook his head, then added, Mordo, while I want to inform Master Gui, I believe you should find peace in your studies. Otherwise, the allure of the outside world may lead you astray. Mordo replied awkwardly, I understand. Gary, I'll make an effort to limit my outings. Gary nodded and exited the library, merely offering a gentle reminder to Mordo, indifferent to whether or not he would heed it. A moment later, as Gary walked through the streets of Kamar-Taj, 3 decades had transformed the once tranquil village into a bustling town. Perhaps it was time to return home. Listening to the myriad of shouts and calls from vendors, Gary sighed inwardly. Over the past 30 years, aside from the first decade when he would occasionally return to the department, he had scarcely visited in the last 20 years. He had no knowledge of how the department had evolved or what had become of Fury and Carter during his prolonged absence. In 1990s New York City, the air buzzed with the burgeoning essence of modern urban life. After returning from Kamar-Taj, Gary strolled through the streets, observing the incessant flow of vehicles and throngs of people. Rather than lamenting the fickleness of fate, he followed his memories to the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. However, upon seeing the residential buildings before him, he was taken aback. Had the Strategic Scientific Reserve relocated? After inquiring with a few older individuals, he learned the truth. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi to the current headquarters of what was now known as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. Hey, are you certain you know someone here? The taxi driver, a young African-American man, regarded Gary with skepticism. Rest assured, just wait here. I assure you someone will pay for your fare shortly, Gary replied calmly. The African-American driver fixed his gaze on Gary and remarked, no one knows this area better than I do. If you wish to avoid any discomfort, it would be wise not to engage in any foolish antics. Gary shrugged and strode towards the entrance of the bureau. Where is your director's office? He inquired, halting a staff member from one of the departments. The staff member replied curtly that it was on the 7th floor before resuming their duties. After taking the elevator, Gary swiftly arrived at the 7th floor. Just as he approached the director's office, he spotted a familiar figure. Carter, the woman, who was about to turn and close the door, froze at the sound of his voice. Carter, it's been so long. 20 years have passed, and you still look as beautiful as ever, Gary said with a smile as he stepped closer. Carter turned to face him, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she took a deep breath and slowly replied, Minister Gary, I thought you had forgotten about this department. I may be forgetful, but some people I can never forget, Gary said with a smile, extending his arms. 30 years ago, Stark had already discovered the components of the infinite formula serum and, following a series of experiments, began administering the serum to Carter and a few others 20 years prior. Thus, Gary was not at all surprised that Carter still retained her youthful appearance. Unable to contain herself, Carter embraced Gary and whispered in his ear, "Welcome back." After the embrace, Gary cleared his throat and said, "Carter, though I realize this may be an ill-timed remark, I have a driver waiting for me to settle the fare, so." Carter rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, "You go on in. I will handle the payment." "Thank you," Gary chuckled before stepping into the office. Upon entering, Gary immediately noticed Fury standing by the window, clad in a black trench coat. "When did you develop a fondness for that outfit? Honestly, I prefer you in uniform," he teased, prompting Fury to turn abruptly. "Gary," Fury exclaimed, his eyes alight with surprise. "I thought you weren't coming back." He quickly approached and enveloped Gary in a hearty embrace. "I just took a brief sabbatical," Gary laughed. "A brief sabbatical?" Fury exclaimed, his single eye widening in mock disbelief. Gary shrugged, conceding, "All right, it was a bit longer than brief." After settling down, Fury succinctly recounted the changes that had transpired over the last 2 decades. He then poured a couple of cups of hot water and handed one to Gary. "So, you mean to say the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is the responsibility assigned by Speaker Warren?" Gary grimaced at the name, finding it rather lackluster, and added, "And more importantly, you accepted it?" Fury chuckled, "I agree. The name is atrocious, but you know, Carter and I prefer to express ourselves in other ways. Stark, on the other hand, is an obsessive researcher. Having such a name at least makes it clear what we are about." Gary fell silent, suggesting, "Perhaps we should just rename it to S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E-L-D? Fury pondered for a moment. "Not bad. That name fits perfectly. All right, from now on, the department shall be known as S-H-I-E-L-D. He then glanced at Gary, half-jokingly stating, "It seems the department can't do without you. I couldn't have come up with that name. I won't be around for long this time." Gary shook his head, continuing, "So the department will still rely on you and Carter. In fact, it seems the department has flourished even more in my absence over the past 30 years, hasn't it? Do you think the department could have developed so steadily without the support of Speaker Warren and other military higher-ups?" Fury replied, a hint of a wry smile gracing his lips. "Fortunately, Stark's discovery of the infinite formula serum has allowed these individuals to remain vigorous all this time. Sometimes, I feel as if all our struggles lack meaning," Fury lamented. "The original purpose of the department was to combat Hydra, and now, for the past 30 years, we have relied on Hydra's support to reach where we are today and even grow." Observing Fury's bewilderment, Gary gently patted his shoulder and asked, "Why do you think the department sought to confront Hydra? To prevent them from endangering the world, of course." Fury replied without hesitation, "Do you believe that Hydra still possesses the capacity to jeopardize the world?" Gary pressed on. Fury hesitated. He had indeed been active over the past 30 years, receiving intel from Speaker Warren and other military officials who were deeply embedded in Hydra. He had successfully purged many Hydra members from the department, including Dr. Zola and his aide, Alexander Pierce. Yet, the more he delved, the more he sensed Hydra's vastness. It could be said that nearly every intelligence agency in America had been infiltrated by Hydra. Thus, he still harbored the belief that Hydra posed the greatest threat. After contemplating, Fury finally responded, "If Speaker Warren and the military officials are in their right minds, I believe Hydra no longer wields significant power." Gary chuckled, "Rest assured, their minds will remain sharp, provided they continue their serum treatments." "What are you implying, Gary?" Fury inquired, puzzled. "I simply wish to convey that Hydra is merely one facet of the world's dangers. There are numerous other ambitious individuals and organizations that seek to cause harm. The mission of S-H-I-E-L-D is to eliminate these threats, and perhaps one day, we may even need to resist an external invasion," Gary stated slowly. Fury was taken aback. "External invasion? Gary, are you referring to the components of the infinite formula?" Gary nodded. "Something along those lines." Thus, Fury S-H-I-E-L-D's responsibilities are immense, and your burdens are heavy. "I would prefer for you to share this responsibility with me," Fury confessed, already knowing this truth in his heart. He merely sought to keep Gary around. "In the future, I will share this burden with you, but the time is not yet ripe," Gary replied, then shifted the subject, asking, "How is Barnes doing?" Fury sighed internally, realizing that Gary might soon depart again. However, after 30 years of trials, his mind had grown resilient, and he swiftly regained his composure. "Barnes is much improved, but fully erasing those brainwashing commands will likely take some time," Fury answered. "Oh, by the way, Stark has abandoned research on the infinite energy source. It is currently sealed in the department's underground vault. If you need it, I can retrieve it for you right away." Gary waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I don't require it at the moment. After leaving Fury's office, Gary made his way to the office of the logistics department head. He knocked on the door. Come in, a familiar voice called out. Gary opened the door to find Benny, clad in a professional suit, bustling about. Benny. Upon hearing her name, Benny instantly lifted her head. When she saw Gary, her face lit up with surprise, and she promptly abandoned her work to throw herself into his arms. Gary, if you hadn't come back soon, I might have forgotten what you looked like. Gary chuckled. What's this? Have you found a new companion? Benny's voice took on a melodramatic tone as she replied. Only you can reignite the passion within me. Feeling a warmth spread through him, Gary, who had abstained from any indulgence during his 30 years of rigorous training in camouflage, glanced at Benny's alluring figure. He could not help but ask, is there a break room in the office? Benny instantly understood, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she seized Gary's hand, leading him towards the break room. I specifically chose this office, waiting 20 years for you to return. Gary, you must stay for a few days this time. Benny, that will depend on whether you've kept in shape all these years. Gary laughed. I have consistently maintained my commitment to exercise. Be gentle. A startled cry echoed, swiftly followed by the sound of heavy breathing within the break room. Gary, the office door, was still ajar, allowing intermittent sounds to filter through. Rest assured, no one will intrude. Gary used his telekinetic powers to isolate their surroundings. Benny, feel free to unleash your passion. 2 hours later, in the break room, Benny lay languidly in Gary's embrace, her lips adorned with damp strands of hair, her face radiating contentment. Gary, you remain as vigorous as ever. It feels as though the 2 decades of waiting were worth every moment. You are still working today. We shall indulge later in the evening. Gary chuckled, gently patting Benny's chest. Like Carter, Benny was infused with an infinite formula serum. However, after every workout with her, he would brew a potion of herbal essence for her to drink. Thus, even without the serum, Benny could maintain her youth. And this very reason enabled her to swiftly reach a level capable of enduring impact. Benny nodded, her bare form beginning to don her attire, simultaneously stating, I recently moved into a new residence. Come over tonight. Very well, Gary replied, as 2 decades had passed, and it was likely that his old abode was no longer habitable. Subsequently, Gary visited the underground vault to inspect the cosmic cube before returning to his office. Despite the department's relocation and significant personnel changes, including the removal of his position, his ministerial office remained intact. Chapter 130, Khalsan. At the foot of the Himalayas. Within the Kamataaj library, Gary returned after nearly a week at S.H.I.E.L.D., feeling invigorated. His foremost priority was to swiftly comprehend the essence of the time law within the Snow Flame secret technique. Originally, after breaking through to cosmic level, he intended to strategize the acquisition of the Infinity Stones. However, with the flow of time now altered, Gary found himself less anxious. Seated cross-legged near the time stone, Gary soon immersed himself in the ocean of the fundamental laws of time. Due to sharing a consciousness core with Luo Hua, as Luo Hua contemplated the Snow Flame secret technique, Gary could also glean insights. Time gradually passed, and the ancient tree outside the library shed its yellowed leaves layer by layer. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. After 6 years, time quietly ushered in the 21st century. The town of Kamataaj flourished even more. In the 7th year, Gary returned once more to S.H.I.E.L.D., only to find many fresh faces compared to 7 years prior. However, Carter had become increasingly busy, as had Fury, even though Gary lingered for a week. He scarcely saw either of them, while Benny seemed to have more leisure time. After a spell of tender exercise with Benny, Gary returned to Kamataaj. In the blink of an eye, 3 more years had passed. Within the library, Gary, who had kept his eyes firmly shut, slowly opened them, revealing a glimmer of excitement. After a decade of dedicated research, relying on the time stone, he had finally grasped the 32 intricacies of the essence of time. The analysis of the fundamental laws of time in the 3 images before the cosmic chaos stele has been thoroughly absorbed. In a hushed murmur, Gary rose, disregarding his disheveled hair, and exited the library, stepping beneath the ancient tree. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. With the essence of the fundamental laws of time comprehended, the remaining challenge of the essence of the fundamental laws of space no longer seemed daunting. After all, his understanding of the laws of space was already profound. Previously, during his venture across the bridge of eternity, he had reached the 7th tier in this domain. Gary, it's rare to see you out. At that moment, Mordo's voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, Gary was about to respond when he noticed a disheartened young man accompanying Mordo. Who is he? Gary inquired, puzzled, as this was a sanctuary for cultivation and reading, and generally, one could not enter without the consent of the Ancient One. This is Calicious, a newly accepted disciple of the sorcerer, Mordo introduced briefly before turning to Calicious, saying, "This is Gary, who, although he does not practice magic, has lived in Comatage for 40 years. 40 years? Calicious could not help but scrutinize Gary seriously. However, no matter how he looked, he could not perceive Gary as someone over 40. Mordo seemed to sense Calicious's thoughts and mysteriously remarked, "Calicious, Gary is even more powerful than the sorcerer. Like the Ancient One, time leaves no trace on him." Upon hearing this, Calicious was taken aback, hurriedly bowing and saying, "Master Gary, I am not a practitioner. There is no need to call me master." Gary waved his hand and then turned to Mordo, stating, "Mordo, I may need to leave Comatage for a while. Please bid farewell to the Ancient One for me." Mordo was taken aback. "Gary, I came here to escape the world. 40 years have passed, and it is time for me to depart," Gary remarked with a hint of nostalgia. While he wished to continue his contemplation indefinitely, he understood that he must leave, for according to time, Thanos' plan to collect the Infinity Stones was soon to commence. And he could not simply sit idly by. Necessary preparations must be made. Mordo sighed. After 4 decades of companionship, he had come to regard Gary as an elder. Yet now this elder was to leave. Gary, why not bid farewell to the sorcerer in person? Mordo could not help but ask. Gary shook his head, feeling quite ashamed for having disrupted her for 40 years. When leaving, I shall not impose upon the sorcerer again. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Calicious gaped. "Master Mordo, Master Gary." Mordo gazed at the horizon, enviously stating, "Calicious, when you reach a high level of cultivation, you too can achieve such feats." A profound expectation filled Calicious's gaze. He had come here to be reunited with his deceased wife, and now both the Ancient One and this Gary had ignited a glimmer of hope within him. In New York, at the SHIELD headquarters, a streak of light swiftly traversed the sky and softly descended upon the rooftop of the building. Soon, Gary entered the headquarters, which had become even more grand and imposing compared to a decade prior, bustling with agents clad in professional attire. "Minister Gary." As Gary rode the elevator, a suited agent hurriedly entered, but upon seeing Gary, his eyes lit up with surprise. Gary inquired, perplexed, "And you are?" "Minister Gary. I am Phil Coulson, currently an agent of SHIELD. I have always admired you and Captain America. Joining SHIELD has made me long to meet you, and I never expected today would finally fulfill that desire." Coulson was overwhelmed with enthusiasm, having idolized superheroes since childhood, particularly Gary and Captain America, who had triumphed over the Red Skull during World War II. He had extensively researched them and even created a database of their physical attributes based on various video footage. "Coulson," Gary suddenly recognized. Coulson quickly produced a pen from his pocket and eagerly said, "Minister Gary, could I please have your autograph?" "Of course," Gary smiled, accepting the pen and signing his name on Coulson's attire, then inquired, "Is Fury in the office?" Coulson shook his head. "The director is currently on a mission." As they conversed, the elevator arrived at the 5th floor. "Once Fury returns, please inform me," Gary said as he stepped out of the elevator, adding, "You should know the location of my office, correct?" Coulson nodded vigorously, affirmatively. Once the elevator doors closed, Coulson exhaled, murmuring to himself, "Was I too nervous just now? I hope I didn't leave a poor impression on Minister Gary." On the 5th floor of the building, within the logistics team leader's office, Benny reclined in Gary's embrace, plaintively asking, "Gary, how long do you plan to stay this time?" "What do you think?" Gary replied with a smile. "Half a month." A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Benny's eyes. Gary shook his head. "A week?" Benny's voice dripped with disappointment. Gary continued to shake his head. Benny extricated herself from Gary's embrace. "Gary, you're not just staying for a few days, are you?" "I plan to stay a bit longer this time." Benny's eyes sparkled once more, filled with hope. "Gary, will you be here for a month?" "Not a month, but a decade." Chapter 131, The Third Blade of Snowflame. 10 years. Benny's eyes widened in astonishment. "Gary, are you truly going to stay for 10 years? "Indeed, it may even be longer," Gary replied with a smile. "That's wonderful," Benny exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she entwined her arms around Gary's neck and began to kiss him. Gary responded with equal fervor, after knowing Benny for over 60 years. She had long transcended the role of a mere lover in his heart. Though they had yet to reach the depths of true love, Gary hoped that Benny would continue to accompany him. After their kiss, Benny hesitated. "Gary, if you're staying for such a long time, do you need to buy another house?" "There's no need for such complications. You can simply come to stay with me, since your place is quite nearby. Gary replied with a shake of his head. Upon hearing this, a flush crept across Benny's cheeks. Gary, I want that. Without hesitation, Gary scooped Benny into his arms and carried her into the resting chamber. Soon, the sounds of passionate collision echoed from within. 3 days later, Fury returned from a mission and, upon learning that Gary would be staying, expressed his delight. Gary, having you here puts my mind at ease. Fury, are you not concerned that I might usurp your position? Gary joked lightly. Fury shrugged nonchalantly. If you want my position, go ahead. I've been meaning to take a decent break. No, I'm certainly not suited to be the director, Gary hastily replied. Fury rolled his eyes. I'm serious, Gary. If you wish for me to ruin the S-H-I-E-L-D that you've painstakingly built, then by all means, take your leave, Gary countered. Rising, he stretched. Compared to being director, I would much rather delve into research like Stark. You don't strike me as a research fanatic, Fury scoffed. Gary chuckled, but chose not to elaborate. Stark focused on technological inventions, while he sought to comprehend the laws governing the universe. By the way, Fury, what has Carter been up to lately? Gary inquired, noting her absence in recent days. Fury hesitated before responding. Carter has been busy with field operations. And Barnes is with her. Not just field operations, I presume? Gary caught the underlying implication in Fury's words. You guessed correctly. Ever since Barnes regained consciousness, he and Carter have been searching for the general vicinity where Steve fell, hoping to find the wreckage of the plane. Fury sighed. Both were convinced that Steve was still alive, yet after several years, they had yet to uncover any clues. Gary pondered for a moment, and then said, Fury, I too believe that Steve is alive. If there is any way I can assist, I will wholeheartedly support her and Barnes. I understand. Steve is also my comrade. Fury nodded in agreement. In the underground vault, Gary retrieved the cosmic cube. While the space stone could transport individuals to any location in the universe, it required a specific coordinate as a prerequisite. Gary frowned slightly. The preparations he could undertake were limited to Earth, and deploying in the cosmos would necessitate more time. Very well, I shall proceed with the preparations at a leisurely pace. In the days that followed, aside from honing his skills in his office, Gary devoted much of his time to attending banquets, forging connections with various high-ranking officials in the U.S. government and the United Nations through Speaker Warren and several military elites. In the Chaos City, atop a rooftop, Luo Hua slowly opened his eyes. When Gary ceased his focus on comprehending the laws and esoteric techniques, his primary consciousness returned to this place. He had thoroughly grasped the 32 profound essences of the laws of time, and in the ensuing 2 decades, he could devote all his energy to delving into the essence of spatial laws. With this thought in mind, Luo Hua leaped from the rooftop. Since breaking through to the cosmic level, he had spent 3 months hunting the chaotic beasts outside the city, only to find that the aid of the chaos true spirit had become minimal. Thus, he devoted the remaining 9 months to studying the snow flame secret technique. Naturally, whenever he hit a bottleneck, he would consult his senior brother, the Void King, or seek insights from the Cosmic Chaos Monument. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all 4 opportunities for comprehension of the Chaos Monument obtained from traversing the 4th layer of the Celestial Bridge. As Luo Hua made his way to the residence of the Void King, he pondered in silence. The reason why those from Marvel could comprehend the 32 laws of time within a decade was primarily due to the Time Stone, but more fundamentally, it was because they had 4 opportunities to comprehend the Chaos Monument. After all, the Cosmic Chaos Monument was left behind by the Lord of Chaos City, and each opportunity for comprehension yielded significant gains. Has Luo Hua arrived? The junior disciple has come. Today was a lecture day for the Void King, and thus, the vast square within the residence was filled with numerous practitioners, mostly domain lords and immortal-level experts, while those of cosmic level, like Luo Hua, were scarce. After all, in this session of the talented battle, only he, Berlan, and his brother Luo Feng had qualified to attend the lecture after overcoming the 3rd layer of the Celestial Bridge. Due to previously surpassing the 6th layer and being accepted as a named disciple by the Lord of Eclipse Twilight, Luo Hua held considerable renown within the Chaos City. It was worth noting that the Lord of Eclipse Twilight was one of the top cosmic overlords, a formidable presence capable of suppressing an entire cultivation world. His disciples, regardless of their strength, drew the attention of countless individuals. As many approached to greet Luo Hua, he reciprocated each acknowledgement. Upon seeing Berlan, Luo Hua was not surprised. Although Berlan had chosen the Rainbow Sword King as his master, he could still attend lectures at other masters' residences. The Void King was discussing the 3 bats of the Cosmic Chaos Monument, an opportunity Berlan would not miss. However, the gaze Berlan cast upon Luo Hua was tinged with complexity. In the past, he had always been looked up to by others, yet now the roles had reversed. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the forefront of the square. It was the Void King. The previously bustling square fell silent, with everyone attentively directing their gaze forward. The Void King surveyed the assembly, and, upon spotting Luo Hua, a smile graced his face. He swiftly waved his hand, causing a surge of chaotic energy to coalesce into a colossal stone monument. The monument bore 3 images: snowflakes, blizzards, and fiery snowstorms, corresponding to the 3 illustrations on the cosmic chaos monument. As the Void King began to meticulously elucidate the profundities of time and space laws depicted in the 3 images, Luo Hua, Berlan, and the multitude of practitioners present became deeply engrossed in his teachings. That concludes today's lecture. The Void King's voice eventually broke through the reverie of the captivated practitioners. Many bowed respectfully before departing. Junior brother, if there's anything you didn't understand in the 3 illustrations I just explained, feel free to ask again. The Void King kindly inquired after Luo Hua lingered. Without hesitation, Luo Hua articulated the aspects he found perplexing. The Void King patiently re-explained them. Thank you, Senior Brother 17. Luo Hua expressed his gratitude. Realizing the advantage of having a powerful teacher, when faced with confusion, one could simply inquire. In contrast, without a mentor, uncertainties would have to be suppressed, leading to squandered opportunities to comprehend the Chaos Monument. The Void King smiled. No need for such formality, Junior Brother. You must strive diligently. The 3rd blade of Snow Flame is exceedingly challenging. A year has already passed, and you have 19 years left. Make the most of it. Yes, Senior Brother 17. Luo Hua nodded, secretly pondering what kind of astonishment the King of Space would experience if he were to learn that I have comprehended the essence of all temporal laws within the 3rd blade of Snow Flame. To grasp 32 profound essences in just 1 year is indeed extraordinary. Thus, during my earlier inquiries, I predominantly focused on questions pertaining to spatial laws, seldom delving into the intricacies of time laws unless I encountered a bottleneck. Time swiftly passed, and in the span of 19 years, I have immersed myself in cultivation and comprehension. Throughout this period, Luo Hua did not once attempt to traverse the celestial bridge. Instead, he remained atop the terrace of his residence, contemplating laws and deciphering secret techniques, or attending lectures at the King of Space's estate. Chapter 132, The 3rd Blade of Snow Flame. In the virtual universe of Yuxiang Mountain, within a luxurious estate in the Primal Zone, Ming and Hong Luo stood together, gazing into the distance at a 3-story building. 2 decades had elapsed, and it remained uncertain whether the young master had fully grasped the 3rd blade of Snow Flame. I hope my junior disciple continues to surprise us, Hong Luo mused, her voice tinged with anticipation, yet deep down, she understood the formidable challenge of mastering the 3rd blade of the secret technique created by Kadi within such a limited time frame. Ming's tone was calm, but like Hong Luo, he comprehended the difficulty of elucidating the 3rd blade. After all, Kadi was the foremost genius of the past 100 million epochs, and the Snow Flame technique he devised intricately intertwines the essence of time and space, forming various combinations of attacks. Without a thorough investigation into these elements, merely understanding the essence would not suffice to execute the 3rd blade. Within the bedroom of the 3-story building, Luo Hua sat quietly at his desk, where numerous tomes of the Snow Flame technique were laid out. Beside the books was a stack of papers densely annotated with his insights gathered over 20 years of contemplation. This meticulous note-taking had become a habit since he began his exploration of the secret technique. In those 2 decades, during the first 15 years, I comprehended the entirety of the time and spatial essences of the 3rd blade of Snow Flame, even unraveling the 17 combinations of essences it encompasses. However, my aspirations extend beyond merely executing the 3rd blade. I yearn to discover a swordsmanship uniquely my own, Luo Hua mused, reflecting on the arduous task of cultivating his own sword intent, which requires not only understanding the combinations of essence, but also transcending the sword intent that Kadi had realized. Otherwise, I would merely be treading the path laid out by Kadi. This endeavor is akin to his brother Luo Feng's exploration of the Snowfall technique, where he integrated the swordsmanship of Phantom Shadow's 7 absolute blades to forge a style that suited him. It is precisely this personal alignment that allows for a more potent display of power. Yet, in 5 years, Luo Hua had only managed to formulate a single combination of intent. Nevertheless, despite having grasped only one, he had significantly enhanced the 3 intents he derived from the 1st blade of Snow Flame during that period. In other words, within 5 years, Luo Hua had truly realized 4 distinct intents. 4 intents equate to 4 blades, and I wonder if I can conquer the 9th level of the Celestial Bridge. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Luo Hua's eyes, for the 9th level signifies a near-immortal understanding of the laws, as well as mastery over the first 3 illustrations of the cosmic chaos steel, representing the minimal benchmark of the primordial celestial mountain. On Thunder Island, within the layered palaces, the Lord of the Eclipse, resembling an earthling with a vertical scar on his forehead and chestnut red hair, gazed down upon the King of Space and softly inquired, "Tachio, how has your junior disciple progressed over these 20 years?" The King of Space replied respectfully, "Honored Master, based on the inquiries my junior disciple has made, he has comprehended 54 profound essences of the spatial laws within the 3rd blade of Snowflame. However, he has posed few questions regarding the 32 essences of time laws. Judging by his performance, it appears he has yet to fully grasp the 3rd blade." The King of Space hesitated momentarily. But what? The Lord of the Eclipse's voice was ethereal, yet resonated close at hand. The King of Space continued, "Master, my junior disciple, like his brother Luo Feng, possesses a character that remains dormant until an eruption of brilliance. Thus, I speculate that he may have comprehended all the fundamental laws of the 3rd blade of Snowflame. And Luo Feng, he must have traversed the 4th level of the Celestial Bridge by now?" The King of Space quickly responded. Luo Feng conquered the 4th level in the 19th year of his time in Chaos City. Indeed, his progress is remarkable. Compared to Berlin, I hold greater hopes for Luo Feng. However, your junior disciple, Luo Hua, has demonstrated the most astonishing performance in this cohort, potentially rivaling Kudi. The Lord of the Eclipse's voice was imbued with a tinge of anticipation. "It has been countless years since I last took on a direct disciple. I hope to find one this time. Go forth." "Yes, Master." The King of Space departed swiftly. In Chaos City, atop the terrace, a voice suddenly rang in Luo Hua's ear. "Come to me at once." Following this, the command echoed repeatedly. Luo Hua opened his eyes and looked up at a large fish-shaped flying vessel hovering in the distant sky. "The 9-sword sovereign has arrived?" he murmured, and then soared upward towards the vessel. Simultaneously, countless streaks of light traversed the chaotic currents above Chaos City, with nearly 900 figures swiftly converging in the air before the large fish vessel. With a click, the belly hatch of the azure fish vessel opened, and the purple-scaled man, the 9-sword sovereign, stepped gracefully into the air. "Greetings, Sovereign." Over 900 individuals, including numerous immortals and hundreds of prodigies, bowed in respect. The 9-sword sovereign surveyed the throng of talented individuals, snorted disdainfully. "Chaos City is the safest place for cultivation, yet in merely 30 years, 200 of you have perished out of 1,000. This is disappointing. With only 10 days left, it is time to traverse the Celestial Bridge or hasten your comprehension of the Chaos Steel." "Yes, Sovereign." Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the other 800 prodigies responded respectfully, before each returning to their residences. "There must be many attempting the Celestial Bridge now, right? After 20 years, it is time for me to assess the results of my insights." Upon returning to the terrace of his residence, Luo Hua connected his consciousness to the virtual universe and was promptly transported to the Celestial Bridge realm. On the island square of the Celestial Bridge realm, figures began to materialize one after another. "Brother." Luo Hua soon spotted Luo Feng, who approached with a smile and asked, "How did your teacher's test go? Are you confident?" Luo Hua smiled mysteriously. "Hee, brother, just wait and see." Luo Feng's eyes brightened with excitement. "You seem quite confident. Good, give it your all. Brother, you should be able to conquer the 5th level this time." Luo Hua remarked, amused by Luo Feng's fighting spirit. "You passed the 6th level 20 years ago, before leaving. I must conquer the 5th level." Luo Feng replied with strong confidence. Luo Hua nodded. "Let's both strive for success." As the brothers conversed, Uka, Aichen, Berlan, and others began to appear. "Madman, Wanderer, are you two still a nuisance? Are you back to challenge again?" Uka approached, playfully punching both Luo Hua and Luo Feng. When Berlan caught sight of Luo Hua, his pupils constricted. Aichen remained composed, his crystalline eyes fixating on Luo Hua. The sentinel of the island square, Baffin, observed the multitude of talents with a smile. "I have an announcement. Just now, Rong Jun has conquered the 4th level." "What? Rong Jun has also passed the 4th level?" Uka, Aichen, Qian Shui, and others expressed their astonishment. Luo Feng thought to himself, "Rong Jun has also passed the 4th level. He's catching up to me." Baffin continued. "Luo Hua, there are individuals at the Cosmic Celestial Bridge. You will be the first to challenge it. Berlan will be second, and Luo Feng. There are also individuals at the 9-Universe Celestial Bridge. You will be first there too. Uka, the Giant Axe Celestial Bridge has no one. You may challenge it now." Qian Shui. After the guardian Baffin finished his instructions, he began discreetly sending emails to all the prominent figures. Given the number of individuals attempting to traverse the celestial bridge this time, several had garnered significant attention, especially Luo Hua. Many venerable beings, including some ancient cosmic sovereigns, were keeping a close eye on him. The fact that Luo Hua had been accepted as a named disciple by the Lord of the Celestial Devourer and was now attempting to cross the celestial bridge, how intriguing. Many claimed that Luo Hua could rival the likes of Keti. With so many eager spectators, it seemed almost certain that a multitude would gather to witness Luo Hua's endeavor. Indeed, I shall join the fray as well. It has been countless eons since the Lord of the Celestial Devourer last took a personal disciple. I wonder if Luo Hua will seize this opportunity. Baffin's emails instantly sparked a wave of anticipation, drawing the attention of many, including the Nine-Sword Venerable, with numerous immortal monarchs even personally transporting themselves to the Celestial Bridge's realm. Chapter 133, The Seventh Layer of the Celestial Bridge. Swish, swish, swish. Figures emanating an immense aura of immortality began to materialize on the island square, some towering and majestic, others cold as ice, and still others steady as mountains. Without exception, their mere presence caused the surrounding space to warp and tremble. Berlan, Ai Chun, Qian Shui, and the other prodigies waiting in line to challenge the Celestial Bridge were taken aback by this sight. What is happening? So many immortals have arrived? And each one a superpower among the immortals? Another figure appeared. It was King Lycong, an unparalleled existence among the monarchs. It became clear. They had come to witness Luo Hua's attempt at the Celestial Bridge. After a brief exchange among the prodigies, they dared not speak further. The mere suppressed aura of these immortal beings left them pale-faced. Quite a crowd we have here, King Lycong exclaimed, surveying the surroundings with a hearty laugh. The true Yin King replied with a smile. Naturally, the Lord of the Celestial Devourer's named disciple attempting the Celestial Bridge would attract such a throng. Though he spoke lightly, his thoughts were consumed with whether Luo Feng could indeed surpass the fifth layer. Lycong, you are truly cunning to recommend the Lord of the Celestial Devourer, Long Yu remarked through gritted teeth, casting a glare at Lycong. Beside her, a woman adorned with a hexagonal crystal on her forehead softly interjected, Long Yu, it's not as if this is your first encounter with Lycong. He has long been notorious for his cunning and audacity on the outer battlefield. Let bygones be bygones, Su Jing Wang, Lycong responded indifferently. Baffin, bring up the footage. The guardian Baffin, not daring to hesitate, waved his hand to display the scene of Luo Hua attempting the Celestial Bridge. At the seventh layer of the Celestial Bridge, amidst the boundless starry sky, Luo Hua stood at the bridge's end, gazing at a meteorite the size of several dozen kilometers. After adjusting himself to peak condition, he proclaimed, I choose the warrior. With a crack, the meteorite split open, and a figure in blue robes emerged. 20 years have passed since you last faced me at the seventh layer. Young man, confidence is commendable, but it must be accompanied by corresponding strength. The blue-robed figure stated coldly. Luo Hua smiled. Last time, I failed before I could even see your move. This time, however, it will be different. Oh really? I hope you're not merely boasting, the blue-robed figure replied before commanding. Show me your full strength, and let me see if you have indeed progressed over these 20 years. As you wish. With that, Luo Hua lightly tapped the bridge with his toes and propelled himself forward. Simultaneously, countless phantoms materialized around him, almost 10,000 in total, flooding the bridge's surface like a tidal wave. The blue-robed figure's pupils narrowed slightly behind his mask. Receive my strike. The river of the setting sun. As he spoke, nearly 10,000 phantoms formed a bizarre pattern and simultaneously struck with their blades, their gleaming light engulfing the bridge's end, coalescing into a mighty river, with a setting sun casting its twilight glow upon it. Having comprehended the profound essence of 32 temporal laws, this manifestation was even more solid, as if one could grasp the fleeting beauty of dusk itself. An impressive combination attack. It's starting to affect space itself. It seems you have indeed made significant progress over the past 20 years. A hint of admiration laced the blue-robed figure's icy voice. But he swiftly retaliated. In that moment, his ancient broad blade transformed into a force of time and space, slashing downward with overwhelming pressure. The essence of Luo Hua's blade technique was shattered instantly, restoring the surrounding space and time to normalcy. Boom. All of Luo Hua's phantoms dissipated, leaving only his true self for the next strike. The two blades clashed, releasing ripples of time and space, which transformed into threads that caused the floating nebula above the bridge to ebb and flow erratically. Moonlight shines through the pines. Luo Hua drew his blade and struck again, and his phantoms reappeared, swiftly encircling the blue-robed figure, obscuring even the light itself. In the enveloping darkness, a bright moon gradually ascended, casting its luminous glow to dispel the shadows, instilling a flicker of hope for light even within the blue-robed figure's heart. However, only a momentary bewilderment flickered in the blue-robed figure's eyes before he swiftly reacted. With a flick of his wrist, the ancient broad blade was positioned before him. And with that simple block, Luo Hua's phantoms shattered once more. Bang! The Likong blade struck heavily against the ancient long knife. Truly worthy of the seventh layer. Luo Hua inhaled deeply. Each 3 layers of the celestial bridge represented a threshold. The seventh layer was a test of entry into the third mural of the cosmic chaos steel, necessitating the comprehension of numerous law intricacies. The combination attacks he had just executed evidently did not encompass the fundamental intricacies beyond the blue-robed figure's design. Take another strike, Luo Hua shouted, the momentum of his blade shifting dramatically. Swish, swish, swish. Once more, nearly 10,000 phantoms erupted forth. The dazzling blade light coalesced into a resplendent and exquisite lotus flower, blooming and withering simultaneously, half in bloom, half in decay, such a poignant image that time seemed to freeze. As the blade light flared, the nebula above the bridge halted in its flow. Tears began to trickle down the blue-robed figure's eyes beneath his mask. Plop! As the blade light engulfed him, the ancient long knife fell to the bridge's surface. Seventh layer of the celestial bridge passed. On the island square of the realm, prodigies like Ai Chun and Qian Shui, witnessing Luo Hua's success in overcoming the seventh layer, felt a numbing sense of normalcy wash over them. It was as if Luo Hua's accomplishment was an expected occurrence. However, Berlan remained transfixed on the screen, murmuring, "Has the gap grown so vast?" In the 19th year of the Chaos City, he had conquered the 5th layer of the celestial bridge, and now, 11 years later, he barely felt ready to challenge the 6th layer. He had initially believed he could catch up to Luo Hua, but the 7th layer proved to be exponentially more challenging than the 6th. Berlan, Luo Hua is a prodigious talent who may indeed rival Keti. He can delve into both the origins of time and space simultaneously. As for you, I suggest you focus solely on space, lest you find yourself left far behind by Luo Hua, or even surpassed by Luo Feng. At that moment, the teachings of the Rainbow Sword King echoed in Berlan's mind. Meanwhile, nearly 70 immortal powerhouses observed Luo Hua's passage through the 7th layer, their expressions betraying no surprise. Given 20 years, it seemed only natural for Luo Hua to conquer the 7th layer. Comprehending the first blade of snow flame was indeed the most arduous task. The subsequent blade, involving a dozen or so fundamental intricacies, was comparatively easier to grasp. Now, it all hinged on whether Luo Hua could breach the 8th layer. Numerous sovereign beings engaged in discourse, and with their keen insight, they effortlessly discerned the profundity of Luo Hua's comprehension of the laws. However, the 8th level posed a formidable trial concerning the 3rd illustration of the Chaos Monument. Without a complete grasp of the 3rd strike of Snow Flame, passage was impossible. The difficulty of the 3rd strike of Snow Flame was well understood by these immortal sovereigns. At the terminus of the 8th level of the Celestial Bridge, a meteorite awaited. As Luo Hua approached, the meteorite resonated with sound. Choose your opponent. Warrior, controller, illusionist. I choose the warrior. He sought the name for the 3rd realm of intent. Preferably a poetic verse, but the author had yet to conceive one. Chapter 134, Enlightenment. With a swift motion, the fallen stones rapidly coalesced into a blue silhouette. A cosmos-level contender daring to challenge the 8th level, quite impressive. The blue-clad figure stated calmly, "Make your move." Without hesitation, Luo Hua stepped forth, soaring ahead. Simultaneously, phantasmal forms erupted around him. The setting sun on the vast river. The bright moon shining through the pines. 2 realms of intent were unleashed in succession. The essence of time and space intertwined, masterfully manifested by Luo Hua at that moment. However, the blue-clad guardian of the 8th level possessed strength far exceeding that of the 7th, remaining wholly unaffected. Luo Hua's blade shifted, revealing the tragic beauty of a withering lotus intent. The blue-clad man's eyes flickered with a momentary confusion before clarity returned. With a resounding clash, the ancient, heavy blade intercepted Luo Hua's lethal strike. Indeed, the 3rd realm of intent cannot surpass the 8th level. Luo Hua murmured, his movements suddenly slowing. The blue-clad warrior, observing Luo Hua's diminished assault, presumed he was conceding. However, as he prepared to counterattack, the scene before him transformed. A century-old tree materialized, its leaves withered and cascading to the ground, blanketing the ground in a layer of decay. This tableau evoked a poignant awareness of time's cruelty. like those leaves, which would inevitably succumb to the passage of years. The blue-clad man stood transfixed by the ancient tree and its desiccated leaves. Even as these leaves morphed into blades of light, he found no desire to escape. Dusk, hope, and melancholy, 3 realms of intent you have withstood, yet you cannot resist the blade of time. Gazing at the descending ancient blade, Luo Hua shook his head gently. Confident in the understanding of the temporal realm he had cultivated over 5 years, for no matter one's brilliance, the inexorable flow of time could not be thwarted. With a sigh, Luo Hua ascended to the apex of the celestial bridge, reaching the 9th level. He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly arriving at the terminus of the 9th level. Much like the 7th and 8th levels, the 9th level also featured a blue-clad guardian. A cosmos-level contender at the 9th level. Few have ventured here over the millennia. Should you succeed, congratulations. At the cosmos level, you shall be invincible. The blue-clad figure's voice remained calm. I sincerely hope you can prevail. Thank you. Luo Hua understood that the 9th level epitomized the pinnacle of the laws achievable by humanity at the cosmos level, a benchmark established by the Virtual Universe Corporation. The blue-clad guardian regarded Luo Hua with an indifferent expression. Make your move. Luo Hua inhaled deeply. He felt least assured about passing the 9th level, having thus far comprehended only 4 realms of intent. This is my most potent strike. Prepare yourself. Upon uttering these words, Luo Hua surged towards the blue-clad figure, unleashing nearly 10,000 phantasmal forms, each solidified and swiftly encircling the guardian in a prison. With a whoosh, the myriad phantasms struck simultaneously, their combined blade light descending. The attack, embodying the fundamental laws of space and time, erupted forth through the blade light. In an instant, the blue-clad man's eyes beheld the ancient tree, its withering leaves cascading, the cruelty of time manifesting. For a fleeting moment, confusion clouded his gaze. But as the blades of light formed from the leaves threatened to envelop him, clarity returned. In a flurry, the blue-clad man raised his blade to defend as Luo Hua's phantasms shattered around him. With a thunderous impact, the weighty blade struck against the blue-clad guardian's ancient sword. To achieve such a composite attack at the cosmos level, your future is boundless. The blue-clad figure's tone brimmed with admiration, yet he swiftly altered his words. However, to pass through, you still lack. As his voice faded, the blue-clad man retaliated, unleashing a torrent of attacks embodying the laws of time and space, descending upon Luo Hua like a mountain. In that moment, Luo Hua's focus narrowed solely on the ancient sword of the blue-clad man, which loomed like an infinite galaxy, instilling a sense of futility in resistance. Awaken. Having delved deeply into the essence of 32 aspects of time, Luo Hua's subconscious instantly recognized the nature of the blue-clad man's attack. He erupted with fierce roars. Boom. Upon regaining clarity, Luo Hua beheld the blue-clad man's blade descending upon him, and he hastily raised his own in response. The 2 blades collided in an instant, the fundamental laws of time and space clashing, patterns transforming into threads, rippling outward like waves. At that moment, even the meteorite at the terminus seemed to freeze. With a thud, the immense force propelled Luo Hua backward, crashing onto the bridge's surface as he coughed up blood. The intent accompanying the blue-clad man's blade felt astonishingly vivid. How could this be? Shock flickered in Luo Hua's eyes, having thoroughly analyzed the first 3 strikes of snow flame. He understood that the essence of intent was a composite attack of time and space, akin to an illusion that could not manifest in reality. Yet, the blue-clad man's blade bore an overwhelming weight, as if a primordial mountain of earth were bearing down upon him. With each confrontation, Luo Hua and the blue-clad guardian found themselves evenly matched in their comprehension of the laws, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, each collision left Luo Hua reeling, blood spilling forth. I won't endure many more of these. Luo Hua glared at the blue-clad figure, gritting his teeth, his mind racing to analyze the guardian's attack. The realms of dusk, hope, melancholy, and time paled in comparison to this one aspect of intent, which was fundamentally a composite attack. Its effects were merely influences. It shouldn't be able to wound me so severely. As he pondered, the blue-clad man's assault descended once more. Boom. This time, Luo Hua was sent sprawling onto the bridge, his body on the brink of collapse. Can intent truly manifest in reality? The intense pain catalyzed an unprecedented clarity of thought within Luo Hua, and he found himself contemplating this seemingly impossible question. As this thought crossed his mind, visions of the first 3 illustrations of the Chaos Monument flashed through his consciousness. Snowflakes, blizzards, flames, and infernos, each image flickering past like scenes in a film. Fire and snow, Fire and snow. Snow melded into fire, yet could extinguish it. Luo Hua murmured incessantly, his eyes growing brighter with understanding. Ah, I see it now. The fundamental aspects of time and space can be freely combined for attacks, naturally integrating into a singular offensive. Luo Hua laughed as if he had attained enlightenment. Though he spoke slowly, in reality, this realization occurred in an instant. As the blue-clad man's attack descended once more, Luo Hua refrained from blocking again. Instead, he drew his blade and advanced toward the guardian. A dense array of phantasmal forms erupted forth once more. The radiant blade light shimmered like the twilight river, like the dark moonlight, like the withering lotus, like the leaves of time. The blade light shifted and transformed, ultimately coalescing into a black and white lotus, half symbolizing hope, half embodying death. The moment the black and white lotus appeared, a smile emerged from beneath the blue-clad man's mask. Boom! The blade light engulfed the blue-clad figure entirely. Chapter 135, Departure. In the plaza of the Dimensional Island, as Berlan and other prodigies gazed at the scene of Luo Hua conquering the ninth layer, their expressions were nothing short of stupefied. The ninth layer symbolizes the pinnacle of the Realm Master's law level, while Luo Hua is merely at the cosmic level. Although they understood that Luo Hua was a genius of exceptional caliber that they could only look up to, the pace of his advancement was utterly astonishing. Merely 30 years in the Chaos City, the hearts of numerous talented individuals roared with disbelief. On the other side, many immortal powerhouses fell into silence. After countless years, humanity had finally birthed another extraordinary genius, one that arises once every 10 million epochs. Throughout human history, any unparalleled genius who did not fall midway achieved remarkable feats. As long as Luo Hua does not perish, his future is boundless, truly boundless. This is secondary. What is more significant is the terrifying speed of Luo Hua's progress. To traverse to the ninth layer in merely 30 years within Chaos City is an accomplishment that even the legendary Kadi could not match in terms of speed. The master of the Celestial Eclipsing Palace indeed has taken an exceptional disciple. Many immortal kings murmured in low tones, marveling at this phenomenon, despite their countless years of existence. Witnessing such a prodigy emerging once every 10 million epochs was a rare occurrence. Long you stared at the screen, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Luo Hua's performance was astonishing. It was a pity that he was not accepted as a disciple by her master. Lycong, you must be cautious. The alien races will undoubtedly stop at nothing to assassinate Luo Hua. The once elated King Liekong's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Fear not, my master. The Celestial Eclipsing Palace Lord will make preparations. Though he spoke calmly, Lycong was deeply troubled. It was known that Kadi had fallen to an alien assassination, and even the great Chaos City Lord had been powerless to intervene. In the heart of the opulent palace, the Lord of the Celestial Eclipsing Palace, marked by a vertical scar on his brow, gazed with eyes that seemed to penetrate layers of space. To his surprise, Luo Hua had indeed comprehended the third strike of Snowflame. Passing the ninth layer certainly places him in a position to rival Kadi. It appears I must take on another direct disciple. Though the cosmic level original Tongtian Mountain requires conquering the 12th layer of the Tongtian Bridge. That is merely a benchmark set by the higher echelons of humanity, with no real intention of allowing anyone to pass. Thus, for a cosmic-level individual to traverse the 9th layer of the Tongtian Bridge in just 30 years is already an extraordinary feat. Not to mention the Lord of the Celestial Eclipsing Palace. Even the Master of the Universe would be inclined to accept him as a disciple. Within the starry domain of the Wild Universe Kingdom, there lies a divine nation amid layers of space, featuring a grand palace nestled among its mountains. Master, a formidable cosmic-level genius, Luo Hua, has emerged from the Human Virtual Universe Company, having traversed the 9th layer of the Tongtian Bridge within 30 years in Chaos City. A voice of astonishment resonated from within the palace. The 9th layer of the Tongtian Bridge rivals the pinnacle of Realm Masters, which is not particularly daunting for a cosmic level. Master, Luo Hua has just participated in the Peak Genius Battle and has entered Chaos City for the first time, an anxious voice from the insect race, cloaked in golden robes, proclaimed. Oh, he has only just entered Chaos City and already crossed the 9th layer? Indeed. He qualifies as a prodigy emerging once every 10 million epochs. For now, he is marked as a primary target for elimination. However, being merely cosmic level, it is likely he will remain at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company for an extended period. For our insect race to assassinate him will require a substantial cost. We shall seek opportunities when he becomes a realm master on the outer battlefield. The voice within the palace spoke softly. Yes, in a distant domain. Another prodigy of humanity has emerged after 10 million epochs, yet he is merely at the cosmic level, his power too insignificant. Let us keep a watchful eye on him for the time being. Understood, Divine Master. Almost simultaneously, the other peak factions such as the demon race, mechanical race, and insect race learned of Luo Hua's achievement of traversing the 9th layer within a single day. The 4 great races, embroiled in territorial conflicts and bloodshed, would stop at nothing to eliminate an unparalleled genius emerging from humanity. The 10th layer of the Tongtian Bridge is located at the core of a planet. As Luo Hua reached the pinnacle, the planet's core resonated with a voice. Choose your opponent. Warrior, controller, illusionist. Defeat your opponent to proceed to the next layer. Warrior. Luo Hua replied. The 10th layer of the Tongtian Bridge represents the understanding of immortal laws. Presently, he hadn't even reached the immortal level of the time and space source laws. Transitioning from the pinnacle of Realm Master to Immortal is a considerable threshold. With a flash, a figure clad in yellow emerged from the planet's core. He regarded Luo Hua and said, a cosmic-level individual daring to challenge the 10th layer? You are quite impressive. Let us begin. Without hesitation, Luo Hua stepped onto the bridge, swiftly moving forward, and then unleashed the black and white lotus he had comprehended on the 9th layer. However, the yellow-clad individual casually sliced through Luo Hua's intent with a single strike, shattering it. Before Luo Hua could fully comprehend the situation, his consciousness began to fade. In Chaos City, atop the residence terrace, the disparity was too vast. Indeed, the transition from the 9th layer to the 10th layer constitutes a significant threshold, corresponding to the 4th image of the cosmic chaos steel. At present, he had yet to grasp even the basics. Thus, being defeated in an instant was entirely reasonable. Luo Hua took a deep breath, reconnecting his consciousness to the virtual universe. Upon his return to the estate, the intelligent life form promptly alerted him, Master, there is a message from the Lord of the Celestial Eclipsing Palace. Oh, a personal message from my master? Luo Hua exclaimed in surprise, hastily opening the email. Luo Hua, congratulations on passing the 9th layer and comprehending the 3rd strike of Snow Flame. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Throughout human history, many extraordinary geniuses have arisen, yet only a fraction have succeeded in their growth. Therefore, I implore you to remain humble and composed. Moreover, as I previously mentioned, upon your comprehension of the 3rd strike of Snow Flame, I shall accept you as my direct disciple. When you exit the initial universe and enter the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, someone will be there to receive you, the Lord of the Celestial Eclipsing Palace conveyed. After perusing the message, Luo Hua broke into a cold sweat. His master was right. Passing the 9th layer was insignificant, and the more extraordinary the genius, the more susceptible they were to falling midway. After all, the alien races would never allow such individuals to thrive. Luo Hua was acutely aware that his brother, Luo Feng, had also faced assassination attempts from alien races. Had it not been for Luo Feng's numerous trump cards, he would have been unable to escape. My current trump cards are insufficient. Aside from my innate talent, I possess no means of ensuring my survival. It seems I must prioritize this aspect moving forward. Luo Hua contemplated, fully aware that the alien races had undoubtedly set their sights on him. The following afternoon, Luo Hua swiftly made his way to the city lord's mansion. After successfully traversing the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers of the Tongtian Bridge, he had gained 3 opportunities to comprehend the chaos steel. However, with only 10 days left before his departure, he could only expend 1 opportunity. What a pity! I wonder when I will next return to Chaos City for comprehension. The 7 days of comprehension passed swiftly, and Luo Hua shook his head with a sigh as he beheld the bronze giant door. The understanding gained from the chaos steel was immensely beneficial to him. Time to set off. As the remaining 2 days elapsed, an abrupt voice rang in Luo Hua's ears. Originally focused on organizing the insights gleaned from the chaos steel over the past 7 days, he lifted his head to gaze at the massive fish spaceship hovering above Chaos City. He then looked back at the small building where he had resided for 30 years and murmured, Chaos City, I shall undoubtedly return. With a flash, like the other prodigies, Luo Hua transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the open belly hatch of the great fish. Chapter 136, Meeting the Lord of the Celestial Eclipsing Palace. Within the spaceship, more than 800 prodigies, including Luo Hua, gathered in the hall. For the 30 years in Chaos City, everyone had primarily devoted themselves to arduous cultivation and comprehension, rarely congregating. Thus, many familiar prodigies took advantage of this rare opportunity to form circles and engage in hushed conversations. Among them, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the 10 prodigies from the original district and primordial district naturally grouped together to chat. Damn, Luo Hua, Luo Feng. You two are incredible. Luo Hua has conquered the 9th layer, and Luo Feng has passed the 5th layer, while I've barely managed the 3rd layer. I'm utterly speechless. Wooker exclaimed, displaying a face of despair. Being with you two, I can hardly feel the pressure. Ai Chun, Qian Shui, and the other members of the Taichu district nodded in agreement, with Luo Feng showing a glimmer of hope for catching up, while Luo Hua and his companions could hardly muster any desire to pursue. After all, the 9th level of the Tongtian Bridge loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. Rong Jun sighed helplessly as he gazed at Luo Hua, recalling his past assertion of defeating him. But now, the gap was so vast that unless Luo Hua halted his progress, there was no chance for him at all. Suddenly, the usually reticent Berlan broke his silence, saying, Luo Hua, upon reaching the primitive district, I hope we can often engage in sparring and exchange. His words rendered the surroundings silent. Luo Feng, Uka, and the others looked at Berlan in astonishment. He was known for his pride and seldom interacted with others, let alone propose a spar. This indicated Berlan's humility. Facing the extraordinary talent of Luo Hua, he finally recognized that he was not of the same caliber of genius. Very well, Luo Hua replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. It was indeed a rarity for Berlan to make such a change. Boom. At that moment, the venerable 9th Sword Master, clad in a blue battle robe, entered the lounge, emanating a disquieting aura that instantly silenced the previously bustling hall. The foundational training in Chaos City has concluded after 30 years. You have all performed exceptionally well, particularly you, Luo Hua. Keep striving and do not disappoint the expectations of the Lord of the Eclipse Palace, the 9th Sword Master stated, turning his gaze towards Luo Hua. Yes, Master. Luo Hua replied respectfully, nodding earnestly. The 9th Sword Master then looked at Luo Feng, Berlan, and Rong Jun, saying, You must also continue to exert yourselves without the slightest hint of complacency. Yes, Master. They replied in unison, their voices filled with respect. After a brief period of temporal disarray, they arrived at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. Following the 9th Sword Master's instructions and reminders, Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and the other over 800 talents filed out. Under the guidance of the headquarters envoy, they arrived at the vast conference hall where they had first convened. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in silver robes entered, surveying the assembly of over 800 talents with a smile. Esteemed guests, the 4 great secret realms of the Virtual Universe Company are not located in the same vicinity, he announced. With a wave of his hand, the entire hall became transparent. The 3 ships outside will transport you to your respective secret realms. Members of the Apocalypse District, proceed down the left corridor. Members of the Celestial District, take the right corridor, while those from the Taichu District should walk through the central passage. As for the 2 members from the Primitive District, please remain here and await the Master. His words stirred a commotion within the conference hall. The 4 great secret realms are indeed separate. We will be parting ways. Luo Hua had long been aware of this, while Luo Feng was taken by surprise. He turned to Luo Hua, saying, We are parting now. We can only meet in the virtual universe from here on out. Remember, living is the most crucial. Do not take unnecessary risks. I understand, and you as well. Luo Hua nodded solemnly. I shall take my leave. Very well, Luo Feng and Uka, along with Rong Jun, began walking towards the central passage. Soon, the conference hall lay empty. Your Highness Luo Hua, Your Highness Berlan, please wait a moment. The Master will join you shortly after concluding some matters. The silver-robed man said with a smile. Approximately half an hour later, the 9th Sword Master in his blue robe re-entered. Let us proceed. I shall ensure your safe arrival at the Primitive Secret Realm, he stated calmly. Each member of the Primitive Secret Realm was of utmost importance to the Virtual Universe Company, and as their direct master, the 9th Sword Master felt obligated to protect them against potential lurking threats during their journey. Luo Hua and Berlan hurriedly followed behind the 9th Sword Master, making their way to the large fish-shaped spaceship outside the conference hall. The Primitive Secret Realm is closest to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe, situated within the same cosmic domain. This convenience will be beneficial for your future purchases. The 9th Sword Master smiled as they boarded the ship. Moreover, the secret realms are actually unique regions formed by the cosmos. As the 9th Sword Master explained the secret realms to Luo Hua and Berlan, the fish-shaped spaceship began to traverse through the cosmos. 2 months later, the ship arrived at the 9th time-space of the primitive secret realm, the Wuchen continent. This continent was encircled by 3 artificial Wuchen planets, creating an independent time-space, all designed to monitor the surroundings and prevent incursions by hostile entities. Upon disembarking, The ninth sword master observed Luo Hua and Berland curiously examining the surrounding stars and smiled as he provided further explanations. Master, the exclusive immortal guards led by Hong Luo had long been waiting there. Upon seeing the ship come to a halt, they approached with respectful bows. The ninth sword master nodded. The journey to the cosmic level of cultivation was crucial, and the virtual universe company began nurturing them from the cosmic level. Once you arrive at your respective estates, you will receive correspondence regarding this matter in the virtual universe. Strive diligently, and I hope that by the next time we meet, you will have grown considerably. With that, the ninth sword master vanished, and the fish-shaped spaceship swiftly departed. Berland, best of luck. The white-clad youth, Berland, paused momentarily, responding with a determined you too. Thus, they parted ways. Hong Luo, we finally meet in reality. Luo Hua smiled at Hong Luo, noting that her demeanor was even more frosty in the real world compared to the virtual universe, though she deliberately restrained her aura in his presence. Hong Luo smiled faintly. Your Highness, we will spend a considerable amount of time together in reality from now on. Luo Hua nodded. As his exclusive immortal guard, she would protect him until he became a formidable force. At that moment, a spaceship suddenly descended from afar, landing beside Luo Hua, Hong Luo, and the group of guards. With a click, the ship's hatch opened, revealing a burly man wielding a massive axe. Luo Hua, the palace master has sent me to escort you. Luo Hua's eyes brightened as he responded, I appreciate your assistance, esteemed sir. Hong Luo, you and the others should return to the estate. I must meet my teacher first. As the Lord of the Eclipse Palace wished to see Luo Hua, Hong Luo and the others dared not impede him. After approximately 3 to 4 months of traveling through the cosmos aboard a shuttle-shaped F-class spaceship, they arrived at the void outside the Blood Luo world of the Taichu secret realm. In the void, an immensely grand palace floated silently, with numerous ships docking outside. The burly man and Luo Hua's vessel ascended directly to the second level of the palace. Once the ship docked, the burly man waved his hand, and an invisible force enveloped Luo Hua, transporting him to the 9th level of the palace. Teacher, upon seeing the Lord of the Eclipse Palace, who appeared both distant yet near, Luo Hua respectfully called out. The Lord of the Eclipse Palace smiled and nodded. Luo Hua, I mentioned that once you comprehend the third strike of Shui Yin, you would become my direct disciple. From today forth, you shall be my 27th direct disciple. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. Luo Hua knelt reverently upon the ground. The ritual of apprenticeship carried great significance, as this bow symbolized the formal establishment of their master-disciple relationship, which was regarded as one of the most steadfast bonds in the cosmos. Chapter 137, Treasures. Rise. The Lord of the Eclipse Palace gently raised his hand, and an intangible force lifted Luo Hua to his feet. A warm smile adorned his face, as if he were gazing upon a beloved protege. Over the long passage of time, including you, I have accepted a total of 27 direct disciples, 7 of whom have perished. Of the remaining 20, 15 have ascended to cosmic status, while 4, like your senior brother 17, have attained unparalleled kingship. Only you remain at the cosmic level, hence my expectations for you are a minimum of peak kingship. The Lord of the Eclipse Palace's voice was gentle, resonating like a refreshing spring breeze. With a serious expression, Luo Hua declared, Disciple shall exert every effort. The master of the Celestial Eclipse Palace nodded slightly. You are still young and require a considerable amount of time to mature. In my practice of nurturing disciples, I typically refrain from excessively providing resources. Remember, true strength is forged through one's own endeavors. Yes, master, I shall remember, Luo Hua replied. However, the weak require protection, especially those exceptional talents like yourself. The alien races will spare no effort to assassinate you. As he spoke, the master turned his hand, revealing a magnificent pagoda that appeared resplendent, surrounded by dazzling nebulas within. This tower is known as the 9-star pagoda, a rare treasure for soul defense. It can withstand soul attacks from all beings below the cosmic sovereign level, safeguarding your essence. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 9-star pagoda soared from his palm, rapidly expanding to a towering height of several hundred meters. Luo Hua gazed in awe at the splendid pagoda, his heart racing. He desperately needed a means of soul defense, for once one's soul is enslaved, even resurrection would be impossible. Upon entering, you will witness the core of the pagoda. With your mental prowess, you can refine the core. The 9-star pagoda can change in size, merging with your soul. The master's voice lingered ethereally. Understood, Luo Hua affirmed, stepping into the 9-star pagoda. Soon, he beheld a delicate small tower suspended in the center of the first level of the pagoda. Approaching it, Luo Hua inhaled deeply. enveloping the exquisite tower in his mental energy. 3 days later, Luo Hua emerged from the 9-star pagoda. With a mere thought, the towering pagoda quickly shrank, merging into his sea of consciousness. Thank you for bestowing this treasure, teacher. Luo Hua expressed his gratitude. The master of the Celestial Eclipse Palace regarded Luo Hua with a somber reminder. Luo Hua, while the 9-star pagoda can protect your soul, the alien races have numerous methods at their disposal. As you venture forth, exercise utmost caution. Should you find yourself in dire straits, remember, better to self-destruct your soul than to be enslaved. Luo Hua understood the gravity of his teacher's words and promptly replied, Yes, master. The master sighed inwardly. Treasures for soul defense are rare and hard to come by, and even he possessed but a few. Go forth. Reaching the cosmic level is a crucial stage in your growth. Should any questions arise, feel free to access the exclusive Virtual Universe channel to inquire within my palace on Thunder Island. On the primitive secret realm of the Wuchan continent, a spaceship descended at the entrance of the luxurious manor number 113. As the hatch opened, Luo Hua stepped out. Your Highness. The guards at the manor's entrance greeted with bows. Luo Hua nodded in acknowledgement, thanking the brawny man before entering the manor alongside Hong Luo. Hong Luo, instruct the others not to disturb me, he commanded, making his way to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Seated at the desk, Luo Hua linked his consciousness to the virtual universe. After emerging from the primordial universe, the privileges of each secret realm member would be enhanced, granting access to a wealth of information. Understanding this, Luo Hua opened his notebook and soon discovered a folder that appeared on the screen. As in the original storyline, the folder was divided into 3 main categories: life, learning, and cultivation. The treatment in the primordial secret realm differed significantly from that in the Taichu district. Consequently, Luo Hua opened each of these sections, meticulously reviewing their contents. The life category encompassed an extensive array of topics, including food, weapons, battle armor, spaceships, star maps, and more. Except for certain precious treasures, such as blood luo crystals and other forbidden items, everything else, be it living plants, high-level spaceships, or advanced technological weapons, could be purchased with points. The learning category primarily consisted of theory and practice, where the theoretical aspect involved attending public lectures by eternal sovereigns and even cosmic lords, while the practical aspect included challenges in the Bridge of Heaven and the Immortal Altar, designed to test one's strength. The cultivation category involved accepting various training tasks of differing levels of danger. After spending an entire half-day browsing through this information, Luo Hua pondered. Having traversed the 9 layers of the Bridge of Heaven in Chaos City for 30 years, I have accumulated 479,000 points. While it may seem substantial, it is, in fact, rather meager, insufficient even to purchase the first 4 volumes of the true solution of time and space. Clearly, earning points must be my top priority. Otherwise, my progress will stall significantly. Though endowed with an infinite amount of gemstones, Luo Hua's speed of comprehending laws would not diminish. However, to manifest the understanding of those laws, he must decipher secret techniques. The esteemed true solution of time and space meticulously dissects the laws of time and space, encompassing myriad secret techniques. His rapid comprehension of the first 3 strikes of Snow Flame in Chaos City was significantly aided by this tome. Thus, to continue advancing, he must acquire the 4th volume of the true solution of time and space, along with essential treasures for survival and cultivation of plant life, such as the Mo Yun vine, requiring a considerable amount of points. I cannot yet conquer the 10th layer of the Bridge of Heaven, but I have yet to challenge the Illusion Sea and the Immortal Altar. Perhaps I should give them a try. With that thought, Luo Hua exited the manor. The Immortal Altar, much like the Bridge of Heaven, is a designated spatial domain accessible to all core members of the Virtual Universe Company. With a flash, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Luo Hua. As expected, the Immortal Altar serves as a unique testing ground purely for assessing strength, where the use of laws and any form of energy is prohibited. Luo Hua adjusted his body, feeling somewhat out of place. Without hesitation, he ascended the golden steps of the altar. The staircase comprised a total of 99 tiers, with perfect physical exertion equating to 100 units, signifying ideal control over one's strength. Luo Hua approached the target at the altar, swiftly striking it with his fists, elbows, head, knees, and shoulders within a single second. Soon, test data appeared on the adjacent screen. 62 units, 57 units, 68 units, 58 units, 46 units. Observing these figures, Luo Hua frowned. As a martial artist, his control over his body surpassed that of a mental power practitioner, yet these numbers were disappointingly low. failing even to meet the minimum standard of 50 units required for earning points, indicating his lackluster power output. After several more attempts, his lowest attack data still did not exceed 50 units. With a sigh, he reflected, "Indeed, ever since becoming a martial artist, I have scarcely engaged in combat. Relying primarily on treasures such as the Millennium Plant Spirit, Muya Crystal, and Bai Essence, it is only natural for my power output to be inadequate." Upon leaving the Immortal Altar, Luo Hua proceeded to the Illusion Sea. The Bridge of Heaven tests comprehension of laws. The Immortal Altar assesses pure strength, while the Illusion Sea challenges one's consciousness and willpower. As he stepped onto the first island of the Illusion Sea, the environment shifted around him. In the castle of Westlake, Zheng busied herself in the kitchen. "Luo Hua, it's rare for you to return. You must savor my latest culinary delights." Hearing that familiar voice, Luo Hua felt his heart settle. "Dad, you're back?" At that moment, the now-grown muscular youth, Luo Hao, entered from outside. Looking at his son, Luo Hua felt a mix of emotions. How had his once adorable child transformed into such a muscular figure? "No, this is an illusion. Break free." Luo Hua quickly regained his composure. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared before him, revealing the next island of the illusion. "This illusion has laid bare the deepest yearnings of my heart. It is indeed terrifying," Luo Hua thought with a shudder. Had his will been weaker, he might have succumbed to the illusion, ultimately being expelled when time ran out. After traversing 3 more illusion islands, Luo Hua ultimately met with failure. In the luxurious 3-story mansion of the original district within the virtual universe, Luo Hua furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The perception of the law reveals that I, Yao Yao, may be leading. However, in terms of exertion and willpower, I find myself significantly lacking. Although these factors minimally affect my strength in the early stages, they become crucial in the later stages when striving to transcend into the realm of immortality or even to become a cosmic sovereign. Very well. I shall first enhance my training in these 2 aspects before embarking on cultivation tasks. With this thought, he closed the back-end management, rose to his feet, and made his way toward the training ground. The training area in the primitive zone encompasses every conceivable method of cultivation, including the simple exercise of the body. In the Marvel Universe, within the 12th floor office of the SHIELD headquarters, an invisible energy descended, adding a unique hue to Gary's gaze. Although my mentor, the Lord of Celestial Eclipses, did not explicitly instruct me to challenge the primitive heavenly mountain, I suspect he secretly harbors hopes that I might overcome the cosmic-level primitive heavenly mountain, as it allows one to undertake cultivation missions, each of which conceals profound secrets. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the sound of knocking jolted Gary from his reverie. "Come in," he called out. The door swung open, and a stunningly attractive woman entered. "Natasha, what brings you here?" Chapter 138. Iron Man. Gary lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Natasha. This alluring woman exuded an irresistible charm. No wonder many superheroes had succumbed to her allure. In comparison to Benny, her mere presence evoked a sense of impulse. Gary noted Natasha's slight discomfort. The legendary figure seated in the office chair seemed to possess a penetrating gaze that felt as though it could see right through her. "You may call me Minister." "I have a fondness for that title," Gary replied with a smile. Natasha corrected her phrasing. "Minister Gary, Director Fury requests your presence." "Oh, what does Fury want?" Gary inquired casually as he stood and approached Natasha. I'm not quite sure," Natasha admitted, her nerves evident. Even Fury had never exerted such pressure upon her. Gary chuckled. "Let us go together." The two walked side by side to Fury's office. "Director Fury, Minister Gary has arrived," Natasha announced as she opened the office door and promptly exited. Fury was engrossed in his work. Upon hearing her voice, he continued to labor without lifting his head, remarking, "Gary, I'm preparing to assign you some tasks. It's unsettling to see you idly sitting in the office every day. Had I known it would come to this, I would have never agreed to be your assistant. Now I appear to be the director, yet every time I see you, I feel as though I am working for you without any compensation." Fury's tone carried an exaggerated complaint. Gary smiled. His rapport with Fury was amicable, allowing for candid exchanges. "Fury, you can simply state your desire for compensation. Let us discard the unnecessary chatter." He shrugged and asked, "What task do you have for me?" "I could use a change of scenery." Fury wasted no time, stating bluntly, "It's about Stark's son, Tony. He seems to have encountered a minor incident. My agents reported that he has gone missing. A fully grown man has vanished right under their noses, and more surprisingly, they have the audacity to report it. I had no idea that not all agents inspire confidence like Coulson and Natasha do." "Oh, Stark's son?" Gary raised an eyebrow. He had been quite occupied of late, not only attending various soirees, but also overseeing Howard Stark's creation of a starship capable of traversing the cosmos, with technology acquired from Roa. Thus, he had not been attentive to other matters. I remember attending Tony's 7th birthday party. He was quite the clever little rascal. I suppose he has grown into adulthood by now, Gary remarked casually. Fury, however, was not anxious. He was well aware of Gary's capabilities. The reason for assigning this seemingly trivial task to Gary was merely to foster interaction between him and the other agents, preventing them from remaining unfamiliar with Gary. Setting aside his work, Fury rose to prepare 2 cups of hot coffee, saying, Tony has indeed matured into adulthood and has become a top-tier weapon manufacturer, surpassing his father Stark. However, his personal life is a complete mess. Stark has mentioned to me several times his regret for bringing Tony to various parties during his childhood. Gary's expression darkened as he envisioned the chaotic scenes. Fury paused briefly before continuing. I believe that if Tony assists, your plans could be completed ahead of schedule. Fury was fully aware of Stark's involvement in aiding Gary with the spaceship's construction, but chose not to interfere or inquire further. Given what you've said, it seems I truly need to venture out, Gary stated as he stood up. Coulson is currently overseeing this matter. You can approach him directly, Fury advised. After a moment's hesitation, he added, it seems Carter has made some progress lately. If you have the time, you might consider visiting her. Gary nodded, understood. In a desolate desert in the Middle East, a helicopter descended slowly. Gary and Coulson disembarked, with Coulson stating, Minister Gary, according to our intelligence, Tony was likely attacked and subsequently disappeared in this vicinity, linked to a prominent arms dealer. Gary raised a hand to interrupt. No need for further details. Tony has indeed gone missing in this area, correct? Yes, Coulson replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. Very well, you all wait here. I shall return with Tony shortly, Gary declared with a smile. Coulson was about to instruct the pilot to ensure utmost cooperation with Minister Gary during the search when he observed Gary walking toward the desert. He quickly called out, Minister Gary, is there something else? Gary turned, puzzled. Coulson jogged to Gary's side, carefully choosing his words. Minister Gary, this desert covers a vast area. We previously dispatched a helicopter for a search, but perhaps our capabilities were insufficient, as we did not locate any trace of Tony. If you were to search, it would be prudent to have the pilot accompany you. Our pilot possesses some experience in this region. Agent Coulson, I comprehend your intent. But questioning the abilities of a superior is not a trait of an exemplary agent, Gary remarked with a teasing smile. Minister Gary, I absolutely do not doubt your capabilities. Coulson stammered, attempting to clarify, only to widen his eyes in disbelief the next moment. Before him, Minister Gary had soared into the sky. Agent Coulson, remain here obediently and do not wander. Gary's voice echoed in Coulson's ears. As he gazed at the streaks of light in the sky, Coulson felt as though his worldview had shattered. Can a person truly fly unaided by any external apparatus? Though he understood that Gary was a legend with a physique rivaling that of a super soldier, defying Earth's gravity without any support seemed exceedingly extravagant. However, as a well-experienced agent, Coulson quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and approached the helicopter, stating solemnly, You saw nothing just now. The pilot and 2 other agents nodded vigorously, having memorized the agent confidentiality regulations countless times before entering S.H.I.E.L.D. Within a secluded cave in the desert, by the fire, Tony and Ethan diligently forged the external armor. The flickering flames illuminated Tony's earnest countenance. A month had passed since his abduction, and during this time, Tony had entirely shed his despair. Tony, if you succeed, what do you plan to do? Ethan inquired as he assisted. Certainly, the objective is to escape from this damned place. Tony fervently forged his armor. Ethan chuckled. I meant what to do after we escape. Tony paused momentarily. I am uncertain about what I will do once we are outside, but one thing I can confirm. Oh, what is it? Ethan inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. I will no longer provide weapons to these scoundrels, Tony asserted with conviction. Ethan shrugged, a hint of anticipation in his voice. I believe you will succeed. Ethan, what will you do after you get out? Me? Perhaps I will do something akin to what you planned, Ethan smiled. Just as Tony was about to extend an invitation for Ethan to join his company, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted outside. Chapter 139. The bewildered Iron Man. Hurry, hurry. Intruders have breached the perimeter. The frantic shouts, mingled with Arabic and Urdu, resonated deep within the cave. Ethan sprang to his feet. What is happening, Ethan? What are they shouting? Tony asked, puzzled. Tony, intruders have entered. It's astonishing that those searching for you managed to find this place, Ethan exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Tony dropped his hammer and the arm armor and approached the iron door, with Ethan hastily following suit. Rat-tat-tat. Boom. The gunfire was accompanied by the explosive sounds of rocket launchers. The intensity of the gunfire indicated that it was no mere single assailant. It had to be Rhodey and his team. Tony spoke with an almost certain enthusiasm. Is Rhodey the one searching for you? Ethan looked at Tony. Tony nodded excitedly, yes. You should know that the weapons I invented are closely tied to the military, and Rhodey is the head of that collaboration. He has a great relationship with me. Oh, it's that kind of relationship where a woman I've been with could be with him again. He must have been frantically searching for you since you went missing. Ethan laughed. Tony half-jokingly replied, I am the military's largest weapons supplier. If he had to choose between me and his wife, I bet he would choose me. As they conversed, the gunfire outside ceased. Footsteps approached the iron door. Tony shouted, Rhodey, is that you? I'm in here. Hurry and get me out. Click. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in a thin tracksuit, his countenance resolute, with eyes as clear and bright as the vast cosmos, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. The newcomer was Gary. With his cosmic-level prowess, he effortlessly located the cave hidden deep within the mountains near the desert, and he had annihilated the surrounding arms dealers without lifting a finger. Tony? Gary, who had only seen a young Tony Stark, looked at the two men before him and addressed the one without glasses. Who are you? Tony glanced at Gary, perplexed, then looked behind him. Is it just you? Where's Rhodey? Didn't he come? Gary smiled. No need to look further. It's just me. Let us go, though you're welcome to stay here if you wish. With that, he turned and walked out of the cave. Tony and Ethan exchanged bewildered glances, realizing the incredulity of one person breaching a heavily guarded cave, seemingly without a mark of battle. However, as they followed Gary, they soon encountered a multitude of fallen guards within the cave, each with a bullet hole in their foreheads. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they beheld the arms dealer who had forced Tony to manufacture missiles. You really came alone? Upon exiting the cave, Tony surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of any other figures, and could no longer contain his curiosity. Tony, aside from the three of us, the rest are corpses, Gary replied. Then cast a glance at the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, remarking, that thing in your chest will slowly claim your life. Tony's body quaked as he looked at Gary. Who exactly are you? Suddenly, Tony felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by shards from a bullet in his heart bursting forth. You. Tony's eyes widened in horror as he stared at Gary, his gaze filled with disbelief. Gary chuckled. I am Gary. We met once long ago. Now, it's time to return. When you get back, just ask your father, and you will know who I am. Before Tony could react, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground alongside Ethan. Gary grasped both of them and soared into the sky. Moments later, the trio descended beside a helicopter. Coulson hurried over, stating, Minister Gary, your efficiency is remarkable. You managed to bring Tony back in the time it takes to enjoy a cup of coffee. We all should learn from you. His tone brimmed with admiration. Truly, he was a superhero. These two are in your care now. Coulson, is that acceptable? Gary inquired. Absolutely, Coulson replied with a serious demeanor. Gary nodded and then vanished like a flash of light into the sky. You two fortunate souls, quickly carry Tony and the other person onto the helicopter. Coulson turned to the two agents still gazing at the sky and commanded. Director, the matter has been resolved, Coulson remarked, then called Fury. Fury expressed surprise. So soon? Coulson responded with a hint of nostalgia. Director, perhaps you should send someone else. At least then, I would feel somewhat useful. Coulson, do not belittle your worth. You should understand the purpose of my sending you. Fury replied with a smile. Coulson understood that Fury was nurturing him, for aside from a select few, most agents were oblivious to who truly held authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. Keep Gary's affairs discreet. Since Tony has been retrieved, leave the rest to Rhodey. Fury stated calmly. Understood, Director. On a massive iceberg island near the Arctic Circle, several engineering vehicles were excavating. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the sky, slowly landing near the island. However, no one noticed this occurrence. Wrapped in thick coats, Carter and Bucky were poring over maps, directing operations. The wreckage is increasing. The crash site of the plane should be nearby. After more than 2 years of effort, we finally have some leads. Steve, like me, has been injected with the super soldier serum. Even if frozen, I believe he should still be alive. Carter and Bucky conversed, their words more like affirmations of their desired outcome. Carter, a familiar voice made her turn. Gary, when did you arrive? Carter exclaimed, surprised. Gary approached, just now. He then glanced at the busy engineering vehicles nearby. Carter, can you confirm the plane wreckage is on this iceberg island? Carter nodded. We can confirm. As the iceberg melts, we've discovered some wreckage, and following it, we found more. I believe Steve is definitely beneath this iceberg. Carter, I'll go urge them to hasten their efforts. Bucky, without greeting Gary, said this and departed. Watching Bucky's retreating figure, Carter remarked, Gary, Barnes didn't mean it. I know, I don't blame him. For decades, I Haven T made a concerted effort to search for the plane wreckage. Gary sighed. Carter shook her head. Bucky and I have also searched for 2 years. Had the iceberg not melted to reveal clues, we would have continued in vain. This isn't your fault, Gary. Gary remained silent, gazing at the multitude of engineering vehicles. And after a moment, he slowly said, have these people leave. Chapter 140, Carter's Apology. Carter was momentarily taken aback. She turned to Gary and, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired, Gary, what did you just say? I said, let these people leave, Gary murmured softly. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize what they are doing? They are excavating the wreckage of the plane, and Steve is right beneath the iceberg. As Carter spoke, her emotions intensified. Don't you want to find Steve? Gary replied coldly. Carter, mind your words. Just because I said to let them leave does not imply that I do not wish to find Steve. Confused, Carter asked, if they leave, how will we find Steve? Growing weary of the conversation, Gary inhaled deeply and took a decisive step forward. Crack, crack, with a tremor akin to an earthquake. The entire iceberg island suddenly fissured, and the ground began to shake violently. Carter nearly lost her balance, but upon regaining her composure, she gazed at Gary in horror, finally comprehending what he meant by telling those people to leave. An earthquake. Quick, run. The ice split apart at a visible rate, and the once busy workers erupted into panic, leaping from their equipment and fleeing into the distance. Barnes steadied himself and hurried towards Carter. Carter, hurry. The iceberg is about to collapse. We must leave immediately, he urged anxiously. Yet, Carter stood there, seemingly frozen, as if she had not heard him. Carter, Carter, Barnes called out repeatedly. No need to leave. I've already located the plane wreckage, Gary suddenly interjected. As his words resonated, the violent shaking of the iceberg ceased, as if the previous chaos had been a mere figment of imagination. Oh, the earthquake has stopped? It's not shaking anymore, the fleeing workers exclaimed in bewilderment. Gary, you. Carter, coming back to her senses, looked at Gary, at a loss for words. Everything that had transpired exceeded her comprehension. Let us go, Steve is right below, Gary said, casting a glance back at Carter before striding towards a massive fissure. Taking a deep breath, Carter watched Gary's retreating figure, her gaze filled with complex emotions. Carter, what on earth is happening? Buck still appeared bewildered. First, let us find Steve. I will explain everything afterward, Carter replied, promptly following Gary. Buck suppressed his curiosity and trailed behind. It's the wreckage of the plane from that year. Upon reaching the edge of the vast fissure, Carter spotted the enormous aircraft below. Indeed, it's on this iceberg island. I'll go fetch some people to bring supplies, Buck exclaimed with delight. Just as Carter was about to nod in agreement, she saw Gary leap down. Be careful, Carter instinctively shouted, but halfway through, she recalled the moment when Gary had jumped from the plane. She shook her head with a wry smile. Gary was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Boom. Jumping from the several-meter-high fissure had no effect on Gary. He landed atop the plane's metallic surface and punched a hole through it before descending into the cockpit. Soon, he spotted a shield, the emblematic symbol of Captain America. Approaching, Gary's gaze fell upon Steve, who lay frozen in slumber, and he murmured, Steve, at long last. I see you again. In the infirmary of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, Gary, Fury, and Carter stood beside the hospital bed, where Steve lay quietly, while several individuals were using instruments to monitor him. How is he? Will he awaken? After a long silence, Fury finally asked. The patient has been in slumber for a considerable time, and his skin remains frozen. We will need to observe for a while longer to determine if he can awaken. Upon hearing this, Gary suggested, let us step out. We shouldn't disturb their work. The group filed out of the infirmary. Gary, thank you, Buck suddenly spoke. Steve is also my friend. Saving him was the least I could do, Gary replied, adding, do not worry. I believe Steve will surely awaken. Both Carter and Buck nodded, sharing his conviction. After leaving the infirmary, Gary took the elevator down to the expansive underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Within the base, various advanced instruments were arranged, alongside numerous intelligent, anthropomorphic systems, and amid these devices, Howard Stark was diligently at work. Stark, how is the progress? Gary inquired as he approached. Howard Stark, without lifting his gaze, continued his labor, replying, the technology you provided is extraordinarily advanced, especially the power source. I have never encountered such a method. I have spent the past 2 years analyzing and inputting it into the database. Thankfully, with the assistance of artificial intelligence, I have managed. Or else I would have been overwhelmed. Watching the industrious Stark, Gary couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wishing he could have directly brought a spacecraft from Luo Hua to alleviate so many complications. After achieving cosmic level, he had attempted to bring spatial rings or intelligent life forms, but alas, all had failed. He could only transport smaller items. Stark, if your son came to assist you, how long do you think it would take to construct a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel? After a moment's hesitation, Gary asked again. Howard Stark paused his work and thoughtfully responded, constructing a spacecraft involves various aspects. However, my son is undoubtedly a genius. If he is willing to help, I believe it could be completed within 2 years. Oh, by the way, half an hour before you arrived, he called me to ask who you were. Gary inquired curiously. What did you tell him? I, of course, answered truthfully. Oh, and by the way, Tony asked me for your contact information for the first time in over a decade. Howard Stark said with a self-deprecating chuckle. As a father, I suppose I have somewhat failed. This is the first time Tony has reached out to me in years. You should learn from Tony, expressing yourself. At the very least, let him know you have always been attentive to his growth, Gary gently advised. Howard Stark shook his head. He has his own life. I do not wish to interfere. I trust Stark Industries to him. After a pause, he hesitated, saying of course. If you could persuade him to come help, I wouldn't mind. I will make sure he comes, Gary replied with a smile. After leaving the underground base, Gary returned to his office. Knock, knock. Just as he settled into his chair, a knock resounded at the door. Come in. Soon, Carter, dressed in formal attire, stepped inside. This was her first visit to Gary's office since his return. Gary, I misunderstood you earlier. I apologize. Chapter 141, Gary's Plans. Gary regarded Carter with a calm gaze and softly replied, That matter has passed, Carter. If Steve awakens, the first person he will wish to see is you. I understand, Carter said, her eyes dimming. She grasped the meaning behind Gary's words. Gary, thank you for rescuing Steve. After speaking, Carter exited. Gary gently shook his head, as he had not truly dwelled on these matters. For him, the most pressing concern was to amass sufficient strength to confront Thanos before his arrival. Achieving cosmic level through mere cultivation with wooden crystals and Bipo jade was progressing rather slowly. Gary frowned, recalling that Luo Hua could elevate individuals directly from cosmic level 1 to 9 using nutrient pods, while he could only advance gradually. The primary issue was that he could not bring the nutrient pods over, nor could he transport certain treasures meant for cosmic levels, which was indeed troubling. He hoped that within the Marvel universe, there existed treasures capable of enhancing strength. Gary pondered in silence, realizing that urging Howard Stark to construct a spacecraft was indeed his primary objective. If coordinates were available, he would relish the opportunity to visit Asgard, the revered gathering place of the gods, undoubtedly home to countless precious cosmic artifacts. Just then, the vibration of his phone interrupted his thoughts. This is Tony. I am exceedingly grateful for your rescue, Uncle Gary. Uncle? A peculiar expression crossed Gary's face. Tony quickly responded, I didn't expect you to attend my birthday party when I was a child. Gary interjected, Tony, if there's something on your mind, please say it directly. You can simply call me Director Gary. All right, Director Gary. I wish to personally express my gratitude. If it weren't for you, Palladium would have claimed my life, Tony replied. Sure, I also happen to have something I need your assistance with. At Tony Stark's opulent mansion in Malibu, Gary leaned against the balcony, admiring the beautiful scenery. Tony, this place is quite impressive, far superior to my office at S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps I should consider relocating. Director Gary, I typically only bring women here. You are my first male guest, Tony teased, handing Gary a glass of wine. You've certainly learned a great deal from your father, Gary remarked as he took the glass and downed its contents in one gulp. Tony winced slightly. This wine ought to be savored. To me, all wine tastes the same, Gary shrugged, settling into the chair on the balcony, and candidly stated, Now, tell me. You didn't bring me here just to express gratitude, did you? Tony hesitated before saying, Director Gary, I am quite curious about how you extracted the shrapnel from my bloodstream. You could consider it a superpower, Gary replied, using telekinesis to move Tony's wine glass and place it on the table. Such a fascinating ability, Tony marveled. Taking a seat across from Gary. Can others possess this ability? Gary looked at Tony with a hint of amusement. What do you intend to do with it? To accomplish what I believe needs to be done, Tony replied, his tone somber. Oh, it appears you've gained much during your month of captivity, Gary remarked, snapping his fingers. A bottle of wine that Tony had left on the balcony flew over and landed on the table. Gary lifted his glass and drank once more, saying, You can pursue your objectives in your own manner. own manner? Tony paused. Aren't you in the process of constructing an armored suit? Gary reminded him. How do you know that? Tony exclaimed, having kept his experiment secret, even from Pepper, who assumed he was merely developing a new weapon. Gary snapped his fingers again, and a partially completed suit of armor soared out from his weapons lab. It looks quite stylish, though regrettably too fragile, he commented, casually crushing the alloy arm of the suit into a crumpled heap. Tony's expression darkened, unable to restrain himself. Director Gary, that alloy can withstand bullets. In my eyes, it is as fragile as paper, Gary scoffed, regarding Tony with an air of disappointment. Your father claimed you were a genius in weapon manufacturing. Yet I see nothing but scrap metal. To be frank, I am somewhat disheartened. Tony yearned to retort, but gazing at the mangled alloy on the table, he felt a wave of helplessness. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving him no room for rebuttal. Seeing this, Gary continued without obfuscation, as I mentioned over the phone. I require your assistance. If you still wish to prove yourself a genius, then follow me. Where to? Tony asked, taken aback. S-H-I-E-L-D. In the underground base of S-H-I-E-L-D. As Gary and Tony exited the elevator, a virtual figure formed from light and shadow materialized, greeting Gary with a smile. Tony, standing beside Gary, felt his eyes widen. An artificial intelligence? He had always prided himself on being at the forefront of this technology. Yet here was one that surpassed even J-A-R-V-I-S in human-like qualities. Grant Tony access, Gary instructed the hologram. Understood, Director Gary. The virtual figure scanned Tony, swiftly collecting his information. Access granted, identity verified, permission to enter. Let us proceed, Gary said. The two traversed the corridor, arriving beside a spacecraft that was only a third complete. Upon seeing the figure diligently working, Tony froze. Stark, your son has arrived, Gary announced. Howard Stark turned sharply at the mention of his son's name. Tony. Tony immediately turned to leave. Tony, if you wish to create a superior suit of armor, I suggest you stay, Gary said calmly. Tony Stark did not halt, swiftly exiting the base along the same path he had entered. Howard sighed, shaking his head. Gary, the rift between Tony and me is irreparable. He will return, Gary stated nonchalantly. Tony Stark is an exceedingly proud individual, particularly regarding weaponry and artificial intelligence. He perceives himself as the pinnacle of genius, and now that he has encountered superior AI and weaponry, he will be restless until he can prove his own superiority. As long as he harbors this desire to demonstrate his worth, he will inevitably return. Perhaps, Howard replied, unconvinced that Tony would come back. After all, he had provided his son with scant attention over the years, particularly after Tony began attending school. He had been preoccupied with work, and it could be said that they had seen each other less frequently than Tony had visited the office. A week later, in the underground garage of Tony's mansion in Malibu, he stood before a bright red suit of armor, stroking his chin and murmuring, J-A-R-V-I-S. Do you still consider the modified suit to be scrap metal? Sir, the Mark III is constructed from titanium and other metals, forming layered defenses. The inner layer consists of crystallized iron formed through molecular rearrangement, rendering it quite sturdy. I do not believe it to be scrap metal, the mechanical voice responded promptly. Excellent. We ought to take it for a spin. If someone wants my assistance, they should at least make me realize what constitutes scrap metal. With that, Tony's voice faded as the bright red suit enveloped him entirely. Whoosh. Bursting from the underground garage, Tony soared at great speed above the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. J-A-R-V-I-S. Make a few laps around the area, Tony instructed. Certainly, sir. Within the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, Agent Coulson hurried into Fury's office. Director, we have an unidentified flying object hovering above S-H-I-E-L-D. Do we need to take it down? Unidentified flying object? Fury paused, but soon a streak of light zipped past the window, prompting him to stride over to the window. Through the expansive glass, he gazed upward at the armored figure rotating in the sky. Must be another mad scientist's invention. Follow the usual protocol. Issue 3 warnings, Fury stated calmly. If it refuses to depart, employ weapons to take it down. Additionally, log it into the data analysis database for tracking. Dispatch agents to make contact shortly. Coulson nodded. Yes. Director. After a moment of hesitation, he queried, Director, should we inform Director Gary? Such trivial matters do not require disturbing Gary, Fury replied casually. Understood. In the skies above S-H-I-E-L-D, sir, a radio message has come through. Would you like to respond? J-A-R-V-I-S. Inquired within the suit. Answer it. Soon, Carlson's voice came through. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. Please vacate the airspace immediately, or we will resort to retaliatory measures. Repeat. Tony smirked. Retaliatory measures? The S.H.I.E.L.D. was constructed with the involvement of my merciless father, whose weaponry has long since become obsolete. J.A.R.V.I.S. Proceed, I commanded. Boom. Half a minute later, an energy beam locked onto the Iron Man suit and struck it with astonishing velocity. Bang. Tony was hurled away by the immense force, crashing heavily onto the street. Surrounding vehicles screeched to a halt, and bystanders erupted into cries of alarm. J.A.R.V.I.S. assessed the damage. Tony struggled to rise from the concrete pit. Sir, the suit has sustained 20% damage. Several weapon systems are non-operational, and the metallic shell at the impact site can withstand 2 more hits. J.A.R.V.I.S. promptly reported. After hearing this, Tony mused, not bad. There's been significant improvement. J.A.R.V.I.S. continued to maneuver. Sir, if the suit is struck 5 more times, it will be rendered inoperable. Tony interrupted. Then let us wait until they can strike 5 times. Additionally, activate the weapon countermeasures. Sir, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a government agency. Any aggressive action may have legal ramifications. J.A.R.V.I.S. Do as I say. Tony insisted. Whoosh. The Iron Man suit transformed into a streak of light, reappearing above the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Tony aimed his palm at the weapon that had just unleashed the energy beam and fired a shockwave. Boom, boom. The armaments concealed atop S.H.I.E.L.D. were instantly obliterated. The tremendous explosion captured the attention of numerous agents working within S.H.I.E.L.D., including Gary, who was contemplating the laws of space. Emerging from his reverie, stepping out of his office, Gary inquired of an agent, what is happening outside? Minister Gary, a humanoid armor is attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. The agent responded hurriedly. Humanoid armor? Gary was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, stating, notify Fury. Inform him I will handle this matter. The agent nodded. Yes, Minister Gary. Moments later, Gary appeared on the rooftop, gazing at the crimson Iron Man suit above, a smirk gracing his lips, an upgraded version. Is it? Tony, have you considered assisting? He called out. Upon seeing Gary, Tony floated in midair, revealing his head as he addressed Gary. Minister Gary, you wish for both my father and me to work for you. Your proposal is intriguing, but regrettably, you lack sufficient compensation to engage my services. By the way, how potent is this contraption of mine? Tony's tone was imbued with pride and boastfulness. Gary chuckled and took a step forward, effortlessly closing the distance to Tony. I apologize. We were too far apart earlier, and I didn't quite catch what you said. Could you repeat that? Glaring at Gary, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind completely boggled. After several deep breaths, he murmured, is this also a superpower? Gary shrugged. You could interpret it that way. What an astonishing ability. Tony was somewhat flustered. He had been thrilled and excited when he first created the flying armor, but now he found himself confronted by someone who could levitate without any external aid. Gary glanced at Tony's suit, casually pressing against it, leaving several prominent dents in the bright red armor, with the edges of the metal thoroughly deformed. Not bad. It's a tad sturdier than paper. Hearing this compliment, Tony's lips twitched. The suit he had painstakingly modified over the course of a week was merely slightly more resilient than paper. Was he dreaming? All right, Tony, the farce has come to an end. I shall grant you 3 more days to ponder this, if you do not arrive at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters within 3 days. Such opportunities will never present themselves again, Gary stated coolly, then turned and strode towards the rooftop's edge. Tony stared at Gary in silence for a long moment. J.A.R.V.I.S. How much impact can the titanium alloy and other metallic composites withstand? Tony couldn't restrain himself from asking. Sir, judging by the force of the recent energy beam, the Mark III model can withstand several tons of impact. J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. Tony's mouth twitched. Can human finger strength really reach several tons? Sir, without any external assistance, human finger strength does not exceed 10 kilograms. Shall we continue to assault S.H.I.E.L.D.? J.A.R.V.I.S. inquired. Tony gazed at Gary disappearing from the rooftop and said, J.A.R.V.I.S. I could use a cup of coffee to calm my nerves. Inside the director's office, upon Gary's entrance, Fury asked, "What is that outside?" "It's the Iron Man suit invented by Tony Stark," Gary casually replied as he took a seat. "Quite impressive. Although the rooftop weaponry is merely outdated equipment from a few years ago, it is not easily destroyed," Fury remarked, shrugging off the concern. Since Gary had assured him he would handle it, Fury felt confident in his capability. Settling back into his chair, Fury pulled out a dossier and said, "Gary, the military has been researching the super soldier serum. It seems some individuals are dissatisfied with us at S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 143, Captain America Awakens." Gary skimmed through the documents, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "Who approved this plan?" "Senator Jones," Fury replied, adding, "He is at odds with Senator Warren. They are both vying for the position of Secretary of Defense. Senator Jones's intentions are well-meaning, but his methods can be excessive, often leveraging S.H.I.E.L.D.'s influence to garner more support." Continuing with a chuckle, he said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has advanced rapidly in recent years, establishing cooperative relationships with several major international intelligence organizations, so there are bound to be those who cannot tolerate our progress. Let him stir the pot." "Adding a bit of spice to life is always meaningful," Gary remarked nonchalantly. Having transcended to a cosmic level, his gaze had long since shifted beyond Earth. Matters of this nature were typically handled by Fury, who would occasionally take the time to update him, even touching upon the status of the agents. "Indeed, you are correct." Fury stowed the dossier, then looked seriously at Gary. "Whatever you choose to do in the future, Gary, I will support you." Gary smiled. "That is something I have never doubted." After leaving Fury's office, Gary took the elevator to the designated medical facility. "How is Steve's condition?" Carter, seated beside the hospital bed, rose quickly upon hearing his voice. "All vital signs are beginning to stabilize. The doctor said he might awaken in about a week." Gary nodded. "Carter, I appreciate your dedication during this time." "It is my duty," Carter replied, then asked, "What caused the earlier explosion?" "Stark's son was being mischievous." "It has been taken care of," Gary explained. "Oh," Carter responded, and they fell into silence. "Notify me when Steve awakens." "Certainly." At the Malibu mansion in California, Pepper Potts, holding a cup of coffee, entered Tony's private lab after inputting the access code. "Tony." Seeing the empty lab, Pepper called out a few times, and upon receiving no response, she placed the coffee tray down and ventured further inside. "Oh my goodness, Tony, what have you been through these past 3 days?" Pepper exclaimed in shock as she beheld Tony sitting on the floor with disheveled hair, surrounded by scattered metal fragments. Tony glanced up at Pepper, his expression one of despair. "Pepper, I am not a genius. I merely create a heap of scrap metal. It has been 3 days, 3 full days, and I still cannot determine what metal can withstand more than several tons of force without deforming." "J-A-R-V-I-S. J-A-R-V-I-S. Pepper called out. "Miss Potts, how may I assist you?" A mechanical voice responded. Pepper threw her hands up in exasperation. "Tell me, what is wrong with Tony?" "Miss Potts, to put it precisely, the gentleman is experiencing a bout of social withdrawal." J-A-R-V-I-S. articulated. "Social withdrawal?" Pepper was taken aback, pressing for more details. "What specifically happened?" "J-A-R-V-I-S. Describe it to me." Just as Jarvis was about to transmit the video footage, Tony suddenly spoke up. "I've made my decision." "What decision?" Pepper instinctively inquired. "I am going to S.H.I.E.L.D." Gary was not surprised by Tony's arrival. After all, Tony Stark's prowess in the realms of artificial intelligence and weaponry was not merely a product of his innate talent. It was his meticulous diligence and relentless pursuit of perfection that constituted the foundation of his success. "Minister Gary, I hope my choice proves to be the right one." Like his father, Howard, Tony was a man of his word, and once he committed to something, he invariably followed through. Gary smiled. "You will soon realize that." The two, as before, traversed the corridor to join the industrious Howard Stark. "Don't misunderstand. I haven't come to work with you," Tony declared as soon as he laid eyes on Howard. Although Howard was taken aback by Tony's return, his astonishment was overshadowed by joy. Even upon hearing Tony's explanation, he remained unfazed. "Tony, regardless of the reason, your presence is most welcome. I hope the two of us can complete this endeavor soon." With that, Howard gestured toward the enormous spacecraft before them. "What is this?" Tony asked, surveying the half-finished vessel with curiosity. Gary replied, "This is a spacecraft." "A spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos?" Tony exclaimed, astonished. He couldn't help but add, "While I don't wish to dampen your spirits, I must assert that I have some authority in the realm of energy supply, even with a large arc reactor installed." This behemoth likely won't fly for long. His Ironman suit utilized an arc reactor, yet it could only sustain humanoid flight for a limited duration before needing replacement or recharging. At that moment, Howard tossed Tony a shimmering crystal pulsating with energy. "What is this?" Tony inquired. "A high-concentration energy block," Howard replied with a smile. "It functions like a battery, but the energy contained within is equivalent to a month's worth of solar energy." Tony examined the energy block in his hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Are you saying this is composed of pure energy compression? How is that even possible?" "Nothing is impossible. It was achieved decades ago," Gary interjected before adding, "Howard, you can discuss the remaining technical matters with Tony." "Very well," Howard agreed eagerly. Once Gary departed, Howard began to introduce Stark technology. "This is D-grade metal, harder than titanium alloy yet lighter in weight. This is the energy-driven engine apparatus. And this is the fundamental anti-gravity mechanism." With each advanced technology and item, Tony's eyes sparkled with wonder, reminiscent of Howard Stark's initial encounter with such marvels, eager to experiment immediately. Meanwhile, Gary had returned to his office. With Tony's involvement, the spacecraft would likely be completed more swiftly, and the Marvel Universe felt almost like an uncharted territory to him. Gary's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Accelerated growth was paramount, and cultivating resources was undeniably crucial. For instance, over at Roy's, the presence of a nutrient pod allowed for an ascent from Cosmic Level 1 to Cosmic Level 9 in a remarkably short time, something that would typically take ordinary geniuses hundreds or even thousands of years. However, before that, it was essential to nurture certain individuals. Gary pondered. The cosmos was vast and infinite, and relying solely on himself for exploration would be exceedingly slow. Although he had a general idea of the locations of the Infinity Stones, other rare treasures required a more extensive search. Moreover, collecting the Infinity Stones would inevitably put him in competition with Thanos, necessitating assistance in the process. After all, he could not manage everything on his own. There would always be areas that required attention. Suddenly, a vibration from his phone interrupted Gary's contemplation. Upon seeing Peggy's name, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that? Indeed, as soon as he answered the call, Peggy's excited voice came through. "Gary, Steve has awakened." Chapter 144, The All-New Iron Armor. In the medical ward, when Gary arrived, Steve was already sitting up in bed, a look of bewilderment on his face, mingled with joy. "Steve," Gary called out as he approached the door. "Gary, it's wonderful to see you. You're alive," Steve exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Gary. After they separated, Gary glanced at Peggy and cautiously asked, "Steve, you must be aware of what has transpired, correct?" Peggy gave me a brief rundown. "It's hard to believe that I've been asleep for over 60 years. Steve replied incredulously. "And you're all still alive, especially you. Gary, you haven't changed a bit." Gary chuckled. "Your appearance hasn't altered either. I was in a state of suspended animation, so my bodily functions ceased, allowing me to maintain my appearance. But you, Steve, still find it hard to believe," he noted, his tone laced with uncontainable excitement and joy. After all, waking up after 60 years to find friends and loved ones surrounding him would leave anyone overwhelmed. At that moment, Fury and Bucky appeared at the doorway. "Fury, Bucky, you're alive?" Steve exclaimed, eyes wide as he stepped forward to inspect Bucky closely. "Bucky, I can't be dreaming. You're really alive?" Although Bucky was equally thrilled, he kept his composure, embracing Steve briefly before recounting the events that had transpired in his absence. Only then did Steve begin to comprehend, his hands gesticulating as he spoke. "There's so much good news. I feel like I need time to digest it all. But Fury, Gary, thank you for rescuing Bucky from HYDRA." An hour later, Steve had pieced together much of what had occurred over the past 60 years. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I can hardly believe all that has happened during my slumber. Thank goodness you and Fury acquired the life-extending formula from Hydra and the Red Room. Otherwise, I would have gone mad waking up to find none of you here." Just waking up is a relief. For now, take some time to absorb the information from all fronts. We wouldn't want you to be seen as a living fossil." Gary teased with a grin. "I am far from lonely," Steve replied lightly. After a while, Fury and Bucky took their leave, and as Gary was about to exit, Steve called after him, "Gary, thank you for taking care of Peggy all these years. Steve, your priority now should be familiarizing yourself with your surroundings." "Fury is in need of assistance," Gary advised, extending his hand. "Welcome back, Captain." As they shook hands, Steve declared, "Gary, despite having slept for over 60 years, I still believe you are the true captain." Gary remained silent, gently patting Steve's shoulder before turning to leave. Watching Gary's retreating figure, Peggy approached Steve and softly said, "Steve, Gary is an excellent leader. Whatever he chooses to do in the future, I hope you will always stand by his side. Steve looked at Peggy, puzzled, but he replied earnestly, I will. In Tony's Malibu mansion, Obadiah stood at the entrance to the research lab. Tony is not here. You cannot enter. This is his private workspace. Pepper blocked the doorway. Obadiah confidently brushed aside the slender Pepper, donning a warm smile as he declared, I am well aware of what this place is, Miss Potts. Remember, you are merely Tony's secretary, while I am the CEO of Stark Industries. Tony's belongings belong to the entirety of Stark Industries. With that, he entered the passcode and stepped inside. Oh, is this what Tony has been inventing these past few days? As Obadiah gazed at the completed Iron Man suit beside the laboratory and the blueprints scattered across the table, his eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll inform Tony, Pepper remarked. Suit yourself. Obadiah meticulously examined the suit, caressing its exterior as one might tenderly touch a beloved. The cold, smooth texture sent a thrill coursing through his veins. It was a flawless masterpiece. Truly, Tony was unparalleled. Only he could conceive such an invention. Observing this, Pepper hastily dialed Tony's number, urging, pick up, pick up. Yet, the call went unanswered. After a while, Obadiah gathered the blueprints and strode towards the exit. Stop. Those belong to Tony. Pepper shouted. Unfazed, Obadiah continued until he reached the door, where he suddenly turned and said, Oh, by the way, Miss Potts, do tell Tony he has been ousted by the board. Later that evening, in the subterranean base of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony inquired, care for a hamburger? As he picked up a nearby phone. Glancing at Howard, dinner will be delivered shortly, Howard replied without turning. Tony shook his head, muttering, what a relic. A fleeting glance at his phone revealed Pepper had called him numerous times, prompting him to return the call. Pepper, I need your help. Before he could finish, Pepper's anxious voice burst forth. Tony, Obadiah came by and took your blueprints. Obadiah? You didn't stop him? Tony replied, momentarily stunned. I couldn't. Pepper insisted urgently. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Let him take them. Even if he has them replicated, they'll merely be a pile of outdated relics. Having witnessed superior metals and energy sources in the underground base, Tony no longer regarded his previously crafted Iron Man suit with any esteem. Outdated relics? Pepper echoed, her relief palpable. She then abruptly ended the call. As the dial tone echoed in his ear, Tony remarked with exasperation, I suppose I'll have to settle for a working dinner tonight. Half a month later, at the Stark Industries Grand Weapons Exhibition, Obadiah proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to proudly present the Iron Man suit, meticulously crafted by Stark Industries over the past 3 years. With a click, rows of metallic humanoid suits ascended from below, their sleek, cold forms leaving the assembled media in stunned silence. However, Natasha, seated among the audience, furrowed her brow and whispered to Coulson, Obadiah has produced the Iron Man suits. Their threat level is significant. The information has been relayed to the director. There's no need for further surveillance. Someone will handle it. She continued. Nodding, Natasha was about to remove her earpiece when a streak of light suddenly cut through the exhibition space. Shortly thereafter, a suit that appeared even more streamlined and cohesive descended onto the stage. The metallic faceplate lifted, revealing Tony Stark's visage. The crowd of reporters, initially taken aback, erupted into cheers, believing it to be a planned reveal by Stark Industries. Tony, you weren't invited to this exhibition, Obadiah exclaimed, noticing Tony's expression shift. He hurried to Tony's side, maintaining a smile while whispering, You didn't seem to have my permission to take my design for the suit. Tony shot Obadiah a glance but quickly turned his attention back to the reporters, stating, I must clarify that these Iron Man suits are merely outdated relics. Outdated relics? Many in the audience were left momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Obadiah interjected, Tony's just joking, everyone, the Iron Man suits. However, his words trailed off as he watched Tony approach one of the suits, crumpling it in his hands as if it were a mere ball of paper in less than 10 seconds. With a clang, Tony tossed the crumpled mass onto the stage, asserting with utmost seriousness, Now you see this is indeed an outdated relic, right? The audience fell into stunned silence. Natasha's pupils narrowed. She could tell those suits were not mere props. Mr. Stark, when will Stark Industries unveil the suit you are wearing? This question ignited a frenzy among the reporters, who rushed the stage, bombarding Tony with inquiries. Regarding the release of the latest suit, Obadiah is far more knowledgeable than I. Tony deftly redirected the media's attention towards Obadiah, seizing the moment to slip away. Soaring high above, Tony could hardly contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, The sensation of molding metal is delightful, don't you think, J.A.R.? V.I.S. Indeed, sir, I concur, came the AI's response. Chapter 145, Project Pioneer. In the office of the SHIELD headquarters, Fury plopped down into a chair, unceremoniously grabbing a cup of coffee from the table. Gary lounged with his legs crossed, arms folded, regarding Fury. You're here to inquire about Tony's suit, aren't you? From what I've gathered, Obadiah's Iron Man suit is constructed from titanium alloy. While it may not rival Tony's invention, I imagine it's considerably sturdier than paper. Fury fixed a steely gaze on Gary, aside from Steve's shield material. I can't think of any other metal capable of treating titanium alloy as mere playthings. Gary chuckled before rising. Follow me. You must be curious about what Stark has been up to in the underground base. I am indeed curious, but Gary, as you understand, I want to interfere in your affairs, Fury replied, shrugging. While he was aware of Stark's shipbuilding endeavors, he was oblivious to the specifics and technologies involved. This visit was purely driven by astonishment at the suit Tony wore. Let us go. I'll show you Stark's achievements over the past 2 years, Gary said, stepping out of the office, with Fury quickly trailing behind. They took the elevator down to the expansive underground facility. Welcome back, Director Gary. I am Project Pioneer. My new designation, the virtual persona greeted with a smile. Project Pioneer suits you well. Congratulations on your evolution, Gary remarked, observing the increasingly human-like AI. It was created by Stark based on the intelligent technology he provided, gradually evolving from standard programming to a more anthropomorphic form, now progressing towards rudimentary sentient life. Its core ultimately under Gary's control. Welcome, Director Fury, Project Pioneer addressed him. Fury remained composed. Artificial intelligence. Evidently, Stark had more surprises in store for him. I prefer to call it sentient life. It is foundational, enabling us to manage more tasks. However, Project Pioneer is still far from becoming a sentient being, Gary explained as they strode down the wide central corridor. Fury followed closely. Initially, Gary had granted Fury access, yet he had never entered before. As they approached Tony and Howard, a heated argument reached their ears. No, the engine placement is incorrect. It shouldn't be positioned there. Tony, it seems you've taken a liking to this place, Gary interjected. Turning around, Tony, upon seeing Gary and Fury, shrugged. I prefer being in my lab. It's much freer. Gary, Fury, he greeted them. Meanwhile, Fury's attention was drawn to the nearby Iron Man suit. Tony, is this your new creation? Is this what you used to crush Obadiah's suit? Fury marveled at the suit's lightweight design, astonishment evident in his eyes. You are? Tony queried, perplexed. Oh. Allow me to introduce you. This is the director of SHIELD. Nick Fury, Gary remarked. Tony extended his hand for a brief handshake with Fury, then stated, Director Fury, if possible, I would appreciate it if you could dismiss Gary. Fury replied, I have yet to address your previous assault on the SHIELD headquarters. Well, that was merely an unfortunate incident, Tony responded, slightly embarrassed. Fury cast a sidelong glance at Tony. I do not consider it an accident. However, should you introduce me to this Iron Man suit, I may contemplate overlooking it. Tony glanced toward Gary and Howard, silently inquiring if he could proceed. Both rolled their eyes in unison. Director Fury, allow me to formally present my latest invention. The Mark I Iron Suit. As it stands, it is already quite flawless, Tony proclaimed, snapping his fingers. JARVIS. It's your turn. Very well, Sir JARVIS, responded promptly. The Mark I is constructed from D-grade special metals and utilizes cutting-edge shock absorption and power system technologies. As JARVIS elaborated, Gary could not help but think of the auxiliary metal life forms, which, in fact, would serve as superior combat partners compared to the iron suit, much like the plant life known as the moray vine, capable of attacking and defending in accordance with its master's will. After listening to the introduction, Fury approached the iron suit, unable to contain his curiosity. So, this iron suit's defenses can withstand a nuclear explosion? In theory, yes, Tony replied. Fury glanced at Gary, his meaning clear. Fury, currently, this metal is utilized in that massive vessel over there. Gary indicated toward a colossal spaceship in the distance, though, of course, there are still some resources available for constructing defensive weaponry for Coulson and the others. Tony, I entrust this matter to you. I'm just here to assist. Not to work, Tony retorted, exasperated. Gary remarked nonchalantly, the metals used in the Mark I iron suit could purchase 100 Stark Industries. Tony's expression darkened. Fury, let us discuss those defensive weapons for your agents. With his knowledge, he was well aware of the rarity of D-grade metals. While Tony and Fury deliberated on the styles of defensive weaponry, Gary approached Howard Stark and inquired, "Stark, how has it been spending time with your son these past few weeks?" "Thus far, it has been amicable. Despite our many differences, I believe Tony, like me, is serious when it comes to work," Howard replied. Gary nodded, not doubting that sentiment. "How long do you anticipate it will take to complete and conduct a test flight?" Howard shook his head. "Though we have the blueprints, both Tony and I are novices at constructing a spaceship, and there are countless trials and adjustments needed. It will take at least a year and a half. Well, there is no need to rush." Upon exiting the underground base and stepping out of the elevator, Fury paused and said, "Gary, the universe is far more perilous than we envision. Are you certain you wish to engage with it prematurely?" "Fury, danger is ever present. Even if we do not seek it, it will come knocking at our door," Gary replied slowly. The moment Red Skull located the Tesseract, the peril had already arrived. "I understand," Fury nodded gravely. Returning to his office, Gary entered the inner chamber. To cross the threshold of the 9th to the 10th floor of the Sky Bridge, merely attaining an understanding of the laws of immortality is insufficient. One must also perfectly manifest that understanding, indicating that the cultivation tasks are unavoidable. Gazing at the Tesseract, which emitted a ghostly blue glow, Gary murmured to himself. While preparing on the Marvel side, his thoughts remained occupied with matters concerning Roa. After all, for him, enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. Although Stark estimated that it would take a year and a half to construct the spaceship, true test flights would likely require 2 years. Contemplating this, Gary settled into a cross-legged position and gradually closed his eyes. Chapter 146, The Hulk. 3 months later. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters conference hall, Natasha, Steve, Bucky, and Barton stood side by side. "Captain, are you sure you are fully prepared?" Fury inquired, his tone skeptical. "Fury, over the past 3 to 4 months, I have familiarized myself with everything online. I am certain I can undertake a mission, otherwise, I do not know what else I would do," Steve replied earnestly. Fury glanced at Carter beside him. "Director, I believe Steve is ready," Carter said softly. "Very well." Fury sighed, then gestured to Coulson, who stood to his left. Coulson and several other agents, including Hill, picked up the metallic boxes beside them and approached Natasha and the others. "These are custom-made suits crafted by Tony for each of you. While their functionality may not match that of the Iron Suit, they are equipped with the most advanced technology available in the world. Once you adapt, there will be a mission requiring your collective effort," Fury announced. As his words concluded, Coulson opened the metallic boxes. Before Natasha lay a black bodysuit, crafted entirely from metal and other materials. She took one glance and immediately fell in love, unable to resist the urge to touch it. The bodysuit features shock absorption and power devices. It is made of metal but does not hinder your body's flexibility. It appears thin, yet it can withstand impacts of over 10 tons, Fury explained. Natasha's pupils constricted as she looked up and jokingly asked, "So, does this mean I'm quite difficult to kill while wearing it?" "If you wear it at night as well, that interpretation could indeed be accurate," Fury retorted, unimpressed. The bodysuit before Steve was also a tight-fitting design, but unlike Natasha's, it featured metal gloves on the forearms. "This is an anti-gravity suit, Captain. Your shield provides ample defense. This suit is equipped with gravity and anti-gravity systems, and believe me, with one punch, you will be astonished," Fury chuckled. Steve gazed at the metallic suit. "Eager to try it on, I am looking forward to it." As the metallic box in front of Bucky opened, Fury remarked, "I've replaced one of your arms. I hope you will find it satisfactory." Bucky remained silent, as was his usual demeanor. "Barton, your suit primarily focuses on power systems. I trust you will not lack for high ground in the future." Barton smiled. "Director, you know me best. All right, adapt to your suits as quickly as possible. They will soon become your closest allies." Fury clapped his hands. "Yes, Director." After Natasha and the others departed, Carter turned to Fury and asked, "Are we preparing to initiate the Superman Alliance plan now?" "This is merely the preparatory phase," Fury replied. On a lawn in the Corvo University district, gunfire erupted violently, shattering the tranquil atmosphere of the university. A creature, entirely clad in light green, was rampaging across the grass, surrounded by a dozen armored vehicles, with soldiers atop them firing incessantly at the monster. This creature was none other than the Hulk. Having just met with his lover, he found himself cornered by General Ross and his forces, who had tracked his whereabouts. "Roar!" the Hulk bellowed, fury blazing in his eyes as he crushed an approaching armored vehicle with a single punch, hurling the crumpled metal toward another vehicle. Boom! The tremendous impact collided the vehicle with an adjacent supply truck, igniting a series of explosions. "Blonsky, it's your turn," Ross shouted through the radio. Blonsky seized a grenade launcher and charged toward the Hulk, firing grenades while shouting, "Do you remember me? The Hulk raised his armored shell as a shield, preparing to retaliate when 4 streaks of light streaked across the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 beams of light swiftly descended upon the lawn, instantly capturing the attention of General Ross and those around him, even causing the Hulk and Blonsky to halt their actions. The newcomers were none other than Natasha, Steve, Bucky, and Barton. Captain, are we certain that this green monstrosity is the target we seek? Natasha inquired, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded the Hulk. Steve replied, the intel from Fury indicates that the target has undergone mutation and can transform into a monster. Well, that settles it then, Natasha said, flexing her wrist, still unaccustomed to flying in such a suit for the first time. As she approached General Ross, she produced her credentials, stating, General Ross, I am Agent Natasha Romanoff of S.H.I.E.L.D. We are taking over this operation. General Ross fixed his gaze upon Natasha, a scowl upon his face. Since when has S.H.I.E.L.D. extended its reach this far? Are you questioning our jurisdiction, General Ross? Natasha responded coolly. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, snapping Blonsky back to reality as he launched another attack on the Hulk. Roar. The Hulk bellowed, seizing the iron gate of an SUV and hurling it towards Blonsky. Captain, can you calm them down? Natasha asked, exasperated. I'll give it a shot, Steve replied, dashing forward. Boom. Just as the Hulk was about to strike Blonsky, a circular shield appeared abruptly. The Hulk's eyes blazed with fury as he swung the iron gate at Steve. Big guy, you need to chill out, Steve shouted, narrowly dodging the blow and quickly pulling Blonsky to safety. Whoosh. Just as the Hulk prepared to attack again, an arrow shot through the air with great speed. The Hulk reacted swiftly, adopting a defensive posture by shielding himself with the SUV's iron exterior. Boom. The arrow collided with the metal, exploding upon impact. At that moment, a figure darted in, none other than Bucky, who grasped the Hulk's muscular skin with his right arm. The force exerted by Bucky was enough to keep the Hulk from breaking free. With a roar, the Hulk unleashed a surge of strength, flinging Bucky away. Meanwhile, Steve drew a syringe from his pocket and swiftly injected it into the Hulk's skin. In an instant, the Hulk's furious eyes cleared, and his form rapidly diminished. Now clad only in loose trousers, Bruce Banner surveyed the multitude around him, bewildered. I am Agent Natasha Romanoff of S.H.I.E.L.D. Please accompany us, she requested. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Affairs Reception Room, a newly attired Bruce Banner expressed his astonishment. Can you truly help me control my anger? Certainly. We have a comprehensive emotional control training program designed specifically for you, provided you agree to join us, Coulson replied with a gentle smile. I'm not cut out to be an agent. Bruce Banner shook his head. Coulson produced a document and placed it on the table, stating, we are not asking you to become an agent. Rather, we wish for you to join this. Bruce's gaze fell upon the document. Emergency Defense Plan for the Superhuman Alliance. Chapter 147, The World of Cultivation. Devouring the World. In the virtual universe, Rain Xiangshan, within a luxurious 3-story manor in the primitive zone. After nearly a year of intense training, I have barely reached a power output of 60 units, which qualifies as a general standard at the cosmic level. Yet my willpower has scarcely improved during this time. Beneath the dim light, Luo Hua sat at his desk, frowning in contemplation. After settling matters in Gary's domain, his primary consciousness returned here, having devoted almost all his energy to enhancing his power and will. However, enhancing willpower is notoriously difficult, often requiring life and death trials for swift advancement. His brother, Luo Feng, possesses unwavering willpower, forged through years of battling monsters on Earth. Conversely, Luo Hua has hardly faced danger. Even his experiences in Gary's realm were largely dominated by sheer strength, leaving his willpower somewhat fragile, though his consciousness is remarkably robust, as it can traverse between 2 universes. Well, since I cannot elevate my willpower in the short term, I shall commence cultivation tasks. With this thought, Luo Hua opened his notebook, accessed the backend management, and entered the cultivation interface. Upon entering, 5 options materialized on the screen, representing the levels of cultivation tasks: tranquil, ordinary, challenging, dangerous, and desperate. Gazing at the mortality rates associated with these 5 levels, Luo Hua fell into deep contemplation. In fact, aside from training, he had been pondering which level of task to select. Yet, he remained undecided. Should he opt for challenging or dangerous? He wavered. The challenging level holds a 20 mortality rate, while the dangerous level escalates to 50. Ideally, he would select neither. But it was evident that higher mortality rates signified greater opportunities and secrets. His brother, Luo Feng, achieved meteoric success by obtaining a significant opportunity in the Blood Luo world during his first selection. Luo Hua's hesitation stemmed from his relatively low survival capacity, unlike his brother, who could employ his clones for reconnaissance, and whose demon-killing clan clone possessed the extraordinary ability to replicate innate secret techniques. Without a significant opportunity, it would be nearly impossible for him to breach the primitive celestial mountain, and as time passes, his rate of progress would only diminish. Gritting his teeth, Luo Hua knew he must tread carefully when it came to his own life. Yet deep within, he harbored ambition and desire to become a superpower like his brother. Luo Feng. Decision made. I shall choose the dangerous level. Like a life or death choice, Luo Hua exhaled heavily. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Having embarked on this path, if he continued to cower, what right would he have to aspire to become a superpower? Without further hesitation, Luo Hua clicked on the dangerous level. Ding! The screen immediately displayed a red warning message. Warning, warning, Your Highness Luo Hua. As an important member of the primitive secret realm and a once-in-a-millennium genius, selecting a dangerous level task for your first cultivation mission poses a mortality rate of 78. Please proceed with caution. We recommend that Your Highness opt for the challenging level to acclimate first. Upon reading this message, Luo Hua couldn't help but smile and murmur. It seems I am quite valued. Even the virtual universe company system has offered a suggestion. Shaking his head, he resolved to accept the dangerous task. Swish. The screen presented details regarding the dangerous level cultivation tasks, along with a list of associated cultivation worlds. Luo Hua promptly eliminated all cultivation task worlds outside the primitive secret realm governed by the virtual universe company. Viscous Star, Ruined Ancient Temple, Thousand Sound Ice Pool, Thunder Flame World, Island in the Sea. A total of 9 dangerous tasks. After reviewing, Luo Hua's attention settled on the Viscous Star and the Ruined Ancient Temple task worlds, both of which he was familiar with and understood contained significant secrets. Specifically, the ancestral tomb on Viscous Star, which he suspected was related to the universe's foremost power, the Ancestral Temple. However, the introduction to Viscous Star was rather sparse. Viscous Star, a colossal ancient planet within the universe, harbors numerous perilous locales and is among the most valuable secret realms discovered by our virtual universe. Note, Viscous Star is inhabited by numerous indigenous beings, with powerful individuals abound. While these natives do not reject outsiders, it is advised that should you accept this task world, you refrain from revealing your identity as a member of the virtual universe company. Additionally, the native language of the planet differs from the universal tongue. Please take time to learn the language before entering. Upon perceiving this, Luo Hua furrowed his brows slightly. The 3 pieces of information divulged little. He then directed his attention towards the description of the Ruined Ancient Temple. The Ruined Ancient Temple is a mysterious continent nurtured within the primordial secret realm, vast in expanse, with the central palace ruins surrounded by desolate lands. A reminder stated that the Ruined Ancient Temple is home to numerous bizarre wild beasts, formidable in strength and exceptionally adept at concealing their presence. It is advised that when undertaking this task, one should procure a high-grade life detection device. There are no language restrictions within the Ruined Ancient Temple. However, it exhibits a profound aversion to all foreign life forms. After accepting the task, one must first learn to shield their own life aura. Ultimately, Luo Hua opted for Viscous Star, partly due to the great secret of the ancestral god tomb contained within, and partly because of the substantial reward points offered by Viscous Star. The tasks for cultivating on Viscous Star were as follows. First, acquire Sands of Time. Second, obtain space-time stones. Ding, please confirm the acceptance of the task. Luo Hua clicked to confirm. Task acceptance successful. Please provide a departure address. The Virtual Universe Company will arrange a spacecraft to transport you to Viscous Star. The process of accepting the task was largely akin to the original storyline. Thus Luo Hua adapted swiftly. After accepting the task, he began preparations like the other members, mindful that this was his first venture into the realm of adventure. Ensuring his survival was paramount, while obtaining the task items took second place, and uncovering the world's secrets was relegated to the last. Currently, the items that could guarantee his survival were few. The first was the 9-star tower gifted by his teacher, which could shelter his soul. The second was the immortal-class spaceship bestowed by Ming, which could facilitate his escape in a critical situation and wield a planet-destroying cannon comparable to immortal power. The third was the Moyun Vine cultivated to the Domain Master Level 9, which could barely withstand a strike from a Realm Master. The fourth was his innate spatial phantasm. Luo Hua's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, a habitual gesture of contemplation. If faced with a Realm Master or an ordinary immortal, These 4 protective items would suffice. However, the ancestral god tomb on Viscara Star was guarded by numerous immortal protectors. Should he be discovered, he feared there would be no time to escape, leaving only the spatial phantasm as his recourse, for even Babata had stated that spatial phantasm was an exceedingly rare survival talent. What to do? At present, items for survival below the immortal level are of no use to me, while those above the immortal level are beyond my financial reach. Luo Hua wore a troubled expression. During his preparations over the past few days, he had browsed the treasury and discovered that many items were simply unaffordable. Should he borrow money from Ming or Hong Luo? The thought crossed his mind, but he shook his head. Items for survival above the immortal level were exorbitantly priced. To illustrate, a mere E9 level laser gun below the immortal tier was valued at over 5,000 Hunyuan units, nearly equivalent to half the wealth of an ordinary immortal. Furthermore, Hong Luo was merely comparable to an immortal of the marquis rank. Even if he could afford some precious immortal items, he would likely keep them for himself. Perhaps Ming could lend him something, but Luo Hua found it difficult to ask, considering he was Ming's junior disciple. Forget it. I shall treat this first task as an opportunity to accumulate experience. In the end, Luo Hua refrained from borrowing money from Ming. Chapter 148, Viscara Star 2 months later. In the primordial secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company, on the Yukon continent, a spacecraft shaped like a fish gradually descended upon the entrance of Manor number 113. With a click, the hatch opened, and a silver-haired woman emerged, radiating a powerful, intense heat. Greetings, Immortal. The realm master guards at the manor entrance respectfully bowed. Please inform your highness that the task reception spacecraft has arrived, the silver-haired woman said coolly. The guards nodded and swiftly took off towards Luo Hua's residence. Soon, accompanied by Ming and Hong Luo, Luo Hua appeared at the manor entrance, clad in dark purple armor, black combat boots, and carrying a shield and a rift-splitting blade. Shiyun, I entrust your highness to you. There must be no mishaps along the way, Ming instructed the silver-haired woman with a stern gaze. In the face of Ming, who was comparable to an immortal of the marquis rank, the silver-haired woman promptly assured, Rest assured, Lord Ming, we shall ensure the safety of your highness. Ming nodded and turned to Luo Hua, speaking gently, Your highness, as this is your first cultivation task, your primary focus should be on accumulating experience. Completing the task is secondary. Those points are not worth risking your life. Hong Luo added, Your highness, Ming is correct. Points are merely external possessions. Should you need, both Ming and I can assist you in exchanging money for points. Ming, Hong Luo, you need not worry. I value my life greatly, Luo Hua smiled. Soon, Luo Hua entered the spacecraft with the silver-haired woman. As they watched the spacecraft depart from the manor, Ming and Hong Luo couldn't help but sigh. I never expected your highness would choose a task of such danger for his first cultivation mission. It is rather impulsive. Ming shook his head, though he dared not voice this concern in front of Luo Hua, fearing it might undermine his confidence. Given your highness's strength, the difficulty level poses no challenge. Selecting a dangerous level would provide a better honing experience. My only concern is that your highness may recklessly jeopardize himself for the sake of points, Hong Luo remarked softly. Ming frowned, sharing this apprehension, for he was acutely aware that the scarcity of cosmic level members in the primordial zone was largely due to the many who had perished in the task worlds throughout history. We have already cautioned your highness. I hope he takes heed. Within the resting chamber of the fish-shaped spacecraft, the silver-haired woman addressed Luo Hua, Your highness. We are currently traversing the cosmos at a speed of 40 times the speed of light. We anticipate arriving at Viscara Star in approximately 13 hours. During this time, it would be wise for your highness to rest and prepare yourself mentally. Luo Hua nodded. Thank you. 13 hours swiftly passed. The spacecraft emerged from the dark cosmos, gradually docking at a port platform near a cluster of palatial structures. Your highness, please wait a moment. Entering Viscara Star requires a dedicated spacecraft. Otherwise, you will be susceptible to attacks from the indigenous powerhouses, which would be detrimental to your descent, the silver-haired woman explained. Understood, Luo Hua replied, curiosity piquing as he inquired. What is this cluster of palaces? Viscara Star is a significant location. Our virtual universe company must establish a presence here to oversee and prevent indigenous powerhouses from emerging. Of course, those indigenous powerhouses wishing to emerge safely must join the virtual universe company. The silver-haired woman smiled. Luo Hua realized, to his intrigue, that Viscara Star was indeed monitored by formidable powers, though he remained uncertain as to which cosmic sovereign presided over this realm. Moments later, more than 10 men and women approached swiftly. Your Highness Luo Hua, please follow us, the leading man said respectfully. The silver-haired woman added, Your Highness Luo Hua, I shall not accompany you any further. Thank you. Following the group, Luo Hua soon entered a unique spacecraft. It was termed unique because its exterior resembled a vessel sailing upon the sea. Noticing Luo Hua's astonishment, the leading man smiled and explained, Your Highness, this spacecraft is known as a Yuanqi in Viscara star, an exclusive flying treasure. The probability of being attacked while aboard this vessel is considerably lower. Yuanqi? Luo Hua was taken aback. Although it was a term universally understood in the cosmos, its translation into Earth language struck him as peculiar. As the spacecraft began to penetrate Viscara star's atmosphere, the man continued, Your Highness, Viscara star is immensely vast, with a planet diameter of approximately 13 light-years. Due to being birthed from the primordial cosmic force, the planet is rich in cosmic energy. However, the indigenous inhabitants refer to this cosmic energy as Yuanqi, and under its nurturing, many strong beings have arisen. Therefore, Your Highness must proceed with utmost caution. Thank you for the reminder. I will, Luo Hua nodded, his mind swirling with curiosity regarding the terms Yuanqi and Yuanqi, finding them rather intriguing. An hour later, the spacecraft came to a halt. Your Highness, we are now close to the ground. You may disembark, the man smiled. Luo Hua did not hesitate for a moment. He leaped from the spacecraft, plummeting swiftly towards an ancient and verdant forest below. Thud. Mere minutes later, he crashed into a deep pool of water. The gravitational pull of Visca star was indeed formidable. Even the magnetic force generated by my cosmic level 9th tier was insufficient to counteract this gravity swiftly. Breaking the surface, Luo Hua emerged. A look of exasperation etched on his face. He had only realized this predicament during his descent. Otherwise, he would not have plunged down at all. Shaking his head, he surged out of the water and made his way to the edge of a smooth, colossal stone. The scenery here was quite enchanting. Standing on the giant stone, Luo Hua surveyed his surroundings. The ancient pool, the forest, the massive stones, and the waterfall formed a picturesque mountain and water landscape. Particularly, the mist generated by the cascading waterfall, mingling with the rich and abundant energy vapors enveloping the area, added an air of elegant, ethereal beauty. Who goes there? Step forward. Suddenly, a faint ripple in the water caught Luo Hua's attention, prompting him to call out sharply into the depths. Splash! The water stirred, and a small head emerged from the pool. Who are you, and why have you trespassed here? A youthful voice questioned, laced with curiosity and challenge. Luo Hua gazed at the small head and replied with a hint of sarcasm. Before you inquire about my identity, might I suggest you put on some clothes? Humph. The youthful voice huffed indignantly, splashing the water with a wave of her hand, conjuring several water dragons that surged toward Luo Hua in a swift attack. Luo Hua squinted, recognizing the attack's intensity rivaled that of a stellar level 9th tier. In contemplation, he casually slashed with his knife. Instantly, the water dragons, formed from the pool's depths, shattered, sending torrents of water cascading down and creating a flurry of splashes. The small head, however, had vanished from sight. Stop hiding. Come out, Luo Hua said, glancing behind the giant stone with a nonchalant tone. Soon, a girl clad in white, her forehead adorned with a layer of azure scales, stepped out from behind the stone. Her pupils were a shade of black similar to Luo Hua's, yet her hair mirrored the color of the scales on her brow. To easily shatter my Yuan Long Ju. Who exactly are you? The girl demanded, her voice firm. Chapter 149. The girl Qing Li. Luo Hua scrutinized the girl, while his auxiliary intelligent life form chimed in his mind. Master, based on the energy fluctuations detected, this girl possesses strength at approximately the stellar level 5th tier. It appears her Yuan Long Ju is a commendable technique. After digesting the intelligent life form's insight, Luo Hua mused silently. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Did you not understand? The girl frowned. Luo Hua responded, Young lady, before asking someone else's identity, it would be prudent to introduce yourself first. Oh, I am Qing Li, a newly accepted inner disciple of the seven-colored cloud palace. The girl blinked in reply, but soon realized, no, wait, I'm the one questioning you. Not the other way around. Amused internally, Luo Hua maintained a serious facade. I am Elder Hua of the inner sect of the seven-colored cloud palace. As an inner disciple, why are you not diligently practicing, but rather sneaking around bathing here? Ah, you are an inner elder? The girl was taken aback and hurriedly bowed. Disciple Qing Li greets Elder Hua. No need for formalities. Do not indulge in laziness. Should I catch you again, I will enforce the palace rules. Luo Hua stated in a calm tone. The girl quickly responded, Thank you, Elder Hua. Suddenly realizing, wait, the elders of the Cloud Palace have specific attendants. Why do you dress so unusually if you are indeed an inner elder? Humph. Luo Hua's expression darkened. How dare you question an elder? Mere inner disciple? This is my protective artifact. Naturally, it differs from the attire of the Cloud Palace. The girl comprehended, exclaiming, Elder, please do not hold it against me. I have only just joined the Cloud Palace and am not well versed in its matters. Seeing her reaction, a slight smile curved Luo Hua's lips. Very well. This time I shall let it slide. Consider it a lesson. Yes, the girl exhaled in relief, thinking to herself that Elder Hua was rather lenient. Had it been another elder, she would likely have faced severe reprimands. Luo Hua glanced at the girl and continued, You are called Qingli? Yes, disciple Qingli. She replied respectfully. Your Yuanlong Ju, while seemingly potent, is riddled with flaws. Allow me to demonstrate it for you. Pay close attention, Luo Hua said, clapping his hands, causing the pool's water to coalesce into 2 water dragons. These dragons appeared almost alive, entwining and spiraling in the air above the pool. Qing Li's eyes widened in awe. Splash! The 2 dragons collided, merging into a larger, more solid water dragon, its form impressively lifelike. Qing Li watched intently, afraid to miss a single movement. Have you grasped it? Luo Hua inquired as the water dragon dissipated. Thank you, Elder Hua, for your guidance. Qing Li exclaimed excitedly, her gratitude palpable. Feigning profundity. Luo Hua responded with a nonchalant hum. In reality, with his near-immortal level of comprehension of the laws, he could easily see through the girl's previous execution of the Yuanlong Ju. It was merely a unique manipulation of energy. By employing his own methods, he had amplified the technique's potency several-fold. However, his intention was not merely to assume the role of a mentor. It was to deepen the girl's perception of Elder Hua's character. Qingli, I have been away from the Cloud Palace and have only just returned. I am unfamiliar with everything here. Could you provide me with a detailed explanation? Oh, the more detailed, the better, Luo Hua added, his tone casual. This was indeed his true objective. The data provided by the Virtual Universe Company regarding Viscastar was pitifully scant compared to that of the Blood Luo world. He felt as if he were in the dark, relying solely on persuasion. After witnessing the earlier exchange, Qing Li was now thoroughly convinced of Luo Hua's identity. She nodded eagerly, Yes, Elder Hua. Thus, Qing Li shared all the knowledge she possessed. Throughout the conversation, Luo Hua subtly probed for further information. The 7-colored Cloud Palace was a 5-star sect located at the edge of the Black Cloud Sea, ruling over a territory spanning millions of kilometers. It was populated with formidable beings, and its palace master was a formidable figure at the He Yuan realm level. The strength tiers on Viscastar were categorized as Kai Yuan, Yuan High, Yuan E, He Yuan, World, and finally, Eternal. These 6 realms corresponded to planetary, stellar, cosmic, domain lord, world lord, and immortal levels in the universe. Thus, the palace master of the 7-colored Cloud Palace was, in fact, a domain lord-level powerhouse. Above the 7-colored Cloud Palace were 6-star sects, governing areas ranging from hundreds of millions to 1 billion kilometers, with each 6-star sect housing at least 1 world-level expert. Yet, Qing Li's knowledge was limited. She was even unaware of what lay beyond the Black Cloud Sea. This left Luo Hua somewhat disheartened. It appeared that Qing Li was merely an unremarkable girl without any connections. To acquire more detailed information about Viscastar, he would have to delve into the Cloud Palace's archives. Otherwise, wandering aimlessly would likely take him years to find the sands of time, let alone the more enigmatic time stones or the location of the ancestral goddess tomb. Pondering this, Luo Hua furrowed his brow. To gain entry into the Cloud Palace, he could not rely on the identity of Elder Hua, as that would only serve to deceive someone as naive as Qing Li. Fortunately, he learned through her that the 7-colored Cloud Palace recruits scattered cultivators as outer sect stewards every 6 months, an opportunity he could exploit. Qing Li, we seem to be fated to meet. Allow me to demonstrate the Yuanlong Ju once more. Be sure to observe closely, Luo Hua declared, slapping his palm against the ancient pool, this time infusing it with a hint of his understanding of the laws, enhancing the water dragon's power. The young girl, Qing Li, gazed with sparkling eyes, utterly captivated by the scene before her. However, when she regained her senses, she discovered that the venerable Elder Hua, adorned in a violet protective vestment, had vanished without a trace. Regrettably, this esteemed elder had not entertained the notion of taking her as a disciple. A flicker of disappointment crossed the young girl's eyes. She had hoped to seize the opportunity to apprentice under this elder, especially since she had just recently become an intersect disciple and had yet to select a mentor. Luo Hua, oblivious to Qing Li's thoughts, would not have cared even if he were aware, for he harbored no intentions of taking on disciples. The ancient pool was nestled in the remote mountains behind the colorful Cloud Palace, a hidden gem that Qing Li had stumbled upon during her training. enchanted by its picturesque surroundings. She had contemplated bathing there. Thus, after Luo Hua departed from the ancient pool, he emerged at the foot of the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Luo Hua shed his battle armor and donned a pristine white robe, presenting himself as a strikingly handsome youth. Senior brother, I have just become an inner sect disciple and am not well acquainted with the Cloud Palace. Could you kindly inform me where the mountain gate is? I have a matter to attend to, he inquired of a group of disciples at the foot of the mountain. Ah, a newcomer. It's perfectly normal to be lost. Just follow this stone path straight ahead and take a left, one of the disciples replied warmly, providing detailed directions. Thank you, senior brother, Luo Hua expressed his gratitude. It's no trouble, we are all fellow disciples, the young man replied with a smile. In a swift motion, Luo Hua discreetly lifted the disciple's identity jade token and strode purposefully along the stone path toward the mountain gate. Upon departing the colorful Cloud Palace, the guards at the mountain gate did not require him to present his identity token, much to Luo Hua's relief. His act of pilfering the jade token had merely been precautionary. After traversing for some time, Luo Hua arrived at the vibrant city of colorful clouds. Located near the colorful Cloud Palace, this bustling city thrived with life, boasting a resident population exceeding 10 million, as it lay adjacent to a prestigious 5-star sect. Numerous cultivators gathered here to procure necessities and engage in trade. As he walked along the wide street, Luo Hua curiously surveyed the shops lining either side and the diverse pedestrians. Given that Visker Star was a unique secret realm birthed from the essence of the universe, coupled with its strong gravitational pull, the inhabitants were predominantly cultivators. However, most were at the opening Yuan stage, with only a few masters at the Yuan C stage, while those capable of hovering in the air at the Yuan 1 stage were nearly non-existent. I should seek a tavern-like establishment to gather information and await the recruitment of the stewards at the outskirts of the colorful Cloud Palace, Luo Hua contemplated, his gaze scanning the nearby shops. His studies in the language of Visker Star enabled him to decipher the written information effortlessly. Before long, he entered a tavern named Gathering Source Inn. Recently, the Black Cloud Sea has been rather tumultuous. Several merchant ships operating in the southern continent have been repeatedly plundered, and it has even attracted the attention of the colorful Cloud Palace. Surely not. The colorful Cloud Palace is so esteemed. Would they really concern themselves with mere merchant ships? Ah, you are mistaken. Even the merchant vessels of the colorful Cloud Palace have been raided. What? The merchant ships of the colorful Cloud Palace have also been plundered? Who dares to be so audacious? Upon entering the tavern, the clamor of voices and the scent of alcohol inundated Luo Hua's senses, causing him to furrow his brow. Esteemed guest, would you like to drink or stay? A tavern attendant approached and inquired. Oh, you offer lodging as well? Luo Hua responded. The attendant eagerly elaborated. Our tavern not only provides accommodations, but also offers customized meals delivered directly to your room. Very well, please prepare a fine guest room for me, Luo Hua said. Tossing a piece of cosmic crystal, the currency of Visker Star, which was essentially a stone imbued with cosmic energy. The Virtual Universe Company even advised preparing cosmic crystals when undertaking tasks on Visker Star. The attendant's eyes sparkled upon seeing the cosmic crystal. Although he was merely at the opening Yuan stage, he could sense the dense energy contained within the crystal. No need for change. Any surplus can be used for fine food and drink. I trust this will suffice for my stay of a month or two, Luo Hua smiled lightly. Quite sufficient indeed. The attendant replied respectfully. Please, ascend to your room, and we shall bring your meals shortly. Nodding, Luo Hua followed the attendant upstairs. After his departure, a series of hushed conversations erupted. This fellow casually tossed out a cosmic crystal. He must be a lucrative target. Brother, shall we take action? Let us first ascertain his background before making any moves. Such discussions unfolded in various corners of the first floor, as a single cosmic crystal could be exchanged for 1,000 superior Yuan stones. Once in his guest room, a cold smile curled at the corners of Luo Hua's mouth. With his abilities, he had easily sensed the scrutiny of those hidden gazes. May fortune not be too unkind to you, he murmured, settling into a meditative posture on the bed, his consciousness linking to the virtual universe. In the luxurious estate of the virtual universe's rainy mountain, Luo Hua materialized abruptly. Your Highness. A group of guards promptly saluted respectfully. Luo Hua nodded, but just as he was about to return to his 3-story residence, 2 streaks of light approached swiftly, and Hong Luo and Ming appeared before him. Your Highness, you have entered Visker Star, haven't you? Hong Luo inquired eagerly. Yes, I've only just arrived. Luo Hua replied. How is it? Have you encountered any danger? Hong Luo pressed further. Luo Hua felt a flicker of exasperation, nonetheless. He understood Hong Luo's concern for his safety, so he reassured her, "Rest assured. I am currently familiarizing myself with the situation on Visker Star and should not face any peril for the time being." Ming then chimed in with a smile. "Your junior uncle has traversed the 9th level of the Celestial Bridge, and his comprehension of the laws approaches immortality. Even if he encounters a powerhouse comparable to a peak realm lord, he can retreat unscathed. All right, Hong Luo, let us not disturb my junior uncle's cultivation any longer." The two quickly took their leave. Luo Hua shook his head, pondering if he truly appeared so untrustworthy. 3 months passed swiftly. Luo Hua spent most of his time at the Gathering Source Inn, occasionally venturing out to familiarize himself with the customs of Visker Star and to gather information. The Black Cloud Sea bordered 4 continents to the southeast, and the colorful Cloud Palace was located on the northern continent. According to the information, the Black Cloud Sea was merely a remote corner of Visker Star. Luo Hua sighed. There was no helping it, as Visker Star was vast, its diameter equivalent to that of a solar system. It was unrealistic to expect to locate the task items swiftly. Tomorrow marks the recruitment day for the stewards at the outskirts of the colorful Cloud Palace. I hope to unearth the information I seek within, he mused, understanding that only within the confines of significant powers would comprehensive maps and information about influence distributions be available. In the alley outside the Gathering Source Inn, several men were conversing amongst themselves. "Brother, this kid has been holed up in the tavern for 3 months. It's infuriating. Damn it. Who knew he would stay for so long? If it comes to that, we might have to take matters into our own hands. Everyone, remain calm. Killing is strictly prohibited within the city. If the enforcement team catches us, given our strength, there's no way we could escape. Humph. Not only would we fail to obtain the cosmic crystal, but we might also lose our lives." The other 3 men turned their gazes toward the rugged middle-aged man who led them. "We shall wait. I refuse to believe this kid can stay hidden in the city forever," the coarse man declared solemnly. The following day, Luo Hua rose and departed the inn, leaving the remaining cosmic crystals as generous tips for the tavern staff, who had been exceptionally attentive over the past 3 months, always at his beck and call. Offering a token of appreciation for their diligence was only fitting. As for the excess, Luo Hua was entirely unconcerned, given his wealth. A cosmic crystal was akin to a grain of sand on the beach. However, not long after leaving colorful Cloud City, the trio fixated on Luo Hua began to pursue him directly. 3 hours away from the Rainbow Cloud Palace, on a hillside, Luo Hua found himself simultaneously surrounded by 3 groups of individuals. "Big brother, we're not the only ones eyeing this kid. It seems we'll have to compete with the others for the spoils." The robust man's 3 subordinates glared fiercely at the remaining 2 groups, who returned the glare with equal intensity. As for Luo Hua, he was utterly disregarded. "Hey, how long are you lot planning to stare? The sun is almost set, and I'm in a hurry to get moving." After more than 10 minutes of standing with his arms crossed, prepared to watch the 3 groups engage in a brawl, Luo Hua realized they were still merely glaring at one another. Reluctantly, he decided to break the silence. The burly man shouted, "Let us take down this fat sheep first. We'll split the loot based on our strength." Agreed. In an instant, the 3 groups reached a consensus. Whoosh. Suddenly, over 10 figures surged toward Luo Hua with alarming speed. Chapter 151, City of Black Cloud. Swish. A flash of dazzling blade light abruptly appeared. The 10 or so figures rushing toward Luo Hua simultaneously displayed confusion and dismay. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, a streak of blood appeared on each of their foreheads. Luo Hua remained standing in place, as if he had never made a move. He glanced at the pile of corpses before shaking his head, muttering, "What a waste of time." As he spoke to himself, he cast a glance toward the hillside to his left before departing the scene. Behind the undulating hills, 5 experts at the 7th and 8th layers of the Yuan Sea realm were drenched in sweat. That was terrifying, with just 1 strike. Over 10 Yuan Sea realm practitioners became corpses before they could even react. "That young man in black is undoubtedly a Yuan 1 realm powerhouse," one of them remarked. "I have witnessed Yuan 1 realm powerhouses in action, but none were as fearsome as him. The blade light affected me even from this distance." Another added, "Thank heavens we didn't rashly engage. Otherwise," as they spoke, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their hearts gripped by fear. "I've always said that anyone capable of casually producing Yuan crystals is surely a formidable figure unafraid of covetous eyes." Those 10 unfortunate souls were blinded by greed. If we ever encounter a similar situation again, we must remember not to act impulsively as we did today. Yes, the boss is right. We were simply lucky today. Indeed, that young man in black definitely noticed us before he left. He probably couldn't be bothered to act, which is why we survived by chance. Outside the gates of the Rainbow Cloud Palace, when Luo Hua arrived, he found a considerable gathering of cultivators around him, all seeking to become outer disciples of the Rainbow Cloud Palace. However, very few among them were Yuan 1 realm powerhouses. Most were skilled in the Yuan C realm. After waiting for about half an hour outside the mountain gate, 3 inner disciples clad in white appeared. One of the youths surveyed the surrounding cultivators and spoke. This time, our Rainbow Cloud Palace is only recruiting 3 outer disciples. Those who have reached the Yuan 1 realm need not undergo assessment. At this, his voice rose as he called out, "Are there any Yuan 1 realm seniors present?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Hua stepped out from the crowd. He had no intention of participating in any assessment. Alongside him emerged another lean man. "The 2 seniors may directly enter our Rainbow Cloud Palace," the youth said with a humble demeanor. Immediately, a female disciple led Luo Hua and the lean man through the mountain gate and into the External Affairs Hall, where they received their identity jade tokens. The process was straightforward and far less complicated than Luo Hua had anticipated. This is the side hall where the disciples reside. There are numerous rooms. You may each choose one. Report to the External Affairs Hall tomorrow, where your duties will be assigned, an elder from the outer sect instructed. The tasks of the outer disciples were quite simple: to patrol the territory under the jurisdiction of the Rainbow Cloud Palace. Should they encounter any ruthless cultivators engaging in plunder or slaughter, they could report to the External Affairs Hall or take action to eliminate them for contribution points. Accumulating a certain number of contribution points would allow for promotion. Within just 2 months, Luo Hua amassed a substantial number of contribution points and easily ascended to the position of an outer elder, specifically applying to serve as a guardian elder of the outer sect's library. Elder Hua, the tasks in the library are quite simple. You merely need to supervise the outer disciples, ensuring they do not take any manuals or books outside. Of course, these disciples generally do not dare to violate the palace rules, so your duties should be relatively relaxed. An elder responsible for guiding him explained as he led Luo Hua to the outer sect library, detailing the tasks. On the left, there is a specialized suite with a quiet room where you can rest. Luo Hua nodded and then inquired, "Elder Ji, may I read the books in the library?" "Of course," Elder Ji replied with a meaningful smile, cautioning, "Elder Hua, the outer sect library contains primarily low-tier manuals, which may not be of much use to someone at the Yuan 1 realm." Luo Hua smiled, "I merely enjoy reading." In the following month, Luo Hua quietly guarded the outer sect library. Just as Elder Ji had mentioned, the tasks were quite relaxed, allowing him ample time to read about the geography and landscapes of Viscara Star. Viscara Star is vast, comprising thousands of major domains, with the Black Cloud Sea region being merely one among them. Each major domain houses a central domain city equipped with teleportation platforms leading to other major domains. The domain city of the Black Cloud Sea is Black Cloud City, situated on the coastal edge of the southern continent, with an eternal realm powerhouse stationed within each domain city. Over the course of the month, through various miscellaneous texts in the library, Luo Hua gained a clearer understanding of Viscara Star. However, there was no mention of the Sands of Time, the Spacetime Stones, or information regarding the ancestral god tomb. Even the 6-star sects were scarcely documented. This was to be expected, considering it was merely the outer sect library and thus had limited information. After putting down the book, he shook his head slightly, stating, "To uncover more detailed and secretive information about Viscara Star, I fear only the domain city will suffice. It is time to depart." After more than half a year of exploration, Luo Hua felt quite familiar with Viscara Star. While other core members of the Virtual Universe Company might spend hundreds of years in a single cultivation task world, Luo Hua was not inclined to squander his time in such a place devoid of any enhancement to his strength. Rising to his feet, he exited the library and made his way to the External Affairs Hall. Instead of announcing his departure, he applied for a long-term external mission. "Have you heard? An extraordinary genius has emerged in the inner sect. How could one not know? The entire Cloud Palace is abuzz with it. They say her name is Qingli, a disciple who has only been initiated for over 6 months. This girl, Qingli, has actually comprehended the Yuan Dragon intent from the Yuan Dragon technique. And even the Palace Master is vying to take her as a personal disciple." As Luo Hua departed the Rainbow Cloud Palace, he overheard the discussions of some passing disciples, and the content surprised him. I didn't expect that with just 2 casual hints, this Qingli could grasp even a fraction of the technique. Her aptitude is indeed remarkable, a stroke of fortune, he mused. Casting a glance back at the palace atop the mountain, Luo Hua shook his head with a smile and left through the mountain gate. Within the grand palace on the expansive platform at the mountain summit, Qingli gazed at the imposing and majestic palace doors, Yet not a trace of joy at becoming the palace master's personal disciple graced her face. With her cheeks resting on her palms, she pondered, I've checked all the records of the elders, and there's no elder Hua in the Cloud Palace. How foolish of me. How could an inner elder appear in the back mountains? Even if they had returned from traveling, they would not be completely ignorant of the Cloud Palace's affairs. How could I have been so naive? With a soft sigh, she wondered if she would ever have the chance to meet that senior again, who was far superior to the palace master. 5 months later, at the entrance of an ancient and grand city, amidst the ceaseless flow of people, Luo Hua, who had been murmured about by Qing Li, lifted his gaze to the towering gate adorned with 3 characters, whispering to himself, finally arrived at Heiyun Domain City. Here, I should find the information I seek. As a central hub of the vast domain, fortified by the presence of an eternal realm expert, its scale was incomparable to that of Kaiyun City. Just by sensing the aura fluctuations of the practitioners entering and exiting the city gate, Luo Hua detected numerous presences at the Primordial One realm, and occasionally, a formidable figure of the Harmonious Origin realm would pass by. The myriad of great domains were distanced from one another, and each domain city was akin to a 7-star sect. Yet the number of Eternal Realm experts was exceedingly few. Based on his recent observations, the exchanges between these sects were scarce, often embroiled in territorial conflicts. Perhaps it is time for me to act more boldly, Luo Hua mused, reflecting on nearly a year of cautious exploration. For someone of his caliber, a prodigy who had traversed the 9th level of the Celestial Bridge, this level of prudence was indeed commendable. Chapter 152, Information and Tasks. Within Heiyun Domain City, Luo Hua casually selected an inn. Young man, where can I find the most reliable information in the city? He inquired, tossing a high-grade primordial stone onto the counter. After 5 months of travel, he had skillfully dealt with some robbers, amassing a considerable number of primordial stones. The inn attendant's eyes brightened at the sight of the stone, his enthusiasm surging. It was rare to encounter someone who casually tossed a high-grade primordial stone for inquiries in the domain city. I'm not referring to ordinary information. Do you understand? Luo Hua interjected before the attendant could respond. Of course, the attendant replied, his smile widening. The Wanbao Pavilion in the city has branches across multiple domain cities. Their information is the most comprehensive, though quite costly. A smile tugged at the corners of Luo Hua's lips. Indeed, where there is wealth, convenience follows. He learned that the Wanbao Pavilion was located in the eastern district of the city. Riding a beast-drawn carriage designated for travel within the city, he arrived at the pavilion's entrance within the hour. Upon entering Wanbao Pavilion, Luo Hua made a beeline for the counter. I wish to inquire about some information. The 4th floor, the attendant, accustomed to such requests, gestured upward. Upon reaching the 4th floor, a beguilingly dressed woman approached him with a cheerful smile. Here to ask for information? Indeed, Luo Hua nodded. Right this way, she beckoned, leading him to one of the private rooms, which were specially warded to ensure privacy from intrusions, allowing guests to inquire with peace of mind. Once seated, Luo Hua surveyed the room and asked straightforwardly, what do you know about the sands of time and the space-time stones? The woman's smile faltered for a moment. She scrutinized him closely before responding. The sands of time and space-time stones are not for the average person to engage with. If my senses are correct, you must be at the Primordial One realm, yes? Does the Wanbao Pavilion take an interest in its patrons? Luo Hua replied coolly. To acquire such information, the cost is not negligible, the woman said, her smile fading. Luo Hua remained calm and inquired, how much? 1,000 primordial crystals, she stated. 1,000 primordial crystals, equivalent to 1 million high-grade primordial stones. The prices at Wanbao Pavilion are indeed steep. Luo Hua chuckled. One gets what one pays for. The sands of time and space-time stones are items only accessible to those at the world realm, and thus, their price is justified, the woman retorted. Without hesitation, Luo Hua produced a spatial ring. Please inspect it. After a brief examination, the woman's demeanor brightened. A Primordial One realm individual possesses such a wealth of primordial crystals. You are quite extraordinary. Now, the information, Luo Hua urged. Please wait a moment, she replied, turning to a drawer in the room. She jotted down some notes. And soon the sound of mechanisms whirring filled the air. After completing her task, she turned back, smiling. I advise you not to set your aspirations too high. Being pragmatic will prolong your life. That is not for your esteemed pavilion to concern itself with, Luo Hua replied coolly. After a brief pause, the drawer automatically slid open. The woman inspected its contents and handed Luo Hua a jade tablet, stating, this contains the information you seek. You may peruse it here, but I must warn you. The information can only be viewed once. Once completed, the jade tablet will self-destruct. Quite the secretive measure, Luo Hua remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. To endure over time, Wanbao Pavilion must indeed exercise caution, the woman replied with a smile. Luo Hua fell silent, directing his mental energy towards the jade tablet. The sands of time and space-time stones are located within the Tsangyun secret realm of the Tsangyun domain, safeguarded by the 9-star forced Tsangyun Palace. The secret realm opens once every 1,000 years, granting entry only to those of the world realm. Additionally, the top 10 participants of the Tsangyun Palace's genius competition, held every 100 years, are permitted entry once. Upon reviewing this information, the jade tablet cracked audibly. Luo Hua frowned. The Tsangyun Palace, being a 9-star force, likely possessed many eternal realm experts. Gaining entry would be a formidable challenge, and with the secret realm opening only once every 1,000 years, even if he could afford to wait, he would lack the qualifications to enter. Guests may inquire about 2 minor pieces of information free of charge, as a courtesy, the woman said with a smile. How much time remains until the genius competition? Luo Hua asked. After a moment's contemplation, the woman replied, there are still 30 years left. Furthermore, only those at the primordial 1 realm are permitted to participate. Luo Hua pressed on. How does one obtain a spot? We at Wanbao Pavilion possess spots available. She replied, a knowing smile gracing her lips. At the inn, Luo Hua sat cross-legged. He had gleaned sufficient understanding of the 2 task-related items. Yet the clues regarding the ancestral tomb remained elusive. With a slight furrow of his brow, he refrained from spending money to inquire about the ancestral tomb. Firstly, the Wanbao Pavilion might not possess such information, and secondly, even if they did, they would likely withhold it. After all, the ancestral tomb was the greatest secret of the Viskar star, guarded by numerous immortal experts. Only those of the eternal realm would be privy to such matters. And as a mere primordial 1 realm individual, his inquiries would undoubtedly raise suspicions within the Wanbao Pavilion. After all, he was an outsider. It was worth noting that merely inquiring about the sands of time and space-time stones was already perilous. Had it not been for the urgency to hasten his pace, he would never have taken such risks. 30 years may seem ample, but he could not afford to squander this time. Contemplating this, Luo Hua gradually closed his eyes. The next day, on the 3rd floor of Wanbao Pavilion, the woman smiled as she handed Luo Hua a parchment. These are the conditions for you to obtain a spot. To kill the sect master of the Shen Hao sect. Luo Hua glanced at the parchment, looking back at the woman. She explained, the sect master of the Shen Hao sect is a 7th-layer harmonious origin realm expert. Slaying him would prove your prowess and qualify you to represent our Wanbao Pavilion in the genius competition. What do you think? If you wish to withdraw, you still can. Wanbao Pavilion will not insist, but once you accept this task, you must see it through. Luo Hua stored the parchment in his ring, responding calmly, time and location. In 10 days, the sect master will accompany his son to an auction, passing by a place known as Fire Lake. Come back the day after tomorrow, and someone will guide you to complete the task, the woman said, scrutinizing Luo Hua. A primordial 1 realm individual daring to accept this task clearly possesses a strong confidence in their abilities. Very well, Luo Hua nodded and then departed. The woman watched Luo Hua through the window on the 3rd floor as a figure cloaked in black robes appeared beside her. A 9th-layer primordial 1 realm individual seeks to kill a 7th-layer harmonious origin realm expert. Aside from some prodigies from 8-star sects, no one can achieve such a feat. Whether he can or cannot is of no concern to me. I am merely responsible for issuing the task, the woman replied indifferently. And if he succeeds? The figure inquired. The woman narrowed her eyes. 1,000 years was an excruciatingly long wait. 10 days later, beside a picturesque lake several thousand kilometers from Heiyun Domain City, the sect master of the Shen Hao sect would soon pass through Fire Lake. A young man standing beside Luo Hua spoke as he unfurled a scroll, which emanated a swirling essence that rapidly coalesced into the form and aura of the Starfire sect's leader. Luo Hua nodded, understanding the implication. Without delay, he leaped to the mountainside, positioning himself at the center of the broad path beside the lake. What is he planning to do? Aren't we supposed to assassinate the leader of the Starfire sect? Questioned another woman, a practitioner of the 2nd heavenly layer of the harmonization realm, incredulously. I am equally perplexed. The orders merely instructed us to assist him in the assassination without detailing the method, the man replied, furrowing his brow. The woman gazed at Luo Hua, standing defiantly in the middle of the road, exclaiming, where did they find such a lunatic? Who knows? Just watch. We are merely here to support him. If he fails, we needn't continue with the mission, the man said, exuding a sense of resignation. Luo Hua remained tranquil on the road. For him, Slaying a formidable opponent in the harmonization realm was as simple as a single strike. There was no need for subterfuge. Time passed quietly. 2 hours later, a procession appeared on the wide road. "Halt!" commanded a red-robed elder seated upon a mythical beast, noticing Luo Hua in the middle of the path. "What is happening?" A commanding voice emanated from the carriage behind. "Leader, a young man is obstructing our way," the red-robed elder reported. The carriage's curtain was drawn back as if a gust of wind had swept through, revealing a rugged middle-aged man with a mane of fiery red beard. He cast a glance at Luo Hua and coldly ordered, "Eliminate him." "Understood, leader," the red-robed elder affirmed. Yet, before he could act, a calm voice interrupted, "Starfire sect leader. Come out and face me." The utterance stunned not only the red-robed elder and the leader of the Starfire sect, but even the two individuals hiding behind the boulders on the mountainside. "Are you certain this person is sane?" The woman couldn't help but inquire. "I am beginning to harbor doubts," the man replied earnestly. Within the carriage, a boy of about 10 years old peeked out from the curtained seam, asking, "Father, what is this person here for?" "Just a presumptuous little brat." The Starfire sect leader scoffed. Suddenly, two vividly animated water dragons surged forth, crashing into the red-robed elder with tremendous force, propelling him violently against the carriage. "Kid, I underestimated you," the Starfire sect leader exclaimed as he swiftly thrust his palm forward, unleashing two enormous hands imbued with flames that obliterated the water dragons. At this sight, a smirk crept across Luo Hua's lips. It was commendable, albeit regrettable. With a flash, a brilliant beam of light erupted. Under the radiance of the blade, time and space seemed to freeze for a fleeting moment. The Starfire sect leader's eyes widened in confusion as he beheld a great river flowing ceaselessly. With the setting sun poised to descend, its infinite beauty on the verge of vanishing, an irresistible urge to grasp the fleeting twilight overwhelmed him. With a resounding thud, a deep gash appeared on the Starfire sect leader's forehead, from which blood began to seep, and he collapsed heavily against the carriage. The others remained entranced by the profound essence of Luo Hua's strike, and only when they emerged from their reverie did they realize the leader had perished. On the mountainside, the pair tasked with assisting Luo Hua in the assassination emerged from their stupor, their faces etched with horror. "What a terrifying blade," was the sole thought lingering in their minds. "Let us depart," Luo Hua said, having appeared beside them unbeknownst to them. Hearing his voice, they snapped back to reality, looking at him as if he were a monster. On the third floor of the treasure pavilion, a beautiful woman regarded the two individuals incredulously. "Are you saying he killed the Starfire sect leader of the 7th heavenly layer with a single strike?" "Indeed," they both nodded vigorously. "Please elaborate," she urged. Unable to contain her curiosity, the man inhaled deeply, recounting. He first conjured 2 water dragons to obliterate the red-robed elder of the Starfire sect, then unleashed his blade, which seemed to possess an enchanting power that compelled one to immerse in its brilliance. The woman added, "At that moment, we were still 5,000 meters away from the action, yet we were still affected by his blade." The beautiful woman fell silent, contemplating their words. After a prolonged pause, she waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave now." Once they departed, a figure clad in black appeared like a specter. "He has comprehended the essence of the blade, and his proficiency is remarkable. A super genius," the woman breathed, her voice tinged with excitement. "Only the most dazzling talents from the 8-star sects can achieve such a feat. I wonder where this individual emerged from." "Should I?" the woman interrupted. "No need to investigate. Any force capable of nurturing such a super genius is beyond our treasure pavilion's reach. Let events unfold naturally. It seems we may have an opportunity to enter the top 10 this time." After concluding the task, Luo Hua returned to his in-room. "Is this the qualification jade token for the grand competition?" He retrieved a token given to him by the woman and scrutinized it. The token appeared ordinary, yet it bore the inscription of a powerful character, domain, which exuded an aura of vastness. However, after observing it for a while, Luo Hua discerned that aside from its profound essence, the character bore no other notable attributes. He shook his head and cast it into his spatial ring, then retrieved the spatial ring he had taken from the Starfire sect leader. After erasing the mental imprint on the ring with his consciousness, he delved within. To his delight, the contents were plentiful. Upon discovering a substantial quantity of essence stones and several superior essence artifacts, a smile graced Luo Hua's lips. After all, it was only fitting that the leader of a 5-star sect possessed some valuable items. Unfortunately, they held little significance for him. As he prepared to extract his consciousness, he suddenly sensed a ripple of law. Intrigued, Luo Hua began to search meticulously. Soon, he unearthed the source of the law's fluctuation, a thumb-sized blood-red crystal. accompanied by a small golden booklet. Luo Hua took out the crystal and the booklet. Upon opening the booklet, his pupils widened in astonishment. It contained the elusive sands of time. What a stroke of fortune, to stumble upon such a precious item without effort. Luo Hua couldn't suppress his laughter. He never anticipated that the Starfire sect leader would possess such a treasure. What is the purpose of these sands of time? Luo Hua continued to peruse the golden booklet. Moments later, a look of perplexity crossed his face as he read that the sands of time, when integrated into one's blood at the peak of the harmonization realm, could allow one to perceive the world's essence, thereby enhancing their chances of breaking through to the world realm. Regardless, let me try it out and discover what the world's essence truly is. Luo Hua sliced his fingertip and placed the sands of time upon the oozing blood. Boom. The blood-red crystal swiftly transformed into a surge of energy that flooded into his bloodstream. Luo Hua's eyes widened. No longer did he perceive the in-room, but rather an endless expanse of starry sky. Within this cosmic void, an enormous, fantastical beast hovered, its rhythmic inhalations causing the entire starry expanse to resonate with its breath. Is this the strange beast depicted in the third illustration of the Chaos Tablet? Luo Hua was astounded. He never expected that the world's essence referred to by the sands of time would be the very illustrations on the Chaos Tablet. However, just seconds later, Luo Hua emerged from the starry realm, gazing around the tranquil room, his mind still echoing with the rhythm of the mythical beast's breathing. That breath was the essence of time and space. It dawned on him. I finally comprehend what the droplet in the fourth illustration signifies. It is time and space. As Luo Hua's eyes began to gleam with an increasingly radiant light, he found himself deeply attuned to the fundamental laws of time and space. His profound insights allowed him to intuitively grasp the essence of combinatorial attacks. Merely by gazing at the peculiar colossal beast twice, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. When this understanding merged with the fourth illustration of the Chaos Monument, it was as if a thin veil had been pierced, he realized, at last. This was the sand of time. Luo Hua's breath quickened. Rising swiftly, his eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance, declaring his need for the sand of time. More of it. Chapter 154, Hunting and Conflict. Within the mountains outside the Black Cloud domain, a silvery, pyramid-shaped beam of light suddenly materialized in the skies above. Gradually, this luminous form morphed into a flying artifact resembling a pagoda. From this day forth, the hunt begins, Luo Hua proclaimed, seated in the lounge of the spaceship, his gaze shimmering with fervor. To the natives of Viscara, the sand of time was merely a treasure that could facilitate their ascension to the world realm, but for him, it was a rare gem that could expedite his comprehension of the Chaos Monument. With a swift motion, the pagoda-shaped vessel transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the heavens. Although there were teleportation stations between the major domains, the process required considerable amounts of essence stones and the submission of detailed personal information, an inconvenient requirement for Luo Hua, who intended to traverse multiple domains. Thus, he opted to utilize the immortal spaceship. With the speed of a noble-level immortal ship, he could reach the next major domain in merely 2 or 3 hours. In the Ice Meteor domain, at the Cloudblade Sex Plaza, a throng of over 1,000 disciples clad in white, accompanied by more than 100 elders, encircled a man dressed in black and wearing a dark mask. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my Cloudblade sect? The sect master, marked by a scar resembling a blade upon his forehead, demanded sternly. I, merely a challenger, Luo Hua declared. In an instant, several phantoms surged forth, racing toward the sect master. You insolent wretch, how dare you? The sect master bellowed, raising his hand to unleash a terrifying surge of energy that swiftly coalesced into a long blade, striking fiercely at Luo Hua. However, at that moment, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted, shattering the long blade and striking the sect master, whose expression turned to one of bewilderment. Moments later, a group of disciples and elders, having broken free from the illusion of the River of Sunset, were shocked to discover their sect master sprawled upon the ground. Sect master, seal the mountain immediately. In the 5 directions demon domain, within the grand hall of the 7 demon sects, the sect master, adorned with a metallic mask, coldly declared, a mere junior of the Yuan One realm dares to act so recklessly within my 7 demon sect, truly impatient for death. With a swift motion, he slammed his palm down, summoning a colossal demonic hand that loomed over Luo Hua. Just as many elders anticipated Luo Hua's imminent demise beneath the crushing blow, the demonic hand suddenly halted. At that moment, a blade of light sliced through its intricate patterns and struck the sect master. Calmly, Luo Hua approached. retrieved the ring from the fallen sect master, and departed with an air of nonchalance. 10 years later, within a guest house room in the Golden Flame Domain City, Luo Hua sat cross-legged, an ornate spatial ring resting on the bed before him. Filled with all the sand of time he had amassed over the decade, 2,532 grains in total. This represented his extensive efforts across nearly 10,000 major domains. He had traversed 3 domains nearly every day, though he refrained from indiscriminate hunting. In each domain, he selectively targeted a notorious 5-star sect, yet success was not always guaranteed, for the sand of time was exceedingly rare, typically possessed only by well-established 5-star sections. 2,532 grains of sand of time is not insignificant. It shall suffice for my comprehension for the next decade, Luo Hua mused. I shall utilize these first to enhance my understanding of the laws, and then resume my hunt. It is time to shift my targets. For surely the world realm possesses sand of time, and perhaps even time and space stones. With that thought, he began to slice his fingertip, placing the sand of time upon his palm. In the virtual universe, within the lavish manor of the primitive district at Rain Mountain, Luo Hua sat at his desk, delving into the 4th knife technique of the Snow Flame secret method. Simply observing the breath of the peculiar beast was insufficient. His previous enlightenment stemmed from accumulation. To gain further insights, he needed to integrate the secret method. Regrettably, his points were insufficient to purchase the 4th volume of the True Understanding of Time and Space. If he could acquire it, combined with Snow Flame and the Sand of Time, his understanding would accelerate significantly. Shaking his head, he suppressed his distractions and began his meditation. In the Marvel Universe, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Gary slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the cosmic cube emanating a ghostly blue light. A smile graced his lips as he realized that the sand of time could indeed accelerate his comprehension of the fundamental laws of time and space. Very well. I shall first tend to matters here. Rising, Gary sauntered out of his office, not in haste to reach the underground base, but instead making his way to Fury's office. Enter. Fury's voice beckoned after a gentle knock. Upon entering, Gary found Fury engrossed in his work. Over the past year, due to the enhanced equipment provided to agents like Natasha, Barton, Steve, and Bucky, their operational efficiency had more than doubled. Oh, and let us not forget Bruce Banner. However, the Hydra organization remained rampant across the globe, particularly after its leaders suspected the presence of spies within their ranks, leading them to sever connections with Senator Warren and several high-ranking military officials. This shift resulted in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations becoming less proactive than before. Of course, these matters were entirely managed by Fury, and Gary seldom intervened, aside from occasional updates from Coulson on critical issues. How is the Superhero Alliance Emergency Defense Group you've been working on? Gary inquired casually as he reclined in a nearby office chair, crossing his legs. Regarding the original plot's Superhero Alliance Emergency Plan, he refrained from interference. It would be inappropriate to transform it into the Avengers at this juncture. Looking up at the sound, Fury remarked, Gary, if I recall correctly, this is the 3rd time in a year that you've entered my office. Huh. I wouldn't dare interrupt the director's work, Gary teased lightly. Fury rolled his eye in exasperation and paused his work. Aside from you, who dares to sit without my permission? Natasha, Coulson, and the others don't even take a seat when I offer them one. After a moment, he leaned back in his chair, hands resting behind his head. As for the Superhero Alliance Emergency Defense Group, let us not even go there. They need to cool off. Oh, what has happened? Gary's expression shifted, surprised to learn that discord had arisen within the Superhero Alliance Emergency Defense Group merely a year after its establishment. Fury furrowed his brow, rising to gaze out the window at the towering buildings in the distance. He slowly explained, there have been some disagreements between the captain and Tony. They differ in their approaches to dealing with criminals. As you know, after upgrading their equipment, their powers have increased significantly. Occasionally, during missions, mistakes lead to casualties among foes or innocent civilians. The captain believes that stricter control is necessary, that weapons and abilities should not be used indiscriminately, while Tony disagrees, asserting that sometimes control is simply not feasible. Chapter 155, Iron Man and Captain America. Gary, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. According to the original Marvel narrative, Iron Man and Captain America, Steve, had always harbored mutual disdain for one another. Even when Thanos invaded, their alliance was merely temporary, as the fundamental rift between them remained unresolved. After all, the fact that Bucky had killed Iron Man's parents was an irreparable truth. Yet now, due to his intervention, Bucky was rescued from Hydra much earlier, and Howard Stark was alive, effectively resolving the core conflict. However, the discrepancies in their personalities and philosophies still persisted. Given that the age gap between them spanned over half a century, such tensions were rather natural. Contemplating this, Gary felt a sense of relief. Fury, how do you think we should reconcile this? This is your brainchild, the emergency response team of the Superhero Alliance, and I offer my unwavering support, Gary said slowly. Fury turned around, shaking his head with a sigh. My intentions were noble. I simply underestimated the situation. I thought a year would be sufficient for them to mesh. Their abilities are beyond question, and if they could harmonize, I believe there would be nothing they couldn't achieve. Gary smiled. Fury, that's not like you. Only in your presence do I feel liberated. Coulson, Natasha, and he'll see me as a figure of authority. But they cannot fathom the weight of responsibility that comes with being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury replied as he returned to his chair, shrugging his shoulders with a somber tone. Perhaps without you here, I would have to rely solely on faith. At the very least, I know that even if the world were to plunge into despair, there is someone who can rise to save it. Gary rolled his eyes. I suddenly feel as if I have become one of your subordinates, Fury. I distinctly remember recruiting you. Fury chuckled. Now you see that bringing me on board was a mistake, right? What about Carter? Gary inquired, pursing his lips. She serves as the group's consultant. As an exceptional agent, she excels in psychological counseling. After Bucky's fall from the cliff, she played a significant role in helping the captain emerge from his guilt swiftly. However, when it comes to mediating conflicts, it is evident that she is not particularly skilled, Fury replied. After a moment's contemplation, Gary said, I'll give it a try. It will be a good way to clear my mind. Fury's face brightened with a smirk. I was waiting for you to say that. Perhaps they would prefer to hear from someone formidable. Of course, if they are unwilling to listen, I trust you can subdue them. I'm not a drill instructor from boot camp. Gary shot a glare at Fury, then rose from his seat. For now, don't assign them any tasks. I'll take them out for a bit. Their current state isn't suitable for executing missions. Fury resumed his work, and as Gary reached the door, he reminded, don't forget to close the door. Gary could only sigh in response. In the underground base, as Gary approached, Tony and Howard were deep in discussion regarding some spacecraft propulsion engine issues. In the Marvel universe, interstellar travel typically involves space jumps. While this technology is also present on their end, space jumps are manageable within a galaxy. However, once one ventures beyond, the distances can extend to hundreds of thousands of light years, making consecutive space jumps unbearable for those aboard the spacecraft. Thus, traversing the dark universe is the quickest and most convenient method. Of course, considering that most activities in the Marvel realm occur within the Milky Way. The technology Gary acquired from Ronan only pertained to space jumps and did not encompass dark universe travel. The spacecraft appeared to resemble a model, but it remained unclear how much longer until it could embark on its cosmic journey. Gary's voice prompted Tony and Howard to turn around. In a year's time, counting this visit, you have come to see me twice. If it weren't for this technology, I believe no one would remain here for the sake of your dreams. Tony remarked with a smirk. Gary chuckled nonchalantly. Whether others wish to stay or not, I cannot say, but at the very least, I am well aware that you desire to remain here. Tony faltered. I am merely here to converse with my father and discuss a few matters, occasionally assisting in the creation of some small components. That is what piques my interest. Without your help, within a year, the spacecraft's overall outline would still be under construction. Now, only some internal precision instruments and circuits remain. I believe that in another 6 months, we will be ready for test flights, Howard interjected. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Tony's face as he lamented, Dad, you truly are dedicated. You hardly resemble the head of Stark Industries. Howard smiled. I actually do not relish that lifestyle. Well, I'm off to grab a coffee, Tony declared, unable to listen any longer, and turned to leave. Tony, once outside, informed Natasha and Steve to assemble in the conference room. Gary called after him. I am not a messenger, Tony retorted. Howard shook his head. Tony's temperament resembles that of his mother. I have noticed, Gary replied, surveying the partially formed spacecraft. Although in his eyes, its scale barely rivaled that of a D-class vessel. It was indeed commendable that Tony and Howard had managed to construct such a framework in just over a year with mere technology and metal. As Gary examined the spacecraft, Howard mused, I have a deep fondness for this spacecraft. It not only signifies a monumental leap in human technology, but also represents the rekindling of my relationship with Tony. Gary, thank you for granting me the opportunity to reconnect with Tony, Howard earnestly expressed. This achievement is the result of your joint efforts. I merely played a catalytic role. Gary replied. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, Natasha, Barton, Steve, Bucky, Tony, and Banner were casually seated together, engaged in hushed conversations, yet distinctly forming 3 separate circles. "Tony, it has been half an hour. Why hasn't Director Gary arrived yet?" Natasha queried. "Are you sure it was Gary who summoned us?" Steve asked. Tony shrugged, idly flipping through a book on propulsion engine technology. "I'm waiting too. Besides, both Director Gary and my dad are over 100 years old. They probably have more in common to discuss." He then turned to Steve. "You're also an elder. You should understand that older people can easily lose track of time when they engage in conversation." "Banner, what do you think?" I am not very familiar with Director Gary." Bruce Banner hesitated. Tony smirked. "Perhaps the big guy inside you would take a liking to Gary." "Tony, in this entire conference room, I have only heard your voice," Gary announced as he entered through the door. "Everyone seems rather quiet. Someone has to lighten the mood." Tony quipped. Upon seeing Gary, Steve immediately asked, "Gary, why have we gathered here? Is there a task at hand?" "No specific task. I brought you all together primarily for training purposes," Gary replied with a smile. "Training?" Natasha and the others were momentarily taken aback. Tony was the first to voice his confusion. "Director Gary, what do you intend to train us in?" Gary surveyed the 6 of them and explained. "The emergency response team of the Superhero Alliance inherently requires training. However, due to my limited time, it had been postponed. Recently, Fury informed me that your performance during missions has not been optimal, so I decided to carve out some time to provide you with training and help you unwind." Bruce Banner was the first to speak, somewhat uncomfortably stating, "Minister Gary, I believe I may not require training. To put it differently, my approach to combat differs significantly from that of others, and I fear that during training, I might inadvertently cause you harm." Gary turned to Banner, smiling reassuringly. "It's quite all right. If you were to injure me, there is no need for any guilt. Minister Gary, my forte lies in archery. Might there be a segment of the training that encompasses this?" Hawkeye Barton then inquired. "If you desire, I can certainly arrange for that," Gary replied, glancing at the group. "Is there anyone else with objections?" Natasha hesitated briefly but ultimately remained silent, feeling an invisible pressure in Gary's presence. "Gary, both Bucky and I have undergone specialized training," Steve began, only to be interrupted by Gary, who raised a hand. "Steve, this training primarily focuses on teamwork." "Understood," Steve nodded. "No one has any objections, I presume?" Gary clapped his hands together. "Everyone take a day to rest. Assemble with your gear tomorrow." With that, Gary exited the conference hall. As soon as he left, Tony couldn't help but turn to Banner, saying, "Dr. Banner, I eagerly anticipate seeing that green behemoth within you defeat Minister Gary. By the way, he's quite strong." Banner looked perplexed. "Stronger than Hulk?" After exiting the conference hall, Hawkeye Barton quietly asked Natasha, "Have you ever seen Minister Gary in action?" "No," Natasha shook her head, furrowing her brow. "Minister Gary is one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most enigmatic figures. He belongs to the same era as Captain and Bucky, yet I always feel there's something mythic about him," Barton added. Natasha glanced at Barton. "Do you feel the same?" "Indeed," Barton nodded. "I've only encountered Minister Gary a few times, but each time, I feel exceedingly insignificant." In the office, Coulson knocked and entered. "Is something the matter?" Gary leaned back in his specially designed office chair. "Minister Gary, Director Fury sent me to inquire whether you require the construction of a dedicated training facility," Coulson asked. Gary casually replied, "No need for that. Oh, and by the way, could you bring me a map of the Atlantic?" "Certainly." The following morning, Natasha, Tony, and the other 4 assembled in the conference hall, each carrying a metallic case. When Gary arrived and cast a glance over them, he remarked, "Don't you all feel fatigued in your battle suits?" Tony, placing his hand on the new Mark I Iron Man suit, quickly donned it entirely and asked, "Minister Gary, where is the training location?" "On an island." A little over 10 minutes later, they found themselves on a desolate island in the Atlantic. Swish, swish, swish. 7 streaks of light descended from the sky, landing on the island. Observing the barren land, Tony expressed his disbelief. "Minister Gary, there are no facilities here. Are we supposed to enjoy the sea breeze and sunbathe? If that's the case, I'd rather we all went to my mansion in Malibu, where at least we could enjoy some drinks and music." Steve, equally perplexed, realized that this training was a consequence of the conflict between him and Tony. He was willing to attempt to resolve it, but teamwork inherently required combat, and he couldn't fathom how they would coordinate on such a desolate island devoid of any amenities. Natasha, Barton, and Banner remained silent, their expressions also reflecting confusion. While Bucky stayed silent, Gary gazed at the distant waves, stretching languidly, causing the surrounding air to ripple. "This place is rather splendid," Gary smiled, turning to Natasha and the others. "Steve, as the team leader, how do you usually command during missions?" Steve paused, hesitating. "Everyone possesses considerable abilities. Typically, I coordinate at most 2 people. I could handle those Hydra criminals alone, though I don't mind allowing Natasha and the others to enjoy the view. As soon as Steve finished, Tony interjected. Natasha and Barton rolled their eyes in unison. Bucky faced the sea, while Banner shrank slightly, seemingly feeling cold. Noticing this, Tony shrugged and continued. Well, what I mean is, the efficiency of executing tasks is too low. There's no need for everyone to join in. It feels like we're putting on a circus act. Does anyone have anything to add? Gary looked at Natasha and the others. Yet, no one spoke up. All right, let me first see how this circus performs, Gary grinned. Attack me together, using any methods you can conceive. The moment those words left his lips, Natasha, Steve, and the others fell silent. Gary, this isn't a performance. Someone could get hurt. Steve couldn't help but exclaim. Tony smirked. Minister Gary, are you serious? Natasha, Banner, and the four others looked at Gary, uncertain of his intentions. Tony, you go first. Since you've switched to this new mark I know you're eager to teach me a lesson. Show me if your new suit is still just scrap metal. Gary gazed at Tony. Let me see your strength. Provoked by the mention of scrap metal, Tony's demeanor shifted. He donned his metallic mask and fixed his gaze on Gary. This is your request to attack. Tony, Steve shouted urgently. However, Tony had already propelled himself towards Gary with the suit's power, launching a punch aimed directly at him. Since when did you take a liking to hand-to-hand combat? Gary teased. Tony did not respond verbally, but within his metal helmet, he instructed, Jarvis, give him some trouble. Increase gravity 100-fold. Sir, 100-fold gravity is the limit and could potentially injure Minister Gary, Jarvis cautioned. Based on previous data, 50-fold would be more appropriate. Jarvis, when did you start worrying about Minister Gary? Don't tell me you've developed a fondness for Project One. Tony retorted before commanding, speed, 100-fold gravity. With a brief charge of energy, the Iron Man suit surged forward toward Gary. Tony clenched his fist, delivering a heavy strike to Gary's shoulder. Gary remained still, unyielding. Tony, stop. Steve rushed forward. Yet, seeing Gary unmoving, Tony felt a surge of anxiety, but at that moment, he was unable to halt his momentum. Boom. The tremendous force combined with 100-fold gravity smashed into Gary's shoulder. Tony, who had anticipated that his punch would send Gary flying hundreds of meters, was left dumbfounded as Gary remained rooted in place. Tony, you should apply a bit more force, just like I do, Gary remarked, casually swatting at the Iron Man suit as if swatting a fly. Bang. Tony, clad in the Iron Man suit, was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ocean thousands of meters away. Witnessing this, Natasha, Barton, Banner, Bucky, and even Steve, who had rushed to Gary's side in an attempt to intervene, were all left speechless. That punch you threw, Tony, how many times did you increase gravity? Once they regained their composure, Natasha inquired through the suit's communication channel. Had I known, I would have aimed for Minister Gary's head. I used 100-fold gravity. How is he unharmed? Tony's voice crackled through the radio, filled with despair. Upon hearing Tony's words, Natasha, Steve, and the others looked utterly stunned. 100-fold gravity would have propelled even them, clad in specialized suits, hundreds of meters away, while Gary wore merely a thin shirt. At that moment, Jarvis interjected, Sir, I previously advised you to use 50-fold gravity. Perhaps you wouldn't have been sent flying so far by Minister Gary. Tony. Chapter 157, The Humiliated Hulk. On the desolate island, Gary stood calmly in place. As Natasha Barton gazed at Gary, it was as if she were beholding the Hulk for the very first time. Banner's lips twitched. He contemplated the comparative strength of Hulk and Minister Gary, only to soon feel disheartened as he realized that Minister Gary's might surpass that of the Hulk. Bucky also observed Gary, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. Steve had already approached Gary, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Gary, after more than 60 years, you have become even more formidable, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Over 6 decades ago, after becoming a super soldier, he had aspired to catch up with Gary. Yet he now recognized that the gap between them had only widened, evoking a sense of helplessness within him. Gary smiled at Steve, saying, No matter how powerful I become, we will always remain good friends, will we not? Upon hearing this, Steve's expression momentarily faltered before he seemed to come to a realization, responding with ease, You're right, Gary. We have always been good friends. With that, he embraced Gary warmly. Steve, you should feel free to attack me now, Gary encouraged playfully. Since becoming a super soldier, I have longed to spar with you, but the opportunity never arose. This time, I shall not hold back, Steve replied with a grin. Gary shrugged and turned his gaze towards Natasha, Barton, and Banner, clapping his hands together. All right, come at me all at once. I wish to see how much you have honed your skills with your new powerful gear this past year. Natasha and the others exchanged glances before they collectively charged towards Gary. Don't forget about me. I am the main force. Tony suddenly flew in from thousands of meters away. He unleashed an energy beam aimed directly at Gary's head, still miffed from being dismissed like a mere fly earlier. Barton drew back his metallic bowstring and fired a volley of explosive energy arrows, showering Gary with a dazzling display. Bucky and Steve flanked Gary, launching their assaults from either side. Natasha maneuvered behind Gary, tossing an electric ball at his feet before launching herself at him like a leopard. In an instant, everyone except Banner, who was still deliberating whether to transform, had plunged into battle. A smile adorned Gary's face, with his cosmic-level awareness. The agile movements of Natasha and Steve appeared to him as sluggish as that of a snail. As the three attackers closed in, Gary lazily made his move, as if merely brushing dust off his clothing, delivering 3 light taps on their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. The trio was sent hurtling backward, much like Tony had been moments before, landing over a kilometer away. J-A-R-V-I-S. Did you see that? This is the result of inexperience. Remember to remind me not to engage Minister Gary in close combat next time. Tony's voice crackled with schadenfreude over the comms as he witnessed Steve and the others in disarray. Sir, I must remind you that in addition to his strength, Minister Gary is also exceedingly swift. J-A-R-V-I-S, replied in his electronic monotone. Before Tony could react, he was sent flying, crashing into the ocean a kilometer away. J-A-R-V-I-S. Why didn't you warn me sooner? Tony shouted in exasperation. Sir, I assumed you were quite experienced in this regard. J-A-R-V-I-S, responded with utmost seriousness. On the island, Gary turned to face Barton, who was aiming his bow at him, a smile gradually forming on his lips. Will you leap into the sea yourself, or shall I assist you? Minister Gary. I think I'll take care of it myself, Barton replied, before being launched into the air and splashing into the water below. At that moment, only Banner remained on the island. Minister Gary, Gary raised a hand to interrupt, saying, Banner, you must learn to embrace that behemoth within you rather than resist it. Banner hesitated. When Hulk emerges, it often causes a great deal of trouble. I fear it might trouble everyone. Banner, remember, Hulk is also a part of you. In a sense, he is akin to a brother. Would you hide away your brother simply because he is not conventionally handsome? Gary's voice bore a certain enchantment as he sought to console Banner. During Thanos' invasion, Hulk's reluctance to emerge was not due to fear, but stemmed from his belief that humanity despised him, which is why he resisted fighting. The root of this issue lay in Banner's initial perception of Hulk as a burden. Otherwise, he would not have continuously sought solutions to his physical dilemmas while fleeing. Gary's words plunged Banner into contemplation. Hulk is my brother? Have I been hiding him all along? Hulk, come forth. Gary suddenly called out. The command seemed to resonate deep within Banner's soul. Roar. Banner transformed, his muscles bursting through his clothing, revealing a towering green giant before Gary. Come, fight with your utmost ferocity, Gary urged. The Hulk let out a furious roar and leaped, swinging his fist down at Gary with tremendous force. A faint smile graced Gary's lips as he too raised his fist to meet the oncoming blow. Boom. The violent impact sent Hulk reeling back, crashing against the edge of the island. Hulk, while your rage grants you strength, unleashing it fully requires finesse. As he spoke, Gary stepped forward to stand before Hulk. Now, observe closely. With that, he slightly bent his body, his arms drawing back like a bowstring, channeling all his might into his fist, which he then unleashed with lightning speed against Hulk's chest. Thud. Hulk was once again sent flying, crashing into the ocean several hundred meters away. Oh, I forgot to ask if Hulk knows how to swim, Gary mused, shrugging nonchalantly. Just then, Natasha, Steve, Tony, Bucky, and Barton arrived, landing on the island. Gary, you are too powerful. The rest of us stand no chance against you, Steve said with a wry smile. If we were to engage you 10 more times, we would surely fail. Tony, feeling somewhat defeated, added, Minister Gary, I concede that I cannot defeat you. However, give me some time. Once I improve the Mark series of my Iron Man suit, you won't have it so easy next time. Before Natasha could respond, her gaze shifted to Gary's back. Minister Gary, something big is coming. Boom. No sooner had Natasha spoken than a massive green fist slammed down onto Gary's back from the damp sea mist. Yet Gary remained unfazed. Not bad. You've made a slight improvement in your power since the beginning, but alas, it is still insufficient. Thud. Without even turning around, he retaliated, sending Hulk flying once more. Witnessing this, Tony's lips twitched. Okay, I take back what I said earlier. I reckon I need to improve the Mark series of suits at least 4 or 5 times before I stand a chance of having a serious fight with Minister Gary. Natasha, equally at a loss for words, remarked, now S-H-I-E-L-D has another monster on its hands, though Gary has always been one. For the first time, I feel my energy explosive arrows require significant enhancement, Barton lamented, shaking his head. Bucky remained silent, merely glancing at his metal arm, seemingly dissatisfied with its performance. Steve's rueful smile deepened. Gary, with you in S-H-I-E-L-D, we seem somewhat superfluous. Gary shook his head with a smile. Steve, do not undervalue yourselves. Each of you possesses great strength. It is simply a matter of better harnessing and utilizing your abilities. The primary aim of this training is to help you understand how to unleash your potential and foster teamwork. The Hydra merely spoke half the truth, of force, akin to a fist accompanied by the crashing waves, surged forth once more. Gary shrugged, as if merely experiencing a tickle, and subsequently sent Hulk flying again with a swift motion of his hand. He continued, Hydra is but one organization that poses a threat to this world. In the future, we may very well encounter even more formidable adversaries. More formidable adversaries? Steve's expression displayed confusion. Natasha and Barton shared similar sentiments. Tony seemed to have an inkling of thought, yet refrained from voicing it. Within his helmet, he murmured, Jarvis, how do you think we can defeat Minister Gary? Sir, based on the data exhibited by Minister Gary earlier, his strength exceeds 1,000 tons, his physical resilience also surpasses 1,000 tons, and his speed exceeds the speed of sound. Oh, this is merely the most basic data. Stop, I grasp your implication, Tony interjected, realizing that since Jarvis had connected with the intelligence system of S-H-I-E-L-D's underground base, it had grown increasingly sentient. Jarvis remarked softly, Sir, I merely wish to convey that defeating Minister Gary would be more challenging than inventing a new element. Tony gazed at the three-dimensional holographic representation of the data displayed on his helmet. Jarvis, do you know what I'm thinking right now? Sir, you still have a chance to defeat Minister Gary. Jarvis paused before continuing. Excellent. Maintain that attitude. Perhaps I shall reconsider changing my butler. Moments later, after sending Hulk flying for the 12th time, Gary clapped his hands and gestured towards Natasha, Steve, and the others. Continue. Pay attention to your coordination. Tony, Barton, you two are responsible for long-range support. Steve, Bucky, you two will lead the frontal assault. Natasha, you are in charge of disruption, and then seize the opportunity to restrain. Upon hearing this, Natasha and the others nodded. However, Hulk charged forward once more. Gary sent him flying for the 13th time. Steve glanced at the airborne green giant. Gary. Banner. Heo, let the big guy attract the enemy's attention. Gary shrugged, then stated, Okay, let us begin. Boom. As Gary's voice faded, Tony was the first to unleash a barrage of energy beams and projectiles. Simultaneously, the voices of Steve, Natasha, and Barton echoed through the wireless channel. Captain, we need a commander, Natasha urged. While I don't believe the elderly possess extensive experience, we indeed require a commander, Tony retorted. Steve hesitated. Without a commander, we could besiege him for a day and never lay a finger on Minister Gary, Barton remarked. Taking a deep breath, Steve declared, All right, everyone listen to me. When Hulk charges again, Gary will have a counterattack. That will be our opportunity. Quite a good idea, Natasha praised. The elderly still have some reflexes, Tony scoffed. Barton and Bucky remained silent, their gazes fixed on Gary. Hulk is invincible. The green giant charged for the 14th time, his eyes ablaze with fury. His colossal fists gathering the tempest of the storm, crashing down upon Gary. Sensing the overwhelming force behind him, Gary smiled slightly. All right, there's a hint of progress. Boom. The green giant was sent flying once more. Almost simultaneously, Steve, Natasha, and Bucky seized the opportunity to rush towards Gary. This is a bit more tactical than the chaotic skirmish at the beginning, Gary thought with amusement as he allowed the trio to approach. This time, he refrained from countering. Boom, boom, boom. Natasha, Steve, and Bucky's fists struck Gary, yet their expressions quickly shifted as they realized that his body was akin to a mountain. Their blows had no effect whatsoever. I'll block with my shield. You all retreat swiftly. Steve's voice urgently transmitted through the channel. Without hesitation, Natasha and Bucky retreated rapidly. However, Gary's hand had already descended. Bang! A thunderous metallic clang erupted as his palm collided with Steve's shield. Steve, shields can sometimes be a hindrance, Gary remarked as he almost instantaneously appeared behind Steve, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Boom! Tony and Barton's energy blasts followed closely behind. Gary nimbly evaded. But just as he sidestepped towards Natasha, Hulk surged from the waves once more. This time, Gary did not allow Hulk to attack unimpeded. Instead, he turned around and gently grasped Hulk's fist. Awaken, you've already exhausted yourself today. Gary's voice quickly calmed Hulk's furious gaze. Before long, Hulk's form gradually shrank, revealing Bruce Banner's face. Banner, covering his stretched pants, chuckled wryly. Minister Gary, you should have prepared me a new outfit. Gary laughed. I'll leave that to Tony. The big guy inside you also needs a battle suit. I believe Hulk in a battle suit will be quite the spectacle. As the two conversed, Natasha swiftly rolled in close to Gary, aiming a kick at his groin. Indeed, trained women are formidable foes. Gary's expression darkened as he seized Natasha's foot, yanking her forward with force. Smack! He delivered a resounding slap to Natasha's rear. As she was sent flying, Gary's voice followed. Next time, don't be so mischievous.